Chapter 1, Crossing the Line. Must read before the book. The world of this book, everyone, is a parallel world to see. The plot development needs some things like laws and regulations will not be strictly in accordance with history. In an old compound, an elderly man in tattered Taoist robes was vigorously waving an old duster. In front of him was a wooden coffin, in which at this moment was lying a pale young man, still wet. Coffin side there is a middle-aged and elderly man sitting there, eyes without God, the whole person bearded, as if it was taken away the essence of the general. If not, there is a chair backrest in, he was afraid to sit unsteadily, will be directly paralyzed on the ground. Return. Spirit, come on. The old Taoist monk was still twisting his body irregularly while reciting the words, watching the eyelids of an old man who was giving him a hand at the side. Taoist master, how long will it take for this nephew of mine to change his clothes? If he didn't change his clothes again, he was afraid they would dry on his nephew. Not busy, this 18 or 19-year-old young man who fell into the water and died will be more hostile, wait for me to properly transcend it. After saying that, the old Taoist priest didn't care about the old man and continued to wave the duster in his hand. The old man who saw the scene held back the anger in his heart, and that duster didn't know where the old Taoist had gotten it, and the hairs were falling out. But the old Taoist did not show off for long before he stopped. One is that the host family on the side is already impatient, and the other is that he is a halfway wild Taoist. The ink in his stomach is just that much, and if he recites any longer, the people around him will be able to hear that he is repeating a passage. The family had just lost their youngest son, and he was also afraid that if the host family found out, he would be shoved right into the coffin by the angry crowd to pad the bottom. Mommy coaxing. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, 3 souls and 7 spirits, urgent as a command. The old Taoist priest searched and recited a few words, then circled around again and pointed toward the coffin with his duster, still not in position. The young man in the coffin then shuddered, and then actually sat up holding the edge of the coffin, looking around blankly. Huh? What is this? The old Taoist instantly fainted with both eyes white. When he fainted, his body was still twitching, and his mouth was still shouting Infinite Heavenly Father. The man sitting on the edge of the coffin looked incredulously at the person sitting up inside the coffin, and for a moment he didn't know what to do, just staring stupidly at the young man in the coffin. The body of the old man who was helping to fight beside the old Taoist priest trembled, and the things he was still holding in his hands suddenly spilled out all over the place. Then he turned around and ran, shouting as he ran, "Fraudulent corpse! It's going to turn into a zombie! The Taoist master can't make it! Quickly go to invite the Mazu mother!" Shinsu, who had just woken up, looked around with a confused expression. He has not just caught an electric ray fish, was electrocuted. How do you guys? Not right, this mud ant is where? Shinsu looked around in confusion. Dilapidated old courtyard and house. It seems that it just rained here, and the ground is not cemented. There is mud everywhere, and there is a middle-aged and old man sitting there on his left-hand side looking at himself incredulously. It is not at all in line with the scene he remembers. As for where you're sitting, huh? How does the rectangular look so much like an unpainted coffin? After looking around, it's really a damn coffin. But why is there a beggar lying on the ground in front of the coffin? Shinsu just wanted to curse. This is definitely the thing that those damaged goods did. He was good enough to put him in a coffin, and he wanted to scare him? Later on, he must have a good chat with them. But just as he was about to get up and walk down to the coffin, he realized that he had a pain in his head, and then he covered his head and fell straight back down again. When he fell down, Shinsu also heard a shout from the side. It should be the person on the side who just called him. But what does little Chan mean? Why don't you get a professional actor? His name is pronounced Su. Old 3, where are the zombies? The old man who had just run away had hurriedly brought a group of people over. This group of people were still holding all kinds of hoes, sickles, and firecrackers and such things. The oldest 3 on the side of the coffin tried to probe the nostrils inside, and immediately rejoiced, saying towards the old man who came over, "Big brother, not dead, Xiaochuan is not dead." Really? Old 3, you wouldn't have been bitten by a zombie to lie to me here, right? The old man had a look of disbelief on his face, and purposely pulled away a bit from the coffin. The group of people behind him were both old and young, but no women, but both young and old were staring at the coffin with strange faces at this moment. You don't think it's really a zombie, do you? It shouldn't be. Aren't zombies always the cause of that kind of necrophilia when a body sits for a long time? So it's not a zombie, then it should be a scam. Fraudulent corpse? Is that black dog blood still useful? Is the dog still slaughtered? Are you stupid? Surely we must slaughter it. How can we eat dog meat if we don't slaughter it? The man in front glanced at the small black dog lying on the ground and shivering after hearing the mutterings of the man behind him. Let's not slaughter it first, hold it and go see what's going on. Okay. The young man tugging on the leash reluctantly walked over. It looks like we won't be able to eat this big rooster. Another young man on the side lifted the large rooster in his hand twice inside. Should we inform Uncle Tu not to buy sticky rice? Listening to the whispers of the surrounding people, the old man went up to take a look, probed the nose, and touched the neck, and found that the person is indeed still alive, so put down the tools in his hands and hurriedly greeted the people in the coffin to carry out. In the evening, Shinsu woke up again, but this time not lying in the coffin, but lying on a broken wooden bed, a little movement on the creaking kind of loud. He had just suddenly realized that a memory that didn't belong to him had appeared in his head, and it was the same memory that had caused him to just wake up and pass out again, but that was pretty much it for now. It was only after he had accepted the memories that he realized he had crossed over. But instead of traveling to some metaphysical fairy world, the timeline had been pushed forward about 30 or 40 years. It's still one world, but it's 1980. His original body is called Qin Jingchuan, just in the coffin when that person is not called wrong. Xiaochuan is really his name, that person is not an actor, but this body's dad. It's a good thing he's not crazy from fusing two memories. Chen Su was in the middle of receiving Qin Jingchuan's memories when he realized that there was a small head at the doorway that was probing and looking at himself. In his memory, this little guy is the child of the original big brother. Well, now it has also become his great-nephew. Little star. Chen Su tried to call out. Sixth uncle. The little guy hemmed and hawed and hurriedly slipped to the side of his bed. I came to see you. I heard Ama say that I thought you were really dead. Chen Su sighed in his heart. In fact, the original body, Qin Jingchuan, did die, otherwise he would not have come to this side. But in that case he's actually dead himself. I'm not doing well. Chen Su sighed and slowly said. Look at this, he will have to live as Qin Jingchuan in the future. He has not been able to understand how an electric ray can make him hang up, or is it that the identities are swapped? He has come over here and Qin Jingchuan has gone to his side? I know, Ama and Agong went to the village entrance to trouble the village doctor when they realized you were still alive, and they were still arguing when I came back just now. Chen Su asked doubtfully as he listened, trouble with the village doctor? Why? It's not that he misdiagnosed, saying that the sixth uncle you are already hopeless, if not the sixth uncle you wake up on your own, you will almost bury you alive, when the time comes. The little guy did not even say down behind, but it is like a small adult cannot help shaking his head and staggering. Chen Su then recalled, the original body is because of drowning. Originally at first he was carried to the village doctor's side, and then the village doctor said that he was hopeless, already dead, his father that brought him back to do funeral. In that case, in fact, that village doctor is not wrong, he has indeed hung up, not to mention this era, even in his time, in addition to television and movies and novels, who can think of crossing over such an outrageous thing. Chapter 2, The Space That Follows. After talking to the little one for a while, there was a bustling noise outside. By the sound of it, I think it's his mom and dad coming back. Then Hoshi ran off and went out to meet his grandparents. From now on, I am Qin Jingchuan. Chen Su smiled bitterly and rubbed his head. What's the matter? In his previous life as a chef, he was not easy to get through. From washing socks for the master to be able to help cut side dishes, sauce, and other work, will soon be able to take charge of their own spoon, but the result of crossing the line. It was true that he was an orphan in his previous life, but his condition didn't seem to meet the requirements for crossing over. And how can I say this world? It feels similar to his original world, but it's not exactly the same. The main thing is that some of the big names are not the same. It's kind of like a parallel world. In order to prevent the river crab god beast, all settings in this book are parallel worlds. Ogawa, Rocco, you're awake, how do you feel? Qin Jingchuan was just about to get out of bed when he saw a group of people walking in, with their mouths yelling his name and calling him everything. Father and mother, big brother and second brother and sister, third brother and second sister, eldest uncle. Qin Jingchuan called everyone according to the memory of the original body. But his round of screaming made the people around him eerily quiet. This kid couldn't have gotten his head soaked in water. His eldest uncle said from the side toward his second uncle. His second uncle nodded back, usually the bastard doesn't call us that. His second brother also nodded fervently, who are you? Get off my brother now. Hearing his second brother say this, Qin Jingchuan's subconscious body tightened. Holy, this second brother is a character. This can see through that he is not the original Qin Jingchuan? That's a lot of moralizing. Just as Qin Jingchuan was considering whether or not he was going to confess, his father stepped in. What are you talking about? His father slapped his second brother on the head without any good humor. If this isn't your brother, could it still be a demon or devil? His third brother followed suit. After so much time in the sun at noon, as well as the black dog's blood and glutinous rice used, it must still be old brother. Qin Jingchuan. I said, why do I feel a little uncomfortable and a little smelly? Looking at the scene in front of his eyes, Qin Jingchuan's heart suddenly a little matter of warmth. Before as an orphan he can never feel this kind of scene. From the orphanage out has been only one person. Other than master, only the janitorial boss at the place where he worked knew him best. I used to work in the hotel when there was something to talk to the old man, and then I realized that the old man turned out to be the hotel owner's father. So he's still being taken care of quite a bit by his boss. And because of Moncler outlet store he wasn't bullied by others. Alright, let Xiaolu rest for a while, I'll go cook, you guys sit down for a while. After watching for a while longer, his mother Gao Tsuelan greeted. Looking at the great group of people came and went, Qin Jingchuan heart relieved. Feeling warm in his heart was one thing, but he was also a bit afraid that this large number of people would find him asking questions, and it would be embarrassing if he didn't answer some questions or answered them incorrectly. At this time, although some years ago there was a defeat of feudal superstition, but in this kind of village where clan forces dominate, he really wanted to show abnormalities, a torture is indispensable. When the time comes, the black dog blood greeting is still the happiest. It's the perfect moment to take a good look at the original's memories while everyone is gone. Memory of his father called Chen Xingjuan, mother Gao Tsuilan, Chen Zhengyu is his big brother. Now there are 3 children. Just before the front came in, Chen Yuanqing is the eldest of the big brother's family, but also the eldest grandson of their family, already 12 years old, in elementary school, will soon be in junior high school. Chen Zhengmin is his second brother, the family ranks second, already married. There are 2 children in elementary school, Chen Zhenglan ranked third, but the next few children are generally called her big sister, married to the next village. There are 2 children, Chen Zhengjun ranked fourth, is his third brother, Chen Zhenghong fifth, the second sister, the original is the oldest 6. The older brother who got married in front of him and the second brother have already split up and split out, and the family is now behind the 3 still unmarried in. But the memory says that his mother is already looking for someone to matchmaking for Sango, so it might be soon. But just this large family is still just their family, which is already more than a dozen people. Like his father Chen Jinxing also has 5 or 6 siblings. His mother's family is even more horrifying, there are 12, but he just 2 uncles, or the youngest. When his grandparents kept having boys just to have boys, it was all girls in front of them, and only at the end of the day did a pair of twin boys come along. However, this is not one of the prosperous ones in the Chen village. Chenjia village is a clan village, the most prosperous or the patriarch's family. The whole village is his family's relatives. According to Chen Jingchuan's memory, their family has been 5 generations of the same family, and the patriarch is still quite hard. The village actually also elected the village chief, the secretary, the women's director, and the militia captain, but they are all some of the village elders or senior people, and the real voice in the village is still the matriarch. But any village resolution that the matriarch disagrees with basically doesn't get past the villagers. After looking at his memories for a while, Chen Jingchuan had wanted to get up and pee, but then he realized that his chest felt a little hard when his hand pressed the little sun in front of his heart. Then he realized he could see a space filled with sunlight. Ha, as expected, come let me see what golden finger it is. After entering the space, the corners of Chen Jingchuan's mouth were grinning to the back of his head. He just woke up to determine the time to cross over has been in his heart. He called for the system, but there is no system. Bird him. Now it seems that although there is no system but there is a golden finger is still quite good. Only after Chen Jingchuan came in, he realized that it seemed like it was really just a carry-on space, and there was nothing in it. The edges are like tile walls when you touch them, kind of icky. The whole space is about 2,500 cubic meters, which is basically 25 meters in length, 20 meters in width and 5 meters in height. Chen Jingchuan bounced around inside for a while and didn't find anything else, much less test out the system and other golden fingers out. In addition to space, only the surrounding walls can see the outside scene. This one function. The rest of Chen Jingchuan intends to go outside to try to see if you can find out what other functions out. After all, there are still a large number of relatives at home. This is if you perform a wave of disappearing into thin air in front of them, will definitely be arrested and tortured. Xiaolu, where is everyone? Where did he run off to? Chen Jingchuan was studying the carry-on space when he saw his mom come in to look for him. It seems that this can not only see outside, but also hear outside. Chen Jingchuan made a note of this function. He exited the space only after his mom outside went out to look for him again. I have to say that this traveling through space felt like opening a door and crossing a threshold, without that tearing sensation. Sixth son is not here? Chen Jingchuan just came out to see his father came in again. After seeing Chen Jingchuan toward the outside of his mother yelled, finished, and then toward Chen Jingchuan greeted, okay, go out to eat. It's okay, I just went to the restroom and didn't hear mother calling me. Chen Jingchuan nodded. That's good, don't run around in the next 2 days, play less with your fox and dog friends. Tomorrow I'll let your mother kill an old hen for you to make up for it. His father didn't say anything after hearing this, nodded and went out. Dinner was hearty, at least it seemed that way to a couple of the kids. A large table of seafood to eat, a few little ones like a war, holding a bowl a while to this side of the run a while to that side, while eating also in that compliment the great-grandmother good craftsmanship, tomorrow can still eat and so on. However, these are in the opinion of Chen Jingchuan, the chef, just seafood but not much oil. Let's just say the food was plentiful and fresh. But considering the times, he didn't think much of it. Today, because of his funeral, many relatives and friends have come to help, plus the weather is still relatively hot. A large group of people in the courtyard set up 3 tables to eat together. The kids didn't get to the table, and that's all it took to almost not sit down. Chapter 3, The Age. Lao San, come and have a drink. Xiaochuan, this great disaster will not die, there will be a blessing in the future. Uncle pulled his father Chen Xingju and said cheerfully, in the future, maybe you guys will wait to enjoy the blessings. Right, third brother, the fortune teller said that sixth son had a disaster in his life, so he'll be fine if he avoids it. Little aunt also advised the less than happy third brother. Lao San, think of it this way, it's the greatest good that sixth son is fine, come on, drink. Right, usually by the old woman at home control cigarettes cannot smoke or drink wine, today have to drink more. Hearing the words of the people around him, Chen Xingjuan lifted his spirits a little bit. Chen Jingchuan didn't say much, just sat there and ate his meal peacefully. Not to mention, the seafood is really good this time of year. Even if the simple white seared food still tastes much better than later, not polluted by industrial wastewater, seafood is even without seasoning to do out is also very tasty. The rice is not pure rice, but groundnut rice mixed with many groundnuts. This is not a special feature, but there is not much rice in the house, so cooking this way is not only filling, but also consume less rice. Shinja village by the sea, although not worried about seafood to eat, but can plant not much land, every year the village can produce so much rice, each family divided into 1 point, coupled with this era of the family and more people, so a little rice is not enough for the family to eat. That's why when you cook rice you mix some mixed grains in it. Some days it's groundnuts, some days it's yams, or potatoes. Little 6, why don't you say anything? Usually when we eat aren't you the one who jumps around the most, saying that this isn't good and that isn't good? Second sister looked at him with a bad smile on her face. Second sister, don't slander a good person, my mother cooks the best. Chen Jingchuan hurriedly retorted. Although the memory of the original body does seem to be such a character image, but he came to this must not reverse everyone's impression? As for the sudden change, he was also 18, soon to be 19, and the prodigal son could still return to the gold, and then he could push it directly to the Mamma Mia. Their side is not the Min province side, but it's not far, just 2 towns to the south, and the beliefs are basically pretty much the same, all Amazu, but of course Amazu is in charge of the sea, and they still have beliefs in Lord Yu around them, and the beliefs are very mixed anyway. When the Great Migration took place there were a lot of people who had migrated here, like their ancestors in Shinja village were a whole village that had moved here, so they had brought with them a lot of beliefs and cultural practices from other places. It seems that people who have died once are really different, they have actually become so honest. Big sister also looked at Chen Jingchuan with a smile. His mother, however, was not pleased and said, perhaps he is frightened, who knows how long he can manage. She was unhappy mainly because this meal had again finished what little rice cereal was left in the house. It would have been an oops if Chen Jingchuan could have woken up earlier, he wouldn't have had to spend all this wasted money without shouting and inviting Taoist priests. That Taoist just woke up in the afternoon, this moment is yelling for their family to increase the money, saying that it took a lot of effort to recruit Chen Jingchuan's soul back, loss rate of his hundreds of years of power. If it wasn't for the people on the side stopping her, she was so angry that she was going to lead people to tear down that wild Taoist priest's broken squatters. Mother, what exactly did I fall into the water for? Chen Jingchuan didn't want others to keep discussing what changes he had made, so he changed the topic. It just so happens that this is something that the original's memory doesn't have. The original body's memory only goes as far as being on a boat, and it's unclear how it fell overboard. It's not because of that asshole kid from the village head's family, of course it's also your own fault, others can't see you but still have to hang out with others, it's not mixing things up. As soon as he heard Chen Jingchuan ask about this, his mother couldn't help but spit out her words and even stopped eating. Chen Jingchuan realized that the original body wanted to mix with the village chief's son, only the village chief's son could not see him, he himself dead-skinned to help on the boat, only to help when the accident fell into the water and got tangled in a fishing net. Rescue was not timely, then something happened. I heard that the village chief is also involved in smuggling, right? Speaking of the village chief, the people around him became interested. You'll have to ask sixth son about this, he's so close to the youngest son of the village head's family, and he hasn't heard anything about it? His mother directly sold Chen Jingchuan out. Yeah, does Rocco have any gateway to take us with him? I hear smuggling is very lucrative these days. It's very lucrative, or else how did the village headman get all those foreign brands of appliances for his house? Chen Jingchuan heard a burst of embarrassment. Smuggling this kind of thing is certainly not good no matter what time it is. However, the people of this era do not know these, basically what can make money to do. As for this illegal or not, they will not care, and even if they know illegal, as long as there is profit they will also do it. It was a time of reopening, and the newly opened gates of the country were attracted by the decadence of the outside world. People abroad were interested in domestic cultural relics and antiques, and people at home aspired to live abroad. The two sides hit it off, with the people in the country taking artifacts and silver dollars, and the people out there giving some electrical goodies. Most of the items smuggled during this time were small electrical appliances, like televisions, refrigerators, radios, etc., as well as sewing machines, bicycles, and the like. At a time when you have to get a ticket to buy a black and white TV set at home, foreign color TVs are a little too attractive to the domestics. Not to mention that those things smuggled in from abroad are sold cheaper than at home. In this way, smuggling is very promising, and now both fishermen and cadres, as long as they have a boat, are basically involved in the smuggling business. People don't look up to me, I'm not involved in smuggling. Chen Jingchuan shook his head to clear the relationship. This is something he knows. In the past, in the hotel's janitorial, grandfather chatting off and listen to him will be some of the things in the past. After the reopening of the domestic is to fight for a period of time smuggling. At this moment, how the people before the noble, behind how much of a mess, as long as caught is to be dealt with severely, serious enough to eat peanuts directly can be quite a lot of, not serious to go in to be shut down for a few years in order to be released, this time bumped up no matter what the crime, basically is the top of the line treatment. That's also true, as far as the village chief's family is concerned, he looks down on families without boats, so where would he bring us along to make a fortune? After hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words, the eldest uncle also nodded approvingly. Except for the more powerful families in the village that hadn't been bullied, which of the remaining families hadn't been bullied by the village head's family? Eating and drinking until the table was full of dishes and the wine tankard was finished, the crowd dispersed. Chen Zhengchuan slipped out after eating. One was to test the carry-on space, and the other was to plan a visit to the beach. It had been a day since he crossed over, and most of the time he had been muddled. He hadn't gone to see the ocean at this time, although the ocean was polluted in later times because of some countries messing around with it, but that was later, and he hadn't seen the ocean yet at the present time. The ocean in 1980 should be rich in fisheries and unpolluted. Everything is good. Of course, the standard of living at this time certainly cannot catch up with his previous era. How can I put it? There's good and there's bad. For the people of this era, although life is bitter, but there are running, especially in the seaside people, as long as it is not too lazy to burn grass to eat, you can live, regardless of whether there is no boat, on the light of the sea can pick up a lot of good things. This time is not like the latter part of the world as a lack of offshore resources. Seafood is to eat and drink without worrying about it. Xuanzi, during the day only fell into the sea almost karma, at night come to the beach, you are not afraid? Someone on the shore is ready to discuss the sea at night, after seeing Chen Zhengchuan smilingly greeted. What are you afraid of? I have the blessing of Mother. Chen Zhengchuan said casually. It's none of his business if his predecessor was afraid of the ocean or not. He's not afraid of the ocean. That's right, almost buried and survived, the Mamma Mia did bless you. Wasn't that the old Taoist priest's invocation? You really believe in that half-assed wild Taoist priest, don't you? You can even recite the scriptures wrongly and still invoke spirits. That's right, the last time there was a typhoon he was asked to do the prayers people almost fell into the sea, just a waiting old man. The last time I invoked the soul of my second oldest master he was able to knock over the candlestick, and if it weren't for the people in the village stopping him, he would have been sunk in the sea by those cousins of mine. Listening to the discussion of the people around him rallying around the old Taoist priest, Chen Zhengchuan slipped away to go somewhere else. Stay here any longer and these people are afraid to ask him what death feels like. Chapter 4, An Unexpected Harvest. Walking on the beach, there are not many people around to discuss the sea, basically just some young people of 16, 17, 8 or 9 years old. At this time very few people come out at night to catch the sea, have a boat basically early to sleep, the next night at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning to go out to sea, such as his family does not have a boat in addition to other boaters to work on the outside can only go to the town or the county wharf to help carry things. In addition to running the household, the women help weave nets to earn money, and occasionally come out during the day to beg the sea for some seafood to cook and eat. At this time out to catch the sea is mostly like Chen Zhengchuan, such a big young man, and then big have work to do, and then small out of the home is not assured. They have nothing to do at home every day, and even if they are asked to go to work, they will not do it, and their idleness is a headache for some of the older men and women in the village. After all, such a big man is not married and energetic. In addition to the sea is on the mountain, the sea is okay, something to do can also help subsidize the family, but once on the mountain must be someone's home, fruit trees will suffer. Of course, like this kind of idleness is okay, if the kind of chicken and dog stealing is a little suspicious. After all, this time of the chickens, ducks, geese and dogs, these are the important property of the family. Seafood on the beach is worthless, and chickens, ducks, and geese are even a little bit more important than seafood. Want to eat meat can only either eat these, or take these poultry for pork, or sold for money, and the eggs laid by these poultry is an important food women have to eat in the month. When you go to sea do not have time to cook can also bring some, etc., the use of a lot of. There are also a lot of oyster omelets and other dishes that use eggs. And then a little bit worse is the kind of day-to-day fart work do not do. Just think of playing cards to get rich. This kind of people gambling on the head is the village of the tumor. Just you. Chen Zhengchuan saw a stranded small silver fish on the beach, picked it up and began to experiment. After testing a circle in the seaside, Chen Zhengchuan realized that his own carry-on space can be put in. Of course, the volume of things put in cannot be larger than the space. Just now he wanted to try a large overall reef cannot be put in. Like fish, these are still alive when you put them in. Chen Zhengchuan found a few more small silver fish and then put them inside the carry-on space. He planned to try to see if there were any changes in the things inside the space after putting them there for a while. This is the goods? Chen Zhengchuan skulked around for a while, looking at the sky as almost dark as planning to go back, but found not far away from the place there is a puddle. Inside from time to time there will be some water splash out. Based on the experience of sea hunting in his previous life, there must be a big cargo inside. The tide was just going out at this point, and the sea hunting was just beginning. I did not expect that I just casually turn around to meet the goods. This resource is not generally rich, if placed in the future will absolutely be a bunch of catching the sea bloggers crowded. He used to meet quite a few of them when he went out fishing with a group of second generation, but of course he was only a good cook invited on the yacht to help with the cooking. Pretty good, 2 blackheads. After seeing the goods in the puddle, Chen Zhengchuan happily got on with it. Blackheads, also known as black grouper, inhabit the bottom of seaside reefs as well as seaweed thickets all year round and are demanding of their surroundings, preferring clear water. This fish travels more stealthily and is a nocturnal feeder. Blackheads are rich in protein, a good variety of amino acids, and also contain a variety of vitamins needed by the human body. This fish is very suitable for weak, malnourished, and anemic people to eat. Chen Jingchuan's previous hotel will basically charge a high price for these things, but because of the depletion of offshore fishery resources and the problem of marine pollution, this kind of fish is very difficult to see the wild ones. There are quite a few farmed, and now I didn't expect to casually turn around outside to pick up 2 wild ones. These 2 almost 5 pounds or more of fish in the latter part of the world will definitely sell for more than 3 or 4,000. In addition to the 2 black-headed fish inside the small puddle, there are also some small stone 9 males. Chen Jingchuan had thought that he intended to collect them together, but he did not bring tools when he came out. 2 hands cannot take so many things, carry space inside the container does not hold water, do not bring water. These fish are afraid of a moment on the gar. Chen Jingchuan subconsciously wanted to take out his cell phone to call his family to send a bucket over. A touch of the pocket, he realized that his pockets are empty. Crossing over is still a bit uncomfortable. Chen Jingchuan let out a bitter smile. He was just thinking to find a piece of grass to rub a rope out to where to bring back, then he saw his third brother Chen Jingjun with a bucket of water toward him. "Third brother, this way." Chen Jingchuan waved his hand. After seeing Chen Jingjun come over, Chen Jingchuan excitedly pointed to the fish in the puddle, but as a result, before he could say anything, Chen Jingjun shook his head in disgust. "I thought you found something good and didn't go back, just these 2 worthless fish?" Chen Jingchuan was stunned. "This thing is worthless?" Then he tapped his head, and only then did he react to the fact that he had measured the fish by its latter-day value. In the future, this fish was indeed valuable, but in this day and age, because the fish was all black and oily, it was hard to get into the fisherman's eyes. In this era, fishermen still love the fish with other colors on their body and good meanings, such as the golden yellow croaker, yellow-lipped croaker, and the red-hot gauge-eye fish. Perhaps to the eyes of people nowadays, these 2 fish are not as valuable as the ones lying underneath the stone 9 males. Although they were not worth much, Sango still put away the 2 fish, and could still keep them for herself if she couldn't sell them at this moment. "Third brother, why did you come out?" After collecting a puddle of fish, Chen Jingchuan remembered that his third brother had to go to town to work at the pier tomorrow, so he should be resting at home at this moment, and would not come out to catch the sea. "It's not because I'm worried about you, you didn't come out with a lamp or a bucket, I followed you out to take a look." Chen Jingjun distributed a headlamp to Chen Jingchuan. Chen Jingchuan heart warmed. In the memory of the original body, in the past, the family cannot control him, no matter what time to play will not be someone out to find him. After turning on the headlamp, he realized that it was quite bright, not far away from the reef or clearly illuminated. This kind of headlamp is a bit like the latter-day mining lamps, the kind you wear on your head to go down the mine, except that instead of a helmet, it's replaced with 3 elastic bands strapped to your head. Then how about pleading the sea for a while? After looking at his headlamp, Chen Jingchuan's mind came alive. After feeling the resources of the current era, his mind that hadn't begged for the sea for a long time was stirring again. "Today has already been delayed for a day, tomorrow I still have to work, walk back, tomorrow during the day you can do whatever you want to come alone." Chen Jingjun shook his head. He also admired this younger brother of his, who had obviously almost died in the sea only during the day, and then ran to the beach to beg for the sea at this time of the night. "Why do we have to come here at night when we can't see anything and it costs electricity, so we might as well come here during the day." "Alright then." Looking at Chen Jingjuan's gaze, Chen Jingchuan shrugged. His third brother, like his elder brother, was calm, more obedient, and lived by the rules. He, on the other hand, is more like his second brother, with a jumpy, uninhibited personality. The reason for this is that when I was a child, my family was poorer, and from a young age, in addition to his elder brother and second brother who were brought up by his parents, the other siblings were brought up by his elder brother and second brother, and his third brother was brought up by his elder brother, and as for him, he was brought up by his second brother. Everyone's personality is a little different, and the 2 older sisters are also a little more jumpy, much like the second brother. "This is?" Chen Jingchuan was about to follow Chen Jingjun back when his headlamp swept a flash of gold color not far away. Yellow fish?" His third brother was apparently also dazzled by the flash of gold color. "This sea begging can still pick up rhubarb fish?" Chen Jingchuan was dumbfounded. He knew that this time of year was rich in resources, but he didn't expect it to be as rich as this. You can just walk along the beach at night and pick up a rhubarb fish? This thing was worthless now, but when the flash of gold appeared, it still attracted the 2 to take their eyes off it. It's only at this moment that a rhubarb looks like a rhubarb. During the day it's a silvery gray color, and only at night when there's no light does a rhubarb really look like a rhubarb. "Hurry up, this thing can usually be sold to 30 cents a pound, this night's selling like better, feel can be sold to 40 cents a pound." Chen Jingjun beckoned and ran over toward the rhubarb fish with his bucket. Chen Jingchuan just wanted to run up when he heard that the price of only 30 cents a caddy shivered again. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt that the world was too crazy when he heard that the yellowtail that could be exchanged for a suite of rooms in the latter days was only 30 cents a caddy at this time. Chapter 5, Gradual Integration. "Third brother, this side doesn't seem to be the way home." Chen Jingchuan looked at the road led by third brother in front of him and asked suspiciously. Even though it was the first time he had ever traveled this road, he knew this from memory, and he had just walked over it once, even if it was only the second time in the middle of the night, and he knew that this road was not the way back. Right, let's go to the dockside and sell the fish first. Chen Jingjun nodded as he pointed at the rhubarb fish in the bucket. At this hour, they should all be in bed. Although Chen Jingchuan was also a teenager who stayed up all night in his previous life, he remembered that at this time the people in the village, except for a few families who had TVs in their homes, did not have a nightlife, and they should all go to bed when it got dark. It's fine, just wake up AFA directly. Sango carried a bucket full of care and said, there is no ice at home, and at this temperature now, the rhubarb fish won't sell so well even if it doesn't die if it's left overnight. Chen Jingchuan didn't say anything more after hearing this. There is a small squatter at the pier. Here live two brothers, Afe and Akai. They are of the same generation as Chen Jingchuan, both are from Chen village, so their names are Chen Zhengfei and Chen Zhengkai, but a little bit older than their big brother. The oldest child is almost as big as Chen Jingchuan. Chen Jingchuan also sighed when he heard the name for the first time that their old man's ideal is very realistic, that is, to get rich. A small squatter is a house built by the dock, which contains baskets, weighing scales, a bed, a fish pond, and some machinery. Usually one of the two brothers would stay and sleep on duty. Bang! 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 Along with a sharp knock on the door came a furious roar from inside the squatters. Hooah, not sleep in the middle of the night, knock knock knock, don't knock, knock life ah. You're the one who's going to get killed when you're backed up. Fa, if you don't open the door again, believe it or not, I will tear down this door of yours. After hearing the voice coming from inside, Chen Jingchuan's temper came up. I'm doing business for you and you still have this attitude? If it's daytime, do you think he'll send you to a hotel in town? He didn't know why his fire came up. After all these years of working as a chef's apprentice, his temper had long been worn away. It should have been the original's own personality that influenced him. Just as Chen Jingchuan was comforting himself, Chen Jingjun on the side gave him a pleased look. Now that's my grumpy brother. If this had been the good boy in the daytime, how could he have been able to cross the village? It's you bumpy gong ah, so you really didn't die. I still don't believe it when I heard the village people say it in the afternoon. After the small squatter's door revealed a crack, under the light of Chen Jingchuan's headlamp revealed a pair of small eyes behind the door curiously looking at Chen Jingchuan. I'm dying so badly Afa you have to. Chen Jingchuan just put the headlamp down under the chin to shine his face, just before the sound of the door in front of the bang closed again. Chuan brother, don't come to me, some other day I'll bring you more paper over, not enough to dream with me again on the line, don't ever come to scare me ah. Brown Mudhorse, hurry up and open the door, I'm here to sell fish. Chen Jingchuan after seeing Fa's appearance originally wanted to just casually scare him, however, he didn't expect this guy to be so timid, so unforgiving. Not open, Chuan brother, injustice has a head and a debt has a master, to find you are also to go to the village headman's house to take revenge, you come to find me what is the matter Ma's wild Taoist priests are not reliable at all, did not say that it has been saved back. Chen Jingchuan heard Fat's voice inside with a sobbing tone. It seemed to have scared him a little bit this time, such a big guy actually almost cried at a single word. Makes you a. Bianshan Chen Jingjun helplessly looked at his brother. Selling a fish can let him whole on such a show. Originally mother also expected today this difficult to let him honest for a few days, did not expect today did not manage to, the night on the original form. Looking at the rhubarb fish in the bucket, Chen Jingjun knocked on the door helplessly. Fei it's me, De Jun, bringing you fish. Mud, this wrong spirit can still change its voice? Wait for me to go get a knife. Hearing the shattered thoughts inside, Chen Jingjun immediately cried and laughed, this guy is too timid. But if it were up to him, he would have been scared out of his bed by now. After almost half an hour of explanation, Fat was then willing to open the door, but still carefully, with a knife in his hand for killing fish. It's really you kid in the middle of the night do not sleep to run to scare me for what? Seeing the shadow on the ground before finally confirming that it was really two real people, Fat opened the door full of resentment. Who told you to be full of before you even opened the door? Chen Jingchuan shrugged. You'd be cool with someone knocking on your door when you're up most of the night? Look at the time, what time is it, why is it the middle of the night? First don't quarrel, you will stop for a while, first look at the fish. Seeing the two people again on the mouth to quarrel, Chen Jingjun hurriedly interrupted the conversation between the two people, by the way, the barrel of rhubarb fish into the front of the IFA, and then say this fish is still not for sale? Yo, I didn't think that you guys were lucky, and you were able to get a rhubarb fish with such a positive color. Fei also did not fight with Chen Jingchuan, although his mouth could say, but as long as he thought of that miserable white look when Chen Jingchuan was fished up from the sea during the day, his heart shook with fear. He even gave a hand when he passed by the dock at the time. Chen Jingchuan could see that Fat was scared and was happy in his heart, but didn't taunt him. If this goes on, maybe they'll have to carry this yellowtail back on their own today. This fish is of good quality, 30 cents a catty, sell it or not, sell it and I'll move the scale over to weigh it. Fa squatted down and looked at it, the rhubarb fish was still alive, there was no damage on it, and the scales didn't fall off. Go, no wonder you will be scared by me, this loss of business to do a lot of night you are not afraid of who is afraid? Upon hearing this price, Chen Jingchuan obviously felt that the price was low, and immediately began to output. Harry wasn't annoyed, and pulled a pack of Hardmans out of his pocket and scattered one for each of them. Yo, hair brother Rich also smoke the Hardman. Chen Jingchuan thought for a moment, this cigarette at this time the price is not low, 10 cents a pack. The original usually smoked friendly cigarettes at 3 cents a pack, and as for the past, he had never smoked any good cigarettes, all of which were soft-cased white sand at no more than $10 a pack. This is not to see that it is you guys well, not to take some good cigarettes out, then this fish. A hair is very flirty said. What, you want to buy us off with one cigarette? 60 cents a pound at the very least. Want to fart eat it? At 60 cents a pound I'm not only not going to make any money, I'm going to lose money. Don't try to swindle me, just this kind of yellowtail, sold to the hotel those big bosses shall not 78 cents upwards? Eventually, the two men pulled their punches for a while and settled for 50 cents a pound. In fact, the ideal price in Chen Jingchuan's mind is the 40 cents a caddy that his third brother said, but Afe seemed to be scared by him and finally gave a price of 50 cents a caddy. His third brother didn't say anything on the side, letting Chen Jingchuan and Afe talk the whole time. In this kind of thing, his brother can be much better than him. When they used to go out, he and his big brother would choose between the oldest 2 and the oldest 6 to bring a good bargain. A big yellowtail sold $2. Originally his third brother was trying to give Chen Jingchuan, after all, our younger brother found, but Chen Jingchuan did not want all the brothers a piece of the split and went back. Looking at the hand of the red $1, Chen Jingchuan hard a sigh, a 4-pound wild yellowtail, put the latter day, although it is not worth a sweet, but sold $2, the difference is still a little big. After going back, the family had already gone to bed. Mother to see brought back 2 black-headed fish and a few stone 9 gong again rushed to get up to start killing fish. In this day and age, we don't have refrigerators in the house, and now that it's almost summer, the fish will spoil if they die if left overnight. Usually the fish brought back are killed on the same day and then dried to make dried salted fish. There weren't many fish, his mother could have handled them, it wasn't even his turn to do anything. After returning to his room at night, Lin Jingchuan took a look at his own carry-on space. This thing is good, the location of the switch is a little sensitive, every time you go in and out have to press a little sun is really a little shame, and also a little bit of how to say it is inexplicable feeling of coolness, good thing no one saw through the clothes. You can actually put things into the space or take things out of the space from the outside without going in. But probably because he went in so many times during the afternoon's test, he subconsciously pressed the little sun every time he wanted to enter the space or thought of something related to the space. Chen Jingchuan would have liked to lie on the bed by himself to think about things in the future, but thinking about it he fell asleep. Today a day of ups and downs of the mind consumes a little big. Chapter 6. Oh worship. Chen Jingchuan didn't sleep for long. In the middle of the night he was woken up by the sound of his old dad and big brother getting up. But instead of getting up to go to the bathroom, they were getting ready to go out to sea. At this moment, the older brother and second brother has been married and separated, but are living in a compound. Coupled with the sound insulation of this earth house is not very good, a little bit of what is moving in the room can be heard clearly. At this time these fishermen will not have the idea of thinking for others, as long as a move is basically a nearby compound or moving, all kinds of greetings sound endless, there are flashlights, bright lights shaking around. Their family does not have a fishing boat, but his father is an old fisherman, used to be together when still stirring the pot of rice as the village fisheries brigade. Fishing experience is not ordinary people can be compared to, a lot of boaters are willing to ask him to go on the boat. As for big brother, he's still learning from dad. The second and third brothers at home were working at the docks, and he was the only one who was idle. No, there was a second sister who was also at home, and as for his sister-in-law, the second sister-in-law was at home weaving nets and feeding chickens and ducks, as well as cooking. The nieces and nephews are all in school except for a 2-year-old doll of the second brother who was at home, and the ones who are not in school basically don't see anyone all day except at mealtimes. When the clamor was gone, Chen Jingchuan rolled over and went back to sleep. In the morning, there was only him, his mother and his second sister in the house, and he was thinking of continuing to go to the sea, but he didn't want to be caught by his mother. Mother, what are you planning to do? Chen Jingchuan licked his face and asked curtly. Because the original body had not been very well received in the family, his mother basically had a cold face when she spoke to him, but that had eased in the past 2 days. Wash you, get rid of the bad luck, and later go to the Heavenly Empress Palace to pay homage there. His mother said indifferently as she sat in front of the stove and burned the fire. Want to take wormwood? Chen Jingchuan knew that at this time of the year, people would take mugwort out to wash all kinds of exorcisms whenever something happened, and there was a lot of dried mugwort hanging on the windows of his house's entrance. Go get some, and don't run around today, just be quiet for the next 2 days. And what is this saying? And what fortune teller did you get to ask? The Mamma Mia said so. After hearing Chen mother's words, Chen Jingchuan is very sensible not to say anything. After involving Mazu Nyang Yang, his mother is usually a dead brain. Today if you don't follow his mother's words, said to break the leg that is really break the leg. The plan to discuss the sea was aborted before it even started, and Chen Jingchuan could only sit quietly in front of the stove to help. And it wasn't until then that he had a chance to survey his home. How can I put it? It's very shabby and messy, but it's not dirty. Looking up you can see that there are several holes in the roof, the tiles have gone nowhere, and there are several places in the hall where there is a circle of water stains, which should have been formed when some water splashed out when it rained earlier to put something to catch the water. In addition to a clay stove in the hall, there was only a large table for eating and a few chairs, and a few tattered fishing nets were stacked in the corner. His room was to the left of the entrance door, and it contained just a rickety closet. The layout of the home was simple. I don't know if it was the influence of the original body on him. Compared to the luxurious rooms of the past, the simple earthenware house actually gave him a sense of belonging. "What's wrong with you, Xiaolu?" Looking at Chen Zhengchuan, who really stayed obediently in front of him, his mother looked at him suspiciously. "When did this kid get so good?" "Oh, it's nothing, mother, can I go and beg the sea later?" After hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words, it was as if his mother had heard something heavenly. This kid used to basically do what he wanted, not to mention asking them if they could do anything. It's rare to see him say what he's doing with his family before he leaves the house. Did that really scare him yesterday? Thinking that her son might have gone from good to evil, although she was happy in her heart, she still maintained her previous appearance on the surface. "I'll accompany you to beg for the sea after worshipping Mazu Maiden." "That's fine, I'll go get Artemisia first to prepare for the bath." Chen Zhengchuan nodded. Looking at her son's diligent appearance, Shi Suilan's heart had already begun to rejoice. It seemed that this kid really had a tendency to turn for the better. The depression from yesterday's meal that ate up all the rice in the house has dissipated quite a bit. "Mother, which old hen to kill today?" After hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words, Justin, the still satisfied with his son, a lot of mood instantly gone, toward him yelled, "Eat, eat, eat, day and night just know to eat. In his last life as a starving ghost reincarnation, is not it? Yesterday a meal on the home of the rice are finished, later push a bag of grain to the town grinding rice, and..." When he heard his mother start to recite the sutra again, Chen Zhengchuan hurriedly ran outside to get some mugwort. If he hadn't remembered his father's comment yesterday about killing an old hen to give him a tonic, he wouldn't have asked this, not realizing that the question would be like igniting a dynamite barrel. He waited until there was no sound in the house before he went in with the wormwood, but the only one waiting for him was his second sister, and mother had gone off somewhere. "Wash yourself, the clothes are on the bed in your own room." Mother went to prepare the tribute to go. His second sister pointed to the hot water boiling in the pot when she saw Chen Zhengchuan come in. After a long time of washing, Chen Zhengchuan followed his mother and his second sister to the Heavenly Empress Palace to prepare for worship. His mother usually lived frugally, but she was generous when it came to worshipping Mazu, and the tribute was fully prepared. The Queen of Heaven Palace is also a bit shabby, compared to those temples in later years is simply a heaven and earth, not that their village faith is not pure, mainly some years ago to knock down the feudal superstitions to push back, coupled with everyone's life is not rich, the Queen of Heaven Palace now looks like her everyone behind the brick by brick base up, or some years ago more broken, even a shelter from the wind and the rain of the place are not. There is just one old man who lives inside the Tin Hao Palace and is responsible for guarding it. Don't look at the old man living here alone as if it's miserable or something, but this position in the village without some seniority the average person can't really earn it. Chen Su in his previous life was naturally an atheist, but after crossing over, Chen Zhengchuan felt that believing that much was not impossible. And maybe his crossing over was arranged by the Mamma Mia. After worshipping Mazu in good faith, Chen Zhengchuan wanted to rush to the beach, but his mother caught him grinding rice again. Have a say, nowadays people are really able to walk, no matter men and women, young and old. What to do is to walk back. Very few people ride in the car, unlike him. The latter days of the work of 3 stops on the bus road to the distance have to ride a small donkey. Chen Zhengchuan pushed a plate cart with 2 sacks of chen grain toward the town. His mother was uneasy and followed. In fact, if not for Chen Zhengchuan did not know where to go to hit the grain, he wanted to come out alone. After all, as soon as he left the house he was able to receive both his crate and his paddy into the space, and just slip into town and find a place where no one was around to take them out. Unfortunately, the original body is also a little too lazy, has been to the town many times, but lack has never helped the family to grind rice, and does not even know where the rice mill is. This also led to his mother's constant shredding on the sidelines. Chen Zhengchuan felt that after grinding the rice this time, he would have to come to town alone to grind all the rice in his family in the future. The morning was basically spent walking. Chen Zhengchuan went back and sat in the yard with a big grin and rubbed his feet. He felt like he had walked more this morning than he had walked in a week before. "I saw you running around like crazy outside every day and thought you had good endurance. You can't do this either." Second sister looked at him with a mocking face. "Who said that? I used to walk empty-handed, but today I pushed 2 sacks of grain." Chen Zhengchuan was indignant. "Do you know what that means for a great young man in the 21st century? Today's walking steps, the absolute first in the circle of friends, on this amount of walking, counterfeiting cannot catch up with him well. That's it? I'll get on me, okay? All talk and no action, you do it, you do it. Don't tell me, it's not like I haven't gone to town to grind rice before." Just as Chen Zhengchuan and his second sister were fighting, his mother took a pot of bamboo tea out of the house and put it into a bucket, greeting his sister-in-law and second sister-in-law before the group began to walk towards the nearest beach. At this moment the sea has just receded a little bit, and there are not many people on the beach yet. As soon as Chen Jingchuan arrived at the beach, he was like a wild horse out of control, carrying a bucket and dashing to a beach. His mother and second sister looked and did not say anything, and his not 13 or 14 years old children, before the main thing is to prevent him from going out to and other people's fruit trees, since the seaside will not have to care about him. TSK, it's better to be comfortable with the sea of curiosity at this moment. Chen Jingchuan just arrived at the beach and saw a cat's eye snail, picked it up and swished it in the seawater twice, then squeezed it, and a beautiful splash came out. Chapter 7. Wishing for the sea. In this day and age, catching the sea is called begging the sea or panning for the sea, and there are fewer people who call it catching the sea. The intention is all about asking the ocean for some seafood to live on, or poking around in the sea for something to eat. Chen Jingchuan last night thought for a moment, since he crossed over then live well, anyway, at present there is no way to wear back. As for this side, just kidding, he'd be unable to live as a great young man in the 21st century? Not to mention that he knew the historical nodes of this time, just with his handful of cooking skills, he definitely lived better in this era than before. But the coquettish woman can't cook without rice, even though he has countless money-making edelweises in his head, but without the starting capital more long-windedness is also impossible to talk about. As for asking his family for it, according to the memory of the original body, the probability of being locked up and beaten up is greater than the probability of his parents being able to give him the money, and with the little bit of his parents' coffin money, he wouldn't want it all. Judging by the fact that he could pick up a rhubarb fish just by coming out last night, there's no shortage of resources in this day and age. What's missing is the means to cash in on it, which happens to be what he has. How much do you make when you find a fish and sell it to the fishmongers at the docks? Of course it's worth selling to a hotel in town or in the county. It will be good when he has his first pot of money. Of course not what goods can be sold to the hotel to go, must be rare goods only. Ordinary goods hotels are generally too lazy to accept, they generally and the fishmongers have signed a long-term purchase agreement. Mother, has sixth son changed his nature? Looking at Chen Jingchuan, who was peacefully catching the sea not far away, sister-in-law curiously asked towards her mother-in-law. I don't know, but today's performance wasn't bad. Not only did he not go to those fox friends, he also helped the family grind 2 bags of rice. Mother Chen nodded. I think it's just that I was scared yesterday, and I'll show my true colors in less than 2 days. The second sister-in-law muttered as she hugged the baby. After all, this old six had the same personality as his husband, and she still had a say in that regard. Why did you bring the baby out? Is this good to curry the sea? Mother Chen didn't take her second daughter-in-law's words and turned her head to something else. It can't be helped, the older children in the family have all gone to school, I don't feel comfortable leaving him at home alone, and I can still keep an eye on him with me. The second sister-in-law shook her head and saw her little aunt not far away, so she turned her head toward her mother-in-law and said, why don't you let Xiaohong help me look after him? She's also approaching marriageable age, so it's a good time to learn how to bring up a child. Mother Chen glanced at her second daughter-in-law, quite a calculator, helping you look after your child and thanking you for the opportunity? The family ran out of groceries yesterday, and she had to help pick up some seafood, or else your father would have to drink it when he got back today. After hearing her own mother-in-law's words, her second sister-in-law bristled, but didn't say anything. She knew the situation at home. Anyway, the child is 2 years old, just put it on the beach to play in the sand by yourself to go, and you can still keep an eye on it if you're just begging the sea nearby. Chen Jingchuan walked on the beach. Today is not a lot of people, every day, although there are 2 high tide ebb tide, but only the first 15 days of the big ebb tide people more. That time basically families will come out to discuss the sea. The rest of the time it's basically just a scattering of people, either people who have nothing better to do or people who have run out of food at home and have come out to get some seafood to eat. As for people like Chen Jingchuan who want to get rich by catching the sea, basically there is no. After all, they all live in the sea can occasionally meet the big goods, but if you can really rely on the sea to get rich, the sea will not be like a sea of people now so few. In the view of the seaside fisherman, the sea can only ensure that the family has a mouth to feed, and really want to make a fortune still have to rely on the boat to go out to sea fishing. However, Chen Jingchuan did not want to rely on the sea, just the use of the early sea of the accumulation of the first bucket of gold, the back or to buy a boat to the sea. He has now constructed a fisheries company in the heart of the prototype. The first step is to get money, then buy ships, more ships. There's a lot of stuff here, but there doesn't seem to be any valuable goods. Chen Jingchuan put a stone crab into the bucket, and in his hand, he ripped off the red medallion that had been nearly crawling out of the bucket and threw it in again. Although there are quite a few small things in the barrel, I'm afraid the most valuable is this red seal. Only this red medallion is not much to eat now, not only suckers, the meat is also faggy and hard, stir-fry is also very difficult to taste. Seeing that the red seal in the bucket was going to fight with the stone crab, Chen Jingchuan saw that no one was there and directly threw the red seal into a bucket in the space. This bucket is still when he went out he put it in by hand, there are still a few small silver fish inside. This is what he put into the test space yesterday, a day without giving something to eat, although a little bit of poor vitality, but it is not dead, and it does not look like it's infected with a disease. When he put the red badge in, he took a couple of small silver fish in his hand and put them all back in the sea. Look at the bucket full of snails, more than one kind, all the common spicy snails, sea melon seeds and sea oysters and so on. These things in later life, the sea have to find a good look, but that's here. Stop and Go did not specialize in looking for, randomly pick up a bucket. After carrying more and more heavy, Chen Jingchuan directly carried a bucket of screws back to his mother's side. Why do you pick up so many snails? It's hard to make and not enough to eat. This kind of oyster pick up more is not bad. Go back to get you an oyster omelette and 2 abalone? This thing is too small, eat like a rubber bite, pick back why. And this? Chen Jingchuan brought back a bucket of things basically by his mother criticized nothing. Listen to his mother demeaning is close to say you will not be begging the sea. Watching his mother pick and choose, he finally threw the empty bucket back to him. Go pick up some more. Chen Jingchuan sighed. How can he feel that this opening is not the same as what he thought? After seeing the little bear sitting not far away playing in the sand, Chen Jingchuan went up and pinched his little face until the little guy was impatient, deflating his mouth to cry before he let go. Pretending not to see the second sister-in-law's murderous gaze, Chen Jingchuan directly flew away from the little guy. Watching the water level about to recede to the lowest point, Chen Jingchuan followed the seawater toward the low point. This time want to catch a big cargo or go to the water level line is the best. It's still me. Chen Jingchuan just followed the seawater down. He saw a stranded big fish not far away in that board. If it comes a little late, that fish is afraid to go back to the sea again. Not bad, a swallowtail pomfret. Chen Jingchuan smiled as he lifted up the fish that was being boarded. Swallowtail pomfret, commonly known as gray pomfret, a type of pomfret, named because the tail resembles a swallow's tail, they are generally called swallowtail fish. Chen Jingchuan hands of this swallowtail pomfret fish feel like there are more than 3 pounds. I do not know how the price at this time. It's pretty expensive in the latter days anyway. He wouldn't dare jump to conclusions about how much it was worth now. It was a later time, and last night's blackheads and rhubarbs had given him a head start. After throwing the swallowtail pomfret into space, Chen Jingchuan continued to search along the coastline. Not to mention, let him find a lot of good goods, which if the later generations of those catching the sea bloggers see will not go crazy. Mother, where's 6th son? He's not coming back for water? Holding the bamboo teapot and gurgling a large mouthful of tea, Chen Zhenghong looked around curiously and did not see Chen Jingchuan. Who knows, maybe he hid somewhere to rest again or just skipped out. Big sister-in-law and second sister-in-law frowned. According to his understanding of Chen Jingchuan, this possibility was not 10% certain but not far off either. The main thing is that this brother-in-law of his has a long history of previous convictions, and used to make all kinds of excuses to slip up whenever he helped the family work. Someone on the side was also resting and came over when they heard their conversation. The main reason is that Chen Jingchuan has been the center of news in the village for a long time. After all, back from the dead is something that will be talked about. Suelan, you have to control him, otherwise with this character, who would want to marry him in the future? A neighboring older woman persuaded. That's right, he's 18 or 19 years old, he'll soon be able to get married and have a child, but he's still so out of tune. Which girl will be able to look at him? Another aunt agreed. Yeah, the matchmakers won't even come to the door to talk about marriage if we keep this up. The few surrounding aunts said one thing to each other, talking as if Chen Jingchuan was really worthless, while the face of Chen's mother, who heard these words, was gloomy. However, it was not directed at Chen Jingchuan, but rather these miscellaneous mouthy grannies. My son has hands and feet, he doesn't need your concern. Sueland, don't say that, we were being nice for you. If we don't educate now, we won't be able to teach later. Look to quarrel. Sister-in-law to sister-in-law also came to her mother-in-law to help. Both sides speak is full of gunpowder flavor, almost on the finger pointing at each other's noses to scold. Am I not here? You're the only ones who talk too much, and one of you is not pleasing the sea talking about others there. Chapter 8, Wishing for the Sea. After Chen Jingchuan grabbed a bucket of seafood, he even filled the bucket inside the space before realizing that he had gone a bit far, and then as soon as he came back he heard a bunch of older women surrounding his family. At first he thought something was wrong, but when he came running back he found a bunch of loud-mouthed ants there to make him up. Can he put up with that? Shensu can endure, Chen Jingchuan cannot endure. Anyway, his image in the eyes of these older women has long collapsed into ruins, and do not care about a few more pieces of broken tiles, so immediately disliked back. No wonder you can't get any good bargains, all your strength is used to talk about others behind their backs. Should I tell my uncles later so they can come and get you? Originally, after seeing Chen Jingchuan, those older women were still a little embarrassed. After all, behind the back said ran bad words and was caught in the act. However, in their opinion they are for the good of Chen Jingchuan. You do not appreciate but also say these words, so Chen Jingchuan so, those older women can tolerate? One by one, they shifted their firepower towards Chen Jingchuan and started to burst. Ah Chuan, we're doing this for your own good. Look at the condition of your family. Do you expect to marry a blind man if you don't work hard yourself? That's right, don't look at your elder brother and second brother as lucky to get a daughter-in-law. Look at how hard your third brother works, and look at you, you look like a hangdog every day. What girl would want to marry you? Listening to the ants, it's better to find an Easterner to carry sandbags and resist boxes than to loiter now. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingchuan was immediately offended. Is it any of your business whether I can get a daughter-in-law or not? Did I eat your rice or in your house? the sea is not as salty as you. Chen mother just saw Chen Zhengchuan, also surprised that he did not run. But she couldn't sit still when she heard the pile of women in front of her surrounding her son. What's wrong with our family being poor? At least I'm not blind, unlike you seawater drinkers who have too much to do and stare at other people's homes every day when your own family can barely make ends meet. Humph, if they weren't blind, how did they marry such in-laws? And I don't know who was beaten by the man of the house last month and ran to the village committee to cry. Chen Zhengchuan is not alone. In addition to his mother, there are two sisters-in-law. The words of these aunts just now were undoubtedly directly rubbing all of them on the ground, especially sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, which was not a way to scold them for being blind. Can they tolerate this? So too, he began to output towards the group of older women right across the street. As the saying goes, hit a person without hitting his face, scolding a person without revealing his shortcomings, but his two sisters-in-law are different, specializing in picking the wounds and rubbing salt in them, saying whatever words are the most exasperating. Chen Zhengchuan was listening to the side of the funny. Even last year's events were turned out by his sister-in-law, said an older woman across the face of a green burst of white. Looked like it was going to explode. The side of a peacemaker heard over to persuade a couple of sentences. Everyone also stopped. Anyway, it is a couple of broken mouths, nothing of interest, entanglements, the mouth of a couple of sentences and nothing to lose. It was only after she had subsided that Chen's mother saw the bucket full of fish that Chen Zhengchuan had brought back. Nothing like the first bucket, not a single snail in it, all fish, and all big ones. Xiao Lu, did you catch this? Mother Chen excitedly grabbed the bucket on the ground and looked through the fish inside. Yeah, these big guys are closer to the seawater, so I ran a bit farther. Chen Zhengchuan nodded. This one was true, and he would have wanted to grab it for a while if he hadn't ended up walking inside the sea and getting his pants wet from the water. Yo, who just said that my family is going to be so poor that I'm going to drink the northwest wind? Let's see, a swallowtail fish, 2 sea bass, and 4 yellow mountain fish, as well as some small miscellaneous fish. The more Mother Chen counted, the happier she became, and deliberately spoke very loudly, just as if she was afraid that those older women around her wouldn't be able to hear. Mother, you help me keep an eye on it first. There are still a few fish over there that I surrounded in the puddle. I'll go and catch them back. Chen Zhengchuan poured everything inside his mother's bucket into his second sister's bucket. There's still then hurry up and go, lest some people who like to petty thief to go along. Once Chen mother heard that there was more, she didn't care to say what Chen Zhengchuan was doing by clearing the bucket, and hurriedly urged him to go and catch it quickly. As for those people around, once they heard that Chen Zhengchuan had gotten a good deal, they didn't care about the mockery in Chen's mother's words, and wanted to get close to Chen Zhengchuan to ask where he caught the fish. Even the older women who had just quarreled at his house were just as quick to change their faces. Only Chen Zhengchuan didn't give them a chance, lifting the bucket and running towards the beach. He was just making a show of it, of course. The fish were all in his carry-on space, and as for no bucket? Chen Zhengchuan directly put 50 centimeters of seawater into the space, and then raised the fish in the space, and those who wanted to follow him behind were doomed to make a trip in vain. When Chen Zhengchuan brought back a big bucket full of fish, this time not only his mother was surprised, even the two sisters-in-law were surprised and speechless, asking him how and where he caught them. There's a big puddle over there with a school of sea wolf fish in it. That big pit over there? I remember that pit is so big, it's almost as big as a small fish pond. The water inside is said to be 3 or 4 meters deep. How did you catch the fish? Chen Zhengchuan did not expect his sister-in-law really went there. As for how to catch fish, it might be hard for other people. Even in the latter days you might have to move the pumps to do it, but it's trivial for him. Just use the space to finish filling the water and then just pick up the fish. Of course, so that no one would see it, he dunked the seawater back in the back. Oh, I saw that there were rocks around the big puddle, so I kept hitting the water with the rocks, and the fish jumped out of the water when they were frightened, and that's how I caught them. Chen Zhengchuan made up a random reason. As to whether this method is feasible or not, it depends on whether sister-in-law and sister-in-law have the perseverance to verify it, but the probability is that it is feasible. Of course that big puddle won't work. The fish are all in one pot with him, and until the next low tide, you just can't throw a bomb down there and blow up a fish. Mother, how much can these things be sold for? Chen Zhengchuan pointed to the 2 buckets on the ground. Inside the first bucket was a swallowtail, 2 sea bass, and 4 yellowtail, and in the second bucket were 7 sea wolf fish. Here then the swallowtail fish is the most valuable. 3 pounds of large fish should sell for $1.30 a pound. The sea bass is just 10 cents a pound. The yellow mountain fish of this size is 50 cents a pound, and the sea wolf fish is almost 40 cents a pound, and the rest of the miscellaneous fish is worthless, 2 cents a pound, I think. Chen's mother looked through it and quickly stated a rough price. Chen Zhengchuan quickly in the heart speed calculations. Swallow pomfret can be sold $3.9, sea bass 60 cents, yellow mountain fish $2, sea wolf fish almost $5, a lie down there is about $11. Well, not enough for a bowl of covered rice in the latter days. But this era can be a huge sum of money. To know his second and third brother in the dock work a day is only $1 or $2, his father and big brother to go out to sea a little more, but only about $3. If you want to earn more, it also depends on the mood of the ship's captain. He balanced his mind quite a bit after doing that math. Sister-in-law on the side of the second sister-in-law heard a face enviously looked at Chen Jingchuan. This trip down earned the usual people 3 or 4 days of wages. Even the second sister regrets not following Chen Jingchuan to go to the sea. She used to ask for the sea to earn the most is only $1, and Chen Jingchuan this more than $10 compared to, simply let him envy the miserable. Only when Chen Jingchuan and his mother came back from the pier after selling the fish was a face of displeasure. Blackface also does not talk to his mother, the two people although walking back together, but like a conflict. Sixth son, didn't you go to sell the fish? Seeing as you look like this, are the two Fa brothers pressuring your price? Second sister looked at Chen Jingchuan curiously. That's not true, under your brother my look 3-inch tongue, small miscellaneous fish did not sell, I sold $12. Chen Jingchuan snorted coldly. Then why aren't you happy? Chen Jingchuan has not yet spoken. Behind the bucket with the back of the mother of Chen is a head and face is another output. You put so much money in the hands of why? If you spend it, it's gone, just take $1 to buy cigarettes, and put the rest here for you to save. Chen Jingchuan had a black line on his face. He thought that he had finally earned his first bucket of gold, but it turned out that he had gotten a fraction of it. No, not even a fraction. How else was he going to carry out the plan he had in mind? Mother, I'm not a child anymore, and you're still pulling this stunt? Chen Jingchuan said in a depressed manner. I didn't count on this, and I was halfway cut off by his mother. Of course, I also blame my predecessor for leaving too bad an impression on my family, and I can't keep money in my hand, or else I wouldn't even be able to keep it for the next day, and I would have spent it on the same day. What? You used to have money in your hand, which is not a short time to come back to me to get money? Chen mother a sentence directly to Chen Jingchuan. Dry silence. Alas, both our siblings are the same, you don't need to be sad. Chen Zhenghong patted his brother's shoulder. Chen Jingchuan looked at his stupid sister speechlessly. Can you smile not so obvious? You're bloating so hard it's plastered on my face. What the same? How much money have you earned? Won't you save up some dowry for you when the time comes? Otherwise you won't have any when you get to your in-laws' house. It's not like I'm asking for your. Listening to his mother start her broken education mode again, the siblings looked at each other and decisively pissed themselves away. Chapter 9, Tree Thief. At this time there is no independent bathroom. To go to the toilet can only go to the public toilet. As for the public toilet, basically every team has every family basically home will be prepared to put a toilet at home. Then go and pour the nightly incense every morning. Chen Jingchuan almost didn't get scared to death by those big green flies in the public toilet when he went to the big toilet for the first time after he came. And this time there is no paper to wipe the ass, using bamboo chips. The first time he used a few bamboo whiskers tied to the buttocks. Then Chen Jingchuan is really wanna karma counted Marty. As for urination, Chen Zhengchuan has long been integrated into the habits of life here. Casually find a place where no one to solve. Going to the toilet is too torturous. Not only the smell is strong, there are a group of little cute around you, which if you let them touch, even if you don't have a cleanliness fetish, you will have goosebumps. At noon, the family on 3 people to eat. Chen mother casually boiled a pot of pod stick, a person to take nibbles. Chen Zhengchuan this moment has long been hungry and annoyed, but as soon as he asked his mother what to eat is a variety of curses. It seems that the original body is indeed too annoyed. Being griped at, Chen Jingchuan's ass is sitting in the doorway applying tea oil. He is used to being educated by his parents in all kinds of ways in the past 2 days. Only this sea is also a hard job, not to mention the money was taken. The body is also sunburned red and black. He had only $2 in his hand now, which was a lot in his mother's opinion, but it was a little less for a man who had to concentrate on doing great things. Just as Chen Jingchuan was pondering whether to find a way to get some money, he subconsciously glanced at the hall when he heard the commotion in the hall, and then saw his second sister organizing the pile of rotten fishing nets piled up in the corner. Second sister, what are these nets for? Chen Jingchuan suddenly thought of a fishing method that he had often seen in the beach farming fields in his previous life, using exactly this kind of rotten net. Mother took it back intending to mend it before selling it. What do you want to do? Chen Zhenghong glanced at his brother. His intuition told him that this bastard was hitting these nets. Although she didn't know what the purpose of these lousy nets was, knowing this brother of hers as well as she did, as soon as he opened his mouth, it meant that he was really planning to move these nets. That was the experience of living together for so long. I'm useful, help me find a bag for it. What do you want? These rotten nets are full of holes and can't catch fish, and mother hasn't finished mending them yet, and they cost her a few cents to get back, so if you lose them, see if she'll whip you. Don't worry, it won't get lost. Besides, I gave her $11 today. Can't I use one of these lousy nets for a few cents? For mother? Wasn't it saved for you? The New Year's money that mother helped you save when you were a child, and the red envelopes given by your aunt and uncle and uncle and aunt and uncle and they, and mother said she'd save them for you. Do you still have them? Hearing Chen Jingchuan say this, Chen Zhenghong suddenly felt as if there was a breath held in his chest, and he couldn't spit it out. In no time, Chen Jingchuan got a big bag out of his house, and then loaded a bunch of rotten fishing nets into it. What are you planning to do here? Seeing that he couldn't stop Chen Jingchuan, Chen Zhenghong didn't bother and instead inquired. What else can a fishing net do? Catching fish, of course. Chen Jingchuan didn't return his head, and after loading the fishing net, he moved it outside and put it away. He had some other preparations to make. How are you going to catch fish with these lousy nets? It's not like you have a boat. Chen Zhenghong looked at Chen Zhengchuan suspiciously. You'll see when the time comes. Help me charge up my flashlight. I'll need it for the night and I'll have to get up early tomorrow. After chatting for a while, Mother Chen came in with a tub of freshly washed sea oysters. Chen Zhengchuan saw his mother's eyebrows wrinkled and want to curse again, hurriedly put the sack away, helped take over the water basin in his mother's hand. Mother-ah, look at you and I earned so much money today, give me some rotten fishing nets is not too much, right? Besides, I take these rotten fishing nets but useful, is to do the right thing. After hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words, Chen mother swallowed back the words she wanted to curse, then glanced at her youngest son and said blindly before going in. After seeing that her mother had passed this hurdle, Chen Zhengchuan hemmed and hawed, and after putting a pot of sea oysters on the stovetop, he took the family's firewood knife and went up the mountain. Something crucial was missing from his plan. That's the stake that holds the fishing net in place. He intends to fix 2 points in the beach location on the seashore and pull the fishing net in the middle, so that he can easily catch a lot of fish as long as he passes through the high and low tides. He had seen some fishermen do this in his previous life, but with that resource in his latter life, the harvest was pitifully small. It's only some fishermen who farm on the beach who do it, and anyway, the people are there all the time, and the stuff is there, so it's just a matter of putting out a couple of nets, and the occasional windfall. The essence of this method is still something he learned from an uncle who grows nori. When the time comes to set the nets in an arc between the 2 fixed points and make an opening in the center, you can just park the boat there and wait for the fish to be collected. Although Chen Zhengchuan does not have a boat, but he has a carry-on space, as long as he opens the mouth a little smaller, the hand on the exit, encountered a fish to the space is thrown. It's just a bit of a pain in the ass that the space has to come across to try to fit things in. Where is your brother? Mother Chen had just wanted to tell Chen Zhengchuan to do something when she realized that there was only one marijuana bag left there outside, and the person had long since disappeared. Just took the wood chipper and went toward the back. Chen Zhenghong said as he stir-fried vegetables. You can't stop for half a day before you go out to the wild again? Chen's mother cursed and said a few words. Chen Zhengchuan, who was walking towards the hill behind the house, expressed his innocence when he heard the scolding. He's being a good boy today, okay, and where does cutting down a tree to make a stake not count as business? Chen Zhengchuan on the way up the mountain also met a lot of uncles and aunts greeted him. One by one they praised him for knowing how to help the family cut firewood. When he got to the mountain, Chen Zhengchuan chose a thicker tree, then disguised himself as an industrious bee and began to cut it up one by one. I have to say that this tree cutting is really a physical job, plus Chen Zhengchuan did not eat anything at noon, and in the morning, he drank a bowl of rice, and only cut not long before panting. Luckily, he was self-aware of his own strength, and the tree he chose wasn't that big, almost as big as he could hold with 2 hands. Thicker he is not lazy to cut, too thin in the sea to make a pile. I'm afraid that the waves can be interrupted or be directly pulled up by the waves to take away, the thickness is just right. Just as Chen Zhengchuan was cutting down the trees, a woman who was digging not far away looked up suspiciously in the direction Chen Zhengchuan was cutting down the trees. She couldn't see anyone, only hear something over there. Shao Si, listen, is there the sound of chopping trees over there? The woman listened herself for a while, but couldn't get an idea, so she looked to her son who was helping to sow seeds on the side. It seems so. The little boy listened intently, and it seemed that there was indeed the sound of cutting down trees. Mother, isn't that our family's woodland over there? Is someone stealing trees? Is there really a tree cutting sound? Ma's which lack of morality again, this broad daylight actually steal trees, really think I have no one at home? Quickly stop digging, go catch the thief. After hearing her son's words, the woman threw her hoe away and pulled on her son, cursing and swearing, to go catch the thieves. Gah squeak boom. A sound of a large tree collapsing came, and Chen Zhengchuan was finally relieved. This big tree was too hard to cut down, and he was going to give up if he couldn't cut it down again. Damn, what poor bastard came to steal a tree in the middle of the day? Do you really think there's no one in our house? Walk faster, there's no more sound, that ghost is afraid to run away. Chen Zhengchuan just sat in the tree to rest. He heard from afar the sound of a woman cursing the street. The voice is still a little familiar. It seems to be the afternoon to discuss the sea behind. The back say bad things about him to his face auntie. Chen Zhengchuan is still interested and ready to watch the show. I did not expect that at this time there are still people who steal trees, or steal trees in the middle of the day. Only after he listened for a while he realized that the sound was getting closer and closer, and it seemed to be coming in his direction, and then Chen Zhengchuan glanced at the tree stump he was sitting on under his buttocks. Wait, that tree thief can't be talking about him. Reacting to the fire, Chen Zhengchuan got up in a hurry and prepared to run away. Then he reluctantly looked at the tree he had cut down. Leaving it here was also a proof, so Chen Zhengchuan did not do anything and directly put the whole tree into the carry-on space. The good thing was that the tree wasn't big, it was only 6 or 7 meters tall, and when it was put down, it could still fit in the space. After putting the firewood knife into the space together, Chen Zhengchuan panicked and ran in the opposite direction. By the time the women got to the place, there wasn't a hair on the ground except for a wooden stake as well as wood shavings. Egu, this is which goddamned in broad daylight came to steal the tree. Oh, really life is bitter. Who all come to bully our family is it? Where come the shameless cub seed? Chapter 10, Alternative Means of Proof. As Chen Jingchuan ran around all the way, the sound behind him became smaller and smaller. After recognizing the direction, Chen Jingchuan ran a little further before seeing a few loquat trees. It was only when he got here that he remembered the road, mainly because the original body hadn't stolen and picked loquats from other people's houses over here. As for his own woods, the original body only has a rough vague impression, which also led to Chen Jingchuan did not put in mind, and thought that the trees are public, randomly cut down a tree alright. I didn't realize it was actually a tree with an owner. But it's all come to this, returning it is impossible, otherwise that's not telling others that the tree was stolen and cut by him? As for compensation, find a chance to ask how much the tree costs when you get back, and find a time to pay it back to the person. Looking at the tree full of loquat has been yellow, just relaxed Chen Jingchuan mouth suddenly greedy. Looked around no one, Chen Jingchuan hand itchy again, only the memory of this loquat is a master, the owner, or his third uncle. Having just inexplicably stolen and cut down the tree, Chen Jingchuan mentally admonished himself not to steal again. So Chen Jingchuan big grin to the third uncle's house, borrowed a bucket, picked a bucket to his family's group of small children, and then eat some of their own as hard work fee is not a problem, right? The old man helplessly glanced at Chen Jingchuan, who was playing a trick on himself, and had I known that he would not have invited the Taoist priest yesterday, and would have buried him directly. This saved the village and added another scourge. However, this time Chen Jingchuan did not steal the pick, knew to tell himself, and also gave some to the children in the family, so that he was a little bit more comfortable in his heart. Third uncle, I'm leaving, I'll bring you fish tomorrow. After eating, Chen Jingchuan patted his butt and took a little loquat in passing before getting up and leaving. It would be nice if you didn't come to my house and steal fish for dinner. The old man tapped his pipe on the rock in front of him. Hey, as promised, after eating so many loquats from third uncle today, I will definitely send you a fish tomorrow. The old man did not say anything, but the heart is a lot of use. This kid did die once really changed his nature? Not to say whether it can say this is different from before. After leaving his third uncle's house, Chen Jingchuan could still hear the woman cursing on the road as he walked, and there were many villagers watching around him. He was also a little embarrassed and was going to just slip back in as if he hadn't heard. Only the woman saw him, and I don't know if it was because she had a fight when she was begging for the sea or because she didn't like him, but when she caught him, she said that he was the one who stole the tree. At first, Chen Jingchuan thought that he was seen, but later he realized that she did not see it either, but was just messing around, and Chen Jingchuan caught it by mistake. Sister-in-law Fang Yuan, I can still understand if you say others, but for Chuan's physique that hasn't worked before, it would be better to say that he cut down the trees than to say that he stole your family's fruit trees. Laughing my ass off, Chuan can cut down trees? All the fish in the sea can fly up to the sky. That's right, look at him with the loquat in his hand, he just doot and not over which loquat tree on the hill. That's right, no, my family's loquat tree is over here, Chuanzi, you are stealing my family's loquat again. Chen Jingchuan heard a burst of headache, but after hearing the last sentence, Chen Jingchuan still instinctively retorted, Brother Yun, don't talk nonsense, who ate your families? This is my third uncle's family, don't believe me, go ask. Really? Chen Zhengyun gave Chen Jingchuan a skeptical look before adding, then isn't it still my family's? Obviously it's my third uncle's family, how come it's your family's? Your third uncle is not my little grandfather? How can I say I'm a bit closer than you, if it's not my family's is it your family's? Being interrupted by his cousin Chen Zhengyun like this, there was nothing to say about stealing the tree. The main thing is that they listened to a pass, said they just heard the sound of the past and did not see the person in the tree, who can be so short time can carry such a big tree to run. There wasn't even a twig on the ground except for a few splintered wood shavings, but the marks of the cut trees were all fairly new. They couldn't reason out who stole the tree anyway. This must have ended up in the same place in the end. After leaving, Chen Jingchuan did not hang out outside and went straight back, and when he went back, he soaked the loquat in the water basin. Where did you steal the loquat again? When he heard Chen Mother's first words, Chen Jingchuan had a heart attack. How did his popularity rating get this bad? From third uncle. Chen Jingchuan said without a trace of humor. Caught stealing loquats from your third uncle's house? Mother Chen automatically analyzed the meaning of Chen Jingchuan's words. Chen Jingchuan didn't even want to speak. Where is the trust between people? In the end, after Chen Jingchuan's laborious explanation, his mother was still half convinced. Then his mother's attention was drawn to the gossip of Aunt Fang Yuan that his second sister brought back to her attention. The back one, which know whether her own family cut down, who want him that a tree. The family is not no forest. Chen Mother heard but was happy to spit. Didn't Chuan go up the mountain with his wood chipper? Did you see the tree thief? Chen Zhaohong finished speaking and then looked at Chen Zhengchuan. How would I know? Chen Zhengchuan said sheepishly. Also, you're faking going up the hill with a wood chipper. Chen Zhengchuan, who's a fake? What about the firewood you brought back up the mountain with your wood chipper? Chen Zhengchuan, didn't cut the firewood, but I cut the tree, okay? Only Chen Zhengchuan is only secretly in his heart, really say it, the family is afraid that they do not believe. Hee hee, which family's loquat did sixth son steal again? Not bad this time, still knows to bring some back for us to eat. Chen Zhenghong saw the loquat in the basin after gossiping with his mother for a while. Chen Zhengchuan, I don't want to talk. After chatting for a while, the two sets of people who had gone out, Chen's father, elder brother and second and third brothers, also returned back and forth. Because the family had a good harvest from the sea today, the evening meal was still quite sumptuous. A large pot of seaweed and egg flour soup, an omelette with sea oysters, a plate of fried mixed fish, and garlic fried snails, then a pot of steamed seafood with shells, and a plate of bok choy, just a few dishes, but each serving is very generous. Unfortunately, Chen Jingchuan did not see the old hen that his father promised. It seems that his father's status in the family is not good, said the words of the mother as if she did not hear. And Chen's father and his third brother were so surprised that they choked on their meals after hearing what Chen Jingchuan had done all day today. The oldest three, Chen Jingjun, still had an unbelievable look on his face, while Chen's father had an expression of old-fashioned relief. It seemed that his youngest son had finally gotten the hang of it. Not bad, finally knows something, knows to help the family do some work. Chen father immediately smothered a cup after hearing what Chen mother said about what Chen Jingchuan had done in the day today. If you want to drink, just say so, what's the point of bringing up your son? Mother Chen skimmed her lips after seeing Father Chen's appearance. But she was also quite happy inside. I didn't think so before, but I had just said that Rocco had done something today before I realized that the kid had indeed helped with some of the work, and most of all hadn't gone out to fool around with the group of foxes and friends. This is not happy. Chen father said cheerfully, and then looked at the loquat in the water basin in front of the door. Change the best, I'll change, those petty theft is also the best. Want to eat loquat to pick wild loquat or find your third uncle to pick some on the line, always sneak picking other people's home? Why? Chen Zhengchuan, it's impossible to live this life. Anyone who comes back has to say something about the loquat, right? Obviously this loquat is his serious pickback, but also thought to leave some for the family. The result is that every sea have to say it again, and all for this loquat's origin is exceptionally firm. Think it is he stole back. The theft of the tree basically didn't make waves, and no one else cared except for their group who would talk about it after dinner that night. After all, this is a fishing village, and trees are only used to burn fires and build houses, and most of the attention in the village is caused by things that happen at sea. For example, someone falls overboard and comes back to life. As for Chen Zhengchuan stealing trees, no one believes it at all. In the memory of the village people, you just send him a tree, chopped up and put it in front of him. He is lazy to move back. After eating, Chen Zhengchuan was sitting in the courtyard to take a cool ride when his elder brother and second brother, who had also finished eating next door, also came out to take a cool ride. Xiaolu, I heard that you made a lot of money today? Chen Zhengmin curiously looked at his own sixth brother, usually the most irreverent one in the family. Did not expect today also helped the family a great deal. Sloppy, just 3 or 4 days of your salary, second brother. Chen Zhengchuan waved his hand and said, Chen Zhengmin, speak properly and we'll both still be good brothers. On the one hand, the elder brother Chen Zhengyu is smilingly watching. Unlike other families, brothers divided into enemies after the separation of the family. A few siblings in their family usually fight or quite harmonious. If you're going to say that, I'll have to follow you to beg the sea tomorrow. Oh. Chen Zhengmin faintly said after hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words. Oh? You're not going to the docks tomorrow, ergo? Did you fall out with the proprietor again, second brother? After hearing the words of his two brothers, Chen Zhengmin nodded. The main reason is that he bullies people too much. Not only does he not raise the wages, but he also changes his ways to suppress my wages every day. Chen Jingchuan knows this. His second brother was originally the kind of fearless character, although after the marriage has been restrained, in order to make a living to work in the dock, but often quarrel with the proprietor, but also fought with a lot of workers. Chapter 11: The New Fishing Method. His second brother basically changed his employer every 3 days, for which his second wife had quarreled with his second brother. It's just that he's having a bit of trouble getting down the pile to get the blocking net, so it's good to add ergo to the mix. It's just a bit inconvenient to use the space whenever you want. Of course none of this is a problem, just bring more baskets for the fish over there. Then it's a deal. Later in the evening, the two of us will go down to the blocking net together, and tomorrow we will first collect 2 waves to test the waters. Thinking of this, Chen Jingchuan said towards his second brother. And a net? This is a bit of a special way for you to beg for the sea. Chen Zhengmin asked in surprise upon hearing this. His elder brother originally wanted to persuade his second brother to go back and find a new proprietor, but after hearing Xiaoliu's words he was first attracted by this. Then how do you want to discuss the sea? The tools they use for sea hunting are at most spatulas and small hoes, digging clams and razor clams, prying oysters and so on. Since when do they use fishing nets for sea hunting? Is that a fishing trip or a fishing trip? You'll know when the time comes. Chen Zhengchuan didn't know how to describe to his two brothers the method of using the high and low tides to set stakes and open nets to catch fish. Practical maneuvers he knew, but to make sense of it to his two brothers he felt he was still almost on fire, and when he saw his second brother then he should be able to understand. Ha, still selling out. Chen Zhengyu laughed. Chen Zhengjun also nodded. Then it's up to you when the time comes. I'm just a part-time worker. Part-time job? You found a new employer? Just as second brother finished speaking, he saw second sister-in-law come out of the house. Yeah, I'll be working for sixth son from now on. The second sister-in-law bristled in disdain when she heard this. Sixth son? How much can you get paid for working for him? And what kind of work would he have for you? That's right, how can second brother work for me? Chen Zhengchuan also laughed after hearing this. I'm sure I'll have to give second brother a shareholder position as well if he's coming. What shareholders? Chen father also moved a chair to sit in the courtyard after going to the toilet to listen to a few brothers chatting, and asked curiously after hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words. Chen Zhengchuan explains a messy explanation causing the people in the yard to laugh. At the same time, everyone felt that Chen Zhengchuan had really changed. When had he ever been able to sit here and chat with them after dinner before? Putting down the dishes and slipping off somewhere, coming back in the middle of the night, sometimes not being seen more than a couple times a day. It didn't take long for his dad and big brother to go back and rest. After all, they had to go sailing tomorrow. His third brother did the same, and only his second brother was left behind. The tree in the space had long since been secretly placed behind the house, and the two of them worked together to get 2 large stakes and brought them to the beach along with a bag of fishing nets. Sixth son, you've got the wrong one, this fishing net is rotten. After arriving at the seashore, Chen Zhangmin just untied the sack and frowned after taking out the fishing net. That's right, it's just using rotten fishing nets. I wouldn't be able to use this if it was a good fishing net. Chen Zhengchuan nodded after hearing his second brother's words. When Chen Zhangmin heard this, he suspiciously weighed the fishing net in his hand. How is this going to catch fish? Chen Zhengchuan didn't explain. When his second brother had finished the piles, he fixed the mouth of the fishing net on the piles, and the whole trawl was fixed in the sea in an arc-like shape, following the direction of the tide. When the net was arranged, Chen Zhengchuan swam to the sea to see where there was a bigger gap and tied it with a rope. The good thing was that the net was rotten, but that was pretty much patched up in most places by his mother. Just a few little places to tangle would be nice. That's good? Seeing Chen Zhengchuan come up, Chen Zhangmin asked suspiciously. That's pretty much it. By the way, what day is the first day of the year? Chen Zhengchuan nodded, then looked at his second brother. Junior, what's wrong? For junior year, high and low tide that's. The first was high tide at 2:30 a.m. and low tide at 8:30 a.m. The second was high tide at 3 p.m. and low tide around 9 p.m. Chen Zhengchuan hadn't counted it out yet, but the second brother beside him spoke out the time of the high and low tides in a single breath. In that case, tomorrow, the fourth day of the month is high tide at 3:20 a.m. and low tide at 9:20 a.m.? After hearing his second brother's words, Chen Zhengchuan did some math. Right. Then we have a busy day ahead of us. Chen Zhangmin looked at Chen Zhengchuan in confusion. What do you mean? Second brother, when we go back later, let's take the flashlight and the fish baskets and collect a wave at 9 o'clock today when the tide goes out, and another wave tomorrow morning at 9:20 when the tide goes out. Chen Zhengchuan said towards his second brother. That's fine, I'll listen to you anyway, but can this really catch fish? Chen Zhangmin believed him, but seeing Chen Zhengchuan's way of catching fish, his heart was still a bit skeptical. Won't there be a result later on if we can catch fish or not? Chen Zhengchuan patted his second brother's shoulder and said with a smile, Second brother, do you know how to watch the time? Despite all the talk, the most troubling thing right now is that there are no watches, and they don't know when they're coming this way. I usually find someone else to ask for the time. Chen Zhangmin shook his head. Then there's nothing to do. No one asks for the time this late at night, so we have to stand guard. So the two brothers went back for another run pushing a crate to bring all the fish baskets and then sat on the beach with a cigarette each waiting for the tide to go out. Rocco, you changed your clothes here? Because when checking the fishing nets, Chen Zhengchuan went down to the sea, and when he went back he changed a set of clothes by the way, and the clothes after the seawater soak were not comfortable to wear even if they were dry. Yeah, you didn't change? I didn't change it, I have to go down to the sea later, it's hard for your sister-in-law to wash it if I change it. I didn't realize that second brother was a good man despite his explosive temper? So recalled seems to be indeed, the second brother basically grew up fighting since childhood, even when working there is no less fight with others, but seems to have never hit the second sister-in-law. Unlike some people in the village who are always nice to the outside world, but when they come home they beat their wives and children to take the heat. After sitting there for a while, both of them had almost smoked a pack of cigarettes before they felt the tide slowly ebbing. Chen Zhengchuan was not addicted to cigarettes, but his second brother smoking on the side made him also want to smoke a little bit, coupled with the second brother every time he smoked not to forget him, give him a stick, which led to him also smoked half a packet. After watching the tide almost recede to reveal the piles, the two men followed the tide down, and almost another half hour passed before they reached the fishing nets. This is the best time to collect fish, people stand in the seawater just up to their knees, no need to swim, just bend over and pick up the fish. Standing in the sea, Chen Zhengchuan could clearly feel the seawater rolling back his pant legs, and incidentally the fishing nets were moving along with the waves. It's still really in stock? Just after walking near the netting, Chen Zhangmin saw a sea bass tumbling inside. He rushed straight up to catch it, but the water was pretty deep at the moment and let the sea bass get away. Second brother, don't catch the fish first, bring the fish basket over and pick up the fish directly here in the netting. Seeing that second brother was going after that sea base, Chen Jingchuan hurriedly said. All into the net pocket. When the sea water recedes, sooner or later is his. This will be in a hurry to catch what? Also, be careful, I'll get it. Seeing that there was a load, his second brother also became active, dragging the basket down to the bottom. When Chen Jingchuan opened the reserved opening, not even half a minute later, a large number of small fishes and shrimps rushed out from the opening. Ergo was unprepared for a moment, the baskets were not held down, and a couple of small fish went straight out and back into the sea. Chen Jingchuan saw it and hurriedly helped his second brother to suppress the fish basket, which stabilized it. Seeing these fish and shrimp that rushed out, Chen Zhangmin reacted to how the six sons of fishing, the fishing boat is relying on the power of the boat to drag the net to chase the fish, this kind of is relying on the power of the waves at low tide to drag the fish into the net. At high tide, the fish swim to the front of the net, and at low tide, the fish follow the water back into the net. When I think of this, Chen Zhangmin cannot help but sigh looking at his own brother, are a father and mother born, reading or not graduated from elementary school, how his brain is so bright. Second brother quickly changed the baskets. Chen Zhengchuan's voice pulled him back from his emotions. Looking at the already full fish basket, Chen Zhengmin hurriedly cooperated with Chen Jingchuan and replaced the fish basket in his hand. Looking at the various miscellaneous fish and shrimps in the fish basket, although they were not worth much, Chen Zhengmin felt for the first time that he could fish without a fishing boat, and it was still so easy. In the past, the family didn't know how long it would take to pick up so many fish and shrimp when they were begging for the sea. And that's the first basket, the night's bounty is just beginning. As soon as he thought of the big fish inside, Chen Zhengmin was immediately energized. That look saw Chen Jingchuan surprised. If he didn't know the state of his second brother, he would have to suspect that his second brother was not just secretly high on drugs. Chapter 12 The Catch of the Day. The two men took turns collecting the fish, one immediately carrying the basket up the bank as soon as it was finished, and at the same time bringing an empty basket down, while the other stood guard below. Sixth son, what if we run out of baskets? It was only when Chen Zhengmin went ashore again that he realized that the fish baskets they had brought with them were a bit low, and at this moment, they had been filled to the last two. Pick up the big fish back first, my side directly pull the net to shore, you first push a cart back to a trip, I'll watch from this side. Chen Jingchuan saw a lot of big fish jumping inside the block net, and hurriedly shouted towards his second brother. Alright, I'll help pick up the fish first. Chen Zhengmin nodded after hearing this and directly took down the last two baskets. If you are only picking up the big fish, you are definitely picking them off and picking back the ones that are worth it first. When all the baskets are full, Chen Zhangmin pushes them on a crate and sends them back first. Chen Jingchuan pulled the blocking net toward the shore twice, away from the seawater, to ensure that the fish and shrimp in the net will not jump out, and even if they jumped out he could catch up and catch them. As for loading into the space, if a person loaded, but later the second brother will come back, if you see the blocking net inside the absence or less will certainly be puzzled, if you load a little less than it is better not to load, later the second brother came to a trip can pull back. Only when the second brother came back again he brought his second sister-in-law with him. Second sister-in-law, why are you here? Chen Jingchuan asked in surprise. She had to come to see your secret weapon for sea hunting, sixth son, and she was supposed to come with mother and little sister, but they're at home right now picking through the catch. The corners of second brother's mouth were grinning to the back of his head, and it was obvious that he was delighted. And that excitement infected the second sister-in-law. The two pick up fish so that Chen Jingchuan almost did not have time to transport baskets. By the end of the day, a beach full of fish and shrimp was brought back. When he went back to sorting, Chen Jingchuan also found a layer of sand at the bottom of the basket. Really digging into the ground, maybe my second sister-in-law and second brother were so excited that there were some sand clams in there that were obviously dug out of the sand and brought back stuffed along with them. There are actually small tubes in this season. Mother Chen cheerfully looked at the pile of squid piled up in the yard. It's not just that, I have a lot of 9-section shrimps here. Chen Zhenghong cheerfully sorted the seafood in the basket. It's all there is, there's even gauge fish in here. The second sister-in-law also excitedly held a big red fish and called out. Yo, it's really gauge fish. It seems that sixth son and second son are lucky to be able to catch so many seafood on the beach this late at night. Listening to a group of people chattering in the yard, Chen Jingchuan also joined the team to help sort. He was just trying it out, and it was offshore, not going deeper, and it blew up the net, so I have to say that this area is really rich in resources. Like more than a dozen pounds of sea bass loaded 3 baskets, as well as royal goby, small melon fish, plaice, real snapper, and so on, and a lot of miscellaneous fish. Chen Jingchuan cannot recognize all. Anyway, listen to the presence of the woman yelled what name there are. There are some that he recognizes and the name is not the same as it is now. Anyway, the fish on the beach are called differently everywhere except by their scientific names, and sometimes 2 towns next to each other with one type of fish are called differently. In addition to fish, there are all kinds of shrimp and crabs. Anyway, these gadgets are loaded with 3 big baskets, almost 30 to 40 pounds, but unfortunately did not catch the green crabs. He would like to taste the green crabs at this time of the year. In the end, how delicious. All that catch laid out in the yard was just a few hours worth of catch from a block net he'd made up on the fly, which was almost as much as some small boats could haul in a net. Finish counting, there are just 13 baskets of fish in total, a dozen types of fish, about 120 pounds, the most valuable is the basket of goji fish, shrimp and crab or less, about 30 pounds, there are a few prawns and red armor red is not bad. Mother Chen stood up and rubbed her sore waist excitedly. Tough mother, did you pull these fish directly to AFA to sell? Chen Jingchuan asked. The tide will be more than 9 o'clock, and they caught a long time in the sea, brought back and sorted for so long, it must be almost midnight 12 o'clock, another 2 hours his father and big brother will get up and get ready to go out to sea. It's the middle of the night, he won't get up to collect it, save it to sell tomorrow. Mother Chen didn't say anything, but the words of the second brother on the side spoke up. Won't it break? No, the fish to be sold are put by the pool of water, where the temperature is lower, and the other miscellaneous fishwomen are supposed to kill the fish all night today. After Ergo finished speaking, he saw his mother take out a bench with an anvil and a knife, and carried the baskets of fish to the water's edge ready to start killing them. You guys go rest, and remember to get up early tomorrow to carry the fish to FA's place and sell them. Hearing mother say this, Chen Jingchuan and second brother were ready to go into the house to sleep, only to have second sister-in-law hurriedly call out to them, Sixth son, how do you and second brother plan to split the money from the sale of this fish? Hearing this, the surrounding people instantly pointed up their ears, although the oldest two and the oldest six are blood brothers, but the oldest two are already married and separated, besides, the blood brothers are still clear accounts, this matter is to be said in advance. Before we left, we all thought how much money could we collect from the sea? I didn't decide first. Today during the day Chen Jingchuan can sell $12 that is traitorous luck, so the night to discuss the sea to go home who did not care, on the parties also did not think about it, who can think of this night with 10 times more than the daytime seafood back. Well, give mother a piece, this is the money she killed the fish and used the fishing nets, and we'll split the rest equally between the two of us? Chen Jingchuan tried to say. Mainly this is the second brother, he had no way to pressure hard point, memory of this second brother to him can be good, when he was a child is that he took himself to grow up, even if the separation of the family on their own is also quite take care of, before his skin when his parents do not give the door to open the door to go into sleep or sleeping in the home of the second brother. In addition to the first time to engage in this work, did not come up with a plan in advance, if the share is less even if the second brother does not care, the second sister-in-law is afraid that behind the back of the idea. Sixth son, this method was your idea, how can I ask for so much, and it was agreed before to work for you, how can I? Hiss, why are you pinching me? Second brother was talking when he suddenly felt that he was pinched at his waist, then frowned and looked at his wife behind him. What are you doing with your hands while the men are talking? After hearing her second son's words, Mother Chen also looked at her second daughter-in-law with an unhappy face. You guys talk. The second sister-in-law glanced at her husband, then withdrew her hand that was resting on his waist. Alright, it's settled, when we sell the fish tomorrow second sister-in-law and second sister-in-mother will get one piece each, and we'll split the rest equally between the two of us. Chen Jingchuan didn't want to keep pestering. The first equal share is it, and I'm sure we'll have to keep messing around with it later, so let's set up a distribution plan then. Me too? Chen Zhenghong had been helping to divide the fish on the side, thinking that this had nothing to do with her, but she didn't realize that there was still a share for her. It was $1, and it took her a long time to earn it even weaving a net, not realizing that she could earn $1 just by helping to share the fish. Yeah, you helped out today too. Chen Jingchuan nodded. We're all family, what's the point of giving money back for sorting fish? Mother Chen frowned. Mother also said that we are all family, and it's fine to give it to second sister, so it's settled. Chen Jingchuan nodded, and then said towards his second brother, get up early tomorrow morning, we still have to collect a wave after selling the fish at 9 or so. There's more tomorrow? Mother Chen looked at Chen Jingchuan in surprise. She thought it would be hard to get such a good catch, but from what her youngest son said it seemed like she could collect several times a day. Yes, twice a day, together with the ebb tide. Chen Jingchuan nodded. Sixth son, this method you're talking about will others see it and learn from it? Mother Chen asked after a moment of hesitation. Should be able to, it's very simple. Chen Jingchuan nodded, seeing his mother to look he knew what she was worried about, and then looked at his second brother. Second brother should have learned after watching me do that today, right? Pretty much, it's simple. Chen Zhengmin nodded. The second sister-in-law behind him heard this and her eyes lit up, but after looking at the people present she pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Then it's better not to go during the daytime, if we let others learn how to do it, and if they also catch so many fish, we won't lose a lot of money for nothing. As soon as she heard Chen Zhengmin's words, Chen mother instantly shook her head and objected, in the future, it's better to go at night, it just so happens that your third brother is also at home, so bring him along tomorrow night. Listening to Chen mother's words, Chen Jingchuan was indifferent, but so one day less a trip, the second sister-in-law's side is afraid to be unhappy. Anything, it just so happens that mother's net is broken too much, so I'll mend it tomorrow, and by the way, I'll buy more nets back and try to stop more places tomorrow night. The second brother didn't want to share it with anyone else when he heard that, and nodded his head in agreement. All agreed Chen Jingchuan also has nothing to say. So Ergo went back to the beach overnight to collect the piles and block nets. Chapter 13, Selling Fish. By the time Ergo had retrieved all the nets, Chen Zhengchuan had already finished his bath and was ready to go to bed. He vowed that when he made money in the future he would build a latter-day-like house with toilets and baths, on every floor, and in his own bedroom. It's too humiliating to shower outside this day, even if you do it in shorts. His mother and second sister had to pass by from time to time when he was bathing. They didn't care, but Chen Zhengchuan cared. At night, Chen Zhengchuan can still hear his big brother snoring next door. The wall soundproofing effect is also too poor. Just do not know whether the original body has eavesdropped on the sound of his big brother and sister-in-law's business. Surprisingly, there is nothing in my memory about this. Perhaps because of the daytime and grinding rice and cutting down trees to beg for the sea, Chen Zhengchuan fell asleep after taking a bath. He slept until the next morning when his second brother came to wake him up for dinner and then went to sell the fish. Even his dad didn't wake him up in the early hours of the morning when he went out to sea. Chen Zhengchuan got up in the morning and realized that he was the latest to wake up. The family has already eaten more than breakfast. Perhaps it is the change in the past 2 days. He let his mother have a little change of heart. Today actually left breakfast for him. Little uncle, big lazy bum, even lazier than me, just getting up. Chen Zhengchuan was sitting in front of the door eating breakfast when a group of brats came running from outside in a windy manner. There were the children of his elder brother and second brother, as well as the children from the next yard, a large group of people. He didn't recognize all of them anyway. Little tiger, little bear is still so small and you're running around with him. Aren't you afraid that your mother will whip you? Chen Zhengchuan glanced at a little guy at the very back who stumbled and ran after him. This group of guys is also skinny. Body, this is only a few points to play with the dust puff. Clothes are broken, a lot of holes, are still running like crazy. He wanted to follow on his own. What's it got to do with me? Chen Yuanhu clapped his hands and came over to Chen Zhengchuan with a hefty smile. Sixth uncle, I heard that you caught a lot of fish with my father yesterday? What do you want? Chen Zhengchuan cast a sidelong glance at this kid, this guy, and his second brother, a character. He opened his mouth. Chen Zhengchuan know what he wants to do. First of all, the fish has not been sold and your sixth uncle Ihan cannot get money. How come? It's not like you have a wife like my dad and don't have to turn it in. I don't have a wife, but I have a mom, who gives you your usual allowance. Sixth uncle, you are so old and still want to be charged by Ama? What about your pocket money? Chen Zhengchuan, a mouthful directly to the bowl of thin porridge on the last mouthful of salted vegetables to drink directly after the bowl, handed to the hands of Shouhu. Help me to wash the bowl and put it away, depending on my mood. Okay. After hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words, Chen Yuanhu directly took the bowl in Chen Zhengchuan's hand and ran quickly to the water tank. When the other children on the side saw this, especially the few children from the elder brother's family, also ran towards Chen Yuanhu, and then Chen Zhengchuan saw Chen Yuanqing and Chen Yuanji grabbing one chopstick each, and Chen Yuanyue and Chen Yuanhu grabbing half of the bowl each and coming to him. Looked at the four children, smile. How can he not know what this group of guys playing the idea? Took a look at the indeed clean, nodded. Go put it, do not fall, or later to see the great-grandmother do not whip you. These kids usually don't have pocket money, and he, the sixth uncle, has loose hands and often buys them snacks, so these little guys love him. That's why his mother wouldn't let him have any money in his hands. He couldn't keep it at all, he could spend it all anyway. His brother's family's children are very recognizable. The last word after the family name plus generation is star, moon, sun. These are the eldest brother's family. Tiger and bear are his second brother's family. 5 children inside. The Chen Yuanyue is a girl, the eldest brother of the family's second, but at this time the girl is also raised as a boy. On her every day to follow a group of boys' crazy running appearance. Do not look closely at it, cannot be seen as a girl child. Sixth uncle, when do you think we'll go buy candy? The 4 children who had put away their dishes came to Chen Zhengchuan in a row. Even the itty-bitty Chen Yuanxiong finally moved in front of Chen Zhengchuan, grabbing his pants leg with one hand, his mouth still shouting, "Sugar, want sugar?" However, before Chen Zhengchuan could speak, Chen mother came over from nowhere, thinking about sugar all day long. Still only know how to find your sixth uncle. Why don't you go find your parents? Hey, Ama, this is not my father in the hands of no money. If you look for my mother, and then to be scolded and maybe beaten, I do not go. Chen Yuanhu he smiled, dodged. Chen mother reached out ready to knock his head hand. One virtue. Mother Chen said in an unkind manner and left in a hurry, not caring about them. Rocco, are you done eating? The fish are loaded and ready to go. Chen Zhengchuan still wanted to play with a few little ones for a while when he heard the voice of the second brother next door. All right. Chen Zhengchuan smiled towards the pile of little ones in front of him after he gave a reply. Let's go, those who want to eat candy are following. Well, Uncle Six is mighty. Chen Zhengchuan kinda likes little kids, except for the bears of course. These kids at home are still more fun and closer to him. A candy bar the size of a thumb is only 5 cents, and with 5 children it's only 2.5 cents, so when the time comes, 2 pieces per person is only 5 cents, so he can afford it. Chen Zhengchuan casually copied the little bear that followed the feet on his body. This guy is only 2 years old, walking is not good, also want to follow the mix. Come on, let's go buy candy. Dala, your sixth uncle is so nice, he even buys you candies. I want that for Uncle Six too. Xing, why don't we switch my sixth uncle with your sixth uncle? Go, don't wait at my house, we'll come back and play with you guys after we go get candy. Behind him followed a group of children chattering. That sound is more lively than the food market, but Chen Jingchuan listened to were very useful. At least the money was not spent in vain. This group of children still know who was good for them. When he and his second brother pushed the crate to the pier, there were not many people at the pier. Akai was surprised and looked at the two of them, Chen Jingchuan and the large group of children behind them. Your large family went to beg for the sea in the morning? The tide hasn't even ebbed yet this early in the morning. How can we beg the sea? Chen Jingchuan didn't say anything. His second brother spoke up. This is last night's cargo. That's not bad. So many fish, there must be a few hundred pounds. You guys found a fish nest? Kai and his brother Ifa were about the same height and looked a bit alike. Although they weren't twins, if the two stood together one could definitely tell that they were a pair of blood brothers. Pretty much. First calculate how much these fish cost. Chen Zhengmin didn't want others to know about Sixth Son's new fishing method, so he just didn't say anything more on it. Last night his wife tried to get him to come out on his own for a solo. He didn't even agree. After all, this hair is Rocco's. They follow him to get rich, turn around and learn the skills and then go it alone counts for something. If it had been anyone else's method in the village he would have gone solo, but this was his own brother's and he wasn't going to do that. Akai didn't ask too many questions. He turned his head and picked up the scale and started weighing. He also had a rolled up book and a pen with him, and for every type of fish he weighed he wrote in the book. After weighing it, Akai started bargaining with the two Chen Jingchuan brothers. This time there is no need for Chen Jingchuan to move his mouth. In this kind of thing his second brother can be much better than him. The original body's a little bit of skill or follow his second brother to learn. Your fish is no longer fresh after sitting overnight. It has to go down a dime. 10 cents? Why don't you go and grab it? If it wasn't for the fear of noisy you last night I would have pulled it over directly. If you want to mess up like this I'll pull it over to you directly today. Knock on the door in the middle of the night to see if you can stand it. That's not how you do the math. We only collect fish based on what you're doing with the fish right now. So where do you think it's not fresh? We were keeping it in seawater last night, and look at the big sea bass and the gag grouper, they're both still moving. That's the price, if you want to raise it unless you deliver it tonight. That's what you said. If you don't get up tonight I'm going to tear down the door of your Thai squatter's house. And you guys get so many good ones at night? It's none of your business. If you still want our goods in the future, you'll have to pay more. Finally, after a tug of war, Akai not only did not drop a dime, the most expensive kinds of fish also added a dime to the price. More than 100 pounds of fish. The lowest price is some tofu fish, 2 cents a catty. He was going to keep it to eat, but his mother had already killed the miscellaneous fishes last night, and these are a little too much if you leave them again. The most expensive are those gauge-eye fish. This kind of real snapper not only has a good name but also good looking. $1.50 a catty sold for a total of $13. After selling the fish, Chen Jingchuan brothers smiled so much that their eyes narrowed into a slit. That's $46.35. When Chen Zhengmin received the 4 sheets of Grand Unity handed over by Akai, his heart trembled. So much money, how much he has to carry to resist the cargo box. Although only half of it was his own, it was still much better than working outside, which was hard and tiring, not to mention that he couldn't earn any money. Chapter 14: A partnership to buy a ship? Looking at his second brother's excitement, Chen Zhengchuan smoothly took the remaining handful of change that Akai handed over. Looking at the group of children around him who were looking at him with bated breath, Chen Jingchuan first divided the money with his second brother and then directly drew a 10-cent ticket out and waved it in front of their eyes. Uncle Six, give it to me. I'll take it to buy candy. Chen Yuanqing couldn't wait to reach out. Chen Yuan, who on one side was not willing to show weakness and also clamored for the money. I'll run the fastest and be able to go ahead and buy it when the time comes. Stop. Chen Jingchuan looked at the pair of hands reaching out in front of him and hurriedly raised the money higher. That's a dime that would be torn apart in an instant if they were allowed to rob it. If the adults find out about this, they will be beaten up, not to mention eating candies. A penny at this time is a huge sum of money, not to mention that at this time his second brother is on the side. Really want to happen to rob the money, not to mention the matter of going back. I am afraid that now we have to get a beating. Sixth uncle, who did you say to? Seeing Chen Zhengchuan's appearance, Chen Yuanyue said smartly. First things first, you split the 10 cents equally among yourselves, 2 cents each. Chen Yuanqing and Chen Yuan, who you two can't bully others just because you're the biggest, you hear me? And don't all buy candy to eat something else, or you'll eat bad teeth by then. Chen Jingchuan is really afraid of these bigger ones directly swallowed by themselves, especially the smallest little bear. He may not even understand himself that he ate a few cents of sugar. By then it is not how much these few bigger ones say is how much. No. Only when he heard a group of small children say in unison did Chen Jingchuan nod his head. Then he put a dime into Chen Yuanyue's hand. Then he watched your group of kids bounce away before he started counting the money in his hand, 2 big donuts and a bunch of change. The second brother also had 2 large unions in his hand, and more than $6 the 2 men kept. Last night promised the family $1 a person, have to fulfill the promise, and then they intend to go today to collect more nets and baskets back, and strive to make a big and new high tonight. Sixth son, should we go back first or go buy fishing nets? His second brother counted the money and then hurriedly put it into his pocket. One hand was still placed inside to cover it, for fear of dropping it. First go back and put the money away, and last night I already asked mother to help us pay attention to where there are rotten fishing nets for sale. Chen Jingchuan glanced at his second brother's hand. This if he didn't put the money back, then he was afraid that he would keep uneasily holding his hand over it. That's fine, letting mother go out to collect rotten fishing nets can still cover it up. Chen Zhengmanman also nodded fervently. I'll come back out to the supply house later to buy a little thread and a bit of rope back first. There wasn't much rope or thread in the house, and with his mother having to mend rotten fishing nets, it had long since run out. As for the supply house, it is still the village's industry. Some things can still only be bought with tickets, but because the village head engaged in smuggling, so there are still more things inside. Some of the village head to get back to put in the supply house of the things will not need tickets can buy. In this era, a salesman in a supply house was a very decent job, holding a certain monopoly of resources, and was often overbearing and unassailable to customers. Yeah, just get it going, I'll go back to cutting down trees. That's fine too, Sango will probably come with us tonight and cut more stumps. I know. After chatting all the way back to the house, he saw his second sister-in-law organizing the fishing nets at the door, and as soon as he saw them going back without organizing the nets, he rushed to welcome them. Ergo had taken his hand out of his pocket when he entered. The second sister-in-law hurriedly covered her second brother's hand and pulled him into the house. Still covering it up, I can't help but know how much money sixth son has made here? Mother Chen skimmed her mouth when she saw it. However, she only spat in passing when she saw it, and then looked at Chen Zhengchuan with an eager face. Even Chen Zhenghong was the same, after all, she also had $1. Ah, where's the money? Where's my money? Mother, the money seems to have dropped. More than 20 it. Chen Zhengchuan pretended to pull out his pockets twice, and as a result, he didn't take out any money. Egu, you accomplished thing, money can be taken away for you, why don't you drop it yourself? Still know the way back? Still standing there, why, hurry along the way back to find more than $20 you can fall. Chen Jingchuan only thought about the skin a little, did not expect his mother to react so big. This moment his mother and second sister has dragged him back along the road to find money to go. No, mother, it's not lost, it's here. Chen Jingchuan hurriedly pulled out a handful of money from his pocket. His mother saw this and was relieved. Then his mother and second sister hammered him twice, left and right, all day long. You do this kind of nonsense. How much did it sell for? Although Mother Chen wanted to smack her rotten boy, but her eyes were still caught by the handful of money Chen Jingchuan was holding up. Just by sweeping a glance, she saw two big Unity and red tickets. A big Unity was $10, the red ticket was $1, which made it more than 20. That's over $46, and my second brother and I split 20 each. What about the rest? Gave the little ones a dime, and here's the rest, except for the $3 I gave you, and some I intend to use to buy nets. You really give them money, and you give them a dime at a time. Listening to his mother read for a while, Chen Zhengchuan was surprised to find that his mother actually did not want to collect his money directly this time. Mother, are you forgetting something this time? Then he saw his mother hold out her right hand. I was going to let you take it yourself, but you said so. Keep $1 for yourself and give me the rest. Haha, let you have it. Chen Zhenghong also snickered at the side after seeing this. Chen Zhengchuan. Do I count this as lifting a rock and stoning myself? If you want to laugh again, $1 is gone on. Chen Zhengchuan looked at his second sister. I can't do anything about my mother, but I can't cure you? Chen Zhenghong, damn, I really want to hammer my own stinky brother. Mother, I feel like I can still take it myself. Look, plus the $10 from last time, I now have $30. Save up for a few more days and I can buy a small wooden boat to go out to sea. Chen Jingchuan ignored his second sister and turned his head to look at Chen mother. His plan was to buy a hand-cranked wooden boat first, not to go as far as he could, but at least to put out nets offshore. He'll switch to a motorized boat when he's built up enough capital. You want to buy a boat? Mother Chen looked at Chen Jingchuan in surprise upon hearing this. She did not know when her son had the idea. Before, it was not clamoring to go to engage in walking goods, earn big money? Haven't you always looked down on fishing and wanted to do smuggling to make big money? Mother Chen looked at her son strangely. That was in the past, now I've gone from good to good, okay. Chen Jingchuan heard this, recalling that memory was a burst of embarrassment. What's he got to do with what his predecessor did? That's all the more reason why I have to help you save up, otherwise when will you spend it all yourself? A 6-meter long hand-cranked wooden boat also costs 1 or 200. Chen mother directly slapped Chen Jingchuan's hand twice, and then drew away 2 large sums of money. Alas, life is bitter. Chen Jingchuan sighed and picked at the pile of change in his hand. Just as he drew out $1 and gave it to his second sister, he heard his second brother's voice from behind him. Sixth son, you want to buy a boat? Chen Jingchuan drew another $2 to his mother and second sister-in-law. Yes, always so engaged in the offshore how to get rich, definitely need to get a boat out to sea. Why don't we two brothers join together to buy a big boat? Chen Jingmin's eyes lit up when he heard that. He now felt that this younger brother of his was lucky, and that he had earned more than 30 after only 2 pleas, and incidentally he had earned a lot as well. If things went on like this, partnering with old Six to get a boat looked pretty good. A big boat? How much you got on it? I just have $30 right now. Chen Jingchuan was stunned, looking at his second brother's appearance. He didn't want to work anymore, but to get a boat to go out to sea. Only a big tin boat, even second-hand, is more than $2,000, even if one person contributes half of it is still more than $1,000, he is only $30, but also in his mother's hands, the difference is a little too much, right? It's a couple $1,000s at this time of year. The average family really can't afford it. Otherwise, his father would have bought a boat and sailed on his own, and he wouldn't still be working for someone else. I only have a few $100s on hand. Urge smiled awkwardly. A small wooden boat would be enough, but that one is too hard to scull, and it's easy to be bullied by other big boats at sea. So you're thinking of combining a big boat together when we make money? Chen Jingchuan nodded. These three things are the three greatest hardships, and ordinary people can't do them. Chen Jingchuan bought a small wooden boat, also intends to pay a daily salary to hire someone to support the boat. Yeah, that's good luck you've got now. $30 in 2 days, at this rate 2 or 3 months will be enough for us to buy a boat together. Chen Jingchuan glanced at his second brother. He didn't know when this second brother of his had become so thoughtful. Make thousands of dollars in 2 or 3 months. You have more faith in me than I do. Chapter 15 Allied Brothers. What Chen Jingchuan does not know is that his second brother was also squeezed hard by those proprietors of the pier, which is why he thought of coming out to do it himself. Of course, he had to say something nice if he wanted to pull his brother up. This would be an absolute master of pie painting in the future. But when did Chen Jingchuan come from? Whether it was drawn by the master or the department head, he had eaten this kind of cake countless times a long time ago, and he reacted just after his second brother finished. Only let him did not expect is that 2 lives have not escaped the fate of the pie. Originally thought that this life only their own as the boss to give others the opportunity to draw a pie. I did not expect to let him meet, or from the pro brother of the pie. When the time comes to say it, and not necessarily just the two of us partnership, the family father and big brother third brother, they have not yet asked it. Chen Jingchuan nodded. It wasn't that I wanted to reject Ergo, it was just that I was instinctively resistant to this kind of pie in the face. Right, if you guys are partnering up to buy a boat without calling them, don't let suspicions arise between the brothers when the time comes. Chen mother also hurriedly said after hearing Chen Jingchuan's words. It's not easy for his youngest son to change his ways, but don't be led by the oldest two to take too big a step and pull the egg, and then get into conflict with other brothers. That's right, it's necessary to discuss with them. The second brother realized that he did rush a little, and only saw the oldest 6, a large family at home. Even if you do not look for them to partner, but also have to say a word, or no matter whether they are making or losing money in the future, the brothers are prone to misunderstand each other, especially the oldest brother and the oldest 4 character, are not much to talk about the muffled gourd, really want to have the emotions are also their own to hold back. After chatting for a while, Chen Jingchuan went out to buy ropes and lines. As for the fishing nets had been handed over to his mother's relationship in the village, to collect a few pairs of fishing nets back is not a simple matter. Cutting down trees and making stakes was left to his second brother, mainly because yesterday's tree stealing incident made him feel a little bit weak in his heart, and up to now he still doesn't know where his family's forest land is. After leaving the house, Chen Jingchuan was just walking towards the kiosk when he was stopped by 2 people. You guys want to scare me to death? Chen Jingchuan thought that he had been robbed by which roadblock. I didn't realize it was the 2 of them, Bamboo and Bei. Chen Jingda looks thin and weak. People around him called him Bamboo Pole. There is a brother and 2 sisters at home. Chen Zhengbei, body type, and Chen Jingchuan about the same, are 1.75 m. For siblings in the family were called Southeast, West, North, West. On the small West is a girl child. He and Chen Jingchuan is the same as the youngest. These 2 were allies of the original, and there was a fat man. But those were the only 2 who were here at the moment, and the fat man wasn't there. It is you who want to scare us to death, okay? Before the village what the rumors have, and did not see your family to do the funeral, we do not know that you are still alive or not. Zhuken looked at Chen Jingchuan in a bad mood. Bei went straight for it, grabbing Chen Jingchuan and touching him twice. It looks like a real person. Go, am I not a real person or am I still a dead person? Chen Jingchuan said without a trace of anger. I don't know if it was influenced by the original body. He and these people should be meeting for the first time, but getting along was unusually cordial, as if it was really the original body. The people around him hard didn't find anything wrong, and he didn't have the slightest bit of obscurity. It was really like old friends who had known each other for a long time. So what have you been doing the last couple days? How come we haven't seen you come to us? Zhuken also hammered Chen Jingchuan. Laozi almost died and had to recuperate at home. How come I haven't seen you guys come to my house to look for me in the past few days? Chen Jingchuan pulled a random excuse. After all, he himself was not the original Chen Jingchuan, and if it wasn't for these 2 people coming to him, I'm afraid that he never would have gone to them. You're in such a big trouble, and your mother is watching the door to keep us from going into you. Yeah, it was almost buried. I had an offering ready to go and it didn't work. Chen Jingchuan cast a sidelong glance at the bamboo pole. What, you are disappointed that I was not buried? But he also knew that these 2 really wished him well. How could he put it? Memory of these 2 plus the fat man in him, for people that really play well allied brothers, and the difference between blood brothers and blood brothers is that there is no blood relationship. Growing up, the four would always play and work together. At that time Chen Zhengchuan fell into the water when others are not willing to go into the water. It is these two people to fish him up, if then earlier original body may not die. However, his mother felt that Chen Zhengchuan had been brought down by these people, so she had never treated the few of them very well. Go, let's not talk about this. Fatty cut off some pig lungs and livers from his old man. Let's go get some small seafood together to build a flat gang. Donzi pulled Chen Zhengchuan and headed for the seaside pier. Chen Zhengchuan saw that it was still early in the day, so he was not in a hurry to buy the rope and those things, and followed the two to the pier. I had promised to get a fish for my third uncle to eat yesterday, but it looks like I'll have to postpone that as well. After buying a bunch of small seafood at the marina, the three of them stopped by the supply house and bought 2 bottles of wine. Before leaving, Chen Zhengchuan saw Chen Yuanqing several children. They are now holding a piece of sugar squatting in the shade, licking 2 mouths from time to time, surrounded by a group of children enviously looking at them. Starlet, tiger. Hearing Chen Zhengchuan called them, a group of small children regardless of whether his family hula all gathered over. Hello Uncle Junior. Hello Dahu's little uncle. Chen Zhengchuan glanced at a few children in the crowd with snot bubbles. Their mouths are sweet, but it is a pity that he will not give money to buy candy. Come with me to the supply house. Wow, Uncle Junior is mighty, Uncle Six is good. Only to their disappointment, Chen Zhengchuan didn't buy snacks for them. Instead he took 2 bags of rope and thread for them to hold. Remember to take the stuff back later, and by the way, tell Ama that I won't go back at noon and will go back at night. After saying this, Chen Zhengchuan dashingly took Zhuguan and Abe towards Fatty's house. Only a few children, large and small, were left standing in place with bitter faces, still pulling 2 large bags. Chen Zhengchuan handed over the work to Chen Yuanqing and them. Anyway, it is almost noon, these children have to go back to eat. Save yourself a trip. The second brother followed him once yesterday to do the pile net. Know how to set up. He went back at night and waited to set up the piles and nets. You're quite skillful at making the little one. After walking for a while, Bamboo Pole laughed. How can you eat my candy and not do some work? Chen Zhengchuan said carelessly, then asked about Fatty. Fatty didn't go with his father to geld pigs today? Fatty, his father, is a pig killer, opened the only pork stall in the village. The village of large and small pigs are basically his father to kill, including piglets to gelding is also his. Fat family belongs to the village, more oil and water in the wave of people. Otherwise it's not easy to grow fat in this day and age. Did not go, today's work is not much, his father let him stay to watch the family's pork store. Bamboo Pole heatedly smiled toward Chen Zhengchuan and squeezed his eyebrows. His father is at home and we do not have the opportunity to take a flat partner. Hitching a flat is when a couple of people put something out one by one and cook and eat it together. But they ride flat out, usually with the fat guy paying a little more, and on their side of the pond, meat is a lot more expensive than seafood. Fatty didn't care, his family had plenty of pork anyway. That's true, hurry over there before the fat bastard steals it. What are you afraid of? That would have been his family's, and Fatty still has that credit. Then I'll go and deliver the seafood first, so that Fatty doesn't get impatient waiting. Don't run, you kids definitely want to steal food by running over there first. Chuanzi, hurry up and chase after him. The bamboo stick guy runs pretty fast for being so skinny. The 3 of them were out of breath by the time they ran to Fatty's house. The fat man was wearing an apron and was now cooking meat at the stove. Chuanzi, look at you, it's nothing at all. Fatty said with a smile when he saw Chen Zhengchuan. Not bad for a big disaster. Chen Zhengchuan laughed, then very consciously sat in front of the stove to help build a fire. As for Zhukan and Bei, they went to handle the seafood. It's good that you're okay, I haven't seen you in the last 2 days. I thought you were lying in bed and couldn't get out of bed. Where did you hear that from? I didn't get beat up, I just fell in the ocean and choked on 2 mouthfuls of water. That's how it's been rumored in the village anyway, and I'm thinking of bringing up a bone in a couple of days to check on you. It's okay, it doesn't hurt that you're carrying a bone to see me. You're still not cheap at all. That's for sure, pork ribs, not for nothing. Who said it was pork ribs? It's obviously fish bones. You've gotten bad even for a fat guy, watching people take fish bones? You can hold it? I'm sure I can't hold it looking at anyone else, but I can definitely hold it looking at you, okay? After chatting for a while, Fatty uncovered the pot and took out the boiled pig lungs, put them in cool water to soak, and then prepared to stir-fry the pig liver. After watching Fatty's handiwork for a while, Chen Zhengchuan couldn't help but do it himself. The fat man just looks like a chef, but not a professional chef, while Chen Zhengchuan he is a professional. When Bamboozle and Bei came in, they found that the two had switched roles. Fatty was burning the fire in front of the stove, while Chen Zhengchuan was frying the vegetables, and smelling the aroma seemed to be frying very well. It seemed to be a little more fragrant than the dishes Fatty used to make. Chapter 16, All Go. Damn, Kawako, your craft smells really good. When did you secretly practice? Zhukan was about to reach out and pick up the pig's liver to eat after placing the seafood on the stovetop. Go, have you washed your hands yet? We still have to eat. Chen Zhengchuan swung the spatula around, not letting the bamboo stick have its way. But it was Bei who drilled him, quickly reaching across the other side and picking up a piece of pork liver and putting it in his mouth. So sub, oh, hot, ha, fresh, good, ha, better than I've ever eat, good times. Abe finished off the piece of pork liver hard while huffing. You kid has quick hands. The fat man sitting in front of the stove helplessly waved the fire poker towards Abe. Be careful, that thing is hot, don't give me a scar on my face. Abe, who had finished off a piece of pig's liver, jumped straight to the back in a flash, cautiously looking at the fire poker in Fatty's hand. Who told you to be such a monkey? I should have known I should have nicknamed you Monkey. Go go go, who's a monkey? My ass isn't red. All you know is red ass, that monkey I remember losing. Fatty heatedly smiled when he heard Abe's words. Once before, when they were rushing to the market a year ago, they met an outsider holding a monkey to put on a show, and at that time they felt that Abe and that monkey were very much alike. Originally, they wanted to give Bei a monkey nickname, but because of his strong opposition along with the end did not come to fruition. Come, first serve this dish, immediately fry the pig lungs, and finally get the seafood. Chen Zhengchuan stir-fried to watch the pig liver discoloration on Sheng out, pig livery tender on the good. After the pork lungs are fried, it's time for seafood. There were just 4 of them, they didn't cook, got a couple of corn on the cob and roasted groundnuts for the main course, and then drank from the tableful of food. The white wine was crank wine bought at the supply house for 50 cents a bottle. They didn't drink the rice wine at home, mainly because although the rice wine stuff was better than the crank wine, Fatty didn't have much at home. In case they ran out of it, they would have to go to town to buy it. And they don't drink enough alcohol to drink a tankard of rice wine at a meal, but they drink a bottle's worth of crank wine. In the past, they had no money, so they could only engage in this kind of wine. Anyway, for people get together, drink tea and talk all afternoon. In their words, no money have no money to play. It took an hour of drinking and stopping to get off the table. Looking at the scene of the table full of cups and plates in disarray, Chen Zhengchuan 3 people did not have the slightest self-consciousness to help clean up, and went back after drinking. At this time, to go back to Chen Zhengchuan can still lie down for a while, waiting for the net at night and then picking up fish when the tide goes out is. It's only been a few days since you've settled down, and you've gone off to fool around with your foxy friends again? When Chen Zhengchuan had just returned home, his mother was in the yard with a group of people organizing fishing nets and preparing the things that would be used in the evening. What on fox and dog friends, mother, those are my brothers, they were the ones who saved me when I fell into the water. Previously heard his mother said fox and dog friends when he did not respond positively. Perhaps today met together feel good, perhaps a drink now bold. Today Chen Zhengchuan for the 3 brothers and his mother to defend up. Yo, 1 drink and you're good buddies again? What do you mean a drink makes you a good buddy? It always does alright. Che, good brothers who loiter together, huh? After a couple of words with his mother he didn't bother. His mother's impression of a couple of her brothers wasn't going to be reversed anytime soon. Second brother, is there anything you don't understand or can't figure out? Chen Zhengchuan turned his head and asked about blocking the net. It's not bad, you sleep for a while and come back to check when you wake up. I'm afraid you'll get caught in the net when you're like this. Chen Zhengmin smiled and glanced at his brother. In this drunken state, let alone organizing the nets, they had to watch him a bit lest they mess up the nets and tie themselves up. Mother, 6th son is so old that he's capable of starting a family, so don't keep on controlling him. When Chen Zhengchuan went in, second brother looked at his mother. The second brother wanted to persuade, but his mother disliked. What? I can't control it if it can become a family. I don't care if his family can't make it, but I'm still in charge of you now that you have a family. Being told by his mother, when Chen Zhengmin wanted to say something he ended up being kicked twice by his daughter-in-law, and then he didn't say anything anymore. Mother Chen glared at her second daughter-in-law, who always liked to make a move on her man when she was talking. Mother, didn't you just tell 6th son to take us at night? Mother Chen was still about to say something about her second daughter-in-law when she saw her eldest daughter-in-law walk out from the back. They all lived in the same courtyard, so they definitely couldn't hide anything from the oldest family, and she didn't think to hide it from her eldest daughter-in-law. You can't take the second and promise the third and not take the oldest family. I forgot, it's fine, I'll definitely bring you guys along when the time comes. Mother Chen said glumly. How he felt that his 2 sons had been working against her today. The youngest finished, the second said. Obviously 2 days ago she said that the youngest of those fox and dog friends, the youngest do not say anything, at most they muttered a few sentences, did not think that today directly, and she said against. And how will we count the money when the time comes? Alas, you wait for 6th son to wake up from his nap and get up and then discuss it together, and Lao San hasn't come back yet, I don't care. Shen mother also lazy to say this if now on the discussion of the matter of money sharing certainly have a pull, and the 6th son old 3 are not in, even if said good they do not agree how to do? In the afternoon of the same day, Shen's father, an elder brother, came back and heard that the fish they caught in one night had sold for more than $40, and one by one, they also wanted to follow Lao Lu to go to the sea to catch fish in the evening. It was already dark outside when Chen Zhengchuan woke up from a nap. The family's meal has also just been done, in his mother de words as waking up at the right time, a look at his past life as a hungry ghost reincarnation. Dad, you guys are going along? Chen Zhengchuan asked in surprise after hearing what his dad said during dinner. He had originally thought that third brother would be tagging along, but he hadn't realized that big brother and father were going along as well. Yeah, what's not working? Chen's father glanced at his youngest son. This guy had indeed changed quite a bit recently, and he was also able to get money. But if he wanted to use it to turn the tables, he wouldn't mind making the kid reminisce about his childhood. Since growing up, Chen's father rarely hit his children. After all, they are so big, they also want to face. But if the boy of the house wanted to kick the nest, he would still be happy to whip it and stabilize his authority as the head of the family.
That's fine, but you're not sailing? And how are you going to split the money?
Chen Zhengchuan didn't care. It was fine to bring his family. He still wanted to bring Bamboo, Abe and Fatty along. Of course the fat man, or forget it. Want him to move to help pick up the fish is a little difficult. This kid cultivate immortal's biggest dream is to marry a wife to guard the pork stall every day. It's okay to beg the sea once in a while, but if you really want him to do it all the time, he's afraid that he won't be happy about it. Today, the engine of the Dongjia ship had a problem, and rested for 2 days, and as for splitting the money, Chen father was silent for a while, and he really did not know how to split this.
How about dividing it according to each family? Mother Chen suggested from the side. Mother is trying to make sixth son and I split the family with you now? Chen Zhengjun frowned.
Their family is a little too much. When the oldest two married daughter-in-law after the family room are not enough to live, so the two now side of the repair of the 2 rooms, equal to the 2 of them, is separated from the family to share out. He and old Six had not yet started a family, and at that time his father really couldn't get any money in his hand, so he didn't repair the house for the 2 of them to share out together. If this is divided according to the family, he and the 6th son, even in his father's side, when the 3 men contribute to take a share of the 2 of them did not share, the family will be at a great disadvantage. Then according to the labor force to count, later in the evening, as long as the go counted a share. As for the women will be at home to help sort and kill the fish. Then according to today's 6 sons practice, 1 person to send a piece of money. How? Chen father thought about the brain broad pain, so simply according to the head to share. It's mostly men who contribute anyway, women just help out at home.
Yes. Chen Zhengjun nodded his head in agreement after thinking about it. I don't have a problem either. Chen Zhengchuan was indifferent. What about you guys? Chen's father looked at Chen's mother and youngest daughter again.
That's fine. When the time comes, the miscellaneous fish will give the oldest and second family a share as well. Chen mother also had no problem with this. It was generally Chen father who made the decisions on the major events in the family.
I have no problem with that.
Chen Zhenghong also hurriedly expressed his attitude.
That's it then, I'll go find the oldest 2 and say something.
Father Chen put down his chopsticks when he saw that everyone had agreed, and picked up the smoking gun on one side and knocked on it. In fact, this program Lao Lu ate a little loss. After all, this method is what he came up with. But Lao Lu himself did not object. He was lazy to say. The big deal is that the back from their own share of the inside even a little bit to him. So think of the matter if Chen's father went to the next door.
Chapter 17, More Births.
Chen Zhengchuan promised the 3rd uncle of the fish in the end, or reneged. Daytime drinking dizzy, can find home is good, which can also remember this kind of thing. When he got up at night and was caught by the family preparing to go out to beg for the sea, the matter was thrown even further out of the question. When Chen Zhengchuan was thinking about it, still saw that Chen Yuanqing had gotten a bunch of loquats back from somewhere. But by that time Chen Zhengchuan had already set out with his family to prepare for the sea plea. This time a large family of men from the Chun family was all out. Chen Zhengchuan and his second brother took the family to find a more open place than the last time to set up from the center, and took the people to expand to both sides. In total, he had pulled up almost 300 meters of blocking nets along the beach, and had driven 7 or 8 stakes for fixing them. The low tide on the 4th night of the first year was about 9:50, but since there were no watches, a group of men set up their block nets and then sat quietly on the shore waiting for the tide to go out.
6th son, from what your mother told me, you're planning to buy a boat.
Chen's father approached his sons on the side to chat while he waited for the tide to go out on the shore. Chen Zhengchuan sighed. His father really know how to play. Want to say what on, directly say it. Have to use him to start. Obviously know my capital, still say these words. But his father said also have to pick up, have this intention, but also have to look at the recent catch of this fish, how it is, to see if you can first earn a sampan boat back.
6th son is planning to buy a boat? Boss asked in surprise. When do we go? How big did you buy it? Want us to go help? TSK, old 6 can do it, that's buying on the boat. Name a time and I'll get a string of firecrackers to blow up.
Listening to the words of his 3 older brothers, Chen Zhengchuan was tired for a while. He finally knew how those rumors came about. They were so close, and Ergo had talked to him during the day, and then one of them started talking about him buying a boat this very minute.
This is still his own family's brother. If it spreads out there's no telling what it'll be like.
I only have a few dollars on my whole body, and still buy a boat. Folding a paper boat by myself is more like it. Chen Zhengchuan said in a good-natured manner.
Big brother hemmed and hawed. I thought you were ready to buy a boat already. What's my situation? Others don't know. Big brother, you still don't know?
It's not like I thought you could just buy a boat from what Dad said.
Yeah, Rocco, didn't you make a lot of money in the past 2 days? Listening to these few people, one person, a word of discussion, Chen Zhengchuan face depressed. $30 is a lot of money? How do all these people feel like he's making a lot of money? Hee, sixth son, 30 is quite a lot, nyang, and the girls have to weave nets for more than a month, and it's the first time you've earned this much, so everyone was a bit surprised. Lao Er looked at Chen Jingchuan and nodded. 30 won't buy a boat, will it? Just the paddles on the boat. Chen Jingchuan did not have the good sense to say. I was trying to say that you guys have any plans. Sixth son has a goal, don't you guys have any plans? Seeing that the topic was getting a bit off track, Father Chen hurriedly pulled the topic back. He just wanted the brothers to come together and have a goal like Rocco, or join together to buy a boat. As a result, who knew that they actually discussed the youngest's body? Intend to? Hey, I'm going to follow old six. I'll wait until I'm married and have 2 more kids and just work together when they're old enough. After hearing Chen Zhengjuan's words, Chen's father glanced at him. Just this much ambition? After hearing this, Chen Zhengchuan suddenly remembered that family planning seems to have been implemented, right? When he first chatted at the hotel at Moncler Outlet Store, he also heard Moncler Outlet Store him say that when his 3rd son was born, he directly took his wife to live on a deserted island, and only dared to come back when the child was born. His family was doing well in those days, and the 3rd overgrown child was penalized directly to the point that the family's television set was removed and a pig was taken away. Anyway, once family planning came out, the punishment for having too many children at this time was still quite harsh, especially for those who had a little bit of family money, and the richer they were, the more they were penalized the most. Family planning is in effect. How many more do you want to have? The elder brother gave his brother a helpless look. Good man, you don't even have a wife yet and you want to use your son? What's the big deal? You can go out and give birth and then come back. How much can we pay in fines? Our family is not a rich family, the old witch still want to come to lift our family tile? Chen Jingjun said without a care in the world. That's true, anyway, so many people in the village have had babies, it's not so bad for our family. The old hag had her legs removed if she dared to come. Chen Jingchuan listened to his father and a few brothers, heart-sighed. This is the limitations of this time generation of insight, not to say how the policy, but in their hearts will certainly follow their own wishes. Strength in numbers is a realization that has always been engraved in their bones, so no matter how strict the policy is, they always have countermeasures to catch the loopholes, and coupled with the current technological means, it is not an easy task to regulate. Sailing out to sea and living on a deserted island is still just one kind of thing. Some pregnant women live elsewhere if they are slightly pregnant for fear of being caught, while others run around or hide in the mountains and come back only when they have given birth. As for the old hag, she was the village's head woman, specializing in family planning. Basically, whenever there is an overgrowth in the village, she is the one who takes care of it, and the fines are set by her in the village. Previously, her work was not good to start. After all, when family planning was just enforced, it was opposed by almost all the families, and everyone had babies in secret, so she had no choice. There are times when it is true that there is no penalty and some families would rather borrow money to have a child. One time a family that was already so poor had an overgrown child, and there was no money for the penalty and no valuable objects, so in a fit of anger she let a poke at the roof of someone else's house. The old witch doesn't know who called her first, but that's what the village has always called her. That's why the women's director has never been popular with others in their village. After chatting for a while about having children, Chen Jingchuan greeted a few people who were ready to pick up fish after watching the tide begin to go out. This time the family brought out all the baskets and the crates were ready. When the cart is full, we'll take it straight back to the house, where the women have already prepared tools to sort and kill the fish. His second brother even made a deal with Akai to send the sorted fish overnight later in the evening. Kai also brought back a lot of ice when he sold fish to the city in the afternoon. It could be said that they were quite well prepared for this wave, and he didn't know how Ergo had convinced Kai to prepare ice and collect fish in the middle of the night. After all, they only have an ice-making plant in the city, and those fishmongers basically send a trip of fish to the city every day to bring back some ice. They were the only ones who could bring back some ice. Other fishermen, except for those big boats of 20 or 30 meters or so, don't go to the market to sell their fish, and even if they do, they don't bring back ice specifically. Sixth son, this kind is directly opened and fish comes out? Father Chen looked at Chen Jingchuan curiously. The hundreds of meters of the net, Chen Jingchuan, a total of 3 openings. Chen Jingchuan and his third brother belonged to the kind of wandering personnel, to help the 3 people to send baskets by the side of the basket filled with fish to the shore. Right, when it comes time to open it for the first time, try to press the mouth down a little bit, lest the fish rush right out and rush through and run away. Chen Jingchuan helped his big brother to press the mouth of the net. Second brother no longer needed him to teach, but it was still the first time big brother and father had fished like this, and he still needed to teach more. Otherwise the first wave, if the hands and feet run big fish, his father and big brother can slap the thighs swollen. When he finished teaching his elder brother and father, Chen Jingchuan and his third brother guarded one each, and then the 3 mouths together simultaneously opened the net tied in the gap. This time it was a little slower than last time, almost a minute or so before anything came out. This time, though, it was so much better than last night that the first wave was 6 4-pound mackerel. Ha, wahua, haven't caught this kind of fish in a long time. Chen's father shouted excitedly after seeing the wahoo in the basket. In the end is an old fisherman, even more excited is also a steady grip on the edge of the fish basket, looking at the inside of the board to go big fish did not let go. Rocco, hurry up and change the baskets. Chen Jingchuan on the other side heard and hurriedly handed over the basket prepared in his hand, and then took the fish basket in the hands of Chen's father, and then in the backward waves of the fight, struggling to pull up, while pulling but also to prevent the fish in the basket out of the board. If this is to jump out can be really fish into the sea, unless Chen Jingchuan instant reaction, encountered a big fish and then received in the space. Lao San, make it quick, why do I have so many 9-jointed shrimp here? 6. Take 2 baskets straight down, I have a lot of white pompano here. Lao San, keep your hands and feet sharp, don't let the fish get away. Father, you put the mesh smaller, I can't change the basket in time if I load it too fast. Brother, keep the net low, running fish, or a red grouper, that's almost $3. There was basically nothing bright inside the fishing village at this point, but the beach was full of bright lights from headlamps bobbing all over the place, interspersed with occasional shouts. Chapter 18, Making a Killing. The noise continued until the water had completely receded and the barrage was fully exposed. Then everyone was in no hurry. The seafood that was already inside the barrage was definitely not going to get away anyway. The priority now is to pick up all the valuable fish in the block net first. Big brother, you and oldest 3 first load a cart with the fish on the bank and push it back. The oldest 2, seeing that the baskets were already gone, hurriedly greeted the oldest in front of him to push the fish back first. Push back so that the women of the family can first help sort the valuable pick out and sell miscellaneous fish killed and dried fish. By the way, empty some baskets and come back to continue to fill them with fish. As for their intention on this side of the fence to just collect the block netting first and remove the fixed piles along the way. Looking at his old man and second brother busy appearance, Chen Jingchuan a burst of emotion, this every day dismantled and dismantled, can really be tossed. These 2 days are not the big ebb tide, not many people come to beg the sea at night, and the place they chose is also relatively remote, so these 2 days they did not hit other people in the sea to do the blocking net. But if they plan on doing this every day, they'll definitely run into someone else, and I just don't know how long they'll be able to keep this sneaking around for big bucks. Dad, tomorrow I'm going to bring Zhukan and the others along, what do you think? Looking at the barrage nets all being hauled up, and with Big Brother and the others still not back, Chen Jingchuan looked for his father to have a chat. You came up with this method, you can teach it to whomever you wish, why ask me? Father Chen frowned at his youngest. Isn't that a little too good? It does seem that this change of heart has changed him a great deal. Otherwise, when has he ever thought of his family first when he had this kind of good thing in the past? However, in the past, this little asshole character, it seems that he has never made such a good thing. Anyway, to tell you guys up front, don't say how I'll be out of tune again when the time comes. It's up to you, but what are you going to do about this side if you go in with those allied brothers of yours? You guys get your own, it's simple stuff anyway, you'll learn it by watching the basic voyage once tonight. Shen's father was silent and didn't say anything, he didn't know if this young son of his really didn't understand the meaning of his words or if he understood and didn't want to say anything. Chen Jingchuan saw that his old man did not speak, also looked to the side of the second brother who was collecting the blocking net. He also understands the meaning of his father's words, which is nothing more than that this craft has been given to his brothers for nothing. He didn't want to keep the technique to himself, though, or he wouldn't have brought Ergo along in the first place. A simple fixed pile stop net fishing method is just, teach it, can make the family poor situation to ease a little. He is also willing, after all, now he is also considered a part of this family. In the future, he also intends to bring this family together to make it bigger and stronger, and create a brilliant future together. That said, it seems that guns have not been banned in this era, right, so maybe he can even get 2 AKs to play around with. After chatting for a while, they waited for the piles to come down before they saw the oldest and the third hurrying over with their carts. Why did you go back for so long? Upon seeing his 2 sons, Father Chen frowned and asked. It's not that the fish pulled back too much at once, the nylon cloth that mother found before wasn't enough, and she looked for something to pad the bottom for a while. Boss Chen Zhangyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. On the side, the oldest 3, Chen Zhengjun, also nodded and concurred. When I came here, I met a few more people who were catching the sea, and when I saw us pushing the cart and pulling us to talk for a while, I stopped for a while in order not to expose this place. No more, hurry up and collect the nets. You guys first load the nets that have been collected over there on the car and push it back for a trip, then come back later to pull the nets on this side, and also carry 2 fixed piles back by the way. After hearing the words of his 2 brothers, Chen Zhengchuan greeted again. It was almost 12 o'clock, and Kai was still waiting there. I just didn't expect to meet the people who begged for the sea in this big night. It seems that this really can't be hidden for a long time. When they went to Akai's place tomorrow to finish selling their goods, someone might have gotten a whiff of it, and it looked like he still had to say hello to Akai. But Kai didn't know how they caught the fish, and at best a group of people were guessing. Only what Chen Jingchuan did not expect is that they fished too much seafood tonight. With Chen's father's words is that this is more than some trawlers out of a trip to the sea to get some more seafood. The boarding trucks are pushed 4 trips under the things are transported back. What can Chen Jingchuan say when he hears it? He couldn't say anything else except that it was resourceful.
Some later generations of farmers also used this method. They are not like Chen Zhengchuan so as along the coast with ordinary fishing nets arranged, but the use of breeding piles in the offshore 5 or 6 meters deep position, using the trawl nets or trawl nets arranged block net, but a time of high tide ebb and flow of the harvest may not be even 1/10 of his this time. Mother, leave a bigger fish for me later. When they got back, Mr. Chen's father, Mr. Chen and Mr. Chen went to sell the fish. Chen Zhengchuan and Lao San stayed home to give the women a hand. After all, the seafood does seem a bit much. Not just fish, but shrimp and crab, and most notably some shellfish in there. Chen father they went to sell just roughly picked out some valuable fish. After all, these fish are still quite delicate, and put a long time will fall in price. Shrimp, crab and shellfish will be fine. Plus these little things can be a lot more trouble to sort than fish, and it's impossible to sort them out for a while.
What are you playing at again? Mother Chen frowned.
This old man is smart, but he doesn't know what he's doing.
Who is this trying to get a flatmate with the fish? You can obviously eat it at home, but you have to take it out with others.
I promised my third uncle the day before yesterday to send him a fish to eat. Both live by the sea. You're still afraid that your third uncle won't have any fish to eat? Mother Chen said without a trace of anger. It's not a promise to his old man. Go to work, save you a tofu fish later? Mother, how dare you give away a fish that costs 2 cents a pound?
Don't pull back, you loser thing. How much more expensive fish do you want to take?
Chen mother impatiently waved her hand. Looking at the brightly shining knife in his mother's hand, Chen Jingchuan subconsciously took a step back. When he still wanted to say something, he heard the voice of his second sister-in-law on the side. Ah Chuan, this fish is shared by everyone. If you take a tofu fish, sister-in-law is not a careful person. If it is not worth taking it, but if you take a very expensive one, you have to pay for it, or else we will take it as well. That will not be a mess? After the second sister-in-law finished speaking, the eldest sister-in-law also spoke up to help. Right, these fish, that's a whole family worked all night to get them back. You can't just take away an expensive fish at the drop of a hat.
Chen Zhengchuan sighed in his heart. What could he say?
If he really wants to reason with these two sisters-in-law, he can't win, so he simply doesn't bother to say anything. Only he did not speak. The side of the third brother is not happy. This fishing method the old youngest came up with. Let you pick up the fish for nothing and so much talk. He took a fish how?
And the most expensive one's father they have taken to sell, he can take how expensive fish?
Chen Jingchuan glanced at his third brother in surprise, not expecting the normally honest third brother to be able to say such words.
Lao San, you're wrong to say that. Without the man of our family contributing, could he have caught so many fish? That's right, if Lao Lu took the fish wouldn't he be slapping his parents in the face?
It's clear that the distribution plan has already been finalized and he's still sticking his nose so far into it.
Chen Jingjun frowned. Where did I say that? It's not just a matter of a fish.
If Lao Lu doesn't like this distribution plan, he should have raised it before he set off. And now that we're talking about this, does that mean we all have to work for him for nothing?
If he wants fish, fine. After the split. Stop. I don't want the fish, okay?
Chen Jingchuan looked at his second sister-in-law who still wanted to say something and hurriedly shouted. He didn't expect that he just wanted a fish and his second sister-in-law had such a big reaction.
Sango was originally honest and didn't say much.
Where to say over the too often drink the village women quarrel sister-in-law, he did not stand out to call a halt, say more maybe three brother to be anxious.
Glancing at the situation in the arena, Mother Chen lined up her knife on the cutting board. Do you guys not want to kill the fish? Quarreling around.
He also headache these two daughters-in-law. Strong is good, after all, in the village is not strong to be bullied to death, especially the oldest that honest character, do not find a strong daughter-in-law, can be sucked out of the blood. But sometimes too strong is easy to make a large family disharmony, especially now the oldest three and the youngest this way, obviously is dissatisfied with the two sister-in-law. The first and second sister-in-laws whispered a few words and then stopped talking. It wasn't long before they heard the sound of walking coming from outside. So the scene which had just been silent, in a moment everyone was excited, listening to the music should be the return of the fish seller, so one by one they were diverted. Then when Chen father three people came in, not waiting for them to ask questions, everyone heard his second brother take excited voice. Ha, made a fortune, $385 in total.
Chapter 19, A Real Overnight Riches. How much?
As if she hadn't heard it, Chen's mother in the courtyard looked incredulously at the three people at the door after pulling out her ears. Even the others were breathing heavily, staring at them intently.
Chen's father didn't say anything anymore, and reached directly into his pocket to pull out a handful of large knots.
The eyes of the people in the yard were turning into those of the dumplings after seeing the handful of dumplings in his hand.
Even Chen Jingchuan was just as excited.
More than 300, in this day and age that's really quite a lot, even if it's divided among 5 people one person will have more than $60.
It's over $60.
This era work carpenters, stonemasons and other masters only 2 yuan a day. All kinds of small workers 1 yuan, his second and third brother working at the pier even if it is a small worker, the old fisherman may be paid a little higher sometimes can reach more than 3 yuan, but that depends on the mood of the ship owner.
And fishermen don't have work every day. Going out to sea depends on the time of the day, and the time you can really be at sea all year round is just over 100 days, and in the best years it's no more than 200 days. Look, let me see. After hearing this, Chen mother couldn't care less about killing the fish, and once she put the knife down, she wiped her hand with the side rag twice and then excitedly walked towards Chen father. Don't be in a hurry, don't grab it, come over here later to settle accounts and split the money together. Looking at Chen mother about to reach out, Chen father hurriedly raised his hand a bit higher, then said towards Chen Jingchuan and Chen Jingjun. After hearing the words of Chen's father, Chen Jingchuan Jun a series of excitement, cannot wait to go into the house to wash their hands ready to share money. The women of the family were not there when the money was divided, and the 5 big men sat around the table, their eyes eagerly looking at the pile of money that Chen's father had placed on the table. Maybe other people besides Chen Jingchuan have a few $100s at home. But when had they ever seen more than 30 sheets of big unity piled on top of each other? Youngest, here's your $100. Chen Jingchuan is still counting in his mind, how much is $304.56 divided by 5? But I didn't expect his dad to just count 10 big ties and put them in front of him. Dad, you can't be that bad at math to be that far off, right? If you don't know how to split it, then I'll do it. Chen father did not look at the youngest. If it is not their youngest, he really wanted to shovel him 2 earwax. What words are this is, give him a little more still chirping here. Chen's father knocked the table. This is what I decided after discussing with your several brothers. After all, took advantage of your big advantage. You want to bring those few friends to do it together behind us. We are not good to stop you. This time, we will share more to you. Really? Chen Jingchuan suspiciously swept a glance at the other 3 brothers at the table. It's true, it actually sold for more than 304, it was over $344. Thinking we were taking advantage of you, after all, the youngest, we split $10 each for you, making 100. Yeah, let's just say we bought that stake net fishing method of yours or something. Chen Jingchuan was surprised to look at his several brothers, did not expect them to actually have a sense of patent. Not only do not whoring his technique, but also pay for the right to use this method. He did not have such a high consciousness in his previous life, often whoring to watch the video. He remembered that he still had more than 2,000 coins in his account. Of course, this was the favoritism of a few of his brothers. He wouldn't trust them to pay if it were anyone else. Would $10 be too much for you guys to really part with without pain? Chen Jingchuan originally did not want to ask for money, but they want to give him will not be pretentious. After all, he is now in the early stages of entrepreneurship as the lack of funds. I also persuaded myself for a long time before agreeing to this. If you say so, I'll have to take it back. Oh. Chen Jingjun pretended that he was about to reach for the money. He ended up being directly hit by Chen's father with a smoking gun. Then Chen Jingjun rubbed his right hand with a helpless expression. Dad, I'll just pretend. Go, don't I know you? All said and done, why still reach out? You rely on the old 6 also earned a lot, there is still earned behind, $10 out also out. Then I'll be polite. When little brother becomes rich in the future, I'll definitely bring you all to make more money. Chen Jingchuan heatedly smiled and reached out to pick up the 10 sheets of grand unity that were placed in front of him. I didn't realize that a few people who used to divide $1 into several times to spend it actually took out $10 directly to him this time. I can hear you say that. Remember to make sure you don't forget a few brothers if you have a good fishing idea in the future. The oldest 2 hemmed and hawed. Even big brother nodded along. 6th son has indeed gotten better after the disaster. What's going on here? It's only been 3 days, maybe the original form will be revealed later. Chen's father watched as several brothers gathered around the old man to talk, and then at that moment, he splashed a pot of cold water down in an inopportune manner. Dad, why don't you think of something nice about me? Good? What's so good about you? How long have you been an asshole before, and you want to fly after only a few days of work? Even though I may not have worked as much as you guys did in one day in the last 3 days combined, I made more money than you guys did in a month alright. Chen Zhengyu. Chen Zhengmin. Chen Zhengjun. It's a bit unkind to talk nicely and injure someone by mistake. Right, mother and the others shouldn't know, right? Chen Zhengchuan suddenly remembered that the amount dad had said before was not this amount. Indeed I don't know, or your sister-in-law and second sister-in-law would not be pleased. Chen Zhengchuan scat his tongue after hearing this, not realizing that not only was Chen father alone biased, but even his elder brother and second brother were biased against him. He has to share more money even without his own wife's knowledge. The resentment she had previously felt towards her 2 sisters-in-law in the yard had dissipated. By the way, Rocco, remember to avoid people when you bring your friends along then, so the others don't see it. Yeah, and also tell your few friends to keep it to themselves, and a few of your own to close the door and make money on the line coming up. After hearing the words of his several older brothers, Chen Zhengchuan also nodded to indicate that he knew. After splitting the money, a few people took their own money back. Chen Zhengchuan returned to his room to find the predecessor off and hide the money of the wooden box, put a dozen of large sums of money into the box and then the whole thrown into the space to go, where the money is hidden in the space where there is placed in the carry-on space security. And this carry-on space actually has a self-purifying function. Before Chen Zhengchuan filled the entire space with seawater and put a lot of seafood in it, and after putting the water out later he didn't expect the space to be the same as the original, without a little bit of seafood odor. Chen Zhengchuan went to bed after taking a shower. As for the change in the money promised to the 4 women in the family for their work, naturally Dad would take care of it. As for the fishing nets that he bought with his second brother before, he left it alone and considered it as giving it to them. Anyway, they gave $10 each. Chen Zhengchuan is not so bad to hold on to this few cents. To take bamboo, bay and fatty with him, fishing nets and stakes and all these must be prepared by him. But he can't come alone to prepare it, he pays the money, but the work must be pulled with those goods. So the next morning, Chen Zhengchuan came to Abei's home. This guy and his family, although not a compound, but is a team, the closest to his home. What money making? Early in the morning Chen Zhangbei was still sleeping, and when he was grabbed up by Chen Zhengchuan he looked at his good brother speechlessly. Chen Zhengchuan didn't say much, and directly reached into his arms, pulling out a large knot from space and waving it in front of him for a moment before putting it back. Then, like being pulled by a mysterious force, Abei immediately sat up from the bed and looked at Chen Zhengchuan with 2 gleaming eyes. He hadn't looked closely just now, but that one-hit unity was definitely no less than $30. Usually everyone is bitterly breaking a dime into 2 to spend, but as a result you actually took out a huge sum of money at once, and the others were naturally surprised. You're off to stop and rob? What are you talking about? Old man has that ability to rob others. Stolen? Or found? Or pouted on your parents' coffins? Go, I worked hard to earn it alright. After messing around with Bei for a while, he just pulled Bei up from the bed, then the 2 of them pulled on the bamboo pole and went to Fatty's house again. After hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words, a few people originally did not believe it, but that was that a handful of great unity really surprised them. Even Fatty, who usually kept his door open, said he would go along for the evening. You kid used to be the laziest one amongst us, why are you so active in trying to get money now? After chatting, Bamboo Stick looked at Chen Zhengchuan strangely. Who says I'm the laziest? It's obviously Fatty who's the laziest alright. Go, what do you mean I'm the laziest? I'm just lazy alright. Listen to yourself, is that convincing? Chapter 20, Taking the Brothers to Make a Lot of Money. Uncle Fatty, remember to save me a piece of pancetta later. On the way out, Chen Zhengchuan stopped by to say something to Fatty's father. It is not that Chen Zhengchuan is not courteous, but the fat man's father is called Chen Xingfat, and I don't know what the fat man's grandfather thought, but he actually took such a name. You kid, is this making a lot of money? To buy 5 flour meat to improve your life. Fatty's father said smilingly after hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words. He, I earned some money from begging the sea, so I'll eat something nice today. Chen Zhengchuan smiled. They were just discussing it in the house, and Fatty's dad was outside looking at the pork stall. Naturally he didn't hear them. As for the rest of Fatty's family, they had long since gone out to beg for sea. It was also stimulated by the fact that Chen Zhengchuan earned more than $10 in the afternoon by begging the sea, and now many people around the area quite like to go to the place where he went before to beg the sea. Before earn a little money, just no smoking and drinking around the wild, now and then also know to bring back to the family. That's right, we have to leave some for the family as well, so let's leave 2 pieces. After hearing Uncle Fatty's words, Chen Zhengchuan thought for a moment and said. Fatty, his father looked at Chen Zhengchuan a speechless glance. Dare you kid just not buy back to eat, and is intended to several people together with a flat gang to open a small stove? Yeah, how many pounds? 2 pounds, I think, cut into 2 pieces. Okay, that's $2.04. Uncle, you can't just raise the price because you're the only pork stall in the village. Before it was $1 a catty, why did it go up 20 cents today? It's the same price you go to town for alright, and I'm following the town closely with this price. Look, I've gotten to know you so well, can't I just go cheap and wipe out the change? There's no change in those 2 fours either. How 40 cents isn't a zero anymore? What a family you have, 40 cents is change. And the fat man's father tugged at his skin for a while, and although he did not succeed in cutting the price, Chen Zhengchuan managed to get the fat uncle to send 2 cashews. The 4 of them went over towards the supply house by the pier after coming out of Fatty's house. The layout of their village is basically that near the pier are the richest families, and then spreading around are the ordinary families, and on the hill are basically the poorest ones. Fatty's family was one of the few rich families in the village. After all, it wasn't an ordinary person who could open a pork store at this time. The other 3 were pretty much the same, all belonging to the kind of poor, downtrodden people who hailed up in the hills. As for why they can play with Fatty, this is the emotion of fighting from childhood. Anyway, Chen Zhengchuan, Jukan and Abe's family was poor when they were young, and Fatty's family belongs to the kind of rich. Fatty character does not say introverted, but also not strong, belong to the kind of middle of the road, but he was a child zero mouth, often bullied by other children to grab something to eat. Chen Zhengchuan, 3 people will help him beat other people, fat people will eat them to share some. The 4 started out as part of this relationship. But the bond grew better later on, and a few of the guys have just stayed friends. So yesterday you bought the rope just to mess with this what's his new fishing method of yours? Seeing that Chen Zhengchuan had bought rope and thread at the supply house, Jukan asked curiously. Yeah, do any of you know your own woodlands? Chen Zhengchuan said thoughtfully.
He really didn't know his own woodland, and as for the fat man, he was certainly not allowed to do so, and I'm afraid the furthest hill he'd ever been to was his house.
Woodland? We have that at home?
Bay asked, puzzled.
I know my house.
Penny shrugged helplessly. I'm afraid he was the only one present who had to help the family chop wood on a regular basis. Needless to say, Fatty's family, Chen Jingchuan and Abe's family are 3 or 4 brothers, and all the work is done by someone.
Well, then, you go cut down 2 trees for stakes later.
What's staking? You don't care about that, just cut 2 trees back.
Then you'll have to come with me.
Ugh, I still have to prepare the fishing nets, so you can choose between Fatty and Bay.
Hearing this, Bamboo Man sighed and could only look at Bay helplessly.
Fatty, he does not want to, this if you take him up to the mountain, not to mention help this cutting and moving trees, he also have to take care of fat people.
Say, Kawako, is this money a must?
Kita sighed. He was having another attack of lazy cancer at the moment, and didn't really want to go up the mountain to cut down trees. You won't feel that way after you see that net full of fish at night.
Chen Jingchuan patted Bay's shoulder.
At first his second brother also did not believe that he Atos actually can make money, the result is soon really fragrant, and now his family, a large family, are not ready to do anything else, every day waiting for the night to go out fishing.
After the equipment was all ready, Chen Jingchuan first put the things in his house.
In fact, the closest to the beach is still the fat man's house, but the fat man's house is full of passing villagers, and this thing now he does not want to disclose, so he put it in his house.
Chuanzi, what have you been doing lately? Why haven't I seen you hanging around the village?
When Chen Jingchuan was carrying a fish bought at the pier and preparing to go to his third uncle's house, he also met quite a few village people greeting him halfway. Chen Jingchuan was a bit amused. If he really hung around the village every day, these villagers should not be able to sit still. I've been begging for the sea lately, and I'm going to make some money to spend.
Yo, you've gotten ahead, you know how to make money.
An older woman acted as if she had heard something rare, catching Chen Jingchuan in a fit of laughter.
That's true, it's not a good idea to keep asking the family for it. Kawako, is the prodigal son returning?
Still knows how to work on his own.
Chen Jingchuan smiled then, without answering, continued to walk forward. Chuanzi, tell auntie what it was like for you to be lying in the coffin at that time? As soon as we talked about it, a bunch of people came around. Want to know? Don't you know by lying in and trying it yourself? Chen Jingchuan did not have the good sense to say.
Oh, you know, I'm asking about the feeling between the time you fall into the sea and the time you wake up again. Tell me about it, Kawako, so next time we can save ourselves if we fall overboard. Hearing the words of these older women, Chen Jingchuan hemmed and hawed. If you want to know about it, 50 cents a person.
Che, you're crazy to think about money, you love to say that, I don't love to hear it. That's right, Chuanzi, you're getting into money, aren't you? This still needs money.
And you want money? I wouldn't be happy if you gave me money and begged me to listen to you. When the group of older women heard Chen Jingchuan's words, each one of them instantly became disgusted. I don't know that one of them was just there pulling Chen Jingchuan to ask him to talk about it. You all said to save yourselves a bit after falling into the sea, so I'm saving my life here. This is something I didn't know until I almost got buried 9 times over, and you guys still want to know it without paying for it.
That's too expensive. Why don't I have plums at home that are almost ripe and you pick some back? Huh, how did you know that I was just going to pick your family's plums, auntie? Chen Jingchuan, you came to steal my family's plums again?
Just now I was saying that you've returned to your prodigal son, you're really blind. Hearing the aunt's cursing words, Chen Jingchuan didn't bother to pay attention to her, carrying the fish and walking away by himself. By the time he came out of his third uncle's house again, he had a basket of plums in his hand. When he arrived at Fatty's house, the other 3 were already gathered around the stove just waiting for him to arrive. Ever since the last time Chen Jingchuan showed off his skills in a small way, when the 4 of them gathered amongst themselves, the task of cooking was already his. Although we don't have as many spices to use at home as we do in the latter days, what's that saying? The highest end ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods.
Anyway, a group of people that were eating it.
With seafood and meat, this life was already pretty good, at least better than what Chen Jingchuan had eaten at home in the past 2 days.
Even Fatty's dad, who was smelling the aroma, came over and drank 2 cups.
And they were specifically told that in the future they wouldn't have to hide away and get a clay stove, they could just cook in the kitchen in the parlor. Now the 4 of them have not yet started a family, and they have not yet separated from the family, so the place where they can cook is the 4 of them, and then the fat man's yard-side of their own built a clay stove. As for yesterday, that was because Fatty's dad wasn't home, so he was able to use the family cooker. Let's go, at 9 o'clock in the evening when the 4 teams outside that intersection beach rendezvous. After eating and drinking, Chen Jingchuan waved with a few people to part ways. When he returned home carrying a pound of 5 flour meat, Chen's mother, who had originally wanted to give him a talking to, suddenly said nothing. A direct hand took over the pâté in Chen Jingchuan's hand and took it in. Not a word was said the whole time. On the contrary, a group of small children surrounded him and called him 6th uncle and little uncle all the time.
It's just that Chen Jingchuan didn't give them any more pocket money today. At night, when the 3 men of the bamboo pole saw the large yellowtail jumping inside the block net, their eyes went straight. Chuanzi, how did you do this?
Fatty carried the fish basket, his eyes wide. That group of big yellowtail, at least there are hundreds of fish, a catty or a few hundred pounds, according to 40 cents a catty to calculate, just those big yellowtail are worth $40 or so. 4 people split a tenner each. That's the least of it, and he doesn't believe that these are the only big yellowtail in here. All said I will take you guys to get rich still do not believe me. Chen Zhengchuan heatedly smiled, was very flattered by the surprise of these 3 brother guys, let you guys still question me during the day. Punch. Punch. Go. Without waiting for Chen Jingchuan to give orders, the 3 people rushed down like crazy, even Fatty dragged a fish basket to guard an exit. Chapter 21 Price Increase. The fat guy took a break after 2 trips, the guy's usual biggest workout was probably helping carry pork. If you exercise a lot you won't gain a lot of weight. Waiting for the tide to completely ebb, 4 people have been paralyzed with fatigue on the beach, are not much work main, pulling baskets of fish against the waves to walk ashore is too much effort, so the 4 people will be able to pick up the valuable fish after the big fish don't want to move. Zhukan, you and Fatty will keep watch first, Abe and I will go sell the fish first and come back later to pack up the rest. Chen Jingchuan saw that a few people didn't want to move their fingers, and then looked at the crate of rhubarb fish. It just so happens that his father and 3 brothers are going to sell fish at night, catching up with the sale also saves the fish to be put on sale tomorrow. Selling fish? Fat will collect fish this late at night? Fatty asked doubtfully upon hearing this. He remembered that the 2 brothers who collected goods at the pier in their village were lazy, because they were the only 2 brothers who collected fish, and there was no competition so they often didn't collect fish at night, but recently there had been rumors that someone else was planning to do the same. Dare not to take it, the door is smashed for him. Abe bristled with disdain. It will be collected, the previous night was sold in the middle of the night, and my second brother and he agreed to collect it in the evening as well. Chen Zhengchuan nodded. If he really didn't want to take it, the big deal was that he would just put it into his space and sell it to the town tomorrow. This carload of rhubarb fish is less than 400 pounds, not to mention that there are some precious grouper in here, like the tiger spots have too, and the stone 9 males have a basket of them. They hadn't wasted the night, not only had they not wasted it but they had made a lot of money. Alright then, you guys go ahead and sell the fish, let's put the nets away, this method can't be shown to others. After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, the bamboo pole nodded. It seems that at this time of the year people are all thinking the same way, anyway, there is something good for the family to hide first. That's good, can't see well at night can close slower, be careful not to be hurt by shrimps and crabs or sea snakes in these. Chen Jingchuan reminded. This interceptor net catches everything, and last night a big moray eel almost bit his dad's foot. A sea serpent? This thing is good. Fatty was delighted when he heard it. Chen Jingchuan then remembered, a few of them inside the fat man is a master of catching snakes, whether it is on the land or the sea, he did not catch a lot. This guy hadn't caught a break when a few of the guys used to go up and down the mountain together. Often used to add to dishes. You guys go, the rest may still have to collect a wave, hurry to sell out and come back to continue to pick up. We've been together for so long, how come you're still like an old mom? Top this ding 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 ding. After hearing the bamboo stick's words, Chen Jingchuan didn't say anything else and pushed the cart together with Abe and headed for the pier. This crate is still the fat man's family, after all, Chen Jingchuan's family's was taken by his father and them to move the fish. Halfway there, Chen Jingchuan also met his father and second brother. Sixth son Kana, you have to have 400 or 500 pounds of rhubarb fish in this cart, and it's all good for sale. His second brother's eyes widened when he saw it. This might not have been such a big shock if it had been a big knife or a load of other fish, but a load of rhubarb fish at night is really something. The bling was so shiny it made my dick drool. Their load of sea bass was a bit shabby in comparison. Hey, good luck, you guys aren't so bad here. Chen Jingchuan glanced at the fish on his second brother's crate. It was all sea bass, but it was almost all one kind of fish, and it looked like there should be leftovers. And there's a lot of it. Average, the barrage is full of sea bass tonight, so I'm guessing we'll get another load. So are we, and over there Fatty and Bamboo are still picking up fish. As we chatted, it didn't take long to get to the little squatters by the dock. Harry has prepared the baskets and weighing. Are you guys going out to sea today? After seeing those 2 carts of fish, even Afe couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. That's a surprise? There are 2 more cars later. Chen Jingchuan smiled and looked at Afe, smoothly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket to give him a loose one, and then took out a match to help him light it in passing. Awesome, what kind of new fishing method did you kid pull off here? Fat exclaimed. From a half load of fish for 2 people in the beginning to a load in the back, today it's 2 loads and there's still more in the back, which is seeing a gradual increase in the catch. No, it's got to be pressed. Afa thought around in his mind that he still had to press the price. Why should they only make so little? Go, if you charge 30 cents a caddy for rhubarb fish, I'll demolish this broken squatter of yours right now. Hearing the price Afe quoted, Chen Zhengchuan immediately grabbed Afe. Muddy horse is less than the original price, what the hell? Abe also followed Chen Zhengchuan around after hearing this price, and looked at Afe with bad eyes.
On the side, Chen's father as well as his second brother saw that his brother was about to make a move. Not only did he not try to persuade him to fight, but instead he blocked off Fat's path to escape, with a strong tendency to beat people up at the drop of a hat. This is the characteristics of the clan forces. Typical help relatives do not help reason. I care what you reason, law and so on. Dare to move us, dare to beat you. As for the fight not to win, have to fight to know. In the current situation, though, it was clear that they weren't worried about not being able to win the fight, and with four surrounding one, Alpha was already starting to cringe. Chen Jingchuan is just to scare off Fat, and then the surrounding people to persuade the fight, to use this to raise the price, but he did not expect the surrounding a few people not only did not persuade the fight, but also have a big come up to help the momentum. In the end, Chen Jingchuan, in order to prevent a real conflict, he let go of Fat, helped him smooth the collar, bitterly persuade Fat, this quality of the rhubarb fish, even if you 50 cents a caddy to collect, resold to the hotel, a caddy at least can earn a 2 or 3 cents, no problem, right? As to eat looks so ugly? Go, where's the 2 or 3 cents, what's the nonsense? Seeing a hair that panicked look, Chen Jingchuan heart cursed, martyr adulterer, surely more than earn 2 or 3 cents a caddy. Don't think I'm bluffing, it's not like I haven't been to the hotels in town and the county. Quite a bit of the pork that Fatty's family collects is sold to the town, and if it weren't for the fact that there's no ice on this big night, I'd have sent it there myself. Seeing the way Chen Jingchuan said it in a serious manner, Fei smiled sarcastically. There was no annoyance at being dismantled, either, and nodded after bearing a mouthful of smoke. How about 50 cents a pound for the rhubarb fish, and the rest of the fish the same as always? Rhubarb and grouper plus 10 cents. No way, what am I going to make if I add a dime to this? No way. As I recall, isn't Gue planning to start a fishmongering business as well? There's also a couple of brothers from De Wang's family who are planning to do the same, so are you really not considering it? Where did you hear the news? Fa frowned at Chen Zhengchuan. What's the point of inquiring? I'm sure they've been publicizing their intention to do this for a long time. Alright, add 10 cents, all of them, but you'll have to give them to me later when you get them. Fat is cool, deal. Chen Jingchuan heatedly smiled, not bad, on this harvest tonight, each kind of fish had 10 cents to the price, and earned several tens more. The others didn't say anything the entire time, just listening to Chen Jingchuan pulling a fast one with Fei there. However, they did not expect to really let Chen Jingchuan more tens of dollars back. This is not a dozen dollars, but tens of dollars. They do not know how long to work to earn back. When the reckoning was done, the four men hurried back with their crates, ready to succeed the second cart. On the way, just his second brother asked curiously, "Sixth son, how do you know these things?" "I don't know, except for hearing a little bit at Fatty's house about a Gue and the others preparing to dry the fishmongers. The rest is all nonsense from me." Chen Jingchuan waved his hand. Fei definitely also knew that he was talking nonsense, but he didn't dare to gamble, and Fei also saw that Chen Jingchuan's efficiency of this new method of fishing was good, which was why he made an early investment in them. Father Chen frowned when he heard it. Nonsense? Then Fat won't back out when he finds out, right? No, but we'll have to sell all our future catches to him. That's not a problem, the price is given reasonably, and it's not a sale to anyone. After only a couple of conversations, the two groups parted ways. After the busy, Chen Jingchuan's side of the remaining some miscellaneous fish and shrimp on the four people divided into 1 point to bring back. As for the money, today's goods are too much. Fat there is not prepared so much cash money, both sides of the bill, tomorrow morning to find him to get money. As for how much, their side plus a total of more than $420, Chen's father's side is a little less, is a little more than 300. Chen Jingchuan's side or the more than 500 pounds of rhubarb fish earned a little more. Rhubarb fish is almost sold $300, not to mention there are some grouper. Go home, come to my house tomorrow and split the money. Chen Jingchuan greeted and then took the lead in carrying a bunch of fishing net stumps back. Chapter 22. When he got back, he left a bunch of miscellaneous fish, as well as shrimp and crabs, in the yard for his mother and second sister. He himself washed up and went to bed. Early the next morning, Chen Jingchuan ate breakfast and then helped dry the miscellaneous fish that his mother killed overnight last night for a while. As for the small shrimp and crabs, a portion of the large ones were picked out and kept in the pond, the small and dead ones were dumped in the chicken coop. Chen Jingchuan cannot help but stagger. These chickens and ducks eat seafood, then later have a good some people more, basically is to eat seafood grow up. Only after finishing the lunch, Chen Jingchuan burped and went with his elder brother to get money from Fa. Because of the pound of 5 flour meat that he brought back yesterday, he finally had a good meal today. It's not customary on their side of the world to ask for money in the morning, it's not a good sign. And Fat must also have taken the catch he collected last night to the partner hotel first thing in the morning, and would not be back until noon. After getting the money, several of Chen Jingchuan's allies also counted the time to come over. "Chuanzi, I have to say, your brain is finally reliable for once." Bei couldn't help but marvel as he looked at the pile of great unity on the table. "Which time have I not been reliable?" Chen Jingchuan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Zhengbei. "How did this guy talk? Last time, you said that bringing us along to do smuggling with the village chief's son is not reliable, all right." After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, Bei gave him a "you don't have a point in your heart" look.
After hearing this, the bamboo pole also chimed in from the side. That's right, almost played himself to death, causing us to be on edge for several days. Fatty also joined the spitting army. I just didn't go that time, or else I had to stop him and beat him up.
You guys enough still share the money or not?
Chen Jingchuan knocked on the table, looked at the fat man in the way. Your kid blew too much. How many times have you moved since you were a child?
What fight wasn't started by the three of them?
And these three people are grasping at his little flaws to talk about them, aren't they? And that's what the old him did, so what business is it of the current him?
Split the money first. After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, the other three also stopped talking.
Grasping 10 sheets of grand unity in their hands, apart from Chen Jingchuan, the other three were breathing heavily. They never thought they could earn so much money one day, not to go to the pier to carry sandbags to do hard labor to earn, just for one night, although a little tired, but the harvest is exponentially back to them.
What's wrong? Is this too excited to speak?
Looking at the three people grasping the money in silence, Chen Jingchuan laughed. He was originally just poking fun at a few people, but he didn't expect them to actually nod their heads. Kind of. I don't even know how excited my father and mother and the others will be when I go back with this sum of money in a while. Bamboo Pole also chimed in. Yesterday I just brought back some useless miscellaneous fish and shrimp. My mother was so excited that she wanted to go and offer incense to the Mazu mother, saying that I've come to my senses and know how to help subsidize the family.
I'm okay, but my mom dragged me around a bunch last night too.
Fatty nodded with a sigh as well. Excitement is excitement, but that staking fishing method of ours better not be leaked out.
Chen Jingchuan nodded and reminded.
Since he didn't reveal it at first, then he hid it from himself and used it. He was still thinking of accumulating more capital by this. Don't worry, we're tight-lipped, and I'm going to keep this money for myself.
Bei hemmed and hawed. Take it yourself? What are you planning to do? Fatty gave him a puzzled look, then realized, you kid is with someone and planning to get married?
Chen Jingchuan, almost a mouthful of water, did not choke himself to death. Strange look at Bei. We are all still gold as a bachelor one. When did you kids sneak into the object? Even the bamboo pole also looked at him with a gossipy face. I didn't expect your kid is actually the first among us to get married. I thought it was Fatty or Chuan. The fat man has nothing to say. The family is in good condition. Even if the fat a little bit is okay, the matchmaker has already started to find his mother and father to say marriage. As for Chen Jingchuan, who called him the best face, 1.75 m height is not high, but the person looks white, face and figure are good, belonged to as a handsome man, with Bei often ridicule him to say words as it can eat soft rice mold.
What are you talking about? Why are you getting ready to get married?
I was planning to get a boat ready for the sea just like Mazukawa-chan. Bei roared in exasperation. The rumor was getting a little out of hand.
Che, I thought I would be able to drink the wedding wine.
Chen Jingchuan sighed regretfully. As for the bamboo pole is no good towards the fat man said, you cannot rely on a little kid, the 8/8 things also take to say. It's not a random guess, who knew you guys would react so strongly. A few more people chatted for a while before going back to their homes to prepare for the evening's work. Only the next few days also do not know whether it is bad luck or the god of fortune to see them make money too easy. The income plummeted, a night also dozens of dollars. A few people do not have much of a penny, and most of all their fixed pile fishing method is still being seen. At first it was a man who was driving the sea at night who bumped into them, and then someone saw them going to FA's place to sell fish, and then the next day Chen Jingchuan bought a small wooden boat and came back. In this way the village one by one gossip ants will from time to find him poke a poke, ask him how to buy a boat. There are people who come to his home near to find a few women in his family chat. As a result, his second sister-in-law accidentally let his mouth slip, so that the village people know Chen Jingchuan got a new plan's fishing method, every night to make a lot of money. When Chen Jingchuan woke up early in the morning on the day after he bought the boat, he found a large crowd of people surrounding his yard, making a lot of noise. His father didn't go out today either, so he was home to greet these people. He also thought he slept until noon. Chen Jingchuan hazy eyes out of the door and passing looked at the clock on the wall, obviously only 6 o'clock. But before he could think about it, one of the people outside started yelling when they saw him get up. Kawako, you don't even tell me when you've got a good fishing method. You've earned a boat all by yourself by hiding and sneaking around.
That's right, I'm still your fourth uncles-in-laws, and this isn't even said? You guys have made a lot of money, it's time for everyone else to make some next.
Yeah, you're the first hill dweller to buy a boat, so you've got to pull everyone in. It's up to you to get our 6 teams up. Chen Jingchuan was dry, won't be able to buy the noise comparable to a food market at once. At the end of the day, when they were quiet, Chen Jingchuan realized what these people were here for, emotionally looking for him to learn fishing methods. Chen Jingchuan sighed in his heart. He thought that he could at least hide it until the 15th, that is, when the next big ebb tide. I did not expect that this is only the 10th day of the first month, just a week to be discovered. We're all on the same team, and some of you are my elders, so I'm sure I'll teach you if you want to ask, but can you let me brush my teeth and wash my face first? After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, the people in the courtyard were shocked. They thought it would be hard to get this method from Chen Jingchuan's hands, but they didn't expect Chen Jingchuan to be so good at talking.
Agawa, are you serious?
Yeah, don't lie to us about brushing your teeth and washing your face only to run off in the back. After hearing the group's discussion, Chen Jingchuan rubbed his forehead, so annoying.
It's the 10th day of the year, and the tide will go out at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so won't you just follow me later at noon and see what's going on?
After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, the group of people in the courtyard gradually quieted down and did not yell, pondering the feasibility of Chen Jingchuan's words. Then one by one, they nodded.
Ah Chuan, what is all this about?
There were still people who did not die and wanted to get the fishing secrets in Chen Jingchuan's hands now.
What do you want? Just those things will do.
Chen Jingchuan pointed to a pile of rotten fishing nets in the yard as well as a few tree stumps. Only, for the know-it-all Chen Jingchuan, the people in the courtyard didn't believe it, mainly because that pile of stuff was obviously garbage.
Even if Chen Jingchuan said everything, they didn't believe it.
Just like when Chen Jingchuan said he wanted to take a bunch of interceptor nets from his family to go fishing, his mother just took him for fooling around.
Ugh, don't believe me yet, it's through this pile of crappy nets that our family got up.
That's just it, trying to learn how to make money, and not believing a single one of them when they say it.
I said I wouldn't believe the demo later, and I don't believe it now, so I'm still trying to make money with this?
Seeing that one of them didn't believe Chen Jingchuan's words, his mother and his second sister weren't willing to show weakness and spoke up to stand up for Chen Jingchuan. Hearing this, the others in the courtyard were a bit embarrassed, but they were all defending themselves.
Isn't that a bit outrageous? We've never seen fishing with rotten nets before. I've never seen it is not good?
Poor knowledge and brain cannot turn, and still want to make money. Hearing his mother and second sister in the yard with those people on the line, Chen Jingchuan is also lazy, believe it or not later field demonstration is.
Chapter 23 Teaching the Fixed Pile Fishing Method.
After casually drinking 2 mouthfuls of thin rice at noon, Chen Jingchuan led 6 teams of voluminous villagers toward the beach. There were still people joining in from time to time on the road, some curious to follow them to see what they were doing to go, and some who had heard the news ahead of time and followed to learn. At first those who were in Chen Jingchuan their yard saw Chen Jingchuan really take the rotten fishing net out were shocked for a moment. They thought it was Chen Jingchuan did not want to teach to fool them, did not think it was really. Chen Jingchuan didn't come out alone this time, he brought his own family with him. Then after arriving at the seashore and finding a good position, a few men from the Chen family started to lower the nets, while Chen Jingchuan was in charge of the explanation on the shore. Originally, Father Chen, they did not want to teach, but others have come to the door, and this thing is not very technical, they just go out to fish under the pile, follow them to seek and learn, just this time to teach together, they can also be a little quiet. Doing so will also make a good impression on the village, and I'm not hiding anything, so I'll teach you if you ask.
Lest some eyeballing their family's money throw on their front door in the middle of the night.
This is not his alarmist, but someone really did, and the village chief's son defined the person as Chen Jingchuan, of course, the original body to do, it is also work well and obedient, the original body earned on his boat to help do smuggling work. I just didn't realize that the first time I smuggled, I fell overboard and drowned. Sooner or later, this method of staking fishing would be learned by other people, and in that case he might as well take the initiative to teach it. When they were in position, a large group of people around them watched as Chen Jingchuan's family began to set up the blocking net.
That's it?
One of the older men frowned at the few men coming up from the sea. He thought how complicated it was at first. Yeah, we'll be able to pick up fish later when the tide goes out.
Chen Jingchuan nodded. You can pick up fish at low tide?
Oh, so that's how it is.
An old fisherman came to a realization after hearing Chen Jingchuan's words.
They are all old fishermen who live by the sea and can almost all understand it if they say it clearly and then demonstrate it again. His second brother basically understood it when he followed him once to set it up.
What do you mean?
Although many people could understand it, there were still some who were unsure. After hearing those who asked, some of those who had responded began to explain for those who didn't understand. The barrage was set up by now, but we still had to wait for the tide to go out to see the results. Chuanzi, is your sculling boat planning to go and put in a ground cage? Chen Jingchuan was planning to find a spot to rest for a while when he saw an older woman come before him.
Yes, Aunt Yun, what do you want? Chen Jingchuan nodded.
His boat is a second-hand small wooden boat, power, or rely on sculling. In fact, Chen Jingchuan thought about is not directly save money to buy a 14 or 15 meters of diesel-powered boat, then directly to the sea trawl. It's just a shame that the harvest from this interceptor netting is getting smaller and smaller, and the only way to get to 300 or 400 a day again is to wait for the big ebb, and then it's still a few people to split it up. And this method taught to other people after his income will certainly be reduced, plus it happens that his father inquired about someone who wants to change the big boat to sell the family's small wooden boat, so Chen Jingchuan decisively took the small wooden boat. Originally, the second brother intended to be a partner with him, but this 230 small boat even if the money earned in the past few days is completely enough, and when the back meets the motorized boat and then together to share a boat. As for the rest of the family actually wanted to buy a sampan boat at first. But now interceptor net fishing is making money, and when it becomes public they also want to engage in interceptor nets twice a day, and this time they won't dismantle them and take them apart, and even if they buy a boat they won't have the time to go out to sea, so at this stage they won't buy a small boat, and they'll just buy a big one when they've saved up a bit more money. It's not that the family has woven quite a few ground cages, I was going to sell them to the marina side, and seeing that you bought the boat I asked if you wanted them. You can, but auntie, I'll say it first, I don't want it if the quality isn't good, and anyway, my mother and sister and 2 sisters-in-law are all knitting, so I'm not in a hurry. Quality, you can rest assured, are the people of the beach. The quality is not bad, is not harming people. I also see you teach us new fishing method which is thinking of selling to you.
Thanks a lot, auntie. Then, how many do you have? How much do you plan to sell them for? There are 14 ground cages, how about $3 a piece?
Hearing this, Chen Jingchuan sighed. Auntie, I treat you as an elder, but you can't treat me as an ingrate. His family asked his second sister, his mother, and his 2 sisters-in-law to do a cage 50 cents, even if the cost of materials plus labor costs less than $1. You're directly 3 is bullying people do not know the market? Even the supply house only dares to sell $1.50 a piece. You double, this is not a little too hard. The aunt smiled awkwardly when she heard this, but then spoke again. Since Chuan Zi you want it so much, then the aunt will drop $1 straight down for the sake of you teaching everyone how to fish. Is this sincerity enough? $2 for a ground cage. Chen Jingchuan helplessly glanced at this aunt. If this is in the latter part of the world, on this thick skin and broken mouth, to dry selling goods anchor absolutely no problem.
Yo, selling your family's gold ground cage everywhere again?
Chen Jingchuan had not yet spoken. His mother did not know when to squeeze to the side. After hearing the conversation between the 2 people, opened his mouth to yin and yang. It looks like his mother and this Auntie Yun have a problem. Just as Chen Jingchuan was planning to watch the show, he saw Aunt Yun cursing and walking away, not talking to his mother at all.
Did he sell you her family's fishing nets? When Aunt Yun left, Mother Chen looked at Chen Jingchuan.
That didn't, but it did give me a recommendation for a ground cage. Don't believe him, his family's ground cages are dead expensive. If you want them in a hurry, go to the supply house at the village entrance and buy them all better. There's no rush, mother, you can knit slowly at home. Chen Jingchuan waved his hand dance. What he wants is actually still a fishing net, not a trawl net, but the kind of handcast net. His small wooden boat by hand sculling words to engage in trawling cannot get up. It is not suitable. If the hand casting net, if the sea later encountered a school of fishing will be much more convenient. The floor cage was merely something for him to have the assurance that it was sitting there getting in every day anyway. There are also long lines and sticky nets. Chen Jingchuan is not going to get into that much right now. He still has stopper nets. But the blocking net is not laid out on this side, but a feng shui site. A big breeder in the latter days, a small island not far from their village, Luna Island. Of course, no one calls him Luna Island yet, it's just a deserted island now. But the resources there are really rich. Even in later times, there are many people who can find a lot of wild goodies there. If you plan to engage in farming, there is really a perfect location. Chen Jingchuan now does not have this intention. After all, now offshore fisheries resources are rich enough, why engage in farming it? And engage in farming is a money-burning project. Now some of the seafood farming technology is not mature, and so he has enough money in his hands to talk about this. Chuan, the tide is out. What do we do now? Go straight down to pick up fish. Just as Chen Jingchuan was thinking about Lunar Island on the side, a voice suddenly came out from the crowd in front of him. You guys just watch how my dad and the others do it. Chen Jingchuan had no intention of personally going down to demonstrate himself. This kind of thing his father and a few older brothers were already well versed in doing. Yo, that's really something. Look over there, there's a fish in the boardwalk. Kawako is truly divine. How did he come up with this fishing method? Look at that, isn't that a rhubarb fish? It doesn't seem to be, kind of like a yellowtail. Boom, there are hundreds of yellow mountain fish in that school. Chen father, they went down to pick up the fish. Around a lot of villagers are still there pointing at them. One looked really stopped to a lot of fish, looked more excited than Chen father them. Some were still watching, however quite a few of the people around turned away after seeing that the method really worked and that they could catch fish. What are you looking at this moment? Things are learned surely action ah. Chen Jingchuan smiled and watched for a while. After seeing that some people wanted to reach out to help, in fact to fish in troubled waters, he pretended to cough and muttered in a low voice, those people are really great, so quickly started to act to find a net to go. As soon as he heard Chen Jingchuan's words, the surrounding area was quiet for 2 seconds, and then the crowd didn't speak, and a group of people immediately walked back and didn't speak, looking like they couldn't wait and planned to go and buy the rotten net. As for the good network, they don't think about using it. After all, it's been proven that a crappy network works, so who's going to use a good network? Mother, you can go back and get ready to sell the rotten nets. Looking at the lookalike crowd that left in a hurry, Chen Jingchuan heatedly smiled. I don't know what's going on in your head that this is making you money. After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, Chen mother said something and then didn't care about them and hurriedly walked back. Chapter 24 Rotten fishing nets make big money. Waiting for Chen Jingchuan to help his big brother to help them move the fish, and then repeg the pile to stabilize a little bit before going back. Now that you don't have to remove the piles every night, the piles have to be driven a little more securely if you want to withstand too high and low tides of the sea. So they took advantage of the low tide when there was no seawater to grab the piles and tighten them up a little bit, and then if the seawater pulled the piles out it would be a really big loss, which by the way means that they have already taken this place. After all got well, Chen Jingchuan and his party and sell fish back to the second brother together with pulling the rest of some miscellaneous fish and shrimp back. As soon as I got home, I saw the smiling mother of Chen and her neighbors there to show off. I don't know how Chuanzi's brain came up with this, it seems like a young man's brain just reacts faster. I gave him a pair of crappy fishing nets to mend at the time, and he ended up getting back several large yellowtail fish. Yo, that's a great kid. Now that he understands, you guys can worry less. I didn't realize that some crappy fishing nets could make so much money. Alas, it's time to worry about what needs to be worried about, and how can we let it go? That's a lot of kids in your family, and there are still 3 that don't have families, right? Yeah, 1 in all. Your youngest is good. Now that you know the officer even bought a boat, it's a lot less worrying than the one in my house. After hearing the words of the neighbors, Chen mother, although the mouth is modest on that, but the smile on her face has betrayed her. As long as she heard people praise her children, people more fast floating up. Chen Zhengchuan called out several times without her hearing it. It was only when she finally saw for herself that everyone in the family had returned that she stopped talking. When she came over, Chen Zhengchuan saw that she was full of light. It seems that the business of rotten fishing nets is doing very well. Mother, how are the rotten fishing nets collected at home selling? Chen Zhengchuan looked at her mother, wanting to look very much like she was showing off, so she took the initiative to pass the word over. Ha, you guys don't know, those rotten fishing nets that I retrieved for $5 actually sold for more than 30, earning a whole 25. After hearing this, Chen mother stretched out 5 fingers towards Chen Zhengchuan and said with an excited look. Ha? Mother, you sold all those rotten fishing nets, huh? I thought you were taking them back first for us to use later. The oldest 3, Chen Jijun, regretted. How much are you going to use? This is what oldest specifically asked me to hoard, just waiting for this time to make money. Mother Chen glared at oldest 3, didn't you guys already get over 400 meters of rotten fishing nets? Ahem, I'm just saying. Oldest 3's aura immediately weakened when he was glared at by his own mother. Those rotten fishing nets that mother collected were 6th son's idea? The boss didn't know this and looked at Chen Zhengchuan curiously. Right, it's not obvious. Anyway, this method can't be hidden anymore. It must be taking advantage of this fishing boom to make more money. Chen Zhengchuan nodded. Not only his mother's side had explained, but he had also explained on the 3 sides of the bamboo poles to collect more nets and sell them directly when he announced this fishing method. He also wanted to take advantage of the 15 big ebb tide to make a big wave, when it is absolutely a living advertisement, and can also take the opportunity to raise the price of a wave, only he did not expect his method to be exposed quickly. It's not bad though, the method didn't work, but it made his mom a lot of money. 25 pieces of his mother's web weaving for I don't know how long. Kawako, what are you going to do with this little boat? Are you really not going to work on the barrage with us? Lao San found Chen Zhengchuan and chatted. It's not good to get a large number of people in the blocking net, and there are only so many resources on the coast, it's too unstable. I'm going to put in ground cages to get sticky nets. Chen Zhengchuan nodded. The block was just a moment, and Chen Zhengchuan was just transitioning. Now that he had a ship, he was definitely going out to conquer the sea and go poking around for resources. He still feels that there are more resources in the sea than in the beach barrage for the sea. That's fine. Are you alone or with your brothers? Chen Jingjun didn't say much. The oldest has a boat, surely he won't go to mess with the blocking net. And now that the whole village knows about block netting, the people with boats over by the dock may not see this, but the people around and on their hill without boats may be interested in block nets. The pressure to compete will certainly not be low when the time comes. Having a boat is naturally good for sailing. I still don't know if they intend to continue with the blocking net or go out to sea with me. Chen Jingchuan felt in his heart that the odds were that those guys would still go out to sea with him. Although interceptor nets make money, it's definitely still more fun for them to be out on the water with their best buddies. And those guys didn't make a lot of money following him around blocking for the past week or so, and now that each one of them has money on hand, they're not too keen on blocking. Then you be careful, going out to sea is not like on shore, and it's your first time going out to sea. Can't I and Dad accompany you on 2 trips? Lao San was still a bit uneasy. It's okay, you guys make money just fine. My side of a hand-cranked small wooden boat will not be far from the sea. Even if something jumped into the sea to swim can swim back, which you are still not assured? Chen Jingchuan did not think it was necessary. Mostly, he had a carry-on space of his own, so he could hide in it if he couldn't. And the Crescent Moon Island is not far from the shore. Some swimming powerful can directly swim back. He also has space can rest. Really want to accident, he does not believe that he cannot swim back. It's up to you, but what can you do out at sea now that the ground cages aren't even ready? And is the compass and all that ready? Hey, all ready. As for what to go out to sea, when the time to go to the supply house to buy a handcast net, and then look at the ground cages, and strive to first get a row of defense, and then fishing and fishing, go to the deserted island to catch the sea, that life. Before Chen Jingchuan could finish his planning, he was slapped on the head by Chen's mother, who came in, making his eyes bleed. Mother, what are you doing? Chen Jingchuan was dumbfounded. He's been quite good lately, why are you still hitting him? Listen to what nonsense you're saying, and enjoying life. Look at your condition, where can you start enjoying life? I was speaking metaphorically. Can't you take a break from work? And what do you say about fishing? Did you go back to cutting bamboo for fishing rods? Just hand fishing, and mother, can you stop throwing my stuff all the time? Fishing rods that is, slingshots that is.
I lost the slingshot, and you don't look how old you are to be playing with that. I didn't lose the fishing rod. What about my fishing pole? Burned. Chen Jingchuan froze when he heard it and felt his head still buzzing. His mother beat people can be nothing light and heavy, and often work. The force on the palm of the hand is not small, and also a slap of thick calluses. That slap down, he felt that he almost have to cross again. It felt so screwed up that he forgot to retort to his mother's justified comment about burning his fishing pole. Don't mind me, I'll go to the pier later to check out the ground cages and hand-thrown nets. I won't be home for dinner. Chen Jingchuan rubbed his head and went out sullenly. The asshole hadn't even been beaten before, and he didn't expect to be slapped after helping his mother earn her money. The slap made him feel a little dizzy even now. He first looked at his boat at the dock for a while. From the perspective of Chen Su in the latter days, the boat was already very worn out, but in Chen Jingchuan's eyes, this boat was his first boat, which he had spent more than $200 to buy back, or more than $200 in the 80s. It was his first ship to step out to sea in this era. On the boat to sea, sculling is not very difficult. Yesterday after the purchase of the boat as he rocked all the way back, perhaps it is the people on the beach, for this kind of sculling rowing talent is innate. Only after disembarking did Chen Jingchuan come to the supply house to buy ground cages and hand casting nets, and by the way, he also looked at the fishing line, hooks and gloves. The saleswoman inside the supply house raised her eyes and glanced at Chen Jingchuan when she saw him come in, then sat down in her chair again and listened to the radio, ignoring him. Chen Jingchuan also does not matter. The supply and marketing agency is a very bullish job at this moment. He used to come in when he was also this one. After choosing something, the salesman faintly said a price, and Chen Jingchuan paid the money, then took the things and left. There wasn't a single superfluous word in the room. This attitude would never sell anything in the latter part of the world, but nowadays the average person can't be a salesman. After buying things, Chen Jingchuan went directly to the fat man's house. Today he came to eat, do not have to put out something to take a flat partner, but still bought a bottle of wine. The three guys from Bamboo Pole had collected a lot of fishing nets in front of them and took advantage of the fact that they had made a lot of money this time, so today was their treat. Chuanzi, you've come quite quickly with this freeloading. After seeing Chen Jingchuan come in, the fat man looked at him with a smile. What do you mean by freeloading? There's still credit for the money they've earned from my pointers. Chen Jingchuan put down a bottle of wine and then went to look at the dishes they had prepared. It was very good. There was a big sea bass, all those dishes with fish and meat and quite a bit of seafood. This is the best food they've had since they've been partners. Chapter 25. Redistribution. By the time Zhukan and Bei came in, I could tell by their beaming faces that the rotten fishing nets were selling pretty well too. Anyone who looks at them knows they are in a good mood and something good is happening. Chuanzi, you don't know, when I personally demonstrated that whatever fishing method you taught us, my parents were so surprised that their mouths couldn't close. And the rotten fishing nets you let us stock ahead of time, at first my father had to take them to be burned, and just now when they were sold for a total of $18, my father was there celebrating that they hadn't been burned, and saying that I had an eye for the future. Yeah, they didn't even look me in the eye before, and today everyone is a mouthful of the youngest out of the blue. Hearing the words of Bamboo and Bei, Chen Jingchuan also laughed. Although a few of them used to say that they didn't care about the family's opinion when they wanted to do something and did what they wanted to do, when they really got the family's approval for what they did, their hearts were happier than anyone else's. He used to talk about old and not knowing what was going on, but when his parents complimented them, his heart was definitely sweeter than honey. Making money is good, hurry to handle the seafood in hand, I come to fry. Chen Jingchuan see those two people carrying seafood did not put down the meaning, but also in that big have to continue to talk about the color. Chen Jingchuan hurriedly said. No problem, talk to you later. Bamboozle nodded, and then the two of them walked out excitedly. Seeing the two go to wash the vegetables, Fatty chatted with Chen Jingchuan again. Chuanzi, I don't think you're going to engage in blocking nets next, are you? Engage? Why not? Chen Jingchuan took the knife in the pot before and after rubbing 2 times, is considered to be sharpened, and then with the thumb scratch 2 times, feel this sharpness is not bad, then wash with water ready to cut meat. Didn't you buy a boat to prepare for the sea? Fatty saw that Chen Jingchuan was already preparing to cut the meat, so he sat down in front of the stove and started to burn the fire. Wouldn't it be nice to have a boat just right to go to those deserted islands and get barrage nets, and no one to rob them from you yet? TSK, your brain after dying once is good, when everyone is still focusing on the acre of land on the shore, your kid's idea has hit the deserted island. Fatty sighed twice after hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, and he had to say that Chen Jingchuan had always been in the front of the whole village since he started to engage in new fishing methods. Are you going? Chen Jingchuan looked at Fatty, Bamboo and Bei were fine, he would definitely follow him once he said so, but Fatty was not so sure. This guy is just too lazy. Lazy to the extent that he's lazy if you want to compare anyone to him in terms of who's lazy. Previously engaged in blocking the net if it is not a fresh energy to support coupled with a daily share of a lot of money, he is afraid that the first day to be a deserter. Fatty doesn't like to go out to sea, not because of seasickness or fear of the sea or anything like that, but mainly because it's too much trouble. He hadn't bothered to go before when the original body had pulled them together on the village chief's boat for smuggling. I won't go, you guys go and make a lot of money, I'll just wait for you at home. As expected by Qin Jingchuan, the fat man's head shook like a rattle when he heard that he was going to the sea. I'm not going to talk you out of it, so feel free to tell us if you want to go play. Come on, still going to play, not just trying to drag me to work with you guys, pulling me into hard labor. Then don't beg us to tag along when we have our picnic on the island. A picnic? What the hell? Well, those girls in the village used to play house, remember? Remember? Just this? Chen Jingchuan, you're not so young anymore and you still engage in this. No, just cooking and eating out. That's not as comfortable as making food at home. Chen Jingchuan did not want to talk. The fat man is determined not to follow out, or forget it, he is lazy to persuade. When Bamboo and Abe came in, Chen Jingchuan finally found a little psychological comfort. These two guys now, as long as they hear Chen Jingchuan's plan, will not think much, nodding his head and agreeing faster than anyone else. Then I won't charge you for the boat. When the time comes you'll have to scull and help me put in the ground cage. Seeing that the two people's heads were fast breaking, Chen Jingchuan reminded, don't let the two lazy bastards scream in pain when the time comes. Don't worry, we're not 3 years old, we still understand this. That's best. Remember to bring all the rotten nets with you when you go back later. Stakes are not necessary, there are trees on the desert island, just bring a wood chipper and get wood from the ground. Rotten web, didn't you tell us to sell it all? What do you mean, you didn't keep any of the ones you used yourself? Chen Jingchuan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This is different from how he wanted to plan. It's not because I saw you publicize the fishing method and so many villagers went for it, thinking that none of us would have any fun in the future, so I simply sold it all. Seeing the innocent eyes of Bamboo and Abe, Chen Jingchuan depressedly stirred the pork belly in the pan twice with force. The feelings of you guys have been playing as a game. What could he say to that? Is it his fault for not explaining things in advance? Or is it because these two guys can't get their heads out of their asses? You kid gently, if you fry a hole out of my family's pot I'm not finished with you, you go buy a pot to compensate me. Fatty saw Chen Jingchuan stir-frying hard, his eyes jumped, afraid that Chen Jingchuan would break his pot. Got it, then how do you plan to catch fish without a rotten fishing net? Chen Jingchuan looked at the dumbfounded two people in front of him without good humor. At this moment, the rotten fishing nets have been manipulated by him to speculate on the sky price, along with the good nets have risen in price, and then go to buy, not to say that other people sell or not, even if it is sold that the price is also certainly expensive, outrageous. Does that count as lifting a rock and stoning yourself? Do you still have it there? Bamboo Pole and Abe looked at each other. They also did not expect you so much. Also thought Chen Jingchuan in the future will rock the boat to the sea, cannot use these rotten fishing nets. There is, but I don't keep much. Chen Jingchuan nodded. If it wasn't for the fact that he had left some nets in his space beforehand, a few people really couldn't even come up with a pair of lousy fishing nets at this moment, and the ones he had at home had already been sold out by his mother. In that case, just use it for now and we'll think of something else when the time comes. Bei sighed in relief, at least everyone still had a net to use. This is the net Chuanzi left, if you guys want to use it, do you count it as working for Chuanzi? Fatty suddenly said after hearing it from the side. Now the boat and the net were taken out by Chen Jingchuan, and Abe and the bamboo pole had nothing, so it seems to be true at a glance. Chen Jingchuan's previous intention was to 3 people separate dry, all stay nets. His boat can be lent to the other 2 people to use together to transport fish back to sell money. It's just a shame these 2 didn't keep a fishing net. It seems like it, Chuanzi, why don't you just count the wages for us? We'd be too embarrassed to take it if we split it evenly again. Bei said with embarrassment. Before the shore to engage and everyone contributed to the money, equal share to take advantage of some of the brothers is nothing, but now to go to the desert island, they have no boat and no net again, square is a little uneducated. Chen Jingchuan thought about it for a while. It seems like it is indeed like this is too much of a disadvantage for him if it is divided equally again. And because of the uneven distribution of the brothers scattered, a lot of examples involving the money of the blood brothers can turn against each other, not to mention them, in order to still be able to play happily together in the future, or to make it clear in advance is good. Of course, Chen Jingchuan did not intend to treat these 2 brothers harshly. One is that their feelings are really not ordinary people can compare, and then it is best to be in the sea of the same mind, or share too little if they have grievances. Backstabbing cannot be defended. The sea for many people is a place outside the law, not to mention this technologically underdeveloped era. That is, in later years Chen Jingchuan also heard of the tragic events that occurred at sea. Often a boat of people fighting in the fire finally came back to only 1 or 2 people things. How about this, I'll take half and you guys split the remaining half. Chen Jingchuan deliberated for a moment, said, in fact, he did not know how much is appropriate to share less they are embarrassed to say but the heart is not happy how to do. But share more of their own interests and damaged, so Chen Jingchuan first set a distribution program everyone then totaled together. Half and half? It's a bit much. The bamboo stick hesitated twice and said, just pay us for the labor. More? Chen Jingchuan looked at Bei again, what do you think? Abe thought about it but didn't know how to say it. Reason told him that it was indeed too much, but he wanted so much more. After all, Chen Jingchuan had opened his mouth, all he had to do was nod his head. Seeing Abe's hesitant look, the fat man knew what he was thinking. Why don't you just take 10% of one person, and when Chuanzi changed to a bigger boat you guys also save up more money to dish out his small boat down 2 people to cooperate. Huh, when did you become so smart, Fatty?
Chen Zhengchuan's eyes lit up when he heard Fatty's words. This method is feasible, 10% in his opinion a little less, but when he changed the big ship to leave the small ship to them is not bad. He can't let these two brothers to give him a lifetime of work, surely bring them together to develop. Bay and Bamboo's eyes lit up when they heard that not only would they get money, but they could also have their own boat in the future, so they decided that this was the plan. Okay, that's how it's going to be, but we'll buy the little boat for whatever price Kawako buys it back for when the time comes. Whatever, when the time comes. After discussing things, the atmosphere between the four people warmed up again, and one by one, they discussed their future plans, and their cowhides were blowing up to the sky.
Chapter 26 Descending the Earth's Cage. Drunk again, earn a little money and do not know where home is, brothers so close why not simply live together? Still come back for what?
Chen Jingchuan rubbed his head and looked at the front of the broken mother, not because the brother four happy to drink more wine, and then are drunk in the fat man's home to rest for a while, and come back late at night, as to be a meal of education well? And of course he was to blame for waking the whole family up by knocking on the door a little too loudly.
Father, aren't you guys going to work on the blocking net?
Seeing Chen Zhengchuan's father who was up and ready to go to the restroom, Chen Zhengchuan seemed to have found a savior and hurriedly changed the topic. If he continued to read to his mother, he was afraid that he would really be angry and hurry to separate the family and not come back in the future.
Today's low tide will not be until 3:30 in the morning, what's the point of going so early?
Chen's father was speechless when he heard the youngest's words. His own son cannot drink but still want to drink until now, do not remember the daily high and low tide time. Chen Jingchuan is not actually do not remember, only this moment drunk had a little short-circuited a time did not think of, and he did not want to listen to Chen's mother's recitation, just want to find a topic so that she does not talk. Oh, then you guys pay attention, it's best to go together so that you don't get stolen from someone else's house.
Chen Jingchuan reminded. It's not like this hasn't happened before.
Before, there were people in the village stealing boats from the marina in the middle of the night and sneaking out to collect other people's ground cages and longlines, and now their family's barrage is right on the beach, so it would only be easier for someone to steal it. After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, Chen father's brow, which had just been indifferent, suddenly furrowed. Apparently he thought of that too. Then Chen's father couldn't sleep and incidentally called the oldest three, Chen Jingjun, and the two next door as well. When they all got up and started to discuss, Chen Jingchuan took a bath and went to bed in a beautiful way. After waking up early the next morning, Chen Jingchuan was just about to wash up when he saw Chen's father and his third brother smoking in the yard with a panda eye. Seeing their depressed looks, Chen Jingchuan's heart thumped. It won't really be so coincidental to let him hit the nail on the head. Last night's blocking net was really stolen? What is wrong with you guys? Chen Jingchuan asked curiously with a bowl of rare rice. It's not like the net was really stolen. It's someone stealing the net, but not from us.
Father Chen barred his pipe. Then what happened?
Hearing that his family's net was not stolen, Chen Zhengchuan's heart was relieved, but how is it that he still looks like he's dropping money at this moment? The harvest has become smaller, and one person may only be able to sell $4 or $5 for the goods early this morning.
Chen Jingjun shook his head.
Chen Jingchuan thought that something had happened, and his feelings were like this.
It's a given, it's not like you guys don't know.
Chen Jingchuan hooted and hollered as he finished off some of the remaining thin rice in one gulp, then said something he'd told his family before when he announced it, to prepare them for it. I was able to make so much before, even if I was mentally prepared for it to be too little now.
Lao San sighed. Chen Jingchuan glanced at his third brother. How much did you pay a day at the docks before? $1.50.
Chen Jingjun froze, and after he finished speaking, he was a little embarrassed himself.
He does seem a bit insatiable.
This is only the first low tide in the early hours of the morning harvest is $4 or $5, plus the afternoon there is another low tide time, the day's harvest is also at $10, compared to their previous do not know how much more. That's not so bad, you guys are so much better off with this now. If you really don't think it's going to work out you can just get a boat and go out on the water together, like I did. Chen Jingchuan pulled the last 2 grains of rice in the bowl into his mouth and then stood up to go wash the dishes first. A bunch of the little ones were off to school today, and he didn't have anyone he could call on to do the dishes.
Just put it there for your mother to wash?
After seeing Chen Jingchuan's action, Chen's father knocked the cigarette stick on the stone at the side, and then continued to smoke. It's fine, it's just a bowl, just rinse it with clean water. Chen Zhengchuan said indifferently. Their village is still firmly in accordance with the man outside the woman inside. Basically the man is responsible for making money, women take care of the home on the line, the division of labor is very clear. Even his second brother who loved his wife so much wouldn't take the initiative to help with the housework, and basically came back every night and waited for just dinner and a bath. And once a man gets a bad reputation for doing housework, the woman of the house will be accused of not being virtuous. After chatting a bit more about barrage nets and Chen Zhengchuan's boat, his elder brother and second brother came back from selling fish. It's almost $4 and $2 a head after you've split it up.
After Chen Zhengchuan packed up he also set off.
Yesterday, I had already made an appointment with Bamboo and Bay, and today I went to put up ground cages, make block nets, and beg for sea on the island. Chen Zhengchuan got on the boat and checked the things he bought yesterday, making sure that he had brought all the things he needed before he started sculling. The ground cage is not too far from the kind in the latter days. The whole cage is 2 meters long, with a square skeleton propped up in the middle every 20 centimeters, but there is no partition, and on both sides of the cage are live buckles tied with ropes, making it easy to dump out the shrimp and crabs.
What are you bringing so many sacks for?
Bamboo pole tied to count the things on the ship, so quite a few sacks. At first glance there were almost half a dozen. It's not that I know I have a boat. My mother instructed me to get more shellfish back when she found out I was going to a deserted island. When Chen Jingchuan heard the bamboo pole's words, he said in passing the reason for bringing the sack. The sacks are large, basically what is commonly used in fishing villages nowadays for loading goods, sturdy and durable and also with a large capacity.
This sack must not be a few hundred pounds after loading. Shellfish? What do you need those things for? After hearing the words of the bamboo stick, Chen Zhengchuan did not bother to refute, but Abe opened his mouth. You kid, in the end is not the beach? Shellfish is not much use? You do not eat.
Harm, I thought it said it was for sale. The food must be useful. They all have a tradition of drying all kinds of dried seafood on their side. Things like capelin, razor clams, mussels, clams, etc., all store quite well on time when dried, although the fresh ones will go bad in a few days. Sometimes the family has something to invite people when these things fresh to buy or temporary to the beach to pick up a little trouble, so many villagers usually pick up more storage. This dry food is not only fried vegetables but a little very fragrant. In the morning when the following or cooking porridge put a little absolutely can eat 2 big bowls. So Chen Jingchuan didn't come to pick up these things entirely because of the instructions given by his mother, but mainly because he wanted to eat them himself. Last time his funeral at once the family of those dry goods have been consumed almost, now the family cooking do not dare to put too much seafood. The harvest from the interceptor nets over the past 2 days has been large, but not much shellfish, all miscellaneous fish as well as a few shrimp and crabs, and there's not much drying to be done in those, other than dried salted fish.
Chuanzi, you can't do this?
Chen Zhengchuan handed the boat over to Abe after rowing it out of the dock. Turns out the kid had to verbally output a meal while he worked.
Row your boat properly, don't spend all your energy on fighting. Chen Zhengchuan glanced at Abe.
So where are you going to put the ground cages? Jukin organized the ships as a ground cage and had some bait in addition to the ground cage. It's near the island, so it's on the way if we collect it then. Chen Zhengchuan thought about it, that Crescent Island near the resources even to the later life is also good, but was contracted to engage in fishing farms breeding, before Chen Zhengchuan is often to play this side. After all, his hotel and fishing also have cooperation. The fishery owner often invited them to see fishing. He remembered that the green crabs here were quite famous, but in later times they were mostly farmed, so he just didn't know how the wild ones here were now, and whether there were still many of them.
Why don't you get more ground cages here? They had wanted to ask for a long time.
The usual ground cages are basically a dozen rows of these cages, 10 cages in a row. And Chen Jingchuan here vegetable market is only 10, just enough for a row. On this point the ground cage is not as good as not to say, catching the seafood is not worth him to run a trip. The ground cage to catch the goods rely on the amount of large. No need. At home my mother, sister and 2 sisters-in-law are weaving, not afraid of no use. These 10 I just bought first to try the water. We are now the main thing is still to use the blocking net.
Chen Jingchuan waved his hand, and in the meantime, he organized the hand-throwing nets.
This hand-cast net works much better than a fish basket. And when you put it in the boat you can cast 2 nets if you encounter a school of fish.
It's right here.
When the outline of the Crescent Island can be seen from afar, Chen Jingchuan almost visually is the distance. According to the experience of his previous life, almost 1.5 nautical miles below there is a reef group, which hides a lot of large lobsters and pike crabs.
Kawako, what are you doing writing a 3 here?
When he got off the ground cage, Bei was still looking at the markings on the cage curiously. That's the word Chuan, you Joyak?
What does Joey Yuck mean? Illiterate. Chapter 27 Rescuing Turtles and Digging Up Bird Eggs.
Once they had the ground cage in place, the 3 men took turns sculling again and went through about 10 minutes before finally rowing to Crescent Island. Of course now the island has no name, they all uniformly call it Desert Island. Now very few people to the deserted island. After all, to come to one of the most basic conditions is to have a boat. Generally have a boat. People are engaged in cages and trawl. Even if it is to bring people over will not be focused on the island to discuss the sea. Home can discuss the sea. There is no need to run so far to the deserted island. If something happens to this deserted island again, it will definitely be a scream. When close to the deserted island, Chen Jingchuan took over the oars. This deserted island to their village side is full of reefs. This time the state of the high tide is okay. If the tide is going out, you have to be careful, otherwise at any time will hit the reef. The fishery owners used to build a deep water dock on the north side and they usually docked there.
Chuanzi, why do I feel like you're familiar with this place?
Looking at Chen Jingchuan swinging his oar and directly avoiding some reefs to successfully get on the island, Abe asked in surprise.
Without stepping on the spot in advance I dare to take you guys to the island casually?
Chen Jingchuan said in a foul manner.
You've only had this boat for a few days, and you were drinking with us yesterday. When did you come to step on it? Bamboo Stick asked curiously. Not on the day you buy the boat? Not at night? Not in your last life? Chen Jingchuan disdainfully looked at the two puzzled people.
Che, the first two are even, the last one is a bit outrageous in his last life. Chen Jingchuan did not say anything. In fact, the first two are really fake, the one behind is really cannot be true. In his last life, he hadn't been able to navigate the inside of a breeding rack in a small boat. After all, when the hotel chooses to cooperate with the object is to make a site visit to the seafood growing place, of course, he is as a chef on behalf of his master to come. His master is generally lazy to do this. After teaching him, this task is given to him. Chen Jingchuan paddled the boat and carefully docked it, then greeted the two men and took everything down after tying up the boat.
Where do we choose to set up the blocking net?
Looking at the place where there were reefs everywhere, Bei looked at Chen Jingchuan. Just over here, you guys just cut 2 stakes. Chen Jingchuan pointed to the location in front of him.
But there are reefs all over this side. Wouldn't that be just right? The reef is just right to be used as a fixed stake.
Chen Jingchuan said indifferently.
Let's go, he's the one who came up with this method, let's just be good and obey. Bamboo Pole took the firewood knife and pulled away Abe, who still wanted to ask something.
Chen Jingchuan watched them all leave and then took all the rotten fishing nets off the boat. Although he had seen this side of the ebb tide in his previous life, he hadn't specifically memorized the topography of this side of the reef, and he would have to go back out to sea later to determine how to set up the blocking net. By the time they had the blocking nets all set up, the sea wasn't going to ebb at all. A few people were sitting on the beach with a fire roasting their clothes. I just went to the sea and got my clothes wet, but now I'm fine anyway, the tide is not going out, and I can't get dry even if I'm discussing the sea. Kawako, what do you see there?
Is it a fish?
Just as a few people were following the ebbing tide, the sharp-eyed Juken saw a big rock moving on the beach. Chen Jingchuan looked over in the direction that the bamboo pole was pointing, then noticed the large rock that was swaying. It seems to be a sea turtle.
Sea turtles? That's a pity, it can't be eaten.
Bei shook his head regretfully when he heard that. Sea turtles are in the hearts of their fishermen and mean a safe return from the sea, so fishermen generally don't kill these creatures and will lend a helping hand when they're in trouble. Let's go, by the looks of it, it should be entangled in our blocking net, untangle it.
Chen Jingchuan beckoned.
I don't know what kind of sea turtle was so unlucky to be entangled in the block net. Sea turtles should not be listed as protected animals at this moment. Their country's law on the protection of animals should be perfected in 8 years. He does not remember the specific time, only know that the Chinese sturgeon seems to be around 88 years included in the protection of animals. At that time their hotel received a foreigner engaged in the sturgeon caviar business. The back was arrested before he understood the news of sturgeon in detail. As for the other fish, either fresh or saltwater, he couldn't remember. This stupid thing is still moving around, but why are there so many dog claw snails on him? When he got closer, Abe couldn't help but spit out after seeing the turtle's state. No wonder I didn't see what it was from so far away. If it didn't move I would have thought it was a rock, so it's because of all the dog claw snails attached.
Bamboo Pole also spat out.
Where are your swords? Chen Jingchuan shook his head when he saw it. This turtle didn't know how old it was. The barnacles on its body were densely packed, simply didn't have eyes to see.
What do you need a knife for? This sea turtle can't be killed. Abe looked at Chen Jingchuan after hearing his words.
Help him clean the dog claw snails from his body. Carrying so much stuff, no wonder he can't even break free from the rotten net. If he keeps on like this he'll die of exhaustion from all this stuff sooner or later.
Oh, well, you guys help him out of the net, and I'll go get the knife.
It is a pity that there is no fresh water here, and there is no special tool for prying barnacles, so Chen Jingchuan can only use a wood knife to help it clean up the top barnacles, and as for those barnacles at the bottom that have already grown on the flesh, Chen Jingchuan can't do anything about it. He planned to shave him again if he could meet him again next time. When he got back he was going to put some tools he could use inside his carry-on space as well as fresh water. After all, it's necessary to have some fresh water on hand to make a living at sea. Once they had helped the turtles off, the three men looked at each other's soggy appearance and shook their heads.
Oh, come on, I just baked my clothes for nothing.
Let's go, I just saw a lot of birds' nests in the woods when I was chopping down the trees. Go and pull out the birds' eggs. Abe just sat down like he remembered something and said towards Chen Jingchuan.
You didn't tell me earlier if there's such a good thing? Chen Jingchuan glared at Abe and Jukan. If they had known about this, how could they have been bored and stayed here baking clothes? It's not like I just remembered. Abe smiled shyly. He also saw the turtles and thought of turtle eggs, then somehow thought of bird eggs. He had been waiting for the tide to go out to try to catch fish before and hadn't really thought of that. Then what are you waiting for?
Let's go and dig out the birds' eggs. After Chen Jingchuan greeted him, he picked up a sack in his hand and headed for the forest. There was no path in the forest, but fortunately several people had wood knives in their hands, and they first came to the place where the two men had just cut down the tree, and emptied the bird's nest in the nearest tree seen by Bei. Bird eggs vary in size depending on the variety of seabirds, from the size of a goose egg to the size of a quail's egg. The one that Chen Jingchuan and the others pulled out was a small bird's nest, and the egg inside was about the size of a quail's egg.
Chuanzi, why did you take a sack?
It was only when they put the bird's eggs into the sack that they realized the comparison made the eggs even smaller.
There's nothing else, the barrels are in the boat, go get them if you want them. Never mind, put the sack under the tree, we'll go and dig it out and bring it down wrapped in a coat and put it together. Go go go, there's more feeling over there. You kids slow down, the road is not even there, I still have to cut a bit, don't blame me if I cut you if you get too close. Kawako, I'm behind you, if you can even cut us that's on purpose, absolutely no run. Cut the bleeping, or you do it. Then you cut cleaner too, why are there so many thorny vines in this mud horse? The three men kept moving forward noisily, and it wasn't long before he saw a number of trees with bird nests in them. This kind of small island in the sea often has all kinds of birds passing by to stop and rest here, and there is no one living here, even few people passing by, so naturally there are quite a lot of birds' nests accumulated. Birdhouses of all sizes are like opening a blind box, you never know what size egg you'll pull out next. 3 people into the forest is like a wild horse out of control, scurrying inside the forest, basically to the back of the Chen Jingchuan are too lazy to open the road, after seeing the tree with a bird's nest will walk over by themselves. The 3 men went up and down like child thieves, and quite a few of the birds' eggs were put into sacks. They ended or because Bamboozle was in a tree and saw that the sea had begun to ebb. But in just a moment's time, the sack was filled with 60 or 70 bird eggs of all sizes. This resulted in the sacks not even being able to be lifted properly, or the bottom one would surely be crushed. In the end, it was the 2 of them, Chen Jingchuan and Abe, who carried them out. Chapter 28. This is money. When the tide went out, Chen Jingchuan's boat ran aground on the beach. But this is not a problem, wait for the tide to rise on the line, and is a small wooden boat, 3 big men hard pull can pull to the sea. Kawako, get the basket, there's actually a bunch of grouper here. Grouper? There's a bunch more? Where, let me see. Hearing the 2 people, Bamboo and Abe, who were startled, Chen Jingchuan handed them a basket from the boat and took a look at it in passing before leaving. After all, there was a big guy in front of him. You 2 be careful, hurry up and pick up the fish first, I will first clean up this big guy's hand. Chen Jingchuan also held a fish basket in his hand, salivating as he stared at the large perch not far away. That fish was at least 20 pounds and up. Previously fishing he saw other people caught this fish, but not so big. This thing caught is very valuable, but because of the perch slippery grouper is too light to hide in the reef crevices inside the pile, even if you catch it is not good to get up. This time, Chen Jingchuan didn't have this worry. As soon as the tide receded, the big guy didn't make it back to the sea, and was directly blocked by the blocking net. It's struggling there right now. Chen Jingchuan did not let him struggle for long after it grabbed the fish basket, even if this big perch slip now is not compared to the latter days before, but also can be sold to about 40 cents a catty, so big a less said about $8 or $9. And the perch is said to live in groups, at least 2 males and 2 females in a hole, maybe 3 or 4 is not impossible, but it is a pity that this time only caught 1, we can only wait for the next time to see if we can meet the rest. When Chen Jingchuan put the big perch into the fish basket, then circled around the fish basket, picked up 2 yellow chicken fish and a few musselfish and threw them in to keep company with the big guys, and waited for the basket to be filled before moving it to the boat. When he carried back a basket, he heard the 2 of them, Bay and Bamboo, picking up the fish over there just as they were breaking up the conversation. This one goes for 50 cents. This one's worth a little more, it'll go for 40 cents a pound now, there's a couple of dollars in it. What kind of fish is this? Ignore these for now, and deal with the ones you don't recognize as miscellaneous fish. Another 20 cents. The 2 men started from the side of the boat and started picking up fish along the barrage, while picking up fish and calculating the price of the fish they picked up at the same time. Hearing Chen Jingchuan, he thought that the 2 people were not picking up fish, but picking up money. But that's no different than picking up money. The resources of this deserted island were not much exploited right now, so it was a great bargain for him to pick up. Chuanzi, now I'm really regretting not keeping some lousy fishing nets. The 2 men saw Chen Jingchuan when they moved to the boat after picking up a basket of fish and said in a depressed manner, "It's your choice and there's nothing I can do about it, why don't you go back today and ask again?" "Ask for sure, even if the crappy nets are not available I'll buy a good pair and come tomorrow to pick up the money." After hearing Abe's words, Chen Jingchuan gave him a thumbs up, "Good job, you have ambition. That must be, see how fast you make money in the meantime, a good fishing net is just a matter of bending over to pick up 2 more fish to get your money back, and the rest will be pure profit later on. Come on, do a good job, and after a while brother get a bigger ship." Chen Jingchuan heatedly smiled, today's fish catch can be all his, the more he picks up the more he certainly earns. Once this little wooden boat was purchased, he now had over $100 on hand, and a brand new 15 or 16 meter diesel motorboat now cost over $3,000 at the very least. Used cheapest he did hear his father said, the village fisheries brigade dissolved that time the brigade's boat is $2,000 cheap sold to the village people. But this kind of good thing is difficult to meet, the surrounding villages basically fisheries brigade has long been disbanded and finished, the ship is also finished, even if there is still not his turn, this kind of thing is basically the first priority is to buy their own village people. Therefore, Chen Jingchuan still had a long way to go if he wanted to get a motorized ship. Not only is there a lack of money but also a lack of access to buy boats. This is not to mention the high price if you go to a shipyard to buy a new boat, but you also have to wait a while. After thinking about the boat for a while, Chen Jingchuan also continued to pick up fish. Money still has to be saved a little bit. Otherwise he can only look and drool when he meets a boat seller. Kawako, do you still want to beg the sea later? After picking up fish for a while, Bei stood up and rubbed her back. That's a lot of hard work picking up money. We'll see how it goes. We'll go straight back when the tide comes in, and if it doesn't then we'll dig some more oysters or something. I think I remember there were oysters coming from the reef over there. Oysters? You're not married, why do you keep staring at that stuff? Can't I bring it back to my two brothers to make up for it? Okay, then hurry up and finish clearing the goods inside the barrage and continue to beg the sea later. Speaking of sea begging, Chen Zhengchuan added in passing, you can keep the harvest from sea begging for yourselves to sell later. Hearing that you can still beg the sea to earn some, Bamboo Pole then put his arm around Chen Zhengchuan and heatedly smiled, Chuanzi, you my brother, times brother. Bei also smiled after realizing that he could still make an extra profit, even the movement of his hand to pick up the fish was a little faster. Chuanzi, you've released all the crabs in this pike? Bei saw Chen Zhengchuan picking up crabs and tying them up, and incidentally casually throwing some of the crabs back into the sea. 2 or 2 lines, high catch and low release, I don't have that much rope to tie. Chen Zhengchuan shook his head. It wasn't all because it was the lack of rope in the house to tie it, part of it was that there were so many of these little crabs that the 3 of them just couldn't keep busy. Another reason is that he is, after all, aware of the state of the fisheries resources in the latter days, and there is no point in catching such a small one, although he can't do so alone to make much of a difference, but consider it a psychological comfort for himself. 2 tails? It's okay. Bei nodded after hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words, and smoothly learned from him. Tying crabs is easy and quick for them to do it often. Step on it with your foot and go straight to it. Don't take 5 seconds to tie a crab. While Bei and Chen Zhengchuan were fighting with the crabs inside the blocking net, Zhuken was catching shrimps with a fish basket at this moment. He didn't pick the big ones and put the small ones in one, and as soon as the basket fell to the ground, he just took a stick and swept it all in. It was really quick, but it was a bit of a waste of baskets. They hadn't brought out many baskets, and it didn't take him long to run out of baskets. Kawako, what if there aren't enough baskets? After hearing the words of the bamboo pole, Chen Zhengchuan swept a glance at the seafood inside the barrage net. In fact, there was not much left. After all, the barrage net he brought out was not much. Fish in baskets, and the rest of the shrimp, crabs, miscellaneous fish and the like dumped right in the boat. Okay, but can you fit it in this boat? Just kidding, it's easy to load 3 or 4 tons casually, okay? Well then, is this stopper going to close? Collect it, it's not like we're going out in the middle of the night, and all the fish we stop will have to be crunched on the beach by then. Also, Bei nodded when he heard that, it was better to let them go out to sea in the early hours of the morning. In that case the stopper net was very necessary to be put away. With the lure of the harvest of the sea belongs to you hanging over them, Bei and Juken could be said to be full of energy, and in no time at all, they had cleaned up the goods inside the net. Then 2 people took 2 sacks here in Chen Zhengchuan and ran to beg for the sea in a hurry. Chen Zhengchuan first cleaned up the things on the boat, using fish baskets to surround a circle, lest some fish and shrimp and crab board too also really run away. Looking at the boat full of harvest, Chen Zhengchuan felt that this island really came to the right place. The richness of the resources here is not worse than the shore, and even more so. After getting the ship ready, Chen Zhengchuan also went to beg for the sea. No one would mind having a large harvest. And it's just low tide, there's still some time before high tide, and they can't get their boat out. Walk 2 steps to see a lot of sand clam holes. Chen Zhengchuan did not bring the tools to dig clams, can only use their hands to pull out. For pulling out holes for this kind of thing, he has his own experience in the. In addition to the sand clam holes, there were many razor clam holes, only unfortunately without salt. But Chen Zhengchuan feel that his mother will not let him use salt to catch the sea. The family ate or coarse salt, cooking time have to save a little put, where can be used to catch the sea for him. Chen Zhengchuan dug almost 1 or 2 pounds of sand clams after not wanting to dig a hole. The efficiency is too low. He still took the sack to the reef to pick oysters, mussels, and these things. Kawako, get the hand cast net from your boat. Chen Zhengchuan was planning to go toward the reef when he heard Bei's excited voice, and he was not ambiguous. He turned around and took on the hand casting net, while running and still asked, what's wrong? What good goods did you meet? Chapter 29, Returning from a full load. This is a melon fish? Chen Zhengchuan didn't hear Bei's echo, but when he arrived and saw the group of fish in the puddle he still recognized them. He hadn't been seen in hotels in his previous life for nothing. Melon fish, also known as Laron fish, scientific name double-banded scads and spindle amberjack, is a kind of fish belonging to the family of amberjacks. As to why Chen Zhengchuan knew it so well, mainly because this kind of fish is famous for its delicious meat. The islanders are the most favored of this kind of fish, and it's often used as an ingredient in high-class sushi. The hotel where he works regularly hosts these foreign guests. These fish all look pretty much the same, overall looking like a spindle, with a blue-black back, a silvery white tint to the belly, and 2 light blue longitudinal bands on both sides, and this one is said to grow up to over a meter in length. Hey, how's it going? How much can I sell this pit of melon fish? Bei hemmed and hawed when he saw Chen Zhengchuan arrive. The bamboo pole on the side nodded in the same way, we'll guard the side, you hurry up and fish it all out.
This puddle was not isolated from the ocean, there were two other ditches connecting to the seawater, and now it had been guarded by two people from Zai, one guarding an exit eyeing the group of melon fish in the puddle intently. This fish is not high price now, seems almost 20 cents a catty, but this puddle of fish enough. Chen Jingchuan roughly swept a glance on the roughly 20.
Remember to keep watch, I'm casting the net.
Chen Jingchuan organized the hand-cast net in his hand, then threw a beautiful circle directly enveloping the group of melon fish that were lounging in the puddle. The moment the hand-thrown net was then enveloped, the fish in the puddle were startled and instantly began to swim around fiercely, muddying the puddle. Around the three people cannot see the situation in the puddle, but Chen Jingchuan felt that this net is stable, basically a net, the fish struggling inside so that Chen Jingchuan had to pull hard to pull the net upward. Here's your sack. Seeing that Chen Jingchuan had netted quite a few human melon fish, Abe excitedly threw the sack in his hand to Chen Jingchuan. Just now he and the bamboo pole totaled a bit. This puddle of melon fish probably have more than 50 pounds, can be sold for more than $10, plus Chen Jingchuan that boatload of goods they can share 10% of the money. Today's harvest is not more than a few days ago to engage in blocking the net, but there are definitely $20 upwards. Chen Jingchuan looked at the sacks not far away and struggled to pull the net to the side, then hooked the sacks with his feet. Did you kid not eat? Your strength is so small, you can't even throw the bag over? Chen Jingchuan finally opened the mouth of the sack and then started to pick up the fish before he was relieved. He was afraid that a puff of air would leak out halfway through the talk resulting in a fish run.
Hey, standing in the water for a long time is a bit numb. After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, Abe didn't refute, but instead looked at the bag of fish in Chen Jingchuan's hand with a red face. Do you guys want to see if there are any more in the puddle? After Chen Jingchuan finished loading the fish, he swung the mud and sand that had come up from the bottom of the net in the puddle twice. Bamboo pole laughed. You that a net down this puddle still have a place to hide? Besides, we can't catch any fish in this deep water.
You guys go on then, I'll take the fish back, and remember to come help me shovel sea oysters later.
Okay, was the fire still there just now? Abe looked at Chen Jingchuan in embarrassment.
It should still be there, but the fire should be extinguished. Chen Jingchuan looked at Abe while touching his stomach while embarrassed look suddenly understood. Anyway, there are matches, and then go to pick up some firewood back to make a fire is, just so many bird eggs, later bake to eat.
Alright, I'll go get some food to fill my stomach and continue later. No problem, go, I'm a little hungry too.
Before, because it was the family picking up fish too excited, everyone did not feel hungry. This moment after that energy to feel a little upset stomach. The three men sat by the fire eating seabird eggs looking at the boat full of harvests and smiling from ear to ear. With this boat full of harvest, the money that could be sold today would definitely not be less than any of the previous days. Although the big head is Chen Jingchuan's, bamboo and bay can also make a small wave of income, which is much better than working. It's true that at the beach, a boat is king. This made the other two men want to buy the boat even more determined. After roasting the fire, one person dried 3 eggs, and then drank a bamboo tube of tea, the 3 people which is slightly full.
Next is the normal sea pleating. Didn't come across anything very valuable either.
Chen Jingchuan picked up 5 sacks of shellfish as he wished. The boat also piled up a large pile, waiting for the tide to come up after 3 people struggled to row back. When he passed by the ground cage side, Chen Jingchuan even purposely raised it to take a look.
Don't tell me there's a lot of stock in just a little bit of time. Not much though, the best value was 2 prawns. Big and energetic. It just looks delightful.
Tidied up the ground cage, especially its buoy markers, which were the only information that could be retrieved after one's cage was lost or deviated from its original position. Chen Jingchuan not only made a mark on the buoy, but also on the ground cage, that is, the word chuan that was spit out by the bamboo pole like 3. Above each floor cage. With so much stuff on board, especially that huge pile of shellfish, the pressure was such that the boat's draft went down quite a bit, and it wasn't far from the deepest draft line. It took the 3 of them over half an hour to paddle back to the village dock. When they returned to the pier, Chen Jingchuan saw his father, mother, and 3 older brothers sitting outside AFA's small squatters. And every now and then, he looks out to sea. Upon seeing Chen Jingchuan's 3 men appear with their boats, one by one, they could not care less about chatting with the people around them, and they all came to the outside pier to wait. Chen Jingchuan saw a large family waiting there for him heartwarmed, but he really did not have the strength to greet, arrived, and threw the rope on the boat to Chen father. Then their boat was pulled to shore by his dad.
So many things?
Father Chen felt that the boat was heavy during this period when he was pulling it, but he only saw those individual fish baskets, and when the boat docked he jumped on it only to realize that the fish baskets were surrounded by seafood in the middle. Not only miscellaneous fish and shrimp and crabs piled up the boat, there are some seaweed Chen Jingchuan all brought back. Originally he did not intend to pick up the seaweed these looks, but wait for the high tide of that time inside. A few people see the sea drifted over a lot of Chen Jingchuan has not eaten a long time cold seaweed, fishing for some. A bay and bamboo pole saw also reached out and fished for some. We sorted the fish on the island, as for the others we haven't had time to sort them yet, let's sell the fish first and go back to sorting the others.
Chen Jingchuan looked at the people gathered around towards Chen father and said. However, his father has not yet spoken. His mother did not know where to take several fish baskets over the mouth, also yelled, still take back to share why, the force more like to run rowing the boat has not rowed enough? Just split it here, and sell it directly to AFA afterward. After saying that, his mother greeted a few men in the family and started to help move things. Yo, what a big base slip. What kind of fish is this? It looks kind of like a stickleback. That's a squawfish, how did they get so big and so many of them? Yo, Chuan, didn't you go to put up a ground cage? Is this under a sticky net or did you go somewhere to get a blocking net? Dragging the blessing of Chen Jingchuan's neighbors around their house, the whole village now knows that Chen Jingchuan has engaged in a new type of fishing method. Anyone who says how to fish now has to add a stopper catch. No, after going down to the ground cage and finding a small island to beg for the sea, there are also some schools of fish encountered in the sea and fished with a hand-thrown net. Chen Jingchuan shook his head. Then, if you're lucky, if I hadn't seen you guys coming back in a rowboat, I'd have thought you'd switch to a bigger boat to get a trawl going. That's right, Chuanzi, these are all yours, huh? That's a lot of money. After hearing this, Chen Jingchuan hurriedly shouted towards his father and a few of his brothers, Father, don't count the baskets of melon fish and a few green crabs as mine, that's Yukan's and Abe's, let Afe count them separately. If it hadn't been for someone talking about it, he'd almost forgotten that part of it was the harvest from Bei and Jukan Sea discussions. You guys go and watch yourselves, don't let Afat mess with your accounts when the time comes. After saying that, he didn't forget to instruct the two of them, Abe and Jukan. After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, Jukan and Abe just wanted to sit down and rest for a while before they instantly popped up and walked towards the small squatters who were collecting the goods. Gue, who heard this from the surrounding crowd, spoke up at once, Chuanzi, if you're worried about Afe messing up, you can sell it to me. Go, what's the point of stealing my business here? On the side, Afe came over just in time to hear this, and was instantly displeased. Chuanzi has long since agreed with me, all his goods are sold to me. If you say so, you've had so many loads today, can you still eat these? What do you care if I eat it or not? Hearing the conversation between the two, Chen Jingchuan was amused in his heart, but did not say anything. Go ahead, bid on it. That way their fisherman's income will be maximized. Chapter 30, Kidnapping the Whole Village. With Chen Jingchuan getting a boatload of seafood back, one by one on the pier stretched their necks to watch them settle accounts. Before listening to the village people rumor, Chen Jingchuan rely on blocking the net to earn how much money are bought on the boat, but that is the village people catching rumors, have not really seen. Even if someone asked Chen Jingchuan, he is also playing haphazardly mixed past. Today is the right time to learn about Chen Jingchuan's details in detail. Chen Jingchuan didn't go to carry the fish himself, he had his father and 3 brothers helping, he just wanted to rest for a while. Not many boats are coming back at this moment, mostly small wooden boats like Chen Jingchuan's, and trawlers are coming back later. But the dock collection place is full of people at this time of year. Ague also repaired a small squatter on the side like the 2 brothers, Afe and Akai. As for some other second-hand dealers, they do not repair the squatters, so they move a bench and sit by the pier every day, and when they see a ship entering the harbor, they go up to collect goods. Afe, why are there suddenly so many people engaged in fish trading now? Chen Jingchuan said in surprise when he sat down and saw a trawler coming in from the pier and a group of people gathered around it. In the past, only 2 brothers, Afe and Akai, did this work, and they were the only ones in the village who could get in touch with the restaurants in the town and the county. Now there are so many people here at once. Are the connections so hard? If I had the connections, I'd be in this business by now. There must be something fishy about so many people showing up to mess with the fishmongers in one day now. You don't know? It's all about following the village headman and making money from the goods. So why don't you keep going instead of getting a fishmonger? Who knows? Anyway, the village chief was talking about something about bringing everyone together to get rich, and these ones who make money can buy their own boats and go it alone, and he's going to bring the next batch of villagers together to make money. Hearing this, Chen Jingchuan suddenly had a thump in his heart, this plot how he felt so much like Uncle Dong. But Uncle Dong that was genuinely leading the village to make money, though on the wrong path, except when was the village head so nice. He used to not even look squarely at those in the village who didn't have as much money as his family. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Chen Jingchuan narrowed his eyes towards a guy he had sort of met twice. It is the original body, dead skin must go up, and finally led to perish that ship has seen twice. Look at his current appearance, should be smuggling to earn money, God cannot, see who are there to say the village head of the good. Brother Shu, you've been mixing well lately. Chen Jingchuan walked up and scattered a cigarette to him. Originally, Chen Jingshu was still bragging with the people on the side about his experience of walking on the outer sea, but he didn't expect that there was a person behind him who ran to find him to talk to him, and he saw that he was still an acquaintance. Xuanzi, you've been doing well lately, I've heard your name at the village head. Chen Jingshu smiled as he took the cigarette handed over by Chen Jingchuan. Harm, this is not all forced by life, do not work, I do not even have money for cigarettes, no cigarettes today to see the tree brother are embarrassed to come and talk. Finished. Chen Jingchuan, also disgusted, flung his hand friendship cigarettes. That's not the same as what I've heard, your boy is now the village's celebrity, and many people are praising you for coming up with a new way of fishing that has benefited the village.
After hearing Chen Jingshu's words, Chen Jingchuan secretly disdained in his heart. This person is praising him on the surface. In his heart, he might be undermining the other party right now just as he is, but big brother doesn't talk about second brother. Chen Jingchuan smiled and steered the topic to the matter of walking goods. This fishing is also a mistake to get out. Did not follow Chang to walk goods. You have to find a way to live, right? Right, I haven't thought of it until you said it. Why don't you follow brother Chang in the cargo? Chen Jingshu was really attracted by Chen Jingchuan's words. It's not life or almost gone. My mother and look for Mazu mother to calculate a fortune. Anyway, the Holy Grail has not agreed, and then my mother is all kinds of forbidden me to run around. Chen Jingchuan sighed in a fake manner. That tree brother, why did not continue to go goods? Here to engage in the work of the second fishmonger? I'm not here to collect fish. It's not that we earned a boat. Then the village chief let us come out and turn around, telling everyone that they can make money by following him. Chen Jingshu sighed. I didn't realize before that the village chief turned out to be so good. He really wants to bring everyone together to make money. How about it? Chuan Zi, come back and work with us? That village chief is quite good. I was wrong to blame him before. Chen Jingchuan smiled, but really did not respond to his invitation. If the original body was faced with this invitation, he might have agreed without hesitation, but as a person from the afterlife and then agreeing to it, then he is not knowingly committing a crime? Seeing that there is a fire pit in front of him, he still jumped into it? After chatting with Chen Jingshu for a while, Chen Jingchuan went back to guard his fish. He remembered a big thing. Originally he thought that this matter is the gatekeeper grandfather told him stories before exaggerated claims. I did not expect to be true and also let him eat. At this time, the village chief should have caught wind of something. The top is getting ready to crack down on smuggling. Only the village chief of their village is not thinking about how to cut broken money to eliminate disaster to the higher ups to show their own innocence, but instead is thinking about the whole village people are dragged into the water. As for what the village chief thought, it was nothing more than the law, and when he had brought the whole village into his camp, could the higher-ups still arrest all the people of a village directly? It's just a shame it's still true. And if he remembered correctly, the village chief should have had a two-handed plan to use the whole village to stall for a while and then smuggle them out. According to the time, since the village head that is already planning to pull the whole village down, I think the crackdown is going to start. The village head is also looking for snakeheads to prepare for smuggling. When he had just crossed over, he hadn't connected this matter that the grandpa had said with the Chen family village, only to hear Chen Jingshu say so. He reacted. Kidnapping the whole village even later is also very famous. The most important thing is that it is said that in this matter inside the village head also really ran out, but also he ran out alone. The family were arrested. The village head smuggled to the island, and then over there brushed more than 20 years of dishes, fought the wind over and then come back when it was directly reported, was sentenced to 10 years. Anyway, the janitor was still rather gloating when he talked about it. But looking at it this way, Chen Jingchuan felt as if he had the possibility of muddling through in this. With the carry-on space in place, and knowing something about what was about to happen, he could really take the opportunity to make a fortune in this wave of crackdowns and village chief screw-ups. It's just that it's something that needs to be planned. Chuanzi, what are you thinking about? Are you so absorbed in your thoughts that you are planning to go on a cargo trip again? When Chen Jingchuan was lost in thought, he saw his mother standing in front of him at an unknown time. No, mother, don't think nonsense. I just thought of something else. I wasn't thinking of going on a cargo trip. Chen Jingchuan shook his head. He must now draw the line at walking away from the goods, not a single connection. As for the law is not responsible for the masses, in this crackdown, the Chen family village involved in the walk of goods basically all arrested, and all from the strict sentence, half of the village of young adults have been arrested. At that time, the Chen family village was directly devastated, and its development momentum was suppressed by several surrounding villages. After all, although the surrounding villages also have the situation of walking goods, but whereas Chinjia village so crazy, the village headman took the lead. The whole village has a boat basically all involved. A catch is half of the village are still young and strong. From that period of time after, around a lot of villages like to come to Chinjia village to look for a wife. It's fine, I see that you and that Chen Jingshu are quite familiar with each other. Don't you want to talk to him about walking the goods? Chen Jingchuan was stunned when he heard this, and thought that his mother had come to lecture him about not being able to participate, but he didn't realize that she had come to persuade him to participate. How this wasn't what he thought it would be. Mother, aren't you testing me by saying the opposite? Chen Jingchuan glanced at his mother suspiciously. Why did he feel that his mother always had the opposite opinion of him? Test what? Haven't you always wanted to follow the village headman to walk the goods? You're still not happy that I'm letting you go? It's that I don't want to go. Right now I just want to go out and fish. I don't want to mess with walk-ins. Are you purposely trying to antagonize my mother? Mother Chen's voice rose a few syllables when she heard Chen Jingchuan's words. The people around them looked over when they heard it arrive. No, we'll talk about this when we get back. For now I'll finish what's in front of me and I'll give you a detailed account when we get back. Chen Jingchuan was afraid that Chen Jingshu, who was not far away, would see something when he heard it, so he first hurried to calm his mother down. It's something he definitely needs to warn his family about. Don't let him be dumbfounded when one or two of their family members get their hearts set on running off and walking away from the shipment.
Chen mother glanced at her youngest son, and did not make things difficult for him, and later went back to no anyway, urgent is not urgent in this moment. Chapter 31 Persuasion. This time Chen Jingchuan went to the deserted island to beg for the sea, and made a total of $440 by engaging in blocking nets. Bamboo Stick and Abe shared $44 each, and with their harvest from the sea, they had more than $50 for the day. Laughing so hard that both of them could barely see out of their eyes. In addition to the sold goods, the boat had 5 sacks of shellfish, piled high with shrimp, crab and miscellaneous fish. These are Chen mother and his second sister's work. Go back when Chen Jingchuan passed his big sister's house, also made a special effort to give his big sister's family to send some seafood to go. His elder brother-in-law and his father and elder brother are more or less the same, are following others to run the boat, work for others, this period of time because Chen Jingchuan in advance to his elder sister revealed some news, their family is also engaged in intercepted net fishing. Unlike the previous various dislikes, Chen Jingchuan at this time to come back to his big sister's house that is simply VIP treatment. But Chen Jingchuan did not sit more, anyway, it is not far away, can often come. Their family was from Team 6, and his older sister married into Team 3, a 5-minute walk away. Only they were all on the mountainside and the road was a bit hard to follow. Chuanzi, do you still have a way to get goods? Chen Jingchuan just wanted to go back when he saw his big sister pulled him to ask in a low voice. Chen Jingchuan forehead, how now each one of them are thinking of walking away from the goods. Previously, he wanted to go goods when one against a lot, the result is that now he does not think about the matter of going goods, you are up to it, but also to look for a doorway to go goods. It seems that the village chief's hand is very powerful, it's only been a few days, one by one, the people who used to curse him secretly are now saying good things about him openly, and a lot of people want to follow the village chief to walk the goods. Sister, you advise brother-in-law that it's best not to go on a cargo trip during this time, there's going to be a big move from above. Chen Jingchuan didn't say how he knew, the source of this news he couldn't say at all. Big move? Above? Eldest sister looked at Chen Jingchuan suspiciously, she always felt that this brother of hers was bluffing, but that was she couldn't produce any evidence. What fisherman actually knows what's going on up there? Even those officials in the village don't necessarily know about it, right? If you believe me, don't touch the goods, this kind of thing is illegal, this if the above strict fight up by then eat how much to spit out, but also punishment. Chen Jingchuan see their big sister is still a little heartbeat quickly persuade. Now this era of hooliganism are to be shot directly, not to mention the strict fight up smuggling, caught walking away from the goods more should be to GA, less should be all spit out. At this time as long as the edge is not good to draw a line, now the culture of the village, as long as someone reported that is dealt with severely. They don't think about when the village chief has been so nice to them. This is the standard enjoyment of happiness without you, in the event of accidents we all shoulder together. So serious? After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, eldest sister Chen Zhanglan frowned, so many people have done it, can't they all be arrested? That's really not certain, the above is now in dire need of a crackdown to make an example of the chickens and monkeys, the arrest is to be dealt with severely. Chen Jingchuan shook his head and told his big sister not to drill a hole. Since the reopening of the coast, smuggling has become a trend, the inspection is basically 1,000 holes, and now the above and the coast of a lot of smuggling is a trend of places to crack down, not only there this. It's basically the same policy everywhere else. Sometimes the above seriously up that is not a general thing, not to knock off some serious smuggling areas, come up with some results above cannot account for. In that case, then I'll persuade your brother-in-law again. Eldest sister's heart was also a bit drummed when she saw Chen Jingchuan talking so seriously. Yeah, now that everyone in the village who has a boat or not has gone off to get a walker, it's just as well that there's no one to compete with us. That's true. After persuading the elder sister for a couple of sentences, Chen Jingchuan hurriedly went back, there is still a large number of people waiting for him at home. The others he couldn't control, but at least the family he had to advise. Although he had only been over here for half a month, at least this large family had allowed him to feel a lot of warmth that he hadn't felt in his previous life. Even the broken-mouthed second sister-in-law as well as the strong sister-in-law, who still called out Achuan from time to time, Chen Jingchuan had never felt it before. 6 teams in the courtyard, Chen Jingchuan passed by the time there are many people talking about what happened today, everyone's attention in addition to the beginning of the marvel Chen Jingchuan earned more than $400 today, but the back of the goods have been attracted to the attention. I've heard you can make thousands on a single trip. That Shu has been bragging about how his family got a new boat and bought a radio, a TV, a bicycle, a sewing machine, and all that. So powerful? Wouldn't that make you a millionaire after 2 trips? Seems like it, the village chief is said to be planning to bring everyone together to make money, now go to his house and get a package, take you to earn a boat, then you can go solo on your own. When was the village chief so nice? Who knows, maybe it's a guilty conscience. Chen Jingchuan just came in and heard a group of women in the courtyard discussing the matter of walking goods there. The main reason is that Chen Jingshu's group at the pier today was too eye-catching. Even if they don't speak, that's still the prettiest pup in the bunch. Not to mention they've been promoting it today. Ugh, Kawako's back? Let me ask you, Chuanzi, is it really that profitable to walk away? Wasn't Chuanzi working with the village chief's family on transportation before? Why didn't he do it anymore? You almost lost your life and you're still walking the goods? I wouldn't want to go if it were me. You can't live with anything, but you can't live with money? You don't even want money for the sake of your life? Mud, easy for you to say, go ahead. Hearing a group of people discussing him there, Chen Jingchuan smiled and said to talk later before entering the house first. Because of going down to the sea to set up the barrage net as well as saving that turtle, the clothes on his body were sticky, which was also the reason why fishermen had to take a bath first every time they came back from going out to the sea. It was too uncomfortable to be stained with seawater. Seeing a Chuan like this, I suddenly feel that he's not making money fast either. Just one trip of goods on the village head side is enough to cover most of the half-year's harvest. You still have the face to laugh at Chuan? You can earn 400 or 500 a day first. That's just it. I don't know if the village head side wants anyone else. Ask Chuan, hasn't he been there? He's going to be there then too, right, so just ask him to take us along. Even when Chen Zhengchuan returned to the house, he could still hear the excited chatter of those outside. Chen Zhengchuan shook his head, and to be honest, if he hadn't come from the afterlife, he would have moved. But knowing the consequences, he was only glad that the original body was not too deeply involved with the village head's family. Otherwise, even if he came over, when the time to crack down, he cannot get out of the relationship. The village is never short of red-eyed people. As long as he has been involved in the walk, once reported to the people, absolutely cannot eat a pocket to go. Dad, you guys wouldn't have your hearts set on it too, would you? Chen Zhengchuan saw his dad and a few of his older brothers there discussing the possibility of walking away from the shipment after taking a bath. Kawako, was going to talk to you about this. Didn't you work on the village chief's boat? How was it? His second brother saw Chen Zhengchuan and hurriedly pulled him to sit down. Not good, just went out to sea and fell into the sea. That day Chen Zhengcheng didn't go because he resented the death. Chen Zhengchuan shook his head, so I don't know. And do you know how to join the ship that the mayor walks on? Chen Zhengchuan sighed. I didn't expect them to be ready to join. Originally thought that they hadn't made up their mind yet, but by the looks of it, they had already made up their mind. Second brother, listen to your brother's advice, don't get involved. Chen Zhengchuan put his hand on his second brother Chen Zhengmin's shoulder. The water here is very deep, you can't grasp it. Che, what's not to grasp about that? Then you know the virtues of the village headman's family, don't you? Can he give you a share of the money in his pocket? Or is it money that is being shared with you? And not some poison? Chen Zhengchuan didn't know how to persuade his second brother, who had already made up his mind, so he could only use the village head's family's behavior in the past. That's true, Lao-er, why don't we think about it again? The oldest Chen Zhengyu also hesitated. After hearing the youngest's words, just now he wanted to follow the oldest to go instantly swayed his mind. If you guys don't believe me, just watch for a while longer and you'll know, there's going to be a big move from above. Seeing that his second brother was still a bit wobbly, Chen Zhengchuan pulled up the banner again. Up there? When did you know someone from above? Chen father was still listening to his brother's discussion. Once he heard Chen Zhengchuan's words, he looked at Chen Zhengchuan with a bit of suspicion. Then why don't they do it now? What do you care? Time is running out, and we're going to do it when we find out which places are the main smuggling areas. And this has to be checked? Such a long coastline, and we are not the only ones who have a go-go situation here. Surely we must check. When we find out, it is surely in together. So, Chapter 32 Publicity Columns. After hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words, a group of people at home also began to waver. Chen Zhengchuan also wants to give a precise letter, waiting for how long to see the results, only he is not clear when it is, cannot give this letter. Anyway, from this year onwards, any smuggling caught in the back is basically dealt with severely. He only knew some general trends, he really didn't know exactly what month or year. Oldest, is what you said true? Hearing Chen Zhengchuan speak in a serious manner, the third oldest also spoke up. It's true, otherwise why do you think I don't go? Chen Zhengchuan nodded. That's also true, then we won't go on a cargo trip. With the efficiency of our current fishing, we'll make more money with more people on a cargo trip. Father Chen nodded. He was not moved by the old six, but at first he felt that these things are not reliable. Is the village chief is what other people may not know, but they are the same generation. The village chief in the past to do some of the things he can still remember it. That's true, today a bunch of people were there talking about walking away from the goods. Not many people are coming to grab a place to work on the blocking net. Boss also nodded after hearing Father Chen's words. Everyone else seemed to be in pretty good shape, except for his second brother, who was a bit depressed. Right, just in time you are all here. The weather is good these days. Have been going out to sea, collect the roof tiles later, lest it rains. The house is going to become a fish pond. After talking about the matter of going out to sea, Father Chen also talked about things at home. Chen Zhengchuan has long wanted to say this, only this time the weather is too good. Do not seize the time to get money or sorry for the opportunity given by God. Now that the house is finally being repaired, he doesn't have to count stars in the middle of the night. What weather tomorrow, have any idea? Chen Zhengchuan troubled to look at the home. When he makes money he must buy a TV or a radio and come back. There's no chance of listening to the weather forecast this way. The only thing of value in the house might be that wall clock on the wall to check the time once in a while.
As for judging tomorrow's weather by the evening sun, that would have to be a skill for an old fisherman, and he didn't know it yet. We'll find out when the boys get back, but odds are it'll be a rainy day. Boss nodded. His family's and the oldest two families several children every day after school back to the book bag once put and then all go out, either to play with others, or hiding in other people's homes. People watching TV, homework is not done, every day to light the lamp to stay up all night to do. But they did manage to bring back the occasional message about the weather forecast for the next day. Then it's just right to take a day off. Chen Jingchuan smiled. He hadn't rested in all the time he'd been traveling over here. What's the point of resting? There's a bunch of things going on at home, the tiles haven't been picked up, the ground hasn't been dug, and the vegetables haven't been confiscated, and you're still thinking about resting? Chen's father glared at his youngest son without any good reason. Everyone else wanted to hurry up and get the house cleaned up while it was raining and they couldn't go sailing, but he ended up being the only one thinking about resting. It's not a sentiment, it's not like I'm really not working anymore. You're still being stubborn? Who just said anything about taking exactly one day off? Whoever said that you find out, maybe it was big brother or second brother and third brother who said it, I didn't say it anyway. Say it again and I'll punch you in the face, you no good rotten son of a. You beat me up, I'm the same, I want to rest, you can't even find me. Got your wings? Want to flip the table? As soon as Chen's father heard this, he was so angry that he picked up the cigarette stick on the side and huffed it towards Chen Jingchuan's back. Fortunately, Chen Jingchuan reacted well and directly got up and ran out. It's just a few words of stubbornness. Why do you have to beat him up? Chen's father is a standard fishing village chauvinism, can only go along with his wool gathering, cannot go against the grain, otherwise 1 second is smiling and talking to you, the next second to beat people. After going out, Chen Jingchuan touched his stomach, he just drank a bowl of thin rice in the morning today and roasted a few bird eggs on the island to eat at noon, and his stomach was already growling indisputably at this moment. For the sake of a mouthful of food, Chen Jingchuan still turned back. Then he saw that Chen's father was already directing a few of his brothers to prepare to go up to the roof to pack the tiles. The new tiles were already prepared, it looked like they had prepared them at home during the daytime, and it looked like Chen's father hadn't put his hopes on him either, and had long been prepared to work without him. When he went back, he saw Chen's mother cooking at this moment. Father Chen and the others started over from the second brother's side, and when they finished cooking it was just their turn. It won't disturb the cooking. Mother want to help? Chen Jingchuan saw two on the roof, one on the ladder, and one carrying tiles below, and there was no place for him, so he turned to the kitchen intending to help his mother cook. Those were the only ingredients in the house during this time, and he didn't get a chance to show off his cooking skills. What do I need your help for? You might as well go help your father carry the tiles. There's someone else over there who doesn't need me. Go, don't make a mess here, what can you do? You can't even make a fire and I expect you to cook? Chen Jingchuan was directly driven out of the kitchen by his mother with a spatula. After dinner, Chen father they continue to work. As for Chen Jingchuan anyway, nothing to do, simply go to the village carpenter intends to find him to make a wooden shelf into the space to put things. And fish baskets and all that, too, or it'll be hard to find when you go looking for them on the spur of the moment. As for the hardware and tools that I plan to prepare before, then I have to go to the supply house to buy them. The craftsmen of today, as good as they are, can't make these tools out. If the village's supply house doesn't have one, you'll have to look at the town or county's supply house. By the time he slipped away to the carpenter side of the village, he could still hear a lot of people's homes talking enthusiastically about the village headman taking the whole village on a walk. Some people jumped at the chance, some were a bit hesitant, but most had already acted long ago, and by the time he arrived at the village committee by the dock, there were already quite a few people inquiring about how the village head was planning to lead the group to earn money by walking the goods. Chen Jingchuan did not see the figure of the village chief, but saw the village branch secretary. Because the Chen family village is a clan society village, so the nominal leader of the village secretary to do what when but everything has to ask the opinion of the patriarch first, this village secretary when also quite difficult. On the one hand, he has to carry out the instructions from above, and on the other hand, he has to balance the village, with a restless village headman below him. What is Ogawa planning to do? Come to try to get a walk-in shipment as well? Upon seeing Chen Jingchuan, the village branch secretary actually greeted him. Chen Jingchuan also acted like he was flattered and took the cigarette handed over by the village branch secretary. That's not true, went to look for the carpenter's grandfather at the head of the village for a bit of business. A carpenter? It's to beat something, isn't it? The village branch secretary laughed. You're a bit of a rage in the village right now. Hearing this headless sentence from the village branch secretary, Chen Jingchuan's heart was immediately on guard. I'll just engage in stop net fishing. Where is the village head scenery? This interceptor net is also good. The village people, quite a lot of people learned this interceptor net fishing are making a lot of money. Where, the village headman is the one who leads everyone to earn big money. See, Chen Jingchuan has not been on the road, the village clerk is not pretending. Recently, the town has a review of hard-working rich publicity column. I intend to report your name, you see how? What? It can be my turn to evaluate the advanced? Chen Jingchuan froze, he really didn't know about this stuff.
When did it become the turn of the village to honor and praise them, these people on the mountain? Isn't this sort of thing usually the business of people with boats and houses by the docks? It's not an appraisal of the advanced, it's a publicity column that promotes hard work and wealth, and asks us to dig up typical examples in the village. The village branch secretary took a deep drag on his cigarette and said, "Can I ask why me?" Chen Jingchuan was still a bit uneasy. Now after all, it was at the point where the village chief was messing things up. He still wanted to be careful and muffled better. It's better to be cautious about this kind of thing that goes in the publicity columns. Your method of stopping the nets for fishing, the leaders have also seen it and think it's very good. A fisherman can think of these things instead of going for those crooked ones. The leaders think it's very good. So it's not me who chose you for this matter, it's the leaders of the town who chose you. Only after hearing the words of the village branch secretary did Chen Zhengchuan breathe a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't the one who was involved with the village head. And it seems to me that the village chief's words have something to say about crookedness? You mean the village chief? Is there a reward for this? Chen Zhengchuan rubbed his hands together in embarrassment, his eyes looking eagerly at the village branch secretary. You kid, how many people dream of being on the town's town propaganda column, and you still want a reward? The village branch secretary laughed and scolded. Hey, I'm just asking off the top of my head. Yes, there were, like, warm water bottles and ceramic tanks. That's it? What else do you want? No cash rewards? Chapter 33 Outrageous Rumors. The village clerk took a strange look at Chen Jingchuan. For some reason, this guy was different from what he had seen before. Although the person is still the same person, but when chatting just give the feeling of temperament, these are different. Although it is all in jest, but before, as soon as Chen Jingchuan opened his mouth, a second-rate, rotten air, now he jokes again feel really different. There's just a little bit of a decent person in there now, no longer hanging around looking unproductive. It's a deal, I'll give you the materials when the time comes and you fill them out and give them to me. Seeing that Chen Zhengchuan had agreed, the village branch secretary also smiled and bid him farewell. You can either give it to me now, I'll take it back and fill it out and bring it to you tomorrow. The materials are at my house, I didn't bring them here, besides you didn't even graduate from elementary school, can you fill it out? Chen Zhengchuan. Forget that you're illiterate. I'll have to watch this persona in the future and not act too high profile. Although the latter's own is only a secondary school education, but it is much better than not graduating from elementary school. Only after bidding farewell to the village branch secretary did Chen Jingchuan head towards his destination. Grandpa Carpenter is the name of their group of children. In the past, when they did not get any toys, it all depends on Grandpa Carpenter to make all kinds of wooden toys for them. Now Grandpa is still the most powerful person in the hearts of the children. All kinds of smacking machinima toys can always cause the little kids to cheer. Chen Jingchuan crossed over to sleep in that coffin as he hit. Originally he left for his own, only Chen Jingchuan accident suddenly lent him to use. When Chen Jingchuan went there, his grandfather was not at home. His eldest son guarded the carpenter store. Chen Jingchuan placed an order according to the size of the space and left after chatting for a couple of sentences. When he went back again, he coincided with a group of children winding their way to the house. Chen Jingchuan looked at the sky, as if it is not late, not yet to their usual time to go home. Caught a larger child, asked to know that the host family are off, the TV does not give to see, said to go out to sea to go cargo. Chen Jingchuan shook his head. Are all walking around so unavoidable now? Or do you think it's foolproof with the village chief leading the way? After returning home, Chen Jingchuan, without exception, was again educated by his parents, saying that today he came back later than the children. Chen Jingchuan has seen the strange. In his parents' heart, only big brother is their ideal child template, obedient, hard work, etc. The other do how good there are flaws, like today he is at home, do not go out of his parents also have to say. It is said that the emperor loves the eldest son, the people like the youngest, but Chen Jingchuan feel Chen father in turn like the eldest son. He felt at home as the father and mother of the cylinder. Something to say about him, 2 sentences. Only the next day when the village clerk came to the door, his parents were surprised and couldn't keep their mouths shut. Especially when I heard that Chen Jingchuan could also be on the town's publicity column. Although they cannot understand what the meaning of the publicity column, but as long as the evaluation have advanced on the line, which in their view that is a great honor. The people who used to be able to be recognized as advanced were more prestigious than being the captain of every team back in the day. In their village, only a few people in the village committee have been recognized as advanced before. Secretary Chen, why do you have time to come? Just drag someone with a message for us to go. Seeing the village secretary come to his door, Chen's father hurriedly put down the smoking gun in his hand and said as he warmly shook his hand. It's fine, might as well, just a little thing, just ask Xiaochuan to fill out a form. Secretary Chen smiled, took the chair moved by Chen's mother and sat down, then took out 2 pieces of paper from the canvas bag. Is this the stuff to be filled out for that whatever assessment of advancement? When Chen's father saw the paper that Secretary Chen took out, his hands still wiped on his clothes before he carefully took it. It was just a shame he couldn't read what was written on it either. Chen Jingchuan took a look at the side. Basically it was similar to the form he had to fill out when he used to work at the hotel. First, there is a basic information section, and then there is a section that focuses on the method of stopping the net to catch the fish and what he thinks about it and whatnot. You write properly. Seeing Chen Jingchuan take the piece of paper with a big grin, Chen's father had wanted to scold him, but seeing that Secretary Chen was still at the side, he swallowed back and faintly spoke towards him. Chen Jingchuan actually know how to write, but in front of Secretary Chen he is still a space to teach, after all, to meet the image of an illiterate well. Basically, he writes whatever Secretary Chen reads. Luckily, you don't have to thank them all over again when writing a reflection at this point, just a few common thank yous to write on. If encountered cannot write the word Chen Jingchuan also let Secretary Chen in the side to write a write, he copied. Secretary Chen, stay for a casual dinner? After writing the material, looking at Secretary Chen put away the form and intended to leave, Chen's father hurriedly retained. No, I still have to hurry to hand in this thing that Xiaochuan finished writing for review. Secretary Chen if anything glanced at the groundnuts ready to be peeled in the corner of the yard and shook his head. He didn't dislike the groundnut rice, but mainly because the food in everyone's home at this time was not good. If he stayed for lunch, the host family would inevitably have to take out the best bit of their home, which would add to the woes of some of the families who weren't rich. What's more, not long ago they had a funeral. It is not easy to come back to a little gas. He ate a meal for fear of eating again. Watching Secretary Chen leave, Chen father wrote and glanced at Chen Jingchuan. Today a rare day did not make things difficult for him, smoking a cigarette and went out. Chen Jingchuan wanted to ask his father what he was doing, but the sound of his father talking to some uncles and aunts came from next door in no time. What did Secretary Chen go to your house for? Alas, nothing, that is, Chuanzi before not to engage in what blocknet fishing method, it is said to be able to get on the town's propaganda column. A publicity column? What's that? It's pretty much the same thing as judging advanced. Yo, rated advanced then your family Chuanzi out of luck average. This is still average Xingju and your family out of talent Just hearing a few lines of conversation he knew what his dad was doing, emotionally showing off. For the first time he felt that his father in this regard is not at all lost to his mother, did not see his mother this moment also did not go out to promote, only in cooking that excitement can be seen by anyone. Even the sister-in-law on the side of the second sister-in-law also to the surrounding people in that boast, as if Chen Jingchuan can be on the propaganda column they also have the honor. But not to say that it is true, Chen Jingchuan's family did not stop all morning, or to inquire about Chen Jingchuan's matter is not true. It's just that then the word got around and changed. He had seen the power of rumors in the afternoon when he and a few of his brothers had taken a flatmate. Chen Jingchuan looked at Bei in front of him with a speechless face. Who did you hear that I'm going to be an official in the town? He knew that rumors would arise about such things as village rumors, but wasn't it a bit too far to say that he was going to be an official in the town? When did he get to connect with the sub of being an officer? Which bit of this sentence has half a cent to do with him, except for his Chen Jingchuan's name and the location of the town being correct? So whoever said that, I also heard that the secretary even went to your house to invite you. Bei looked at him with an excited face. Chen Jingchuan hurriedly rumor, just a town propaganda column, don't rumor too outrageous Chen secretary to come because of the way plus I can't write. Looking at the way Bei just looked, if he hadn't hurriedly disproved the rumor, maybe this guy would really believe it. By then he can think of this guy out after the face, no not, go to the town as an official Chen Jingchuan but my alliance brother, what you do not believe. This is what I personally heard from his mouth. You're the only ones who would believe that he's an official when he hasn't even graduated from elementary school? What kind of official can he be? It's not even his turn to watch the door. Fatty had an expression like I've seen through it all long ago. Bamboo Pole also almost the same expression, can be rated advanced or trader's luck, still want to be an official? Chen Jingchuan lazy to correct these guys, wait a couple of days after the audit passed, then he had to go to the town trip to take a picture, as the avatar of the bulletin board. The secretary has already told him, when he went to the village to get the certificate directly to the township government side is. As for not passing, unless there are special circumstances, they don't even let him know he's picked and filled out a bunch of material. So you're still going to the town to take pictures? Upon hearing that Chen Jingchuan was going to the town, the other three people including Fatty got excited, they hadn't been to the town by head in a long time. This opportunity is just right. Yeah, come along then? As soon as Chen Jingchuan invited them, the other three immediately busied themselves by agreeing. At this time the village is very little to go out, even if it is to go to the town is also an occasional market to go. As for going to the county, not many people have been to go to the county is not to know the road, but to go to the county need to open a letter of introduction to the village, what are you going to do and so on. It's not that a person can't go without a letter of introduction, but if you're spending the night in the county, you need a letter of introduction to stay in a hotel. Chapter 34, Overturned. After the appointment, a few of the brothers went back after dinner. There was quite a bit of activity in front of his house today. After all, a lot of people had heard that he was going to be an official in the town, and a lot of his relatives had come running to ask, and there were also people looking for him who wanted him to give them a hand. Anyway, these people are in all sorts of outrageous situations. As far as wanting to borrow money are still the most normal. But Chen Jingchuan all do not borrow, he is not a 10,000 yuan households, up as to play the autumn wind? Even being an official that's nonsense, and he's even less likely to pay for it. As for relatives, to put it mildly, half the village can be involved in a roundabout way. Who are you? Other than the closest relatives in the family, Chen Jingchuan didn't really recognize any of the others. Not to mention the ones who came to him for a loan. Older brother, you've become famous recently. Looking at the crowds outside, Chen Zhenghong, who was guarding in front of the stove, said towards Chen Jingchuan. Your brother, I've always been quite famous, alright. Chen Jingchuan stunk after hearing his second sister's words. Don't you have any idea in your own heart of what reputation you used to have? Chen Zhenghong said breathlessly after hearing his words. She remembers that Chen Jingchuan used to be the village's #1 sneak. Every day you think about getting rich overnight without doing your job. You'd say a few of them should be shot for whatever crime they committed. Not really, but it's just a pain in the ass. If it wasn't for Fatty's family having some family money, a few of them could have starved to death. But since Chen Jingchuan reformed and made some kind of block, the 4 people together have all developed. Now there are a lot of people who come to the door to propose marriage to Chuan. Of course, there are also matchmakers for Chen Zhenghong. After chatting with his second sister for a while, Chen Jingchuan saw Chen's father and mother walk in with black lines on their faces, looking like they didn't have a very pleasant chat with those relatives. What kind of people are? Each and every one of them thought that our family had gotten rich, right? Chen mother, who sat down on her but also didn't care about the crowd outside that hadn't left yet, and directly started to curse. That's right, opening and closing your mouth is $100. Who are you? I have $100 to buy pork to eat. Does not smell good? Lend it to you guys to beat the water, right? Chen's father was also not willing to show weakness, knocked his smoking gun twice on the stovetop, and also intentionally spoke very loudly. This what relatives, well, before our family has no money when to see all around, just afraid that we know with him to greet like, now casually have a little fame lick a face door to borrow money. If I didn't care about the face of my relatives, I'd just take a broom and sweep it out and think about eating here, or no? That who last time we asked him to borrow some money for Chuanzi to get body noodle clothes are not borrowed, on this still have the nerve to come to the door to find us to borrow money. Chuanzi, you remember that uncle, when you died you refused to lend us any money. In the future if he wants something to happen don't mind them. Chen Jingchuan was listening at the side with a black line on his face. What do you mean when he died? Isn't he still here and fine? As for that uncle, what if we don't see each other anymore? His mother cursed for half a day before she stopped. Chuanzi, looking at this weather later in the afternoon there may be rain, you go with me to turn the ground over, and by the way, dig back what should be dug, what should be planted is ready to be planted. Chen father said for a while and stopped, then looked at Chen Jingchuan and said, rain? Chen Jingchuan subconsciously looked outside. Indeed at this moment the sun is not so big, a few shadows have shrouded the ground not far away, a little bit of dark clouds wanna come. Right, otherwise you think these people can go so easily? You will make money in the future and cover it up, let them know what it will be like. Chen mother said in a depressed voice. Okay, what about Sango? You do everything to pull on your third brother, right? Let you do some work, this one reason, that one excuse, do not want to do I go myself. Don't, Dad, I'm just asking. Chen Jingchuan sighed helplessly. He didn't know if his father was resentful of those people just now or just simply looked at him with displeasure. This could even scold him. At noon, Chen Jingchuan said after dinner that he would go to the town in a couple of days, and by the way, he asked if there was anything to bring. As soon as he opened his mouth, the big and small ones in the family all gathered around. The small ones naturally wanted to bring snacks back to eat, the big ones said they wanted to bring cloths, or buckets, or bowls, in short, everything. You guys think of what to buy, write a note to me, too much I'm afraid to forget, I'll go to work first. After Chen Jingchuan finished speaking, he carried his hoe and pushed the crate out with his father and 3 others. Because it was going to rain, his father had brought along a straw raincoat and rain shoes. It's a little bit of time to try to get him to do it all the time. Chen Jingchuan followed the front for about a few minutes before arriving at their family's land. Part of their family's land was given to them when the production team was disbanded, and part of it was opened up by his father later. Father, when will this potato field be harvested? Chen Jingchuan also noticed a green field on the side while digging. It's not a vegetable growing on it but a potato. Let's say in June or July, why do you want it? Father Chen glanced at Chen Jingchuan after hearing his words. A little bit, but I think we can grow it for 2 seasons here, as I recall. Yes you can, and when you harvest it in August you can plant another season. It's already almost June and it looks like it will be harvested soon, so this corn. Chen's father was so annoyed by Chen Jingchuan that he didn't want to talk anymore, so he let him pick some of the ripe vegetables around him and send them back first. As for the digging, it was him and the oldest who came. It's a pity that Chen Jingchuan pushed the crate halfway to the road when it rained, and then he overturned. By the time he sat up from the ditch it was all a blur. After reacting, Chen Jingchuan touched his whole body, but fortunately did not break. Only he was fine, but the crate fell and got stuck inside a rock, scattering the groceries all over the place. The only good news might be that the crate didn't break. Otherwise, his cart can push the crate into the ditch of the battle. If he still broke the cart, tomorrow. No, the afternoon can spread all over the village, and then become the laughingstock of the village. What young man works like this?
It's normal for me to have an accident this first time pushing a crate, and it must have rained and the road was slippery. Chen Jingchuan secretly told himself in his heart that it was definitely not that he had just gone downhill without braking. Looking at the tattered straw raincoat on his body, Chen Jingchuan sighed, not caring about the abrasions on his arm, first got the car out of the stone cracks, and then went up and down again and again to pick up all the vegetables in the ditch. When he had managed to finish picking it up with the intention of going back, then he saw two figures walking over inside the rain curtain. He would have gone back before finding a reason to explain the injuries he had, except there was no chance.
Father. Chen Jingchuan, mouth corner twitching, thought he could conceal the past, did not expect this hit? Is everyone alright? Chen's father knew what had happened when he saw Chen Jingchuan's appearance as well as some of the vegetable leaves scattered in the ditch, but this time he didn't say anything, he just sighed. It's okay, just a bruise. Chen Jingchuan stood hand and foot like a child who had done something wrong. Mostly because it's so embarrassing. When he went back, the car was pushed by his third brother, and Chen Jingchuan didn't say anything, so he silently followed behind. All the way back home, Chen's father didn't say anything. When Chen Jingchuan undressed and took a shower, he realized that not only the straw raincoat was broken, but his clothes inside were also broken, and he had a scar on his back. After the bath, Chen mother took the clam oil to Chen Jingchuan in the body wipe. Go to town when they buy some cloth back. I'll go to do a few more clothes for you. Don't try to be strong in the future. Don't want to go. Can't do it, slowly learn. Don't have to listen to your father, he owned. Hearing his mother speak while applying medicine to him, Chen Jingchuan couldn't help but have a sore nose. He didn't cry though, he was just a little touched. I know mother, you're going to need a sewing machine to make clothes here. Yeah, I usually go to your third aunt's house to do that. Why? Nope, just asking. When he finished smearing the medicine, Chen Jingchuan lay down on the bed and secretly thought about what would happen in the future. It had been most of a month since he crossed over, and he had familiarized himself with the world, and he had been planning for the future during the night. Making money is definitely the first priority. As for his second sister molested him during the day to say that the matchmaker door-to-door matchmaking thing, he has no plans now, and when he has a successful career, he will turn back and slowly pick it is not too late. Chapter 35, Fighting in a Group. It's been raining. The next day it was still pouring rain, which seemed to be held back by God's lack of rain for the previous half month, and when it came, it never stopped raining. It's good to know that heavy rain is only temporary and light rain is the norm. With this weather, there's no chance of going to sea, and there's no way to work. It's a good thing the shingles on the house were refurbished 2 days ago, so at least the house won't leak when it rains. It happened to be Saturday, and a couple of the kids next door didn't go to school. A large group of children have no way to go out to play at home, play with water, play marbles, make the body dirty. Early in the morning, Chen Jingchuan were two sisters-in-law of the lion. Roar of the lion woke up. Chen Jingchuan originally woke up, but that is lying in bed do not want to get up. Listening to the next door children's noise at first there is a kind of cozy feeling, only to join the adult roar is not so perfect. Uncle Junior, big slob, just getting up. Sixth uncle, my mother says people who sleep a lot won't be able to get a wife in the future. Chen Jingchuan just got up to brush his teeth and wash his face. A group of children next door hula all ran over toward him as a meal of education. I don't even look at these kids. I don't care if my parents teach me, but you guys want to get in the middle of it too, don't you? Uncle 6, why are you still ignoring people? Sixth uncle, little uncle. Looking at the group of followers behind him, Chen Jingchuan sighed helplessly. Sometimes being too popular with children was a kind of torture. Why don't you guys go play and follow me? Chen Jingchuan looked at the thin rice in the pot, which was still a bit warm. There is no one left at home. He understands that his father, mother and third brother are not at home, but the second sister is not even at home. There is a problem. What can you do if you go out in this rainy day? Mother won't let us run around when it rains, so there are no adults in the house and we can only look for Uncle Junior to play with. Yeah, mom and dad are out, leaving me at home to watch my brother. Chen Jingchuan was stunned. Obviously he just heard his sister-in-law and second sister-in-law cursing, and this is going out? What did your parents do? Chen Jingchuan asked as if nothing had happened as he sipped his thin rice. It seems like there was a fight over at the village entrance, the next village over, and everyone went to see what was going on. Uncle 6, can we go see it? Uncle Junior, can you take us to see it? I promise not to tell grandma and grandpa. Chen Jingchuan heard the heart that regret greedy this time to sleep early bedtime to do? Such a big play is so missed. The next village is fighting? Are the two villages at war or something? He's going to regret it if he misses this big scene. No, you can't go. What if you get beaten up? How can I keep an eye on you when there are so many people? If you are sold by traffickers, you will suffer, and I can't explain to your parents. Hearing this group of children talking to each other, Chen Jingchuan denied it very firmly. It's a gang fight between two villages, a little carelessness can kill people, what is a child doing there? Sixth uncle, just take us there, we promise not to run around, we'll just follow you and watch from the side. Yeah, just look at it from a distance, we'll just go to mom and dad when we get there. No means no, I might even get beaten up if I go, aren't you guys giving away your heads if you go? Chen Jingchuan shook his head, refusing firmly.
Chen Jingchuan said while mentally trying to find a way to get rid of this group of brats to go to the village entrance to watch the big show by himself. Only the little ones were also all shrewd, following him around all morning. Even when he went to the bathroom, they stood guard outside the door.
Getting Chen Jingchuan would be difficult.
By the time he had made up his mind and was ready to just run, he saw that a large group of their family had returned. As soon as they saw that the adults in the family had returned, a group of children scattered, and one by one they didn't know what to do.
Father and mother, what happened at the village entrance? This rainy day still go out?
Chen Jingchuan also did not care about the group of leather monkeys, saw his parents back and hurriedly asked. Only he just asked, parents have not yet answered him. His second brother's side laughed. Sixth son today how so good, did not go out to see the fun? Can he be good? I'm afraid he just got up. When his father heard this, he immediately retorted, with that character of his, there's only one possibility that could keep him from getting up, and that's that he doesn't know there's a buzz. Father, how can you say that to me? I got up a long time ago. Okay, also know the matter of the group fight at the entrance of the village. It is not looking at a group of children at home before they did not go out. Chen Jingchuan speechless looked at Chen father. Recently what happened, his father seems to always look at him not good. It's true, the rice has been eaten and the dishes have been washed, so it seems that you've really been up for a while. His second sister went into the house first and took a look at the uncovered lid of the pot. That's for sure. You think I'm lying to you? It looks like Rocco's personality has really shifted quite a bit. His elder brother went back and called out in passing to the group of children who had run out, only that the group of children was like a wild horse out of control, and it did not matter how loudly he called out. The car can overturn the road to the ditch, and the work cannot be done, so what if he has changed his sex? I'm still afraid that he will be able to starve himself to death in the future when he splits up the family.
Chen father shook his head. Chen Jingchuan, why don't you just stop short-changing people? You can't let this go, can you?
I heard from Lao San that it's not the first time for sixth son to work, plus the road is slippery on rainy days, so it's normal to have an accident. How did Chen Jingchuan feel after hearing this? That although his second brother was helping him, how did that tone feel like he was gloating? Father, you haven't said what happened at the village entrance. Chen Jingchuan didn't want the focus of their conversation to be on himself, so he hurriedly changed the topic. He just wanted to ask what was going on at the entrance to the village, but he didn't want to be used as a talking point for a few people all the time.
Mirakuchi, it still has something to do with you, too, to say the least. Me?
Don't talk nonsense, father, I haven't gone to another village to cause trouble lately. Chen Jingchuan looked at his father with a wary face. Before the original body is often to go to Wu and all other villages, but since he came have not been out of the village, don't what pots are trying to buckle to his head.
It's because of that blocking net thing.
Seeing the father and son's cockeyed stance, the older one, who had long ago been unable to suppress his desire to share, spoke up on one side.
Blocking the net?
Chen Jingchuan froze, but still didn't understand what this had to do with the two villages' dry run. Yeah, next door Aoja village learned it at some point, and then people from our village found out, so a few people from our village beat up the guy from the next village who was working on the blocking net, saying that they were stealing from the master, and the guy who was beaten up in the back didn't take it well enough to find a bunch of his relatives to come looking for trouble, only to be stopped outside before he even got into the village. Chen Jingchuan heard that it was so but he still looked at his second brother with a gossipy face. What about the back?
Then how can we let another village bully us?
As soon as I greeted the whole village, I went there quickly and beat those people up and threw them at the village entrance.
Just leave it there? They're not going back in this rain?
Oh, it's too beat up to walk.
Chen Jingchuan staggered. This hand is really hard or beaten to walk. Won't someone get killed in the rain if you throw it at the village entrance?
It's okay, the village council got someone to go to their village to report it. After eating the melon of the whole thing, Chen Jingchuan got great satisfaction, did not think that this thing is still related to him, but to say that the method of blocking the net passed out, simple and easy to learn, he cannot blindfold others not to see There was no such thing as a patent at this time.
Learning is learning.
By the way, I just met Secretary Chen on the way. He asked me to tell you that the audit has been passed, and to go to the town hall the day after tomorrow to take pictures. It was only after he finished talking about the fight that Chen's father remembered this.
Got it, where is my mother?
Chen Jingchuan swept his eyes twice. He had just clearly seen his mother come back together, but as a result, he didn't see anyone at this moment.
Looking for him for what?
I think he knows you're going to the photo shoot and has gone to make you a dress.
Making clothes? Isn't the family out of cloth? Chen Jingchuan was stunned. Yesterday his mother was instructing him to buy some cloth so that he could make 2 outfits. I have to say mending clothes to know, right?
Chen's father didn't have the heart to say, I don't know who can push a cart and flip it over into a ditch, and the clothes are all scratched up. Chen Jingchuan, I should have known not to ask. The adults in the family came back and went out again not a moment later. As for Chen Jingchuan, his father already has no hope for him, and work does not call him. He can go if he wants to.
Chapter 36 Going to Town.
Chen Jingchuan saw that the rain has stopped, the sun has shown a corner, looks like it will not rain after moving a chair to sit in the yard to choose vegetables.
Yesterday pushed back the vegetables, this time all piled up in the yard, which a moment and a half cannot eat. Chen mother originally thought of the neighbors or sent some, but was Chen Jingchuan stopped. It happens to be that he is going to the town tomorrow, when to buy a vat back, playing some vinegar pickle, a jar of sauerkraut to eat absolutely under the meal. What are you running for? All come over and help me choose vegetables. Chen Jingchuan was bored alone when he happened to see the group of children running wildly outside again, and immediately shouted towards them. Uncle Six, what are you doing? If you don't listen to what I say, don't you have eyes? Can't you see I'm choosing vegetables? All come over and choose your vegetables, or I'll go to town tomorrow, do you understand? Chen Jingchuan hemmed and hawed. Understand what? Chen Yuanqing looked at this younger brother of his without good humor. Go, you don't do it, I'll do your share for you. Can Uncle Six give me his share tomorrow as well? No. Why should I give you my snacks? Just because you're stupid. You're the one who's stupid. I'm going to tell mother that you're bullying the little ones with the big ones again. Chen Yuanri said with a defiant face. Tattle on me again and I'll kick your ass. I'll tell mother if you beat me. Looking at the two brothers as if they were in a bullfight, Chen Jingchuan was a bit amused. If you two don't work again, you'll be slowing down others by a large margin, and I'll share less of the snacks I'll bring back tomorrow. You guys are too bad, actually working secretly without calling us. As soon as Chen Yuanqing heard Chen Jingchuan's words, his eyes widened when he looked at the few siblings at the side again. The two brothers couldn't be bothered to fight and rushed to get to work. The sister-in-law next door couldn't help but skim her lips when she saw it. Usually the family can't even call for work, but when Uncle Six speaks, they are more active than anyone else, afraid that they won't be able to work for Uncle Six. The second sister-in-law nodded when she heard it. That's right, every single one of them has their elbows turned outward. Hearing his sister-in-law's voice, Chen Jingchuan does not care. Their own children cannot make their own blame me? And isn't that what kids do? It's a lot more fun to work for someone else than it is to work for your own family. What's more, he's got a lot of spare change here, so they're all working hard. When the yard vegetables are cleaned up, Chen Jingchuan also have nothing to do. The family's big work are his father and third brother to do. His father is not counting on him now. Small work in addition to choosing vegetables, there is nothing else. His mother has been done almost. After sending a group of little ones away, Chen Jingchuan simply carried a bucket to beg the sea. Waiting for him to walk to the beach when he found a few days to see the beach has been full of all kinds of fixed piles and blocking nets. Even if it is a heavy rainstorm, one is too lazy to demolish. It looks like only a typhoon could make them all tear down. There are a bunch of people manning block nets ready to pick up fish just as the tide is out at this point. Chen Jingchuan realized that he seemed to have done something detrimental to himself and others. He no longer has a place to beg for the sea. To go to a place there is a barricade. To go to one have a barricade, and there are people guarding the side to prevent other people from begging for the sea. This one is already dividing up the territory. Good thing they don't set up block nets inside the reefs yet. Probably the only good news, he can still pry shellfish like sea oysters. Quite a few people passing by even say hello to him when they see him. Agawa, it's been a while since I've seen you come to beg the sea. Man, Agawa has a boat. Haven't you sailed in the last 2 days? Still, Chuan is smart. I heard that you're going to town soon for a photo shoot, is that true? Hearing the words of the people around him, Chen Jingchuan smiled, but didn't say anything more. He hadn't sailed in the past 2 days since it had rained, and as for his boat, he let Sango row it to help collect the ground cages when he wasn't sailing. If you don't collect the goods in the cage after 2 or 3 days, you'll basically be left with a pile of dead and stinking seafood. He hadn't been there all day yesterday, and he didn't have time to go tomorrow, so he asked his third brother to help him collect it at home. My luck is a little too unstable. Chen Jingchuan threw a large cat's eye snail into the bucket after nourishing the water splash. There were just some snails and shellfish inside, not a single valuable thing. He had previously thought that he would have a little better luck than the others as a traveler, but it turned out that he had slipped all the way down except for the first few days, kind of like a rookie's protection period had expired. Kawako, that's all you picked up? It's not even enough to fry a plate. A person of the same age ran over to greet Chen Jingchuan after seeing him discussing the sea. Only the greeting made him want to punch someone a little. Play aside, I just came to the beach to see my results. Chen Jingchuan said without any good humor. Your results? Noi, those things didn't go out from me? The corner of Chen Jingchuan's mouth nudged towards those barrage nets on the seashore. You cow! After saying a few words, Chen Jingchuan went somewhere else to beg for the sea, but it was a pity that his luck today was really bad and he couldn't pick up any good things at all. Chen Jingchuan could only pry a bunch of shellfish on the reef to fill a bucket to bring back. Going back with an empty bucket was out of the question anyway. After hanging out in the afternoon and making an appointment with a few brothers to go to town tomorrow, Chen Jingchuan became idle. In your time everything is good and the air is fresh, but it is that there is much less entertainment. Not only cell phones, but even card playing is rare in the village, except for those who engage in gambling booths. Nowadays, people are always running around and busy with life, and they even have very little time to rest, so where would they find the time to engage in any kind of leisure and entertainment? People as idle as him are still rare in the village. The next morning, Chen Jingchuan stood in the courtyard and took the note handed over by his sister-in-law, his second sister-in-law, and his mother at the side.
On it were all the things they wanted Chen Jingchuan to bring to town. Looking at the densely packed words, Chen Jingchuan scalp numbness, this does not get a crate to push over for fear of not buying back. If he had known, he wouldn't have gone with Bamboo, Bay, and Fatty, so he could have just used space to pack it back. The back of Chen Jingchuan carefully looked at Two Eyes before he was relieved to buy not many things, mainly because his mother was afraid that Chen Jingchuan did not know the price, and even go to which one to buy, what price is written, so it seems to be a lot of words. Mostly a few household items and a wood chipper and hoe. How about pushing a crate? Looking at the densely packed words on the note, Lao San on the side couldn't help but say as his scalp went numb. No need, Fatty and the others will follow. When the time comes, one person will just carry two things. Chen Jingchuan shook his head. How else was he going to ride in the car if this was pushing a crate? He didn't want to walk from the village to the town and back. Although most people walked around like that, he didn't want to. It wasn't like he didn't have the money for a ride. Now sit from his village to the town is only 5 cents, from the town to the county seat 10 cents, even if the ride to the county seat now with his financial resources can afford to sit completely well. After waiting for the other two at Fatty's house, the group of 4 went to the village committee to get the certificate and headed for town. I said, are you guys reliable? How come no car has come yet? Chen Jingchuan complained as he walked along the road. Seeing that the journey to the town is already more than halfway, they have not yet met the car, not only no shuttle bus, not even a tractor crossing the road. The tractor at this time definitely had more than just hauling freight, as long as he could pull anything. It's not impossible to meet halfway and take a cab as a cab. How do I know he didn't have a single car today? Fatty wiped the sweat on his forehead. Usually he took the car to the town is also on the roadside to stop the car. The hell knows that today a car did not pass by. The 4 of them walked and stopped, and it was only when they reached the town that they saw a tractor pulling sand passing by with black smoke billowing out of it. Still sitting? Sit on the mud, it's all here. The 4 men cursed and headed over to the town. Chen Jingchuan first went to the town hall to take pictures to do business. The fat man and they went to the town to stroll. The 2 sides agreed to meet at the station at noon. These few people followed him these days to earn a lot. Hands are not short of money, lord. It is not easy to come to town once naturally want to spend a wave. The town gives Chen Jingchuan the feeling that it is a larger fishing village. In addition to the house is a little higher, more buildings, a little more people. The other in the village is not much difference. The town hall looks pretty grand though. An old 4-story building is the symbol of the town government, which is unique in the town. It is said that foreigners came to this side of the building. I do not know whether it is true or not. Anyway, Chen Jingchuan is a bit of foreign style also did not see out. Chapter 37 Eavesdropping. After Chen Jingchuan surveyed the town hall building in front of him, he walked towards the main entrance. After seeing the watchman boss of the guard post, Chen Jingchuan suddenly had a wave of inexplicable affinity. He used to often nestle in the guard post and chat with the boss, and thus knew many of the hidden secrets inside the hotel. Even now some of the things were only known to him because Moncler Outlet Store he told him about them. It turns out that Moncler Outlet Store not only in his past life to help him, even now is rely on him to give information to foresee quite a few things in advance. Chen Jingchuan walked to the post, then took out a packet of cigarettes from his pocket and dispersed 2 of them to hand to the gatekeeper. His previous experience told him that the status of this kind of gatekeeper is generally not low. And a janitor who can read is simple in this day and age? It's even more outrageous to be able to stay inside a kiosk and read the newspaper, isn't it? Moncler, I came here to do something. You see what formalities are needed? Chen Jingchuan finished handing over the cigarettes and watched Moncler Outlet Online him take them before he spoke. Got a letter of introduction? What kind of business are you here for? Moncler Outlet Store. He took the cigarette and put down the newspaper in his hand and nodded. You see, it's like this. The village said that I raided some kind of publicity column, so I looked for it. Chen Jingchuan took out the certificate issued by the village from his pocket and showed it to the grandfather. Chen Jingchuan, right? Yo, I didn't expect you young man to rate this? The grandfather took a look at the proof that Chen Jingchuan took out, and did not have the previous indifference, smilingly chatting with Chen Jingchuan. It's me, by luck. It's not luck. It's something you've got, or you wouldn't have picked this one. Just go in and go up to the 2nd floor on the left. Many thanks, Grandpa. Chen Jingchuan took back the proof and handed over 2 more cigarettes. And did not say much. Moncler Outlet Store happily took the cigarette handed over by Chen Jingchuan. This young boy is a will-do things. Unlike the front of the 2, a handful of years old on their own fart ability no still look down on anyone look. When Chen Jingchuan walked away, the grandfather only muttered and continued to stay in the post to read the newspaper. Chen Jingchuan went in and in good Moncler Outlet Online instructions to the 2nd floor, which has a staff member sitting at a table looks to be working. Knock on the door and go in and register all kinds of information and data, then take a voucher to take a picture outside, and then come back in to finish the rest of the process after the picture is taken. I have to say that the efficiency of this young man's work is high. Almost half an hour's time, Chen Jingchuan has completed all the processes. The whole process in his docking is only 1 person. Comrade Chen Jingchuan, you can sit down for a while. I'll go to the warehouse to collect your reward. The young comrade nodded towards Chen Jingchuan after filling out the form. Ah, yes, can I go to the bathroom?
No problem, it's at the end of the hallway on the next floor after the door. Thanks.
After finishing the job, Chen Zhengchuan went downstairs to the restroom in a relaxed manner. The inside of the halls of government were still pretty nice at this point, at least with the kind of cubicle restrooms you'd find in the latter days of school. Chen Zhengchuan looked at the urinal and then looked at the cubicle, decisively chose the last cubicle, and just finished booing with the intention of going out when he heard someone coming outside. At first he didn't care, thinking he was just coming to use the restroom, only when he had just tied up the waistband of his pants he actually heard a voice he was familiar with inside the two people who came in. It seems to be Qin Jingcheng, the youngest son of the village chief who took the original body out to sea. As soon as he heard this voice, Chen Jingchuan was in no hurry and intended to listen to the wall. There were two other people who came with Chen Jingcheng, and the three people didn't go to the bathroom after they came in, and they didn't say anything. Instead, they checked the cubicle carefully and made sure that no one was there before they started talking. Chen Jingchuan hid inside the space and watched outside with interest. At first he just wanted to listen to the conversation of a few people on an impromptu basis, but as soon as he saw them cautiously checking the toilets later on he became even more interested. What is this big thing to say? So he resolutely hid inside his carry-on space intending to listen to what these people were planning to do.
Brother Xian, do you think the top is really planning to get real this time?
Chen Jingcheng humbly looked at one of the two young men.
Yes, and I may not be able to save your home this time, so you might as well go out and hide.
The young man nodded.
Chen Zhengcheng said bitterly, go out? This time we go out our home will be ruined.
Another person frowned and looked at Chen Zhengcheng and said, who told you that your old man is stupid to death? Smuggling does not sneak to still pull up the whole village together. Such a big target is afraid that the above cannot see it? He is also thinking of pulling the whole village together. The law is not responsible for the masses. Chen Jingcheng's tone of voice inside revealed how thick regret. Had known not to do so, their own family quietly touched a big fortune is not cool? As a result, he brought the whole village with him and ended up dying even faster. You do know that the law is not to be blamed. How come you don't know that a tree attracts the wind and makes an example of the monkey? The young man said with hatred. The other person also didn't want Chen Jingcheng's end to be too miserable. After all, he was a grasshopper on the same boat, so he hurriedly said, next Monday at 11 o'clock in the evening, there will be a ship exporting seafood to the island country, and it has already arranged a good identity for your family, so go and live well over there.
To the island? Is it reliable? Chen Jingcheng frowned.
When it came down to it, the family had no choice but to run, and since he ran he had to get the best deal for his family.
Definitely reliable. The life over there now can be much better than the domestic. If not, my father is the organization, I want to immigrate over there.
The man shrugged his shoulders. The life in the island country is a luxury that you can't even think of. When this period of time passes, your family can come back to visit if they want to come back again. After the persuasion of the two men, Chen Zhengcheng could only admit it even if he was unwilling.
After all, on the scale of their family smuggling, getting caught would definitely mean eating peanuts.
If the matter is small, maybe hand over the smuggling proceeds, and then through the internal relations of dredging a little can survive, but their family mobilized the whole village to get too big, has been listed as a key target above, not to run off.
Then when will the sweeping operation start? Chen Jingcheng nodded as a promise, but he still asked.
The young man originally did not want to say, but seeing that the person in front of him who was working for him was going to be exiled overseas right away, and there was another person on the side who was working for him, even if he did superficial work, he had to be a little bit nicer to Chen Jingcheng at this time, the next night after you guys left.
So tight? Can't we leave earlier? Don't worry, has been arranged steadily. If you guys leave early by the top found out after checking the mole check to my head how to do?
The young man frowned. His heart has long been annoyed with this Chen Jingcheng, especially his father's pig. A little bit of small things are not good. Listen to the wind is the rain. When things are not common, do not talk to them to take their own initiative. Engage in now he is also difficult to do so.
Got it, brother Xian.
Chen Jingcheng shivered at the young man's cold tone.
The three men chatted a bit more about the arrangements for smuggling goods before leaving.
Chen Jingchuan stayed in the space for a while longer, digesting the news he had just heard and analyzing how he could maximize his profit from it. He waited until he had probably cleared his head before leaving.
Next Monday, that means 20 nights, there are still 6 days.
Chen Jingchuan counted the time in his heart, tomorrow 15, exactly the time of the high tide, so it seems that there is still plenty of time. As for the goods or whatever they just said, Chen Jingchuan planned to laugh it off himself. It's all unseemly smuggling anyway, so it might as well be cheaper for him to count the begging. As for what goods he does not know yet, get how to change hands he is not clear, anyway, first get it. You've been on this one toilet for quite a long time. When he returned to the office again, Chen Jingchuan saw the person who had just given him an errand looking at him with a smile.
It's just that the toilets are new and I couldn't resist a big one. How else can it be? You can get a big one when you see a new toilet.
Hey, this is not the countryside soil toilet to see used to, a moment to meet this kind of toilet a bit uncomfortable. Okay, stop, don't talk about the toilet or I won't be in the mood for lunch later, your stuff is there, take it and go. Hearing that people had given the order to leave, Chen Jingchuan didn't talk nonsense and left after picking up the ceramic tank and warm water bottle that belonged to him.
Chapter 38, Buying. When Chen Jingchuan went out, he also met Chen Zhengchang, but at this time he was the only one. The other two beside him did not come out together. While Chen Zhengchuan was still thinking about how to talk, Chen Zhengchang left without saying a word and didn't even look at him. People didn't give a damn about him. Chen Zhengchuan was also relieved to see this, and did not have to find a reason to pander to him to make it easier on himself. Walking Chen Zhengchuan also incidentally gave Moncler Outlet Store 2 more cigarettes to thank him for pointing out the way, and by the way asked a mouthful of the nearest supply and marketing center of the road. According to the Moncler Outlet Store directions, Chen Zhengchuan quickly found the town supply house, but he did not come here to buy things at the supply house, except that the original body memory of the town supply house near a road of stores selling all the smuggled goods. Smuggled goods are not only cheaper and better quality but also more varied. This is really blatant. Chen Zhengchuan saw the street that sold smuggled goods after he found the supply house. That street, besides the stores and the houses, had quite a few people on the road with stalls. Compared to the coldness of the supply houses, the streets selling smuggled goods were simply bustling. For Chen Zhengchuan, he is just a consumer, of course, were the cost-effective to go where, so decisively go to the smuggling street to choose things to go. First, he bought everything on the note handed to him by a few women at home and threw it all in space before he started looking for what he wanted. Boss, how much do you charge for a sewing machine? Boss sees someone door to ask this kind of big pieces, immediately smiling reception, small brother good eyes, this street goods inside my big pieces of the best. You do not say so much, first quote a price I listen to, the price is suitable I do not bother to ask others, not suitable you say more I turn around and leave. Chen Jingchuan will not listen to the boss said, any you say the sky is full if he cannot believe a little. 140. Chen Jingchuan did not say anything when he heard, directly turned around and left, really think he does not know the price? The supply chain is also only sold 150, around the other home casually ask 130 a large number of 140 really take him as a kaiju in fishing Boss see Chen Zhengchuan turned to go, quickly went forward to pull him, little brother do not go well, the price can be much lower than the supply and marketing agency, doing business is about a come and go, you also return the price. Boss, business is also about integrity, right, around 130 a large number, you quote 140 is not that you do not want to make this single business? Then what else do I talk about? Little brother, can those miscellaneous brands around here compare to what I have here? But I don't look at the brand just the price now. The boss was Chen Jingchuan's words did not embarrass him at all, that little brother you said earlier, I saw you come in as soon as the light in front of my eyes, look at your temperament, I cannot help but recommend the highest quality of sewing machines, do not buy this brand of sewing machines are not in line with your temperament. Don't give me a high hat, I can take one for the 120 just next door, give me a price. 120 what is that miscellaneous brand, maybe use a period of time to change the needle and thread in water foot pedal, I have no problem to use this for a year. Send me a few more feet of cloth if 130 before you do. Older brother, it's not easy to do this business with you, even monochrome cloth costs $3.30 a foot, you really don't miss out on any benefits. Each other, boss send me another pipe. In the end, Chen Jingchuan managed to pick up a yen brand sewing machine for 143 as well as 4 feet of cloth and a ceramic pipe. The equivalent of a sewing machine would be 125 takes. Anyway, both Chen Jingchuan and the owner felt that they had earned it. After moving the things outside, Chen Jingchuan found a deserted position and received the sewing machine into the space, such a big thing he did not want to keep moving. Originally he wanted to buy a bicycle, so that he wouldn't have to walk when he went out, or buy a watch to keep track of the time, but when he thought of his family's condition, his mother had to go to someone else's house to make herself a dress, he felt a pang of sadness. That's why Chen Jingchuan first planned to buy a sewing machine back when he came over here. In fact, with his current value or bought is no problem, only a buy too much to bring back a little or wait for the future slowly. As for the pipe it was just something he saw in passing, his dad's one had been broken for a long time and he had to knock it twice now and then, so he bought it in passing. In fact, the best pipe is still made of briarwood, only now here certainly cannot find, wait until later have the conditions for his father to change one. And before you are ready to buy hardware tools these are picked enough to finish, Chen Jingchuan before leaving the smuggling of goods street, and then is used to do pickled sauerkraut ceramic tank and vinegar, and he went to the Chinese medicine store to buy some cinnamon anise and peel and other medicinal herbs, is not sick, these are used to do seasoning. After shopping, I found a random snack street and bought a bunch of snacks. That's if the adults forgot something he'd get a couple of bad words for not remembering, but if the little ones forget their snacks they can mess with you all the time. When he finished buying things, Chen Jingchuan counted the money he had on him now and realized that there was only about 300 left. Chen Jingchuan shook his head, it is true that money is not enough to spend at any time, his sister-in-law and his second sister-in-law of those things they have given money in advance, on this also spent nearly $200. The odds and ends are just small, it's mostly the sewing machine and those hardware tools that cost more money, 80% of it is spent on those things, along with the vats and spices and such. When Chen Jingchuan arrived at the station, he took out some small things for a few brothers to take. You kid is buying things for splitting up the family, right? Zhukan was surprised when he saw what Chen Jingchuan had on him.
Not all mine, 2 sisters-in-law plus my mother asked me to help buy. Chen Jingchuan took a look, all the buckets, bowls, seasonings and so on, there is a big pot inside. It is indeed a bit like buying things after the separation of the family. In fact, their family has not been rich before, the family lives in poverty, the separation of the family also did not purchase a little something, recently followed Chen Jingchuan engaged in blocking the net to earn a little money on the idea of improving the living conditions of the family, so buy more things. You're making a big purchase in this house, a few brothers have been making money lately.
What about you guys? Didn't you buy any treats for yourselves after making money?
Chen Jingchuan looked at the 3 people and realized that they were still all relaxed, as if they hadn't bought anything.
Kawako, you're not being very observant anymore. Bamboo Man raised his left hand in a very flirty manner.
The other 2 were pretty much in the same position. Then Chen Jingchuan knew, these 3 goods have bought watches, look like they are new, and not the kind of rough horse watch, are brand goods.
I didn't even buy one, are you guys here to show off your wealth to me? Chen Jingchuan honestly envied miserably, he now really wanted to fly back to buy a piece.
It's not expensive, it's only like 10 big ties.
Looking at Abe's smelly look, Chen Jingchuan really wanted to give him a punch. What brand did you guys buy here?
Plums, and there's some oriental over there that's only $80, and it feels a little unworthy of us.
The fat man also heatedly smiled, on the side of the dark poke toward Chen Jingchuan to make strength. This is definitely more money, why not buy one? I remember you have been complaining about not looking good time outside?
Bought a sewing machine for my mom, and the funds are a bit stretched.
Chen Jingchuan said sullenly. Sewing machine? Where? How am I going to move that big guy back? Surely the boss will send it over.
Kana Chuanzi, this filial piety of yours makes us ashamed of ourselves. In the future, if our mom wants to make clothes, she will go to your house. Do you want to charge money?
It's not good if it's expensive.
Go, what's the point of being poor? You want to come and talk about this? Who's going to make a trip to buy me a watch back too? Chen Jingchuan really couldn't stand it anymore. These 3 guys never let their hands down when they were talking, and they kept waving them in front of him.
Just asked for the price again, and he's still out of pocket for $100.
I was trying to be frugal, but I was instantly broken by these 3 guys, so I'm still frugal, I have to buy it.
Hey, how about taking the money and selling you mine?
Penny rubbed his hands together.
Chen Jingchuan was surprised and looked at Zukan. Why is this watch bad?
It's only been bought for how long and you don't want it anymore?
Isn't that what you all have? I'll just watch yours so I don't have to buy it. You kids got it figured out, from now on you'll be looking at it $1 at a time. Is your watch made of gold? Why don't you go grab it one piece at a time? Just robbing you, who made you not?
A few people talked and laughed, the bamboo pole ran the fastest, so he was sent to run, and soon Chen Jingchuan also had a piece of the same Plum Blossom brand watch. The 4 of them got into the car and headed back only after they were all satisfied.
They can't wait to get back to showing off.
When Chen Jingchuan returned home, there was no one at home. The small one should have gone to school, and the big one should have gone to the beach to collect the interceptor nets by looking at the time. Just in time to get everything out and surprise the family. Thinking in his heart, Chen Jingchuan didn't stop with his hands, so he pulled something out from the space.
Chapter 39, Surprise. Chen Jingchuan had just taken everything out and set it up when he saw his second sister.
Then followed by his mother and 2 sisters-in-law, and then the men of the family. Chen Jingchuan still wanted to ask what for first, but the result was that the family spoke first as soon as they saw that he had returned. I thought you could dawdle all day, lunch was long over. Chen mother is like that when she opens her mouth, Chen Jingchuan is already used to it. After finishing things to buy things I came back, lunch in the town to buy 2 chi-light cake eaten. Chen Jingchuan waved his hand, looked at his mother again to say something hurriedly pointed to the house, things are bought back, recognize yourself, there are surprises
Surprise? You didn't buy the wrong thing. Mother, can't you have some faith in your own son?
It's the confidence in you that makes me feel like I'm buying the wrong thing and being surprised, not shocked is good.
Don't worry, this time it's definitely a surprise.
Chen Jingchuan didn't go in, as well as a group of men in the house, all smoking cigarettes in the yard. Looking at Chen Jingchuan, he also wanted to have one. Not long after going in, Chen Jingchuan heard a cry of alarm coming from the house, first his mother's voice, and the next few voices were together.
Chuanzi, what did you buy? Made mother so surprised? After hearing the exclamation of surprise, the men in the courtyard also couldn't help but curiously ask towards Chen Jingchuan.
Why don't you guys go in and take a look if you're also curious?
Chen Jingchuan smiled and did not explicitly say so.
Sewing machine at this time now that is really big, although the role of only one can only make clothes sewing and occasionally can make quilt covers and so on, but its role for a home is self-evident. Having a big sewing machine in the house gives you a little more confidence to go out and talk. With so many people in the house, it's better to wait for the women to finish watching. Later then. By the way, Kawako, where are you going to get the barrage tomorrow with the big ebb? Or the deserted island from before?
Yeah, I bought a bunch of stuff this time and came back just in time to get my blood back before the big ebb. That's good, I thought you weren't ready. How can that be? What have you guys been doing today? Not one of you is home this noon.
Off to work on the block nets. Might be able to catch some more fish later on when the tide goes out at 5 p.m. or so. A few men chatted outside in the yard for a while before they saw the women in the house heading out one after another. His two sisters-in-law hugged their own things and came out and praised Chen Zhengchuan for his understanding and filial piety, and the surprise was indeed a surprise. These words gave all the men in the yard a whole lot of trouble, and then a group of people followed in with the intention of seeing the surprise that Chen Zhengchuan had brought back. Sewing machine? Chen's father went in and saw Chen's mother there touching the sewing machine. Her eyes were still red, and she looked like she had quietly cried. The surprise was sent to her heart. And the second daughter is now holding a rag and carefully wiping the dust on it. That careful look Chen Zhengchuan is still the first time to see in the face of this second sister. After hearing Chen's father's words, the people behind him also stretched their necks one by one in an effort to look toward the front, and when they saw the large piece in front of Chen's mother, each of them was so surprised in their hearts that they couldn't close their mouths. They knew that Chuanzi had made money, and they themselves had made a lot during this time, but they only thought of adding some small furniture to their home and saving the money, not realizing that Chuanzi had bought a big piece for the family back without a word. Mother, like it? Chen Zhengchuan knew that he liked it when he saw his mother to look, but he still asked. Like is like, this should have cost a lot of money. It's not much, just over $100, and it comes with a couple feet of cloth and a pipe. Pipe? Hearing the conversation between mother and son, Chen father looked at Chen Zhengchuan suspiciously. He was just thinking that the youngest child understands, knows to subsidize the family, did not think that there seems to be something about him in this. After all, several of his sons smoked the packaged cigarettes they bought, and he seemed to be the only one in the family who smoked loose tobacco, and he was the only one who could use a pipe. Yes, your son's filial piety to you, I saw it when I came in just now, laid out on the sewing machine. Mother Chen smoothly picked up the pipe and handed it to Father Chen. Yo, you loser, there's nothing to buy a pipe for, it's not like I can't use this bong anymore. Chen Zhengchuan heard his father's words, immediately head as big as a bucket, obviously just heard the pipe when his father's eyes were bright for a moment, this moment, and here to engage in these. Stop, this is to buy a sewing machine hitch, and it wasn't sold for much money originally. Chen Zhengchuan hurriedly stopped Chen's father, who wanted to scold him. It's not good enough to return it anyway. If you don't like it, I'll take it to Uncle Fatty. Go, your own old man hasn't even used it, and you're giving it to someone else. Chen's father hurriedly covered the pipe in his hand upon hearing this. That's right, I've got a few things in the house besides snacks, so keep them all. I hadn't noticed just now how I bought so many snacks. You can't go back on your word if you promised the kids. A bunch of brats just, what is there to go back on one's word or not, dare to make trouble to take the whip is. Hearing this, Chen Zhengchuan was sweating for a while. No wonder the children at this time are leathery and durable, this environment does not allow them not to be leathery. Okay, that's it, the things are bought back, and it's impossible to return them, and besides, it's just some oil cakes and sugar cubes, it's not worth a few dollars. Chen Zhengchuan waved his hand, finally settling this. When he went out to wash his hands in preparation for pickling his own sauerkraut, he turned around to see that his dad had already replaced his old pipe and gone next door for a visit with a new one in his mouth. Men are all the same, their mouths are disgusted but their bodies are honest. His mother didn't go out to show off, but she already took out a piece of cloth and started to fiddle with the sewing machine, with his second sister and two sisters-in-law standing on the side. It looks like there's no one to help him with the pickles today, so he'll have to do it himself. After Chen Zhengchuan finished the dishes and put them into the vat, a group of people came outside at an unknown time, all of whom had heard his father's words and came to visit the sewing machine. Seeing this formation, Chen Zhengchuan decisively buggered off. If he didn't leave later, he was sure to be dragged by his neighbors for a compliment again, a feeling he had already enjoyed the last time he had gotten that stopper net to catch fish, and to be honest, he didn't really want to come back a second time. After pressing the stone and laying a layer of plastic film on the top, Chen Zhengchuan went directly to Fatty's house. Just ate 2 chi quan cakes at noon. This moment has been a little hungry, looking for fat people to get some food, and by the way, notify the bamboo pole and abe tomorrow to take advantage of the big ebb tide to go out to sea to make a lot of money. Walking on the road, Chen Zhengchuan also looked at the watch on his wrist. Just so long, he also accompanied his father and 3 brothers in the yard to smoke a few cigarettes. As a result, none of them saw. When they entered the house, one eye was glued to the sewing machine, and a few were caught by his father's new pipe. No one even looked at his wrist. Alas, blunder, I should have known that I should have looked at the time when they came back before asking them why they are all back at this hour. Chen Zhengchuan muttered as he walked down the road. This new watch, or this time of the year, $100 for a watch, and as a result, not a single person saw it and felt a loss of $99. No one else knows he bought a new watch. Didn't he buy it for nothing? But that feeling was made up for by a bunch of little kids when they got back from Fatty's house this afternoon. One by one, the little ones not only ate the oil cakes and shouted one by one Uncle Six, but also occasionally complimented Uncle Six for being so powerful and Uncle Six watch for being so beautiful. It gives someone's vanity a great deal of satisfaction. Only this watch in the eyes of his parents is a sign of defeat. Obviously at noon one and all are still saying that he understands filial piety. It turned out that just because of a watch, his comment was switched around. Father and mother, just a watch, in the future I go out to see the time that can be of great use.
Great use. What great use can it be except to tell time? If you go out to sea, you won't be able to check the time yourself, and you won't be able to go out to sea without a watch? Your father, I have been sailing for so many years without a watch. That's right, $100, that's all it is. How did you get it off? Mother, that's not what you said at noon. The sewing machine is a bit more expensive, but you've bought you more expensive ones, don't you like it? How can that compare? How big is a sewing machine? How big is that watch? $100 for meat is bigger than a sewing machine. Chen Jingchuan did not expect his mother value this logic, so that if $100 to take to buy a stone is not bigger and heavier? Only he didn't say it. If he did, his parents would definitely have to reason with him. Chen Jingchuan ate all of dinner with a crusade. Chapter 40 Ebbing the Tide. After dinner in the evening, Chen Jingchuan still thought about lying down in the yard to take a moment to cool off. It's only May, but that's the lunar calendar, and the solar calendar is already in July, when it's hot. There's no cell phone for him to look at the date anytime he wants, and he relies on his parents to keep track of everything. As for the family's book of calendars, by the elder brother and the second brother's family, if you want to take the New Year's money bear children to tear a large part of the early, if according to that thing to look at now is already waxing moon, you can prepare for the New Year's goods. Sixth uncle, next time can you buy hair cake and come back to eat it? Chen Jingchuan, who was holding a fan and leisurely lying on a rocking chair with a sway, heard this and helplessly opened his eyes to look at the several little ones lying in front of him. Other people don't have snacks to eat, just you guys have a lot of things to do. It's good to have something to eat and still pick and choose. Chen Jingchuan took his fan and slapped a few guys one by one in a bad mood. Only the power of this fan is not as ruthless as the rattan cane, and they didn't care at all when they were hit, and one of them was still there playfully fighting with Chen Jingchuan. Uncle Six, it's not that we're picky, Mother said we'll rot our teeth if we eat too much sugar. Yeah, and Big Brother took worming medicine today, nice long worms. Nope, that's candy Mother was talking about, not bug medicine. It's the worm medicine, I just saw it all. Mother took a nice long worm out of Big Brother's ass with a fire poker. Chen Yuanji, you're talking nonsense again, it's obviously not much longer. After hearing the words of a few children, Chen Jingchuan originally did not want to say anything more and let this group of children splash around, but he did not expect to hear such a powerful thing. Worming medicine? What the heck? Chen Jingchuan looked at Chen Yuanxing curiously, you still have worms in this stomach? It's not medicine, Mother said it was sugar before I ate it, then I got a stomachache and pooped out a lot of worms. Chen Yuanxing glared at his brother with a very hateful face. There's still a big one that hasn't been pulled out, only half of it is outside, or my mother pulled it out by clamping it with a fire poker for burning fire. Chen Yuanri didn't see his big brother's murderous gaze in the slightest, still jumping up and down there recounting what he had seen and heard at night. Chen Jingchuan was also made to retch by his words. Fortunately there was some time before dinner, otherwise he would have died of nausea. Why hadn't he realized before that this guy was pretty good at describing things? Yo, Xing worm today? Mother Chen came out and smiled when she heard a few of the children's words. Are the pagoda candies good? Not good. So, Big Brother, when you eat it, you still say it's sweet? Isn't sugar sweet? Hearing a few children fighting, Mother Chen smiled. Don't worry, you'll all have to eat, or else I'll let the worms in your tummies eat all of you up. Ah, but what if I don't want to eat it? That's right, can Amma not eat it? There, can Uncle Six buy me some more sugar cubes, so I can eat them when Mother gives them to me? Uncle Six. After hearing the words of this group of guys, Chen Jingchuan hasn't said anything. Chen Mother knocked 2 times one by one. Go go go, what nonsense, worming is for your own good, or else when you get sick you will have to eat more medicine and spend more money. So can Uncle Six. Can't. Hearing that a group of guys still wanted to hit him over the head, Chen Jingchuan directly and simply refused. These kids' mouths are literally raised on him, they come to him for everything. This thing is really for their good, not worm later will be really difficult to die. In case of a complication, this life can be really ill-fated. Now there is not the kind of medical conditions in his later life, even if there is not now their family can afford. He played around with a bunch of kids for a while, and wouldn't go back until his sister-in-law and second sister-in-law were at home yelling at him. It's just after 6 p.m., and these guys are going to be picking their way through the night if they don't do their homework. At this time not many people are willing to spend more money on electricity, even if you want to stay up all night, that is to use the ship's lamp, that is, kerosene lamps. Beach people often put on the boat lighting, so it is customary to call the ship's lamp. At this time, although the village was electrified, and there were flashlights and headlamps as lighting tools, kerosene lamps were still a necessity in the home. After all, the voltage in the village is unstable. The village headman has made a lot of money from walking goods over the years, especially the dock, that there are a lot of rich families, and there are many electrical appliances in the house, so the electricity consumption is easy to trip when it goes up. Then there are the typhoon days when rain leaks plus power outages have become commonplace. After cooling off for a while, Chen Jingchuan also went to take a bath and prepare for bed. There wasn't much entertainment at the moment, and he was a bachelor, so he had to go to bed early if he didn't have a wife. Early the next morning, Chen Jingchuan got up and prepared to go out to sea. It was the 15th day, and it was one of the great ebb tides, but it was going out at 6 or 7 in the morning, and he had to be early.
You can still take advantage of the opportunity to harvest a wave after setting up the blocking net early, and you can still come back for lunch after a little sea time in the morning, and then make a trip out in the afternoon to catch the 6 p.m. tide. I spent hundreds yesterday, so I'll see if I can bleed back today. For breakfast, Chen Zhengchuan ate a bowl of noodles and came to put 2 bird eggs in his arms. The noodles are still the ones he bought back yesterday. After eating, Chen Zhengchuan hurriedly left. By the time the trio arrived at the deserted island, it was only about 5 o'clock, about the right time to set up the blocking net for the moment. As for Fatty, it's hard to get him to come to a deserted island, let alone to go out to sea so early in the morning to come to a deserted island. This time Bamboo and Bei also learned the hard way and both brought their own nets out. Kawako, there's still an hour left, can we set up? That must be able, you guys go cut down the trees and I'll work on the blocking net. Same old story, but this time Bei stays here to help set up the block. Originally, Bei and Bamboo Stick still think that today's time is not enough, may not be able to stop any big goods, but the result is that once the tide recedes, those churning schools of fish in there directly brighten up their eyes. If I'm not mistaken, that's a white pomfret, right? Jukin couldn't help but pinch Bei's arm on the side after seeing the jumping fish inside the barrage. Bamboo Pole, you kiddos a beating, right? Talk about things, pinch me for what? Bei had just been surprised by the harvest inside the blocking net, causing a brief loophole in the defense, and was coldly pinched by the Bamboo Pole. I want to see if this is true. So you pinched me? Yeah, I guess it's true by the way you're reacting. Step aside, pinch me again and I'm done with you. Chen Zhengchuan looked at these 2 living treasures twice breathlessly from the side. Hurry up and work, I'm afraid the baskets I brought with me today are not enough. Later on I'll first pick up the valuable fish, if I can't put them in, I'll throw them in the boat, and in the morning I might have to pull them directly to sell a wave. Chen Zhengchuan's original plan was that he should be able to sell a boatload of the morning's intercepted nets plus the harvest from the sea pleasers, but now it seems that the harvest from the intercepted nets alone will be a boatload. Mainly Arabe and Bamboo Pole last time to the deserted island because did not bring a net, missed several hundred, go back and almost intestines are remorseful, so the 2 directly hoarded several pairs of fishing nets, but also were good fishing nets, waiting for today's low tide when a big job. Now that desert island is looking out, the entire western front is basically covered by the barrage. Ah yes, hurry up and get to work. Bei also reacted at Chen Zhengchuan's words, but should we push the ship back out to sea first? Yes, we won't be able to do much later if the tide goes out and strands us. Hearing this, Chen Zhengchuan also just reacted, his boat is in accordance with the usual habit of stopping, which later ebb tide will be directly stranded on the beach again, to wait for the high tide to return to the sea. Once everything was set up, the 3 men started frantically picking up fish from the boat. I don't know how there were so many white pompano on the shore, 3 people couldn't even pick them up in a moment. In addition to the white pomfret, there are a lot of grouper and other valuable goods, before the white pomfret mast are not seen. Although they had overestimated the cargo of today's big ebb tide, the baskets they had brought still weren't enough, and in the end they had to build a wall around them with fish baskets, and the catch was piled right into the boat. Finally looking at Bei's heartbeat, is this going to be overweight? Don't worry, you can see it's still below the deepest draft line, it's fine. Screw you, Bamboo Pole, don't pretend, the big deal is that you'll have to come back later. Chen Zhengchuan hurriedly said after hearing the conversation between the 2 of them. Just a moment without looking, they had loaded the boat so that it was approaching the deepest draft line. Another trip? Yeah, you see a wave coming over now and it's all wobbly, and then pretend it's all returned to the Sea Dragon King by then. If it doesn't fit, we'll just have to make another trip. You're not going to be happy until you've lost the whole ship, are you? Bamboo Pole heard Chen Zhengchuan and Bei words before reacting, really should not put all the goods pressure on a trip above, this if not he will be heartbroken to death. Chapter 41, The Catch That Dropped Your Jaw. After loading a boat, Chen Zhengchuan realized that there was no other place to sit on the boat except for a place for a rower. Why don't you paddle back alone, Chuanzi, and we'll wait for you here. They hesitantly glanced at the boat full of fish catch. At this moment they really didn't expect to catch so many fish one day that the boat wouldn't fit. Chen Zhengchuan shook his head, my boat is also able to load 4 tons of boats, so many fish you guys rest assured that I'm still not assured of their own, in case something happens in the middle of the sea is really a basket case, and load so much fish, you guys think I can always row back? That too, now what? I told you to just load less, and you're still dead set on throwing it up there. Bei couldn't help but complain towards the Bamboo Pole again after hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words. Still talking about me, you just didn't put up much of a fight, did you? Who was the one who was competing with me for speed with both hands left and right? The Bamboo Pole also did not show any weakness at all. Listening to the 2 disliking each other, Chen Zhengchuan sighed in his heart, this team is not easy to lead. Less talk, get down a little, at least don't full draft line, later 1 person rowing, 2 people swimming in the sea, physical strength can't be rotated. Chen Zhengchuan can only be so engaged if he is a person directly all throne space rowing an empty boat back. There were people on the side now, and he didn't want to reveal the secret that he had a carry-on space on him. I'll just have to resign myself to following these 2 guys. The 3 men threw down some more fish from the boat and it looked less wobbly before they dared to get in. Luckily, the distance was not very far, and since all three were unmarried, bloodthirsty young men, the last three just managed to get a boatload of fish back by rotation.
You three are asking for money and not life, this can carry a boatload of fish back? Athei on the shore was surprised to see Chen Jingchuan and Zhukan soaking in the sea and couldn't speak anymore.
This mud horse is really mean.
Can't it be split into 2 shipments? Did you have to ship it back in such a wave?
He didn't even want to know now where this was the school of fish that he had encountered with his traitorous luck, just wanted to ask what they thought, and who they had learned this spirit of wanting money and not life from.
I'm also out of my mind to play with them like this.
Chen Jingchuan dragged his heavy legs up the dock and sat in front of Athei. Like Fat said, it was clear that they could have been transported separately, but he didn't expect to follow these two doppelgangers so hard to bring back a boatload of fish. I don't know what happened at that time, maybe it was stimulated by the fish inside the net and lost their minds. The three people really did make a trip to carry a boat full of fish back. It's all been shipped back and you're still talking about it. Athei, hurry up and weigh the fish, we have a trip to catch. Zhukan said as he sat on the dock toward Athei.
Yes.
Seeing the trio in this state, Fat didn't say anything and began to greet the people around him to help move the fish. The pair had been bustling in the last few days, and apart from the two brothers, Athei and Akai, who were actually fishmongers, and Agui, everyone else was basically here to help the village chief with publicity. When they saw the appearance of Chen Jingchuan's trio, they also came over.
What do the brothers think, so ruthless how not to come and follow the village head to walk the goods off? Don't I remember you guys working with it before? Why have you gone to this bowl of labor?
That's right, if you guys had a motorized boat this time wouldn't you be so tired, a gentle twist of the handle and you're back, where's the need to row? You also do not say, worthy of being able to be singled out by the village chief to engage in propaganda, this is a level of speech. There was a moment even Chen Jingchuan also moved.
Not to mention the people around them.
The three of them didn't say anything. For one thing, Chen Jingchuan knew the result, and by the way, he had also reminded the two people around him for another. They were too tired to say anything. 6,362 pounds in all, 4,603 pounds of white pompano, 614 pounds of sea wolf fish, and a few grouper, and the rest are miscellaneous fish. Hearing the sound of Athei finished weighing the fish, Chen Jingchuan body just barely lifted a trace of strength, walked over to look at the weighing as well as a pile of fish divided. What do you think of 20 cents for white pompano, 40 cents for coyote fish, and 5 cents for miscellaneous fish? Hearing Athei's offer, Chen Jingchuan calculated in his heart, the white pomfret should be more than 920, the sea wolf fish more than 240, and the miscellaneous fish seems to be close to 60.
You didn't lie to me.
Although it was similar to the mental prediction, Chen Jingchuan still subconsciously asked. Don't worry, this is in the village, and there are so many people here watching. If I dare to fake it, tomorrow it won't be a matter of whether I can do this business or not, it'll be a matter of whether I can live in the village or not.
Athei patted his chest and said. Okay, remember to write me a note first. No cash money today?
Yes, to give you time to prepare more.
Oh, forgot you had a batch.
After hearing the conversation between Chen Jingchuan and Athei, the people around him quietly calculated that the three Chen Jingchuan's goods for this trip exceeded $1,000. When some people finished counting, they looked at the three Chen Jingchuan strangely. What kind of luck did these three people have? The fishing efficiency of this small wooden boat was better than some trawlers, and it dared to be as good as some of the big boats that fished in the deep sea. Ordinary trawler day and night in addition to oil money labor can earn a $20 or $30 as good. The result of a small wooden boat directly earned thousands of dollars a day to them are not confident of the whole. One wondered if a small wooden boat would work better than a motorized boat.
It's not fish season time, how did they catch so many fish?
More than 6,000 pounds, more than 3 tons of fish. Listening to their words behind there let them heart more curious. It's just a shame that all the boats at the marina are out fishing right now, and there are no boats in, or they could have followed them up to see what the hell was going on. As for those who came to help the village head, propaganda talent will not go out to sea. In their view, walking cargo trip can be more comfortable than hard fishing. Chen Jingchuan, this trip to earn more cannot catch up with a small half of the goods they walk in one night. They're surprised at best, but they're not going to be moved to want to go fishing themselves. Already seen the fast profits brought by walking goods, where they still look at this kind of fishing tired to earn money. Did not see just Chen Jingchuan, three people are tired into what kind of? Chen Jingchuan took the bill of goods and then put it into his pocket, in fact, put it inside the carry-on space.
Let's go and continue the second trip. Upon seeing the manifest, the trio once again inspired infinite strength and paddled out again. Looking at the small wooden boat that was moving away all the way, Athei couldn't help but sigh. These three guys transformed really fast. Where have I seen them work so hard for a job before? A sidewalker also nodded after hearing this. That's true, but it's just a bit silly. Before a Chuan, how shrewd a person, dead or alive, to follow Brother Chang to do. Now how to become silly, Brother Chang to give the work to do or not going. It looks like the recent go-around was a success. Fat laughed when he heard that.
It's not bad, more and more people are joining in lately. You are not seeing that scene every time we go out to pick up cargo. It's simply great. There is not a single walker around that is as big as we are. We can eat a whole ship's worth of cargo in one village.
Awesome. Fat, what's the future of collecting fish here every day? Why don't you come and work with us? I'll just forget about it, I don't have the gumption. When Chen Jingchuan went back to the deserted island, he found that quite a few seabirds were actually eating a buffet inside their barrage. This they can tolerate? It was a pity that Chen Jingchuan's 3 men had no weapons in their hands, and there was nothing else they could do to these seabirds other than repelling them with their voices. Even if they were temporarily banished away, when they turned around they would come back down and continue to eat, anyway, while they picked up seabirds on the side. Finally, by the time they had finished picking up the fish, all 3 were blocked tired off. After all, they had been moving without much rest. When I go back, I'll even bring my great-nephew's slingshot. If I still meet you guys at night, I'll eat you if you eat my fish. It's been a long time since I've eaten seabird meat. Abe sat on the beach looking at the sky, constantly circling seabirds, cursing. This in-your-face gorging made the trio bizarrely angry, only that they could only roar in impotent rage. No long-range attack weapons will have to go through the motions as well. Alright, talk less, save your strength and come back to teach them a lesson later when you get a gun. Chen Jingchuan patted Abe's shoulder. Count yourselves lucky, if it wasn't for Chuanzi pleading for you, your skin would have been peeled off. After hearing Abe's words, Chen Jingchuan and Jukan both shook their heads. Abe had this character, they were all used to it. If he ever suffered a loss and didn't curse twice, it wouldn't be him. Chapter 42, Outrageous. Still want to beg the sea? Looking at the boat full of fish catches, Abe glanced at Chen Jingchuan. Hajime? You still have strength? Forget it then, go back and have dinner and rest for a while, there's another one tonight. Let's make a deal this time, don't load me with 3 tons of fish at a time, I'll accept even 3 shipments. That feeling of shipping back the 3 tons of fish the first time was just too much for him to try a second time. That floating carefully in the center of the sea was too much to bear, and they hadn't been able to relax the moment they returned to the pier from the deserted island. Their hearts had been lifted. It's okay, I'm scared too, it's just a 2.9 tons. Bamboo pole, you mother in dis skin again. Listening to the 2 people, Jukan and Abe, bickering, Chen Jingchuan helplessly he shook his head. This moment is strong, later rowing 2 people absolutely like 2 dead dogs, kicking cannot even kick. Let's go, it's just after 10 o'clock, help me collect the ground cages on the way back, and take a good rest at noon later, there's still a big job in the evening. It was only after hearing Chen Jingchuan's words that the 2 didn't make any noise, climbed up and ran onto the boat in a puff of smoke. Chuanzi, the ground cages still need more to get a big haul, these 10 ground cages of yours together are only about 20 meters, what's enough for? Abe shook his head after looking at the harvest of the ground cages. It's just a few crabs and a bunch of miscellaneous shrimp, not only are they few in number, but there's nothing worthwhile or good enough to sell. Ground cages are just something I do as I go along, and besides, I'm still weaving ground cages at home, so there's no rush on this one, and it's the main thing now to get block netting and fishing. Chen Jingchuan nodded. The ground cage is actually paired with sticky nets, longline fishing these together, only Chen Jingchuan will stop the net, so did not engage in the other 2 fishing methods. There were too many gimmicks to be busy and not necessarily get the goods by then, and right now the interceptor had created too much profit for him, he didn't need to give that up to specialize in something else. On today's point of view, a morning of the big ebb tide at least to Chen Jingchuan got more than 4 tons of fish catch, thousands of dollars of profit. Is the ground cage can be compared? Yeah, as of today, this floor cage is as good as a blocking net? Penny nodded frantically in agreement from the sidelines. I'll just sigh. So regardless of the ground cages, let's go back and settle the morning's bill first, there's another wave in the evening. So many fish caught in the morning and more at night? I don't know, so are you coming? Come on, for sure. Wouldn't that be great? It's not like the fish in the sea don't run away, and then we'll be able to eat and drink without worrying about it when we guard the deserted island. In that case, then we can keep the bonded land in the future, and beat it out of him if he dares to come to our territory. Hearing the conversation between the 2, Chen Jingchuan sighed in his heart. If he could not worry about food and drink by guarding a deserted island, he would have long ago tried to find a way to occupy this island. If we do not take advantage of the current abundance of offshore fishery resources to develop a wave of first, ahead of others, we will have to be dumbfounded when the resources in the offshore area behind us are depleted. When they returned to the pier, they undoubtedly reaped another wave of envy, although this time there wasn't as much as the first ship's cargo, but the 2 times the cargo added up was extraordinary, especially the large pile of big knots that Afa handed to Chen Jingchuan. Looking at the people around them, their eyes reddened. If this wasn't in the village, where everyone knew everyone, they would have wanted to make a move to rob it. Chuan, this fall into the sea once seems to be a turnaround. This morning earns more money than I earn in this big half year. That's right, a small wooden boat can't go too far, and that barrage net can catch that many fish on the island? Is this a Chuan having a good time, a small wooden boat made to be even more fierce than our motorized boat? Yeah, those 2 boats add up to 4 or 5 tons, right? 4 or 5 tons? That must be tens of thousands of pounds of fish caught? His tens of thousands of pounds, the most I've ever been out to sea was still when I encountered a school of small yellowtail, and I only pulled 20,000 pounds in one day. What do you mean, you're here to show off, aren't you? If you want to put it that way. Last time during the small pipe flood season, Lousy made 3 trips back and forth, each trip was a large tens of thousands of pounds of goods. Getting in your way, asking you to talk and show off? At the end of the day, Chen Jingchuan had finished dividing the money with Abe and Zhukan, and that group of people were still there pulling. Originally, Chen Zhengchuan was still thinking of getting some kind of reason to divert everyone's attention, but it turned out that the group of people chatting themselves went to climb. Congratulations, you really have a blessing after this great disaster. AFA looked at Chen Zhengchuan with a smile after making the deal with him and congratulated him. Today this just a few hours to earn thousands of dollars, although 3 people, but also much better than others, on their speed of this money. No boat people in Chen Zhengchuan did not get the barrage out before a year to earn. It's not easy even for people with boats to make that much. Of course, if you go to the deep sea of the kind of 30-40 meters of the big ship, even if people's trawlers several hundred meters long, a net casualty of tens of thousands of pounds, basically a sea or 3 or 4 days, loaded with 100,000 pounds back is not a problem. Generally, a big ebb tide plus good luck to get this harvest, not necessarily at night. Chen Jingchuan smiled. He also did not know why there are so many white pomfret fish just when the tide is out, but it did happen, just that almost 10,000 pounds of fish. They also picked up a basket. He pocketed the pocket is not a waste of paper, that is hundreds of big unity. That's pretty impressive too. Which of those young men in the village are as good as you? Fat, that's a digression. Look at the dock that sits a group of people which is not better than me. I'm still hand cranking a small wooden boat they have already driven on a motorized boat. Che, they are not, I say, stupid where there is you smart, walking cargo that little thing who cannot? Can be like you in time to get out of the smart people. I'm not pulling out in time, people can't see that I haven't even been inside, Fat said so as if you have some inside information. After hearing IFA's words, Chen Jingchuan was not in a hurry to leave and looked at him with a smile on his face. It was the first time he had heard a very different argument from the village chief in the village. Even if the last time to take advantage of the town of that propaganda opportunity he did not find less Secretary Chen inquired about, but Secretary Chen did not say these things. What words, anyway, is to ask 3 do not know, he does not say good or bad words, you want to go to him neither encourage nor stop you. He thought that the village in addition to the village committee of those people in addition to him a see the village head walk this matter, did not expect off Fat also see out, just has not said, are in the back of the silent observation. Haha, insider information says nothing, it's your ability to resist temptation that impresses me. Where's the resisting temptation? It's just greed, and who's going to do that when you're almost buried? You're not honest even for a child under the seat of a mom and dad. Chen Jingchuan looked at IFA with a confused face. What the hell is this nickname? How come he doesn't know? And why is there such a nickname? Looks like you don't like that nickname very much. How about the Dragon King's godson? After seeing Chen Jingchuan's appearance, Fa laughed. He enjoyed this kind of Chen Jingchuan's appearance of not knowing anything. As soon as he saw him like this he felt that the day Chen Jingchuan came to sell rhubarb fish at night to scare him to death felt like a great revenge had been avenged. Wait, what does this mean? Chen Jingchuan heard the 2 nicknames that popped out of Fa's mouth, and his person went numb. When did he ever get involved with Ma Zhu and the Dragon King? You don't know it yet, do you? But now the docs are saying that you're Ma Zhu's seated child since they saw the boatload of fish you pulled back, and others are saying that you're the Dragon King's godson. Someone on the side also came over after hearing Fa talk about these 2 nicknames of Chen Jingchuan. Does Chuanzi feel flattered? Ma Zhu and Dragon King are both relatives of your family. You still know how to be flattered? Chen Jingchuan glanced at the youngster who came over. I don't even know when I was so bullish to be able to be relatives with these 2 great gods. How would you like to hear the story everyone made up for you? What's the story? The story of Ma Zhu and the Dragon King sending their men to battle to steal you. Chen Jingchuan was once again shocked and speechless. What is this all about? It's a bit too outrageous. Ma Zhu and the Dragon King could go to war over him. He'd love to interview whoever came up with this story. It's a shame not to write a novel with such a big brain. Chapter 43 The White-Headed Wave and the Arrival of the Typhoon. Chen Jingchuan speechlessly looked at the young man who was speaking spitefully. He felt that if this person was in the future, he would definitely be a brainy writer who could come up with the plot of Ma Zhu versus Dragon King. What annoyed him was that a group of people around him were still there. He was listening to them, including Bamboo and Bei by his side. Let's go home and rest after splitting the money. Chen Jingchuan didn't have the good sense to yank one person. Are these 2 not done with their story? Alas, don't rush, listen a little longer. I didn't realize this kid had a talent for storytelling. When Chen Jingchuan pulled the 2 of them away they even said that they still wanted to hear it. Then don't split the money, I'll take it all for myself alright. Then forget it. As soon as they heard this, Zhukan and Abe said that they would immediately follow. The hustle and bustle could be seen at any time, and the sharing of money could not be left behind. This trip earned a total of more than $1,400, because Abe and Bamboo Pole is to bring their own nets, so this time one person to take 30%, the other 10% to Chen Jingchuan, as the boat fee and take them to get the blocking net compensation. After returning home, Chen Jingchuan was still thinking about making another run in the evening, taking this opportunity to earn more, and earning back the money from the motorized boat earlier. As a result, when I got up at noon I realized that the families were moving. Those who collected clothes, those who picked up dried fish, and many others carried things to their homes.
His parents were also collecting things, as were his sister-in-law and second wife next door.
Second sister, what's going on? Chen Jingchuan looked at his busy family with a confused face.
It doesn't seem like there's much else going on with the gloomy weather. A message just came back from someone at the dock saying it's a white-tipped wave.
White-headed waves? Chen Jingchuan froze, then reacted, is this a typhoon?
White-head waves are a special wave phenomenon. He hadn't seen much of it in his previous life, and many people would make a point of going to the beach and staying in a hotel to watch the white-tipped waves in typhoons during the typhoon season. He didn't know the exact academic explanation for the formation of white-head waves, but he did know that if he was only out at sea and saw localized white-head waves, the sea was still calm, which meant that there were reefs forming in shallow water, and that the ship needed to pay special attention to the reefs in order to prevent hitting the reefs. However, if there are white-head waves over the whole sea, it usually means a typhoon, and the height of the waves is at least 2 meters. I think so, and there's a loudspeaker shouting over at the village hall.
Yikes, that's my stuff, why don't you wake me up?
It's okay, your boat big brother has already towed it ashore for you and put it away.
Oh, so.
Chen Zhengchuan thought about it, and he really didn't have anything to worry about except for a ship. As for the barrage on the island, it should be gone, and the ground cage in the sea, he could only pray that it didn't blow off too far so he could retrieve it. His little wooden boat doesn't have to be driven to a storm shelter like other motorized boats, just pull it directly ashore with a tractor and push it down when the typhoon passes.
The typhoon is coming. The typhoon is coming. Go home on vacation. Go home and collect your clothes. Run quickly, the typhoon is coming. As a group of kids ran by, all 4 kids from next door returned.
Once the typhoon came, the village was busy cleaning up, and it was probably just these little kids who were the happiest.
There's still fun to be had without school.
Chen Jingchuan remembers that when typhoons came to the orphanage in the past, he liked to stay with a group of children, and the more extreme the weather was, the more excited they were. Hiding inside an orphanage can be staring out all day. It's most comfortable when it rains and the wind blows cool on you. It was the best time to zipper up your shirt, let the wind blow your clothes, and pretend to be the warrior of the generation with a straight stick.
Uncle Six, aren't you going to collect the clothes? My mom's collecting, so you guys don't have to do homework after school?
Hey, the teacher was so busy going home to collect the laundry that she forgot to assign homework.
So, you're happy then?
Hey, my mom just asked us to do our homework, and we all said we did it at school, and my mom even complimented us. In that case, sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, Chen Yuanqing said. Before Chen Jingchuan could finish speaking, several children rushed over together to cover his mouth. One by one, they were still there in a hurry and pressed Chen Jingchuan's head. Sixth uncle, we believe in you so much, you can't tell on us.
That's right, you can't betray us, Uncle Six. Yes, sue and fight. Even Chen Yuanxiong, the youngest of the second brothers, ran over and kicked twice towards Chen Jingchuan's legs. Helplessly looked at the words cannot even speak well guy, you do not go to school to follow the nonsense here. What are you afraid of? It's just that you don't have any homework. It's the teacher's fault for not assigning homework, not yours, and you're still afraid your mom will beat you up? Hee, so what Uncle Six, my mother just rewarded me with a nickel after hearing me finish my homework. Chen Yuanqing quietly looked behind him and realized that his mother wasn't there before quietly telling Chen Zhengchuan. So do we. Good lord, so you got a reward. No wonder one of them came out happier than they went in. It's a typhoon, it's raining, classes are closed for vacation, there are rewards to be had for not having homework, and the buffs are stacked straight up. No wonder all of them are jumping and walking, give them a pair of wings afraid to fly to the sky all. Then don't get in my face, I might report it later if I'm jealous of you guys. Then you'll have to double compensate us when the time comes, Uncle Six. I'm not, who cares about you guys? To manage. Whatever. To manage. Chen mother is cleaning up the dried sea oysters outside, came back to see Chen Jingchuan there and a group of small children bickering suddenly unhappy skimmed his mouth, are able to get married, this time in a hurry not to help but still there with a group of children fighting. After hearing his mother's words, Chen Jingchuan decisively got up and helped his mother carry in a large dustpan in her hand. Say a word and move it, and I don't know what brain eyes are growing for. Hearing this, Chen Jingchuan sighed, he now felt like doing nothing right, even breathing was wrong. When a typhoon day comes, all productive life on the beach stops. Chen Jingchuan lying on the bed, listening to the wind whistling outside, the light bulb on the top of the head flickered and flashed, and finally did not hold out to go out. Good thing he didn't hear the roof tiles being lifted off the roof. Otherwise he'd have to go get a basin to catch water this late at night, or the house would absolutely turn into an oceanic swamp the next day. Chen Jingchuan touched the matchbox at the bedside as well as the kerosene lamp, only these two could bring him light in this darkness. The typhoon day was overcast and it didn't look like the cyclone was going to go through their area. Their side was only affected by the passage of a typhoon elsewhere. After the night cannot sleep, Chen Jingchuan are staying inside the space, which as light has been a look, never changed. Chen Jingchuan took out the pen, ink, and notebook that he bought back in town last time, and looked at the information recorded on it that he overheard in the town hall toilet last time.
The main thing was some of the places where the village chief had hidden his goods, and also the time and route that Chen Zhengchang and the others had planned to run. Chen Zhengchuan did not intend to go to the trouble of the village chief. You want to run? Run, I go to find your hidden goods, we do not offend the river water. As for what the young man called Shin will do if he goes and can't find the goods after the wind has passed or if the goods don't match up, then only God knows. He might hesitate to do anything else, but he wouldn't mind doing it if he came across this kind of blackmail. It's just a pity that I can't read this coordinate. Chen Zhengchuan looked at that coordinate on his laptop in depression. What island is this? He didn't have any modern technology at hand, so he couldn't find it if he only knew a few numbers. He only had a small wooden boat and couldn't go that far to the island. Chen Zhengchuan looked at half a day or cannot help but spit in the heart. You go goods on the go goods, as to hide so far? It seems like we have to find time to ask for the latitude and longitude coordinates of the Chen clan village. Chen Zhengchuan muttered. If he had gone through the two coordinates, he would have been able to roughly tell which side of the Chen village this place was on and how far away it was from the Chen village. If it was just a lone coordinate, he couldn't imagine it out of thin air. After planning the things behind him, Chen Zhengchuan went out again to look at the typhoon raging outside, and his heart was filled with a wave of helplessness. He now wants to repair the new building, then marry a wife, have a few children, meet this typhoon days at home to play poker is better than lying alone in bed. Thinking about it, Chen Zhengchuan fell asleep with a beautiful dream. Chapter 44 Handmade Fish Balls. A night of sharp winds and rain. It hadn't stopped when I got up the next morning. Chen Zhengchuan looked at the trees that were blown down on the roadside not far away, and suddenly remembered the aunt who he had stolen a tree from. He was still thinking of finding a way to pay her a fortune or a similar number. I was just so busy trying to get money that I forgot about it. It's like the aunt forgot to pursue the matter. Mother! Shouting ghosts, your mother, I'm not dead. Early in the morning here screaming. What work do not know to help the family to do, in the morning like a grandfather sitting here ghost screaming. Chen Zhengchuan. I just called you, is it necessary to bring your son so much malice? I don't know what's going on, who fed his mother gun pills to eat so much fire in the morning. But Chen Zhengchuan can only mutter in his heart, really want to say out let her mother know, today this day do not want to be quiet. The day he bought a sewing machine was the only day he heard any compliments, and then his attitude changed again at night when he saw the watch on his wrist. I meant to say I'd make lunch later and tell you about it. You do? What am I thinking of letting you do? Really, these days I'm with Fatty and the others to build a flatmate all I do, and the fried food is a masterpiece. Yes? Really, or else you'll be watching from the sidelines later at lunchtime, absolutely smelling you to death. Confused? You still want to drug me? It took Chen Zhengchuan a great deal of effort to convince his mother that it was just an adjective. It was only afterward that his mother half-heartedly agreed. As for the family after hearing the news in the morning, in addition to Chen Zhengchuan all stuffed things into their stomachs, looking at that look has been prepared to not eat at noon. Chen Zhengchuan didn't say anything. Heck, I'll show you the chef's skills later. It just so happens that I've been sailing all this time and haven't had time to show my hand. Just in time for today. Just make a handful of fish balls, he's been buying and eating them for a while too. You still want to make fish balls? Chen mother looked at Chen Zhengchuan suspiciously. How could he remember that this son of his had never done this kind of work before? He used to open his mouth every day and wait for the food. And what do you think the 2 mackerel I kept yesterday were for? So, I thought it was you who had a craving. No conflict, you guys take a break and wait for me to show you what I can do. Hearing that Chen Zhengchuan wants to cook, next door to the big brother and 2 brothers and 2 families have gathered around, a face of surprise and puzzled to see, especially the group of little ones, surrounded by the stove, a small head rubbing upward, want to see what the little uncle is doing. It's one of those days when all you can do is stay home anyway, and when there's a novelty, everyone comes running out to see what's going on. Rocco, are you planning to make fish balls? It's okay, Rocco still has this skill? When did you learn it? You really believe Rocco can cook? I believe it, 6th son, don't worry about making it boldly, I'll definitely have a bowl when the time comes. Lao Sen, you've gone too far, obviously in the morning you even ran over to my side and said that 6th son was going to cook, luckily you ate a few extra bowls for breakfast, or else you'd have to go hungry at noon. Nonsense, 2nd brother, 6th son, don't listen to him, he's spreading rumors and slandering me. Big brother, you judge. Go, don't block me, if you want to watch the fun go watch it from the side, I'm going to start killing the fish. Chen Zhengchuan said without a good mood. Just don't drool on these guys later. He was making hand-beaten fish balls this time, for which he was familiar, as this kind of work used to always be done by apprentices like them at the hotel. Of course only the real VIPs get to eat it, and the usual food that isn't specifically accounted for from above is made by machine. It's still better, at least it's actually made from fish and not synthetic. Rocco, you're for real. Seeing Chen Zhengchuan skillfully killing the fish, Lao Er's eyes widened. On this technique, they do not necessarily have sister-in-law. Sister-in-law at first did not care. After watching Chen Zhengchuan kill the fish are also dumbfounded. They grew up growing up on the beach, because it is a girl. From the beginning of the knife to help the family to kill the fish to work, it can be said that has been killed more than 20 years. The result is actually not Chen Zhengchuan's skillful techniques, and it seems to be not as fluent as Chen Zhengchuan. Chen Zhengchuan also do not care about their eyes, joking, he is the hotel masters of the unique techniques. Fishing village fish kill. Just kill the fish, remove the internal organs of these. They kill fish, that is to follow the different lines of each fish. Previously in the hotel each kind of fish kill fish techniques but also assessment. I can say that it was really painful, and I had to keep killing and filleting fish every day. Sometimes when they come to lead inspections they also choose people who look more aesthetically pleasing to kill fish to specialize in the kitchen.
Sixth son, who did you learn this fish killing technique from?
Mother Chen looked strange at the side. She didn't teach Chen Zhengchuan to kill fish either. Of course it is not that he does not teach, but Chen Zhengchuan is too lazy to learn. In his words, he will be a fish killer in the future? I didn't realize that I didn't want to learn how to kill a fish so well.
What's there to learn? You don't need hands to do it? Chen Zhengchuan is killing fish to get excited?
Hearing someone ask, he returned a very pretentious sentence. However, after seeing the strange as well as unkind gazes of those around him, Chen Zhengchuan immediately changed his words. Usually watch you guys kill fish on the sidelines and learn to do it by looking at it a little more. Although he knew that Chen Zhengchuan was being polite, the faces of the people around him still looked slightly better. Third brother, help me pick some green onions and ginger from the vegetable garden behind the house.
Why me? Who asked me to call only you? If you think you can call someone else, you call him.
Chen Jingjun swept around, then resigned himself to picking vegetables in the backyard.
There wasn't a single one in this room that he could call. As for the little ones, forget it.
It's still windy and raining outside, so letting them go out there is just playing with water on command. If you don't know how to play fishball now, ask me to help you play. There is still a chance. Later really start to do it, cannot have the opportunity to back out. Chen Zhenghong said when he saw Chen Zhengchuan killed the fish and washed it clean and ready to start chopping. Just watch, today I'll let you guys taste what I mean by the best fishballs in the whole village.
Then it's a pity that I was full in the morning and now I'm not hungry, so I can't taste sixth son's handiwork.
Chen Jingjun said with a smile. Chen Zhengchuan glanced at the third brother who was there in the yin and yang without saying anything. See if you don't cry about this later.
As Chen Zhengchuan's knife flew across the cutting board, it cut out residual shadows.
It was as if the people around them did not recognize Chen Zhengchuan in front of them for a moment.
Is this still the uneducated Chen Zhengchuan in their eyes?
How do you kill and chop fish and make fishballs? It's really possible to make fishballs that don't taste bad with this technique. After chopping up the fish, Chen Zhengchuan put the meat inside the stone mortar groove and began to swing the wooden handle to pound it. The essence of the texture of the fishballs is in this step. You must puree the meat. There cannot be a large chunk of meat, otherwise it will taste a roughness, not tender at all. Then you can put some seasonings such as salt in the fishballs when you hit them, so that the seasonings are fully integrated into the fish. When it's beaten, you can add the sweet potato starch. The last thing is to stir, whisking the fish and sweet potato starch together.
This is still a lot of effort.
Chen Zhengchuan finished stirring and realized that half an hour had already passed. Then he realized he was still sweating on his forehead. At this time, pure handmade fishballs that is really pure handmade, want to use the machine are not available. As for the final mixing, if you use the machine to mix directly, it will not only save more time and effort, but also mix more evenly.
Sometimes not all processes are handmade necessarily for the best. Your stamina is failing at this young age?
Lao San hemmed and hawed when he saw that Chen Zhengchuan was not only panting heavily but also wiping away sweat.
I can't?
Chen Zhengchuan said disdainfully, third brother is you can't do it yourself, this is about to marry your sister-in-law, can't not do it.
Who said I couldn't? Besides the one that said no last time. No? What's going on?
Chen Zhengchuan took out the special spoon for making fishballs again, grabbed a handful of fish puree with his hand, then squeezed out a ball and dug it with the spoon, and a fishball was formed. He is a pure fishball. If you want to add some ingredients, you can use a spoon to scoop out a spoonful of fish puree, and then put some meat foam into it, so it tastes better. It's just a shame he's too lazy to make a trip to Fatty's house in this weather. When it was time to wait for the pot to boil water, Chen Zhengchuan first put the fishballs in the basin of clear water next to him, chatting with his third brother as he did so. It's not the same family that wants to switch with ours.
Switch it up. What change?
It means that if your third brother and I want to marry a girl from that family, we have to marry off your second sister.
Chapter 45: The Village's Quest for the Sea. This is a desire to exchange daughters? Chen Zhengchuan instantly reacted when he heard this.
Right, I, Chen Zhengjun, no matter how poor and incapable I am, wouldn't take my own sister for my wife. Chen Zhengjun said two sentences with hatred.
That's right, third brother, I'll back you up on this one. Who's that family?
Ma's next encounter. See, I do not beat them, what the hell still want to do so?
Chen Zhengchuan just spoke and was glared at by his mother.
But this is not something he will not encourage his mother. He can give in to anything. This is not possible. The character of this family, treating people as not human, the second sister to marry over is not purely suffering? You've resigned anyway, so why talk so much? Mother Chen waved the fire poker. Chen Jingchuan glanced at his mother. No wonder he could be told off by his mother when he said hello in the morning, so the reason for the fire is here. Honestly, in his place he was on fire too. That's not treating your daughter like a trade piece. And it's not a disguised way of saying that your family is so poor that you can't afford a son's wife, so you have to replace your daughter. Well done, Sango. For the first time I think there's still a manly streak in you. Go go go, I want you to think. That's for sure. If your brother doesn't even recognize you, then it's definitely game over. I also don't know who said that if you can't get a wife in the future, you'll trade your second sister for one. Hearing these two brothers fighting, the party on the side, Chen Zhenghong said with a smile. How can that be the same? I'm just kidding, this family has stomped all over it. Fine, I know you love your second sister. That's for sure. Hurry up and get ready to fish for the fish balls. Still talking and talking there, it's all going to fall apart if it cooks for a while longer. Seeing the three people chatting endlessly, Mother Chen took the fire poker and pestled the ground. Mother, don't worry, my handiwork won't get old even if I cook it for a while longer. Chen Jingchuan looked into the pot and stirred it with the spatula. It did start to float, it was almost ready. Uncle 6, are the fish balls ready? Uncle Junior, I want a big bowl. Uncle Junior, hurry up. What a bunch of little greedy cats, how dare you eat what your sixth uncle made? Mother Chen laughed and scolded twice. Come, you guys go back and get your bowls, let's give you a bowl first. Chen Jingchuan smiled and touched Chen Yuanxian's head. This little guy doesn't know anything, but he's the one who yells the loudest every time. I didn't expect sixth son's cooking here to smell good. Lao San hemmed and hawed, not at all embarrassed that he had previously said that Chen Jingchuan's cooking was difficult to eat. Left 3 big Spanish mackerel weighing 4 or 5 pounds. This time the meatballs were quite successful. Big brother, second brother and sister-in-law, you guys try it too. Chen Jingchuan greeted with a smile. He hadn't even cooked at this hour, and since he was supposed to be making a large family's worth, he didn't plan on not sharing it with his older and second brother's families. How can this be good? It's all split up, the oldest has said, but also wriggling. What the hell, smells quite fragrant altogether, to eat some. After hearing the oldest's words, Chen's father directly interrupted him. This eldest son of his is good at everything, but he doesn't know how to be flexible. Can't we go to dinner together after we split up? Although the pro-brother clear accounts, but that is for money. Like this, I eat a meal in your house, you eat a meal in my house, which can be calculated so clearly. We all eat together once in a while and can still bond, but it's kind of hurtful to eat together a lot. Everyone's family isn't living very well, and it's one of those times when you can literally eat your way out of a hole. Uncle 6, coming. Oh, a train. Chen Yuanri, if you break the bowl, see if I don't beat you with your pants down. Sister-in-law's fire flared as she took a look at the child in front of her running with both hands holding the bowl over her head. These kids just really have to have some fun with a meal. Chen Jingchuan smiled. He remembered when he used to be in the orphanage again. The grandmother Dean just came out with a spoon. Everyone went to find their own food bowl, then immediately lined up in a small train to follow the grandmother Dean. Okay, one at a time, there's no rush, the fish balls are still hot from the pot, but be careful not to get burned. Chen Jingchuan, disguised as a cafeteria uncle, standing at the edge of the pot with a spatula, scooping up 1 or 2 shovels when one comes. He didn't scoop up a lot at once, just 4 or 5, and any more than that would make the bowl too hot to hold. Anyway, it's just family, so you can add more when you're done. Chen Yuanxing, just you are resourceful, right? This is to bring the basin that contains the soup from the house? Chen Jingchuan continued the next spoon, suddenly found that this bowl and the previous a little different. Take a closer look, this is a bowl? It is clearly a basin, right? He, sixth uncle, I have a larger meal. Chen Yuanxing rubbed his head in embarrassment. I know, then I'll give you more. There's still the Chi Kuang biscuits over there that I bought earlier. Take them yourself and dip them in the soup. Chen Jingchuan scooped 3 for Chen Yuanxing. Thank you, sixth uncle. Seeing a basin full of them in front of him, counting that there were 16 of them, Chen Yuanxing's mouth was watering. First of all, eat not finish not to throw, dare to throw the future are gone. I know, it definitely gets eaten. Chen Yuanxing, you are a pig, eat so much? Hurry to put back, I say go back to get the bowl, how pots are gone, the original was you took. Chen Yuanxing, a turn did not expect to meet the mountain his mother was. His mother said suddenly the body cannot help but shake a little. Sister-in-law, it's fine, it's the right time of year for him to grow up, so just eat more. No way can we let him eat like that. Let him eat it when it's all scooped into the bowl. Sister-in-law, you also do not say, half a big boy to eat, poor old son. My family that is not the same, just saw me also put the bowl secretly hide. I see than other children are more, old 6 also more to give it. It's all pretty much the same, it's in the pot anyway, and you can add more when you're done. After hearing the words of Lao Aaron's sixth son, the sister-in-law then resisted the urge to snatch the bowl back from her eldest son's hand. Seeing this, Chen Yuanxing sighed with relief and rushed out with the bowl, not caring to take the Chi Kuang cake.
Not to mention, sixth son, the way you make fishballs can even go to town and open a fishball store. After taking a bite of the fishballs, sister-in-law said with a smile. Chen Zhenghong took a bite and was filled with surprise. This fishball is too well beaten, it is still elastic in the mouth, it is so tender, and a bite of it can still explode the juice. I feel the same way, I've never even had fishballs this good before. The oldest nodded as well, then glanced at his mother and added, of course it's not even close to what mother made. I want you to defend me? Mother Chen snorted coldly and grabbed another 2 fishballs. Her mouth wasn't so bad that she couldn't taste it, and she knew that the fishballs she and old Six made were a little more delicious. Ha. The oldest laughed twice without saying anything. I'll have fishballs for lunch, and then I'll have 2 cakes with the fish soup, and I'll have enough of these without working. Chen Jingchuan looked at the seasoning he had bought. Originally he was planning to go and take advantage of this great recession to get more money after a good celebration. Now he can only eat fish balls to simply celebrate. After all, the morning of the day of the big ebb tide he did not earn more than $400, a morning earned top of the laborer's small half a year's harvest. Otherwise the man at the pier wouldn't have made up the words that he was a relative of Mazu sitting on a child as well as the Dragon King. Have a fishball as a small celebration. A typhoon kept them directly at home for 2.5 days, and it only cleared up on the 3rd day. Sailing after a typhoon day is definitely rewarding. It's a pity that we can't go out to sea immediately after the typhoon day. Although the rain has stopped, the wind and waves on the sea are not small, so we can't go out to sea, so we can only wait until tomorrow to have a look again. Sixth son, to beg the sea to go away or not? Chen Zhengchuan was organizing his fishing nets at home when he heard his third brother's voice. Sea pleading? Not a blocking net? Chen Zhengchuan asked doubtfully when he saw that Chen Jingjun was really carrying a bucket instead of a fixed stake and a fishing net. Yeah, just now a few kids from the old big family came back from the beach saying that there are a lot of people on the beach. I think one and all are trying to take advantage of the typhoon to pick up more seafood. Right, after the typhoon not only are there more fish catches in the sea, but also on the shore. Chen Jingchuan nodded. Call second sister together. Called it, she and mother are looking for sacks. Alright, what about the 2 next door? Chen Jingchuan nodded with a little bit of weakness. The sacks at home were all thrown into his space for emergencies, except he forgot that he had to use them at home as well. Come along too, there's sure to be a lot of people at the beach today, it's better to go together. Chen Jingchuan swept a glance as if nothing had happened, and took a large sack out of the space to put it in the hall when his third brother didn't look at him. Only when his mother found the sacks did this set out together to beg for the sea. It was only when Chen Jingchuan saw the densely packed crowd along the coastline that he realized what the situation was with the many people in Sand's mouth. It's more than a crowd, the whole village of Mudhorse is here, right? Chapter 46 The Seaside Happenings. Chen Jingchuan looked at the coast of the dense crowd as if it was scraped up from the sea. Suddenly do not want to discuss the sea, which goes down in addition to follow in the heels of other people to pick up the leftovers. What else can be done? The large family in the back found another place with relatively few people before going down. In the words of Chen's father, he came here and turned back empty-handed. What can this pick up? Chen Jingchuan muttered as he stood in the crowd with a bucket. There were people in front and behind him, and he didn't believe there was any place he hadn't looked. As for finding holes on the beach to dig sand clams and razor clams, Chen Jingchuan looked at the beach that had already been trampled by the crowd. Kawako, why don't you move? Don't you like to beg the sea quite a bit? After hearing his big brother's words, Chen Jingchuan shook his head helplessly. How can so many people still beg for the sea? He did like to beg for the sea, but he liked the kind of beach where a few people were moping around on their own. Ha, Eastern Star Spot. You're too lucky, this has to be over 3 pounds. Where did you pick it up? Suddenly several voices interrupted the conversation between Chen Jingchuan and his big brother. The two looked over to see what looked like a man in his 40s holding up a large, flaming red fish all over his body and giggling. Although the people in the fishing village were sunburned from working at sea and such, and their skin was a bit dry and cracked, you could vaguely tell the approximate age from their faces. What luck, this can even pick up an Eastern Star Spot that big. Chen Zhengyu said enviously from the side. You should go too, big brother, maybe you'll be the next one to get lucky. Fair enough, why don't you join us? Together then. Chen Jingchuan nodded. Only when they both were just about to go down, they saw that the person who had just caught the Eastern Star Spot fell down somehow when he was heading up, and the fish in his hand ran away, but it just happened to be caught by one of the people on the side. It was expected to be returned, but it wasn't, so the two of them started pulling their punches. Then Chen Jingchuan did not want to go. The sea is not as interesting as watching the fun. Two people because of the belonging of the Eastern Star Spot has to fight, but because it is on the beach afraid of letting go after the Eastern Star Spot ran this moment are still relatively restrained. The first man to grab the Eastern Star Spot and the man who picked up the pieces behind him were now one person tugging at the Eastern Star Spot's half. Neither one of them would budge. But by the looks of that moving upward, there should be a rip when it's completely out of the water. Chen Jingchuan was waiting to see what they were going to do about it when another commotion came from not far away, and then the noise between several women drew Chen Jingchuan's attention.
Not Chen Jingchuan towards 3, mainly because that side has been fighting. Good guy, 2 women pulling each other's hair, that is called a ruthless. Chen Jingchuan listened for a while. It seems that it is also because of a big sea base started conflict. The two seem to have seen the fish together, then both ran to catch it, caught it, and pushed and shoved it, to the point where the fish ran away and both blamed the other, and when all was said and done, they got into a fight. There were still people on the side there to talk the fight out, except that it wasn't a matter of a fish for the 2 men at this point, it was a matter of who would lose and who would win. Chen Jingchuan was watching with great interest when a group fight broke out directly in another place. So wonderful? Chen Jingchuan didn't beg for the sea anymore and directly looked for the best seat to watch the battle. The group seems like a conflict between 2 large families. There was already friction, the kind where no one was in favor of anyone, and anyway, 2 men in the family got into a fight over something, and a bunch of people joined in behind them. No one dares to go up to persuade the fight. After all, the 2 sides of this moment has been hit on the head. If this is involved in it, maybe even they hit together. This kind of fight is the worst when it comes to group fights. I just didn't look at it for a while. How did the Eastern Star Spot turn into a 3-person fight? Chen Jingchuan scanned 2 eyes and realized that those 2 initially, because of the Eastern Star Spot tug of war, 2 people actually teamed up to beat up another person. The direction of this plot didn't make sense to him for a while. You mean that one? The one who was beaten is Village Gate David, who has been unclean since he was a child, and just now tried to steal that Eastern Star Spot while the other 2 weren't paying attention, only to be discovered and surely beaten. A big brother on the side who was watching the same thing as Chen Jingchuan laughed and said something. So? Chen Jingchuan sked twice and stopped paying attention. That fish-stealing David has been beaten to the point where he is curled up on the ground with his hands protecting his head and not moving. It's impossible to beat someone to death and maim them in this situation, and a beating to take the heat out of the situation usually goes away. Only Chen Jingchuan just wanted to look at the front of the scene of fun. He found that his father did not know when, and people confronted on. His elder brother and second brother is also in the family. Several women have begun to curse on a large family. It seemed like he also saw his 2 uncles on the sidelines helping his family maraud. Chen Jingchuan saw that his family has something to do, also do not care about watching the fun, lifting the bucket at the foot and rushed over. Waiting for him to arrive when the women at home has been quarrel white hot. Both sides are pointing at each other's nose. As for the cause of the incident, he does not know. This moment all in each other's greetings to each other's ancestors as well as personal attacks. He also has no place to ask. Anyway, don't try to do justice and fix things at this point. All he has to do at this moment is stand up for his own family. You guys see XX Hua, again XX, believe it or not XX. Chen Jingchuan came up with an output and then took out an iron rod that had long been prepared from space and flung it. It's something he's prepared to use in defense. Chen Jingchuan popped out with an iron bar pointing to the nose of the person in the forefront of the output. Is a meal indeed scared a lot of people, but they are young men of blood, can run to the forefront of the confrontation between the 2 sides to this can be wimpy, and immediately used his hand to hit Chen Jingchuan hands of the iron bar. The result was self-explanatory, and the pain made the guy suck in cold air straight away, his other hand holding his own hand and still rubbing it continuously. Upon seeing this, both sides instantly crossed swords. Luckily, Chen Zhengyu pulled him in the back and ripped him straight back. Big brother, why are you pulling me? This group of calves dare to bully you, see if I don't waste him. Chen Jingchuan cursed and waved with a stick, but his body is very smooth directly by his big brother pulled back to the crowd. Chen Zhengyu did not have the good sense to look at this younger brother of his, running over to take the lead without knowing anything. Only his second brother, who had always known him well, hemmed and hawed when he saw him. The boy was getting slick. What's going on here? Chen Jingchuan, who had returned to the crowd, only had time to ask his big brother. Not knowing anything and still being so reckless, we are here today to help the eldest uncle. I don't know the specifics, let's watch first. First uncle? Harm, I thought it was the eldest 2 uncles who came to help my father. What do you care, listen to what they have to say. Chen Jingchuan thought it was something big. Both sides called so many people over, one by one, but also made the full flavor of gunpowder. This feeling is to talk about the bad, immediately start a war to fight the situation. Only to hear the last Chen Jingchuan eyeballs, not only he eyeballs, to help the people as well as around the people watching the eyeballs. The initial dispute was over just a few small squid. Their side of the eldest uncle's eldest son, that is, Chen Jingchuan's cousin Chen Jingchuan, saw a squid group, immediately began to start picking up. The side was also seen, so a few people began to race to pick up. This kind of surely is who picked up to who, of course, also cannot avoid picking up when there is friction. As for the friction, it was when Lobby picked up the squid and touched the ink to the other guy's face. Then the other guy yelled at Lobby to pay him back for the squid, which Lobby didn't want to do, and then there was a fight, and then there was a situation where both sides were calling out their friends to form such a situation. Chen Jingchuan felt a pang of tastelessness after hearing this. It turned out to be a small squid, making such a big scene he thought it was something valuable. It's a good thing we didn't fight, or else we would have gotten a small squid for winning the fight. Disperse, and hasten to beg for the sea. Let's go, let's see if there are any more squid here. Chen Jingchuan was about to leave when he made to his big brother smiled at him to thank just righteous help. Chen Jingchuan waved his hand, and just when he finished mentioning the little things he remembered that his cousin seems to be working in the village, or the accountant of their 6 teams.
So Chen Jingchuan smiled and walked towards his elder cousin. Brother Kun, do you know the coordinates of our village? Chapter 47 Literacy Classes. Coordinates? Why are you asking that? First cousin Chen Jingchuan looked at Chen Jingchuan with a puzzled expression.
It's not like the last time I went to town I saw a map of our town with a lot of stripes and lines and a bunch of numbers and stuff on it, thought I'd just ask.
Chen Jingchuan made up a reason. This is an unseemly thing, it is best not to let others notice it.
Especially the day he saw the young man called Xin in front of Chen Jingcheng in the toilet, felt that it was a young man from the compound. This kind of person has a background and is not to be messed with. He did not want to go against him. I don't know, but there's a map of our village in the village as I recall, so you can check it out sometime.
Well then, it seems like you're not much of a brigade accountant. Kun, you don't even know the coordinates.
Go, I'm just a squad accountant. What brigade accountant? Besides, this production team is disbanded. I'm not an accountant anymore for a long time.
Well then, I'm off, squad accountant.
Mar, you have a mouth that sometimes I want to tear up for you. After Chen Jingchuan left, he pondered in his heart to find some reason to go around the village and look at the map to find the island in the meantime. It's just that the village hall is manned during the day, so if you want to go in, it's either at night or for a valid reason. Night to go Chen Jingchuan cannot think of. He is not the kind of flying thief, and even the original body in night blindness, a night to see things. As for the flashlight to go to the night to explore the village committee, difficulty is not a little big. Chuan, the secretary is looking for you, waiting for you in his office in the village committee right now, telling you to go early. A long shot directly confused Chen Jingchuan, and then his heart was in ecstasy.
It's really a case of dozing off and getting a pillow. He was still trying to think of a legitimate reason, but it turned out he didn't even have to, and wasn't he able to just go in fair and square? Got it. Chen Jingchuan responded loudly before giving the bucket or whatever to his big brother beside him.
Waiting for him to the village committee when he saw the village committee inside the cold and quiet, in addition to a janitor outside the grandpa, and then is waiting for his secretary Chen. Others in addition to the work of the current think must be following the village head in the walk goods.
Give Moncler Outlet Store 2 cigarettes before Chen Jingchuan went in.
Don't look at this Moncler Outlet online old teeth, but it is considered the village establishment, that is to eat the royal food, $34 a month salary, there are subsidies on New Year's holidays.
Many people in the village envy this job. Secretary Chen, you're looking for me?
Chen Jingchuan knocked directly on the door and went in when he arrived.
Rarely, your kid actually knows how to knock?
Secretary Chen smiled after seeing Chen Jingchuan arrive. You're still the first young man from the village to knock on my door.
So what, the last time I went to town and saw someone doing that I did the same thing? And you know how to do what you're told? Did your kid really graduate from elementary school?
Correction, it's not graduated from elementary school, it's not even finished elementary school.
Chen Jingchuan smiled. Secretary Chen didn't find me here today to discuss my education, right?
It's really related to that. The town is planning to have a literacy class so that we can mobilize a group of learners to actively participate in the study.
Literacy classes? Chen Jingchuan was stunned. What is this trying to do?
Yeah, you see, I thought of you first, right? Nice to you, right? In that case it is quite good. No, the town let the secretary you mobilize is the task. The secretary this looking for me afraid is not think that I am good to talk, right?
It's not what is nice to me.
Secretary Chen looked at Chen Jingchuan, actually did not finish a sentence to respond to, could not help but scolded. You kid smart power, how not used to the right way up?
How come it's not being used in the right way anymore? I got praised by the town for that blocking net I came up with, isn't that positive enough?
Chen Jingchuan said so. Secretary Chen has nothing to say, have been praised by the superiors, who dares to say that improper? Cut the crap, you'll have to be there for me when the literacy class starts.
On what grounds? You have been to the town, on the publicity column, in the eyes of the leadership must be a little heavier than other people. So what's in it for me? You want benefits for such a good chance to show your face in front of the leaders?
I'm not an official, what kind of favor is this?
Chen Jingchuan shook his head. I won't say much more. Secretary, do you have a map of the nearby islands here? A map?
Aside from one national map, there's only the map of our province.
Secretary Chen frowned at Chen Jingchuan. What do you need that for?
Oh, I've encountered other islands before when I went out to a deserted island to engage in blocknet fishing, so I wanted to see if there were any maps or the like, so that it would be convenient for me to memorize the location of the island when the time comes. There are many small islands outside our village. If you want to remember the general location, directly ask your father is not, which have the kind of detailed map that all down. Secretary Chen also did not doubt him, shook his head and told the truth.
Chen Jingchuan sighed in his heart. It wasn't like he hadn't asked.
It's just a shame that his dad is good at memorizing locations, but that's based on experience, and as far as digital coordinates go, his dad has never even seen one.
And is there a map of the neighboring waters for me to take a look at?
That's true,
behind you is.
Chen Jingchuan turned around after hearing this. It was true, there was a large map hanging on the wall, a map of their province.
I was going to ask you, why do you keep trying to find the map? It's not like I'm thinking about buying a big boat and finding some good fishing. Yo, Ken, you're buying a big boat here.
After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, Secretary Chen's eyes lit up. It seems like you've been making a lot of money lately. Those in the village who said you were really not wrong.
What? Since when are there rumors about me in the village again?
Just that something about a child under Mazu's seat and a relative of the Dragon King. Chen Jingchuan hurriedly disproved the rumor. He did not expect it to be so outrageous. Even Secretary Chen knows that what Mazu and Dragon King.
That said, didn't he remember the man talking about the Dragon King's godson? How did it become a relative again? Okay, you can come here to read if you want to from now on, and remember what you promised me, and remember to go to the literacy class tomorrow. No, wait, tomorrow? Where is it? I haven't said yes yet.
It's just the village elementary school. The kids take classes during the day and you take classes at night. Secretary Chen waved. If you don't go, I'll tell little uncle that in the future, you'll never be allowed to enter the village committee when you come, and I won't let you look at the map.
Chen Jingchuan.
Well, I'll just take a couple looks here and there.
Chen Jingchuan then looked twice at Secretary Chen's office and left after confirming the location. After going out, Chen Jingchuan spat out a sulky breath. The mayor's treasure trove is finally coming to a head, huh?
Typhoon days have passed 2.5 days, plus the big ebb tide half a day, and today has passed 4 days. Originally the village chief's family is going to run away, leaving him little time, otherwise he would not have asked on the big brother. Good thing in the end, but still know the location. The village chief's hidden treasure is about 3 nautical miles south of Lunar Island. 1 nautical mile is about 1,800 meters or so, close to 2 kilometers. If he counted like that, Chen Jingchuan knew which island it was, and he had even passed by that island.
But not this era, it was before.
When he went back, Chen Jingchuan took a look at the coast,
and there were still so many people. I'm afraid the only thing that will get these people home is a rising tide.
Chen Jingchuan did not go to the beach to beg for the sea again. Anyway, following people's ass cannot pick up anything good. He first went to Fatty's house and asked him to tell Bamboo and Bay that he would not be sailing tomorrow. He had some business.
As for home, the phrase Secretary Chen explained his business is much better than the reason he found.
And as a matter of fact, Secretary Chen did look for him for something, and at that time quite a few people still knew that he was called away by Secretary Chen.
Chen Jingchuan went back and planned tomorrow's action with one mind.
And it was about the same time at the village headman's house, all planning their run for the next couple of days. Because of the opening of the literacy classes, the town leaders are coming and the village chief has to attend the reception, which disrupts their plans for a while. Father, why don't we just pretend to be sick and leave it alone, and after we finish taking inventory of our things tomorrow our family will go to the island first. I won't go, it's better to do a full set of theater. The townspeople came this time and are said to be staying for one more night. Chen Xinghua shook his head, then said towards his own son, Chang, the island side just can't be done, so we'll move our own things there first, the rest can be put aside.
You mean those artifacts and gold nuggets? Chen Jingcheng froze.
Yes, if we go abroad the money at home will surely not be used, so let's leave it to those who come to search. Also, then maybe we'll already be on the loose on the island by then, and that money will be a reward for them. Father and son looked at each other and smiled, both with a determination in their eyes that had been made long ago.
Now they've been pushed to the edge of the cliff and have to go this way. Chapter 48 The Thrill. Chen Jingchuan set off early in the morning on the second day before dawn.
After all, that place was really a bit far away, and if he didn't leave early he was afraid of going late and bumping into someone else in broad daylight.
This time he even brought a couple pairs of crappy fishing nets to dress up. When you meet someone else, think of it as a trip to that island to do some barrage fishing. Mard, I should have known to get a diesel engine back first.
Chen Jingchuan shook the boat for half a day then looked at the north pointer. The direction was right just fine, except that he felt that his 2 arms had gone numb. It forced him to stop and rest for a while. It was a pity that the carry-on space could not be moved, otherwise he would have found a chance to hide in the big boat of the village chief's house then enter into the carry-on space, and when they sailed the boat to the island he himself would have naturally arrived. The accompanying space anchored as if it was the space where his body was, and didn't follow the movement of the transportation, it only followed the movement of his body, and when his body entered the space it stayed in the same position it had been in and wouldn't move. This also made Chen Jingchuan, who had wanted to rub a car or a boat in the beginning, depressed, and the function of his golden finger was a little too weak. Only has come to this point, even more bitter and tired must continue. After resting for a while, Chen Jingchuan once again launched, rocking the small wooden boat and began to row. Chenjia Village Pier. Chen Jingchang had long ago brought a bunch of things on board by himself. Then pretended to be out fishing and set off with a group of people on a boat.
The sun has come out of the west? That Chen Jingchang kid actually took people out to sea to fish? Quite a few people by the pier were surprised to see it. What fishing? What else can that kid do but walk? Someone on the side said disdainfully. It's funny to say that someone who can't fish is in control of one of the biggest boats in the village. Who travels in broad daylight? Don't they avoid the smuggling ships? What else is the difference between day and night in this walk in their house? I wonder if I can still take one.
Their house is bustling with activity right now, probably because they don't see ours anymore, and quite a few people in the village go up to their house every day to keep watch and ask questions.
The big boat of Chen Jingqing's family sailed out to sea with whispers along the dockside. In fact, the money Chen Jingcheng had on hand was fine to buy a 30 to 40 meter boat, but the problem was that the dock in Chen village couldn't park such a large boat. The largest can only stop 16 or 17 meters of the boat, more than 20 meters of the boat cannot stop, bought back only to stop on the sea and then the personnel up and down, transporting things and so on to use a small boat to turn. Chen Jingcheng is too much trouble did not buy that kind of big boat. It's not like he specializes in fishing. As the ship left the shore, Chen Jingcheng himself didn't bother to keep an eye on it, and returned to the cabin to just wait. Chen Jingchuan was rowing hard when he realized that a motorized boat had appeared behind him at some point, but the other party wasn't rushing towards him either, except that the direction of advancement was the same as his. At first he didn't care, after all, the ocean was just a big sea for people to walk around in. Only when the large ship overtook him, Chen Jingchuan realized that the ship looked a bit familiar, as if it was Chen Jingqing's ship. After all, there are only a few boats in Qinjia village, and Chen Jingqing doesn't fish, so he has been parked on the pier, just waiting for the night to go. So in and out everyone looks twice, and in the process fantasizes about when they too will own a boat of this size. This is not good, thought they only go to the island at night. Chen Jingchuan paddled and became a bit annoyed. If there were people on the island, how else could he quietly find the village head's treasure? But it's all here, so it's impossible for him to go back the way he came. The big deal is to go to the island and directly put away the boat to observe it first. He does not believe that he has space and will return empty-handed. When Chen Jingchuan saw his destination from afar, he really saw Chen Jingqing's ship. He didn't lean up hastily either, instead he turned a corner and went up the other side of the island. After going ashore, Chen Jingchuan directly put away his small wooden boat. It's his only guarantee of getting back, and he can't afford to lose it. If this was lost, he would have to wait on the island for a boat to pass by at some point or ask Chen Jingqing for help. As for the latter, the odds were that he would become suspicious. When he quietly turned to the north side of the island, the side where Chen Jingcheng had disembarked them, he happened to see Chen Jingcheng leading people carrying boxes in one direction. Looks like there's no need to look for it. Chen Jingchuan muttered in his heart. He had thought he would have to look for it inch by inch when he got to the island, but he didn't realize that someone would take him there directly. Or the rightful owner himself led the way. Only after seeing the so-called treasure, Chen Jingchuan slightly disappointed. There is a natural cave on the island, and this is where Chen Jingcheng and his men hid their stuff, which seems to be all recently smuggled electrical appliances and bicycles and other things. He also saw a lot of triplexes, that is, machines that record, playback and radio all in one. Ordinary radios can only be radio, triplexes can be much better than a simple radio or dual-purpose machine. These are small head, the big head is still a pile of green tarpaulin covered with a pile of things, yard neatly, almost one person high, but these things directly by Chen Jingqing took away, moved on the boat, also do not know whether to take back or put somewhere else. After everyone left, Chen Jingchuan didn't rush to go down and scavenge right away, but waited for a while so that he wouldn't be bumped into when he came back later. After waiting for quite a while, Chen Jingchuan saw that no one had returned before going down. TSK, what's that saying? Horses don't get fat without night grass, and people don't get rich without horizontal wealth. Chen Jingchuan sighed as he saw the piles of stuff. This would definitely make him worth a few times more if he sold all the appliances here. It's just a shame he doesn't have that access, and since the government has come down hard on smuggling, any foreign goods that appear on the market in the future will be heavily scrutinized. Chen Jingchuan didn't want to get himself in trouble. It's fine for your own use, just check it over and say you bought it anyway. But you can't use that much for yourself. Chen Jingchuan was thinking about whether to take it all in one pot or just a part of it, when he suddenly saw what seemed to be traces of human life inside the cave, as well as another shelf box identical to the one that Chen Jingcheng had led the men to carry away, which was covered with a large tarpaulin. Chen Jingchuan's heart thumped, then he heard the sound of two people conversing from outside. So Chen Jingchuan hurriedly ran behind the large tarpaulin box, then decisively flashed into space. He was still in too much of a hurry, thinking he'd wait half an hour, but he didn't realize someone was still coming back. When the big ship comes, you'll follow me, and there'll be no need to keep watch here. Yeah, what about the ones on the far end? Don't worry about it, Xian will bring someone to take over when the time comes. Got it, is there anything else Chung wants? Go back with me this time and make good arrangements at home, it will be a rare trip back. Okay, thanks Sung. After a couple of words, the men carried quite a few more things out. When they went out, Chen Jingchuan also slipped out and then found a higher position. This time he didn't go down again but waited for Chen Jingqing's boat to leave and made sure no one was left behind before going down. Why does it feel like these people have abandoned this place? Seeing the various things scattered in the cave, Chen Jingchuan frowned. But he didn't bother to think about it, it was better to give it up, and if none of them paid attention to it he would be able to scavenge openly. Must be that Xian find here to wait for the end, as for that time to come back here to find nothing he will think how Chen Jingchuan cannot care, anyway, how also suspected not to come on him. Bicycle? Loaded up, the radio or the tricycle? Loaded all away, this is a TV set, loaded away too, actually even a refrigerator and a washing machine? It's almost too much to load some of the same. Chen Jingchuan was like a ton rat, constantly scavenging the cave.
He used to think that his 2,500 cubic meters of space, 25 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 5 meters high, was big enough, but this time, he actually couldn't even fill up the inside of the cave.
Chen Jingchuan saw that he couldn't pretend to go away, so he simply loaded some of each.
I do not know how big the village head of the wok business to do, but definitely not so much as he thought before. This is still just a point he gave up to leave the goods Chen Jingchuan cannot eat. You can imagine the scale of the wok. This is also considered a wave of fat for me, compared to the little harvest from fishing before. This time it's a real overnight fortune. Chen Jingchuan sighed as he looked at the pile of goods in the space. In addition to some appliances, there were about a dozen rectangular wooden crates, which he also loaded through, and he had a mind to do the rest of those.
Chapter 49 Inventory.
After scavenging once, in addition to some home appliances did not take away, some other small things are basically loaded into the space. Chen Jingchuan this only rushed away. It was mainly because Chen Jingchang had scared him once before when he came back suddenly, and he didn't want to delay more. Flying all the way, Chen Jingchuan was so excited that he rode the boat much faster. He had wondered if he was going to beg the sea or work the barrage, but the excitement of wanting to go back and open the box had him paddling straight toward the dock.
Chuanzi, you went out to sea today? Didn't your father say you went on an errand with the secretary? Why did you come back empty-handed? Not a single fish? Hey, did Kawako piss off the troubled mother? Wasn't it the Dragon King, as I recall? Looks like Kawako worked for nothing today.
Chen Jingchuan looked at these lazy people with a speechless face, not knowing how to do any work, but knowing how to look at other people's jokes here. But he wasn't going to say anything, and letting someone else spread the word about his bad luck every once in a while would give him a reprieve from all the publicity he'd been getting lately, lest someone get jealous and look at him in an unfavorable light. Today, this time out, not a single fish, or after a typhoon day to go out to sea. I think it will be able to make everyone have a good laugh, and then out of a mouthful of heart due to envy and jealousy generated by the hate.
There is really not a single fish. You are not out to sea fishing, right?
Fa also came over at this moment with no fish to collect.
Didn't go, went out looking for the cage. No luck?
Well, it turned around. I don't know if it was blown somewhere else by the typhoon or stolen.
Chen Jingchuan nodded now.
To be honest, he also thought of looking for the ground cage to go first in the beginning, but he was afraid that the time would be too late, and the back because he got too many good goods resulted in him not remembering the ground cage at all and came straight back. As soon as he heard this, some people around him spoke out to comfort him, only that the voice sounded like gloating. That's okay for you. I think I remember just buying a dozen or so ground cages at the village supply house.
Yeah, not much, and it doesn't hurt.
Chuanzi, next time you should put it securely. I remember this typhoon wasn't big enough for this to be blown away.
Maybe it was stolen? Hearing these words, Chen Jingchuan drank 2 big sips of water in Fa's small squatters before going back.
I forgot to bring water when I went out this morning, but luckily I don't have to talk on this job today. As soon as Chen Jingchuan left, the voices of those who said he was going to have bad luck got louder. Only Fa thoughtfully looked at Chen Jingchuan, with his understanding of Chen Jingchuan, before these people dared to say this in front of him is definitely to refute 2 sentences, today so quiet a bit abnormal. How to say, Chen Jingchuan even if he went to the ground cage will not give up to engage in blocking nets, but the fact is obviously not. Chen Jingchuan boat fixed piles and blocking nets are dry, not used. Fa thought for a while really cannot think of Chen Jingchuan out to sea in addition to fishing what else to do, his small wooden boat and cannot go cargo. After thinking about it for a while he didn't bother to think about it, who cares what he's going to do, it's none of his business if he just goes to the sea to take a. Chen Jingchuan returned home and first asked the uncle next door to the yard to know that his family man and next door to the big brother and 2 brothers to go to engage in blocking the net to go. Since Chen Jingchuan came up with this blocking net, their family doesn't go out to work anymore, and they gather around this every day. His mother, on the other hand, was her usual self, as if she had taken the women of the house to beg for the sea. It just so happens that no one is at home. Chen Jingchuan intends to take stock of his harvest. After coming to the space, Chen Jingchuan lit a cigarette before picking up his book and pen. This scene makes him suddenly a little nostalgic for the time when he used to go to the freezer to take inventory before work, when he had to wear a big jacket to go in, and when he had to write and draw with a shaking hand holding a notebook and a pen. 15 televisions in all, 44 bicycles, 10 refrigerators, or 2 brands? Toshiba and Panasonic, both seem to be island goods. Then there are 20 washing machines. What kind of foreign language is this? I can't read it. There are 60 radios, 52 weigh machines, 23 weigh machines. This is a tape.
This is a cassette tape? I have a 3-way machine. I'll listen to it later. This is a watch. 15 pieces in a box. There is also a box of cloth, flowery and green is not bad. Chen Jingchuan in the space with a small notebook while recording and laughing, the corners of the mouth are almost cracked. Every time he writes one, he mentally calculates how much he can sell it for. Television Supply and Marketing Agency is 400 but is kind of walk to a little cheaper. The town of Supply and Marketing Agency outside the street of the walk about 350 and if he has a large number of direct disposal to others price is also a little lower.
102 for the bicycle, the refrigerator, and the washing machine he didn't know the price of. The radio was over 200, not sure about the two-way and three-way machines. The cloth he was going to keep, he was sure to use it later anyway. When he opened the last 3 wooden boxes, Chen Jingchuan had to put down the pen and book in his hand and went to the shelf to find an iron bar. The box was nailed shut, with no chain, and had to be pried open. Only when Chen Jingchuan painstakingly pried the box open, the whole person was confused, and then directly dropped the cigarette held in his mouth on the ground and stomped it out. Damn, village chief, you guys are playing really big. If Chen Jingchuan had known that there were still guns inside, he would never have ventured over there, and probably would have given up the operation. Now he had 2 brand new Type 5.6 semi-automatics lying peacefully in front of him. For an internet addict who often plays FPS games, in the game he is a gun master who has played all the guns, but in reality he is a rookie who has only touched plastic models. Which boy can resist the temptation brought by this kind of weapon? So Chen Jingchuan had no fear when he saw that this box was a firearm, only the desire to touch one. When his hand actually came into contact with that touch of coldness, Chen Jingchuan felt that the cells in his entire body began to tremble. Chen Jingchuan did not hesitate to take one out directly, carefully observing the gun body and smelling the flavor on it. It can be said that at this time on the side to put a big beauty, Chen Jingchuan also do not want to move away from the eyes. And magazines, no bullets? Chen Jingchuan frowned. This has a gun without bullets? You play with me that. Next, Chen Jingchuan opened all the boxes again, mixed good and bad, I guess. Bad thing is still no 7.62 ammo in sight. While another box of pearls was found in the bottom case as well as a small pistol, that one with both magazines full, 16 rounds in all. A 5.4 pistol? Chen Jingchuan picked it up and played with it twice in his hand. It seemed really good. The only shame is that there are only 2 magazines with 16 rounds. Chen Jingchuan, you are a law-abiding and good young man, how can you think about this? Chen Jingchuan suddenly thought of those big bandit heads that appeared when he used to watch TV when he was holding the robber, and then hurriedly shook his head to get rid of these thoughts out of his mind. He is now living a good life, as a traveler, nothing great, and no system. It's better to go step by step in peace and bring it. He didn't want to live another life but an end to go in to step on the sewing machine. No, this era seems to have no sewing machine for you to step on, or to accept the reform of labor. In addition to the daytime labor, of course, you have to roll wool at night. As for where he knew it, Chen Jingchuan himself has forgotten. After putting the gun down, Chen Jingchuan looked at the box of pearls again, although it looks like it is quite pearly, but Chen Jingchuan did not have that eye to see what material, in the end, good or bad. Once all the goods had been inventoried, Chen Jingchuan planned to find someone ready to strike. There's a crackdown coming up, and this one won't be so good if we wait for the crackdown. According to the information I heard that day, it should be tomorrow night. The mayor's family is going to run away tonight. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Jingchuan couldn't be bothered to be happy and directly exited the space, then headed towards the town. It's better to get this kind of thing out early and then exchange it for money for peace of mind. Otherwise the pile of stuff in the space would really be in your hands. Ah Chuan, going out again? Chen Jingchuan had just left the yard when he was seen by the aunt next door. Now the neighbors around their house kinda like to chat with Chen Jingchuan. Of course they mainly want to explore Chen Jingchuan's family background. Yeah, rest up to get to work. Ha, Akion is still really diligent. He's really not the same person compared to before. Auntie's joking, I'll go first. Okay, slow down. Chapter 50, 2 Millionaires. After coming to the main road, Chen Jingchuan was still thinking of stopping the car to go to the town, only to see a bicycle riding past him in the wind before he remembered that he also has a car. This brain of mine, yo. Chen Jingchuan hurriedly got a bicycle out while no one was around. Not to mention, this 2.8 big bar is not necessarily stable for the average person to ride at first. Coupled with the fact that the road was not a flat road now, and there were potholes everywhere, Chen Jingchuan also twisted and turned on the road for a while before moving steadily forward. When he got to the town, Chen Jingchuan directly looked for a place where no one was around to put the bike away first. When he came to the old street, this kind was still as lively as ever, but wait, after that just don't know if the street can still recover to be so lively. Guess that's not going to happen anytime soon. Chen Jingchuan found a relatively large store and went in to ask, "Boss, how do you sell electrical appliances here?" Chen Jingchuan went in and realized that there were still quite a few customers. He didn't directly indicate his intention to come, but first he tested the waters. You can take a bit of an active position if you talk business later, and then you just don't want to tell them in front of so many people that you have smuggled goods on your hands. By then once something goes wrong the people in here report him, even if he didn't walk away from the goods, by then he can't get out of the way with walking away from the goods. Thinking of this, Chen Jingchuan's conversation with his boss became more and more cautious. What does brother want to buy? The owner sent a young man over to receive him. Chen Jingchuan asked about the price of the bicycle, TV, and these things, and it was about the same as what he remembered. As for the refrigerator and washing machine, there is none here either. According to the fellow, these things are rarely to be bought in the town, and may have to go to the county town to have them. What price do you charge for your goods? Oh, you're here to make a delivery.
As soon as the young man heard this, he became disinterested. Wait, I'll go ask the boss. Then Chen Jingchuan was invited to a small room for tea. Little brother is young and promising, daring to do this business at such a young age. The boss looked at Chen Jingchuan with a smile. Chen Jingchuan waved his hand. It's not mine, I'm just a pawn, working for someone else. The boss did not say anything else, but instead asked Chen Jingchuan how many goods, were the goods and other issues. I'm not sure if you're asking me, this is from my boss, take a look. Chen Jingchuan handed the pre-prepared note to the boss in front of him. The boss quickly swept a glance and said softly, there's not a lot of goods, but there's quite a variety. Chen Jingchuan drank a mouthful of tea without saying anything. The boss pondered for a moment, wrote a price behind each commodity on the top of the note Chen Jingchuan handed over, and then returned it to Chen Jingchuan. This is the highest price I can give, your boss, if you want to make this business. The next time you come to directly bring the goods on the line, if you think the price is too low then you do not have to come, increase the price, I am not likely to increase again. Alright, good luck with your business, boss, I'll leave first. Chen Jingchuan did not look at the list after receiving it, stuffed it in his pocket and left. Only after finding a place where no one was, Chen Jingchuan took it out and looked at it, and the price was much lower than he expected. Like the television supply and marketing agency sells 400 a unit, Smuggling Street sells 350 a unit, this kind of collection may prices still lower, but he did not expect is 280 a unit. His original estimate was 300 a unit, and this was $20 lower. Chen Jingchuan frowned, did not rush to decide. He went to the street as a few other stores asked, the price given different, there are high and low, but are below the uniform price quite a lot. After getting the purchase price of these stores on the street, Chen Jingchuan found that the price given by the first store was actually the highest in a comprehensive calculation. That is, he got the most money for taking everything and selling it to the first one, only the owner of the first one wouldn't take the refrigerator or the washing machine. Chen Jingchuan counted and felt hungry, so he went to the side of the road to buy 2 cakes, eating and thinking. When he finished eating and made up his mind, he simply went straight to the county seat without doing anything. Anyway, he's just one person, and he doesn't need to hire a car to haul the goods around, and the price is definitely higher in the county. Inside the county, there are many bosses, and the speech is good. Chen Jingchuan did not take a moment to talk to a boss about the price. Then Chen Jingchuan came out to find a tractor, and then pulled directly to his pre-prepared place, directly loaded the goods on the car pulled to the county boss sold. Little brother can there will be opportunities to work together again in the future. The boss looked at Chen Jingchuan with a smile, handing him a cloth bag filled with great unity. Chen Jingchuan took this burlap bag with a calm face and started counting the money. While ordering money, the boss also chatted with Chen Jingchuan, trying to find out information about Chen Jingchuan. Boss is joking, I just run errands for others, where do I get the chance to get this kind of goods? Chen Jingchuan smiled. I see that you are the one to run this single shipment, little brother, sooner or later you can be your own boss. What's your name? Maybe I even know your boss. Oh, my name is Qin Zhang, Yang, the boss is Chen Jingchang. Chen Jingchuan's hand that was counting the money paused for a moment and casually reported a name. As for whether there was any renaming, the probability should be there. Chen Jingchang? The youngest son of the mayor of the Chen village? Chen Jingchuan did not expect him to really know. It seems that their village head is doing a lot of business. It's him. Little brother, you said it earlier, are all family members, so what, little cloud? Take 2 more pounds of tea to the foreign brothers. Thank you, Boss Su. Good point, keep the money after you count it and don't be responsible for it out the door. I know the rules of business. Chen Jingchuan nodded, these are all real banknotes, and the number is right, the rest is no problem. After going out, Chen Jingchuan's hard-excited mood cannot be calmed for a long time. A variety of electrical appliances, he actually kept a set of their own. The bike is to stay 5, this thing is a gift he prepared for his family. Of course it certainly won't be taken out now, when the time comes later. 14 televisions, 39 bicycles, 9 refrigerators, 19 washing machines, 60 in radios, 52 used machines, 19 3-use machines, and tape watches, etc., were sold for a total of $23,400, and that was in spite of the fact that the owner was receiving large quantities of goods at a depressed price. Like radios, 2- and 3-way machines, the quoted prices were $5 less than the town, not even the same price as buying, and any lower would be right on par with what they were selling for. However, after seeing the bag of money in the space, Chen Jingchuan people were almost floating. He did not know how much these things he sold the village chief they bought cost. I heard that it was directly traded with silver dollars and antiques. This selling price is definitely low, but it does not matter. He, in addition to rowing half a day outside the boat, not a bit of the cost of it, okay. Now 23,000 is his. It's a no-brainer. Making $2 million a day, who'd believe it? Walking on the road, Chen Jingchuan was floating. Chen Jingchuan is not in a hurry to go back. He intends to take a good stroll in the county. He has not even seen the county at this time. While the overall size looks like a town, one thing they don't have in their town is motorcycles. Or that kind of side 3-wheeled motorcycle. The look is in. Chen Jingchuan used to watch the anti-war film Inside the Island. Soldiers sit in the same kind of identical. Next to the bucket removed is a 2-wheeled motorcycle.
Motorcycle in the county is also a high-grade goods, usually as long as someone riding a motorcycle through will always collect a wave of envious eyes. All the way around, Chen Jingchuan look at the time has been 3 o'clock in the afternoon before they are ready to go back. Go back when Chen Jingchuan also Zian by hand to buy a bunch of oil cake to put in the space. Family large and small basically there is no not like to eat this time of the year, the oil is very little, as long as it is with oil and water are generally popular, of course, the price will be more expensive. Chen Jingchuan has just earned 2 10,000 yuan households, the hands of the natural will not be stingy, the children and adults at home. Go back to Chen Jingchuan is also lazy to ride a bike, the road is too chaotic, directly on the county shuttle bus back to the town and then ride back. After returning to the village entrance from the town, Chen Jingchuan looked at the time, it was already 5 o'clock. The village children are out of school by now, and I'm sure the literacy classes are about to begin. He didn't go back first either, and after putting his bike away he took a walk to the location of the village elementary school.
My ancestor, you finally come.
Secretary Chen saw Chen Jingchuan and hurriedly came out to pull him inside.
The leaders arrived so soon?
Yeah, you've got a big face,
making the leader wait for you.
What's the point of waiting for me, just start straight away when the leader arrives. It started a long time ago, go in first and show your face, the leader will have to speak later.
Chapter 51, An Interview.
When Chen Jingchuan followed Secretary Chen and he realized that there were already a lot of people surrounding the inside, and there were actually people taking pictures at the door. After seeing the camera, Chen Jingchuan couldn't help but look twice more, this kind of old object camera he hadn't seen before, at most in some modern theater or videotape has seen. This is Comrade Chen Jingchuan, he has just returned from a sea voyage, sorry to keep the leaders waiting. Chen Jingchuan was directly pulled by Secretary Chen to a middle-aged man. Then while he was at a loss for words, Secretary Chen had already helped him find a good reason.
Comrade Chen Jingchuan is the one who was hardworking, going out to sea until this point, just came back and haven't eaten yet, right?
The middle-aged man shook Chen Jingchuan's hand smilingly.
Not yet, good day leader. Chen Jingchuan didn't know which leader this was in front of him, so he could only say so.
This Secretary Chen is not reliable at all, he doesn't even give any hints.
Alright then, let's make it short, later on you'll do an interview with that little comrade, and then you'll go back to dinner.
The middle-aged man smiled.
Chen Jingchuan nodded, many thanks to the leader.
Chen Jingchuan realized that the leader in front of him was the director of the Oceanic Bureau in the county, called Yang Jianye, and he didn't know what this big leader was doing here. But he didn't bother to think about that when he was pulled by Secretary Chen to the dude who took the picture.
Comrade Chen Jingchuan, let me introduce myself, I'm Suan Bang from the Propaganda Department of the County Party Committee, can I talk to you? Chen Jingchuan nodded, hello Comrade Suan Bang, I don't know how to do the interview, you said I'll do it. It's fine, just some simple questions and answers. Suan Bang smiled, then opened his script, would you start by telling us why you came to the literacy class? Chen Jingchuan, want to recognize more words, I guess. Well, he was actually forced to come by Secretary Chen, but he still knew a little bit about this kind of official discourse and knew what to say. Suan Bang nodded slightly, then brushed a few words on the script before continuing, so, do you have any thoughts or opinions on literacy classes or anything like that? A question and answer down, Chen Jingchuan has always been from the good answer, making Suan Bang's previous preparation useless. The main thing is that Chen Jingchuan answered too well, without him bothering to guide or help him think of how to say, he had to suspect that it was the mayor and secretary of the village here who knew that they were coming to give Chen Jingchuan training in advance, and what to say when they encountered any problems. As for Chen Jingchuan, this small reporter comrade is much better to talk to than those difficult leaders in the latter part of the world. As long as everything doesn't violate certain principles, he's still good to talk to. There were many questions, but they all centered around the topics of literacy classes and blocking. Comrade Suan Bang, this is photographed when the time comes, can you wash one more and send it to me? You don't worry about the cost, I will pay. Chen Jingchuan smiled embarrassedly and looked at Suan Bang. There was actually a photo studio in town, only he hadn't thought to take a picture. Or did he just think that the picture of himself standing under the 5-star red flag must be very imposing, even though it was now only in black and white, it was a precious picture. After all, it was also the first picture of himself in this world, and he had made so much money today, and when he came back, he got to take a picture and shake hands and talk to the leader, which was a buff stacked all over the place. No problem, I'll even send you this issue of the newspaper when the time comes. Suan Bang agreed with a smile. And newspapers? Chen Jingchuan was shocked, did not think there is this benefit, this era can be in the newspaper, that is absolutely glorious. Most likely, there will be a theme together to publicize hard work and wealth, you should be able to be on this deed. My deeds? Chen Jingchuan froze after hearing this, to be honest, he didn't really feel that he had any deeds. I don't think he's done anything else since he screwed up the block. Yes, just follow the village clerk also went to your house to have a look, and by the way also took a picture of that sewing machine in your house. And been to my house? Now it was Chen Jingchuan who was truly surprised. What can he do? By that time maybe you, Comrade Chen Jingchuan, will even be the model fisherman who was promoted by the county as a model of labor enrichment. Why Chen Zhengchuan held for a while, really cannot understand, he did not do anything how the sky smashed such a big piece of pie down it? Knowing that free is the most expensive, he didn't want to be treated like a little cutie by some big shot. Playing around like that. Now the county vigorously propaganda labor to become rich, hard work to generate income, don't you think your deeds are very appropriate? Suan Bang smiled, look at you, you used to be a delinquent teenager and even wanted to do smuggling, and after you died once in the back, you cleaned up your act and worked hard to become rich, and even taught the village people to intercept nets for free and unselfishly, it fits the propaganda. Chen Zhengchuan, did you? Wasn't I afraid of trouble at that time? I'm embarrassed to say this. Seeing that Chen Zhengchuan didn't say anything, Suan Bang continued, Comrade Chen Zhengchuan, attend the literacy class properly, don't get to the point where you can't even read the newspaper that I'm sending you. Comrade Suan Bang, don't worry, by that time I can definitely read it, if you don't believe me then you come back and I'll read it to you. Ha, just for your words, I will definitely come then. Suan Bang also laughed, but in his heart, he was mostly disbelieving. Although he felt that this Chen Zhengchuan was very much to his liking, learning especially for someone so old was not an easy task. What are you two talking about? So happy. Chen Zhengchuan just wanted to speak when he heard the back of the people who spoke, it is the Oceanic Bureau of Yang Jianye director. It's not that I'm having a good chat with Comrade Chen Zhengchuan and intend to agree to come back later to check on his homework. Suan Bang smiled. Yang Jianye also nodded after hearing this, it's good to learn well, it's never too late. Director Yang encouraged Chen Zhengchuan with 2 more words before he left. He was just a progressive villager, and there were so many village officials on the side, it was his turn to talk to the leaders all the time. When Chen Zhengchuan came home he found the house was full of joy, a large family gathered around their house, Chen father and mother sat inside and talked about what happened today. The general situation Chen Zhengchuan has guessed, after all, Suan Bang has already been on the door and even gave the sewing machine to take a picture, this kind of thing must have long been spread around. Only what he didn't expect was that it was almost 7 o'clock and the neighbors around him hadn't dispersed yet. Kawako's back. Yo, it's true, Agawa is finally back. Still called Xuanzi? Be called Comrade Chen Zhengchuan. Hey, Comrade Chen Zhengchuan hasn't eaten dinner yet even though he's been busy so late, right? Hearing the words of his family and the surrounding neighbors, Chen Zhengchuan cried and laughed, it's a bit late to be busy, you guys chat, I'll go eat some dinner first. Don't be in a hurry, I didn't leave any food for you at night, I'll let your second sister give you a bowl of noodles and 2 eggs later. Seeing that Chen Zhengchuan was back, Chen mother hurriedly got up and said towards him. Chen Zhengchuan surprised to look at his mother, this is so long he came back late for the first time his mother did not pout him, even his father is also a smiling face. Maybe this is the power of Secretary Chen plus reporters door-to-door photos, this time specifically someone door-to-door photos, and the secretary with that is a great honor. That's a lot better than his previous trip to town to comment on a publicity column. In his father's eyes, advanced year after year people can be assessed, but the secretary with a person to take pictures in the village that is the only scorpion poop. Xuanzi, what was it about you that warranted someone's secretary bringing a reporter to the door to take pictures? That's right, talk about it. I haven't gotten the news yet either, people didn't say anything during the interview just now, so I won't guess. Chen Zhengchuan shook his head, I don't know how long to wait for something like being in the newspaper, it's not too late to wait for Suan Bang to send the newspaper over. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to talk about it now, in case it doesn't make the paper? The odds are that this won't happen, but he's not in the habit of popping champagne at halftime when the papers come in. When the time comes, put the paper right down and see for yourself how classy that is. It's too much of a drop in the bucket to say it yourself. Yo, there's an interview. This is really famous, interviews are being arranged. Yeah, I don't remember any of those officials in the village being interviewed, right? Awesome, Chen Laosan looks like your family has really produced a talent. Chen Zhengchuan escaped into the house amidst a chorus of compliments. Chapter 52 Early Closing of the Net. After entering the house Chen Zhengchuan scooped up the water and prepared to take a bath. When he finished scooping up the water his second sister began to give him noodles. They have one pot in the house, in which they usually boil water, cook rice and stir-fry vegetables. Kawako, are 2 poached eggs enough? Yes. Chen Zhengchuan nodded, then warned his second sister, no coming over to peek. Che, like a little earthworm, it's not like I didn't see it when I was a kid. Childhood is childhood, I'm a grown-up now. So what, I even played it. Chen Zhenghong, you rascal, do you still want to get married? Chen Zhengchuan sadly carried a bucket of water to take a bath outside the back door. Anyway, there is money, Chen Zhengchuan thinks he can repair a building, in their old saying here is to repair a big house, make a big yard and so on. But wouldn't he be a bit too flashy if he were to build a big almighty? Now the Chen family village only the village chief and the patriarch's family built a 2-story small house, if he directly build a building is also too big to attract the wind a little bit. And what's the use of just starting a big house, or first buy a boat to do big and strong, have the bottom line and then start a big house, and then even with the side of the big brother and 2 brothers, and the 3rd brother, they repair the house together, a few brothers together to repair that much more spectacular. There's also Bamboo, Bay and Fatty, only the 3 of them probably can't be repaired together.
In fact, Chen Jingchuan had been thinking about what Qin Village had become in the future, but unfortunately, he only knew a Moon Island fishing ground near Qin Village, and he couldn't recall any impression of Qin Village. So his idea of fixing up the house to a good location and waiting for a good demolition later fell through. However, if Qin Jingchuan's brothers want to build the big alley, one of the main problems is that there may not be enough land. After all, their house was surrounded by neighbors who had already taken up all the land, and this old foundation of the family was simply not enough. Forget it, it's better to buy the boat first. Repairing the house and whatnot is still waiting. Almost when third brother gets married and wants to split the family, everyone will have to discuss this matter. Chen Jingchuan muttered after taking a shower. This matter, he is the youngest, and did not start a family, there is nothing to say, and ultimately look at his father as well as already started a family brother to decide. After the bath, Chen Jingchuan eat noodles also saw the crowds outside the crowds, so Chen Jingchuan is also lazy to go out, after eating in the back of the house to cool off. When his father had almost finished chatting, Chen Jingchuan found his father. Father, I want to change to search for a big ship, is there a way on your side? You'll be able to change the big ship? Father Chen looked at this young son of his in surprise. He originally thought that the first of several brothers in the family to buy a big boat is the boss, did not think that actually the youngest, and the youngest of how long it is, a month did not come to it, this will be able to change the big boat? That is more than $2,000, even in the past when the fisheries brigade was disbanded to sell the boat as 2003, that is still in the village people in second-hand boat situation, on that general people cannot afford to buy, so that the village chief picked up a big bargain. If you go to the shipyard now to customize a new ship, it will be at least 3,450, the time will be about 2 or 3 months, you still have to front the situation that there is no other ship order. As for the second-hand ship, it will be about 2,550, but you still have to inspect the ship on a case-by-case basis before you can finalize it. Although Chen's father was surprised, he still said both situations. This kind of more than 10 meters of the boat will buy second-hand it. Chen Zhengchuan thought about it. Now the domestic shipbuilding technology has not been developed, the goal of although it is the kind of tempered fishing boat, but this is not no well. And it's not like this wood and sheet iron fishing boat can't be made to work, it's been that way for so many years, it doesn't make sense that he wouldn't be able to use it. Let's think about more advanced ships later on when shipbuilding gets going. Now these 10 as well as 20 and 30 meter boats are now technologically sufficient to fish inshore and not go offshore anyway. As for the ocean, Chen Jingchuan now do not want to eat this bowl of rice, wait until later to say do not do. If it's second hand, I'll go ask for you tomorrow. Father Chen still couldn't help but ask after he finished, when did you make so much money here? It is that day after the typhoon days to go to the sea to ask for a few pearls to sell, together with a few $100s in my hand before, and then the small wooden boat to sail, just to be able to come up with. Chen Jingchuan didn't say the words too dead. If this easily come up with more than $2,000, this moment, although there is no investigation of the source of the huge amount of property, but if he came up with money that can buy 2 boats at once, anyone would have to suspect that he is not engaged in any illegal activities. What if some jealous villager finds a random reason to report him? That's why you have to keep a low profile. I see, so you're not partnering up with some of your brothers to buy a boat? Hearing Chen father's words, Chen Jingchuan thought for a moment. He did promise before, but at that time, he was thinking about his one sculling small wooden boat, thinking that it would take a long time to save a motorized boat, so he promised. I just didn't expect him to have so much money, not only to buy a boat of more than 10 meters, but also one of more than 20 meters. According to Chen's father's previous work on this kind of big ship, when the ship's head, a brand new 27 meters with a series of equipment such as marine radio communication machine are within to 16,000 like. However, 20 meters of the ship above the equipment to set their own, after all, is often thousands of dollars of equipment, a problem to be heartbroken to death. As for the 30-something meters of the ship, even with his wealth cannot afford to buy, and on the 30-something meters of the ship will be divided into categories. There are trawlers specializing in fishing, as well as specializing in the sea transportation of fresh food ship, as well as transport cargo ship, and even in later times, there are sea store ship, and then there is a rescue ship and so on and so forth, a lot of categories. We'll find some time tomorrow to discuss this together, but father, you can also put the word out on your side first, and in the end, whether I buy it alone or a few of my brothers join together to buy the ship anyway. Just as well, then I'll say something about that little wooden boat of yours to see if anyone wants it. That won't be necessary, I promised Abe and Juken that I would sell them the boat first when I change it in the future. What price? You don't think it's a good chi refining brother embarrassed to ask for too much price? Father Chen hurriedly said upon hearing this. 200, don't worry, it's not like I'm going to take advantage of someone else with my own money. Che, so to speak? Who was the one who borrowed money before to help his brother pay off his debts? Chen Zhengchuan now realizes that as long as you don't do what his dad wants, he will expose you. Then use this to set off the brilliance of his decision making. And don't they return it? I'm just worried that you'll have a brain fart and just give the boat to your brother with a straight slap of the head. Chen's father gave him a look without any good humor. So that's how it is, Chen Zhengchuan smiled. Don't worry, it's not 1 or 2 pieces, but 1 or 200, I'm not generous enough to that point. Father Chen nodded his head when he heard this and didn't say anything else. and his father chatted for a while after they all went to bed. Chen Jingchuan also wanted to think about how to spend more than $20,000 on their hands for a night. He has been thinking about their own shipping company, only to let him did not expect the next day once he came to let him hear the news of a blowout. The village chief was arrested? Chen Jingchuan looked at the group of older women whispering at the door with a dumbfounded expression. Yeah, you guys are the ones who don't know that last night a bunch of big hats stormed right into the village chief's house. Yes, I heard that it turned out to coincide with the village headman's family all packing up and getting ready to run away. Yes, both sides in the dockside encounter after you were not seen, that Chen Jingcheng, fierce smiles, all dare to shoot at the big cap. Then the village involved in smuggling serious basically were arrested. You are not those big caps without saying anything, one by one, door to door to arrest people, all with a gun to go in. Not just the ones at home, none of those sea smugglers got away last night. Anyway, there were more anti-smuggling boats at sea last night than fish in the sea. That big probe, you could see it from the dockside. You were not there to see it. The dockside of the boat directly emptied a large part, and now no one is there to say that it is to promote the village head to walk to make money. Those who were pretty much captured and got away with it still dare to go. Hearing these explosive news, Chen Jingchuan hadn't even reacted for a moment. The time he heard was not. Wait, this is an early closing? Chen Zhengchuan saw the leaders who came last night before reacting. He was still wondering about a village literacy classes to let the leadership of the County Maritime Bureau personally come. Now it seems that people young director is aimed at their village. As for the village chief running away early, he should have also smelled a hint of crisis from the arrival of Director Yang, only he still didn't run away. Chapter 53, A Day of Gossip. Early in the morning, Chen Jingchuan eat thin rice without pickles, directly with a bowl sitting in the yard to listen to the door of the auntie's gossip are enough. Good guy, even Chen Jingcheng fired a few shots. How the big cap captured him, whether there are casualties one by one all brainstormed. He didn't believe these older women had seen it with their own eyes. And he slept soundly last night, didn't hear a single movement, thought the gunfight wasn't that intense. Because their sixth team was on the mountain, there weren't many households with boats on the mountain, plus most of the people who had followed the village chief to get the walker last night basically set off in the middle of the night to smuggle away, so there wasn't a lot of commotion on the mountain, and it didn't disturb his good dreams. After breakfast, Chen Jingchuan was too lazy to go out to sea, and ran to Fatty's family's pork stall in a puff of smoke, where he intended to listen to see if there was any latest news. The four of them just sat there in the doorway looking out in the direction of the docks, getting high and discussing what the hell was going on. As for the docks, there are still quite a few big caps there right now, and even though the docks aren't blocked, they don't want to go there. Big cap is what the police are called. This time of year people don't like to call people by their proper names, they always like to take nicknames. Chuanzi, how many people do you think our village is going to take in this time? Bei still had palpitations when he saw the blood on the other side of the pier. He had thought of going with the village chief and the others to walk the goods before, but fortunately he was persuaded by Chen Jingchuan. Now look at it this way, Kawako was really prescient. I'm not sure, so many smugglers can be considered a smuggling den, and I don't know what the top is planning to do about it. Chen Jingchuan shook his head. Although it can certainly be dealt with severely, but the specific treatment plan is certainly to wait for the study to decide. It's really ruthless up there. I heard that all the people arrested last night were loaded in big liberated vehicles. Fatty also staggered. Penny looked at Fatty strangely. How did you know? You're stupid, his house is right here. He must have heard more of the commotion. Bei looked at Jukan with contempt. Hearing Bei say this, Chen Zhengchuan also looked at Fatty curiously. What did you say last night? The commotion was pretty loud, but do you think I had the guts to come out and look? Fatty shook his head. With that commotion, I was cowering in my bed all the time praying for the Mamma Mia's blessing not to come to my house. After hearing the fat man's words, the other three didn't laugh at him. It would have been the same reaction if this had happened to them. Looks like the village should be peaceful these days. Bei sighed. As it is now, which one dares to hang around out there, and those gambling ones probably won't dare to show their heads, and may only recover a little when the big hats are gone. I don't know when Big Cap will go though. The situation in their village is more serious than other villages, and the top is also treating their village as a key target. This Oceanic Bureau chief is here not to check the bottom of how to go back easily. No peace can't be. I heard that a team of men on the second team's side have been arrested. Speaking of this, Bei suddenly mysteriously came up to a few people and said, "Where did you hear that?" "My mother," they said. "I have a cousin is married to the second team. His family man did not get smuggling, was also arrested. Anyway, now go to the second team around. In addition to the old man, children cannot see a young man." That tough? The arrests should all be made, but the ones that are mistakenly arrested should be released back when it's cleared up later, right? Then I don't know. Chen Jingchuan do not know how it will be checked. Once someone in this and Bei that cousin brother-in-law has a grudge to run to report some, it is simply adding fuel to the fire. Now this era of interrogation is not as fair and enlightened as in the future. Go and basically the first beating, no one to speak words of conviction is the nail in the coffin. By the way, didn't Chuanzi shake hands with the leader and take pictures yesterday? Can we talk? Hearing Fatty's words, Chen Jingchuan shook his head. How big of a face do you think I have?
People don't even necessarily remember me, maybe Director Yang is here for smuggling, and as for me, I'm just a front. That too, so you're actually going to class? What class? That literacy class? And the literacy class, this one's got a whole bunch of people arrested, there's no one left to go if they want to. The four men sat in the doorway chatting about one thing or another, occasionally probing at the docks not far away. To Chen Zhengchuan's surprise, the small squatters of the two brothers, Afe and Akai, actually opened their doors. Right under Big S' nose, that Afat actually managed to have a laugh with someone else. Seeing this, Chen Zhengchuan also could not sit still, took a look at the fat man's house, casually picked up a tofu fish and went that way. Xuanzi, you asshole, still go over there, why? Fatty saw Chen Zhengchuan take fish at first, did not care, just a tofu fish, and not worth money, but see Chen Zhengchuan to the pier side suddenly anxious, there is a big cap. Selling fish. Chen Zhengchuan lifted the tofu fish in his hand. Fatty glanced breathlessly at the tofu fish in Chen Zhengchuan's hand that had already been killed and was about to be dried. Aren't you afraid that Afat will beat you out? What are you afraid of? Go there to see in order to learn first-hand news. Chen Zhengchuan greeted and led the way. Chen Zhengfa was guarding the door and chatting with the big cap, but then four people ran over and said they wanted to sell fish, and the big cap left first when he saw this. Originally Afa also wondered how there are still people who go out to sea on this day, but after seeing that it is Chen Zhengchuan, Afa also felt not strange, only after seeing the tofu fish in Chen Zhengchuan's hand the whole person is not good. You brats are here to shag me on purpose, aren't you? Fa's eyes narrowed as he looked at all four of Chen Zhengchuan. Hey, this is not to see you here the best view, the most informed, well, send a fish to you to sit for a while, no problem, right? Chen Zhengchuan also does not care about Afe that want to kill the eyes himself from the tofu fish into his hands, and then went to the small squatters inside to move a stool over to sit down. Afe smiled in understanding when he saw his action, but he also admired this kid Chen Zhengchuan for having so much guts in order to hear the news. You kid, share some with me. Seeing that four people were at his doorway getting high on melon seeds with a big grin, Afat also reached out and grabbed a handful from Chen Zhengchuan's pocket when he saw this. What's the hurry? I'll grab it. Didn't you hear your family's adults say that the hand that pulls out a person's coat pocket can't hold the money? Chen Zhengchuan did not have the good sense to slap Afat's hand twice. He, I just often pull out my brother's, and I don't see that I can't hold on to my money. Afe heatedly smiled and took a large handful out of his pocket regardless of Chen Zhengchuan's objections. After a couple of off-topic remarks, a few people quickly chatted about the most important thing on everyone's mind at the moment. That said, it's still you kid who's smart enough to pull out faster than anyone else. Speaking of smuggling, Afe looked at Chen Zhengchuan. That's for sure, I almost dried myself out the first time I walked away from a shipment, showing that I'm not suited for this line of work, and that's a warning from Mamma Mia. Chen Zhengchuan said rightfully. That too, it's a good thing Kawako pulled me back or I'd have followed behind. It's better that I'm here, and it's natural that I won't be fine if I don't touch anything. Several people looked at Fatty with contempt after hearing his words. Of course you don't have to work, you can live for years with this fat. TSK, it's a gift, when you eat, you grow meat, you can't envy it. Chen Zhengchuan still wanted to say something when he saw a big cap came over. First of all, salute towards them. Chen Zhengchuan several people see also hurriedly get up to return the salute, only that the return salute looks to be more funny. Which one is Comrade Chen Zhengchuan? After hearing the words of the big cap, the eyes of several people are focused on Chen Zhengchuan. Chen Zhengchuan also froze, did not expect this big cap is to find him, so he took a step forward. Big Police Comrade, hello, I am Chen Zhengchuan, you are looking for me, is there something? Oh, your village committee secretary Chen looking for you something, just went to your house, did not find you, someone saw you come here to bring a letter to let you go to a trip. Chen Zhengchuan thought that something had happened to be able to make the big cap look for him, but he did not expect it to be Secretary Chen. No problem, I'll go right away. Chen Zhengchuan nodded. Big Cap nodded before leaving. Brothers and sisters, I'll leave first, you guys continue. After saying that, Chen Zhengchuan gave all the melon seeds in his hand to Afe and took a sip of tea in the meantime before leaving. I've just been talking on a high and my lips are a little chapped. Chapter 54 Rejection. Chen Zhengchuan came all the way to the village committee, and at this time, Chen Zhengchuan finally saw some village committee members that he usually didn't see. Like the head of the women, there is an accountant. As for the others, like the militia captain, these have been taken down, are followed by the village head of the smuggling, which cannot be easily spared. Secretary Chen, you have something for me? Chen Zhengchuan went in and saw a bunch of people sitting inside the conference room with sad faces. Yes, looking for you to discuss something. Secretary Chen nodded, handing him a notebook in passing. Sit down first, can you read it? Chen Zhengchuan, who are you looking down on? Can't read. Chen Zhengchuan looked at the words on the notebook, written as if yes, this time it is true. How many people have been arrested in the Chun family village? There are also some as if it is a meeting above the instructions. He could read it, but when he thought of his illiterate persona, he could only shake his head helplessly. Talk to him. With an expression of I knew it, Secretary Chen took the notebook handed back by Chen Zhengchuan and said towards the accountant at the side. Comrade Chen Jingchuan, our village this time the village committee was arrested 5 people, the villagers 94 people, which each team. Hearing the words of Chen accountant, Chen Jingchuan heard a burst of vibration. He knew that the village followed the village head to do smuggling more people, but did not expect so many. This was caught one short of 100 people dry. Their village population is relatively large, a team of almost 24 families, a family of at least 5 or 6 people, a total of 8 teams, but this is to kill their village almost 19% of the population, and all young adults. This loss is not insignificant. Especially these arrested are all kind of father-son-brother relationship. After all, follow the village head to make money, all relatives pull relatives. Sometimes when you make money, the whole family follows, and it's all in at once. Most of these are homes near the docks, down the hill in the flatlands. After all, it's the ones in these places that have the boats and connections to climb up the village chief's branch. When he saw those names, to be honest, Chen Jingchuan didn't have that kind of empathy. Those people had been at odds with the people on the mountain, and he didn't know those people, and this was doing something illegal, so it was hard for him to empathize. Not to mention him, quite a few people in the village who were watching before were in this state of mind. As for those who had been bullied by the village chief on the mountain were afraid that they were already clapping their hands at this time. Secretary Chen, what do you mean by saying this to me? Chen Jingchuan looked at Secretary Chen in confusion. Shouldn't the village committee be rushing to make amends at this time? Why are you looking for him? This is not to see Comrade Chen Jingchuan praised, all can be reported, it is just that the village is short of manpower, so I want you to join us to lead the Chen family village to reorganize. Hearing Secretary Chen's words, Chen Jingchuan was stunned. This was the intention to let him work in the village committee? What can he do? But then again, don't village committees need to be organized people? Or is it an outside job? As for work and so on, Chen Jingchuan still intends to push. He is not this piece of material. There are too many twists and turns in this accidentally be counted. He was still going to settle for being a quiet fisherman. Secretary Chen, you know do not know a few big words, I'd better forget it. This kind of cultural people with a pencil work or you guys. Hearing Chen Jingchuan's refusal, inside the conference room, including Secretary Chen and each and every one of them looked at the young man sitting at the very end in surprise. How much effort did they go through for a job on the village council in the first place, only to have this young man turn it down too dryly? Can you say why? The women's director asked, frowning. Chen Jingchuan shrugged his shoulders and looked twice at the women's director, who was called an old hag by the children, but he thought it was okay, and the person was quite kind. The main thing is not that I think their ability is not good, you have to say please I fishing, I absolutely happy to go, but this kind of management of people's work, I cannot do anti-show why you so good. To make the simplest analogy, such as the last big ebb tide on the beach because of the 2 people fighting for the catch of fish, you can pull away from the painstaking persuasion of the mouth. If I go on the first one shoveling 2 earwax, do not listen. And then 2, kindly say we'll only let them get an inch, have to be on some means. Chen Jingchuan spread his hands when he finished. I've never read a book, that's all I know how to do. Do you guys still think I can do it? Chen Xiuhua, the women's director, looked at Chen Jingchuan curiously after hearing this. Since you know it's not good to do this, why don't you correct it? Why should I correct it? Chen Jingchuan asked rhetorically. This is not to give you a chance to join the village council. But can't change, also don't want to change, so Auntie, Secretary and everyone else, something to find me help absolutely no problem, but become an official even if I don't have that life. You guys just think of me as a poor man with a short will. I just want to go out to sea to fish and make money now. Chen Jingchuan shook his head. He is really not interested in being an official, especially the village official. The village every day so many things, something will be pushed to your head, you give the solution will not read your good. When he makes money there will be a whole bunch of people coming to your door looking for trouble, all thinking you're so rich because you embezzled public money. Well, actually, you were called here to be a militia captain, so since you're so resistant then forget it. Chen Jingchuan, you said earlier this I do not oppose. Militia captains that can hold a gun. Guns are not banned at this time of year, and the coasts are militarized to prevent some accidents, and their southern provinces have always been war provinces when the island province was in serious trouble. Really? Aren't militia captains supposed to be military retirees only? For the time being, there is no such eligible person in the village, so we will have to find someone to cover for the time being. Forget it, just my physique. If I carry a robbery to guard the village I'm afraid the bad guys will be even more arrogant. Chen Jingchuan shook his head with heartache. Captain of the militia Secretary you said earlier, I still pull so much why? Okay, I won't push it, but I remember you saying it's okay to come to you if you have a problem. Chen Jingchuan, this is no problem, but you also have to consider the practical. I'm only that good, don't look for me for everything. What benefits did not gain but also promised a lot of promises out, this wave of big losses. No problem, then you go back first, you can't go out to sea for the next 2 days, you have to wait for the higher-ups to finish checking. Yes, by the way Secretary, how long will the village chief and the others be sentenced? I heard that Chen Jingcheng shot them, is that true? You're still really big-eared, you like to get together so much? Secretary Chen just finished inside again. That kid Chang was gone last night, he dared to shoot at the police and was directly killed on the spot. As for the village head, it should be a death sentence as well.
This time their village is indeed a heavy loss. I do not know those who were arrested. They are now sitting here were also scolded by the above. After all, a village out of such a big problem, they cannot be blamed. If it were not for the fact that the village could not find any other person to take on a big job, they would have to be removed. As for finding Chen Zhengchuan to come, they also wanted to show their superiors, but Chen Zhengchuan was not up to it. Of course, this arrest he has no resistance. The village chief has not been re-elected. The clan chief side was also struck by a wave of smuggling up all arrested. This period of time he can free up his hands to properly rule the chaos in the village. Forget it, Chen Zhengchuan's matter is put aside. Let's first do a good job in cooperating with the higher authorities on the sentencing of the village households. When Chen Zhengchuan left, Secretary Chen hurriedly made the next instruction. In addition, the village is going to hold a general meeting after a while. You guys do a good job of preparing for it. Yes, clerk. Chen Zhengchuan left the village committee and gave the gatekeeper old man scattered 2 cigarettes, and talked to him for a while to ask some gossip before going back. Looking at noon, the fat 3 thought Chen Zhengchuan was something to go today, also did not intend to take the flat gang. Chen Zhengchuan went straight back. Only when he had just returned home he saw his eldest sister coming over, and crying, and the 2 little children standing trembling on the other side. What's wrong? Looking at her big sister who was crying with red eyes, and her mother who had obviously set a meal and was huffing and puffing at the side, Chen Zhengchuan asked in confusion. This scene let Chen Zhengchuan heart thumped. Just when he came back he heard a lot of people in the yard and that crying. The family man was arrested. What else can happen? Your big sister's husband was arrested. Chen's father said sullenly from the sidelines as he didn't have the heart to smoke. I thought that the people in the family had been warned by Kawako, and one by one, they didn't have that kind of heart anymore, and they could pass through this calamity safely, but it turned out that something happened to my son-in-law. Chapter 55 Aftermath. Big sister's husband was arrested? Didn't I already warn big sister that something would happen to her not to do smuggling? Chen Zhengchuan looked at his big sister Chen Zhenglan with a shocked face. He remembers going to his big sister's house to talk to her about this, and he remembers talking to her about it when her husband wasn't at home, and he remembers telling her about it and telling her 1,000 times. And now you're telling me he's still arrested? During this period of time, he also did not hear his big sister say that his big sister's husband followed to walk the goods off. Sixth son came to say that day when he has gone to sign up to follow the village chief to go goods. After returning I also persuaded, he does not listen to me, what can I do? Chen Zhenglan sobbed twice and said. Chen Zhengchuan sighed, do not listen to you, also did not see you say a word with us. 80% is to see brother-in-law brought back the money, was also fascinated by the eyes, deliberately not to say that this money when not with the mother's family, to say that something happened to know to run to the mother's home. There's nothing you can do about this, you can't do anything about it if you look for us, now we can only see how many years off phone will be sentenced to first. Mother Chen was annoyed when she heard this. Chen Zhengchuan, the eldest daughter's little heart can see, how can she not see, but looking at the crying eldest daughter she has the fire cannot be sent out. Doesn't Kawako know the leader who came to take charge of this? Can't you say something? Ah Feng was also tricked off. Chen Zhenglan turned his head to look at Chen Zhengchuan. I can recognize the big leaders, that is coincidental, but also say love, people's leaders may forget me that day, I now even people's leaders do not know where. Chen Zhengchuan depressed said. Now you know you're being lied to? Why didn't you say the village chief was cheating you guys when he was hiding money from us before? Chen Zhengchuan also has anger in his heart, but as soon as he saw his big sister's appearance and the 2 children standing on the side, he couldn't get angry. What should I do, Kawako? You should think of something. Upon hearing this, Chen's father also had a nameless fire. What can he think of? If he had such means, would our family still be living here and doing this and that every day? Once Chen's father got angry, the others in the courtyard didn't know what to say. Chen Zhengchuan swept the people in the yard, the men in the family were all there, the second sister Chen Zhenghong was also there, but the second sister-in-law didn't see her. Jun, why hasn't Wei Wei gone to play with her older siblings? Chen Zhengchuan didn't want the 2 children to be here to hear them get angry and fight. The boys looked scared for the moment and both moved to stand in the corner. I don't know why his big sister and her 2 children came along to be scared. And didn't see it. Chen Yuanjun was a bit older and swallowed after hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words and replied. There are oil cakes and sugar cubes in my brother-in-law's room, so let auntie take them for you and warm them up. Upon hearing sugar cubes and oil cakes, the 2 children's eyes lit up, but then immediately lowered their heads, their eyes timidly glancing at their mother and grandmother. Chen Zhengchuan finished looking at his second sister. Chen Zhenghong naturally knew what Chen Zhengchuan meant, and got up and took the 2 children into the house. She was also worried about scaring the 2 children, but just now everyone was surprised by the news brought by Chen Zhenglan, and a few of the older children at home have disappeared, and it is not good to take the 2 children out to play. After waiting for the child to go in, Chen Zhengchuan looked at his big sister again. What about brother-in-law's parents' side? The mother-in-law has been crying at home now, the father-in-law is also the same everywhere begging for help, they have a big family, only one old 4 followed the big ship to run the sea, did not go to get away goods to escape a disaster. What do you mean? Don't I remember that the in-laws have 4 sons? Chen's father couldn't sit still even after hearing this and asked back in shock. Caught with only the oldest 4 left.
Upon hearing the news, the family was shocked beyond words. This large family is not less than Chen Jingchuan's family. Daughters are married off, for sons have become a family. Chen Jingchuan eldest sister married the oldest three. As a result, now a large family of the top pillar of the male is only left with the old father and the youngest son. As for the eldest son's children, the largest one is 1 year older than Chen Yuanqing, just 15 years old. This age is a little small. Even if you go to find work to do, can only be an apprentice, no wages to take. Alas, sinning. Father Chen sighed. What could he say? As for pulling a hand in laws, or forget it, his own family is just like that. There are still 3 unmarried. When the time comes to split, the family still have to build a house. He himself is still worried about it. What are you going to do now, big sister? Let's wait and see how long Ah Feng will be sentenced first. Chen Zhenglan had no idea at this moment. Other people heard also other ways. First, look at the results. Chen Zhengfeng, that family just joined the village head of the boat not long, think should not be sentenced too long. Then you first take good care of the child. What is the matter at home, and laws cannot rely on to find us? The day can live much better is not to think about it, but there is always a mouthful of you to eat. Starvation is not dead, you and the child. Chen mother can do, although it is married out of the daughter splashed out of the water, but after all, it is their own body fell off a piece of meat, she can really not care? Go back to the home inventory, to pay homage to Mazu maiden to go, the other don't care, food is gone, let the 6th son push 2 bags of rice to the town grinding, water is not drinkable, let them a few brothers to take turns to help you pick, it happens to be Chuan Zi want to put the cage to engage in trawling, you can earn some money at home weaving nets. Chen father also nodded, who has not had a difficult time, his daughter is difficult, he cannot stand by and watch him starve to death. Once Mother Chen heard this, she instantly agreed, tomorrow all of you will go with me to the Tin Hao Palace to pay your respects, and bless Mother Mazu for blessing you. After explaining things, Chen Jingchuan wrapped a packet of oil cakes and sugar cubes that he kept in his room for the 2 children to take back. As for the rest, it will depend on what the big sister's family lacks before saying anything. It was only after the big sister went back in the afternoon that Chen Jingchuan saw his sister-in-law and second sister-in-law next door return in silence. When I asked, I realized that several brothers and sisters of their mother's family had been arrested, and they were told to go back to help the family. This is a matter that Chen Jingchuan is too lazy to ask. This is a matter for his big brother and second brother. It's up to his 2 brothers to help or not. On the contrary, Chen's father and mother felt blessed beyond measure that all the neighbors and in-laws around them had suffered accidents, but only the man of their family was fine, so Chen's mother prepared more tributes, and tomorrow she planned to thank Ama for her blessings. Today is destined to be a sleepless night in the village, so many people have been arrested, and many of the men and their families are almost finished at once. There were voices crying and wailing everywhere, and the sound of incense being offered for the blessing of the Bodhisattva. When Chen Jingchuan's family went to the Mazu temple to offer incense the next day, they realized that it was full of people, and many of them had come here last night and had been kneeling at the door to pray for Mazu's blessing, hoping that they would be sentenced to less than 2 years and get out earlier. Look at Chen Jingchuan, a little laughable feeling, nothing when no one to love my side, an accident everywhere to worship the gods. Last night he also saw his mother quietly in that chanting. But right away Chen Jingchuan couldn't laugh anymore, he had to pay his respects as well. After worshipping Ama, Chen Jingchuan came out and met Bamboo and Bei, who also followed their family to worship Ama. Upon seeing Chen Jingchuan, Bei's father and a few of his brothers all thanked towards Chen Jingchuan. After all, without his reminder, the family's 3 brothers, east, north and south, will have to go and follow the village head to walk the goods, although only Bei listened to Chen Jingchuan's words, east and south, because the village head did not look at them to avoid a disaster, but thank you for the words casually say and no money. After bidding farewell to the 2 people, Chen Jingchuan went back first. This period of time cannot go out to sea, and the matter of the big boat has not yet settled. And now this period of time around the village is full of things that are shocked by the crackdown on the shipment of goods, to buy a boat of things that no one will mention. Now he can only stay at home to help with the farm work, and by the way a few of his brothers go to help with the busy work when they stop the nets to catch fish. This period of time Chen Jingchuan also finally had time to examine themselves. Work every day led to Chen Jingchuan's face are black a lot, the hands have calluses, before it is to take the pot and spatula grinding, and now it is working dry. The original body would have been quite white and handsome, only to be crossed over by Chen Jingchuan for about a month to into an old fisherman. But while the figure was depleted, there was a lot of money in hand. In the past, the 4 people spent 50 cents or to be carefully calculated. Now Chen Jingchuan hand can have more than 20,000, even after buying the boat is still left with 20,000 yuan. Chen Jingchuan is now calculating whether he is the first to buy more boats. After all, this money in the hands of the future is to depreciate, or as soon as possible to spend out into the industry is best. Of course, buying a large number of ships at this juncture would surely make some newcomer think that he was involved in smuggling as well, so don't be in trouble if he was reported at that time. Chapter 56 2 Ships. Because of this incident, the village has decided that the whole village will fast for 1 day tomorrow to pray for the people who were arrested, so I hope everyone knows. Chen Jingchuan was speechless as he watched the person riding a bicycle with a loudspeaker go by, and the sound of that loudspeaker still lingered in his ears. Bah, what is this? Those people were arrested, why should we eat fasting and pray? Someone on the side spat on the ground after hearing something inside the loudspeaker and hated it.
That is, this village committee also do not know what the brain-loaded what dog ate big thing, and is not encountered a shipwreck, in order to this to engage in some smuggling of people praying for blessings, afraid that the leadership fire is not big enough, is it? Secretary Chin shouldn't be so brainy and loaded with feces yet, it should be the matriarch who messed it up. Alas, the older you get the less your brain works, and that's all it takes to defend those who break the law. Hearing the muttering voices of the people around him, Chen Jingchuan shook his head. What's all this? He still has to fast for those who made a mistake. In the past, there was the custom of the whole village eating, fasting and praying for blessings, but that was only on the birthday of a Mazu or when there was some major disaster in the whole village. At this moment, eating, fasting and praying for the sake of some people who had been caught smuggling was something only a patriarch under the power of such a clan could have ordered. They don't care whether they have broken the law or not, they only know that their side has suffered a great disaster. Anyway, at the drop of a hat, they will pull the whole village to eat, fasting and pray for blessings. This is if Secretary Chen their words will never issue such a directive. The superiors are thoroughly investigating the smuggling of things. The result is that you are still here for the smuggling of people to eat, fasting and praying for blessings. This is not clearly in the superiors against the work. When he arrived at Fatty's house, Chen Jingchuan saw Zhu Kan and Abe who had been waiting here for a long time. How about that? You heard about the fasting and praying? As soon as they met, a few of them chatted about the great things that had just happened in the village. This kind of thing usually generates a lot of discussion. I've heard about it. This patriarch is really out of his mind. It's not clearly going against his superiors. And Secretary Chen didn't advise him, just let him fool around? How can I persuade you? When the time comes, the patriarch will directly send a few old people to cry and hang themselves in front of the village committee. What an old fool, not at home enjoying his life but out doing all this. Several people know why the matriarch did this, but all feel that this is not a good time to do so. The superiors are staring at the Qin village. This time is not clearly tell the leaders above, I do not serve it. Enough about that. I heard that Chuanzi is going to change to a bigger ship? Fatty shook his head, not going to talk about these things. Yes, I've heard about it too, and I heard my father say that Uncle Jun is already looking for a boat for Chuanzi. Abe also looked at Chen Jingchuan curiously. Didn't we say we'd found it? Penny said suspiciously. Chen Jingchuan also nodded his head when he heard the conversation between the three people. Tomorrow, go to inspect the boat, and almost pay the money to drive it straight back. This boat is a fisherman's family in the town. Their family of 5 brothers have a boat. Recently 5 brothers intend to work together to get a 20-something meters of boat, and almost money before selling the boat. Yes, that's fine, that's fast. You boys have already switched to a big boat while we're still working on the barrage to make money. Abe was surprised. Bamboo Pole also looked surprised. Chuanzi's speed of making money, we can't catch up. If you can't catch up, you have to try before you can. Does my little wooden boat still want it? Chen Jingchuan said towards Abe after knocking 2 melon seeds. Yes, give it to us now? No, not until I get back from buying the boat tomorrow. That's fine, looks like Kawako has a lot of money on hand yo. I thought Chuanzi would have to break his back to buy a big boat, or even sell a small wooden boat to get it together, but I didn't realize that he would be able to get it out straight away himself at this moment. Chen Jingchuan heatedly smiled. It is also considered to be hurt. This big boat bought the first time out to sea refueling money is gone. Then why don't you join up with a few of your brothers? Fatty looked at Chen Jingchuan suspiciously. He remembered what Chen Jingchuan had said before, that his second brother was planning to buy a ship in partnership with him. Hopped me and my 3 brothers have all hopped a boat. Abe looked at Chen Jingchuan with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? You kid mean 4 ships and you still have a share in all of them? Seriously? Since when do you boys talk about money so much? The fat man and the 3 people were all looking at Chen Jingchuan with a surprised face. This news could be even more surprising than Chen Jingchuan buying a ship directly by himself. What 4 ships? Your reading comprehension is a little too poor. Chen Jingchuan said without any good humor. We 4 brothers bought a ship together, don't you understand? Scared the hell out of me. I thought Kawako had bought her own ship and shared one with each of her 3 brothers. Kita let out a long sigh of relief. Penny had the same expression. What do you mean we're not good at reading comprehension? That's because you're having trouble expressing yourself, okay. Fatty also looked at Chen Jingchuan with a grudging face. Next time, don't speak with a big gasp, it scares the hell out of people. Chen Jingchuan rolled his eyes in his heart, not to mention combining 4 ships, even if it is the full payment to take 4 ships he has no problem, right? In fact, he really wanted to share a boat with each of his 3 brothers, only a few of them did not want to, and now this one person to pay $600 for a boat would be very good. They'd be a little heartbroken if they had to pay $1,000 or so per person. Right now they just want to get a boat and save more money along the way. Moreover, they didn't believe that Chen Jingchuan would be able to share a boat with one of them after buying one himself. For brothers and 2 boats, exactly 1 boat 2 people, the oldest and the oldest 3 together, Chen Jingchuan and his second brother has little experience in the sea. Chen father first with 2 people to teach them. Help the other ship if something happens back there. Father Chen is paid for his work anyway. 2 people on 1 boat were perfectly adequate, and 5 people on 2 boats could still take turns resting for a while. In that case your family has 2 ships at once?
Bei looked at Chen Zhengchuan in surprise. Chen Zhengchuan nodded, that's right.
Then tomorrow we'll go and set off a string of firecrackers for you.
It's not like it's the first boat, and it's a used boat, so there's no need to get into all that. Yes, what's it like to come back from this boat without a firecracker? Suit yourselves, you'll come and steer the boat tomorrow when I get back. Yes, $200 will be on hand then.
The four of them chatted for a while, then after lunch it was time to head back.
As for the notice of fasting issued by the village, none of it was taken seriously. Families are still doing what they should be doing.
Of course there are still some old people who observe it, and then those who have had accidents at home are also eating and praying for blessings. Early the next morning, the men of Chen Jingchuan's family went to the town. The two boats they bought were not sold by the same family, but they were both in the town. The process of boat inspection is very simple. First, check all kinds of equipment in line with the seller's information, up to not meet the expectations on their own. After checking up to go up to the boat to the sea to go on a trip is almost the same. As for the fuel money for the ship inspection, naturally both parties share it equally. Chen Jingchuan bought the boat 15 meters long in 2003 by himself. Four brothers bought a boat 17 meters long in partnership for 2014.
Both boats sent a trawl net.
When the five men returned to the dock in the two boats, a number of people who were at the dock were surprised.
Boom, Xingju and your family is getting rich, actually sailed back 2 ships.
TSK, the village's luck has been poor lately. I didn't expect your family's luck to be good. Once these 2 ships sailed back it was instantly different.
Yeah, you guys are combining 2 ships together as a family, right? Chen's father smiled and accepted everyone's congratulations. This is supposed to be something that makes you look good, nothing to be embarrassed about or to hide. You can't hide it even if you want to when the 2 ships come back.
Mother Chen and her second sister-in-law with her second sister Chen Zhenghong had long been waiting at the pier. This was a time when buying a boat back and watering a new boat for the first sea ceremony were both still tedious. Chen Zhengchuan himself does not understand these at all, can only Chen father said what is what, and so busy after the bamboo pole and Bei also came over to set off a string of firecrackers.
And Chen Zhengchuan's small wooden boat was also handed over to the 2 men, Bei and Zhukan, on the spot.
It was a happy occasion for all, except for some sour talk on the sidelines. And Chen Jingchuan's large family drove 24-meter motorboats back. Also has a rare place inside the village news center that has been dominated by the topic of smuggling lately. Of course, because most of the people in the village have suffered recently, a lot of bad news has also reached the ears of Chen Jingchuan's family.
Chapter 57, Get the hell out of here. A lot of people in the village home this time have suffered. Our family did not suffer originally. There are a lot of people like behind the back of chewing the root of the tongue, and now bought 2 ships back. There will certainly be red-eyed people, do not care about them. Chen father heard those bad words, also ignore his own, piped calmly toward Chen Jingchuan. Several brothers said, I know, I was looking for father to talk about the wages as well as the matter of operating at sea. Chen Jingchuan nodded. He can't do anything about these red-eyed ones. What can he do if he gets caught smuggling? As for buying a boat, you can't just stop buying it because people will be jealous of him. The wages will just be paid by you brothers as you see fit. Anyway, after I die it will all belong to you brothers. Father Chen waved his hand indifferently.
Chen Jingchuan shrugged his shoulders, although the fact is that this is the case, but they really want to just casually mean, Chen father Chen mother heart should be uncomfortable. I discussed this with a few of my brothers, a day's base wage of $4, and then whichever ship you help out on that day's harvest will share 10% of it with you. Chen Jingchuan spoke out the discussed distribution plan.
10%? That much?
Father Chen was surprised.
Even Chen's mother, who was on the side, looked at Chen Jingchuan strangely. It's good that your father has a basic salary, what more do you need to share? You too old now and not directly rely on our old age, besides you are our father, and not an outsider to give a little more. Chen Zhengyu hurriedly said.
Chen Zhengchuanman also nodded. You and mother are both working for us, we can't show nothing at all. Chen father heard this, mouth corner grinned, almost cannot hold the pipe. The heart has been happy blossom but the face is still pretending to be stern. You just bought a boat, the family took a large sum of money out, are to tighten their belts to live on, not to be so generous to me. Xing Jun, you are blessed, your son is filial to you. Next door someone heard them talking, immediately poked a head over and said smilingly. That's right, those assholes in our family, all they think about is me and his mother helping out all day long, not to mention the wages, there's not even a sip of water to drink. That's right, my 3 sons, to help them work you have to be even, otherwise even if you do it you'll still be angry. Xingjuan is still blessed with several sons who compete to be filial, unlike the ones in my family, who act as if they are owed. Yeah, those debt collectors at my house are so annoying that when they help one the other ones they come sniffing around. After hearing the words of the surrounding collaterals, not to mention Chen's father, even Chen's mother's face was filled with smiles. Sons are all the same, aren't these ones in my family also the same over here? At first, they were also busy working every day. Alas, that is not the same, you have something to look forward to, you see now 2 ships have been bought back, my few have become a family still idle every day. Yeah, that said, the oldest and youngest in your family are old enough to get married, aren't they? That's right, didn't June and that whoever's family say they were talking last time?
How come they've gone quiet again? Where's Chuan?
I don't think we've hired a matchmaker yet. There's a nice girl at my brother-in-law's house.
Why don't we try?
Originally Chen Jingchuan brothers came to talk to Chen father about the matter of wages, did not expect that the last group of people actually talked about Chen Jingchuan and Chen Zhengjuan's marriage. Chen Jingjun is okay, he has long been ready to get married, the previous one is because to use his sister to exchange for his disagreement, and now if you give him another marriage he is also quite willing. As for Chen Zhengchuan, he hadn't even thought about getting married after he crossed over, and it was still most important for him to get money now. And it's only been across for how long, he will always look at things to bring in the perspective of the latter, so let him marry a grandma generation is still a bit uncomfortable, wait for the latter time a little longer may he will not be so think about it before getting married is also good. Of course the most important point is still that nowadays the women on the beach work a lot, and the sun is not as strong as the men's, but it's not very white either, and in his words, it's not pretty.
Chuanzi, tell me what kind of girl you want to marry?
After talking about marriage, Chen Zhenghong also came over to look at Chen Zhengchuan curiously. Chen Zhengchuan glanced at the wistful young girl and knew that her second sister was also longing to get married, as pretty and willing as her second sister. Chen Zhenghong smiled so much that her eyes narrowed. Your mouth is still sweet, but I'm serious with you.
I didn't tell you a lie either.
After chatting for a while, Chen Jingchuan is also lazy to sit here and talk. Say it again, his mother definitely want to ask the matchmaker to give him a kiss now.
Chen Jingchuan will not turn 19 until this year's Mid-Autumn Festival, and he has not even thought about the matter of getting married now. When he gets the fishing boat company up and running and makes a lot of money, what kind of girl does he want to marry that he can't by then? And the main thing was that he had never been married in his previous life, and knew nothing about what was going on here, so he was busy getting married now in case it didn't work out. Divorce in this day and age can be seen as unlucky, and some people don't want to get divorced even if their family has been beaten to death, and it can be harder to find another one after a divorce. The divorced ones are left with the widowed ones, and usually the widowed ones don't look at the divorced ones, thinking that such people are defective in character and behavior. Chen Jingchuan returned to his room directly to the carry-on space, first counted the cash in their hands. There are $21,233, as for a few cents and a few cents are mounted by Chen Jingchuan in another box, want to use directly to take his. Aside from the cash it was a few appliances, all of which he intended to keep for himself from the village chief's shipment he had previously intercepted from the small island. As soon as he saw these goods, Chen Jingchuan's heart moved. He intended to find an opportunity to go over there to the island to take a look, although the probability has been searched by the police department, but what if? If this hadn't been searched, wouldn't the rest of those appliances have made another fortune? Thinking about this, Chen Zhengchuan was really a bit moved. Now that he had a motorized boat, a trip to the island where the cargo was hidden would be simple. Only this time he might not be able to keep it all to himself. After all, there was still second brother and father Chen on that ship of his besides him now. 4-people partnership of that ship is the boss and the oldest 3 driving, when the time in addition to the oil money harvest 4 people share, but Chen Jingchuan and the oldest 2 to give the other 2 people wages. As for Chen Jingchuan this ship he also has to pay his second brother and Chen father for the work. At the end of the day every day is a reckoning anyway. Fortunately, it is now just 2 ships Chen Jingchuan can still count. If there are more boats, Chen Jingchuan is thinking that in the future, if there is a shipping company, you have to hire a special accountant. After shaking the matter out of his mind, Chen Jingchuan went out of the space when he heard a commotion outside. Just as she came out, she saw Chen's mother push open the door and come in. You're not a new daughter-in-law, what are you doing hiding in your room all day long? It's not a recount. What's the math? There's more money to be had, huh? Not what not? You don't even want to give you a kiss, you just hide in your room alone every day. Chen Zhengchuan was too lazy to speak at the back. As long as Chen mother started to educate him it was absolutely endless. The latter until a large group of children next door to the house came back from school and the outside noisy, his mother let him go out to say those small. In the evening, a large group of people together said that the distribution program, a group of people before going back to sleep, tomorrow the first day of the sea, Chen Jingchuan have to go to bed early, the sea is usually about 2 o'clock in the morning to leave. At night Chen Jingchuan was still woken up by Chen mother coming in. Looking at the darkness outside, Chen Jingchuan sighed with a headlamp, this time to put aside the previous vacation when Chen Jingchuan are still not sleeping. It is good that this time outside is not cold, otherwise if this is a big winter, Chen Jingchuan really do not want to move. Make it quick, dawdling all day long. Father Chen frowned when he saw Chen Jingchuan yawning out. Dad, this is my first sea voyage, you'll have to get me acclimated. Don't rush off, roll the egg first. Chen Jingchuan was about to set off with his headlamp when he saw Chen's mother come out with an egg and roll it on Chen Jingchuan's head. And what does that mean? Good luck with the ocean and catching lots of big fish. Okay. Chen Jingchuan didn't understand, but he respected it. In addition to Chen Jingchuan, Chen's father, who went out to sea today, and his 3 older brothers were also rolled around with the same egg. He's really met the rollers here. Only after Mother Chen and her 2 sisters-in-law finished the ceremony did the group of 5 head outside with the lights. Chapter 58 Exploding the Net at the First Net.
After arriving at the dockside in the middle of the night, Chen Jingchuan realized that even though their village had been hit by a wave, there were still quite a few people who went out to sea. Looking at the headlights bobbing around on the dock, Chen Jingchuan counted in his mind that there were probably about 10 boats of people. After following Chen's father to buy diesel fuel, the two of them, Chen Jingchuan and Chen Zhengmin, had been following Chen's father to do the ceremony. Anyway, they have a lot of rules for going out to sea nowadays, especially since this is still a boat they just bought to go out to sea. All kinds of ceremonies can't be missing. Mazu Maiden has to be worshipped, and the filial piety of the Dragon King can't be missing either. Walking from the bow to the stern and then back again, Chen Jingchuan did not learn much about the various rituals, but almost fell into the sea. It was a good thing his second brother was quick to pull him up. Chen Jingchuan sighed in his heart, this night blindness of the original body is really annoying, but unfortunately he forgot to eat something that seems to alleviate night blindness to come. That is biology. The vitamins, that section of knowledge. Chen Jingchuan now also has only a vague impression, but specifically what vegetables and fruits have which kind of vitamins can cure what disease that he does not know. Let's go, out to sea. Father Chen finally finished his ritual and flung the talisman paper in his hand towards the sea and exclaimed. When Chen Jingchuan's side of the ship went out to sea, his elder brother's and second brother's side of the ship was also launched. Because it is the first time to do driving their own boat out to sea, so the two boats are not far apart, are in a sea trawl, there is something good to have a care. There are no other ships in this sea, and there is a small island on the side, which is not very far from the Crescent Island where Chen Jingchuan engaged in blocking nets. Chen Jingchuan did not intend to go there. The bottom of the Crescent Island reefs, engaged in blocking the net, is not bad. If the troll net will definitely hang bottom, the side of the A bay and bamboo play blocking the net to go. Father, this is already out at sea, let me drive it. Chen Jingchuan looked at Chen father palming the engine crank. Father Chen looked around, thinking that he had originally come out to sea to bring his two sons and teach them, so he nodded. It's still pitch black, drive slowly, don't go closer to the islands, be careful of the reefs, I'll go, and teach your second brother to put up the nets. Alright, you go first, I'll steer the boat, you don't worry. Chen Jingchuan patted his chest. Looking at his youngest son, the more so assured, Chen father is more feel unreliable. Only Chen Jingchuan sooner or later to take the helm of their own. At this time he can look at the teaching on the intention to teach properly. According to what I just taught you, first learn how to control the speed. This in the big sea, you less give me the whole of those moths. Father Chen warned Chen Jingchuan with 2 words before going out. Chen Jingchuan shrugged helplessly. He was like this, he had left an unreliable image to his old dad in the past, and it was difficult to turn it around even now. Only to that Chen Jingchuan hand on the rocker, he did not expect this throttle so fierce, he just gently twisted, the boat speed dabbed up, the door of the father of Chen is shaking, almost did not stand still. Tadaya, you bastard cub, just told you to be steady, I have not even come out of the hatchet, you get these. Accident, just accidentally touched it. Chen Jingchuan hurriedly let go of the gas handle and concentrated on controlling the direction, moving forward at a constant slow speed. Do not be too fast when trawling, this time the ship does not have so many instruments in the latter days, even when starting the net and pulling the fish are all by human power. Chen Jingchuan's boat has just one engine and nothing else, not even a single net starter. This caused Chen Jingchuan to follow the entire person who learned to start the fish to make a milky effort. This is the first time you follow to learn how to start a fish, it's normal to use your strength in the wrong place, you guys feel the point of exertion now, and feel it again later when I teach you, use your heart. Father Chen sat on the deck with an old spirit, smoking a cigarette while directing Chen Jingchuan and Chen Zhengmin to pull the net to start the fish. Father, why do I feel that it's not that we're not strong enough, this net is a bit heavy. Chen Jingchuan took a look at the dark sea. Although it was his first time to catch and pull a net, he could vaguely feel a rough idea of the weight of this starting fish. It's clearly not that they didn't use their strength in the right places, but that there were too many fish in the net. Chen Zhengmin also nodded his head when he heard this. With his previous experience of often carrying goods at the big docks, it definitely wasn't that he had little strength. Father, little brother is right, it is indeed too heavy in the fishing nets. Only after hearing Chen Zhengmin's words did Chen's father suspiciously get up and turn on the light above his head to shine into the sea. Then Chen Jingchuan's 2 brothers struggled to pull it, and in the next moment Chen's father's eyes bulged out. It's really fish. A lot of fish. Hurry up and get ready to start the fish. Chen's father did not care to teach his 2 sons how to start the fish, directly brute force pull up and then say, boom, how come it's all tofu fish? Chen's father's just excited mood instantly hit rock bottom. Indeed, this first net burst the net, but all the tofu fish, this fish, how to say it, better than the miscellaneous fish a little bit, but just a little bit better, 2 or 3 cents a pound. Some fishmongers are not necessarily happy to receive. Seeing that Chen Jingchuan and Chen Zhengmin, who had just struggled to pull themselves up, instantly lost power, and the net slid partially back into the sea. Don't let go, it's all fish, pull it up first. Seeing that the trawl was about to slip into the sea, he hurriedly reached out and pulled the net. Woohoo, start the fish first. After hearing the words of Chen's father, Chen Jingchuan 2 brothers did not say anything else, both hands forcefully strive to pull the fish directly backward.
Trawl is actually an inverted triangular fishing net, trawl net inside a lot of net capsule. The catch is basically in the net capsule inside. Collect fish or a net capsule to collect, only burst net capsule cannot be loaded to appear now this way. And Chen Jingchuan hand net if the net burst basically this net close to 2,000 pounds. At the thought of so many fish catches, the mood of several people on the boat became excited. Even if this net is full of tofu fish, it can be sold for $40 or $50. The first net of a new boat out on the water pulls up even stray fish. In the words of Chen's father, this is the rules of the ancestors, not to mention that this net is not a miscellaneous fish, $40 or $50 if they used to work for a month. No, it's not all tofu fish. Father Chen's headlamp kept shining on the fishing net outlet. When all the tofu fish at the top had been pulled, the fish at the back was different from the front, and looked very pretty anyway, with 9 orange diagonal bands on its body, and all its fins were orange, and it's well known that people on the beach nowadays like pretty fish. Ugly looking fish like before Chen Jingchuan just came to this world. Blackhead fish, even if it is a kind of grouper, nowadays people cannot see. What kind of fish is that? Chen Jingchuan suspiciously looked at the fish tumbling in the sea, because it was nighttime, plus he was still pulling the fish net, so he could only glance at it twice. But while pulling the net he was also comparing it to the types of fish he remembered. It is reasonable to say that such a beautiful fish he will not forget as long as he has seen it, thinking. Chen Jingchuan froze. Father, that seems to be the 3-knife fish, alas. 3-dagger fish? Chen's father was also pondering, and after hearing Chen Jingchuan's words he carefully recalled the characteristics of the 3-sword fish. It seems to be true. 3-dagger fish. Although Chen Zhengmin didn't recognize it at once, he instantly thought of this kind of fish after hearing the name. 3-knife fish, in addition to the iconic orange diagonal band, and then part of the bulging back of the fish, from a distance look like a knife, in addition to the body shape of the reason, and then because this fish is thicker, steaming is not good when steamed, so do this fish, many people will first cut 3 cuts in the fish body, so that it is subjected to heat average, and this is the reason for the name of the 3-knife fish. In addition to these, the trout has a mouth somewhat like that of a sauger, a blue stripe running parallel to the base of the flipper, and white spots scattered on the caudal peduncle and caudal fin. In Hong Kong, the 3-knife fish is known as the king of fish and is also known as the chopper. If this net of fish can be transported over there, it is definitely more profitable than selling them to the fishmongers at the pier, but it is a pity that they don't have that way, and now the Hong Kong area has not yet been returned. Quickly, pull upwards, this fish is rare. Chen's father was so excited that he didn't care about anything else and hurriedly reached out to help pull the fish net. After fighting with all their might for half an hour, it was Chen Jingchuan's 3 men who finally pulled up the first net of fish. In addition to the top of the roughly several hundred pounds of tofu fish, the bottom of all the 3 swordfish, of course, there are some miscellaneous fish inside. In addition to miscellaneous fish and tofu fish, the 3 swordfish probably have 1,200 pounds, of course, this is only their estimation, but this estimation is also not embarrassing much farther. Triple cuts probably go for 70 or 80 cents a pound, which is much more expensive than walleye at this time of year. Chapter 59, Dolphin Caught. At the thought of so many trout in these waters, the 3 men on deck sat for a while and then immediately stood up to prepare to put out a second net. As for resting, who can rest when you think of all the trout in the sea? Chuanzi, give your big brother's boat a signal to ask. Father Chen taught Chen Jingchuan to put up the nets without forgetting the other boat. There are 2 ways to signal at sea. One is the sea radio. Of course Chen Jingchuan and his big brother's ship does not have that thing now. That kind of thing where you can talk to each other and contact each other is basically only for big ships. They can't use a boat like a dozen meters that goes out the same day and comes back the same day if they are fitted with it. Only the kind of boat that goes out for days at a time needs it. It's useful whether you're asking to be rescued if something happens or selling fish to buy something. In addition to the radio, the remaining kind of contact is the most primitive signal flag. Of course at this time the sky is not yet bright. He played the signal flag opposite cannot be seen, so Chen Jingchuan directly took the headlamp towards his big brother's boat, flashed twice. His big brother will naturally return the message when he sees it, and if he doesn't see it, he can only flash it twice every few moments. Soon after Chen Jingchuan flash played, the other side responded. His older brother had just finished hauling in a net when 2 men came near them after relieving the fish. Kawako, what is it? Both sides briefly shut down their engines to start communicating. Brother, there are trout here, lots of trout, you can trawl over here. 3-knife fish? Can't you guys just tow it? Lots of it, just got over 1,000 pounds in one net, haul it all together. My God, over 1,000 pounds, that's got to be hauled in a hurry. After 2 brief exchanges, the 2 ships separated. The other 2 couldn't wait to get in the net after learning that there were so many trout in these waters. As for Chen Jingchuan's side, Chen's father was the linchpin, and the 2 of them, Chen Jingchuan and his second brother, had been switching around to familiarize themselves with trawling. Only the second net didn't have the same luck as the first. The trout were there but not many, mainly all strays. Looking at the amount of stray fish, his mother's second sister would have her hands full today, and if she added another boat to the mix, her 2 sisters-in-law would have to kill a night's worth of fish when they added them in. Miscellaneous fish are small, worthless fish that the fishmongers at the docks don't take. If you don't take it back yourself, you'll have to throw it back into the sea.
Usually fishing villages dry some of their own dried fish, which are basically dried from miscellaneous fish. Fish that can be sold for money are basically not taken to dry fish. This time everyone is used to sell the good ones to make money, and only those that can't be sold for money will be kept for eating by themselves. Father, the sunrise on the sea is quite beautiful. Chen Jingchuan had just finished putting up the net when he looked up and saw the sunrise on the sea. That sight was something Chen Jingchuan had not seen before. Unlike the diffuse orange and red of the setting sun, the golden light of the sunrise is truly beautiful after shining on the sparkling look of the sea, like a school of golden yellowtail fish swimming on the surface of the sea. What's so great about it? You've been watching it for so many years, you're used to seeing sunrises in all kinds of weather after you've been out at sea for a few years and you think it's really just like that. Father Chen shook his head. He is more than 50 years old. When he was a teenager, he followed the sea fishing. This sea scene he can't mention any interest. It's not that I haven't seen it before. Chen Jingchuan nodded. Looking at it for a long time will indeed be aesthetic fatigue, but he is not at this point. It would be nice if there was a camera at this moment. In the past, Chen Jingchuan did not want to take pictures at all when he had a cell phone. But for the moment he was keen to record the sunrise seascape. A camera? What's so good about that thing? Father Chen shook his head dismissively. Sometimes he really wants to ask his son what's in his head, not thinking about making money all day long, but just messing around. Take pictures after the old can also take out to recall memories. When the time to the son and daughter, said his father when he was young, also have a voucher not. Chen Jingchuan smiled. Chen Jingchuan may be thinking about the camera, but stopped in Chen father's ears. Do feel that this kid's suddenly enlightenment, actually want to get married. That's good to know. The camera can't get it, but the son can. When you go back let you want to open up for you, get married this year, this time next year you can hold a child. Hearing his old man talk down, Chen Jingchuan suddenly felt a sense of urgency that he had never felt before. Really, anything can be brought to marriage. Father, aren't we talking about the camera? Chen Jingchuan bitterly laughed. How did it come to the birth of a child? That stuff is not as important as the child. The shot is still black and white. You want to go to the town to take a picture is, but a little expensive, $1 a picture. The New Year's Day and then take a picture is fine. Chen Jingchuan heard seems to be true. This time there is no latter day so cattle photo technology. Now the photos are still black and white. Watercolor can only be manually on, but that the price is not $1 can handle. Color photos at least $10 to start. Even if he had a camera now, the shots would look the same as the usual ones except for the height of the sun, and not at all like the golden light that shimmers at sunrise in the morning. Then when New Year's Day comes, just let's go take a family photo together. Chen Jingchuan thought for a moment. He had money on him now. Taking a family photo seemed good. Family photos? You don't have a family, so what's the point of taking a family photo? One for each person. After hearing his father's words, Chen Jingchuan sighed to the sky. Had he known that this was what hyped marriages were like, he hadn't really wanted to experience it. Knowing that I meant to say that the family is taking a family photo together, in your mouth it becomes a lonely family. Dad, it's not like I'm not getting married. Why are you rushing me now? Why don't you hurry me now? Why don't you wait until I earn a lot of money and build a big house before you get married? Chen Jingchuan was still intent on persuading his father to wait until he was established before starting a family. It's just that in his father's opinion it's the wrong way to do anything else without having a family first. Why don't you make so much money without a family? Even if you build a big almshouse and live alone, you won't be lonely? Don't we still have you guys? When I have repaired the big house, I will take you and mother over to live there, and then I will equip the TV and radio with all these, and you will wait to enjoy yourselves. Still enjoying happiness? Even if you don't become a family and buy us a house in the city, your mother and I won't be able to live in peace. In the end, Chen Jingchuan gave up persuading his father to establish a career after the words of the family. In his father's eyes, how much you cannot find a woman without a family is nothing. Chen Jingchuan think in accordance with their own do not want to get married very early character behind there will meet his parents' urge to marry. Kawako, get ready to start the net. Luckily, his second brother's voice rescued him. After hearing his second brother say to start the net, Chen's father didn't care about Chen Jingchuan, walked to the boat and planned to start the net together. Huh, what's this? Calling fish? Chen Zhengmin opened the fishing net when he suddenly realized that there were a few dolphins inside. Chen Jingchuan saw these dolphins' heart to melt. This is a serious wild dolphin, there is a pink inside, are still alive. Seeing that his second brother was going to throw the dolphin into the cabin with him, Chen Jingchuan hurriedly stopped it. This thing will be rare because of the future of marine pollution as well as some of the country's capture, and now see Chen Jingchuan naturally have to save a little. Besides, who's that deranged to want to eat a dolphin? Sixth son, you really don't want this calling fish? Chen Zhengmin was a bit reluctant when he saw that Chen Jingchuan had let go of all the calling fish in the troll net. However, this ship is Sixth Son's. Chen Jingchuan is the captain of the ship. He is just a part-time worker. Sixth Son said what Chen father is not good to oppose. Don't want it, let it go, and feed 2 stray fish to them on the way. Chen Jingchuan nodded. You're going to feed them even after you release them? Yeah, just apologize for accidentally catching them. What's the point of making amends for just a few beasts? Aya, second brother, it's just feeding a few stray fish, it might even lighten the load for mother and sister-in-law and the others. After talking for a long time, his second brother refused to do so, and in the end, after the work of picking up fish was given to his father and brother, it was still Chen Jingchuan himself who took the fish basket into the cabin and loaded a basket of miscellaneous fish out. Looking at the dolphins that were about to swim away, Chen Jingchuan threw himself hard to the side of a few dolphins.
After those dolphins ate the fish, Chen Jingchuan kept throwing them.
In the end, the dolphins were still attracted to the side of the boat by the fish in Chen Jingchuan's hand. Look at these cute dolphins, this is if Chen Jingchuan has any bad thoughts, then these guys will be miserable. In the end, Chen Jingchuan fed a full 3 baskets of miscellaneous fish before these guys were fed.
Go, still circling around after eating.
Chen Jingchuan drove the dolphins away and touched them twice in passing.
Not to mention, it feels good in your hand. Chapter 60, a poorly constructed cage.
The pink dolphin was still spinning in place after being touched by Chen Jingchuan, calling and calling all the time. In the end, Chen Jingchuan threw a few more 3-dagger fish to it in his hand before following the other dolphins away. Loser, this 3 cuttlefish is fed to the fish at 70 or 80 cents a catty.
Chen father scolded Chen Jingchuan 2 more times after seeing his actions. Chen Zhengmin didn't say anything, but he also shook his head.
The 2 fish that Chen Jingchuan just threw were at least 3 or 4 pounds, and that was more than $2.
Father, we've made a lot of money today, just a few thousand pounds of 3-dagger fish is already enough. What's the point of distributing some of it to these ocean elves? We can't all earn it ourselves.
I don't know who I learned it from when I had a belly full of quackery.
How is that crooked? And it's what you taught me. What do you mean I taught you? Chen's father looked about to curse as soon as his pipe was removed.
Chen Jingchuan hurriedly shoved the net that had finished picking up the fish to his second brother. You put the net in, I'll drive the boat. See, the youngest thief ran fast, a moment on the shadow of the Chen father to the edge of the mouth to curse, the words also swallowed back, muttered a couple of words after teaching the oldest 2 to go to put the net to go. In the following time, Chen Jingchuan and Chen Zhengmin took turns to learn how to steer the helm and collect and release the nets, while Chen's father commanded from the side hill and taught them some sea fishing skills.
6th son, I'll take the helm later, you make lunch.
Chen Zhengmin glanced at the watch on Chen Jingchuan's hand and said towards him. Chen Jingchuan nodded. Since the last time he made fish balls and showed his hand, the family did not reject his cooking, only unless there are good materials. Chen Jingchuan is generally lazy.
Okay, drive steadily and let big brother and the others get up and eat together later? Chen Jingchuan was fine with it.
Anyway, things are brought there, the boat also has pots and pans and so on. Our Chen Jingchuan has long been prepared. The sea is a day, they cannot go ashore at noon to eat or starve for a day. It's not like they don't have hands to do it themselves, and it's troublesome to go back and forth with 2 ships far apart.
Father Chen shook his head.
This is the kind of boat that does its own thing at sea, except when there is a big fish situation and the 2 boats will inform each other. They are all fishermen who make a living on the sea, which is so pretentious. Just eat a meal cooked to fill your stomach.
In the words of Chen's father, if you want to eat that well, don't go to sea. Got it.
Chen Jingchuan felt that his father was addicted to teaching people, and every now and then he would sit on the deck with his pipe and watch them talk about this and that like a grandpa. Naturally, you don't eat as well on a boat as you do at home, where the food is cooked with oil and salt and rice. As for the food, it was brought up from home, salted food mostly, and unless there was a great desire to eat or that there was no food left, they would catch fresh fish, and they usually ate dried salted fish. Just soak this stuff in water, fry, or cook it, much easier than fresh fish. After a brief lunch, the 3 men hoofed it back to fishing. As for rest, the time to open the boat and trawl is the time for them to rest, and if they stop at any other time, Chen's father is definitely going to start talking again.
This net is so light.
When Chen Jingchuan started the net, he realized that the net in his hand was much lighter than the previous ones. Chen Zhengmin had just come out of the cabin when he heard Chen Jingchuan's words, and nodded even after getting on. It is indeed a bit light. So the 2 men pulled directly and vigorously. Anyway, this net is not much fish, it is better to pull up directly and quickly so as to put down a net. Chen Jingchuan's side pull is still puzzled. He only knows that fishing is not good at noon, the fish do not open at noon, but I have never heard of trawling also have to be divided into time. So there is a shark, this guy is still eating. Chen Zhengmin pulled the net up and saw a tiger shark of about 20 to 30 pounds underneath.
The feeling is that it scares the fish away.
Maybe there's a school of sharks down there, only this guy was unlucky enough to get caught up in them.
Let you eat.
Chen Zhengmin and Chen Jingchuan were as short-tempered as each other. Chen Jingchuan had restrained himself a lot after crossing over, but Chen Zhengmin was different. He had always been that way, only he didn't show it when facing his own family. Upon seeing that shark, it just grabbed the boat's harpoon and gave him a good run for his money. Chen Jingchuan has not yet spoken tiger shark. That tiger shark has been nailed to the deck, only the tail is still fluttering from time to time. It was the first time he'd seen his second brother's hand so quick. Forget it, leave this area first, there might be a shark group below. Chen Jingchuan shrugged his shoulders. This tiger shark could not live anymore. Saying anything about releasing it would not help.
This shark meat isn't good either, it smells like urine. Chen's father had originally thought that this net was not productive, so he didn't help on the side. I didn't realize there was a shark in there.
but the slaughter had been done, and he didn't take it to heart. Chen Jingchuan also know how to say, sharks. He is also considered to be more understanding. They chef to recognize the fish when the shark is an inextricable link. On the one hand, shark fins are a good thing, on the other hand, shark meat is the other extreme, and good and bad come out in sharks anyway. The shark thing is one of the oddballs in the ocean. It doesn't have a urinary system, its feces are usually excreted out of the body through its muscles and skin. So shark meat has a lot of uric acid and other substances in it, which is why Chen's father said that shark meat is not tasty and smells like urine. These substances in the body of the shark have long been accumulated in the flesh of the shark, and after the death of the shark and after a period of fermentation will produce a foul smell. The smell is similar to the smell of rotting meat, very pungent and intolerable. Chen Jingchuan knows how to deal with shark meat, but now it seems that there is no need for this. For one thing, the processing time is very long, it takes 3 or 4 months, and then he does not have these tools and seasonings on hand. Anyway, this shark they do not have to want in addition to shark fins. Take the fins off and leave the rest. After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, Chen's father looked at him in surprise. How do you know that this fish fin is delicious? Chen Jingchuan yawned. Father, I'm also from the beach, it's not like I haven't eaten this fish once in a while when it meets a stranded one. Chen father heard seems to be, this kid often with his friends to ride the flat gang, there is a real possibility that he has eaten this stuff. Alright, second brother, I'll take care of this stuff, you go start the boat and get ready to drop a net. Chen Jingchuan took the knife that Chen Zhengmin brought over. They also caught quite a few fish the rest of the day. Only the stragglers were predominant, and the trout like the first net were never caught again. In addition to fish as shrimp and crab, there is nothing very valuable. Shrimp and crab, also some groceries, but even if it is groceries, Chen Jingchuan 3 people are busy tying half a day. It's 3:30, get ready to go back. Chen Jingchuan looked at the time. This afternoon's harvest was not very good, and there was no point in putting it off any longer. It just so happens that Chen Jingchuan still has a row of ground cages, so he can drag another net back just in time to go home. Yes, give your big brother a signal, let's go back. Father Chen nodded. There was really no need to continue trawling in this sea at this moment, just directly drag the last net back. After signaling, Chen Jingchuan sailed back. Only Chen Jingchuan couldn't figure out if he wasn't suited to messing with the ground cages. After the last typhoon he managed to find his own ground cages, but this row of cages had never caught anything good. Often it's just some stray fish and shrimp that depresses him. It's okay, you are the ground cage less, if more, get a dozen rows of ground cage harvest is absolutely quite a lot. Chen father saw those cages also feel that the harvest is less, but how can this be said, can only use the ground cage less to comfort the youngest. Back at the marina, the 2 boats attracted the attention of those around them as soon as they docked. After all, the fish baskets piled up on Chen Jingchuan's boat were really conspicuous a little bit, and both boats were from a large family, and today they went out fishing for the first time, so everyone wanted to see how their harvest was today. Boom, what kind of fish is that? It's kinda pretty. I think it's a trout, I can't believe there are so many of them. There's a lot of trout on the boss's boat, too. Xingjuan, where did you take your sons to fish? There are actually so many 3-dagger fish? This new boat of yours has so much to offer on its first voyage, awesome. Chapter 61, Selling at a High Price. Upon hearing the inquiries from the people around him, Chen's father said nothing more than a smile and a greeting, but did not reveal the location where he fished. Nowadays, fishing boats that go out to sea have a sea area where they regularly fish, and they will not change places until the resources in a sea area are exhausted. Of course, there are other fishing vessels in the sea, and when they compete with each other, one of them will inevitably fail to make a profit or be expelled by the other fishing vessels. Chen's father was also an old fisherman, so naturally he would not reveal his fishing position. As soon as Chen Jingchuan's few people came ashore, they saw Akai sitting in front of the small squatters with his old spirit. Without waiting for Akai to ask, Chen Jingchuan directly picked up the fish basket in front of him and left. My god, there are real snappers in here. Not a lot of real snapper, all trout and some tofu fish. Tofu fish? What's so great about that stuff? It's just a little better than miscellaneous fish. TSK, it's still worth a bunch of tripe. As Chen Jingchuan lifted the fish up in baskets, everyone around him saw the fish on Chen Jingchuan's boat. Are you counting this fish and your big brother's boat separately or together? Akai was all smiles when he saw the fish that Chen Jingchuan had brought up, and helped Chen Jingchuan lift and weigh the fish. When have the 2 brothers, Fat and Akai, ever treated a fish seller like this before? Before that, they took the baskets and weighed them themselves and then counted them. After all, at that time the village dock only 2 brothers to collect fish, not sold to them, can only drive their own boat to the town or county to pull, not to mention the long distance, unfamiliar with the land is also prone to be slaughtered, then only to sell to the Afa and Nkai. Now Gue is also working as a fishmonger, and if they don't sell to them they can still sell to Gue. These 2 brothers are now hardworking. Count them separately. Chen Jingchuan watched as Akai helped weigh the fish, and he took a break from lazily weighing them. Okay then, how many fish do you have on this boat? There's a ton more than almost 2 tons. Chen Jingchuan shook off his hands, he was too tired from today's day.
In the sea, pulling fish not to mention, docked after the fish have to move. Jen's father is not in the boat at this time to help them watch it, lest they move the fish when someone touched the boat to steal fish. Don't tell me if they're not being overly careful. Behind every rule means it's happened before. It took half an hour for Chen Zhengchuan and his second brother to finish moving the boat's catch. You kid, you're going to fight for this 5%, aren't you? Kai looked at Chen Zhengchuan in front of him without a good mood, looking at that smiling look he wanted to hammer him. Before the 3-knife fish has been 70 cents a catty, the result that he had to add to the back and to make up a hole, and now it is almost 90 cents a catty. This guy is to see the side of another fish collector. Take this to pinch him. Ague is not on his side, but he also raised the price with Chen Zhengchuan. Kai looked at Ague not far away. He seriously doubted that this guy is not dedicated to collect fish, but specifically to screw him. Hey, don't you see me earning more, buying a few more boats earlier, and selling you all the fish I catch in the future? So this is not you earning less now, but you are investing for earning big money in the future. Chen Zhengchuan sent a cigarette to Akai after a hee smile, put his arm around his shoulder and began to talk Lu Daoyu reasoning. You kid, I still don't know? Kai smoked as usual, but did not budge at all on the price. This 5% can't be added. If it is added, I'll lose a lot of money. Then, if you don't add the fish, then you don't add the fish, and the tofu fish is 3 cents, right? Seeing that Kai was not relenting, Chen Zhengchuan again turned his attention to other fish. Kai hesitated for a moment. This tofu fish generally on 2 cents a catty collection, but he has just refused Chen Zhengchuan 3-knife fish price of 90 cents a catty. This worthless tofu fish and the refusal to appear too bad to talk about. On a penny is not impossible to talk about. After weighing the pros and cons, Kai nodded. Yes, I can. I'll give you a penny extra for the tofu fish, but no more for the other fish. Kai put the words in front of him first, lest Chen Zhengchuan still ask him to add a little bit more just the same later on, then he really won't be able to make any money. Chen Zhengchuan smiled. This tofu fish, although not as much as the 3-knife fish, that is more than 700 pounds of tofu fish up a penny, then more than 1,200 pounds of 3-knife fish up 5 cents is not bad. At the end of the day, Chen Zhengchuan looked at the $1,040 on the payment for the goods. His eyes were almost blind with laughter. Most of the money made here is from the triple cut fish. The tofu fish is 20 or 30 bucks, and the others add up to a good 50 bucks or so. Without that net of 3 swordfish, Chen Zhengchuan and the others would have been doing hard labor this time, earning $60 in addition to the gas money. When can I get the money? Chen Zhengchuan blew a mouthful of the bill of goods, this time of $1,000. That is not a little bit of small money, plus his big brother's side of the boat more than 500 by Chen Zhengchuan is not cautious point. Kai is still collecting goods now. He can't get more than 1,000 at once, and he also has to wait for these 3 dagger fish to be sold before he has any money. As for taking the money to run away, Chen Zhengchuan does not mind to take his family's TV house or collect it, or a village he dares to run away. Chen Zhengchuan dares to really move both of them. Come in the evening after dinner, I'll have Fat rush this pile of yours into the city. It'll take 3 hours to get there and back. Chen Zhengchuan nodded after hearing this. This was indeed, that's fine, it's now after 4, I'll come back in the evening. After selling the fish, Chen Zhengchuan's several brothers and pushed the cart to pull back the car miscellaneous fish and shrimp. Today's day's harvest was truly exhilarating for them. Chen Zhengchuan's own boat has more than 800 in addition to 10% of the wages for his father and second brother. Another boat 4 people share. Chen Zhengchuan can also share more than 100, after all, is the eldest brother and third brother in the work, counting the wages, they have to take a little more. The second brother's 2 ships together also have a 200 or so, the elder brother's third brother is not far behind with about $150, and Chen's father 104. The income gap is mainly from Chen Zhengchuan's boat on the more than 1,000 pounds of 3 swordfish, that one time directly sold fast thousands of dollars. It is really not the average can catch up. In the evening when I returned home, a group of women have been waiting for a long time. After hearing the first day of today's collection of each and every one of them are happy. Although his sister-in-law would say a few sour words if she felt that her family's income was a bit too much different from his second sister-in-law's, they all ignored his sister-in-law's words, which didn't stop them from having a good time as a family. Mother Chen was generous for once in a while and went to Fatty's house by herself to buy 3 pounds of pork and came back to treat the whole family. It was rare for everyone to have a meal together after the separation, and since they were happy today, Mother Chen and her 2 sisters-in-law each made a few dishes then ate them together. Chen Zhengchuan also had a rare meal of groundnut, just bare rice. After eating the meal, a large family sat in the courtyard and discussed the matter of the oldest 3. Chen Zhengjun. Today your mother went to give Lao San a talk about the marriage. When the matchmaker is invited it will be almost ready. Do you guys think it's better to give Lao San a house here or find a new place to fix it? Father Chen took a drag on his pipe and looked at the brothers in the yard. Father, the oldest 2 and I have repaired our houses in our separate homes, the oldest 3 will have to do the same. Chen Zhengyu spoke first. As the eldest, he definitely had to take the lead when discussing such things. And where to fix it? We don't have any more land around our house. Hearing this, the others didn't say anything. After all, there was a foundation money involved. When the oldest 2 used their own land, it didn't cost them any money, but if the oldest one repaired somewhere else he would have to pay for the land. Those with owners will discuss with the owner's family, while those without owners will have to buy from the village council.
Chen father is also thinking about this. When the family did not have money to the oldest two family repair house is not big and a little bit broken. Now if there is money to the oldest three repair a good point, inevitably the oldest two heart uncomfortable. It is easy to cause conflict between brothers if you don't have an equal bowl of water. At first, Chen Jingchuan thought that it was none of his business, but that was a different way of thinking then. Could he not repair a new house by the way? He'd had enough of this old house for a long time, but he'd never had the chance to mention the house repairs until now. He must repair a house with an independent bathroom. As for the two-story small house, he does not want to for the time being. It is not that there is no money, he still has more than 20,000 in his space, but now no one in the village will repair that kind of two-story house with an independent bathroom. That's add up. At first Chen Jingchuan also thought that the village head had already repaired up the building. This time the building has been able to repair the latter-day kind of building. Only the last time the arrest Chen Jingchuan took a look at the village head's house building, or the kind of stone house, only the second floor with the red bricks, the stairs, and the second floor is still wooden. This dashed his hopes later, and he no longer had the luxury of a building, but only wanted to fix an en-suite bathroom first. Ask you, what's on your mind? Chapter 62, My Old Age. Chen Jingchuan only reacted to the fact that everyone was asking for his opinion when he was told by Chen's father. I also want to repair a new house. Chen Jingchuan didn't care what they were asking, and said his thoughts first. Otherwise, I am afraid that when Chen Jingchuan owns his own new house, he really has to wait until he gets married and separates his family. Oh, then when the time comes, let your mother also tell you a girl by the way, just so the two brothers can fix it together. Chen's father also thought it was good when he heard it, just so the two sons could fix it together. No, father, for the time being I don't want to get married, just fix the house. What do you want? Do you hate us old people so much? I'm afraid you'll starve to death if you live in the new house by yourself, and you have to cook and wash your own clothes every day when you come back from the sea. Don't you think about how inconvenient it is to live by yourself? And Chen Jingchuan sighed in his heart. He knew that he just had to say that his parents would definitely object. It's just that he's really fed up with this small house now, a large family crowded together, not to mention that every time he goes to the toilet is a kind of torture, and when he takes a shower besides his own family will see it, it's hard when the surrounding neighbors can see it as well. Chen Jingchuan could tolerate everything else. It wasn't like he hadn't suffered before, but he really couldn't tolerate going to the toilet and taking a shower. If you don't like living at home, just go out and build a kennel and try it yourself, and you're still picking and choosing. After his father finally finished speaking, Chen Jingchuan originally thought that he would be able to stop for a while to listen to his explanation, but his mother directly picked up Chen father's words, and again output a burst of output at Chen Jingchuan. Father and mother, why don't I want to live with you? The main thing is that you now also see, the home place is small but also crowded, big brother and sister-in-law home, so many children are almost no place to live. The little star is also 14 or 15 years old, he is still crowded with his younger siblings in a bed. When the time comes to get married, how to do? Big brother also want to repair the house for him, might as well go to the beach people now to find a larger foundation. We have a large family together to repair, no matter whether you are left and right to repair wider or up and down to repair higher can be. Chen Jingchuan was also forced to be anxious, directly interrupting his mother to words, and then a meal output. After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, the whole family fell silent. Father Chen and Mother Chen wanted to retort but couldn't find anything to say. After all, what Chen Jingchuan said is indeed the truth. The boss of a large family in a few years will indeed face this situation. If you wait until then to repair the house is not as good as now to repair a larger good. What's more, now their large family of 2 boats has an income, unlike before when they could only work part-time and couldn't see the future. Tell us what you guys think, how to fix it. Father Chen saw his 2 daughters-in-law's appearance and knew that they were also moved, and would definitely drag the oldest 2 to talk about it at night, so it would be better to talk about it now. I think 6th son has a good point. Without waiting for the others to speak, my sister-in-law spoke up first. Mother Chen glared at her eldest daughter-in-law without any good humor. I didn't ask you to take a stand. Mother, I'm also a member of the family, not to mention what's wrong with me saying a few words about something as big as building a house now? Seeing this, the second sister-in-law also began to show solidarity with her elder sister-in-law. Yes, we are a big family too. See sister-in-law and sister-in-law united front. Look, Chen Jingchuan a little funny, just back when I know their own family share of the money. Less sister-in-law also gave the second sister-in-law face, did not expect so quickly and good. Then let's all talk about it. Let's not talk about it if you two agree. What about you? Chen father looked towards his other 3 sons. Chen Jingchuan's he no longer needed to ask, this idea was what he had proposed. In the end, the oldest, Chen Zhengyu, the second, Chen Zhengmin, and the third, Chen Jingjun, looked at each other and nodded in tacit agreement. Who would think of living in an old house when you can live in a new one? And Chen Jingchuan is also right. The oldest 2 families are also facing the current situation. The second family may not be very urgent, but the oldest family Chen Yuanqing is already so big, not a few years will be able to start a family and get married. Seeing that several brothers all agreed with Chen Jingchuan's words, Chen father sighed. Then let's say this first, several of you work together to repair it, these 2 days to choose the foundation first. When the time comes, this old house is just for us 2 old ones in Xiaohuang to live in. When Chen Jingchuan heard it, his father had something to say. Father, you'll move in with us then. What are you talking about?
It's good enough to fix a new house for the four of you, what's the point of fixing our two old ones more? There's plenty of money. Chen's father said without a trace of anger. Though he felt in his heart that it was quite comfortable that his youngest son was still thinking of them, he was not so old now that he could not work himself up to the point where he needed his son's old age to be taken care of. It's okay, I'll fix a room on the side for you to live. Chen Jingchuan waved his hand and said without any concern, if you feel uncomfortable living in the side room, I will repair a second floor after you want to live wherever you want to live. As soon as Chen father and Chen mother heard this, although they were comfortable in their hearts, they still glared sternly at Chen Jingchuan on the surface. You're not even married yourself yet and you're thinking about this and that. So sixth son, you are planning to give your parents a retirement? Sister-in-law's eyes lit up after hearing Chen Jingchuan's words. Chen Jingchuan froze, although he hadn't thought of that point, the meaning of his words seemed to be really like that. What are you talking about? The oldest glared at his wife. In his opinion, old age was his responsibility as the oldest brother. How could he let the youngest come? How can the youngest dump the responsibility of old age on him when he himself is not even married? After hearing the words of the scene, the second daughter-in-law heart calculation, so it seems that their family and the oldest three most earn, new houses also do not need to pension, suddenly do not say anything to let sister-in-law in the front of the charge. It's fine, I'll raise it if I want to, and my parents will just follow me to enjoy their happiness in the future. Chen Jingchuan waved his hand. He is a traveler who still has a carry-on space on his body, and although making money is not as simple as drinking water, he is not so poor that he can't afford to feed his parents. What nonsense are you saying? Your mother and I are staying with you. Are you supporting us or are we supporting you? Shen's father looked at his youngest son without any good humor. Usually look quite smart, how come at this time like a dilettante, what others say? That's right, lazy as hell and still talking big. Although Chen mother was happy in her heart to have a son willing to give her old age, her mouth was just as unforgiving as Chen father's. Right, sixth son, it's better for me to take care of the pension, you hiss. Chen Zhengyu had just finished his previous words when he felt as if his waist had been cut into a piece of meat with a knife. What are you doing with your hands when you're talking properly? As soon as she heard her eldest son's words, Mother Chen knew that her eldest daughter-in-law had made a move again, and immediately glared at her without any good reason. Sister-in-law bristled and didn't say anything. Let's not talk about old age for now, let's talk about fixing the house and oldest three's marriage. In the end, it was the oldest two who came out to smooth things over. Right, father and mother are in good health. What do we say about old age? When the time comes, our four parents can live wherever they want, and we can change one family to live every day. Chen Zhengchuan also nodded and laughed. Only after hearing the words of the youngest did Chen's father and mother nod, temporarily skipping the topic of old age. After finishing the matter of repairing the house, Chen Zhengchuan and his elder brother went to Akai to get the money. As for the others, they followed Chen's father to go to search for the foundation of the house. This time they intend to repair to the plains below. After all, there is now a boat every day to go out to sea, but also to climb the mountain and walk back is indeed a little tired. Mother Chen and a few women were at home killing fish. They had brought back quite a lot of miscellaneous fish today, enough for them to kill for a long time. After taking the money back, looking at their hands, a large handful of big knot, a large family feel just discussed to repair the house out of a large sum of money, and the heart is not so heartbreaking. At night, Chen Jingchuan is smiling and falling asleep at the thought that he will soon have a new house or a separate bathroom. In the middle of the night when Chen mother came to call in when he went out to sea, Chen Jingchuan was still dreaming of living in the kind of high-rise buildings in the latter part of his life. Today you come to buy fuel, prop the boat out of the dock, and then go to yesterday's waters. I'll keep an eye on things for you from the side. Father Chen got on the boat and then arranged work for Chen Zhengchuan and his second brother. Father, just watch and see, it's proper. Chen Zhengchuan nodded. I do not know why, Chen father suddenly had a very bad feeling in his heart. Every time the oldest such a very sure expression will be something wrong. Yesterday he taught to open the boat before turning around, did not go out of the hatch on the problem. Sixth son, be careful bracing the boat, it's going to hit the pier piles. Chen Zhengmin's heart lifted as he commanded again, seeing the ship's side rapidly approaching. Bang! There was no suspense in the end, it still crashed. All three men in the boat shifted. Luckily the engine wasn't running at the moment, and it was still just a bamboo pole holding the boat away from the dock, which wasn't very fast. Father Chen no longer wants to say anything, let them toss it. Chapter 63 Rescue. Chen Jingchuan drove the boat for the whole trip today, and his second brother came to lay the nets. As for Chen's father, except for giving a hand when starting the nets and putting them down, he was there directing with his pipe in his mouth the rest of the time. When starting the net, Chen Zhengchuan looked at his gloves were worn out, immediately wanted to get a net starter. With the help of a net starter, they do not have to be so tired, absolute labor-saving artifacts. It's a pity that this stuff used to be very good to get when the goods were going, but now it's not good to get when the goods are beaten up, except for whoever's family still has some of the goods in stock when the goods were going before. There's only the supply house. But supply houses are so expensive and in such short supply that it's hard to meet one with money. Thinking about the machine, Chen Zhengchuan unconsciously deviated from the original sea and drove towards the small island of smuggled goods that had previously picked up the village chief. By the time he reacted, he wasn't far from that island. Chuanzi, you seem to be running off course here, don't you? Chen Zhengmin looked at the unfamiliar island in front of him suspiciously.
He hadn't noticed it before when it was dark, but now that it was light he realized that this sea wasn't the same place he had been operating in yesterday, and there didn't seem to be any small islands like this in the sea he had been in before. Father Chen also raised his head to look around after hearing the oldest two's words. He hadn't looked around before when it was dark, but now at a glance it really wasn't the same sea as before. Let you drive a boat can be a problem. Yesterday dragged a day there can still run out of position. How can I rest assured that you let you go to sea in the future? How can I trust you to go sailing in the future? Tell me, what can you do? Still thinking of splitting up the family? If you split up the family to live alone, I see you can starve to death. After hearing Chen's father's broken thoughts, Chen Zhenchuan's head became big. Wasn't he just thinking about the goodies on this island and then drove over here without realizing it? How do you drive a crooked position and then dismiss him wholesale? Father, let's not talk about sixth son first. There seems to be someone building a fire on that island, and they're still beckoning. Chen Zhengmin didn't care about Chen father educating Chen Zhengchuan. Instead, he squinted his eyes and looked towards the island not far away. It's still true. After Father Chen heard the oldest two's words, he also looked towards the location of the island. Lean over first. If it's someone who's stranded here, we have to help if we can. It used to be an unwritten rule among fishermen to lend a helping hand when they encountered a victim at sea. This is not only to save a person's life to accumulate virtue, but also to help themselves, or at sea to make a living, who cannot guarantee that in the future they will not encounter the need for help. Anyway, when it comes to this kind of thing, everyone has to lend a helping hand. Except for pirates, of course. A lot of boats at this time of year are fishermen when they are fishing normally, but if they are in a place where no one can see them, they can be smuggling boats or pirates. Chen Zhengchuan had heard before that there were villages specializing in robbing other fishing boats at sea right at the border of the two southern provinces. Because Chen Zhengchuan knows some of the details of this island, he is afraid that these people are Qin Jingqing's mouth Shen sent to collect the goods, so he steered the helm, subconsciously put the pistol in the carry-on space ready. Before he did not think there will be a time to move the gun. After all, is a harmonious society to the people, but if those people have bad intentions, he certainly will not stick to what pedantic rules, directly move the gun to give them some color. It's right to observe the public order and morals of the sea, but it's also important to keep yourself safe. He wouldn't mind saving these people a handful of good karma if they all happened in peace with each other. Father, those people seem to have big caps, and there are a few tied up. Chen Zhengmin stood at the forefront observing the situation on the island in front of him at all times. Big caps? Those tied up wouldn't be smugglers, would they? Chen's father was stunned. He only thought of helping to save the people at first, but he didn't expect this situation to arise. And Chen Zhengchuan, who was driving the boat, was relieved to hear this. After all, he was a person from the latter days, and he was not as wary of the police as the people of this era, and he still trusted them. As for why people in this era are wary of the police, that's still a result of the previous few years. When a report was made, it was the big hat who came to arrest people, and the people who were reported usually didn't have much luck, so everyone would be wary of the big hat coming to their door. Chuanzi, slow down, the island is just ahead, be careful of the reef. Seeing that he was about to reach the island, Chen Zhengmin shouted towards Chen Zhengchuan, who was driving the boat. After all, the person in front of him was trapped on the island and didn't see the boat, so he thought something must have gone wrong, and most of the problems in the sea, especially on the side of some islands, were caused by the reefs. They don't want to come to the rescue and get their own ship involved. Comrade, please help. Chen Zhengchuan's boat had just approached when he saw a big cap on the island with his hands on his mouth forming a big trumpet-like shape shouting towards them. Comrade policeman, what's going on? Did something happen? Chen Zhengchuan stopped the boat after driving it in front of the island. It's better to communicate at this point and not just take everything on board in one fell swoop. We were ambushed by these people with a reef when we captured them. The boat sank. Help us transport it to the county dock? A big cap at the head shouted towards the people on the boat. Be careful when you come over. Don't get completely close. There are reefs. Chen Zhengchuan heard after nodding. When he went to open the boat, looked at his father and second brother, saw them all nodded after Chen Zhengchuan put the rocker positive screw. If you turn a direction that is backward. Well, thank you, comrade. Let's call the people first. Hearing the words of the policeman in the lead, Chen Zhengchuan glanced curiously. You still have people on the island? That's not true. We have a brother who went under the sea to see if he could remove the ship's engine and cut down some trees to make a raft of it. The policeman in charge shook his head. Thanks for this time. A show of hands. You guys, this looks like you've been on the island for a night, right? Chen Zhengchuan curiously looked at the police in front of him. Both the dew on their clothes and the fire, as well as some eaten fish and crab shells, showed that they had not just been stranded here, and of course the most important point of all was that a ship that had not had some time to shipwreck did not sink so quickly without a trace. More than 24 hours now, in the wee hours of yesterday morning. That did work hard. Watching Chen Zhengchuan chatting quite nicely with the big cap in front of him, Chen's father's eyebrows were wrinkled together. He could not understand his son did not graduate from elementary school, just one day of literacy classes how to learn that word Mandarin. Just now he also tried to say a few words, but people do not understand his words. He is able to understand Mandarin, but it is a pity that will not say.
Someone help, it seems like Yoon is not going to make it.
Just when Chen Jingchuan was chatting with the police squad leader in front of him, a police officer suddenly appeared in the side sea, and he was carrying a police officer on his back, and it looked as if the one he was carrying was drowning.
When the people on the shore heard this, a few of them immediately ran over. Binzi, what's going on?
I'm not sure, Yoon fainted when I went down to look for him.
Younggung, wake up. Wake up. It doesn't seem to be working, it's all out of breath. Out of breath. You, how can someone be dead when they're right here?
Hearing the noise, Chen Jingchuan frowned. He originally thought that these police officers should be able to first aid methods, but looking at the scene of the riot they do not seem to be able to.
Don't worry. Press his stomach so he can spit out the seawater. I can't, my intestines are pressing out and I haven't spit out any water yet. He yards, how come his heart doesn't beat too?
Hearing some intermittent sounds, Chen Jingchuan frowned. This should be drowning to the most critical time, out of breath. The heart does not beat, this time to do a CPR, in simple terms is the heart pressure, artificial respiration, rather than press the stomach to spit water. Chen Jingchuan wrinkled sigh, this time cannot care about anything else, although he did not do but only try, cannot look at a life in front of their own passing it, do a little psychological construction. Chen Jingchuan went up to the front and said loudly, if you do not have a way to me to try it.
Little comrade, you know how to save people?
That squad leader-like person immediately looked at Chen Jingchuan as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw.
People on the beach will always have some first aid, you guys can't press your stomach like this.
Chen Jingchuan looked at someone else who wanted to hold that person upside down and spit out water, and hurriedly stopped him.
Then you do it.
That squad leader rushed to put the man down. Don't be in a hurry, get in the boat first, I'll save and steer as I go, hurry to our town, even if I save him by then he'll have to go to the hospital for medical attention.
Okay, listen to you.
That squad leader hurriedly ordered to bring all the people on board after hearing Chen Jingchuan's words. As for those who still want to watch the fun, rather die than give in, do not want to get on the boat and want to take advantage of the opportunity to escape the smugglers, directly by a few grumpy big cap whacked to the ground and dragged on board.
Chapter 64 Chasing the Mackerel.
After boarding the boat, Chen Jingchuan first put the drowning person flat. His mind recalled the knowledge of saving people in his previous life, although he knew those things, but 2 lives this is the first time to practice. Chen Jingchuan first pinched the mouth and nose to check, after cleaning up the foreign body, then began to heart compression, the frequency of which he cannot remember too well, anyway, about 10 times after artificial respiration 2 times, so it has been doing. Chen Jingchuan does not know how long he has been doing this, anyway, as long as the person is not alive, he does not stop. The surrounding people all probed their heads and watched Chen Jingchuan's move, they didn't dare to make a sound, and many of them subconsciously lowered the sound of their own breathing for fear of disturbing the others to save their lives.
Puff!
A particularly abrupt voice rang out, and a group of people subconsciously looked that way.
Just in time to see a man standing by the side of the boat, saw the eyes of the people around and jumped straight into the sea poof. It was those who had been captured who were planning to escape at this moment. Bang!
That squad leader did not hesitate to draw his gun and shoot, frightening those who wanted to run after him to shrink back. Upon hearing the gunshots, the surrounding big caps did not hesitate to pick up their guns and load and fire. Chen Jingchuan was startled by the sound of the gun, blowing a breath, choked hands directly pressed to the heart position of the person under him.
If you guys dare to run I will shoot you now.
That squad leader didn't say anything about stopping the ship for inspection either, and after taking a vicious look at the remaining tied up people he didn't care about them and turned his head to continue looking at Chen Jingchuan. A round of flanking shot down 2 jumped into the sea has seen red, here and not in front of the village, or in the sea, he did not believe that can still live. The other big caps were pretty much the same way, they weren't afraid of you jumping overboard and running, they dared to shoot if you dared to jump.
If you can avoid it, you're lucky. If you can't, you'll report to Hades. Ugh, the finger moved.
Chen Zhengmin said with sudden surprise as he pointed at the Yoon brother who was lying on the deck.
Moved? Really? Yeah, really, I just saw that too. Woohoo comes to life.
One by one the big caps around them looked excitedly at the man lying at the head of the deck. Chen's father, who was driving the boat, was also relieved to hear this. He was afraid that his son wouldn't be able to save the man from being relieved of his wrath by Big Cap, especially since the burst of gunfire just now had almost given him such a fright that he wouldn't be able to steer the boat. It wasn't even a minute after the gunshot that he heard his second son's voice, and then he was relieved when so many people were saying, "He's alive."
Comrade, what's going on here?
I saw his fingers move.
Why isn't he awake?
The squad leader called out twice as a result of people not moving. They could only look at Chen Jingchuan. Chen Jingchuan sat on his but on the deck. The person should be saved, but if he wants to wake up he can only go to the hospital. What I'm doing now is to be able to make sure he gets to the hospital alive. After resting for a while, Chen Jingchuan called a few police officers, teaching them how to do artificial respiration and cardiac compression. This moment is just to save the person, but this way he did not dare to stop, to say that also this person's life should not be destroyed. He happened to have seen similar news before, that is to say that the drowning of the person saved through CPR, as long as the person does not wake up, is equal to not completely out of danger, that breathing, heartbeat in the first time to recover after the first recovery, the breathing and heartbeat will also stop. As for what to do to ensure that the drowning person out of life-threatening situations, Chen Zhengchuan also do not know, can only be so persistent until the person to the hospital.
Many thanks to the young comrade for his righteousness.
After seeing his own people start to learn how to save others, the squad leader also thanked towards Chen Zhengchuan. He hadn't had a chance to thank them before because of the urgency of the rescue. Small matter, no need to be like this, I can accumulate virtue by saving someone's life, not to mention being a people's policeman.
Chen Zhengchuan smiled. What's the little comrade's name?
When Zhang Yun wakes up, then I'll bring him to your door to thank you.
My name is Chen Zhengchuan.
Thank you, this is not necessary. Usually we go out to sea at dawn and go back at night.
Yes, this is necessary. You have saved his life. He can't even know who his savior is, right?
This. Chen Zhengchuan also did not know what to say. This time he really did not think about what to do with Carrie-Anne, only want to save people. The squad leader saw this and was afraid to pat Chen Zhengchuan's shoulder. Where is comrade Chen Zhengchuan from?
From the Chen village. Xinjia village. I remember smuggling is a key area to crack down on this time, right?
Yeah,
caught almost 100 of them.
Then you're very good to have your own boat and still focus on going out fishing and not getting involved in this sort of thing. I'm not hiding it from Captain Yang. At that time I didn't have a boat, and the village chief didn't look down on us, so I just didn't have a chance to smuggle even if I wanted to.
Ha, comrade Chen Zhengchuan, you're quite honest. Because the person is temporarily out of life-threatening danger, so Yang Banchang is not gloomy face, smiling, and Chen Zhengchuan chat up.
According to him, this arrest of these people was an accident. They saw someone on that island when they passed by on their way back from duty and thought it was a nearby fisherman in distress, so they thought to go to their rescue. However, I did not expect to see those people in the past to move things. The boat does not look like an accident. This seen at a glance there is a problem. They went after the boat to run. The result is that they encountered a reef. 2 boats have sunk. They caught all the smugglers, but they were all trapped on the island. Chen Zhengchuan also wondered before the police mission in distress should not be rescued. Now it seems to be outside. The people also do not know the location of Yang Banchang them. Waiting to send people to the town dock. By the way, Chen Zhengchuan helped them to call a tractor to send people to the town health center before resailing away. As for those who were arrested, the same was true, they were all taken away together. This is a big loss. I didn't work for most of the day, and I went back and forth for so long. Only after the boat had resumed its journey did Chen's father mutter as he looked at the fish in the cabin. The only fish bins in the cabin were a few nets hauled out in the early hours of the morning, full of stray fish and a few worthless catches, which weren't enough to pay for their round-trip gas.
Dad, you can't think like that. You can't put money on the line for saving a person, can you? You can't put a price on it, and I haven't even asked you yet. Why did you go along with something that was clearly none of your business? What are you going to do if they don't save us and you get angry? Those big hats have guns in their hands, and they are also catching smugglers. If they arrest us together as smugglers, who are you going to argue with? Hearing his father's output of a meal, Chen Zhengchuan did not think that at this time the image of the police in the hearts of ordinary people actually poured to this point. Only this time, how can I say this, he really didn't think it through and there was an element of gambling involved, but now the gamble was right and he did save the police officer named Zhang Yun. Let's go back first. Your big brother and the others don't know if they'll be anxious when they see us missing. What's the rush? It's not like you're a kid anymore.
It's either that or trawl the net on the way back today, and it's going to take time to get to the waters over there again.
As well.
After saying that, Chen Zhengchuan and the 3 of them decided to trawl the net on the way back, and if they encountered a large catch of fish, they would trawl 2 more nets at that place. Chen Zhengchuan and his second brother already had a tacit understanding, one driving the boat and the other casting the net.
As for Chen's father, he didn't bother to talk about Chen Zhengchuan at this moment and sat on the deck to cook. I'm hungry after most of a busy day. Father, are there schools of fish feeding over there?
Chen Zhengmin was organizing his fishing nets when he happened to see a school of fish not far in front of him crossing the surface of the sea, and underneath there was even a bunch of fish swimming rapidly in the upper seawater area. Chen father looked over in the direction Chen Zhengmin was pointing. The large group of fish were all of one species. The body of the fish was silver gray with dark spots, the sideline was wavy, the mouth of the fish was sharp and protruding with a large mouth, the slanting cracked mouth could directly bite off a small fish with a single bite, and the swimming was not only agile but also very fast.
It's Spanish mackerel.
Chen's father was so excited after recognizing it that he slapped his thighs and hurriedly shouted towards the cockpit, "Sixth son, lean a little closer to the shore, there's a school of Spanish mackerel."
Okay, Lu.
As soon as Chen Zhengchuan heard that there were still schools of Spanish mackerel, he immediately turned according to his father's instructions. Spanish mackerel is also called horse mackerel. Horse mackerel fishing are in groups, mainly eat some small fish and shrimp, etc. The horse mackerels is the raw material for the manufacture of cod liver oil, but also their side of the favorite fish used to make fish balls of a kind of fish.
Kawako, where's your hand-cast net?
I'll pull the fish 2 nets first.
Chen Zhengmin's hands were also itching after seeing that school of fish. Find out for yourself in the cabin.
Chen Zhengchuan at this moment there is no time to help him find a hand-cast net. This is Spanish mackerel group he had to collect all today. Schools of Spanish mackerel run ahead, feeding, while Chen Zhengchuan chases after them in his boat pulling a fishing net. This huge school of Spanish mackerel was in the thousands at a cursory glance, and surely made up for the morning's lack of work. Chapter 65. The village next door comes to make trouble. The Spanish mackerel are not catching up to the rhubarb as well as the trout caught yesterday now, but they are 20 to 30 cents a pound. These thousands of Spanish mackerel must be a few £1,000s if we catch them all, and then it will be a few $100s again. Thinking of this, not only Chen Jingchuan energetic staring at the group of Spanish mackerel, even his second brother with a handcast net also began to start towards the Spanish mackerel to run away from the surrounding. Ha, this net must not be 40 to 50 pounds. Chen Zhengmin looked at the net of Spanish mackerel he had pulled up. The whole person was dancing with excitement.
Hurry up and put it inside the live fish compartment, keep going on and on.
Father Chen also hurriedly said after seeing the fish inside the hand-thrown net on the second hand. Chen Zhengmin also can't wait to see how many fish he fished up in one net, put the fish into the live fish compartment and then look at the Spanish mackerel to deviate from the range of fishing nets behind the fishing boat when the head is thrown a net down. Chen Jingchuan was at the helm at the back, chasing the school of Spanish mackerel behind him in the general direction that Chen's father had pointed out to him. Luckily for them, this net is big enough that a few £1,000s at a time is no problem. Enough is enough, we can't see the fish in front of us, first pick up the fish in the net, and then drag them in this sea later. Chen father looked at the fish in front of his eyes which were already sparse without a few, so he hurriedly shouted towards Chen Jingchuan.
Good. Chen Zhengchuan didn't hesitate after hearing this.
This is a good time to immediately reel in the fish and then proceed to set the net, and then later on you can drag it around again in the direction of the fish. The first net of fish up after the boat also dropped a large pile of Spanish mackerel. A few people do not care about this moment to pick up the fish, with some fish baskets to prevent the fish from jumping back into the sea, then directly start the second net. The second net was trawled in this area as usual as there were not many fish evident. The two of them, Chen Zhengmin and Chen's father, didn't throw their hands to cast the net anymore and started to pick up fish on the deck. The freshly dead fish were also fresh, but dead fish don't sell as well as live fish, and they were still trawling at the moment anyway, so they picked up all the fish inside the live fish pods. The second net took a while to drag up, and the wahoo that just got away usually don't run very far, so this second net was a good haul. Compared to the £1,000 in the first net, the second net was just over £300, with a bunch of stray fish in it, and just over £100 of Spanish mackerel.
But it made a few people on the boat laugh. This luck is really good. Randomly bumping into fish.
Once these thousands of pounds are gotten up, there's no need to go back out to sea today, so I can go home and pick out a foundation for my new house. After the second net was pulled up, Chen Jingchuan drove the boat around the sea again. They weren't going to look for another sea, it was not bad to just trawl here. When I trawled the net again later, there were quite a few fish, but not many wahoo left, and by the time I got to the last net there were only a few wahoo left. Most of the Spanish mackerel in this area have been caught, and the few that have been caught are probably not good. But the boat father and son of three is not pity, can catch thousands of kilograms of Spanish mackerel has been very good. Usually who can meet so much Spanish mackerel, basically are some worthless miscellaneous fish or those a few pennies of fish.
Father, there are no more fish in this sea, I'm going straight back off.
Chen Jingchuan looked at the latest net of fish, just some miscellaneous fish, both quantity and quality are not good, so he planned to go back.
Alright, aren't you going to collect the ground cages? Father Chen nodded.
There shouldn't have been any fish in this sea, as for those Spanish mackerel probably just ran over here when they were feeding and happened to meet them. Do not collect, there was nothing good, wait for the home mother and second sister weaving ground cages good together take over to put it again.
Chen Zhengchuan shook his head.
His ground cage, even if, from the small wooden boat until now, has not caught any good goods, basically is some miscellaneous shrimp and crab, run over a trip he is still too much fuel. It's also true that your ground cages aren't very good,
none of them are any good. Chen Zhengmin nodded. Do you still want the ground cages knitted by your two sisters-in-law and big sister in the back?
Yes, I promise to take it, and I'll see if I don't want the cages after I get 6 or 7 rows together if they don't work.
6 or 7 rows? That many ground cages to say no?
Yeah, sell the cage or change it when the time comes. That place was close to the latter-day Luna Island, which he had expected to be rich in resources, but it turned out to be a daily catch. However, the Crescent Island resources are indeed rich. Before the blocking of the net, one all at once can get a few £1,000s of fish goods, and now a bay and bamboo rod, the two of them rowing a small wooden boat can also earn a few dozens of dollars a day. Good times hundreds are not a problem, the result is that on the ground cages cannot be.
Chatting all the way back to the dock, it was just after 2 in the afternoon.
The dock was all but deserted at the moment, except for a few people chatting in front of the 2 small squatters who collected the fish. It's hot right now, and no one is going to stand outside in the sun.
Yo, Chuanzi, why are you guys coming back today? Fa asked in surprise after seeing Chen Zhengchuan come over to get the fish baskets.
Chen Zhengchuan beckoned, come over and help load the fish, we'll talk later. Seeing Chen Zhengchuan this way, other people are also curious to come around. Chen Zhengchuan's good luck in the dock is well known. Originally thought he came back so early today is not caught fish or said accident. Now look at him like this seems to have a big cargo.
It's okay, your kid's luck is really fierce, so many Spanish mackerel. Fa heard Chen Zhengchuan's look-alike words and also took 2 baskets in his hand and followed the boat. Then he saw Chen's father and Chen Zhengmin who were sorting the catch on the boat. Average, it's too hot, hurry up and help carry it up and weigh it with ice. Yeah, hurry up and move it. Ugh, forget it, don't move it up, just weigh it and move it to the tractor. What, is this batch just going to be a delivery? Or did you receive a big shipment today? Chen Zhengchuan looked at Fa curiously. Listening to his words, today's goods received good. This time can be put together a car to send to the county to go? No, put together a car with Gue, and you know it's too hot to keep ice for long. Chen Zhengchuan instantly frowned when he heard Gue's name. You've joined forces? Let's talk about the price first. Hey, it's not really a team up, it's just a catch of fish together with a tractor delivery. So how much can you offer for a pound of this Spanish mackerel? How about 20 cents for the sake of whatever goods you have fresh? Meet Suru. No way, Chuanzi, you also know that I take these goods to take the risk, the highest 20 cents, if not to see you are a familiar customer, the fish has always been sold to me, 15 cents top day. What do you mean, our friendship is worth 5 cents? You'll have to add some to that. No way, I'll pay that price even if you sell it to someone else. After hearing what Fa said, Chen Zhengchuan ran to ask Gue, who also received 20 cents. Chen Zhengchuan was then convinced that the 2 brothers, Fa and Akai, should have talked to Gue, and all the fish were set at a uniform purchase price. Seeing Chen Zhengchuan, who had returned with a frown, Fa said smugly, I didn't lie to you, did I? Ague is also 20 cents to collect, just now you have said that we have 5 cents left in our friendship, 25 cents it is. Fine, I'm really convinced, 25 cents is 25 cents, but you've got to get me more of the good stuff. Everything is fine when the money is in place. The Spanish mackerel totaled over 1,200 pounds and sold for over $304, plus a $330 haul of other fish today. Looking at the hands of the great unity, Chen Zhengchuan staggered. Bad luck, this income is straight down. But it's not bad luck to run into these wahoo. After getting the money, Chen Zhengchuan was planning to push all the miscellaneous fish back with his second brother when he saw a young man running to the village committee side to report that the next village had called. As soon as they heard this, the people around them were instantly surprised, and then, regardless of what they were doing, they directly copied the side of the smooth guys and ran over to the village entrance. Chen Zhengchuan and his second brother directly put all the fish inside Fa's small squatter first, and then hurriedly ran towards the village entrance together with Chen's father. He didn't exactly go there to watch the fun, but to give the people of his village a boost. At this point in time, even if the village is no longer united, as long as there are outsiders bullying the village people, everyone has to go over to help. Not to mention that this kind of a village hitting over hasn't happened in a long time, so I'm going to check it out no matter what. Chapter 66, The Mama Mater's Reasoning. When Chen Zhengchuan's 3 men ran to the entrance of the village, there were already 2 groups of people confronting each other at the entrance of the village. There were also 2 men lying on the ground moaning, no need to think about it, looking like they must have been beaten up. Those 2 people Chen Zhengchuan do not recognize, but see the 2 sides of the fierce pointing at each other, cursing. The appearance of this should not be big. The big thing is that according to the village people's temperament, they have already done it. Fatty, you're here too. Chen Zhengchuan squeezed over after seeing an acquaintance. Chuan, you came back today after going out to sea? Fatty also smiled and greeted Chen Zhengchuan upon seeing him. Yeah, it's an early finish today. Chen Zhengchuan nodded and signaled the situation in the field again. What's going on here? Oh, those 2 on the ground are the people from the 3rd team of our village. It seems that when fishing and the opposite group of people's village got into a friction. The fat man explained the situation and circumstances in the field towards Chen Zhengchuan. Then the opposite side had more people. They were beaten up and their boat was detained. They came back and found a big family of relatives to go across the street to beat up those who robbed their boat, and the result was, they were chased by the whole village across the street to beat them out. Chen Zhengchuan looked dumbfounded at the 2 on the ground. So fierce? A family that dares to fight in a village? I thought it was a big family. How come there are only 2? Those other ones ran off chanting, then came back to call for help, and these 2 got caught with slower legs. Just as Chen Zhengchuan and Fatty were getting to grips with the situation, the clamor in the arena became more and more intense. In DE, you guys count 4, play the dirtbag load. Just you guys? How many people have been arrested in your village and you still dare to be so arrogant? Beep again to level your chin village. Come here if you have the guts. I was raised by you if I don't beat you to death. I don't have a rebellious son like you. Come over here if you can and see if we don't whip you to death. The opposite side just sees us as fewer people and wants to bully us. Where's the militia captain? Tell him to bring his gun over. I'm going to mutilate all these people. Mutate us? Believe it or not, I'll exterminate you first. Look at this scene, both sides are still restrained, but the 2 villages are clan society village. Both sides of the old ancestors can be suffered a great deal, which scolded in addition to the loved ones around as the old ancestor is the most offended, do not know how many times they have been greeted.
In addition to the two sides cursing, the opposite village has been said to let the Chen family village to hand over some other people to beat people. As for the Chen family village side of how to hand over, and this is the opposite of a look to find a fight, the Chen family village, if not there are a few older to stop the people already want to do it. Not long after Chen Jingchuan came, their Chen family village's village committee also came. Besides the village committees there were a few old men, who looked to be the elders of the clan. Chen Jingchuan first heard the 4 words clan elders when he thought it was some high-powered old man. The result is that some of the flag waving and shouting behind the patriarch, there is no real power. The real decision is still the patriarch, only because the village chief was arrested. Even now the militia captain stood on the side of the village committee. The village committee is the decision maker of things big and small. The patriarch has lost prestige because of this. After all, a village at once lost almost 100 young adults, change which village cannot afford. The patriarch has not been thrown out of power, has been lenient. When the sort of principals from both sides arrived, the people on both sides, while still angry, stopped talking and turned the scene over to the principals from both sides. Chen Jingchuan at this time is just a bystander. The scene of the conflict is not his turn to speak. Really want to use his method to solve the words that is directly to the police, let the big cap to deal with, see who still dare to squeak. Chen Jingchuan thought it was whoever had the right to prevail, and then strongly overwhelmed the other side, or both sides of this matter ended without any problems, and after throwing out a few harsh words to each other, they parted ways. Only what surprised him was that both sides were actually going to go to the Mother Goddess for judgment and wrestle the Holy Grail to decide the matter, and the ones who had just cursed the most fiercely, including the parties involved both sides, had no objections. How can I say this? It may be that I don't quite understand the thinking of people at this time of year, or I may not have integrated. He felt that it was a bit of a tiger's head and snake's tail, but everyone around him, including his father, second brother and even Fatty, felt that it would be best to seek the judgment of the Mazunianjiang on this matter, which gave a jolt to his idea of calling the police to get them to investigate and get evidence to arrest someone. At the end of the day, Chen Jingchuan still followed to see it, and he wanted to know how this would be handled in the end. Because it was at the entrance of the Qin village, we came to the Heavenly Queen's palace in the Qin village, and then the oldest person on both sides came out and threw the chalice, and then one of the oldest people on their side threw the chalice for the first time, and the other side didn't throw the chalice for the third time. Then the Qin village won this case. The opposite side of the picket village people, although unconvinced, but can only endure, their side of the bullied those two people grabbed the opposite side of the beating a few people to go outside to beat up, the boat back thing on the end. The whole thing was swift and decisive, and no one questioned or objected to the fairness of it. Thinking about what? When going back, Fatty pulled Chen Jingchuan and asked curiously. Just now when Mamma Mia was commenting, he noticed that Chen Jingchuan didn't say a word, he just kept staring at the Holy Grail. Thinking about things at home. Chen Jingchuan did not move and changed the topic. He was now Chen Jingchuan, who had grown up in the Qin village, and such things were commonplace. If he raised objections at this time, he felt that he would be sacrificed to the Mother Goddess by the village for questioning her. Oh, you're planning to build a new house, aren't you? Fatty was instantly energized. This kind of Mazu Nimfet's commenting on things since childhood, like this time, as big as the conflict between the two villages, or as small as the neighborhood, used to look for Mazu Nimfet's commenting on things, or Qin Zhengrun a large family is ready to build a new house is more appealing to him a little bit. Yeah, the mountains are a bit difficult, it's better to have the plains below. Chen Jingchuan nodded. Fatty heatedly smiled when he heard this. I thought you and your brother were both getting married when I first heard your father inquiring about the foundation. Are you going to be ready to say hello as soon as this new house is built? Chen Jingchuan glanced at the fat man without a good mood. Not yet, my sister is not even married yet, what's my hurry? Then why are you in such a hurry to fix up the new house? I've got a lot of money on my hands, okay? What's with you kid and those two guys now? Like what? The same mouthy, begging for a beating. After fighting with Fatty for a while, Chen Jingchuan pushed the cart back alone. As for his father, he took his second brother on a side trip to take a look at the house foundation. After going back, Chen Jingchuan thought that the two villages almost fought will attract a large group of ants discussion. The result is that everyone actually seems to be accustomed to the general, do not care, in addition to occasionally sympathize with a couple of people who were beaten up did not say much about this matter. On the contrary, his mother was still surprised that they were back so soon today. Chen Jingchuan briefly talked about rescuing the people as well as fishing on the way back, and went out after handing over the miscellaneous fish to his mother. This weather Chen Jingchuan has long wanted to go to the mountains to get some watermelon to eat. Chuanzi, I heard that your family is planning to buy land and build a new house in the plains? Chen Jingchuan had just left the house when he was pulled by an ant next door to ask about his family's house repair. Chen Jingchuan nodded. There is this intention, but it's still being discussed. I don't know what they are planning. Words cannot be too full, lest people think the nail in the coffin. If the back of the accident did not repair down, there is still a wiggle room. Plus, saying it with such certainty gives others the feeling that they can't wait to get down there and smack the hill. I heard your mother say it was a whole family moving down, right? Only the ant didn't care about that at all, instead asking about something else. It is, and I intend to take my father and sister down to live with me.
Or Chuanzi, you have filial piety, repair the new house has not forgotten father and mother, even sister also took into account, unlike my families that a few still have to follow us to live together, that you all moved down the old house of no one lives if sold? Chen Jingchuan was quite happy to listen to it in front of him, but when he heard about the sale of the old house, he understood the meaning of this ant at once. Auntie, this old house belongs to my parents, shouldn't I ask them if it's for sale? The odds are that his parents don't want to sell, but let's leave it up to his parents to decide. Chapter 67 Eating Melons. In the evening, Chen Jingchuan was surrounded by a bunch of little ones just after dinner. One by one, 6 little uncle called all the time, needless to say that all of them have a look at a few big watermelon he carried back in the afternoon. Wait a minute, this is what I spent 20 cents to buy back, if you want to eat it, pay first. Chen Jingchuan's head was big as he looked at the group of chirping little monkeys in front of him. For the first time he felt that being so popular with the kids wasn't a good thing. Uncle 6, we don't have any money. Don't eat if you don't have money. Uncle Junior, but I want to eat. Chen Jingchuan was sort of out of options, these guys were too good at pinning him down. But he had planned to give it to a large family to share, otherwise he wouldn't have bought 4 large watermelons back. You guys go and send one over to your big aunt's house first and come back later to eat it. Chen Jingchuan glanced at these little ones. I'll ask Junjun and Weiwei and your big aunt when the time comes. If you don't send it over, don't think you'll get money for snacks from me in the future. This group of greedy little guys do not give a spell on one of the watermelon on the way to eat their own share of the watermelon. Go quickly, and take those dried salted fish as well, there are still 3 watermelons at home waiting for you to come back and eat them. Seeing the motionless group of little ones who were still there blearily looking at him, Chen Jingchuan prodded. See a group of little guys still do not urge not move, Chen Jingchuan viciously said, and then do not go today, do not want to eat watermelon, want to eat my things to do something still not happy? Ha! This way. You, hurry up and carry the basket. Can't afford to hold a watermelon. Bear, don't come, big brother and I will carry the watermelon. Hearing the unkindness in Chen Jingchuan's tone, the group of little ones decisively grabbed a bunch of things and ran outside. On the way out, he also did not forget to pull a little unsteady Chen Yuanxiong, who could not even walk steadily on the road. Obviously the road is still unsteady, and you have to run after a bunch of big ones. Chen Jingchuan also wanted to let him play at home before, but this kid is not at all appreciative. In addition to the 4 big ones in the reading time can catch him, other times you want to catch him little guy have to struggle a bit. Chuanzi, this watermelon is really bought? The big brother next door came out and looked at Chen Jingchuan in surprise. He originally thought that Chen Jingchuan had gleaned a few from somewhere, but listening to Chen Jingchuan's tone was really a purchase. Chen Jingchuan coolly dusted off his cuffs. That's for sure, 2 for 10 cents, it's not like I can't afford your brother. Granted, he did used to like $0 purchases, but that has changed alright. It's not like there's no money. That's right, you've been lucky these past few days, every time you go out to sea you run into big schools of fish. It's just like that, it's sloppy, later on, you and second brother will hold one and go back to eat it. Chen Jingchuan waved his hand, luck was something that couldn't be said. Before the block netting luckily made more than trawling on an ebb tide, thousands of dollars is not unheard of, but when it was bad the ground cages felt like they had all been stolen. That's good feelings, this hot day's meal also do not want to eat, get some watermelon to eat is also good. The oldest 2 said cheerfully after hearing this. The boss also nodded and looked at Chen Jingchuan with a smile. It's rare that 6th son didn't instruct a group of little guys to steal watermelons from other people's homes. I'm going to try to see what's the difference between the ones that were bought with money and the ones that were stolen. Chen Jingchuan. He now realized that his big brother wasn't exactly a bore, and was still pretty good at exposing him. By the way, it seems like those sentences for the people in our village who were arrested have come down. As they chatted, Chen's mother, who was in the middle of killing fish, suddenly turned around and said, "The sentence came down? When did that happen? Why haven't I heard about it?" Chen Jingchuan was stunned. According to reason, shouldn't this kind of thing have been rumored in the village for a long time? How come he hadn't heard a single word about it? I guessed. Chen Jingchuan. Others? You're really guessing without any basis. Mother Chen saw that each of them didn't believe it, so she spoke again. Don't you guys not believe me? When I went to the village committee in the morning, Secretary Chen said that the next general meeting is going to be held here in our area. A general meeting? Chen Jingchuan was surprised. He remembered that he used to drive it quite hard, but in the past few years he drove it less, and he didn't expect it to start up again now. The general meeting is mainly the town hosted, mainly to inform the criticism of some illegal and disorderly things. Anyway, every time the general meeting everyone will run to see, after all, can be a hilarious, but also to learn some things that do not know. The only way to find out what was going on in the surrounding villages at this point was by word of mouth, but this was very unreliable, and the word got around and changed. Then you can learn something through the newspaper, but the general public can't read the newspaper, and the newspaper costs money and only publishes some big events, which the village people don't like to read very much. They prefer to hear some peach color news or what happened in the surrounding villages. So the opening of the general meeting might actually be announced. After hearing that the opening of the general meeting was in their village, everyone around them felt that this time it should be 8 or 9. Yeah, it's been a long time since a convention, hasn't it? I didn't realize this one was chosen for our village. It should be related to smuggling as well, and the sentence should be announced. And I don't know how long all of them will be sentenced. Since, how many families are going to suffer? The man of the family was arrested is not the same as half of the sky collapsed. Yes, luckily our family is fine. Tomorrow we'll go to the Tin Hao Palace to pay proper homage to Auntie Mazu and thank her for her blessings. Chen Jingchuan shook his head breathlessly. This was how it was on their side, worshipping Mazu when they had something to do. The boat that goes out to sea pays homage to the Dragon King, as well as to King Yu's. Anyway, the mainstream is still Ama, but there are many other gods and goddesses besides Ama, like the sister-in-law who wishes her son and daughter good grades, and secretly worships Wenkuxing. Only the results don't seem to be good. Shen Yuanqing has already prepared to follow his father to go out to sea to fish in the future. The other two are still in elementary school, and I don't know if their grades will rise in the future. Mother, why did you go to the village committee? Chen Jingchuan suddenly remembered that his mother went to the village committee before she encountered the opening of the conference. Mother Chen didn't turn her head back, killing the fish as she spoke. It's not to ask about the foundation of the land now, and there's also the matter of you being in the newspaper that I've asked about in passing. Foundation? I thought it hadn't been chosen yet? Can't we ask the price first? Okay, what about my thing about being in the paper? I'm not sure, Secretary Chen said to wait for a reply from the city reporter. The city? Not the county? How do I know if it's the county or the city? By the way, Secretary Chen said that literacy class of yours is still on. Chen Zhengchuan froze. Literacy classes? Isn't that thing a front? What front? Secretary Chen said you're an advanced member and have to take the lead. This is to force me to go back to the class? Chen Zhengchuan sighed. He did think it was a front before, just that one night of classes, that's why he didn't go back there, but as a result, he didn't expect the village to come for real. This literacy class is still running. What's wrong with taking lessons? Before the work account cannot understand this moment out to sea are able to calculate their own accounts. This is only the result of one day, a few more days is not good? The second Chen Zhengmin said with a smile and looked at Chen Zhengchuan. Chen Zhengchuan nodded. Go back later when you have time to return from the sea. Every time Rocco says that then he should not want to go. Lao San laughed. Which is not. A few people were about to say something about laying the foundation when a group of kids ran in outside hooting and hollering. It's the little ones who went to deliver the stuff that are back. This time they want to talk no chance, just this group of children's power they have learned, you don't satisfy them can keep giving you trouble. I'll go get the knife, you guys go get the watermelon out of the bucket. Chen Zhengchuan was also impatient being surrounded by a group of little ones and waved his hand and said, watermelon will give you diarrhea if you eat it hot, so when he buys it he puts it in a bucket of cool water to ice it first. All of this water was well water from the well he had gone to the team's well, and as for the tap water running down from the mountains it had long since been scorched by the sun. After distributing the watermelons, the group of little ones finally subsided a bit, and Chen Mother and Chen Zhenghong as well as the two sisters-in-law were able to take a break and have a bite of watermelon. Today's miscellaneous fish Chen Zhengchuan brought back not much, most of them are brought back by the boat driven by his elder brother and third brother. But killing it is about as good as it gets at this point. The family chatted a bit more about the foundation of the new house, and agreed not to sail tomorrow to get the foundation settled. Chapter 68 Choosing a Foundation. Early in the morning of the second day, Chen Zhengchuan's large family went to the seaside plains area to choose a house foundation. Previously, Chen's father had already taken a few brothers to have a cursory look and selected a few places, and now it was time for everyone to decide which piece of land to settle on. This side is the closest one to the dock, but it's not easy to get water. You either have to get your own pipe to go to the well on the hill to get water, or you have to go to the team every day to pick up water for food. The land here is good and there are a lot of people around, but there are a few families with bad tempers that are prone to conflict, and there's not much land left. You have to go far away to clear land if you want to grow vegetables. There's no place to grow them around your home. It's the family's old house, the foundation is ready-made, but we'd have to rebuild it ourselves if we bought it. The vegetable patch is there, and the rest of it is moderate, nothing particularly good or bad. This piece of land is the closest to the beach, there's not much around, but in front of it is a large mudflat that I've heard some people are going to contract to raise purslane. That's the last lot over there, not much around, lots of land. Listening to Chen father a piece of fast introduction, Chen Jingchuan suddenly had a feeling of doing a problem. All these lands have good and bad, choose the best piece of land as the foundation. Only this time it wasn't like the previous homework where they just chose a random one. This was the place they were going to live in the future. They couldn't afford to be sloppy. First of all, the place is small ruled out. After all, they are because of the small place of the old home before they think of repairing out. If they still repair in a small place, then it is not still a change of soup and not a change of medicine? Then there is the compound. Forget it, that kind of place is very xenophobic, newcomers are very difficult to integrate into, and the compound side once you want to repair a little bigger or because of the vegetable land conflict can be very difficult to pull, not to mention listening to his father's statement there are bad neighbors. Ruling it out, Chen Jingchuan suddenly realized that there were only a few places where houses could be repaired, and most of them had already been preempted by people who either chose the deserted land where no one was or the seashore where there were fewer people. As for the problem of drinking water, is not much people to care, are used to working people, cannot connect the water to pick it, their village now there are a lot of people do not have access to water, such as the eldest sister Chen Zhengran family is to pick water to eat. Chen Jingchuan is the same, anyway, he himself does not intend to pick, when the time comes to take over his parents to live together he still cares about what home. Tell us all, where do you plan to choose? Father Chen led a group of people to grab a circle and then took out his pipe and stuffed it with tobacco and lit a fire before looking at the crowd. It was, after all, a foundation chosen for several sons, and the final decision was still in their hands. Father, I think we can choose a place nearer to the sea, and it will be easier to get a barrage when the time comes. The oldest two were the first to speak up. Chen's father didn't take a stand and looked at his other sons. The oldest looked down and said, I think the old house is good, it has a ready-made foundation, and I've heard that family has a boat in their house now, so maybe we'll get lucky if we buy their old house. I think the first place is good, not too many people around, it's closer to the pier, and it's convenient to go out to sea. The oldest three didn't hesitate to speak his mind when he saw that both brothers in front of him had spoken. In the end, all eyes were focused on Chen Jingchuan. Chen Jingchuan shrugged helplessly, good guy, our several brothers really have their own ideas, I fancy the place where the seashore goes out to be a mudflat. It got bad for a bit, and the four brothers picked four places. This made Father Chen, who was in the center of the decision, not know what to say. What do you think? Out the door is a mudflat, you have to ride a mud horse to catch the sea, what's so good about that mudflat? Chen father looked at Chen Jingchuan depressed, the other three sons had their own ideas, just this one didn't, so he took the younger one first. Chen Jingchuan spread his hands, I just look at that piece of land how to say it. He couldn't just tell his old man now that he planned to start farming in the future, could he? By then he could think of his father's words, now the sea can't be eaten, you still raise it and sell it to whom? He couldn't say he was saving for a rainy day, could he? Of course now he is not likely to engage in farming, for one thing, there are a lot of things in the sea, farming cannot be sold at any price, and the second is that now the farming technology has not been developed, now engage in farming is bound to lose money. He intends to take advantage of the location first, and then engage in farming later when his family is rich and his farming technology breaks through. Nonsense. His father glanced at his youngest son, building a new house to move such a big thing just because of looking up, how to listen to him feel how it is not reliable. But even if you dismiss the place chosen by your youngest son there are still 3 alternative sites. I went to the village committee yesterday and asked, now the foundation for repairing the house in the village is all the same price, $20 an acre of land, you guys first think to yourselves how big you want to repair the house, and then compare how much land you want for the 4 families combined. Seeing that several people were stifled and didn't say anything, Chen mother opened her mouth and said. Father Chen also nodded, it's such a thing, we have to look at the land according to everyone's needs, don't get into trouble if the land you're looking at isn't enough to repair. This matter is placed in front of Chen Jingchuan and his second brother to choose the land is not a problem, anyway, are in the seaside, there is nothing around, not afraid of the land is not enough to repair, the main thing is that the oldest 3 side, surrounded by people, you have to plan in advance how to repair how big to do. As for the price of $20 an acre of land, Chen Jingchuan just sighed and did not pay attention to it, after experiencing the low prices at this time of the year he has not been surprised. The next time, everyone discussed the matter of the foundation, all trying to persuade each other to choose their side. Chen father did not participate, he and Chen mother was yesterday Chen Jingchuan met to buy his family's old house of the ant dragged to talk about things to go. When we got home, the whole family gathered around all there discussing which foundation was better, only no one could convince anyone, and finally had no choice but to wrestle the Holy Grail. This is an avenue that Chen Jingchuan had never thought of. He thought before about ways to persuade his brothers that the beach he'd chosen was in a good location, with a large clearing separating it from the front, and that the waves and typhoons couldn't come up blah 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 blah, but hadn't thought about this avenue. The rolls are made in order from largest to smallest, and whoever rolls the chalice chooses whose land it is. Of course Chen Jingchuan has not thought of separate repair, all go to their own fancy place to repair, but also by his father a veto, so 4 people are Chen Jingchuan lucksome, the first time on the roll out of the Holy Grail, and finally chose to the beach location. It's still the youngest who has more luck. Seeing that Chen Jingchuan had rolled the Holy Grail, there was nothing unconvincing about the others. You've thrown the Holy Grail at Tin Hao Temple, how dare you disobey me? Be careful that Mother Nature won't bless you. This is the mother also think that my piece is good, you see in the sea to beg the sea to engage in blocking the net is also convenient, to go to the pier in addition to a little farther than the place chosen by the third brother is also very close to the good, right? So true. Let's go, the place has been chosen, go to the village committee and find Secretary Chen to pay the money and sign. At the price of the land to fix 5 houses, I'll pay 2. After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, several people were surprised and looked at Chen Jingchuan. Chuanzi, you're thinking of building a house for your son before you're even married? Go, the extra repairs are for father and mother. Chen Jingchuan didn't look at his second brother in a good mood. I want you to fix it for me? It's not like I don't have money, besides the old house is still there, what's the point of repairing a new house?
When Chen father heard this, he immediately waited a glance at Chen Zhengchuan.
Father, weren't you planning to sell the old house? Still talking? Sold it for what? You sold it for me?
No, I'm just saying, if you think the price is right you can sell it, and then I'll fix a new house for you by my house. Chen Zhengchuan saw that his father was going to curse again and hurriedly said, what's the point of the two of you living on the mountain?
Where's the fun in that?
You don't even have a few families over at the new house, and the old house is full of people from one compound, so we can still talk.
Not more comfortable in our new home? Isn't it more lively with all the sons and grandchildren together? If you're bored in your old home you can just go up and visit.
Chen Zhengchuan said for a long time. Chen father and mother of Chen psychology is a little bit of intention, but not yet decided. A few others are fine, whether their parents live together or not. Only the oldest kept talking about sixth son robbing him of his old age, but sister-in-law was praising Chen Zhengchuan, saying that he had filial piety.
Chapter 69, The Land in Your Hands.
On the way to the village committee, Chen Zhengchuan directly waved his hand and asked for 2 acres of land.
Anyway, it's only $40, Chen Zhengchuan can afford it now. Sixth son, what do you need to buy so much land for? Boss Chen Zhengman looked at Chen Zhengchuan suspiciously.
It takes less than an acre to fix a house. 200 square feet for a family is perfectly adequate with a yard, and it takes less than 2 acres for all 4 of them. This is not to take advantage of the cheap land now to buy more, when the time to repair the house can also build a vegetable garden, outside and then surrounded by a circle of the yard will be good.
Chen Zhengchuan thought about it and said,
since he planned to build a new house, he has been planning his new home, and those old rural villas in his mind can't stop popping up, but it's a pity that he doesn't know how to draw, and no one in the village can build the kind of villa-like houses in the latter days. I can only take up the land according to some villas in my memory first, and then I can just invite a master builder to come and build a house when I meet him later.
What's the point of enclosing a yard?
Chen Jijun looked at Chen Zhengchuan suspiciously. Why did he feel that his little brother's brain grew differently from others? There were really many ghostly ideas day after day. Chen Zhengchuan smiled. This is not thinking about the future to make a lot of money lest someone turn in to steal things.
Messing around. Father Chen spat after hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words. Other people feel the same way. Why do we have to fence off a yard? You have to take a detour to get to the door. What can Chen Zhengchuan say? You can't say that there is a strange idea at work in his heart, right?
He didn't have the chance before, but now he wanted to recreate the expectations of his heart in the countryside, and he didn't know what this new house was going to look like, at least in his memory of the yard, the vegetable patch, the chickens, ducks and geese, the laurel tree, and the cats and the dogs and all these things.
As for what other elements are missing, Chen Zhengchuan does not remember. Think about it.
Father, you and mother don't want to repair the new house. When the time comes to live over, I shall not take up more space to repair a place for you to live as well. After hearing Chen father's mutterings, Chen Zhengchuan retorted 2 more times.
I want you to control?
You first manage your own. It are so big people are not home day by day, brain also do not know what to think, but also surrounded a yard for fear of people stealing things. You are afraid of home is too poor to let people see it, but also this and that. Chen Zhengchuan was unsurprisingly educated again by Chen father, except that the foundation had already been paid to get it, and he didn't care about Chen father's mutterings.
Can't he make decisions in his own house?
Go back to the other things as Chen father, hire people, get materials. These are Chen father in the business. Chen Zhengchuan is also not familiar with. At this time to work in addition to professional masters, small workers, these and other things are invited to relatives. Not enough people will also look for the right and left neighbors. As for the materials, because they are repairing the stone house, stone, sand, and luss and so on are essential. Stone and luss on the mountain, please mining and transport back is, sand have to buy. You have to use freshwater sand to build a house, and the sand on their beach won't do. In addition to sand, there are other materials that you have to buy as well to make it work. In the evening, Chen's father also called in a few of his brothers to discuss the matter of repairing the house. Kawako can do it, it's only been a short time since he was able to build such a big house. Hearing the eldest uncle praise himself, Chen Zhengchuan is indifferent. Anyway, these relatives just came to hear that he wants to repair the biggest house after all, surprised. Then there is a wave of praise, regardless of whether he is sincere. Chen Zhengchuan anyway is congratulations received. By a fluke, I made some money from engaging in blocking nets to be able to afford to repair the house.
Chen Zhengchuan nodded. Is it time to prepare for a daughter-in-law once this new house is fixed? We're so soon, my third brother hasn't even settled yet. How soon is that?
Your condition is not bad now, there are plenty of girls who want to get married.
Don't talk nonsense, uncle. What girl would fancy a loafer like me? You're still a loafer? I've heard your father go around praising you for knowing your place, and you've been out on the water for 2 days in front of you, fishing. Chen Zhengchuan heard this and looked at his father, not expecting that the one who often says he can't do this or that at home would actually praise him outside. Chen father was Chen Zhengchuan looked directly on the topic. Big brother, you have time to go to the second teen beach side, the new house foundation there. Anyway, as long as nothing relatives to help are counted as money, come one day are counted as a day's wages, come half a day even half a day's wages. Yeah, it's no problem.
Don't worry, third brother, it's all done and familiar, this matter can still be done. Listening to Chen's father say something else to go, Chen Zhengchuan also do not pursue the question. He knew that his father knife mouth being curd heart, outside, or to earn him enough face. The matter of repairing the house and keeping accounts was given to Chen Zhengchuan, his second sister, while Chen's mother and two sisters-in-law at home helped make lunch. Because of the repair of the house behind the things, Chen's father did not go out to sea again, Chen Zhengchuan and his second brother to go out to sea together, the two people together to go out to sea for a few days. Cooperation is also more tacit understanding. Although it is hard work, but Chen Zhengchuan would rather go to sea. After all, if you are at home, you have to help the family work. Work on the foundation can be much more tired than at sea. If you go out to sea, you only have to start the net when the effort to pull the fish, other times can sit in the shade of the cabin sorting, work at home in addition to eating and drinking water, there is no time to rest, and Chen Zhengchuan to push a cart of vegetables can turn over the ditch to go to the ability. The probability of Chen's father will be arranged to digging the top of the work of the soil to go. Chuanzi, when are you going to marry your daughter-in-law? During the lunch break, Chen Zhengchuan was cooking while Chen Zhengmin was organizing the fishing nets and looking for Chen Zhengchuan to chat. In this endless sea, do not talk, a little chat will be bored all the time, feel people will be wasted. Second brother, you asked me this as well, I don't have any thoughts in this regard right now. Chen Zhengchuan sighed. He used to know that people got married early at this time, but he didn't expect it to be this early, and the pressure given by parents urging marriage at this time could be much more than that given by parents later in life. Chen Zhengchuan doesn't know how long he can last. Anyway, at this moment he really has no intention of getting married. Chen Zhengmin suddenly stopped his hands from organizing the fishing nets and stared at Chen Zhengchuan for a moment. It was only after Chen Zhengchuan was made to look at his entire body that he withdrew his gaze. You boys aren't bad at that, are you? Hearing Chen Zhengmin's words, Chen Zhengchuan directly knocked on the skillet without any good reason. What are you thinking? You're the one who can't. I can't? I can't. How did your two nephews get here? Chen Zhengmin smiled disdainfully. Then why are you so resistant to having a family? Hearing this from his second brother, Chen Zhengchuan had the need to feel good about it. After all, if he dragged it on any longer, his parents were going to be suspicious and wonder if he was resisting marriage because of some defect in his body. Second brother, in the future you want to spend your life together before the marriage, do not know more about it, just matchmaker, 2 words, have not even seen the face and then decided. Do not you think it is too hasty? Hasty? No, you don't know the condition of our family in the past. If I can meet your second sister-in-law who was interested in me, how can I still dislike her? I fell in love with your second wife the first time I saw her. Chen Zhengchuan, well, it turns out that his second brother is still a relationship brain. How to say? It's not that I don't want to get married, but I don't like to follow my parents' arrangement, free love, you know? Oh, I see, you're trying to find one of your own that you like. That's the idea. Chen Zhengchuan today is also considered to be open to talk with his second brother about his own life matters. I believe that his second brother will be relayed to his parents. Afternoon, Chen Zhengchuan and his second brother continued to put up nets and drag fish. Only they got a little less today. How's that for $30 for a busy day, 24 after gas and such? But that was only normal in his second brother's eyes. In the words of his second brother, it was the old days when he felt like it wasn't real, when it was hundreds or even thousands of dollars a day. Only now is it normal. $24 a day is already better than a lot of people. That's what normal people do when they fish. They make a couple $100 on a good day, but usually it's a couple dozen bucks. It may be that he has earned enough big money before, or it may be that he still has $20,000 in his space, causing Chen Zhengchuan to float now. Earning $20 or $30 a day is still too little. After this fishing, Chen Zhengchuan also realized that this kind of fishing at sea is completely dependent on luck. To make a lot of money, you either want to be lucky enough like he was before, or buy more ships and win with volume. If he had a dozen boats, he'd be making $20 or $30 a day each, or $200 or $300 a day. This strengthens Chen Zhengchuan's determination to buy a few more ships and open a shipping company. Chapter 70, Robbery. After returning home, Chen Zhengchuan pondered whether he should now go to the shipyard to see if he could directly order a large ship that was more than 20 meters long, or just buy a few more second-hand boats that were more than 10 meters long. He now has more than $20,000 on hand. To go to the shipyard to order a brand new 20-something meters long boat is about 15,000 or 16,000 yuan. The second-hand 10-meter boats can buy at most 8 or 9. Only to buy second-hand boats at a time certainly can't come up with so many boats out. This matter is not a quick fix, no matter which option to choose, to be well thought out. After all, the boat bought back is also to be opened. He can now bring on board trusted people, only a few brothers and the northern bamboo several. As for the fat man, you send a boat to him, he is lazy to open. Chen Zhengchuan intends to find a few familiar people within his relatives to talk to see if there is an opportunity to develop a few more fishermen to help drive the boat in the future. Like his big cousin used to be the accountant of this team, when the time comes to train them, maybe they can be a real accountant, and some others, not to say they are equipped with special skills, at least they have no problem to be a fisherman. What are you thinking about if you're not going to help? You're so lazy that you don't avoid people anymore? Chen Zhengchuan was planning his business empire at home when he realized that his father had come over at some point and was standing in front of him looking at him with an unkind face.
Father, I just sat here for a while, how does that make me lazy? Chen Jingchuan sighed helplessly. Life isn't easy, and you get told off just for sitting down for a while. Go go go, the two uncles from Shangsha didn't come today, it's just as well that you and Lao Er came back to Shangsha. Being driven away by Chen father for a while, Chen Jingchuan could only helplessly put on his liberation shoes and walk towards the next door. Once he had called his second brother, the two of them headed over towards the foundation. The tractor is already here waiting. Uncle Yang, trouble. Chen Jingchuan walked over and then first dispersed 2 cigarettes to the driver of the tractor. This tractor is still something owned by the village committee, and Uncle Yang is merely driving for the village committee. This year is still 80 years, this time many villages have not yet been reformed. In addition to the division of land, many things are still the village common property, like the militia team and tractor is. But knowing how to drive a tractor is an honorable job. In their village, will drive a car to play the steering wheel, that is to give a village official is not changed. Many people would rather be a driver than a fisherman. In the eyes of many people, the land is not only safer and more stable than the sea, and driving can be much more than driving a boat wind. Uncle Yang is not the people of the village, his father is fleeing over, is said to be the previous to the opposite officer driving, with a hand of driving skills successfully re-established in the village, not only married to his wife also earned a village official position in the village, the back of the hand of driving skills taught to his son, that is, the current Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang smiled and took the cigarettes. You guys are capable now, this just bought 2 big ships and then you're going to start another big chew. Harm, who did Uncle Yang here say that I'm going to raise the big alley? That's what they say in the village, that you've bought 2 acres of land and are preparing to build a palace. What the hell? Chen Jingchuan really couldn't hold back and widened his eyes. This rumor was also too outrageous, even the repair of the palace was said. This is really. Chen Jingchuan do not know what to say. Good, he bought more nodding land, which if passed on he is not going to yellow robe. Uncle, I'm just buying more land, by the way, I'll help my parents start a house, and use the rest as a vegetable garden, it's too outrageous to repair the palace during this period. Chen Jingchuan cried and laughed as he explained. Oh, so, that's nice of you, kind of filial. Generally, after all, they are parents, and we have to take them with us when we get a new house. Not bad, not bad, your parents are blessed with afterlife, but that also do not need to buy land to make a vegetable garden. This around the open space casually open up the land is not it? Unless some other person build a house over here when the time comes, I'll set a range first, and then it won't be up to me to say how it's built in here. Chen Jingchuan laughed. This time people are like this, no owner of the land is basically their first open up out of the occupation. As for the back of the people came to buy land with the village committee is a bunch of things to pull. He now first set the scope of the 2 acres of land, and then later to open up a little bit of land ripping him also have proof. Fair enough, do you guys have anything else to get? After a bit of chatting Uncle Jan responded that he had come to get ready to go to Lasha. Chen Jingchuan looked at his second brother, who nodded. No more, is Uncle Yang leaving now? Then let's go, it's almost 4 o'clock, and we might have to run at night when we come back later. Uncle Yang nodded. At this time, the road was not the kind of concrete road or asphalt road that came later, and the tractor could not run fast enough because of the potholes, and it had to go to a sand factory near the city to haul sand. Fortunately, their county is considered the closest county to the city. At this time the tractor past is only 2 hours away, this is if you put in the latter days of speed in highway, half an hour can run to. Sitting on the tractor, Chen Jingchuan looked outside in boredom. At this time of the year, the tractor can be so shaky, running on the potholes in the road will fly up from time to time, the slightest attention may hit the head. Waiting for them to the sand factory when almost exactly sunset, to the place, Chen Jingchuan and his second brother while there is still bright light on the sand grab. The good thing is that Uncle Yang is not bad, parked the car also helped on the sand, 3 people soon finished on the sand, on the end of Uncle Yang went to pay the money to go, and then only to come back to wobbly drive the tractor back to Rush. Chen Jingchuan and the second brother sat on a high pile of sand, looking at the boards at hand. Chen Jingchuan sighed in his heart, this is if you put in the future absolutely have to be traffic police to check the rotten. The original tractor base up on the overweight, now not to mention a bunch of wooden boards around continue to heighten the sand, and now there are 2 people on top of it. This traffic police encountered not as a typical education a good meal. Just as Chen Jingchuan was thinking about the traffic police, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Stop the car. Hearing this voice, Chen Jingchuan froze. It is hard not to really meet the traffic police? Only he just reacted to see Uncle Yang directly a foot throttle blast down, and then Chen Jingchuan and his second brother directly at the same time backward, reacted to the 2 people directly lying on the top of the base of the sand. What? Chen Jingchuan was still dumbfounded when his second brother had already copied the shovel used for sand by his side, and then stared dead ahead. Because this moment just out of the city limits, the surrounding area is still a wilderness, taking advantage of the bright light has not completely receded, Chen Jingchuan saw the front called stop people. It was 5 or 6 men with black cloths on their faces and wood knives, and at the same time there were a few more behind them who had caught up with them. This is met robbers? Seeing this scene, Chen Jingchuan's heart couldn't say whether it was excitement or panic, he didn't think that there was actually a hijacker at this time. Previously he had only heard of pirates at sea, I did not think that the pirates did not meet but first met the robbers on the land.
No, it isn't, these young men have been working on these in the area, they can't catch up with the tractors. Uncle Yang was calm, as if he was used to such scenes. Chen Jingchuan and Chen Zhengmin looked at each other in dismay. They had thought that they would have to fight or be searched for the money they had on them, but they did not expect Uncle Yang to be so steady.
These people are not afraid of being caught for engaging in this so blatantly?
Seeing that there was indeed no danger, Chen Jingchuan couldn't help but ask after breathing a sigh of relief.
Arrested how? Catch who? Even if you see what they look like, do you know his name? Where he lives?
Chen Zhengmin shook his head. He did know a little more in this regard. After all, he used to work at the docks, and more or less heard some of the people around him talk about it. Chen Jingchuan heard also really is, this time the technology is not as developed as the later generations. By the time these people mask a pick to the Homa hide, who knows, they also did the job of hijacking. Looking at Uncle Yang directly rushing over, those people were not stupid enough to stop the tractor, and no one would care if they were run over then. When did these guys learn to be smart and know to get a few rocks to set up here as a roadblock first? The tractor rushed past and then turned a corner to see that there were actually several large rocks halfway down the road. By this time the tractor had stopped, the road was in no shape to cross, and I had never seen them so smart before. Hearing the sound of chasing over from behind, Uncle Yang didn't know what to do. This, if those people caught a meal of flesh and blood, is absolutely unavoidable.
Chapter 71 Gunshot. Chuanzi, no money on you, right?
His second brother, seeing that he couldn't run away, was stuffing a shovel in Chen Jingchuan's hand.
No. Chen Jingchuan shook his head.
Chen Zhengmin spat 2 mouths of spit in his palm. Hindi, anyway, there is no valuable thing on his body. I don't believe that these hands dare to stain human life. After saying this, Chen Zhengmin did not forget to look at Uncle Yang, who was driving the tractor.
Does Uncle Yang want to hide for a while?
Uncle Yang nodded. You guys be careful, you've been provoked to anger those guys. When the time comes, it's inevitable that you'll hurt your bones.
Don't worry, is the tractor okay?
It's okay, the key is in my hand, they can't drive it away, and this tractor is a big piece. They dare to move by, then the village will definitely call the police, and if they catch it, they will have to eat a gun. Chen Zhengmin heard and nodded. Tractor such a big piece, even if brought back, cannot hide. When the police to search here as the center of the tractor can definitely be searched out, then maybe even hit a criminal gang. Hearing Chen Zhengmin and Uncle Yang speak, Chen Jingchuan glanced at the shovel in his hand, and after switching it to his left hand, his right hand was ready to reach into his pocket and pull out his gun.
Kawako, what are you?
Chen Zhengmin still wanted to ask Chen Jingchuan what he was doing with his hand in his arms, but then he saw that Chen Jingchuan actually pulled out a pistol from his arms.
Uncle Yang, there's no need to run.
The moment he saw the pistol, Chen Zhengmin felt steady.
If you have a gun, you're still afraid of these woodchipper hijackers? What's going on? Xiao Chuan, you are. A gun?
Uncle Yang just wanted to take the Z-tractor key and run away when he heard Chen Zhengmin's voice and looked at the two of them suspiciously, and then he realized that Chen Jingchuan had somehow put the shovel down and was holding a pistol in his hand and loading it.
Kawako, when did you get a gun here? And brought it out?
Chen Zhengmin looked at Chen Jingchuan curiously. The two brothers had lived together for so long, it was amazing that he didn't know when his good brother had gotten a gun to carry around. Although the gun is not banned now, but ordinary people can at best get a clay gun, like Chen Jingchuan hands so beautiful pistol he still saw for the first time, before seeing the most or the militia team hands of the long gun. Where to see this pistol? Those big caps that I saved last time gave it to me. Chen Jingchuan made up a haphazard reason. In fact, this is the 5-force pistol belonging to the village chief that was found on the island before. It's not that I'm worried that the first time I go out so far is dangerous, so I brought it with me. Chen Zhengmin gave a thumbs up towards Chen Jingchuan when he heard this, and then looked towards a group of robbers who ran over, raging, hee, this will give these guys a hard time. Chuanzi is great, he even managed to hook up with the big caps and got them to send you a pistol.
Uncle Yang also exclaimed.
Uncle Yang, help me keep this a secret, don't say it goes out, even if it leaks out, don't say it's from Big Cap.
Seeing that Uncle Yang was also present, Chen Jingchuan immediately added. If this gets out, won't those big hats be exposed if they come back to Chen village and hear rumors about this?
Don't worry, Uncle Yang still knows the lesser of the two.
Uncle Yang gave him a reassuring look.
See here, Chen Jingchuan sighed in his heart, I should have known this to find a different reason, he just also only thought of this one, only the big cap has a gun in his hand to say this, if I had known it would have been better to say that picked up to the good.
Forget it. It's hard to have money to buy early knowledge.
Chen Jingchuan comforted himself in his heart, then turned his attention to the group of people who were running and panting not far in front of him. Then hold the gun in both hands, raise it, and aim it.
Bang! Chen Jingchuan got this gun and finally fired it.
The feeling of firing a gun Chen Jingchuan felt for the first time. Fortunately, the recoil of this pistol is not big, in addition to a little bit of tinnitus everything is okay. Only although Chen Jingchuan felt okay, the group of robbers in front of him didn't feel very good. The moment the gun went off, the man in the lead instantly stopped his pace and looked to the feet of the sidekick.
Huh, hit crooked?
Chen Jingchuan was surprised when he saw the one who had stopped. Chen Zhengmin took a curious look at the distance of about 100 meters, hitting the stone in front of one of them, and looked curiously at Chen Jingchuan. Where did you aim?
A wood chipper. That's not too far off.
Chen Zhangmin glanced at the firewood knife in the man's right hand as well as the stone on the ground. There was probably a gap of 20 to 30 centimeters.
It's not bad, it's Xiaochuan's first time shooting a gun, isn't it?
Uncle Yang said with a smile even after seeing it.
Indeed. Chen Zhengchuan sighed in his heart. Could he say that he was aiming at the firewood knife in the hand of the man in the center? It ended up hitting the foot of a person next door.
The accuracy does seem to be a little too poor. But the good thing is not killed, although these guys have taken the way of death. But after all, he is a good citizen of the latter days to obey the law, so he killed a person and his heart still cannot pass that hurdle.
Run! There's a gun, that man has a gun. Murder! Run, call the police, someone's trying to kill someone.
Looking at the dispersal of the robbers, Chen Jingchuan was speechless. Originally he would like to deter the group of guys forced to ask who or where people, and then do not help to let them move the roadstone barricades. Only the sound of the gun scared them out of their wits and they scattered.
How dare you follow the example of others? And the ones who want to call the police, are you sure you're not here for a laugh?
Listening to the voice I feel that some of the robbers are not very old.
Chen Zhengmin looked at the runaway robbers in confusion.
I didn't realize that the hijacking was like a farce and it just ended with a tiger's head. Uncle Yang also nodded. It is indeed very young. It should be all the young people who don't have jobs in the nearby villages, and it is almost the same as those idle people in our village.
Before.
After saying that, he even glanced at Chen Zhengchuan. Chen Zhengchuan spread his hands. Surely not that he now changed. How good are.
Let's get out of the car and move the rocks first.
When the rocks were moved, the tractor set off again for the return trip. All the way back to the village, there were no more ungrateful runners coming to hijack the road behind them.
On the way, Chen Zhengmin coveted Chen Zhengchuan's pistol and kept pestering him to play with it.
However, Chen Zhengchuan only had 2 magazines of bullets and had just shot one, so he gave his second brother a round to feel. After going back, his second brother still can't stop thinking about the gun in Chen Zhengchuan's hand, but it's already dark. It's not good to shoot after entering the village, and there is still sand to be unloaded, so he didn't pester Chen Zhengchuan anymore. After unloading the sand, as soon as he came home, Chen Zhengchuan couldn't wait to drink 2 big mouthfuls of thin porridge.
I'm really hungry and annoyed today.
Earlier in the morning, just 2 mouthfuls of thin porridge, ate an egg and went out to sea. At noon in the sea can only be said to have eaten a little padding stomach, and in the afternoon back did not wait for dinner, was sent to shovel sand.
This day after day to eat not much exercise is still thieves, deserve is thin.
There's still some vegetables and rice left in the pot, go and ask your second brother to eat with you. Today your second sister-in-law is all about cooking and eating together. Mother Chen said at once when she saw Chen Zhengchuan looking like he had been starving for days.
He also knew his son had done a lot today and didn't say anything about him. No need to call, I'm coming. Before Chen Zhengchuan could say anything, his second brother came in.
Don't say, hungry miserable summer, eating this kind of cold rice-warm dishes is really cool, especially that big green pepper bite down a mouthful of rice is simply more than eating meat is also cool. When Chen Zhengchuan and his second brother were sitting at the door to eat, they heard a bunch of people in the yard talking about gossip there.
It's usually something that's happened in the village recently.
Of course, Chen Zhengchuan also heard the whole village is more concerned about the matter. Will soon be held a general meeting. When the general meeting will be held, will be sentenced to some people in the village sentence. This time, the opening of the conference is not only their village, smuggling crackdown as long as their town is announced in the Chen village. Chuanzi, today Secretary Chen asked me to give you a ride. It's fine if you don't want to go to the literacy class, but you must go on the day of the general meeting. The leader said that he will also come to test you. Chen Zhengchuan didn't expect to eat melon to himself. Only this literacy class he had really forgotten about. He had been either sailing or helping out over at the homestead for the past few days, so how could he have the energy to go to class when he got back in the evenings? Besides, in his heart he also felt that he didn't need to go to literacy classes at all. His education was enough to go and teach literacy classes to others at this time.
Okay, I'll go tomorrow. Chapter 72, The Miserable Chen Yuanqing.
Your temporary study for 2 days in the end is not reliable. At that time if something goes wrong in front of the leader's secretary, Chen can't spare you. Chen mother shook her head helplessly after hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words. Don't worry, a few days is enough time. My smart head definitely learns in a heartbeat. And once you learn it, you're just like Xing, you don't read until it's time for the exam. Chen Yuanqing, who was playing glass marbles with a few siblings by the light on the side, immediately raised his head in protest. I'm not improvising.
Yo, you know about improvising? The adults on the side laughed one by one after hearing his words.
Without waiting for Chen Yuanqing to speak, Chen Yuanri on his side immediately raised his hand and sold his brother out. I know, only today did big brother go to school and take someone else's homework and copy it, and the teacher said that he learned it on the fly.
Shen Yuanri, you snitch, I'm not done with you.
Chen Yuanqing was anxious when he heard his own brother's words. He got up from the ground in a hurry and was ready to punch someone, but then he hurriedly explained after seeing his mother's quick fire-breathing gaze, Mother, don't listen to your brother's nonsense. I was doing my homework to do a missing piece, and I only saw it when I went to the school.
Not at all, the teacher has said that you haven't moved a single word in this book.
Chen Yuanri saw that his mother actually didn't hit his big brother, and there was a tendency to let him go, so he hurriedly added more firewood.
I let you lie to me, I provide you with food for you to wear, did not let you help the family to work so that you study while you still fool me. My old lady today do not give you a good beating, I'm not your mother. Chen Jingchuan's sister-in-law, as soon as she heard the words of her own youngest son, instantly from the doorway to pick up the rattan bar she chased after Chen Yuanqing and beat him, scolding him as she did so. Only now Chen Yuanqing is not his mother to catch up, circled around the yard several times without hitting. The yard was watching in amusement, not helping any of them. Go, show me your homework, if you dare to fool me again today, see if I don't strip your pants and beat you. Sister-in-law was really furious and couldn't catch up. She took the whip and yelled at Chen Yuanqing. Mother, I'll get it for you. Without waiting for Chen Yuanqing to move, Chen Yuanri ran in very doggedly. Chen Zhengchuan, a burst of surprise. This kid is usually big brother long, big brother short. Today how to start, and Chen Yuanqing saying the opposite? When the sister-in-law waited, she saw that the child's father not only didn't help but also smiled and watched, and then she was even more annoyed, and she flung Chen Zhengyu a whip in her hand. Chen Zhengyu. What's it to me? You can't beat your son, so you take it out on me? But Chen Zhengyu did not say that his wife, he is a rake ears. This moment his wife is angry, he just silently moved the stool away a little bit, so as not to suffer the disaster of the fish. Sixth uncle, you haven't finished eating yet? While waiting to see his sister-in-law's child in the education bureau, his second brother's oldest brother, Chen Yuanhu, came up to Chen Zhengchuan at an unknown time. What, you want to find me to play? Chen Zhengchuan cast a sidelong glance at this kid. No point of vision. Your father is on the side of the dinner, also do not look for him pro. Come to find me, when your father is jealous of, give me a face to see how to do? I want watermelon. Well, I said, why don't you go to your father to make out? I feel like I have a craving for watermelon. Tell me what's going on with Chen Yuanqing and Chen Yuanji, and I'll bring you watermelon when I come back tomorrow. Oh, Yuanri lost to Big Brother in all the marble games today, and Yuanri is not convinced and wants it back, and Big Brother refuses to give it. So that's how it is. Then it looks like we'll have a good show today. If these two boys reveal their old secrets to each other, I don't know if my sister-in-law will be so angry that she'll spit fire. In no time, Chen Yuanqing and Chen Yuanri came out scrambling for their workbooks. Not a bad day to actually write. Sister-in-law nodded after looking at it, the fire in her body dissipating just a bit. Chen Yuanqing, who saw this scene as well as his father, Chen Zhengyu, were relieved. Mother, I've said it all. The page that I didn't write yesterday was completely missed. Today I've checked properly that I didn't miss it. Chen Yuanqing was relieved to see that his mother didn't check anything out. And the sight of the Chen Yuanji a face of puzzlement, he remembered that his own big brother never did homework, or to go to school to copy others. How can you do the homework? Chuan, come and take a look. I always feel that there is something wrong with this kid. Although his sister-in-law didn't see anything wrong, she only needed to see her eldest son's celebratory smile to know that this kid wasn't holding back any good farts. What's it got to do with me? Chen Jingchuan looked helpless. He was just sitting in front of the door eating a meal and it could still be brought onto him? Sister-in-law, however, didn't care so much, grabbing Chen Yuanqing with one hand and coming to Chen Jingchuan with a workbook and whip in the other. Your big brother said that when you were a child you were the most resourceful and often didn't do your homework, and that the tricks you used to make false pretenses weren't even visible to your father and mother and your teachers. Chen Jingchuan. Sister-in-law, don't slander people out of thin air. I'm a 3 good student. The other people around them also laughed when they heard it, and they all told the embarrassing things they knew about Chen Jingchuan's childhood one by one. Chuan, you're still a 3rd-rate student? 3 evils is more like it. Yeah, that's when the kid didn't use half the workbooks in a semester. I know too, if it wasn't for the teacher counting the workbooks at the end of the semester I wouldn't have known the kid skipped so many assignments. That's when that pretty teacher came to the door 2 times in 3 days. Chuan, I remember that your second brother was almost going to take someone else's pretty teacher to come? Yeah, Agawa even said at that time that he made the mistake on purpose because he was looking for a date for his second brother. Laughing my ass off, Agawa was a total jerk back then. Chen Zhengmin, who was eating on the side of Chen Jingchuan, almost didn't swallow a mouthful of rice. How did this matter get involved with him again? After seeing his wife's unkind eyes, Chen Zhengmin didn't eat outside, turned around and went back to the house. Chen Jingchuan took the workbook handed over by his sister-in-law without a good mood and glared fiercely at Chen Yuanqing. This kid can do his homework and still pull a bunch of. This is from yesterday. Chen Jingchuan took one look at it and knew what this kid was up to. It is to use the previous days as today's to cope with the check, today's homework tomorrow to go to school and then find someone else's to copy. The approach is sloppy, and it can only deceive the sister-in-law such as the fishing village women who have not read much. There are loopholes everywhere in Chen Jingchuan's eyes. Of course this was not his own experience, but that of the original body. That being said, this move should still be something that this kid had learned from the original body. No wonder he just saw his mother's dead face when she grabbed him and came to Chen Jingchuan. You kneel for me and take off your pants yourself. After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, sister-in-law directly lifted Chen Yuanqing's hand and flung it, and then the whip was flung with a snapping sound. Looking at Chen Jingchuan, his eyes jumped. A few of the littlest guys around him, including the 2 from his second brother's family, had ducked out of the way as well. Chuanzi, you can see it with this glance, honestly have you done this? Lao Sen saw Chen Zhengchuan move over the bench. Ha ha ha. Chen's father gave him a look without any good humor. Is it you who taught him? Father, where do I teach? Don't you look at me like that. Chen Zhengchuan hurriedly cut. His second brother, who had not eaten at some point, moved a stool and sat over. I also don't think it was taught by Chuanzi. If it was taught by Chuanzi, would it be so bad to be seen by you guys? Also, last time Kawako was in hiding for a semester. Chen father Chen mother heard a few brothers chatting and glared at Chen Zhengchuan without any good reason. Do not know how to teach something good, every day with a group of little guys fooling around. Chen Yuanqing this time made a big mess. By his parents mixed doubles cannot get out of bed the next day, did not go to class. But Chen Zhengchuan was caught in class. Or Secretary Chen himself came to arrest him. Secretary Chen, don't worry, although I didn't come to class, the knowledge is all in my head. Chen Zhengchuan patted his chest and assured. Secretary Chen looked at Chen Zhengchuan without good humor. You kid, less swindle me. You just the first day when you went to a literacy class, a day can learn a what? Then even after Chen Zhengchuan read the words on the top of a newspaper in front of him, Secretary Chen only dispelled his doubts. Only the 2 days of the opening of the General Assembly Chen Zhengchuan still had to go to literacy classes. After all, it was Secretary Chen's request. No matter how many words you know, you must be present when the leader comes. For the first time, Chen Zhengchuan felt that being famous was not a good thing, especially in front of the leaders. Chapter 73 Opening of the General Assembly. Now Chen Zhengchuan's day is full of thieves. I get up at 2 a.m. and go out to sea, and when the fishing is good, I come back at 4 p.m. When the fishing is good, I may come back in the evening, and when I come back, I have to help with the work at the new house, and then I have to go to the literacy class after I finish the work and have a meal. Now I'm getting in about $20 a day for sailing, not making a lot of money, but at least I'm not losing money. Brother Qing, you guys have to repair the boat for a few days if it breaks down, right? Chen Zhengchuan sat on the edge of the pier looking at one of the boats he had pulled back. The boat was a boat that a couple of cousins from his great-uncle's family had bought together in a partnership. Today is the second Chen Zhengqing led people to drive. The result is at sea when the engine problems, just when Chen Zhengchuan came back to see the time to pull back for them, otherwise they can be miserable. There's a bit of a problem with the engine, it's going to have to be overhauled, and it's just as well that together we can scrape the shells off the bottom of the boat again. Chen Zhengqing nodded. Chen Zhengchuan glanced at his ship. It is necessary to scrape the bottom of the ship, otherwise there are too many shellfish. Deep draft fuel consumption is also more, and it is easy to get into trouble. As for his boat, he won't need it for a while yet. After all, he had scraped the bottom when he first bought it. After selling the goods, Chen Zhengchuan also thought of going back to the trip when he heard the dock side of the people are talking about the opening of the General Assembly. The time has been set, is the day after tomorrow. Chen Zhengchuan calculated that he would have to go to a literacy class for 3 days if the day after tomorrow. At 6 o'clock in the morning on the day of the conference, someone from the village committee rode a bicycle and went door to door to make the announcement. And the village council had long since put the loudspeaker on and had been broadcasting on a loop that there was going to be a general meeting. The meeting was held in the playground of the village elementary school. The assembly was not mandatory for everyone in the village to attend, but this time the whole village basically showed up. After all, everyone had known that this time the sentenced people who had been caught smuggling earlier would be announced. Both the family of the person in question and the people of the village wanted to come and see what the sentence would be. In addition to the people from the Qin village, quite a few people from outside the village also came. The main reason is that this time the crackdown on smuggling was too hard, and a lot of people were caught. Although Qin village was the one that was caught the hardest, there were also a lot of people from other villages around the area. The elementary school in their village wasn't small, but it couldn't seat that many people, and when many came there was already no room, and a large group of people preferred to stand or crouch on the fence to watch. I haven't seen them this active before. Chuanzi, how many years do you think those people will be sentenced this time? Abe, who was sitting next to Chen Zhengchuan, looked at him curiously and asked. Chen Zhengchuan shook his head. How could he know about this kind of things decided inside the government? However, since the last time because of talking to the leader, and his mother said out on the newspaper, the village all think he has a relationship, know the inside story, otherwise his big sister accident would not have thought of looking for him to fish his brother-in-law. If you ask again, won't this be known right away? Chen Zhengchuan directly interrupted the bamboo stick that still wanted to ask. This guy is like this, soon to be announced he still has to chase you to ask, or fat people are the best, with a pocket of melon seeds they are not bored. This time, the one who came was still a big cap, and Chen Zhengchuan also saw a familiar face, the one he saved last time, Yun Gur. That squad leader was there, too, and to be precise the group of big caps that captured people on the island last time were there. There are quite a few police officers who came this time, and there are also vigilantes. Anyway, Chen Zhengchuan couldn't figure out the difference, but besides them, the most obvious thing is the row of prisoners with shaved heads in front of them. All of them were wearing their original clothes, and there was a big wooden sign on their chests that said smuggler. Well, everyone quiet. I think today you opened the purpose of the general meeting. Townspeople know. Now please the town's way secretary to give a speech.
Secretary Chen came up first very simply, directly after saying the start of the general meeting, he went down. Then there is Secretary Wei, this person Chen Zhengchuan has not seen, but wait for him to come up to the side to take pictures of him. He does recognize, it is the last time he interviewed his comrade Suan Bang. Before he remembered that he was a comrade of the publicity department of the county party committee, but then his mother brought news that it was the city, and then Chen Jingchuan did not know exactly where it was, and then perhaps he could find him to catch up and chat. This time, Director Young of the county marine department was not seen coming. Only this time the prisoners brought in were all typical, the kind who had been sentenced for the longest period of time, but there was no sign of his eldest brother-in-law. A number of them were still from their village, as for the village head's family not seen. Many others in the audience sobbed softly underneath after seeing the people on the stage. All of them were family members of those on the stage, some others thought of their own family members after seeing those on the stage, and most of the rest just couldn't stand hearing about how many years their own family members had been. Xinjia village committee members who know the law and violate it, regardless of the amount of smuggling and the severity of the circumstances, are all subject to the death penalty and confiscation of the proceeds of the offense. Xinjia village team 1, Chen Xing Slate, 15 years. Xinjia village team 1, Chen Xing Sai, indefinite. Xinjia village, team 2, Chen Xiangsan, 20 years. Xinjia village, team 3, Chen Zhuzi, 13 years. Chen village, team 4, Chen Jiahe, 4 years. Team 4, Xinjia village, Chen Zhengyun, 2 years. Xinjia village, team 5, Chen Danian, 2 years. Xinjia village, team 6, Chen Songliang, due to the fact that he has been convicted of a crime and is involved in smuggling for the first time, he has performed mother ing well and will be exonerated after he pays his fine. Chen Jia village. Chen Jingchuan listened more and more shocked. Good guy, the village committee inside the smuggling of all the direct death, and confiscate all the smuggling income, but also a fine. As for everyone else it's the same, very serious circumstances, confiscation of the illegal proceeds and then a prison sentence as well. The circumstances are very light, like Chen Songliang such, did not produce smuggling proceeds in good behavior, can make meritorious contributions to the payment of some money, can be exempted from prison. How ruthless, in addition to the village committee people actually killed several. Bei couldn't help but be staggered when he heard the various pronouncements broadcast on the stage. Bamboo Pole also nodded, the number of people from our village who have gone out to sea over the years and didn't fall off isn't even half as many as this time. So it seems that this time caught kill 8, there are more than a dozen life sentence, at once no more than 20, really ruthless. Chen Jingchuan sighed. What's this, those 10 or 20 years are almost as good as gone, what's the point of coming back out after 20 years? Bei shook his head. A man spends his best time inside, and even if he comes out his life is a waste. It's a really costly step to take the wrong one. By the time he heard the sentencing, he also learned that his big sister's husband had been incarcerated for 2 years. Based on the length of this sentence, that brother-in-law of his was definitely not just joining smuggling like his big sister said. His brother-in-law's family was basically arrested for 2 or 3 years. However, Chen Jingchuan is not going to say, this time to help his big sister, and wait to see his big sister's husband out later. Anyway, he certainly couldn't leave his big sister alone no matter what. Let's go back. After listening to the briefing, there was some kind of explanation behind it, and Chen Jingchuan wasn't going to listen to it. Just listen to the results. Only he had just gotten to the door with the 2 men when he encountered the new militia captain coming to him. Uncle Xiang, why are you looking for me for something? Chen Zhengchuan's greeted with a smile. Chen Xing nodded to, then pointed to the back school, a reporter is looking for you saying he is your friend. As soon as Chen Zhengchuan heard it, he knew it was Suan Ban looking for him. With that, he nodded and said goodbye to Bamboo, Bei, and Fatty before heading inside the school. Comrade Chen Zhengchuan, remember me? Suan Bang smiled and extended his hand. Chen Jingchuan smiled at the sight and shook his hand. Comrade Suan Bang, I've been waiting for you to test me. The test is definitely for you, but it will have to wait for a while, I still have to take pictures now. Suan Bang smiled, then handed Chen Jingchuan another envelope, something I promised you last time. As a result of the envelope, Chen Jingchuan's fingers are a handful, and combined with Suan Bang's words, he knows what it is. I opened it and saw that it was the picture he had asked for last time. Worthy of being a photographer, this is just like the real thing. Chen Jingchuan complimented with a smile after reading it. Suan Ban laughed when he heard it. Just kidding, I'm the one who eats this bowl of rice, can I give you a bad shot? Comrade Suan Ban, leave an address, when I go back I'll send you some dried fish too. Chen Jingchuan smiled and said, don't be in a hurry to refuse, I can't ask for your picture for nothing. He knows Suan Bang's family should be good, give money as well as cigarettes and wine, these he should not see, and these themselves will have to hemorrhage, might as well get some special products, not expensive, bad organization inside the rules, but also to show their sincerity. Chapter 74 Examination. Suan Bang smiled when he heard Chen Zhengchuan's topic. I'll go do something first, we'll talk about it when I come back later. Then you go ahead and get busy, I'll just wait. Chen Jingchuan smiled when he heard this. Don't worry, it'll just be a moment. After saying that, Suan Bang went out without saying anything.
Chen Jingchuan looked at the environment in the room. This should be a classroom office. However, Chen Jingchuan only looked twice before he heard the voice of Secretary Chen outside. The words were all praise for the leader's work this time. It looks like he accompanied the leader over. When they came in and saw Chen Jingchuan, they froze for a moment, then one by one they all looked at Chen Jingchuan with a smile. I was just talking about Comrade Chen Jingchuan, I didn't expect you to be here. Secretary Wei smiled. Chen Jingchuan was surprised for a moment, not expecting this town secretary to recognize him, and was immediately flattered. Hello, Secretary Wei. Sit down, you're here waiting for Comrade Suan Bong, aren't you? Yes, he told me to wait here for him. That's just right, last time Director Yang went back he even mentioned you to me, saying that it's rare to come across a talented person from a fishing village, and asked me to come and test you. Although Chen Jingchuan did not care in his heart, who cares who was going to take the test, he is a sure winner anyway. However, although he didn't care in his heart but still pretended to be serious on the surface, may I ask how Secretary Wei intends to test me? It's very simple, how do you think Qinjia village will develop after this? Secretary Wei smiled gently and looked at the young man in front of him. He first knew the name Chen Jingchuan or heard his wife say something about someone being able to come back from the dead. For this legend he certainly does not believe. To this position he still knows the state of the human body inside a situation called shock. He just sized this young man called Chen Jingchuan life, almost buried, can wake up to escape. Behind it was Chen Jingchuan who came up with something called a blocking net, and it was said that a lot of people on the beach had made a lot of money from it. For this reason he also gave this young man in the publicity column above a place. This kind of hard-working rich typical is exactly what he needs. The next time I heard about it was from Director Yang of the Bureau of Oceanography. He didn't know why Director Yang valued him so much, but since Director Yang said so, he also intended to take this opportunity to come and take a look at this young man, and as for Suan Bong, also recognizing him was also something he had heard on the road. As for this topic, it was also something he did arbitrarily, and it just so happened that the secretary of the Qin village had just asked him about it, so he threw it to the young man in front of him. This has no answer range? Chen Jingchuan originally thought that he was going to test what to recognize words and so on, did not expect that this is a test on the Shinshina. The span in between is a little big from time to time? No, speak freely. Secretary Wei smiled. Hearing this, Chen Jingchuan was still in deep thought, but Secretary Chen and others around him frowned. How do you feel that your position is a bit insecure? I think we can have a collective economy. Chen Jingchuan tried to speak first. After all, they had only just switched from a collective economy, and his comment was tantamount to dismissing the previous efforts in the eyes of those who cared. This is also the reason why Chen Jingchuan is careful. At this time, if he is put on a hat of what demagoguery he cannot eat. Only what he didn't expect was that the people around him were puzzled, confused, contemplative, and skeptical, but just didn't jump out to oppose him. In addition to the people present in the village committee are the people brought by Secretary Wei. All of them are old foxes in the officialdom. Naturally they will not talk nonsense. Don't worry and speak boldly, what you say today won't get out of this room. Secretary Wei still looked at Chen Jingchuan with the same expression as just now. Chen Jingchuan swept a circle without much gain, also according to their own memories of some of the aftermath of the village collective economic development examples to say. Of course it's not a copy, like that green tourism economy won't work, who likes who to visit the village at this time? This collective economy is not like the previous one, but it is about focusing on what is left to do. Chen Jingchuan first weighed the wording, and then continued, like our village, every family will sun-dried fish, some usually caught up more miscellaneous fish do not also be dumped back into the sea. If there is a way to sell dried fish, not only can solve this time because of smuggling was caught at home to lose the men only women, but also to the households to generate income. Dried fish isn't worth much in our area, and any housewife can make it, but in places that aren't near the sea, it's a good thing to have, especially in places that haven't eaten seafood, like some of the restaurants and hotels on the mainland that would be happy to buy this kind of stuff, and it keeps for a long time. In addition to dried fish, some seafood from the sea are best sellers on the mainland as long as preservation and transportation problems can be solved, and they can also be made into canned fish and all that. Chen Jingchuan racked his brain to think of what the seaside fishing village could develop at this time. The factories, even if they don't have this advantage, the leaders will not just put a factory site to a fishing village that has nothing. There is not much fresh water here, and the electricity usually trips when they use it at night, not to mention supplying a factory. Of course, he is also a little selfish. If the ordinary processing plant is okay, I'm afraid to come to a chemical plant, then don't have to wait 10 or 20 years, just a few years time. Xinjia village near the offshore waters do not want to catch fish. And the fishing villages will become stinky. This was the only one he could think of. After all, he was a former hotel chef, plus it was a seaside fishing village. That's it? Secretary Wei looked at Chen Jingchuan in surprise when he stopped talking. Well, my brain is foolish, I can only think of this one. Chen Jingchuan nodded. Had he known that he used to watch more news broadcasts or current affairs, it wouldn't be so bad that he didn't have any goods in his stomach now. Not bad, although there are suspicions of speculation, but to be able to stand in the village's position and see this is already beyond my expectations. Secretary Wei smiled and said, nodding. Chen Jingchuan snapped and laughed twice. How could he forget that if he did business at this time, if he was a little bigger, he would be hitched to the label of speculation? As for the other people in the room, including Suan Bong who had just come in, they were all looking at Chen Jingchuan with unbelievable faces. They didn't know how the kid came up with all of this, including all the dried fish, seafood, hotels, etc. Even they hadn't noticed all of this yet at first. Secretary Chen, in particular, was frowning so much at this moment that he could pinch a fly. Had I known that Chen Jingchuan still had this insight, I would have pulled him into the village committee no matter what. Well then, I'll be off, there's a bunch of stuff going on in town. Chen Jingchuan also thought that way secretary examined him and things, did not expect to say nothing and went straight back. Even Suan Bong did the same, but Lao Su still left him a note with a phone number where he could be reached and an address to send letters and stuff. Looking at the group of people who had hooted and hollered and left, Chen Jingchuan looked at the empty office with a dumbfounded expression. What's the matter with this asshole? He didn't even say he'd give a grade when he took the test. And now no word on how. After mentally spitting out 2 sentences, Chen Jingchuan simply left the office. Why do you feel that this is a bit of a tiger's tail? Even if you don't agree, give a letter. Chen Jingchuan walked on the way back, just in time to see a group of small children happily ran past. In addition to adults, the child is still quite happy, not the slightest bit affected by the morning conference. Chen Jingchuan just walked on the road when thinking about the morning way secretary asked him the meaning of a topic, but he is not this material, simply do not understand the inside of the bends and turns. Help stop that man, mud that ran into our village to steal while the assembly was in session. Help everyone, that's a thief from an outlying village. Kawako, grab the one on the run. Chen Jingchuan had just left the school entrance when he saw a man running in front of him with several people chasing after him. 2 of those people he was chasing he still recognized. They were the 2 cousins of his great uncle's family, the oldest Chen Jingchuan and the second Chen Zhengqing. After seeing this, Chen Jingchuan decisively picked up a wooden stick on the side. The one running in front saw someone blocking the way and directly raised the firewood knife in his hand and swung it towards Chen Jingchuan. The threat is unmistakable. Chen Jingchuan is really not afraid of your threats, and the ones from outside the village dare to come to their village to steal and threaten him. Ness. Full marks. Chen Jingchuan nodded with satisfaction when he saw that the wooden stick he had thrown out had struck with a single blow, directly tripping the thief, and even the firewood knife in the thief's hand had fallen out a long way. He's a little less accurate with guns, but he's pretty good at throwing sticks. Chapter 75, A Door-to-Door Thank You. Grass. If you dare to stop me, I'll waste you. After the thief fell down, also do not care about their own body injuries, directly stood up, cursing to pick up wood knife will be towards Chen Jingchuan rushed over. Only before Chen Jingchuan pulled out his gun, there was a group of people pointing their guns at the thief. The thief immediately froze, holding a wood knife in his hand and looking at the group of big caps in front of him. Suddenly his whole body did not dare to move, the big eyes of fear and the ferocity of just now formed a stark contrast. Comrade Chen Jingchuan, are you okay? Looking at the big cap in front of him, Chen Jingchuan stopped pulling out his gun and greeted him with a smile. Good day to you, squad leader Yang, I didn't expect you guys to still be here? This one was the squad leader of the team of police officers that Chen Jingchuan saved last time. Just waiting for you, come, Zhang Yun, this is Comrade Chen Jingchuan who saved you last time. Squad leader Yang smiled and waved towards the other man. Comrade Chen Jingchuan, thank you so much, if it wasn't for you last time, the doctor said I wouldn't last long enough to go to the hospital. Yun, it's a small thing, it's good that you're okay. You saved my life, how can it be considered trivial? Just as Chen Jingchuan was chatting with a few big caps, the thief was on the verge of crying out from a bunch of big caps pointing their guns at him. As for the back of the group of chase out to catch thieves also stopped not far from the front of the suspicion, for the big cap they are still quite fear. But they weren't exactly leaving just like that, after all, the thief hadn't been caught yet. Chen Jingchuan chatted for a while and then invited Yang Banchang and his group to sit at home. After all, Zhang Yun was still carrying something in his hand, so it was a bit rude to just chat outside. So what's up with this guy? Squad leader Yang looked at the thief surrounded by the sub's own people. Just now he came out to see this guy actually holding a knife to kill Chen Jingchuan, if not to be able to directly stop him is going to directly shoot this guy. Brother Kun, Brother Qing, what did this guy do? Chen Jingchuan was also helping to stop the group behind him, and he didn't even know what was happening at this moment. It was only after hearing Chen Jingchuan's words that the group behind him walked over. First carefully looked around the big cap, and then only toward Chen Jingchuan said, we went back to see him from our that big yard sneaky ran out, and then asked him words he ran, and then also found that none of the people know him, and then chased him out. Someone recognized him saying that he was from the next village. Hearing this, Chen Jingchuan heart has already determined that this guy is a thief, did not wrongly accuse him. What did he steal? Don't know yet, already chased him out when I saw him, didn't have time to go home and take inventory. Here Chen Jingchuan also do not say anything else, this time the thief caught that is the master of the family to deal with, as long as not killed, beat the thief. Home people also have nothing to say, dare to beep even more. Home people together with outsiders will only say that the fight is good. After handing the thief over to Chen Jingchuan and a large group of them, Chen Jingchuan led Yang Banchang and the others towards their home.
Yang Banchang they also did not care about this thief. Chen Jingchuan did not say, they just pretend not to see. Besides, they came to find Chen Jingchuan is not to help me catch thieves, but accompanied Zhang Yun to thank Chen Jingchuan. Not only Zhang Yun, last time they were all trapped on the deserted island is also equal to be saved by Chen Jingchuan. This time the door also has the meaning of thanks together. Only the clothes on them seemed a bit scary. Chen Jingchuan took them back when the people on the road saw them all thought Chen Jingchuan had committed a crime to arrest him. By the time Chen Jingchuan arrived home with Yang Banzai and his group, Chen's mother had already gone to worship Mazu at the Tin Hao Palace. Chen's father also heard the news and hurried back from the new house foundation side. Waiting to see Zhang Yin, several people after he was surprised for a moment, apparently also recognized. After seeing Zhang Yin, several people handed over canned fruits, a few cigarettes, 2 bottles of wine, as well as a large box of egg cakes. He completely understand that this is the people last time because of Chen Jingwan saved them door to door to thank. Sit down for a while, I'll make some tea, I'll sit down for a while and eat before leaving. Chen's father warmly received several people after bringing chairs from home. The highest specification for receiving guests on their side is a cup of tea and a meal, and in the latter days, if you eat a meal, you will also rub a table of mahjong together, but now it's just a cup of tea and a meal. Do not bother uncle, we are specifically door to door to thank. Last time because of saving people on the official business on did not have time to thank. Seeing that Chen's father was going to cook, they hurriedly pulled him back a bit. After one person made a cup of tea, Chen's father was pulled by Yang Banchang to sit down and chat for a bit. In the middle of the day, Chen Jingchuan sent a couple of little ones from next door to go to the Heavenly Empress Palace to call Chen's mother back. What's all this? Customers are coming to the door and still worshipping Mazu Maiden. Only this cannot blame his mother, mainly the village rumor is not reliable. People door to door to thank the grace of life-saving can be passed into the arrest. His mother would have been scared because of this morning's conference. This moment the big hat door where she can still calmly look, certainly scared. When Mother Chen came back and saw those things, she also knew that she had misunderstood and immediately had to go to cook. Because it was just in time to cook for the people on the foundation side at noon, Yang Banchang and the others didn't mind, and they followed the meal and then sat down for a while and drank 2 cups of tea before saying goodbye and leaving. Before leaving Chen Jingchuan also one person got some dried fish for them to bring. Once the big hats were sent away, the neighbors gathered around. One by one, they looked like they had grown 8 mouths, chattering and asking questions. All of them are asking what these big caps are doing here and giving away so much stuff. Chen Jingchuan, in order not to deal with these neighbors, directly slipped away to work on the side of the foundation of the new house. Anyway, his dad was over here, and he was able to talk about all the things that were going on here on the surface, and by the way, he was able to give his parents a good dose of envy from the neighbors. After coming to this side of the foundation of the new house, Chen Jingchuan saw that the foundation of the new house had already been laid and was preparing to raise the outermost wall of the house. Chuanzi, what is the purpose of leaving such a place behind you and asking us to dig a pit? Chen Jingchuan had just arrived when he heard the wall repair master's question. Here are the bathrooms and toilets I reserved. What the hell is a bathroom? Toilet if the team does not have a? When the master heard this, he felt a bit confused. Why is he still building a toilet at home? Doesn't it stink? The bathroom is the place for bathing. As for the toilet, when the time comes, you just follow what I came to do. Chen Jingchuan picked up the gloves resting between the stone cracks and patted them. He now felt completely converted from the laziness of his previous life, and as soon as he got over here he couldn't help but grab his gloves and get ready to help. Of course it was also because it was a new house for himself, and the motivation was so great, and there were so many places where he had asked the masters who were repairing the house to follow his, that he had to look after it himself, of course. The hole has been dug, now go, and see how you can fix it when the time comes. After hearing the master's words, Chen Jingchuan glanced at him in surprise. So soon? I just said it last night, right? How long can it take for just that one pit? The master smiled arrogantly, then looked at Chen Jingchuan with embarrassment. But the rest is up to you, we don't know what you're talking about. It's fine, when the time comes you split me between 2 people, I'll cover it when the materials have all arrived. Chen Jingchuan nodded. It's not like there's any technical work, it's much better to have the drawing style in your head. Anyway, the bathroom toilet he was going to build wasn't the latter-day kind that pumped water, it was just a plain old rural toilet. Rural toilets are a little more complicated than this, with a pigsty on top, and he's got this one with a bathroom on the side of a toilet, simple as hell. Only without red bricks and cement, the floor of the bathroom was not good enough to be built until the stone chiseler had found a large slab of the kind of flat, smooth stone he was looking for. Just in time, Chuanzi, the large stone slab you asked for is here, let me see the advanced technology you mentioned. Chen Jingchuan had just finished speaking when he heard his second brother's voice from behind him. Chen Jingchuan turned his head and saw his second brother and the master who chiseled the stone pushing the crate back. 3 large flat stone slabs are stacked on top of the crate. They are all more than 10 centimeters thick, different sizes, and not all regular, so you'll still have to trim them again later if you use them in the bathroom. Chapter 76 The Night Watch. Trimming the edge of the stone, this kind of thing Chen Jingchuan is not familiar with, but it just so happens that there is a master chiseling stone on the edge at just the right time.
Move the 3 large stone slabs to the back. Chen Jingchuan compared the pit, which he left out of the manure pit, the length, width, and height of the countryside than the latter day a little smaller. After all, his family does not raise pigs, there is no need to open up so big, just a family toilet, full of picking out fertilizer on the line. The masters who built the house heard that Chen Jingchuan was going to build his own toilet and bathing place. One by one ran over to see it. After seeing Chen Jingchuan's action, one of them was immediately surprised. Chuanzi, this slope of yours won't be clogged when you go to the toilet? Chen Jingchuan nodded and pointed to the corner left out again. You can flush it with water when the time comes. He has been looking at a water source in the past 2 days. When to buy some water pipes back directly to the fresh water inside the home. The future will not have to pick water, flushing the toilet water also have. How did you think of designing it like this? A master teacher couldn't help but ask, just put it on with a few boards like in the village? Chen Jingchuan felt a wave of nausea at the thought of those toilets in the village. The thing that bothered him most about those toilets, besides the big green-headed flies, was the accidental splash of fecal water on his buttocks when he squatted on them to use the toilet. At this point in time, all the toilets were made of bamboo tablets, and it was irritating when you didn't have paper to wipe them with. No need, just polish the stone slab a little smoother. Chen Jingchuan shook his head. Second brother, don't cover it directly first, wait for this pit to sunbathe for a few days before saying, first get the stone slabs to this side of the bathroom to come. Chen Jingchuan looked at his second brother intending to cover it directly on top of the cesspit, instantly stopped. This is what he was going to use for the bathroom floor. So what's this covered with then? Just have dad get a teacher to beat a few boards to separate them. A plank? It's also true that when the time comes to get out of the manure it won't be necessary to move a big rock. Chen Zhengmin nodded. He had to say that this was quite thoughtful of his brother. Chen Jingchuan just did not think of this, just the bathroom he thought of first, did not think of the toilet yet. Since his brother has justified himself, he is also lazy to say. Dig this ground with a bit of a slope first. Chen Jingchuan pointed to the northeastern corner. Over there is the water outlet. Don't start a flood inside the bathroom when it's time to take a bath. Doesn't this water drain into the cesspool for containment? Seeing that the water outlet Chen Jingchuan kept in the cesspit were completely in 2 directions, Chen Zhengmin couldn't help but ask in confusion. How much can this pit hold? Mustn't that be a few days of bathing and a picking of manure? Chen Jingchuan shook his head. That was better. Don't look at the family now, one by one are disgusted with his bathroom. It looks like this bathroom is only for him to use, but after repairing the experience of the family absolutely all have to compete to come over to wash. There are no showers, but boiling hot water and carrying it over in a bucket to wash, or soaking in a big tub is definitely way better than before. After setting up the floor, a group of people again around the edges to fill in the corners, with stone broken home plus yellow mud paste is good. The toilet plus the bathroom is only 20 square feet in total, but the inside is full of everything, and when the wall around it is built up, a kerosene lamp inside will definitely work well. The bathroom plus toilet was up in the course of the afternoon. Looking at the 2 cubicles in front of him, the boss Qin Zhengyu walked over at some point. Sixth son Kana, the small room is quite chic, who is this for? Ahem, Zhengyu, this is the outhouse in the bathroom. The master at the side who had just finished building the wall was admiring his masterpiece when he heard Qin Zhengyu's words and smiled awkwardly. I know about the outhouse, what's the bathroom? Oh, it's the shower. Chen Zhengyu looked at Chen Jingchuan with a puzzled face, already writing on his face why he had to build these 2 things. Chen Jingchuan also do not want to explain more, just have given the people present have said once, maybe now to the big brother said later father and mother to come he has to say once again, the 2 sisters-in-law to come also said. You'll know when you've used it by then. Chen Jingchuan didn't say much, it was almost nighttime at this moment, after dealing with mud all afternoon, Chen Jingchuan just wanted to rest for a while now. Only when Chen Jingchuan was just about to sit on the ground and eat his dinner, his parents ran over and looked around several times, but when they came back, they were disgusted. Your place is so small, and bathing and going to the toilet, I can't even stretch my hands. Hearing Chen mother's tirade, Chen Jingchuan no longer wanted to say anything. Anyway, whatever he did his parents would have to spit on him first even if they could see it. It's almost become an instinct. Even before when he bought his sewing machine, he just bought it back and obviously loved it, and he had to say he sucked at spending money and almost had to go back and return it. I love it so much now that I have to rub it every day, not to mention that I won't let him touch it, saying it will break. Father and mother, the bathroom is actually to provide you with a cover, so that when you take a shower don't be seen, and then to go to the toilet do not have to put a bucket in the house, the stench of the sky, and at night you want to go to the big toilet also do not have to run to the outside, and at that time fecal water can be collected and can also be made into fertilizer. Chen Jingchuan sighed and saw that his mother still had the tendency to speak hurriedly, explained first. If her mother talked about it, said he she believed it later, maybe her mother will have to give him demolished. What's wrong with walking a little? You're the one with the expensive feet, aren't you? Make it sound like who wants to see you take a shower. Mother Chen said a few words in disgust. Chen Jingchuan is also too lazy to say those, his mother loves to say whatever she wants, as long as it does not demolish his toilet and bathroom on the line. As for being scolded, he is already used to. If 3 days and 2 days his father year does not say him a couple of words, he is really a bit uncomfortable.
After dinner, a few of the brothers counted whose turn it was to sleep over and keep watch today. After all, the stone, sand and lust and other materials are spent money to buy back, which does not have someone here to watch, they do not feel at ease, and really if someone steals them can be regretted to death. Chen's father had built a shed over here to keep watch from the first day when construction began. It can be said that in addition to the daytime when Chen father will occasionally go back a little, the night after a bath or will come back to this side to guard, sometimes the next night does not go out to see Chen Jingchuan. A few brothers will also come to change the Chen father to help guard the night. Because the wind has already picked up in the afternoon, the next day the probability is that it is not possible to go out to sea. These days several brothers are also rotating together, and today it is Chen Jingchuan's turn to keep watch at night on this side of the new house. Dad, do you know anyone who has a puppy? When Chen Jingchuan came over after his bath, his father was still moving stones and preparing all the materials he would use tomorrow. Father Chen frowned upon hearing this. Are you craving for dog meat again? Chen Jingchuan was stunned and hurriedly explained, Father, I'm trying to raise one to help me look after the house, and you guys don't come to live with me. I'm out to sea with no one at home in case a thief comes over. What should I do? This morning when the general meeting was held, 2 cousins of the eldest uncle's family caught a thief. After hearing the topic of Chen Jingchuan, Chen's father did not have the good sense to say, let you have to split up the family, and now you feel that it is not good to be alone, right? The dog does not have it. When the time comes, I come over to live with your mother to help you look after the house, okay? Hearing this, Chen Jingchuan nodded with satisfaction, finally persuading his parents to come and live together. As for the dogs, wait until you get a chance to meet them. There will be cats by then, or at least a full complement of cats and dogs. At night when his father went back, Chen Jingchuan was lying on his bed with the kerosene lamp on the cabinet. He was still slightly less secure sleeping out here, and he had slept in his carry-on space during the first day's vigil. I didn't dare sleep outside until I got a kerosene lamp over in the back. This is also to tell those who want to come and steal, there are people guarding here, don't come, I'm afraid even if you come. Only so many days for him to run into trouble. His code, did not meet the thief will not meet the pirates, right? Chen Jingchuan got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet, actually saw a bright light on the sea. That's obviously a ship approaching. Chen Jingchuan quietly blew off the kerosene lamp and hid in the dark to watch what the ship on the sea wanted to do. Only that ship is like passing by. Chen Jingchuan has not yet reacted to see the big ship directly drive away, followed by a few ships. How to feel a bit like the maritime anti-smuggling team. Chapter 77 Ghosts. After a group of boats left the line of sight, Chen Jingchuan looked at the pitch-black sea for a while longer before withdrawing his gaze, only that when he intended to turn on the flashlight to relight the kerosene lamp he realized that there was a blurry bright light not far away from his family's new house. This time Chen Jingchuan heart cannot help but curse, this how he can meet this kind of thing on the night watch, all at once. Chen Jingchuan decisively gave up turning on the lights and directly hid in the carry-on space. Chen Jingchuan, who was hiding in the space, quietly took out his iron rod and pistol. He wanted to see if this light was coming at him. What is this trying to go for? Chen Jingchuan looked at the bright light suspiciously. Although it was coming towards him, it didn't seem to be coming to his house to steal anything, it was more like passing by. Looking at the lights that were gradually moving away, Chen Jingchuan sat in the space and frowned. Those 2 people were just walking and talking at the same time, and they didn't say that they were walking quietly, and the bright light wasn't covered, and thankfully several times they were shining this way, and it seemed like they were really just passing through. Chen Jingchuan looked at the lights that were gradually moving away and sighed in relief. It seems that he was still a little too sensitive. Maybe it's just a matter of passing through at night. Chen Jingchuan stayed in the space for a while longer, counted the money and looked at some of the appliances he had left behind. It was just a pity that the space could not be electrified, otherwise this place could be considered his second home. Maybe get a diesel generator, it seems nice to watch TV without doing anything else. Only at this time the black and white big head TV seems to use the antenna. I do not know whether the space inside can receive the signal, and this TV now there is nothing to see the program, so think Chen Jingchuan want to get a diesel generator idea is also weak. After touching the 2 long guns 2 more times, and regretting that there were no bullets for a while, Chen Jingchuan left the space. Only he hadn't been paying attention to the outside just then, and as soon as he appeared he realized that there were 2 sneaky figures in front of him at some point. One of the short men even locked eyes with him, and that man was also startled by the sudden appearance of Chen Jingchuan. They've checked the place out, no one's guarding it tonight. Why did this guy suddenly show up? Grass. Whatever you just hid where is the person? One of the short guys just wanted to move the knife to threaten people when he realized that the person in front of him was suddenly gone. Another tall skinny guy turned around when he heard his classmate's voice beside him but didn't see anything, so he gave the shorter guy a slap on the back of the head. What are you yelling for if you don't grab the sand and move it? Brother Wei, there was just a man here. The short man who had been slapped pointed to the place in front of him. The tall thin man Wei brother heard his own little brother's words also did not dare to turn on the lights, through the moonlight looked several times, but did not see anyone. Xiao Wei, your kid eyesight, right? Where is someone? The short little guard looked around in aggravation. He did just see someone, only that person suddenly disappeared without knowing what happened. Brother Wei, why do you think there's no one guarding this place today? After being slapped, he didn't dare to say that there was someone, instead he asked about this perverse thing.
Call Big Brother, how would I know if you ask me? Maybe there's something wrong with Chun Zhenchuan's family? Or for some other reason, we just passed by again and didn't see anyone? If you're told to pretend, hurry up and pretend. Why do you ask so many questions? You want to be a big brother? No, brother, why? Then what if Chen Zhengchuan is a ghost?
All said called Big Brother, hurry to pretend to finish, hurry to leave, and then ing scare old man, later if someone comes I cannot care about you all. Big Brother, don't, I can't run as fast as you with my short legs, you have to wait for me when someone comes. Don't bull, hurry up and get to work, it just so happens that my family's spaghetti wall has fallen down and I'm counting on these to fix the house. Big Brother, why don't we go steal the cage today? Although the cage is small, but the goods are plentiful, steal a cage sold before are enough for you to buy a lot of sand.
I want you to say? Going every day without people getting suspicious? There's just enough sand here not to need a cage?
I know Big Brother, don't fight. Just as the two guys outside were making a scene, Chen Jingchuan sat in the space with a palpitating face. Just when out by the moonlight he clearly saw himself in front of a person, to him scared for a moment almost weak legs. Then it was a quick reaction to go straight back into space again. It gave him a fright. It was only after that or when he heard someone outside in space he reacted to the fact that the person wasn't a ghost, it was a real person, and two of them at that. The two people in the middle of the tall thin man Chen Zhengchuan also have a little impression. David Chen Zhengwei, this guy is a village harm, often do some things to steal chickens and dogs, the original body before and he played a few times to deal with, and nodded a bit of a beam. I didn't expect this guy to take steel to his head. That short man Chen Zhengchuan has not seen, listening to this conversation think also as David do not know when to accept the little brother. Also learned to first scout and then kill a horseback, let you steal. Chen Zhengchuan heard their words and then thought of the bright light just now and knew that he had been tricked. This Chen Zhengwei is worthy of the village a harm, steal a thing also no first step on the point? I've never seen it before, it's all about what you see and what you go up to, and you've been caught before. Now he's even learned to be smart, even Chen Zhengchuan was shaken up.
Ahem, Chen Zhengchuan cleared his throat first, and then in the direction of the two men was a chase scream. Ah, brother David, I died so tragically, you have to help me take revenge. Oh. It was a good thing space spread sound, he didn't have to jump out and yell to scare these two. What the hell are you screaming for? Didn't I just hit you twice? David was quietly shoveling sand when he heard a creepy sound. Then Davy turned right back around with a shovel and gave Waze as a whack. Big brother, don't I didn't even make a sound, just now I thought it was you scaring me. Xiao Wei was on the verge of crying out, just now he was also startled by that voice, and he was still thinking of questioning the boss, but he ended up being slapped with a shovel by his big brother first. You heard it too, didn't you? Yeah, and I don't know where it came from. Associated with the inexplicable silhouette that Xiao Wei had just seen, coupled with this voice, the two people had already been discouraged at this moment. Just look at the sand half shovel, David, and a little reluctant to go, which if you go to buy plus the fare is also a few dollars it. Brother Wei, why don't you stay and keep me company? There are so many people here in the daytime, I'm scared. After waiting for a while longer, David had thought that he had gotten sidetracked or something, but when the voice came out, he was directly abashed, especially since it sounded as if it was right in his ears. There's a ghost. Run. Big brother, wait for me. David almost gave a scare to piss his pants, also do not care about their own side of the little brother, pulled his legs and ran, shovels and crates also do not want. The sidekick saw this and immediately followed suit. But Chen Jingchuan and the space would not let them off so easily. Straight out and flung a wooden stick over to trip the short guy in the back first named what's his name, Wei. After grabbing this guy, Chen Jingchuan saw that David in front of him had already run away a bit far. This speed is worthy of being a frequent escapee, except that even if he can run, he can't run away from the wooden stick that Chen Jingchuan threw out. We'll have to have more of these short sticks in the future, it's good. Chen Jingchuan threw the wooden stick in his hand triumphantly after seeing that David had directly tripped over the wooden stick he had thrown to his feet. Seeing that both David and the short man were about to get up and run again, Chen Jingchuan directly kicked the short man on the side first, then chased after him and grabbed David for a burst of hammer. Dawei is also a resistance full grade character, knowing that he was caught without saying a word, directly protecting his head curled up on the ground. Waiting for Chen Jingchuan to catch David, go back when the results of the other short man has slipped away, even Chen Jingchuan threw over to trip his stick is also gone, looks like it is directly by the boy by the way. Chen Jingchuan is not annoyed, grab the boss is still afraid to ask who the kid is? And even if David is righteous enough not to betray his little brother, but Chen Jingchuan has already heard the name, when the time comes to go to the village to inquire about it will not all know? Chapter 78 Punishment. After Chen Jingchuan grabbed David and returned to the location of the new house, he first tied the guy up. After all, Chen Jingchuan just didn't lay down a deadly hand, at most, he received some flesh wounds, and if he didn't pay attention a little bit, he could still stand up and run away or even kill himself back. Shin Zhengwei is it, you kid cannot steal things to steal to my head, you today I do not give you a little praise color look at the old man with your last name, the other called Xiao Wei who is it?
Looking at the face of defiance after being tied up, clenching his teeth and not opening his mouth, Chen Jingchuan, a burst of nameless fire instantly rose up.
You still think you're some kind of righteous good brother, don't you? Chen Jingchuan took the wooden stick and shined it at David's thigh. Ah!
David let out a scream, but still didn't say anything, looking like he recognized his fate but didn't believe in it. Chen Jingchuan originally did not want to lynch a private fight, but this David seems to be an old rascal bastard, this time let go certainly not long memory. The village has caught him I don't know how many times over the years, and he's still doing what he's doing, no change at all. After a beating, Chen Jingchuan also does not fight, this kind of hands-on education or have to his second brother to come, he is even. The main thing is that it's useless to fight, the anger in the heart has just been beaten down quite a bit, and it's no fun to fight again. Chen Jingchuan borrowed the flashlight to look at the wrist watch, more than 3 o'clock in the morning, more than 6 o'clock in the morning workers will start, there is no need to sleep. Straight away, he tied David to a big rock, and Chen Jingchuan went to look at the bathroom and toilet in his backyard with a flashlight. After a night's time, those yellow mud has dried up, touching it is quite rough, but the wall is still quite stable, pushed a little bit of motionless.
By the time Chen Jingchuan came back again, the wind had already picked up.
That tent of his where he slept was blown to shambles.
Xuanzi, what are you doing? How is there still a person tied up here?
Chen Jingchuan just sat down and saw the bright light, and in no time he saw his second brother and father coming over. After hearing his second brother's words, Chen Jingchuan shrugged. David came to steal the sand and ran away with one, so I caught him.
David, right? Stealing sand, huh? Who's the other one?
His second brother's temper came up directly as a set of continuous questions. At the same time the hand action also did not stop. Grabbed David his too boring pile of hammer in the stomach. Chen Jingchuan didn't bother to watch his second brother teach the thief a lesson and led his father to the place where the sand was kept.
Did they bring these things?
Father Chen frowned when he saw the crate by the sand pile as well as the 2 shovels. Chen Jingchuan swept a glance, indeed, but it doesn't seem to belong to their family.
What do you mean? Chen's father froze, then walked toward the crate. When he looked around he was suddenly as sick as if he had eaten a dead fly. This crate above the drawing of a circle inside also wrote a lake word, which is obviously David do not know where to come from a crate, not at all to take their own family crate. This is still what Chen Jingchuan found last night when he was bored and turned to the side. If he hadn't seen it, they'd have used it directly as a paid-up David's crate, and once the owner of the crate found out about it, it would have been another mess. At that time, they said this is David took over even if people believe, but do not want to admit that must blackmail you, they are really yellow mud in the crotch is not as also. So this car, father, do you know whose family it belongs to? Chen Jingchuan looked at Chen's father. This kind of notation was usually the name of the owner's family.
There are not a dozen or 7 or 8 in the village called what lake. But most of the generations are also different, and there are some who are not from their branch and are not named according to their generation, so there are still a few people with the word lake in their name. The village sometimes exactly the same name have, not to mention the name with the same word, like Xinjiangwei this name have too. They caught this older so people often call him David, the other smaller one is called Xiaowei. It's not clear, if it's just a lake I'd know whose house it is, but it's not clear if you draw a circle around the outside.
Father Chen looked at it for half a day and didn't see a name for it, and finally shook his head helplessly.
Then, not to mention this car, the 2 shovels here are not their families either.
Chen Jingchuan smoothly picked up the shovels as well and handed them to Chen's father.
Chen father took a look, originally thought it was the shovel and car is 2 different families, the result is 3 families, 2 shovels are still not a family of things.
What kind of person is this? Father Chen didn't want to talk anymore. You don't have one at home, do you? Just plain stealing. And a little bit from one family.
The tools that come to steal the sand are stolen, and everything else is just along for the ride except for the people themselves, right?
Chen Jingchuan looked at his father's powerlessness to spit and came over. Father, now you know how good the old me was, right?
Father Chen saw Chen Jingchuan's dumbfounded and look but rarely refuted him, instead he nodded with a sense of recognition, indeed. Chen Jingchuan used to be just lazy and mixed, but not robbing and not stealing these things from other people's homes. At most, this is how he likes to go along with the fruits on the mountain, and occasionally he can also see the righteousness of it. When compared to this David, Chen's father also felt that his son was quite good. Especially now that the family is on the right track, their lives are looking up.
What about these things?
Seeing that his father actually did not refute him, Chen Jingchuan's heart was also quite beautiful, cheerfully pointing to the car and shovel in front of him and asked. Later on, you and your second brother will take the people and things together to the village committee and hand them over to Secretary Chen.
Father Chen didn't want to leave this mess behind, so it was better to just hand it all over to the village to deal with.
By the time Chen Jingchuan and his father came together to the place where David was tied up, David had already been beaten straight by his second brother. Chen father did not have the slightest sympathy. If this does not come a little tough, Chen father also think that his second son is not the same as the old 6 changed sex. And for this kind of recidivist thief, Chen's father did not have the slightest sympathy in his heart. Beat it, don't give a long memory later maybe. But David seems to be not long memory at all, well every time even if he is caught this guy will still commit it next time.
Dad, why did you and second brother come over so early today? Chen Jingchuan asked casually towards his dad as he watched his second brother plan to lift up David and tie him with a rope. Almost forgot, last night when a few little brats in the house came back they said they heard the weather forecast saying there was heavy rain. I came to take a look at this place, and by the way, I'll tell you to go back with your stuff later. Father Chen said after thinking about it. So then why don't we first use the car to push the things here back? Chen Jingchuan looked at the sky that was still dark, it was not even bright enough to see anything at all at this moment. No, you guys send the people to the village committee, I brought the car, just bring the clothes and quilts and these back on the line, one more day and then you can put on the beams and roof the beds and partition and cover the tiles. Father Chen waved his hand. Chen Jingchuan took a flashlight and shined it, it is indeed almost there, they are only building a layer now anyway, and the ones who are invited to build the house are masters with high proficiency. After the beams are put on and a layer of boards is ordered, the tiles can be put on, and after the tiles are put on the house is equal to be built. Just clean the inside of the house again and level the floor. But there's a ceremony for the beam, which is why it slows down to this point you have to find an auspicious day for the beam. So this is usually the time to slow down the building and wait just until the chosen day for the beams to go up. Chen Jingchuan and the second brother together to send David to the village party committee and then went back. Secretary Chen for David was sent over is not strange, anyway, this kid will be sent over a trip every 3 days. Sometimes they don't get sent over, but invariably villagers come by and complain that David has run off to steal from their family again. Anyway, the village committee on the matter of David is also a headache. You say he has committed what big mistake? Well no, is a thief, every time said to be sent to the police station, his mother and grandmother and sitting in the courtyard of the village committee, crying and fussing, especially the old lady a look of death in the village committee appearance, they cannot be hard to send it over. Plus, David's large family of brothers aren't exactly food for thought, so every time he sends them over he can only verbally educate them. Chapter 79 Nonsense Literature. After sending that guy David to Secretary Chen's house, Chen Jingchuan and his second brother didn't care. Along with David and those slats and shovels all to Secretary Chen to go to the headache, this day is not yet bright he did not want to toss. As for the other person, counting David have backbone, hard did not say out, but Chen Jingchuan know that person called Wei, and at night he also beat him, although because of darkness did not see clearly face, but a vague figure can still be seen, as long as to see him again can definitely recognize. And to be honest, Chen Jingchuan if you want to go directly to David's home to make a scene, and by the way to ask around, who has a family called Xiaowei and David's relationship can be found out. Only Chen Jingchuan was too lazy to look for it. Comrade Chen Jingchuan, do you recognize the whole newspaper now? Secretary Chen looked at Chen Jingchuan with a smile when he saw him flipping through this previous newspaper in front of his home table. Chen Jingchuan shrugged, have you forgotten about the last time I finished reading a newspaper to you? After the last literacy class, Chen Jingchuan has already succeeded in reversing his illiterate image in the eyes of the leaders well, it is only that these people in the village still remain in the memory of the past. Secretary Chen thought really, this kid literacy classes did not go on a few days but the word is recognized quite full, before you can take the illiterate to laugh at him, now not. Chen Jingchuan originally wanted to understand the current politics through the newspaper, after all, although he has the insight of the latter days, but he is not very clear about the current policy trends. Television and radio he has, only in space, now if you take out inevitably cause people around the jealousy, and he also do not want to keep in front of the TV and radio, the newspaper is just good, do not have to stay at home to watch the time every day punctual to read the news, what happened in the newspaper of the big things at a glance. Chuan, what about that idea you had last time? Taking advantage of Chen Zhangman going to the restroom, Secretary Chen scattered a cigarette to Chen Zhengchuan. The idea from last time? Chen Zhengchuan recited then reacted, Secretary Chen are you talking about that Secretary Wei's examination topic? Yeah, you talked about it so roughly last time, but do you have any ideas about the specific implementation in our village? Didn't Secretary Wei say that there was suspicion of speculation? Chen Jingchuan looked at Secretary Chen suspiciously. He thought that this matter had been put to rest after he heard the words of Secretary Wei last time, but he did not expect that Secretary Chen was still thinking about this matter. Secretary Chen waved his hand, what speculation, we are selling proper fishing village dried fish, belonging to as a fishery product, which is vigorously supported by the state okay. Chen Jingchuan was stunned, he didn't think it could be explained this way. However, this officialdom inside the winding Chen Jingchuan still do not understand, he only need to protect himself not to be Secretary Chen as a gun on the line. What does Secretary Chen mean? Chen Jingchuan main fight is a pretend to be deaf and dumb, you don't say it clearly I just can't comprehend what you mean. Secretary Chen did not have a good mood to look at him, obviously before in front of Secretary Wei said so good, now give me pretend up? However, he did not overly harsh Chen Jingchuan, he knew Chen Jingchuan this is a little worried about being above the stakes and thus right on the label of speculation, once said to be speculation, at least to be arrested to shut down a few years even with a copy of the family business, the serious point of the collision but also to lose their lives. Secretary Chen deliberated on the wording, you can take the lead on this matter, you can buy the dried fish in the village and sell them to the county or the city, just like the fishmongers at the pier, except that you buy and sell the dried fish, and you can earn a portion of this, how about it? Chen Zhengchuan heart thought for a moment, this matter before he intends to raise, or when the way secretary out of a topic is to test him will not think of this above. Only this matter does not need Secretary Chen to say he can do, but now Secretary Chen opened his mouth to let him do it. He is like carrying the mission of the Chen Village Committee, must have to point out the benefits or convenience. Secretary Chen, as you know, I don't have any startup capital here, I don't have any sales channels, and the most important point is that I still have to go out fishing every day. I don't have that time to collect dried fish and then sell them again. Chen Zhengchuan frowned and said with great difficulty. This is in fact the startup capital he has. Keep the 20,000 originally intended to be used in the fishing boat above, but if the dried fish business is promising, if he does not mind moving out a little to invest in the dried fish business, the difficulty is still in the sales. Even if he put the front of the good, but not sold, is also useless. However, since the village also wants to intervene, the difficulty, of course, to say it, all rely on him to do that. Still need the village committee for what? If you can do this dried fish business, do you still need to go out fishing every day? Secretary Chen did not have the good sense to say, as for the acquisition of dried fish, this is something we can think of a way to do. In the early stages you can let each family out of a 10 or so pounds, and then settle the bill when you finish selling the goods. They dry fish in every household anyway, it's only 10 pounds, and every family can get it. This is not even a problem, the main thing is still who to sell it to? After hearing Secretary Chen's words, Chen Zhengchuan also nodded. If he could have taken care of the sales channels, he would have known he was starting to do it and wouldn't have waited for the village council to come to him. Only here Chen Zhengchuan, in addition to have been to the county town once, for the other things are 2 eyes, or he went to recognize the need for so many dried fish, boss. But now that Secretary Chen has approached him, he must have some channels. Secretary Chen also frowned after hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words. This difficult point was also said by Secretary way before, but whether or not it can be taken down or opened up, the situation also depends on that you yourself. In this regard we fully believe in you. After hearing Secretary Chen's words, Chen Zhengchuan froze for a moment. He thought he had misheard. What was the difference between this and talking nonsense? He thought bull literature came in later generations, but he didn't realize that someone was playing it so well now. See Chen Zhengchuan's appearance. Secretary Chen also embarrassed dry cough, at least in the government paperwork or what to open the document, which I can still help you. You also know that if it is so easy to do, I will not find you, right? I have long been doing it myself or handed over to my relatives around me. This kind of challenging work, I thought of the first one, you cannot prove that your ability. I would have done it myself or given it to my relatives. In the face of Secretary Chen's burst of CPU, Chen Zhengchuan simply did not take the bait, experiencing a variety of brainwashing in later life. Painting the cake can still be set in by you? Secretary, if you want to say so, I cannot give you an answer. As for the dried fish, this matter I will put on my heart, but you do not hold too much hope. Even you and Secretary Wei feel tricky things. I do not necessarily be able to deal with it, especially the seashore fishing village is so much. Can think of the dried fish is certainly not only ours, no village can do. You do not think I think of me as more powerful? Secretary Chen looked at the young man in front of him speechlessly. For the first time he felt that in the talking nonsense as well as the official voice above, this kid does not lose to himself at all. The output of this meal almost all but dried him out. If he hadn't remembered what he was looking for Chen Zhengchuan to talk about, he would have almost been taken to the ditch by him. Well, you kid, to say a little less, things you also solved almost. Specific, what a thing I will help to think about. You go back to think more, till you can come up with this idea of the brain is certainly no problem. Chen Zhengchuan looked helplessly at Secretary Chen, who was still talking nonsense in front of him, and he didn't bother to say anything more. To be able to get an official pass from Secretary Chen, at least you can pull the banner of the village committee when trouble arises in the future, especially since Secretary Chen also hinted that the town secretary Wei also back to give some support would be nice. It was better than before when he was planning to run a dried fish business all by himself. Secretary, you've finished reading these newspapers, haven't you? Chen Zhengchuan was preparing to go back when he saw some newspapers on Secretary Chen's desk, both new and old. Finished reading, you want it? Yeah, take it back and get to know the sub, and find out if there's any way to get rich on the side. There's a way to get rich in this? That's for sure. I always have to watch the news and keep up with the latest policies. So take it, and you can come and get future papers when I'm done with them, or I'll order one for you. You help me out with the money? Pay for it yourself. Secretary Chen looked at the kid without a good look. You want me to pay for something that costs a few cents? That's fine, order one for me and have it delivered directly to my new homeside. Okay. Chapter 80, Planning to go to the county. Walking home with the newspaper, Chen Zhengchuan was still in a pretty good mood. Although in Secretary Chen pulled a bunch of nonsense, but that is he also know the village as well as the town's attitude, at least when he opened to engage in dried fish business, will not be easily labeled as speculation. Chen Zhengmin looked at his brother from the village committee out on the silly happy look, also thought Chen Zhengchuan on the newspaper thing to get done to come, so also curious from Chen Zhengchuan hand over a few newspapers, only he could not read the words above, also did not see a picture of Chen Zhengchuan. Sixth son, these don't seem to be your newspapers. Chen Zhengmin turned over all the newspapers in Chen Zhengchuan's hands but did not see Chen Zhengchuan's report, so he looked at Chen Zhengchuan suspiciously.
Oh, these aren't reporting on me, it's just that I'm taking them back to recognize the words and passing to learn about the latest current affairs. Chen Jingchuan shook his head when he heard his second brother's voice. That report according to Suan Bong's statement is also a period of time, although the audit has been over, but wait until the next issue of the government special report on hard work to become rich, and not take good photos to write a good article can be published, have to wait until the right time. I see, so can you give me this newspaper when you're done with it? Chen Jingchuan froze when he heard this, and then looked at his second brother doubtfully. You also want to take literacy classes and re-recognize words not to be illiterate? Where, I'll just forget about it for the rest of my life. So what do you need this for? I think this stuff should be good for wiping your ass. Chen Jingchuan rubbed the newspaper in his hand, not only rough but also a smell of ink. This stuff does seem to work a little better than bamboo chips though. When it comes to the toilet, Chen Jingchuan thinks that the next time he goes to the town or the county, he must see if there is any toilet paper for sale, and wait until the new home is built to go to the toilet or use toilet paper. Whether it's bamboo chips or newspaper, he's a little used up. Needless to say, he won't use bamboo chips wherever he has a choice, and as for newspaper, he's afraid of rubbing too much ink on his but to cause problems. By the time they got back to the house it was after 6 o'clock, except that it was not only not light but also darker, and the wind was blowing harder and harder, and the rain was not yet seen. If it wasn't for the village council's loudspeaker not shouting this weather, they would have thought it was going to be a typhoon coming. Chen's father has already taken the quilt kerosene lamps and other things from the new house side, and the bed sheets and covers are taken to be washed, and the quilts are dried in the sun, but of course this is not possible in the next 2 days. After all, home this weather looks like even if there is no typhoon a pouring rain cannot be avoided. Sixth uncle, what are you reading here? Chen Jingchuan was sitting in the doorway holding a newspaper and reading it when a group of little ones next door all ran over in a swarm. This has been the summer vacation of the children is energetic, how can not get up in the morning when the previous school, this time on vacation one by one get up earlier than the adults who have to work. This time is not like the later kind of strict according to when the vacation to come, the opening of the school vacation all depends on the teacher's principal's arrangements. Like this year, because of the first half of the typhoon and a series of reasons, the course on the slow so delayed for a period of time on vacation, which can be a group of children at home anxious. When she came back to complain, she was beaten by her two sisters-in-law, but in the end she went to school obediently, and in the opinion of her two sisters-in-law, the teacher was willing to teach them more and even begged for it. As for tattletales, they were beaten by the teachers at school, and then they had to be beaten at home when they came back, and the harder they tattled the harder they were beaten. It's just a few days after the exams now, and the results aren't out yet, so they can still be happy for a few days. Reading the newspaper, why did you come to me? Chen Jingchuan folded the newspaper and put it on the side, took a sip of tea and curiously looked at these little guys. Since the vacation I've been able to see them in the house except at dinner time, and then I don't see anyone at all. Can't go out, no point in coming to play with Uncle Six. What do you want me to play? What can I play when it's about to rain? Sixth uncle, shall we go together to beg the sea? Don't go. Chen Jingchuan looked at the group of little ones in front of him without any good humor, knowing that it's going to rain and still running outside. Do you guys have a pit in your brain? Everyone else's kids know to run home when it rains, but you guys are still running outside. Being a group of little ones softly, Chen Jingchuan had no choice but to fold a few pieces of cardboard with newspaper and let them shoot away on the ground. This game of shooting cardboard was still something that the old dean had taught Chen Jingchuan in the past. But then Chen Jingchuan grew up and realized that the game seemed to be unified across the country. What the hell kind of tricks did you pull on them again? When Mother Chen came back, she saw a group of little ones being scared on the ground. Chen Jingchuan looked at the ground, a little game to beat them off. What are you doing out here when it's going to rain? Went to get some Spanish mackerel and came back, and I happen to have nothing to do today, so why don't you make another meal of fish balls? Ha, Mom who ate it last time and said it was average and never let me make it again? Chen Mother glared at Chen Jingchuan. Let you do it, where do you get so much nonsense? I'm not freeing up my hands, will want you to do it. Okay, I'll do it, what are you going to do to vacate your hands? Chen Jingchuan took his mother handed over 2 large Spanish mackerel tried to weigh, almost as 7 or 8 pounds. It looks like his mother has put her blood on the line this time, too. I'm going to sew a few more sets of sheets and quilt covers. You and your third brother have nothing in this minute home, and I mustn't have more for you first? If you don't have it, go buy it. Buy, open mouth is to buy, do not want money off? Earn money is not hard do not know to save a little. When you get married in the future, money must be given to your wife to manage. On your habit of spending a large amount of money certainly need to be managed, according to your method of spending. Hearing his mother start to mutter again, Chen Jingchuan shook off the fish on his hand. It's just as well that it's not raining at this moment, I'll go and take care of it, and eat together next door later? Go ahead, eat together. Mother Chen nodded. She didn't say anything else and went over toward the sewing machine, holding a pile of cloth. Chen Jingchuan directly carry fish out. This repair house a few days big brother and 2 brothers 2 families also eat together. Think today is also the same, and last time I ate Chen Jingchuan made fish balls, the family big and small are all praise. If he's making fish balls now I don't think anyone else would want to miss out. It kept raining for 2 days. When the weather cleared up again, Chen Jingchuan went out and felt like he was moldy and his joints were rusty.
We can go out to sea tonight, right? Chen Jingchuan glanced at the slightly harsh sunlight outside.
It's been raining for 2 days in a row, so the sea shouldn't be so rough by tomorrow morning.
Chen father nodded his head after hearing Chen Jingchuan's words. It's possible, but didn't you say you were going to make a trip to the county?
This will trouble father you and second brother, I that boat out to sea harvest by then you take half well. Chen Jingchuan nodded. Rainy days on Chen Jingchuan has learned from the newspaper a significant information. The county intends to engage in an ice factory in the dock, but also built a large seafood warehouse, which makes Chen Jingchuan smell the flavor of the seafood market. I'll forget about it, just raise your second brother's treatment.
Father Chen waved his hand. He originally did not agree with Chen Jingchuan to go to the county. Good to go to the county to do what?
But then I heard later that he was there on business and that the village clerks had given certificates before he agreed. As for what business it was, he had heard something about it, and it seemed to have something to do with the development of the village, except that selling dried fish still didn't look too good to him.
If dried fish sold that well, wouldn't every family in the village be rich?
Only what Chen Jingchuan decided to do, especially with the big banner of the village committee in place, his opposition was directly suppressed. Even the oldest two in the family are not very optimistic about him, but Chen Jingchuan has always been accustomed to doing what he wants, and their opposition is simply ineffective. Especially the secretary's family directly took out 50 pounds of dried tofu fish to support Chen Jingchuan. Together with his own family's dried fish, Chen Jingchuan and his own money to acquire some, together with 100 pounds ready to go to the county tomorrow to see.
All the same, when are the beams going up over at the new house? Do you still plan to stay in the county for a few days? Chen father glared at Chen Jingchuan upon hearing this. Still want to stay in the county?
Then staying for one night would still cost money.
Chapter 81 Begging for the Sea with a Child.
Hearing his father's tendency to get angry, Chen Jingchuan hurriedly waved his hand. I'm not asking about planning a good time. This if let his father think his new house on the beam or not back absolutely again to start education.
The day after tomorrow. Father Chen only nodded when he heard it. Seeing Chen Jingchuan's unworried look, Chen's father still couldn't help but ask, are you sure?
Those dried fish cost about $10. He felt that Chen Jingchuan could have just taken the 50 pounds of dried fish given by Secretary Chen as well as his own 10 or so pounds of dried fish to explore the road first. There is no need to now is to spend their own money on goods.
It's not too late to wait for the results of this one. Don't worry, not sure I can spend money on goods?
Chen Jingchuan does not care at all, not just a dozen dollars, a small amount of money, and he is also sure to go.
You stay in the village day in and day out. What do you know about doing business? Father Chen did not hesitate to strike.
Chen Jingchuan pointed to the newspaper that was taken by a group of children to make cardboard. There is a golden house in a book, you know?
Chen's father was Chen Jingchuan said in a daze. Chen's father's culture is not high, so he went directly to a foot kicked over. On today's literacy class on here to pretend to be intellectuals, right? Dad, what's the point of talking nicely and moving your hands? Chen Jingchuan didn't expect his father to suddenly give him a kick, so he didn't dodge it. Let you pretend.
After learning 2 words, you're fiddling there, the ink in your stomach isn't even as much as a squid and you're still dancing around.
Father, you still know how to dance, you can. You again.
Seeing his father really a little bit to get angry, Chen Jingchuan directly skipped, and then skinned his father to whip the belt. Came over to the new house to avoid his dad by way of checking out the progress of the new house. As for what his father said about the business, Chen Jingchuan already had a rough plan in his heart. When he saw the newspaper said that the county to build an ice plant when he remembered something, before listening to the hotel doorman Munkler outlet online said, his family started to rely on the county's ice plant and seafood market to earn the first bucket of gold. At that time, many mainlanders could not eat seafood, so he relied on the ice factory to sell the catches he received to the mainland, and it was really speculation Munkler outlet store that was pursued. Only Munkler outlet store he had connections, and it was said that one of his cousins had come down from the war just last year and was an official in the county. Chen Jingchuan after that in Munkler outlet store but forgettable, he did not less with their own bragging about young things, really to say, Chen Jingchuan if you find the Munkler outlet store young time that is really immediately can become a brother, his preference is their own all know, even if you can't find the Munkler outlet store young time it's okay, the big deal is to come to their own.
Cannot reproduce Munkler outlet store the success of cannot be imitated?
In addition to this, Chen Jingchuan also intends to see if there is any other way to get rich in the county. Staying in the village all the time except for fishing he didn't really know what he could do to get rich. The village has a good environment, and it is good for retirement in the future. At this stage, if you want to get rich, you still have to run to the big city. Buying a fishing boat and opening a fishing company is one of the paths in Chen Jingchuan's plan, and it doesn't conflict with this fish catch business.
6th Uncle, are you going to beg the sea? Uncle Junior, can you take us with you? Uncle Junior, we also want to go and beg the sea.
Chen Jingchuan had just taken a bucket and was about to scoop out the water from the toilet pit when he was surrounded by a group of little ones. Helplessly looking at this group of little guys that popped out of nowhere, Chen Jingchuan took a bucket of water to repel them to no avail.
All go aside, I want to work, want to discuss the sea to find your mother. Really cannot drive away. Chen Zhengchuan can only woe to the east. Of course, if they do go to their sister-in-law and second wife, odds are they should end up getting a beating. Don't, mother definitely won't take me. Sixth uncle, you take me. Yeah, you wouldn't have watched me get beat up either, Uncle Junior, right? Chen Zhengchuan looked at Chen Yuanyue. When did this little ninny learn to be petulant? Sister-in-law has always raised her daughter as a son. This girl plays with a group of boys every day, and her hair is short. If she throws herself into a pile of children, she won't necessarily be able to recognize this as a girl child if she doesn't speak. Then you guys help me finish the job first. Chen Jingchuan pointed to a large puddle in front of him. When it rained the last 2 days, the pit was so full it overflowed. Chen Jingchuan finally realized that he had blundered, letting this group of little things scoop up the water that is not on orders to play with water. Especially Chen Yuanxiong, this little bitty Chen Jingchuan is afraid that he will fall in. Finally, or Chen Jingchuan himself with a bucket to scoop up the water, which if you let them scoop up the water that played it tomorrow are not necessarily scooped up, maybe the body is wet back after he had to get a gripe. Sixth uncle, can we go and beg the sea now? Looking at a group of little ones in front of him with eager eyes, Chen Jingchuan sighed, all be obedient, can only pick up on the beach, cannot get close to the seawater, let me find out who does not listen to the future will not bring him out to come, and do not look for me to ask for pocket money to buy snacks to eat. Woohoo, Uncle Six is the best, we'll be good. Big brother, hurry up and get the bucket. Yes, take the bucket first, Uncle Six, do you want pliers? Chen Jingchuan looked at a gust of wind thrown away the little ones, helplessly shook his head, and then looked at a beach in front of them. Their family did not have mud horses. It is not good to beg for the sea here, otherwise those little ones can definitely roll into a mud monkey. Mud horse especially for walking on this kind of mudflat. It was invented by the national hero who resisted the Japanese to fight against the Japanese invaders in those years, and the same is true for Chiquan cake. It is the one that the hero left on this side. At first it was the military food, and it was called what the cake was called, and the people called Chiquan cake, or light cake, later on in order to commemorate the event. Although the most important place of war is in the south side of the Min province side, but they were originally close to the Min province, some of the customs and habits are not too different. Here is also a lot of southern influence. Both of those things were passed down from that time. After a group of little ones had all arrived, Chen Jingchuan took the young girl and they headed elsewhere to beg for the sea. Sixth uncle, aren't we going there? Chen Yuanqing pointed at the beachland in front of him. Going there for what? Do you guys want to go and beg the sea or do you want to play in the mud? Chen Jingchuan knocked Chen Yuanqing's little head. Not to mention it sounds pretty crisp. The kid is up to his shoulders now, and in a few years he'll be catching up to him. Sixth uncle, can you help us sell the ones we pick up later for money? Taking advantage of the fact that there were only a few of them around, Chen Yuanqing quietly grabbed Chen Jingchuan on the side and asked. Chen Jingchuan thought about it, these little guys are planning to hide their private money. It wasn't impossible though, now that they all knew they were earning pocket money, it wasn't bad that they weren't just asking for it. It's okay, but you guys don't give me some benefits to block my mouth? Chen Jingchuan had an expression that he couldn't pinch you yet, giving these few little guys a direct tangled mess. It's not easy to hide private money without a favor. Chen Yuanqing a few little guys discussed and decided to take a huge amount of money of 10 cents to plug Uncle Six's mouth later. Looking at a group of windy rundown the children, Chen Jingchuan today also did not intend to discuss their own sea, which does not stare in case something happens. He is going to be a large family of spittle drowned. Especially that Chen Yuanxiong, a big boy who has to follow a group of big kids, if he doesn't watch out for a big wave, he might be swept away. Expecting them to promise you good behavior isn't as good as saying his carry-on space can print its own money. A promise made just before may be turned around and forgotten to the skies. Chen Yuanqing, if you go into the sea again, I'll break your legs. Chen Jingchuan had just put the bucket down, intending to find a reef to sit on, when he saw Chen Yuanqing directly running towards the sea with the bucket. Chen Yuanqing, however, acted as if he didn't hear it, and with a single jump, he plunged into the water. Chen Jingchuan looked a burst of scalp numbness, this kid. He couldn't be bothered to curse, so he hurriedly got up and chased after them. By the time he picked Chen Yuanqing up from the sea, the kid was still giggling. Chen Jingchuan directly raised his hand and shined it at his buttocks. Chen Yuanqing, see if lousy will still take you out in the future. Uncle Six, don't fight, there's a fish. Big fish. Chen Yuanqing sucked in a breath of cool air as he felt the touch coming from his body and hurriedly lifted the large fish he was grasping in his arms. So what if it's a big fish? You just picked up a box of gold and you can't hide from the speeding to get you to disobey. What did I just say? Chapter 82 Digging. Kawako, I told you to come to the beach with the little kids, and now something's happened. Chen Jingchuan had just carried Chen Yuanqing to the shore when he heard a conspiratorial voice. When he looked over, it turned out to be an older woman he didn't even recognize. Chen Jingchuan ignored her. What kind of person is this? This child is still ignoring people, and before that he heard his mother say how good he is, grown up and all that. Isn't this even more mixed up than before? See, elders speak greetings also do not hit a. Chen Jingchuan pondered over his memories for a moment. He really didn't seem to have messed with her, did he?
Anyway, she wasn't messing with her on the surface. As far as cornering or bullying any of her relatives, that's not necessarily true. However, Chen Jingchuan didn't bother to pay attention to her. Now he had to first send the kid Chen Yuanqing back to take a shower and change his clothes. Only Chen Jingchuan do not want to care about them. That woman is feeling more and more smooth up, not only their own say but also pull on other people's say. Chuanzi, I heard your mother say earlier that it's going to be in the newspaper. How come I haven't seen it yet? Don't be, it's not a fake, right? I knew before that Suelan was unreliable and talked nonsense about such things. That's just it, I think Trisha is. The third woman wanted to say something when she realized that Chen Jingchuan was staring at herself coldly, giving her the impression that Chen Jingchuan was about to swing his fist at her. If you guys are too idle, I can find something for you to do, Chen Jingchuan said coldly. He knew there were a lot of people in the countryside who liked to gossip, but he hadn't expected to meet a random one he didn't know who could make fun of his family's affairs. Looking for something to do? What can there be to do? The third older woman felt that she was intimidated by Chen Jingchuan's eyes, so she glared fiercely at Chen Jingchuan. That you don't know, didn't Secretary Chen look for him and say he was planning to start a dried fish business? Just dried fish and that stuff can be sold for money? Laughing to death, this is not a little cute. Poor tossing, the more tossing the poorer, just think of getting rich, do not do anything. That's it, this can be in the paper? Didn't you say that Chuan Zi knew the look-alike of Big Cap? There was someone who came to his door to thank him before, why didn't he go in Big Cap too? Just him? Big Cap can look at him? It was only then that Chen Jingchuan reacted to the fact that these ants seemed to have heard from somewhere that he was preparing to make dried fish sounds and ran here to throw acid. If you guys don't think what I'm tossing around is working, I won't allow a few of your families to fish with interceptor nets in the future, or I'll demolish him once I see him. Chen Jingchuan hummed. Demolish it when you say so? On what grounds? If you want to tear it down, I'd like to see if the village is on your side or mine, you. As soon as she heard that Chen Jingchuan was going to tear down her family's blocking net, the older woman was not calm, and the three of them pointed at Chen Jingchuan and cursed. Just by the fact that I came up with the blocking net, didn't you just think I was fooling around? If you have the ability, don't use what I got out. Not waiting for these older women to just not calmly curse up, Chen Jingchuan interrupted them. You're the one who said you made it up, and I said I made it up first, and that you stole it from me. Chen Jingchuan frowned as he looked at the unreasonable older woman in front of him. He really wasn't a match for these older women when it came to arguing. Only their opponents immediately arrived at the scene. Chen Jingchuan saw not far behind his mother with the family came to stop talking, ready to watch the fun on the sidelines. Aunt Si Chen Jingchuan did not speak, began to output, do not speak? This is not just right, elders educate you, that is for your own good, your mother and uneducated. Before the first woman could finish her sentence, she was directly interrupted by his mother who came over. Xiao Yuhua, who are you? How dare you educate my son for me? I'm better than you even if I don't know anything. A woman who only knows how to talk about this and that every day and doesn't do any work will be kicked out by her man sooner or later. Auntie had been caught in the act by Chen's mother and was still a bit embarrassed, only to be scolded by Chen's mother. Suddenly felt a breath of air in her heart, so she began to fight back. What did I say wrong? As an elder, what's wrong with him? What kind of elder are you? At most, you're older than my son. Besides that, how can you compare to my son? You still educate for me. Do you believe I'll go educate your son later? Chen's mother didn't give a damn about Xiao Yuhua and directly opened fire. If you're not afraid of your trashy baby son being arrested, just wait. Didn't you say my son knows Big Hat? Later on, I'll go and ask them to arrest your son. You say arrest? Is the Big Cap your family? Xiao Yuhua, don't forget, your son ran to steal my family's sand 2 days ago. If it wasn't for the sake of the townsfolk, it would have been sent to the police station. You dare to come to our family, believe it or not, I'll do it. Hearing this, Chen Jingchuan reacted to the fact that the person in front of him was David's mother. He thought he was looking at the dried fish business before, but it turned out not to be. It should have been that night he caught David himself. He, mother of God, this is over to take revenge? You what you? Just that character of your family, David. My son has a child, he may still be a single stick. In the middle of the night up to our house to steal things, we're caught and still have the face to come to the door to look for trouble? You again here I today, even if I beat you to death I am justified. Beat me to death? Try it if you can. Try it, kill you, and maybe your man will thank me for a new wife without even getting a divorce. You no. Yo, you dead pussy. Chen Jingchuan saw such a tough old lady for the first time, not at all ambiguous, said hands directly on the hands. As for pulling the fight, here now in addition to Chen Jingchuan and their family there are only two, and Xiao Yuhua came with the older woman. Not far around there are a few women who beg for C. Even if he didn't do anything on Chen Jingchuan's side, just the two sisters-in-law and the second sister were enough to clean up these three older women. Chen Jingchuan now has no good feelings at all about these three older women. Fight. His mother, if she cannot win, Chen Jingchuan does not mind helping. He has a son who steals and does not educate him properly, but also blames the victim of his son's theft. If his son is a thief and meets the victim, he will not even have the face to see others, and secretly go around. And for that to come to him with a straight face. The other two older women were completely afraid to speak.
In the end, it was not far away from the sea to discuss the people saw over to persuade the fight. After the fight, a group of people still pack up and continue to go to the sea, only his mother from time to time to mouth two sentences that Xiao Yuhua. Chen Jingchuan didn't care. With his experience in his previous life, in this village, being an evil person would always be more comfortable than being a good person. Evil doesn't mean bad, though. What can I say about this Davy family, from the two I've come in contact with now, is that they are just pure bad and stupid. Chuanzi, where is Chen Yuanqing? Just as Chen Zhengchuan was thinking about the morning's events, his sister-in-law came over. Chen Zhengchuan looked around twice, then saw the little kid with a shovel digging up sand not far away. Isn't that it? No, all except fish. Chen Yuanqing. Sister-in-law shook her head. She had just come in and saw only a few of the younger ones and assumed they were all there, only to realize that one of the children was missing after she had just finished arguing with her mother-in-law. Chen Zhengchuan frowned and looked around. Just now it was still here in my place, but the back was pestered by that Xiao Yuhua. Alas, wasn't it there? Halfway through giving his words, Chen Zhengchuan saw Chen Yuanqing walking not far away. I didn't expect this kid to move quite fast and come back so soon after changing his clothes. Sister-in-law gave a suspicious look. She always felt that this eldest son of hers was a bit too clean today. It used to be dirty except at night after a shower and when I woke up first thing in the morning when it was this clean. Since you want to come and beg the sea, then go and dig up more clams, razor clams and all that, it'll be delicious at night. Sister-in-law didn't say anything, and after dismissing Chen Yuanqing she went to beg the sea herself. You kid can this has allowed you to dodge a bullet. Chen Zhengchuan smiled. Just now Chen Yuanqing should be soaked to the skin for fear of being beaten up by his sister-in-law, so he sneaked back to change his clothes. Hey, Uncle Six, I put that big fish in your bucket. Remember to give it to me when you sell it for money. Remember, but you'd better pick up some more seafood today, too, before your mother gets suspicious. Ha? Why? You kid changed into such clean clothes. Do you really think your mother is stupid? Your dirty clothes are still not washed at home, right? Chen Zhengchuan nodded Chen Yuanqing's head. Sister-in-law obviously saw it but didn't say anything, so if she doesn't behave herself, she'll definitely get beaten up again when she gets back. Alright, I'll go digging clams first and come back to Uncle Six later when I find a good deal. Chen Yuanqing heard this, then hurriedly took the sand shovel and ran to dig clams. Chen Zhengchuan looked at this a while ago. Came again. Many people on the beach, one by one, are digging sand. He also did not idle. No shovel will use the hand to pull out, in the past to beg for the sea or so to come. After squatting down with the bucket, he first looked at the holes on the beach, picked the one that was the easiest to ship out and pulled out, and couldn't help humming while pulling out, digging on the great big sandy beach. Chapter 83. All want to build a wall. What are you humming here? Chen Zhengchuan is humming while pulling out the hole. His mother did not know when appeared behind him. Cold words back to Chen Zhengchuan, startled. Chen Zhengchuan hurriedly put a large razor clam that he pulled out in front of him into the bucket. Mother, why are you walking without a sound? It's you who didn't pay attention, right? Chen mother looked at Chen Zhengchuan in a bad mood. What are you doing? Calling you for half a day with no response. Just thinking about things. What did you call me about? Think things? Fish dry things, right? Let you do not fool around. Now well, I'm afraid you cannot eat. Chen Zhengchuan, heart speechless, looked at his own mother, how to speak on the education of him, although he is thinking about the dried fish thing, but also did not say to the point that because of the dried fish thing to the point of not wanting to think about the meal, right? Nyang not this, what are you looking for me? Chen Zhengchuan shook his head. If he said he wanted to make a fortune with dried fish, his mother could take him for a psychopath. Take these back by the way and cook your lunch and join us later when you get back. Seeing the 2 buckets of shellfish that his mother handed over, Chen Zhengchuan sighed. Since cooking 2 meals when it rained, his mother would make him cook whenever she saw him free. Obviously, he loved his cooking, but every time he asked him to cook, he would find some excuse that he didn't have the time. Even his elder brother and second brother's families would now contribute some rice and vegetables to come to his house to eat together. Then these will be dealt with when you guys come back. I'll go buy some meat to eat together later. Chen Zhengchuan peeled the bucket. It was full of clams, light color and oysters. There weren't many razor clams. A few buckets combined didn't have as much as he had in his bucket alone. What kind of meat to buy? There's plenty of money. When Mother Chen heard this, she immediately started to educate again. Chen Zhengchuan saw this and skipped straight away. If you don't buy it, you don't buy it, and you have to say a bunch of things every time. Chen Zhengchuan is now considered to understand, for his parents want to buy something to be first. By back they at most complained about a couple of sentences, but still the food to eat to use. If you say to them in advance, do not even think about it, it is absolutely will not agree. Chen Zhengchuan sold some of the goodies he had in his bucket before he went back, a small slate fish, the one that Chen Yuanqing had caught, and several green crabs, as well as some octopus. The little one sold a total of $1.30. Chen Zhengchuan added 2 cents to make up $1.50. A person can share 3 cents. Not only did he not get his piety from the little ones, he added some to it himself. After coming back for lunch, one by one, after getting their share of the money, they laughed so hard that they couldn't keep their eyes open. This one by one disappeared after eating. In the morning they still knew to beg the sea to help the family pick up some food. This afternoon they went out to the wild again. Sister-in-law saw a group of children running out like the wind. Her mouth began to curse again. Shen Jingchuan as if he did not hear the same. These little guys in the hands of no money will not help the family work, not to mention just one person earned 30 cents pocket money that do not rush to spend a wave, and so what? It might be found and taken away at some point. Aren't all children like this? Chuanzi is 17 or 18 years old as well. Father Chen smoked his pipe and said indifferently. Chen Jingchuan, there is no need to involve me. Isn't Kawako waking up here? It's okay, just wait until you're older. Up to age? Don't even think about it. How old was the last guy who came here to steal, David? It's 2 years older than Chuanzi, right, but still the same dog can't change his ways, stealing every day. One day his hands will be chopped off for him. That's true, but can David compare to Kawako? That's right, Kawako is just lazy, her brain is still sharp, and that David is a tumor. Shen Jingchuan, tell me more, I love it. Don't you guys brag about him? What's the point of tossing around dried fish when you're so good? Yeah, Chuanzi, will your dried fish work? Don't lose too much money by then. It's okay, big brother, I just got a dozen or so to explore first. In that case, did Secretary Chin say anything about giving you any help? Does 50 pounds of dried fish count for me first? What's the point? After eating and chatting for a while, a group of people went together to the new home site to start working. Chen Jingchuan first went to the village to open a certificate, mainly to prove their identity. To go to the county for what? If you don't live in the store then it's still not enough to prove, but Chen Jingchuan wants to see in the county, which if you go to sell dried fish then he knows, go directly to the seafood market or find a person with a lot of places to set up a stall on the line. In addition to selling dried fish, Chen Jingchuan also intends to see if there is any bulk business to engage in. This kind of 100 pounds of dried fish can be sold to earn $12 or $13, right, not as good as he went out to sea fishing, mainly to explore the market first. To do it surely means to do it in a big way. Waiting to open the certificate, Chen Jingchuan back to the new home side ready to help found that there is nothing to do, now it is some side things, and then wait for the beam on the line. Master Sure, can you make an eave over here to stick out and then get 2 boards to block it? Chen Jingchuan turned around then found a master teacher and said, Here then, are you planning to get a chicken coop? It was all a matter of doing familiar things. As soon as Chen Jingchuan said the requirements, Master Sure knew what he wanted to do. Right, if I'm back there, I'm also planning to open a vegetable garden out, so that the chickens I raise won't ruin the garden by then. Chen Jingchuan just gestured like that. Master Sure heard this, then took a tape measure and measured. It's okay, but your father has already put all the chicken coops on his side. Do you still want to build on your side? Chen Jingchuan took a look at the house repaired on his father's side, and indeed there was a place for a chicken coop. But there's only room for 1 chicken coop. Shio, it was originally reserved for me to raise chickens. When the time comes, if you don't raise chickens, you can also raise ducks and geese in these. Chen Jingchuan nodded. His father's side of a house, originally Chen Jingchuan is intended to follow their side of his parents to repair larger. The results of the 2 old man is not willing to repair a partial house. There is a place to live that and cooking place on the line. That's fine, it just so happens that there's not much work today. Master Sure nodded, the materials were there anyway, and it counted as wages. Chen Jingchuan was ready to go back after reading it but found that a group of people outside were discussing the matter of the fence. Only instead of talking about how to fix it, we're talking about how much to take up outward. The others just said to move out a little, but his father was the most ruthless, and directly had to go out a distance of 2 or 3 feet. Dad, you're taking up too much, aren't you? Chen Jingchuan looked at it. If he were to build a fence according to his father's idea, the land would be more than 40 square feet more than the land he bought. And that's just one side, more will only be more if the other sides come that way too. What's wrong with this? It's all about the time we spent our own money to buy the place, and several of your brothers are planning to build the fence together, so it's just as well that they're all expanding a little bit outside, so won't the vegetable garden be there? Shen's father looked like he was taking it for granted. Chen Jingchuan also do not know what to say. In fact, not only his father, everyone is doing this time a lot of laws are not sound. This kind of private occupation of land basically occupied, and is not arable land, coupled with the fact that he is now in the village committee has a good relationship. Secretary Chen No will not say anything. Chen Jingchuan also has the idea of expanding a little bit outside, only not as ruthless as his father. You guys are also going to build the fence? In addition to occupying the land, Chen Jingchuan looked at his several brothers in surprise, originally thought that he would repair the fence himself, but did not expect that now they also want to repair it. Before Chen Jingchuan said to repair the fence when one said forget it, they do not want to repair, spend that money for what? How long has it been since this turned out to be a real cent? Right, seeing as you're planning this in a decent manner, we're planning to enclose it as well. Shen Zhengmin, the second oldest, nodded. What's so good about fencing it off? It's hard to talk to the neighborhood collage. Father Chen muttered. Chen Jingchuan does not matter, but he feels a little better rounded up, now there is no that condition, and later raised to build a 2-story small house, get a big iron door installed, instantly have the feeling of the latter part of the rural villa.
As for the rest, there are still 2 trees missing in the yard, and he doesn't know what to plant yet. He wanted to plant an osmanthus tree at first, but then he thought it would be good to plant a fruit tree as well, or he would wait until he meets something later before deciding what kind of tree he wants to plant. Chapter 84 Entering the City. Early the next morning, Chen Jingchuan packed up his things backstreet and prepared to enter the city. Chen mother looked at Chen Jingchuan worriedly on the side. Xuanzi, really don't ask someone to accompany you, this one person is still pushing a cart of dried fish, I'm afraid that there will be danger on the road. The last time I met the hijacking thing Chen mother also know, but that time there are 3 people, and there is a tractor, and that time Chen mother also only know after the fact, but did not worry much. But this time there is also Chen Jingchuan, a person to go up to the county, but also pushing a cart of dried fish, walking on the road is not a living target? It's alright, mother, don't you know me? Won't keep pushing the cart to the city, halfway I'll stop a tractor, you just wait at home, I'll go first. Chen Jingchuan smiled and comforted. Chen's mother was also relieved to hear that Chen Jingchuan was going to the county by tractor. Then why don't you hire a tractor from the village? Nyanga, the price of specially hiring someone to make a trip is not the same as meeting a hitchhiker halfway. Chen Jingchuan shook his head. For this 100 pounds of dried fish, hiring a tractor to go to the county, the money earned might not be enough for the road fee. This is actually one aspect. The main thing is that if Chen Jingchuan invites Uncle Young, he will not be able to use the carry-on space. At that time, once out of the village directly with the carry-on space loaded with their own dumping empty-handed to the county is not more comfortable? Hearing Chen Jingchuan say this, Chen mother also no longer say anything. Going out is not like being at home, hold back when things happen, don't be impulsive, don't get handsy with other people, okay? Outside to eat is also not compared to home, pay attention to yourself, that a bag inside is boiled eggs, hungry to eat too. Hearing Chen mother's words, Chen Jingchuan heart is still warm, before did not feel this kind of care from relatives, this life is to make up for him. This was also the first time since being reborn that he had listened to Mother Chen's nagging seriously. Mother, wait for my good news at home. When Mother Chen finished speaking, Chen Jingchuan pushed the crate and left. Walking in the village road, met a lot of people see him pushing a cart of dried fish are still warmly greeted. Although they were all talking with a smile, Chen Jingchuan could still hear some gloating as well as a lack of optimism for him in these people's words. Passing through the village committee, Chen Jingchuan also talked to Secretary Chen for a while. At this moment the village committee or those people, out of a militia captain in addition to the other, are not yet elected. The village committee's intention is to wait for the impact of this smuggling to come down before starting the election, and by the way, they also have to see what the town wants, but it should be just for this period of time. After leaving the village, Chen Jingchuan directly looked for a deserted place to put the plate car and dried fish into the carry-on space, and then waited for a while, did not see the passing tractor, then simply take the bike out to ride to the county town to catch the road. Walking is not walking, it's not like there's no transportation. After waiting for the county, Chen Jingchuan happened to see a side 3-wheeler drive past, causing a burst of envy from passers-by. Chen Jingchuan also staggered, this time can afford to open the side of the 3-wheeler, not ordinary people, this thing is not money can buy, usually only the authorities will configure some. At this time the domestic productivity is not very high, this kind of things are generally prioritized to supply institutions and state-owned enterprises those large units. Private individuals with money can't buy it, and there are no channels to buy anything like this, and the official government isn't open to private purchases at all. As for the car, Chen Jingchuan came after have not seen, in addition to the previous from some spy drama inside the 40s and 50s beetle car outside, he is the era of the car is simply no knowledge, this time there is a car that is definitely a status symbol. He didn't have the opportunity to buy a car in his previous life, so Chen Jingchuan decided that he must buy one at this time. Only he didn't have enough money on him now, counting the $20,000, and he didn't know what the price of an automobile was at this time of year, but it certainly wasn't cheap, and the fact that he hadn't seen one in the county spoke volumes about the price. Chen Jingchuan first went to the seafood market after coming to the county. The seafood market at this time of year is actually a large shed that used to seem like it was some kind of temporary warehouse, abandoned later, and now being reopened. Only this seafood market's a bit shabby. He remembered that their province later there is a big seafood market in the city, only now has not begun to build, now the biggest seafood market is still in the provincial capital city. Chen Jingchuan had not been to the county's wharf before, and now he took a look at it and saw that it was much more prosperous than other places. The fish collectors looked and felt like they had more boats than their village. One by one, the yelling never stopped. Shenjia village in the past, only in the afternoon to go out to see boat came back to have a collection of fish, the rest of the time are in the rest, but since Chen Jingchuan to come up with the net fishing method, the day will also intermittently have a fish collection. Only that doesn't keep up with the county's prosperity. This moment in and out of the boat are a lot. Chen Jingchuan also saw more than 20 meters of the boat docked, the fish above 3 tractors ran 2 trips before pulling finished. By the looks of that it should have been at sea for about 3 or 4 days before returning. Chen Jingchuan stood on the pier and watched for a while and then left. It is now almost 10:30 in the morning. At this time the seafood market has not many people to buy goods, there are quite a few stalls selling goods. Finding a fish-selling boss, Chen Jingchuan first gave him a cigarette. Big brother, this business is good ah. General, cannot earn any money. Big brother saw Chen Jingchuan wipe the hand that had just loaded the fish and took the cigarette and said smilingly.
Chen Jingchuan smiled, I see that you have so many people buying fish here, how can business be bad?
You don't see to sell more, but the price of entry is high, and here is close to the pier, it is not good to sell. Big brother shook his head, by the way to Chen Jingchuan revealed a news, or the city's bigger and better, and the city's seafood market is not yet in the dockside, sell things better, only the frontage there is too expensive.
The city's seafood market has a storefront for sale? Chen Jingchuan looked at his elder brother doubtfully.
This news he did not hear before reading the newspaper only know the city to renovate the seafood market. Big brother hemmed and hawed, perhaps no one came to buy fish, or the hands of the cigarette smoke cool, simply chatting with Chen Jingchuan. Many of the previous buy frontages also sold, and now after the renovation of the expansion of the area also have a new frontage can be bought. Chen Jingchuan heard the seafood market actually have the facade to buy really moved, but he also thought about it, they are not going to the city to settle down, buy a facade can do?
It's not now that it's sitting there appreciating in value. How much can it go up now?
In the short term, we can't see the benefits. Chen Jingchuan still doesn't intend to engage in.
Big brother looks like he's planning to go to the city to develop,
Chen Jingchuan said with a smile. This big brother must have had an idea when he said that, or he wouldn't have said so much. General just scraped together enough money, intends to go buy a storefront when the time comes to go to the city's seafood market to sell fish. Big brother's mouth grinned, almost unable to bite the cigarette, but he was still very restrained in front of a stranger, didn't say much about himself, and turned to ask up Chen Jingchuan, little brother, you this also intend to do fishmonger business? I don't have that kind of vigor, I have a lot of dried fish in the sun at home, and I just happened to come to the county to do some errands and stop by.
Chen Jingchuan smiled and shook his head.
Big brother shook his head when he heard this and said towards Chen Jingchuan, dried goods don't sell well, there was one selling them in the seafood market before, but now there is no one to be seen.
Can big brother elaborate a bit?
Chen Jingchuan's heart sank when he heard this, but on the surface, he still smiled and scattered another cigarette for his big brother. Big brother took it smoothly just after the mouth of the almost finished take down to the new one on the point. We have a lot of villages around the county, want to eat directly to buy some is, and here near the pier fresh are not eaten who will go to eat dry. After hearing the words of the big brother, Chen Jingchuan thought about it, as if it is really so, by the sea of the city basically not a lack of seafood to eat, fresh every day who will also go to eat dry goods, and the county to buy dry goods is also convenient, his hands of the goods have no advantage at all. He is not the only one who can buy, the surrounding village households will some want to eat to buy a little, Chen Jingchuan simply cannot do.
Thank you big brother, you're doing me a big favor. Chen Jingchuan scattered 2 more cigarettes to big brother before leaving.
Just left Chen Jingchuan toward the station, the county is not able to open the market of dried fish.
Chapter 85 The City.
Since the county cannot open the situation, Chen Jingchuan simply do not do anything, go to the city to see. All have come to the county, this moment to hit the road back is not his style. Only to go to the city of the road Chen Jingchuan do not recognize, counting on their own bike to go or a little difficult, so he first came to the station to prepare to go by car. When Chen Jingchuan sat on the car, he saw someone at the station holding a phone box, which is loaded with a bunch of melon seeds and peanuts, as well as some cakes and dry cross and other small snacks walking around. Seeing this, Chen Jingchuan suddenly felt that sitting in the car high on melon seeds and enjoying the scenery along the way is also good. Seeing Chen Jingchuan buying a big bag of melon seeds, the vendor selling the stuff was still pushing sweet water. Little brother, you've got nothing here, you'll dry out if you just get high, this water is good. After hearing the vendor's voice, Chen Jingchuan shook his head, big brother, I'm just going to take a short ride to my home, what water to buy? In fact, it is still Chen Jingchuan who has water in his own space. And look at the bottle in the hands of the vendor, not even a package, I do not know where to pick up the bottle and then put some sugar in the water is sweet water? It's not enough to fool a kid, but he's the one who's fooling him? He knew that this time of the station cheats more, and many of them are still industry chain, only did not expect him to buy a packet of melon seeds in the hands of this peddler. The back from time to time there are peddlers come over to him to sell all kinds of food and drink. No one came to harass him until the car drove Chen Jingchuan. Only in the car Chen Jingchuan is not good, the car in addition to people, there are chickens, ducks, geese and other poultry. Anyway, Chen Jingchuan sitting in the car, not to mention high melon seeds, the whole time is to cover the nose. As for the scenery along the way, Chen Jingchuan almost got seasick, but also how to have the mood to see what the scenery along the way. This car is a lot tougher than the last ride back from the county. The smell inside the car, even if Chen Jingchuan opened the window head to the outside, can still smell, and after the bumps up Chen Jingchuan's head several times hit the glass, it is simply a pain in the neck. Waiting for the car to go for a while, almost to the city of the second half of the road is a little better, those chickens, ducks and geese basically halfway out of the car, open the window behind the smell are also dispersed out a lot. In addition to the bumps other than the other are okay, but to the back he did not go to see the scenery, all the same what to see, by the melon seeds it did not move. After getting off the car, Chen Jingchuan dared to take a big breath, just in the car is simply torture.
Is little brother here in the city for business?
Chen Jingchuan had just gotten off the bus and hadn't even planned to ask at the seafood market when a man greeted him from the side.
Chen Jingchuan looked at Two Eyes suspiciously. This person, he had some impression, also came from the county, and he was almost on the car before and after the foot. Big brother wouldn't be here to play, right? Chen Jingchuan rubbed his stiff face and tried to stifle a smile. The journey had been so aggravating that he hadn't even gotten out of the car yet. Ha, little brother really knows how to joke, who would come to the city to play. The man laughed and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Chen Jingchuan. What does little brother plan to do when he comes to the city so young? Chen Jingchuan smiled after receiving the cigarette, planning to do some business. Yo, I see that little brother is so young that he actually started doing business? Just fooling around. It's also much better than our village, where people your age are still playing up the mountain and down the pond, either picking fruit or hunting hares. The man smiled. Chen Jingchuan surprised to look at the man in front of him. This word at first listen feels like he is not like a coastal village, but a little like the kind of mountain hunters. I can't help it, I've got to do something, or else I'll just stay at home and eat and die. The man was surprised to hear Chen Jingchuan's words and glanced at him, not expecting this young man to have such a high level of awareness. What's the name of the little brother? You are so right in saying this. Chen Jingchuan, what about you, big brother? Xia Yang. Chen Jingchuan and this Xia Yang talked for a while, which realized that they are also a county, only one in the south and one in the north. Xia Yang's side of the village is full of mountains, not near the sea. Xia Yang and his father are farmers. In addition to farming is to rely on hunting to sell for money. This time to the city is to send game to a regular customer. After chatting for a while at the station, Xia Yang left first, and Chen Jingchuan asked for directions before finding his way toward the seafood market. The seafood market was still a bit of a distance from the station, but Chen Jingchuan didn't plan to call a rickshaw or find a chance to take his bike out and ride it. The city was different than the county, and he planned to see the high rises of this time of year first. Walking on the city's cement-hardened road, Chen Jingchuan saw the most in addition to rickshaws is to sell buns and steamed bread in tea-egg stalls, and then there is a group of shoeshine people at every intersection with a lot of traffic. In addition to these, the facade of the store is mostly selling food, restaurants, although more but mostly some local dishes. Do not want a later generations of a street can see a lot of a variety of food halls. In addition to selling food, there is a tailor's store, which also sells cloth in addition to customized clothes. Most tall buildings at this time of year were 7 or 8 stories, not many very tall buildings, elevators were rare, and there were none inside shopping malls. Chen Jingchuan passed a shopping mall when also curious to go in to take a look. This time of the mall product categories are very few, in addition to clothing, shoes is toys. He also saw stores selling soccer balls and basketballs, and some stores selling tin cars, toy guns, and so on. Eat very little. All the way to the past, Chen Jingchuan or roughly look around the scene, and the latter part of the world is certainly not comparable, but if compared with the county, that is simply a heaven and a hell. The city is like a large metropolis and the county is like a larger fishing village. When Chen Jingchuan walked to the seafood market, it was already more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the seafood market had already closed. I should have known that I would have come earlier. What shopping? Chen Jingchuan stood depressed at the entrance of the already closed market. At this moment, because of renovation and expansion, the seafood market closes earlier, but it does not prohibit people from going in to look at the place. After all, there are still many people who want to buy the facade, and there are some who want to sell, and they have to be brought in to see not. Chen Jingchuan also pretended to be here to buy a facade to go in and take a look. It should be said that it doesn't smell fishy. In addition to the place is also very large, compared to the county of the shed is not much bigger. Here all the cement repair up. The facade is also very formal. The stalls are also painted to divide the area. There are for people to walk. There is also a special place to put the goods. There are a total of 5 entrances and exits, in addition to the 4 doors in the southeast, northwest, and north. These also have a special entrance and exit for the front to move goods. Chen Jingchuan looked around, so he found an uncle sitting in front of the door selling dry goods and talked. The old rule of dispersing the smoke first. Uncle, what price are you selling this for? What? After hearing the uncle's words, Chen Jingchuan froze, then hurriedly said it in Mandarin. I had spoken in dialect all the way over here before, forgetting that this was already the city. But Chen Jingchuan simply do not understand the words of the uncle. This is where the language, well, this has been the same as a foreign language, right? Finally, the uncle saw that Chen Jingchuan could not understand, and simply knocked on the sign on the door to suspend business. Good lord, that's what it sounds like. This little brother, what you want to buy you'll have to come tomorrow, we're taking care of the goods. Chen Jingchuan was about to leave when he heard a voice from behind him. Turning his head, it was a man who looked to be in his mid-30s and was approaching carrying a marijuana bag. It looks like it's shipping. Hello big brother, let me first ask you to sell these things, what price? Chen Jingchuan was okay with it, he wasn't buying it anyway, so he just took the opportunity to ask the price. It says so on the sign over there. The man seemed to have something, not wanting to say anything more to water Chen Jingchuan, and pointed to a bunch of signs at the door. Chen Jingchuan walked over and took a look at it, and the dried tofu fish was 40 cents a pound, and the dried toadfish was 40 cents a pound. And the small tubes were a piece a pound. And the shrimp skin was 50 cents a pound. And the dried miscellaneous fish was 20 cents a pound.
After seeing these prices, Chen Jingchuan compared the number of dried fish in his space. The village head gave him a unified kind of dried tofu fish. He himself collected a bit of a mixed bag. Basically, their village can fish all. That's why he carries it so much to figure out the market for each type of dried fish. The market price was a little higher than he expected. Chapter 86 Your Honorable Friend. After looking at the seafood market, Chen Jingchuan suddenly realized that he didn't know what to do. It was his first time in the city, and he didn't have any relatives or familiar people over here. The only people he knew who were considered city people were Suan Bong and Director Yang, but both of them were in the county, and there was no one he knew in the city at all. As for going to have fun, in the latter part of his life, he knew where to have fun and could go anywhere with his cell phone, but where could he go at this time? Looking at the watch on his wrist again, it was more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Jingchuan decided to go eat something to pad his stomach first now. As for his mother to prepare his eggs, Chen Jingchuan morning eat, noon is also eaten at, the night also eat he always feel will not eat, or get some rice to eat. There were quite a few stalls just outside the seafood market, but they were all selling snacks and things to eat for breakfast, no rice. Came to the back of the seafood market. Chen Jingchuan is planning to go to find a small restaurant to order 2 dishes to eat a meal. The result is actually encountered an acquaintance. Just now he also lamented that there is no acquaintance in the city. This is not encountered?
Comrade Chen Jingchuan, I didn't expect to meet you here. Coincidentally, this is not.
Yang Banchang said as he pulled Chen Jingchuan in surprise upon seeing him. Chen Jingchuan did not expect to meet Captain Yang here. This squad leader Yang was the squad leader of the policeman named Zhang Yun that he had saved on the island earlier. He even brought a bunch of big hats to his door to thank him when the conference was held later, and Father Chen bragged about it for a long time at that time.
Squad leader Yang, I didn't expect to meet you here either. Are you on a special mission? Chen Jingchuan blinked. The Yang squad leader at this moment was not wearing a police uniform. No, I'm on vacation and came back to take a look. I didn't expect to run into you. You're here?
Squad leader Yang shook his head, then looked at Chen Jingchuan. Oh, you also know the situation of our village. I plan to come over here to find a way to see if I can do a dried fish business. Facing Yang Banchang, Chen Jingchuan didn't beat a dead horse. When this Yang Banchang heard this, he immediately brightened up. Is it the kind of dried fish that you sent me last time?
Yeah, Class Captain Yang has eaten it, right? How was the flavor? Chen Jingchuan said smilingly.
Last time when Yang Banchang brought a group of big caps to the door to thank him, he also brought a bunch of things. Those things have long been locked up by Chen Mother, even Chen Jingchuan cannot touch, but cigarettes and wine were taken by Chen Mother to exchange money for the money exchanged for the money given to Chen Jingchuan. Yang Banchang and the others came to the door to thank them, and Chen Jingchuan also sent some dried fish to Yang Banchang and the others. By the looks of it, squad leader Yang had eaten the dried fish, and it seemed to have been quite well received.
It's great, can I get some next time?
A little bit of dried fish is just a little bit of dried fish and you're still talking about buying or not buying. Just give me an address and I'll send it over to you.
That won't do, we're disciplined, and we're already thankful for the last delivery. Hearing that, it seems that Yang Ban is still a decent person.
But this is good news for Chen Jingchuan. Upright people are good to deal with. Really, if not upright people, he was worried that he was eaten by the other side.
Then leave me an address and I'll send it to you then.
Yang Banchang sniffed a little embarrassed and looked at Chen Jingchuan. Didn't you say you are here to sell dried fish? Did you bring any? I want to give my family a taste. Don't worry, I'll get the money for it.
How much do you want?
Upon hearing this, Chen Jingchuan immediately said that it was no problem. Yang Banchang suspiciously looked at Chen Jingchuan's side. He remembered that Chen Jingchuan came empty-handed. The dried fish is at my friend's place. I'll go get it from him later.
Chen Jingchuan instantly began to explain after seeing Yang Banchang's eyes. He couldn't have taken it out of the space himself at this moment. Wouldn't that have scared Yang Banzai half to death? That's fine, as many as you have, bring them all over, I'll buy them all.
Yang Banzai heard this and directly gave a big wave of his hand to round it up. Only Chen Jingchuan heard but did not want to sell. It is obvious that Yang Banchang intends to help him with his own money.
Captain Yang, you don't have to pay for these goods for me to buy them myself. Can you help me once? Can you help me all the time?
Chen Jingchuan shook his head and rejected Yang Banchang's proposal. Besides, this time I came out to find a way to sell the dried fish in the village. Can you help me to buy this one time? Can you still help me in the future? Don't, Comrade Chen Jingchuan, you misunderstood. My family is opening a small restaurant. The dried fish of yours is very good. I intend to introduce it to my old man.
Yang Banzai saw Chen Jingchuan misunderstanding, couldn't help but hurry to explain.
However, because of this refusal, his impression of Chen Jingchuan had gradually risen, as if he had been a lifesaver in the past, but now he was a lifesaver who had principles and didn't screw people over. When Chen Jingchuan heard it, the words of the restaurant seemed to be a sale.
I've got £100. Bring it all?
Bring them all, don't worry, they'll definitely sell. Your family's dried fish is delicious.
Wait for me for a while then.
Could be.
After saying that, Chen Jingchuan turned around and left.
Once he had found a deserted alley, Chen Jingchuan took out the crate and the dried fish. He waited for a while before he pushed the crate and came to Captain Yang.
Very nice indeed, where are your friends? Didn't come along?
Yang Banchang looked at the dried fish that Chen Jingchuan had pushed. It was the same as the one Chen Jingchuan had given him last time. No, he went to sell dried fish somewhere else.
Chen Jingchuan had to lie again. Luckily, Yang Banchang didn't care about this and helped Chen Jingchuan push the crate over toward their family's restaurant.
Waiting until after the Yang Banchang's home hotel, Chen Jingchuan realized that Yang Banchang is really modest, which is a small hotel, obviously a big hotel, right? Looking at the decoration in front of the frame, has not lost to some of the hotels in the latter part of the world. This can be completely said to be a big hotel. What a small hotel! If it is not aware of the character of Yang Banchang, Chen Jingchuan would like to suspect that this guy is not in Versailles. Pushing the crate to the back door of the hotel, Yang Banchang directly led Chen Jingchuan to the location of the back kitchen.
Page Major, what brings you here?
As soon as the manager saw Ban Yang pushing a cart in, he greeted cheerfully.
Chen Jingchuan also realized that Yang Banji's real name is Yang Page.
I was so used to calling him Yang Banchang that I forgot to ask him his real name. Manager Zhu, this is the comrade Chen Jingchuan who saved my life as I said before. This is the dried fish he brought, you give it a look. Ban Yang waved his hand. The aura between his hands and feet was completely like two people when he faced Chen Jingchuan before. Before he was a smiling neighbor's big brother, this moment he became a superior.
Hello comrade Chen Jingchuan, thank you for saving.
Manager Zhu was still trying to be polite when he was directly interrupted by Ban Yang. Look at the dried fish first, these are all together with the ones I brought back earlier. Chen Jingchuan also thought that Yang Banjian was a straight man, did not expect that this moment began to imply. No, it is already expressly to give him this dried fish a high price. This again is to emphasize the life-saving benefactor and said before bringing back the dried fish, he felt that before Yang Banchang should not send dried fish to the family, this is to meet him to hear his words and temporary decision it. Shoe manager is also a smooth person, heard his own son send words also do not say anything more, directly on the hands began to check the dried fish, and then gave a very high evaluation. As for the purchase price compared to the price of seafood market is higher than the price of 40 cents a catty.
Gave Chen Jingchuan all the embarrassment.
Manager Zhu, this dried fish in my house is not worth the price you said. I went to the seafood market before to understand. The dried miscellaneous fish is good for 10 cents a catty, and other dried fish of the same kind is good for 40 cents a catty. Hearing the manager take the offer of 78 cents, Chen Jingchuan is very moved, but still refused. He is not intended to do a one-time business.
Doing business to be so? Honesty.
Moreover, he now has nothing. If even this credibility is not, then what business? I am afraid that even the young class leader of this favor will be consumed. Manager Zhu was surprised when he heard Chen Jingchuan's words and shot him a glance, then looked at young Page again. He didn't expect this quite clean-looking young man to do things so cleanly. A lot of fishing villages out. If you heard the offer he just gave, fear immediately agreed to it. Seeing Yang Page's slight nod, Manager Zhu smiled. Alright then, let's follow your offer.
Chapter 87 Reporting Piece.
Alright, leave the dried fish matter to Manager Zhu, come and get the money later, we'll go around and eat right away. Seeing that things had been negotiated, Yang Page greeted Chen Jingchuan with the intention of going to eat. Chen Jingchuan is also really hungry, so follow Yang Page out, but in passing through the hall Chen Jingchuan suddenly remembered that he seems to have not called home to report peace. When he came out earlier, his mother also urged him to call home to let the family know whether the dried fish was sold or not, to report a peace of mind.
Squad leader Yang, where do you have a phone around here?
Chen Jingchuan had no idea where to find a phone to use at this time, but Yang Page should know.
My dad has it in his office, I'll take you there if you want to use it.
Chen Jingchuan thought about it for a moment and did not pretend, go out to find too much trouble, simply called directly in the hotel. As for the village phone number, Chen Jingchuan remembered it. After all, this is the only way to contact home. After following Yang Page to his father's office, Chen Jingchuan thought he would meet his father. He was ready to greet him, but it turned out that there was no one in the office. The office was beautifully decorated, with a sofa and coffee table and a half-tall pot of greenery. Looking at the rather modern decoration, Chen Jingchuan had to sigh. This time the life of the rich is not bitter, the bitter is the bottom of the people. You make the call first, I'm going to use the restroom, don't move the rest, my father doesn't like people touching his things.
After entering the office, Yang Page admonished Chen Jingchuan.
Okay. Chen Jingchuan nodded his head in agreement and then first carefully surveyed the look-alike red landline phone in front of him.
Not to mention it looks pretty new. First pick up the mic, then press the button.
After waiting for the phone to be connected, Chen Jingchuan immediately said, Hey, I'm looking for Team 6 Chen Xingjuan's house, let any one of their family come to answer the phone.
Okay, right away.
After hearing the voice from the other side, Chen Jingchuan hung up the phone. At this time the phone bill is not cheap, he could not have been connected to the phone waiting for the opposite side of the village committee to call someone, a back and forth for 7 or 8 minutes, the phone bill is not a joke. Just give me some notice and call back almost 10 minutes in between. There was no caller ID at this time either, and if there had been, the person on the other side would have been able to call right back when they arrived. Looked at the watch, note down the time after Chen Jingchuan also intends to go to the toilet, this day in addition to a small toilet in the county after Chen Jingchuan has not been to the toilet.
Finished fighting?
Chen Zhengchuan was just about to go out when he met the returning Yang page, who was accompanied by 2 other people, Manager Zhu and a middle-aged man with a big belly.
No, I just gave a letter back, I'll call back later. Chen Zhengchuan shook his head. This is Comrade Chen Zhengchuan, right?
The middle-aged man smilingly extended his hand towards Chen Zhengchuan. Although Chen Zhengchuan was puzzled about his identity, he still politely extended his hand and shook the other party's hand.
I don't know who you are? This is my third uncle. Yang page introduced Chen Zhengchuan from the side. Good day, uncle.
Chen Zhengchuan hurriedly renewed his greeting.
Yang page 3 uncle nodded.
Have been trying to find an opportunity to thank you to come, only has been relatively busy, cannot get out, just you come today a good drink.
No, Class Captain Yang has already made a trip to my house with the stuff before, and has already thanked them.
How is that little enough? You're a lifesaver to him.
No, even if I don't go anymore there will still be fishing boats passing through there, and at best they will suffer a little bit, but they can still be rescued, Class Captain Yang.
If the other big cap Zhangyan said so, no problem, he did save Zhangyan's life, but the words of Yang Banchang incidental things, Chen Zhengchuan's fishing boat does not go there, will also have other fishing boats or marine police boats out to find people. The words are so, but you saved Zhangyan's life, it is also equal to save this kid, he would have been the unauthorized pursuit, captured the person okay, if then hitched a life of their own people, this skin are going to go off.
Yang page second uncle waved his hand, and then not let Chen Zhengchuan say anything more, let him stay and wait for dinner on the line.
Just call here, I'll have someone pick you up later.
After 2 more words, Yang Page's third uncle left with Manager Zhu. Yang Page instead waited over here to accompany Chen Zhengchuan. Looks a little rushed. Although Chen Zhengchuan was curious but didn't want to pry into people's business.
Went to the bathroom and came back and then wait a while, almost 10 minutes after Chen Zhengchuan again before calling over. He did not speak yet, heard the phone over his mother, loud voice. Hey, is Chuanzi?
Mother, it's me. Really Chuanzi, you go a day without a letter, eat?
Hearing his mother's words of concern, Chen Zhengchuan's heart warmed. This is the feeling of family attachment. No matter what you go out to do, parents are always concerned about whether their son is eating well and whether he's hungry, and everything else has to be put aside.
Eat, mother, you still do not worry about me, I can let myself suffer?
Chen Zhengchuan rubbed his own somewhat shriveled stomach and laughed.
It's good to eat, can you come back today?
Chen's mother was relieved to hear this and turned to ask about her son. Chen Zhengchuan looked at the time, already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, which if in the county can still catch the last bus or pedal their own bicycles back, but this is in the city, not go back, tomorrow. Hearing that her son was not coming back, Chen mother wasn't much disappointed. After all, Chen Zhengchuan had said before he left that this time he would spend a little longer going out. So have you found a place to live?
Don't worry, there are places to eat and stay.
That's good, how's your dried fish selling? Only after asking about her son did Mother Chen ask about the dried fish. In her mind, her son was much more important than the dried fish. Only my son has nothing to do but stop by and ask about dried fish.
You don't know when I'm out there? Touché. Chen Zhengchuan said in a very smelly manner.
In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that he met Yang Page, Chen Zhengchuan would have had to wait until tomorrow morning to go to the seafood market to take a look before he could do so. As for the message to the family, it's definitely a good news story, and don't say he's sold it all.
Really, how much did it sell for? $34. Boom, that much. Chen's mother was stunned at once.
He had thought that the 100 pounds of dried fish would only be $12 or so, but he hadn't expected to sell that much. Chen Zhengchuan calculated that the same kind of fish son out of the dried fish is a little more expensive, beautiful 40 cents a catty, selling bad 30 cents a catty, miscellaneous dried fish regardless of what fish collectively 10 cents a catty. He brought 100 pounds is actually not much, at first thought of exploring the road does not bring more, and 100 pounds of zero sale if sold out also a little faster. I just didn't think for a moment that young Page would give him a direct round. Not that much, there's 50 pounds of goods from Secretary Chen in here, and I've put up the money to acquire some dried fish myself, and the real money I've made is probably just a few dollars. That's also a lot. Originally thought the dried fish is not good to sell, I did not expect so valuable, sold out at once. Chen mother is now thinking about whether to collect more dried fish and wait for Chen Zhengchuan to come back and then continue to go out to sell. No, I met Yang Ban, who went to our house last time, and he found the way to sell it.
After hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words, Chen mother's just now agitated mood also calmed down. I think I've met a valuable person. He thought Kawako had sold it herself. So you can come straight back now that you've sold out.
Mother, I'm in the city, no one in the county wants dried fish at all, I can't sell it.
The city, that must be expensive to stay in. It's okay, not expensive.
After chatting with his mother for a while, Chen Zhengchuan hung up the phone. It is not good to keep occupying people's offices to call.
After the phone call, young Page took Chen Zhengchuan to visit his family's hotel.
The hotel has 3 floors, the lobby on the first floor, the private rooms on the second floor, and the office place on the third floor. When he saw the back kitchen, Chen Zhengchuan suddenly felt doubly close. Since crossing over, it was the first time that Chen Zhengchuan had come to this kind of place, and the layout of the hotel's back kitchen at this time already had the kind of prototype of the latter days.
Well, the kitchen in here is good, right?
Yang Page said smugly when he saw Chen Zhengchuan's marveled eyes.
Chen Zhengchuan nodded. Seeing all these cooking utensils makes me want to fry 2 dishes to try my hand at it. Chapter 88, Showing Your Hand.
This sentence Chen Zhengchuan was not being polite but really wanted to try his hand. You want him to say now is when the chef, he that is 100 not happy, last life as a chef, this life is still a chef, then he is not white crossing?
This life high and low must be a boss to do. Cooking is good once in a while. Yang Page on the side laughed when he heard Chen Zhengchuan's words. I didn't think you could cook? Then why don't we open a stove for you to try? Don't say, although it is Yang Page joking words, but Chen Zhengchuan really are a bit moved, can it?
Yang Page see Chen Zhengchuan really a little intention, directly waved his hand to let the head chef of the back kitchen over to Chen Zhengchuan to get a separate place. The head chef thought it was the young master's friend who had come and wanted to arrange a place for his friend in the back kitchen, so he looked for the most convenient place. What do you think about here?
Although the hotel was his family's property afterward, Yang Page didn't understand this and just looked at Chen Zhengchuan.
Chen Zhengchuan took the pot and shook it up and down twice, and then used the spatula to pry the ear of the iron pot to try twice, not to mention that this cookware is really not bad. And the head chef nodded after seeing these 2 hands of Chen Zhengchuan, a connoisseur. Usually the new apprentice will not even check so. As for Yang Page, he is a kitchen white, he just thinks Chen Zhengchuan these 2 very smooth, at least a regular cooking, looks like he wants to try a hand is not empty, he really will.
Quite good, let's try frying 2 dishes then.
Chen Zhengchuan saw the apprentice who was cutting side dishes at the side, and happened to see a pot of eel as well as the dried fish he brought inside the pile of dishes. He planned to make a homemade dry-fried dried fish so that they could try the dried fish he had brought with him, and as for the eel, it was the grilled eel that he had learned to be the first dish in his previous life, and it was still quite a monumental dish for him. And it's the grilled eel that's his specialty, with the simmering of the sauce all memorized. This secret sauce is his master's specialty, when with a hand of roasted eel as the hotel's signature, every tourist season can attract a bunch of islanders to this side of the dinner, can teach Chen Zhengchuan or he grinds for a long time. On this point of view Chen Zhengchuan is still quite grateful to his master. Although the teaching process was a bit harsh, his master really looked at him as a disciple, not a cheap disciple, but the kind of disciple who could pass on the mantle. Looking at Chen Zhengchuan holding the spatula are fast swinging out of the appearance of the stump and that gradually diffuse out of the fragrance, Yang Page realized that Chen Zhengchuan is really 2 brushes, itchy hand try hand is only modest. Did you work as a chef before? Seeing that the first dish of dry-fried dried fish was about to be cooked, Yang Page couldn't help but ask. In fact, it wasn't just him, but even the head chef and the chefs around him who were observing the cooking. This handicraft of Chen Zhengchuan was no longer worse than theirs, especially in the process of cooking, so skillful that even they felt they could not do this level of Chen Zhengchuan. That's not true, I used to learn a couple of things from the cooks who run the banquet in the village.
Chen Zhengchuan shook his head.
The head chef couldn't help but exclaim, then that chef in your village must be a highly skilled man. Hearing this, Chen Zhengchuan couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. That cook in their village or forget about it, his cooking skills aren't much good, but it's enough to mingle in the village.
It's just like that, Ban Yang should have eaten his cooking, right?
Chen Zhengchuan remembered that when he went to the village before, Secretary Chen and the others had eaten together, and the one who cooked was the cook from their village.
Is that the last one at school?
Right.
Then I'd had it, and it tasted fine, except his dried fried fish didn't smell as good as this one you made.
That's for sure, this is my exclusive secret recipe, I've been studying it for a long time. Chen Zhengchuan said proudly, but in his heart, he was apologizing to his master in his previous life, thus claiming his master's achievements as his own should be considered as deceiving his master. But then again, his master was only 40 years old, 81 years old, according to the time to see this time is not yet born, that counts as a what deceived the master?
Definitely does not count ah. Thinking this way Chen Zhengchuan's thoughts were instantly clear. What does it matter that master won't be born until next year? He's obviously the one who developed it, okay? Are you planning to dry fry the seasonings? Seeing Chen Zhengchuan preparing to make the second dish, Yang Page looked at Chen Zhengchuan suspiciously. Why are you stir-frying without eel? This dish is grilled eel, prepare the sauce first. Chen Zhengchuan nodded. Roasted eel?
Yang Page froze. Eel he also ate a lot, but most of them are steamed, occasionally try braised, baked, or never tried. When Chen Zhengchuan finished the 2 rubs it was already half an hour later, mainly because it took a bit of time to make the grilled eel.
Come and taste. Chen Zhengchuan set the 2 dishes on the counter.
Yang Page couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks first and taste a bite of dried fish, he wanted to eat it just after smelling the aroma. Not firewood, there is also a refreshing flavor, this is very appetizing. Yang Page after commenting a bit if can't wait to put chopsticks to the grilled eel, tasty, more delicious than braised eel, makes me have an urge to want a bowl of rice. After taking a bite Yang Page couldn't wait to extend his chopsticks to the eel to continue to have 2 more bites. He had actually eaten a lot of good food for a man of his family, but this grilled eel really gave him a feeling of opening the door to a new world of food.
Hearing Yang Page's look review, Chen Zhengchuan smiled, indeed I will eat. Then there was the head chef. He didn't care about the dried fish. He directly extended his chopsticks to the grilled eel, nodded his head after taking a bite. It's a little bit like braised pork. It's easier to get tired of it. The texture is very good. The most important thing is the sauce. I don't even feel like this overnight eel deserves it. If it's a fresh eel, it can definitely take that flavor to the next level. Worthy of being the head chef, his mouth is awesome. Once you eat it, you can eat his awesome sauce. Chen Jingchuan also tasted a mouthful. It is true that the eel's texture lacks a little bit, not too fresh. Why do I feel that it's even better than the eel I used to eat? Young Page tasted 2 more big chopsticks of eel and gave a thumbs up towards Chen Jingchuan as he ate. By that time, if the young master eats fresh eel with this sauce, he will know what a better roasted eel is. The head chef smiled, then looked at Chen Jingchuan. When does little brother plan to come to work? Chen Jingchuan froze. Even Yang Page, who was dealing with the plate of roasted eel on the side, looked over in surprise. What work? Young master, you didn't bring him to work? The head chef was also confused. Wouldn't it be a waste if this skill didn't come to work in the hotel's back kitchen? And right from the start he thought the young master was bringing someone over to stuff the back kitchen, or was he simply here to show off his skills? I'm here to sell dried fish. I saw this hand itching to try it. Chen Jingchuan shook his head. Cooking skills he had, but did not want to do this business. The head chef saw Chen Jingchuan, said, quite really, home, or that young proprietor right now on the side also nodded. That little brother has no idea to join us together dry? Although the hotel recruitment to the boss to agree, especially the back kitchen, a bad but will be bad reputation, but the head chef is really think Chen Jingchuan can, so cannot help but first throw the olive branch. Young Page was surprised to look at this head chef of his family. He hadn't seen him so active before. It seems that Chen Jingchuan's cooking skill is really recognized by him. I'd better forget it. Chen Jingchuan shook his head. He was fine with cooking 2 meals every now and then, but also let him work as a chef he really didn't want to. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Working here can be much better than you eat that bowl of rice at sea. The wage is stable and still in the city. Chen Jingchuan glanced at the head chef, not realizing that he had such a sharp tongue and could be a lobbyist. It's just a shame he's not really interested. See, Chen Jingchuan really do not want to do chef. Young Page also do not say anything more. End on 2 plates of food to go to prepare for dinner. Chen Jingchuan do these 2 plates of food like to eat there can only eat a sense of freshness, or have to be matched with rice to be able to do. He couldn't even begin to think about how good a mouthful of rice and a mouthful of big eel would be. As for the matter of the chef, we will talk about it later. If Chen Jingchuan really does not want to do it, forget it. The most important thing now was to eat. It had been said for a long time if he didn't eat again he felt like he could starve to death here. Chapter 89: A Great Adventure. After going up to the 2nd floor, Chen Jingchuan found that there were already 4 people inside the private room. In addition to the 3rd uncle of Young Page, whom he had met before on the phone, there was also a middle-aged man who looked a lot like his 3rd uncle, who was smoking a cigar and laughing with the 3rd uncle of Young Page at this moment. The layout inside the entire private room has been similar to that of the latter days. In the center is a round table, on top of which is a red cloth, on top of which there is a glass carousel, and there are still only 2 ashtrays on the table at this time. The chairs all around were wooden pale yellow chairs with high backrests still patterned, and there was a wooden cupboard in the corner of the room, and a pot of greenery in each of the other 2 corners by the window. There were 4 people sitting in the room, 2 men and 2 women, and one of them was Yang Hongming, Yang Page's 3rd uncle. Father and mother, didn't you say you were going to talk about things? How come you're back so soon? Yang Page said in surprise after seeing the middle-aged man smoking a cigar cutter. Just the thing to talk about. Finished, came back, also caught a dinner quite good. The middle-aged man smiled brightly and then looked toward Chen Jingchuan, who was helping to serve the dishes on the side of Young Page. Chen Jingchuan, how are you? Come and sit down to eat. Fortunately, things are done fast today, or else I won't be able to meet you. Good uncle, good aunt. Chen Jingchuan was still a bit formal after seeing Yang Page's dad. After all, at this time, no matter how affable Yang Page's dad was, there was still an aura on his body, and the woman beside him was similar. This was something that came with the higher-ups, and he hadn't even felt this way before when he had met Young Page's 3rd uncle. Young Page, his father Ming, called Young Hongjun, the 3rd uncle Young Hongname. In addition to these 2 people, there are 2 women in the private room, looks like Young Page's mother and the 3rd aunt, together with these 4. Don't be formal, these are all family members. Sit for a while, the food will be served soon. Yang Hongjun waved his hand towards Chen Jingchuan. It's fine to let the waiters serve the dishes. Why are you still going to serve them? It's fine, it happens to be in the kitchen, and it's a chef's cooking. Young Page hemmed and hawed and placed the plate of baked eel in front of himself. Chef? Head chef Yan is studying a new dish again? Yang Hongming smiled when he heard Young Page's words, then looked at the plate of dishes in front of Young Page. It looks like an eel, but it's neither steamed nor braised, it's kind of roasted. Yang Hongjun followed suit and took a look. Young Page smiled when he heard this, then took out the bowls and chopsticks from the cabinet in the corner and gave a piece to each of the 4 elders' bowls, then turned the glass table to distribute it. Father has good eyesight, it is indeed grilled eel, only this is not the head chef's masterpiece, so you guys try it first. Chen Jingchuan sat squarely on the sidelines, and other than surveying the surroundings at the very beginning, he did not look away.
Mainly because of the 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had been so close to a hotel owned. As for his previous life, he had really eaten together was only their head chef, didn't even have the opportunity to sit next to the store manager. As for the old man in his previous life, there was no trace of the aura of a superior person at all, giving him the feeling of a neighboring grandfather who loved to smoke and brag. Only when the glass table turned did Chen Zhengchuan return to his senses for a moment.
Still selling out, is it hard to believe that you made it?
Yang Hongjun laughed and waited for his son to turn the table around before picking up his chopsticks and tasting it. Yang Hongming ate a bite and then gave a sound, nodded and then finished the rest of the bowl before looking at young Page. Little Page, not bad, when did you learn this?
It's a bit cold, but you can still tell it's good.
Yang Hongjun was even more direct, taking advantage of the fact that young Page was a little bit proud of being praised by his third uncle. He directly turned the glass table to turn a large plate of grilled eel directly in front of him.
Dad, I haven't eaten much yet?
Young Page saw that his father actually intends to directly a whole plate of 4 people divided, suddenly anxious.
Just make yourself another one. At this moment even the 2 ladies who had been gentle and elegant couldn't help but speak up. Little Page, didn't you make this and bring it here for us to show? What's the hurry now? It's delicious, it's very good this time.
Hearing his mother and third aunt's jokes, young Page was depressed. This is not what I did, it's what Chen Zhengchuan did. I haven't even eaten a few bites yet. I was thinking of honoring you guys, but as a result, you guys didn't leave me anything. I should have known that I just ate more first.
Huh, you didn't do it? Xiao Chuan did it? Yang Hongjun was surprised.
Chen Zhengchuan had just looked up after hearing his name when he saw 4 surprised gazes looking towards him. So the mood, which had just relaxed a little, instantly tensed up again. Chen Zhengchuan, against a few gazes, secretly laughed bitterly in the heart, has been admonished to exercise more exercise in the future. This is only what the scene is a little unsteady. The last time I saw Director Yang in the literacy class, and the back of the town's way secretary is similar, are nervous in the heart. I did it, just got a little itchy so I fried 2 dishes myself.
Chen Zhengchuan nodded, then added, but I'm not a chef, I'm just used to cooking often.
This flavor really doesn't lose out to the average chef anymore. Little Page wasn't wrong when he said you're a chef. Yang Hongjun nodded, then cheerfully looked at Chen Zhengchuan. I didn't expect your little brother to have this skill. Generally, it's just something you do on your own a lot and figure out blindly. The rest of the day is basically business, blowing each other off until the food is served, dinner is served, and drinks are consumed. In the course of one meal, Chen Zhengchuan's and Yang Page's large family's relationship had gotten a lot closer. Brother Page, is this really appropriate? Chen Zhengchuan stared dazedly at a room in front of him, which had the same layout as a small hotel in the future, a double room, but there was no TV or bathroom, just 2 beds and a table. This is the young Page to Chen Zhengchuan to find a place to live, although it looks a little broken, but this is what time, in this era, this environment is simply not too good, right? A night shall not be a few dollars? Originally, Chen Zhengchuan wanted to go out and find a place to live on his own, but if he couldn't, he took the letter of introduction to the guest house. The guest house is full of people, and at this time of the year, most of them are big bunks, and there are many people with 3 hands, and all kinds of people sleeping together, but he has a carry-on space, and his things are packed inside the space, so it's not at all false to have 3 hands.
So that you can't even steal anything. Right after Chen Zhengchuan said he was staying at the guest house, Yang Page directly pulled Chen Zhengchuan to a hostel next door to his new house. Suitable? What's not suitable? Tomorrow you have promised to cook another meal of roasted eel, and in the morning you have to go to the seafood market. Just stay here, I'll take you to see the facade then. That would be much appreciated, except that the facade really doesn't need to be. Then Chen Zhengchuan was pushed in by Yang Page. Lying on the bed, Chen Zhengchuan still seems to be dreaming, did not expect a dish. Accurately as a seasoning let him meet the other people, a lifetime will not necessarily be able to meet the strange encounter. Just at dinner, Yang Hongjun also started out by letting him work as a chef in his own restaurant, although Yang Page, his father, personally solicited to let Chen Zhengchuan a little bit of pressure, but Chen Zhengchuan still refused against the pressure. And then Yang Hongjun didn't give up on him for that, or to be precise, the seasoning in his hand. After learning that Chen Zhengchuan is here to sell dried fish, Yang Hongjun directly waved his hand to find Chen Zhengchuan to sign a long-term agreement on the supply of dried fish, and this agreement did not let him take on any obligations, such as in the hotel as a chef or baked eel seasoning, and so on, so that he first sent him a favor. Only then did he offer to buy the seasoning for the grilled eel, as for the price to open with Chen Zhengchuan, and then also gave him a seafood market front. This time as to Chen Zhengchuan will not get, plus drink some wine. Brain a little messy, Chen Zhengchuan did not immediately decide, just say first consider it, but Chen Zhengchuan has promised to do a meal tomorrow morning, baked eel thing. When sleeping on the bed at night, Chen Zhengchuan felt like dreaming. He originally thought that he used the space of 20,000 to buy a storefront or rent one first to see, but the results of this directly a storefront to the hand. Only this is a condition, selling baked eel seasoning is nothing, but this price is debatable. Last night he went to the seafood market to understand, a facade is about $3,000, plus a random price. Chen Zhengchuan suddenly a little bit unable to see through Yang Hongjun, the seasoning is really good, but I did not expect him to open such a high price. If you look at it that way, then those spice recipes in his head. Chapter 90, Talking Business.
Chen Jingchuan suddenly realized that his golden finger wasn't the carry-on space, but rather the recipes for those spices and the various dishes in his head. If this is all out, whether it is to sell or recruit their own people to set up a restaurant is a proper fire-off. The carry-on space was now being used by him as a storage space, and he didn't find any other functions. Originally, he had been running all day, plus he drank a bit of wine at night when he had dinner with young Page's family, and with things just going through his mind, Chen Jingchuan fell into a deep sleep.
In the early hours of the next morning, at almost 2 o'clock, Chen Jingchuan woke up once.
After sighing at the surprisingly accurate biological clock, Chen Jingchuan rolled over and continued to sleep. This is in the city and he has no way to go out to sea fishing. Outside at this moment the sky is not yet bright, the seafood market at 4 o'clock before opening. How to see how he can still sleep for 2 hours. When he got up again, Chen Jingchuan went out and could not even see a trace of bright light, and at this time there is no street light, can only play the flashlight, which is still brought by young Page.
Say, how many days have you been on vacation? Go back soon. Chen Jingchuan and Yang Page walked on the road to the seafood market with flashlights, chatting as they walked. Going back tomorrow, how do I say you want to come along or not? Jan Page laughed.
He was working for the county police department and could have gotten to the county together if they had gone together.
I'll just forget about it, I should be going back today after I finish my business. Chen Jingchuan shook his head.
This trip out surprisingly smooth, except that Chen Jingchuan also intends to expand the dried fish business, Yang Hongjuan's hotel, and he agreed to send once a week, once 500 pounds. Chen Jingchuan does not intend to completely rely on other people's hotels to engage in the dried fish business. How to look at how it looks like he then carry grace to eat big, and yesterday's roasted eel material gave Chen Jingchuan great inspiration. He intends to engage in a similar spice store. This time people eat nothing other than those fixed a few kinds of things. His spice store is still very much in the market. Only baked eel material he still intends to sell to Yang Hongjun. He counts to do this thing definitely need to have helpers. This big family of Yang's family gives him a pretty good feeling. He can't always stay in the city to open a store, but he can hand over the agency to Yang's family. There is also dried fish business. Want to directly order here in the Yang family. Only Chen Jingchuan now there is no way to solve the problem of packaging, and this kind of seasoning and dried fish to eat things have to first make a name for themselves before they can do. All of these Chen Jingchuan have to rely on the help of the Yang family. Branding and packaging these, Chen Jingchuan can design their own. After all, the latter days so much advertising is not a white brush for nothing to see, especially in the dissemination of short videos. Chen Jingchuan contact with the things casually take out one is beyond this era.
Only the sale must still depend on someone else.
Chatting, Chen Jingchuan and Yang Page came to the seafood market, which had just opened, but it was already crowded with people, and countless crowds were shuttling in and out.
Chen Jingchuan and Yang Page almost got separated by squeezing in.
This is it, if you want it just sign the contract then. Yang Page pointed to the facade in front of him. Chen Jingchuan saw the facade in front of him and measured it. It is an old facade, a little old location is okay, not the best of the batch is not the worst of the batch, medium it.
Only Chen Jingchuan heart has a plan, is not too concerned about this facade.
After a general glance and then observed the situation of the seafood market, wait until almost dawn and then left. Chen Jingchuan idle mind is not at all in this, he has a better arrangement.
You mean partnership in business?
After returning to the hotel, Yang Page thought that Chen Jingchuan was willing to sell the seasoning for baked eel before coming to his father, but did not think that it was actually a partnership in business.
Yeah, a big deal. Chen Jingchuan nodded.
Yang Page sighed, I thought you were willing to sell your exclusive formula.
It's not really a conflict.
Chen Jingchuan shrugged. What he intended to do in this business was to directly use the roasted eel seasoning item as a bargaining chip. Of course that wasn't the only seasoning he had in his chips, except that it was the only one on display yesterday. He'll just show his cards one by one if he gets into business together.
Good, it looks like little brother Chen Jingchuan really has big business to talk to me about.
Chen Jingchuan and Yang Page had just finished speaking when they heard a loud laugh.
It was the two brothers, Yang Hongjun and Yang Hongming, who had arrived. Good day, uncle.
Chen Jingchuan finished his greeting and was just about to say his thoughts when he saw Yang Hongjun waving his hand before inviting him to his office to chat. At this time the genius had just dawned. I don't know how these two boss-level characters got up so early. Did it mean that they valued the seasoning in his hand so much? After arriving at the office, Yang Page went outside and made a cup of hot tea for one person and then sat on the sofa and began to prepare to listen to Chen Jingchuan's big business. Come, let me listen to what whimsical ideas little brother Chen Jingchuan has. Yang Hongjun did not mean to look down on Chen Jingchuan, but instead cheerfully sat on the sofa ready to listen. On the side of Yang Hongming even took out a paper and pen. It looks like he intends to write while listening. This look not only didn't make Chen Jingchuan nervous, but instead became more excited. It meant that the other party really valued him.
I'm going to start a flavoring company.
Chen Jingchuan's first sentence made the three people in the room sit up straight. Not many can start their own company at this time. I'm afraid that many people don't even know what the company is. Chen Jingchuan can say the words to open the company, at least he is really serious thinking about it, have their own ideas. Not this morning a hot brain slapped the face and set out. Seeing that the three people did not have any doubts or want to ask, Chen Jingchuan organized his thoughts and continued, I'll come up with the recipe for the seasoning in this, and I have no problem with the packaging design. I would like to ask you to do as the factory packaging and sales.
Interrupting, Ogawa, you're not thinking of starting a company on one roasted eel and one seasoning, are you? Yang Hongjun couldn't help but ask. That sounds outrageous too.
On Chen Jingchuan's that seasoning to give Chef Yen time, not to say can be completely reproduced, but do a flavor 7 or 8 points like the seasoning out is not impossible. A seasoning how can stand firm?
How is that possible? I have more than just this one seasoning in my head.
Chen Jingchuan shook his head. It was simply impossible for him to open a company by borrowing one seasoning. He knows that there are at least 10 or 20 kinds of seasonings. Of course, not all of them are taught to him by his master in the latter part of the world. He also looked up some of them from the internet and researched some of them on his own, although it is really unremarkable to put it in the latter part of the world, but it is definitely a descending blow at this point in time. He just said one name, Laogan Ma hot sauce, and who can fight him now when this thing comes out?
Really? Yang Hongjun looked at Chen Jingchuan suspiciously. Why was he so unbelieving?
How old is this kid? Not even 20 years old, right? To be able to make a delicious seasoning by chance has already hit the big luck. How can there be so much more?
At least they won't believe it until they see it.
In this case, how about you help me prepare the ingredients I want at that time, and I'll make it first before you take a look at it. Chen Jingchuan knew that it was hard to convince people, so the driest thing to do was to show his hand again.
Yo, so confident, looks like I'll have another mouthful this time.
Yang Hongjun laughed, although he didn't believe it in his heart either, but on the surface he still smiled and said that he chose to believe it. Chen Jingchuan also smiled and nodded. Later you can also prepare some ingredients. Today with the seasoning I made by then stir fry you will know what effect. That's good, Xiaochuan. You also know that this is not a small thing to open a company. It's better to wait for us to look at your stuff before saying the back. Yang Hongming put away the paper and pen after smilingly looking at Chen Jingchuan.
Chen Jingchuan nodded. The specifics then will be discussed later.
That's just right. Let's eat breakfast first. This early in the morning nothing to eat or first drink 2 cups of tea. Young Page smiled, stood up and intended to pull a few people out to eat breakfast. The other two did the same, and they also got up after seeing Yang Page pull up Chen Jingchuan. After eating breakfast there was no need to say that after knowing that Chen Jingchuan was ready to show his cooking skills, a large group of people directly guarded inside the kitchen. Looking at the crowd in great numbers, Chen Jingchuan shook his head. This is to change in the future. So many people have not changed clothes into the kitchen absolutely to be scolded by the above health. This piece of the hotel has been grasping the focus of the hotel, once which hotel exposed health problems absolutely to be pushed into the limelight.
Only this time of year everyone doesn't have that many rules.
But Chen Jingchuan also just let those people look at the beginning of the wash material, and so on the beginning of the time will not be allowed to see. After all, frying seasoning is not frying, which is related to the recipe of the problem, in case the other people, especially the chef, wrote down the recipe that he is not on the waste.
Chapter 91, You and Me.
Chen Jingchuan had now made a total of 8 seasonings, almost all of which were for fish. There were still some that needed to be fermented that he could only give up for the time being and wait until he had time to find the materials. As for the old dryma, Chen Jingchuan may not be able to do out of the latter part of the flavor route. After all, he has to use the old dryma cooking or directly by finished products to use, who will have nothing to do. He would do some black bean hot sauce, just do not know if it can be. Xiaochuan, you're not planning to make us eat the seasoning, are you? Seeing the several bowls of seasoning Chen Jingchuan had fried out on the table, Yang Hongjun smelled it, but it still smelled quite good. Chen Jingchuan shrugged. You guys can eat if you want to, but some of them are rather salty. It's better to wait for the stir fry.
Then you go and fry it.
Yang Page couldn't help but urge Chen Jingchuan when he saw that he was standing there not moving. He was still waiting to eat the roasted eel. Chen Jingchuan smiled and said without panic, these seasonings I come to stir fry dishes must be very tasty. I said before that I intend to open a seasoning company, cannot be sold. After all I come to stir fry, right? Yang Hongming reacted when he heard Chen Jingchuan's words on the side and immediately said towards the head chef of the back kitchen, so what, Master Yan, come and get a few people to fry a few dishes to try. Chen Jingchuan's implication is not that you have to use someone else to stir fry in order to show him that the seasoning of the powerful well.
Okay, these materials how to use?
Chef Yen yesterday saw Chen Jingchuan's grilled eel has been unforgettable. Today and have the opportunity to see that of course will not miss. Later he is ready to try his hand at it. Chen Jingchuan put in front of the seasonings divided into categories, one by one to tell a bunch of cooks in front of what is to do what dishes, taste salty and spicy, salty and sweet and so on, are often frying people. Chen Jingchuan said that they all know pretty much.
Come, rice is here.
When a group of cooks went to fry the food, Young Page ran to recruit people to carry a bucket of rice over at some unknown time. Hey, don't look at me like that. I just heard what Kawako said about there being grilled eel ingredients in there, and I thought I'd have grilled eel to eat later, so I got some rice over here first. Seeing his son looking like a foodie, Yang Hongjun shook his head, but didn't say anything. His son wasn't wrong, grilled eel with rice was the perfect match. It didn't take long to wait, 8 seasonings fried a dozen dishes, and then the people in the back kitchen plus a few people from Young Page gathered around the table to eat and comment on how the dish tasted.
To be honest, although they were all eaten with gusto, as far as Chen Zhengchuan was concerned, the dishes stir-fried with these ingredients did not meet his expectations. However, these people are also the first time to touch these ingredients, the taste is not up to his requirements as normal. The back if the package is sold I'm afraid to mark the stir-fry practice as well as the amount of food at a time. How was it? After everyone had eaten their food, Chen Zhengchuan looked at Yang Hongjun with a smile. Just now when all of them were eating, Chen Zhengchuan had observed their expressions, and these fried dishes were definitely not inferior to the ones they usually ate. Yang Hongjun nodded, I feel like I'm lying too poorly if I say no to this. Not bad, it's a little more original than what we used to eat, and it's delicious. Yang Hongming also said. The young page is very simple, delicious sums up the whole thing. Many of the other chefs, including the head chef, Chef Yim, gave their professional insights, for which they discussed which dish had too much or too little ingredients. To this point, Yang Hongjun is considered to really believe that Chen Jingchuan can open the company's bottom line, and these materials said as long as the matchup to do the dish is very full, as long as the first material to stir fry and then under the dish is on the line. That being said, really can't cook without using this ingredient to make a very tasty dish. After returning to the office, Yang Hongjun two brothers no longer have the idea of belittling Chen Jingchuan, before they can only say that the surface of the work done well, not because of Chen Jingchuan's origin Hui, at best, just do not care about the heart. But seeing Chen Jingchuan casually take out so many goodies, their minds followed suit. It's not as if this company can't be run, it's just that you have to take it into your own hands. Little brother Chen Jingchuan, how do you plan to start a company? Yang Hongjun smoked a cigar and squinted his eyes as he looked at Chen Jingchuan through the smoke. Being able to ask this also proved that he was optimistic about those seasonings in Chen Jingchuan's hands. And Chen Jingchuan was relieved to hear this, at least the hardest step had been taken. I'll pay for the technology, you guys pay for the people. Chen Jingchuan nodded and spoke out his initial thoughts. He has not opened a company, but has not eaten pork, always seen a pig run it. According to the gourd, to draw a dipper he can still. So who's paying for it? How much can you come up with together? How will all this be divided? How much of the technology you put out takes up shares? Yang Hongming directly pointed out some problems at the side in a pinpoint manner. I'm going to take 10,000 out of the startup capital, how much are you going to put up? Office of the other three people heard this are surprised to look at Chen Jingchuan, did not expect them to look away, in front of Chen Jingchuan or a 10,000 yuan household, and can so easily say that out of 10,000 is not simply just a 10,000 yuan household, so simple. At least in Yang Hongjuan's opinion, Chen Jingchuan definitely has more than $10,000 in his hand. In addition to that handful of cooking skills and seasoning, this is the third time they looked away. At this time they are more curious about Chen Jingchuan. The general fishing village out of the young people are not as complex and powerful as Chen Jingchuan. And directly open the mouth is to come up with $10,000, ordinary people do not have the courage to do so. The startup capital will depend on how large a company you intend to engage in, and then the proportion of the words will only depend on how much to contribute. Yang Hongming looked at Chen Jingchuan. What about my technology? Only counting the money as a percentage of the contribution, then if you guys directly invested 100,000 or so, wouldn't it directly dilute my percentage? At the very least I want more than half, even if it's only 51%. Chen Jingchuan shook his head, he was thinking of holding his own shares, not handing the company over to someone else. Yang Hongjun smiled, Chen Jingchuan still understands shares, these seem to be really a bit of ability, only he is still too little experience. Then in that case we both want to control this company, then neither of us can play. Hearing that Yang Hongjun also wanted to hold, Chen Jingchuan frowned, which was not good. Seeing Chen Jingchuan frowning, Yang Hongjun and Yang Hongming looked at each other, then Yang Hongjun spoke, Xiachuan, you are also a benefactor of our family, Yang Page, your idea is good, but I can give you a better suggestion. Uncle, you say. You called me uncle, and you call yourself brother and brother to little Page, I won't screw you over, how about you just sell me the formula? Hearing this, Chen Jingchuan sighed. The other side is recognized Chen Jingchuan only a seasoning formula, no one wanna make money can only find him cooperation. Chen Jingchuan also did not directly refuse to do business is not so well, the price to give the right and not cannot talk about, the money to the company and place to open, and what is the matter? Anyway, he opened the company is also to make money. You're willing to pay a high price for an ingredient for grilled eel, so what are you going to pay for these? As soon as those words came out, Yang Hongjun knew there was something to talk about. He was afraid that Chen Jingchuan was deadhead and had his mind set on opening a company. As long as the price is asked, that is to have a chat, cooperation is not nothing more than the price is not in place, as long as he can afford the price, not to mention those spices in Chen Jingchuan's brain, Chen Jingchuan can buy over. It's a pity that Chen Jingchuan can't read minds, or if he knew how Yang Hongjun would feel if he planned to buy him as a person. This give what price feel can't buy, so I accept money, give you a set of city house as well as my shares of this hotel how? As soon as Yang Hongjun opened his mouth, not only Yang Page looked at his father in surprise, even Yang Hongming on one side was also surprised to look over.
They originally wanted to use the money and house to Chen Jingchuan tie to their side. After all, as long as Chen Jingchuan moved to the city, what to spend money, they are not afraid of not having a way to get out of Chen Jingchuan's mouth out of the spice formula. But I did not expect that Yang Hongjun also give shares, so Chen Jingchuan may not lack of money to spend.
How else is this going to get them more recipes?
Only out of his trust in Yang Hongjun, Yang Hongming didn't open his mouth to ask, not even a single puzzled look, and just sat quietly on the side.
Chapter 92 Thinking About It.
Chen Jingchuan thought for a while. First of all, the house he is, whether he wants it or not does not matter. He anyway now has no intention of moving to the city. Perhaps in his previous life in the big city to live more, Chen Jingchuan now do not want to live in the city at all. Even if the fishing village is now backward unlike, he would like to live in the village, not to mention that the family is still starting the house. The city occasionally come to live 2 days on the line. He is now living in the village is also quite good, occasionally go out to sea fishing. The weather is good, can also go to the island to ask for sea fishing in the meantime, can be better than in the city widowed living.
I'll think about it. Chen Jingchuan shook his head.
Why don't I take you to see that house first? The decoration inside is all done, the sofa and TV and other furniture are all there. A house in the city is very rare.
Yang Hongjun looked at Chen Jingchuan with a smile.
Chen Jingchuan shook his head. To be honest, uncle, my old home is also getting up a house, and I have no plans to move and settle in the city for the time being. Yang Hongjun froze. He originally thought that this house was the most attractive to Chen Jingchuan, but it turned out to be the smallest.
People don't even look at his house in the mountains. No? A lot of people would like to come to the city to settle down. You really don't want it?
Now even Yang Hongming couldn't help himself. To be honest, that suite was also something they had discussed for a long time before they made up their minds to take it out, but it turned out that people simply couldn't see it.
From Chen Jingchuan's tone, he probably wanted money or shares more.
There's really no plans to move to the city for the time being.
That's a house with one frontage on the first floor. Aren't you thinking of starting a dried fish business? Chen Jingchuan's uncle, do you want to know me so well and give back a facade?
Speaking of which, he used to think about making money to open his own kiosk, but unfortunately he never got the chance. This is a direct give him a storefront plus house. The temptation is really a bit big. My roots are still in the fishing village. It's not good to survive if I come to the city.
Chen Jingchuan shook his head with a bitter smile.
He used to think about buying a few more boats in the fishing village and starting a shipping company, but this has directly shattered his plans. What's not to like about surviving? With a house and a front, it's not bad to have a small business, and you still have my shares in this hotel. It's already better than the vast majority of people living well.
After hearing Yang Hongjuan's words, Chen Jingchuan sighed. This was another one of his weaknesses.
In fact, at the beginning of earning 20,000 yuan when Chen Jingchuan thought of moving to the city to live, only then he was thinking of staying in the village. By the way, looking for an opportunity to buy a boat, coupled with the city people in the body of the land is not familiar with the city did not buy a house. Now that Yang Hongjun said this he was really a bit moved.
I'll think about it again and go back to discuss it with my family. Chen Jingchuan nodded. There was no direct rebuff or yes. Yes, this kind of thing is something that has to be discussed with the family, so let's talk about it then? Yang Hongjun nodded after hearing Chen Jingchuan's words. Look at this, Chen Jingchuan should be moved, but the family new house is really to discuss. Could be.
Chen Jingchuan nodded. He had to go back and smooth things out from yesterday to today, although it wasn't a long time, there were a bit too many things.
He'd have to take a moment to think about it.
No matter what decision is made in the end, Chen Jingchuan wants it to be a decision he made after careful consideration and strives for no regrets.
That's fine, I hope to hear good news from you the next time I come. Yang Hongjun smiled and nodded. At least in his opinion Chen Jingchuan has been moved. The rest of the matter that is still called a matter? Remember to bring 500 pounds of dried fish.
Seeing that things were chatting well, Yang Hongming on the side also nodded. If Yang Hongming didn't say this, Chen Jingchuan really almost forgot about his supply agreement with the hotel.
And here's this for you to take back and look at.
Chen Jingchuan when Yang Hongming returned to him a plan. This is his proposal to open the company. Yang Hongjun rushed to do out, which is to open a seasoning company's general planning and various spending budget. I have to say, people call this professionalism. He remembered that he said in the morning, and then went down to fry the material for a while, and then ate a meal, and came up to talk for a while, just so a little time Yang Hongming will open the company will be involved in the matter of thinking about a rough. He gave this plan above are handwritten, but very comprehensive. In addition to the plan to open a company there was also the planned arrangement that they intended to directly purchase the seasonings in Chen Jingchuan's hands. I have to say that people think thoroughly and write both kinds of things for him to choose well. After Chen Jingchuan left with his things, Yang Hongjun and Yang Hongming stood on the third floor, looking through the window opening at the back of Yang Page below who was sending Chen Jingchuan away, and the two began to exchange things about Chen Jingchuan. It was really the surprise that Chen Jingchuan brought them that was a bit too sudden. Those seasonings plus Chen Jingchuan's idea of packaging them separately made them smell a huge business opportunity at once. Of course the most important thing in this is to fix Chen Jingchuan, and everything else can be leaned back. As long as you get Chen Jingchuan, got the seasoning formula, whether it is used in their own hotel above or as Chen Jingchuan said they opened their own company to enter the seasoning market is a steady profit. Otherwise they wouldn't have suddenly come up with such a big price tag.
Big brother, aren't you giving a bit too much? Yang Hongming asked towards Yang Hongjun after seeing Chen Jingchuan leave.
Some spice recipes are just that. In his opinion it's not worth that much at all. A room and a facade and some money is more than enough.
What do you know?
Yang Hongjun glanced at his brother for the first time before returning to his desk and picking up today's newspaper and handing it to his brother. Yang Hongming took over a look. Vice chapter above actually has a photo of Chen Jingchuan, and there is a photo with the county leaders. The main thing is that there is actually a personal interview with Chen Jingchuan.
This is the provincial newspaper?
Yang Hongming was still a bit unconvinced, turned over and took another look at the newspaper headline, which was clearly the name of their provincial newspaper. Yeah, this kid doesn't know what kind of luck he has to be able to sit with a county's marine bureau chief.
Yang Hongjun sighed. It's still true, TSK, we don't even have this treatment right.
Yang Hongming nodded. As businessmen they were indeed quite successful, and had eaten with some of the city's leaders, but had never been photographed with a leader, let alone in the newspaper. The only other time they were in the paper was for private entrepreneurs contributing to the city's economic development, only then it was just one name and it was with a group of people. I did not expect a fishing village fishing fell on the newspaper, in addition to photos and interviews. Then for a moment he was simply a little jealous of Chen Jingchuan.
Put it away first, this kid is a bit evil. Since he has a good relationship with the page, we also do not put the first investment, doing business?
Anyway, this time he tossed the cost is not big.
After hearing his elder brother's words, Yang Hongming also nodded. That's also true, I remember that Page will be transferring back soon, right?
Yes, he got credit in the fight against smuggling this time, plus I found someone to maneuver the relationship. He will be transferred back soon, and it is said that he will also be promoted.
Speaking of his son, Yang Hongjun also nodded in relief.
Yang Hongming also sighed when he heard, that's not bad, being able to rise is considered an unexpected blessing. Yeah, it is said that the smuggled goods on that island he found as well as the personnel involved the son of a big shot above. The province is worried about finding evidence. The page is considered to be a mistake to help the leader solve a problem.
Did not chat long, the office phone rang. Yang Hongjun picked up as hurriedly left.
Chen Jingchuan and Yang Page out of the hotel. Yang Yi had thought to send him directly to the station, but Chen Jingchuan also wanted to stroll around, did not let him accompany, and not a child does not know the road. Of course the main thing is still because Chen Jingchuan pushed a crate. This crate is still on the way out when manager Zhu ran over to return to him. Chen Jingchuan has long forgotten this crate to the clouds, or see the car before remembering that he is pushing the crate to sell dried fish. After finding an unoccupied alley for the plate car, Chen Jingchuan went to the shopping mall in a big way. When he came out earlier he had promised a group of little ones at home to bring some snacks, and now that he was in the city he happened to see one of the more nostalgic snacks last time.
Boss, how do you sell your instant noodles and sodas? Chapter 93 Returning to the Village. Instant noodles are 10 cents a pack, sodas come in 10-cent bottles or 20-cent bottles, how many do you want?
After hearing the boss's words, Chen Jingchuan looked at the rows of snacks on the shelves. In addition to instant noodles and sodas, Chen Jingchuan also saw some candies as well as cookies and the like, and most of all there were bulk chili strips, which were weighed by the pound at this time.
Have a little of each of the same.
Chen Jingchuan pointed at the things on the shelves. The boss at first did not care. He here usually only children come to sell a little more, like Chen Jingchuan, usually bring snacks for the children at home, cannot buy much. Only Chen Jingchuan said a little bit of boss instantly to the spirit, this is a big customer, a year are rare to meet once.
Little brother is bringing this for the children at home, right?
The boss looked at Chen Jingchuan with a smile, holding a bunch of paper bags and a wooden shovel. It looked like he would get on a shovel wherever Chen Jingchuan pointed.
Yeah, how much do you pay for a caddy of this candy?
Chen Jingchuan picked and chose. There were milk candies, fruit candies as well as sesame candies, not to mention the variety was quite rich. 20 cents a pound, it's all the same price, you can mix the weighing.
Then give me the bag and I'll do it myself. Okay.
Chen Jingchuan thinks that in the future when you go out you can bring a cloth bag out yourself. Every time you buy something you don't have a bag to put it in. This kind of cloth bag is very small, usually loaded with scones and these things. There are only sacks in the space, it's a bit much to use that for snacks, and the ones that have been filled with fish have a fishy odor that would be there even if they were washed, so it's a bit inappropriate to use them for snacks. Fortunately, the boss saw Chen Jingchuan buy a lot of things, gave Chen Jingchuan the cloth bag that he often carries, otherwise Chen Jingchuan really did not know how he was going to take it out. Loaded into the carry-on space to go also cannot be loaded in front of the boss. As for quietly stealing things loaded, Chen Jingchuan feel that he is a well-educated youth cannot do this kind of thing. If he used space to steal things, honestly, whether in the village or in the city, this monitor is not popular at all in the era, he can definitely become a gangster. Only crossing the border if only want to be a robber is also too out of character. And it's a bad time for everyone, and you're still stealing. In mother INGDE terms, you're losing your conscience. It's just that if he meets a situation like the last time the village head walked away from a blackout or went abroad he wouldn't mind doing him a favor. When finished buying things, Chen Zhengchuan left the small store with a bag full of snacks, a total of $7 for, which if her mother knows that he just buys snacks to buy more than $7 will certainly start to educate him again. After leaving the store, Chen Zhengchuan looked at the time. The rest of the vegetables he intended to buy, he intended to go back to the county or town to buy again. This time to buy he was afraid to bring back not fresh. After buying things, Chen Zhengchuan killed directly to the bus station, this time from the city to the county shuttle bus every day on the few trips. If you can't catch up, then you can only pedal their own bicycles to follow other cars to the county. When Chen Zhengchuan got on the car, he met the same brother who sold wild game last time.
Xia Yang? Chen Zhengchuan tried to call out when he saw the man. If he remembered correctly, it was indeed that name. Chen Zhengchuan?
Xia Yang turned around after hearing his voice and saw him and called out his name as well.
It's really you. Why did you just go back today?
Chen Zhengchuan smiled and scattered a cigarette for him. Speaking of which, Chen Zhengchuan had been through quite a lot, but the last time the two of them had encountered each other was just yesterday.
This is the second trip I've made.
Xia Yang smiled and said, seeing as you're doing well in this business talk, you're going back today. It's not bad, you're doing good business too, delivering wild game for 2 days in a row. It's not bad, mainly because last night we caught a couple of wild game in the night and shot a big boar, and a boss here wanted it so he rushed to send it over.
Wow, you guys still have big boars to shoot there? With the earth gun?
Chen Zhengchuan heard Iwaiplu. He suddenly a little while ago to Xia Yang there to live for a few days, this on the mountain to fight wild flavor he has long wanted to experience. Yes, mostly with clay guns, but that big boar was killed by the village militia.
Militia team?
Chen Zhengchuan knew at once when he heard it. The firepower of their village militia team was not weak. In his space there were just 2.56 semi-automatic without bullets as well as a 5.4 small cell phone, but their village militia team had 4.56s in addition to a few clay guns. Chen Zhengchuan had a craving for Type 5.6 bullets before, but it was a pity that the village didn't sell them. Yeah, that big boar can be ferocious. If it wasn't for the captain's accurate marksmanship, hitting several shots to the head and eyes, we might all have to fold in a few brothers. Xia Yang still had a little palpitation when he talked about it. This pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers, hunting wild boars is dangerous.
Chen Zhengchuan nodded.
Yes. 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers is an old saying. The pig refers to wild boars and not domestic pigs, and the meaning of this saying is not the order of fighting strength of pigs, bears and tigers, but the degree of threat of these 3 kinds of wild animals to human beings to rank. Wild boar ranked first does not mean that he is more powerful. On the contrary, the IQ of the wild boar is very low. Not only that, the wild boar's aggressiveness is also relatively strong, and is a group of animals, like to run out to eat crops. All a series of reasons lead to the wild boar group in the wild on the threat posed by the greatest number of human beings. In contrast, bears and tigers have little contact with people in the wild, and humans are less likely to be attacked by these 2 animals. The main thing is that there are no bears or tigers on their side, and the boar is the king. The 2 sat in the car all the way bumpy. Finally at 3 o'clock in the afternoon went back to the county, and after chatting for a while Chen Zhengchuan transferred home. As for buying meat, Chen Zhengchuan planned to go to the town. The fat man's family most likely didn't have any meat at this time. Anyway, he could only get off in the town. Their county buses only went through the town, and if he wanted to go to the village he had to wait for another bus or a tractor in the town.
Chen Zhengchuan didn't bother to wait anyway with a bicycle.
By meat he is planning to make a big meal. Anyway, in the hotel frying material when he kept some, go back to the family to get some good food, by the way to discuss the big event. When Chen Zhengchuan rode to the entrance of the village he put his bike away and then pushed his crate towards the village. Feeling the weight of the crate, Chen Zhengchuan sighed in his heart how he was a bit like a brocade, having a bicycle and not being able to ride it.
Every time I went to the village entrance, it was as if I were a thief. Chuanzi is back? Finished selling the dried fish?
As soon as Chen Zhengchuan entered the village, someone greeted him.
Sold out. Yo, really? I heard your mom chanting there last night and thought she was trying to save face and bragging. Really sold out? If it hadn't been sold out, Chuanzi would have pushed it straight back.
Chen Zhengchuan didn't speak before someone directly spoke for him.
Yeah, how's Kawako selling? How much did you make? Just 100 pounds shouldn't make much money. But why did I hear Tsuelan say yesterday that he made a lot of money on the phone through a bit? Kawako, tell me about it.
Chen Zhengchuan pushed the car forward. There is a group of people follow him. There are people from time to time to reach out and pull. Want to take a look at his car is what things, while Chen Zhengchuan snacks and vegetables directly with sacks knotted loaded. These people, although nonchalant, directly reach out and want to look at, but did not have the guts to unravel in front of Chen Zhengchuan's face. It's not bad, I'm just a part-time worker. The big head is from the secretary's family, and most of those dried fish are still collected at my expense. Don't look at how much they sell all at once, but they don't earn much at all, not as much as what I earn from a day out at sea.
Chen Zhengchuan shook his head.
So what's the deal? You're silly, Chuanzi only brought 100 pounds over this time. If he brought a few thousand pounds over, it wouldn't be exponentially more profitable.
In that case, yes. Kawako, do you have a door? Can you take us with you?
Chen Zhengchuan did not have a good look at the ant. Then do not blame me for not reminding you. Do not sell smashed hands, do not look for me.
How is that possible? Didn't you sell them all? I'm a boss straight out of the bag, and a few £1,000 you guys really dare to think that you can sell a few £1,000 a day? After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, those interested ants instantly backed off. Yes, Chen Jingchuan is right, £100 can be sold out, but what about £1,000? If we don't sell them all, we'll have no place to cry. And it's still sold in the city, do you want to wait there until it's sold out? Chen Jingchuan looked at one after another and that shook his head and skimmed his mouth. Do not say a little harder, still really think he makes money very easy? Chapter 94 Celebrities. Xuanzi, I heard your mother say you went to the city to sell dried fish. Why are you thinking of running to the city? Can't you go to the county? Upon hearing the words of this ant, Chen Jingchuan shook his head. Auntie, if I can sell it here in the county, why go to the city? That's right, the county would have had its own marina, and who eats dried fish when you can't get enough fresh? That's so, but didn't I remember the village headman used to say that there was a dock in the city as well? There's a lot of people in the city, and so many people eat every day, so where's the fish for them? Yeah, how's it going in Kawako? Are all the houses being built into the clouds as they say? Chen Jingchuan had already pushed the car and walked quickly, leaving those older women behind, but those older women chatted and chased up, chattering and asking him about some of the city's sights and sounds. Almost so noisy that Chen Jingchuan wanted to curse, but the good thing is that soon arrived at the pier at the entrance of the village, and then just met Chen father and three brothers who came back from the sea. It was only after the rendezvous that Chen Jingchuan could not hear the voices of the older women. Only after there was no ant yakking at the side, those unloading uncles at the dockside also asked towards him non-stop, basically asking about dried fish, making him have no time to talk to his family. There wasn't much going on before, but because after he called his mother yesterday, his mother helped him publicize it, and then Chen Jingchuan caught fire in the village. They all know he made a fortune selling all the dried fish as soon as he went out. Chen Jingchuan frowned after hearing the words of the surrounding people. Always feel that at this time everyone feels that dried fish is good to sell after he wants to collect dried fish again, if not too good to collect off. But Chen Jingchuan is not worried, everyone has work to do, usually nothing will run to the city to sell dried fish, and if only their own home those scattered dried fish pulled to the city to go a trip is not enough to earn the round trip fare. As for the whole village going together or handing over the dried fish to one person and coming back to share the money after selling it, it wasn't that he looked down on these people in the village, he simply couldn't do it. As for paying out money to collect it first and then sell it, just like Afat Akai and the others who were second-hand fishmongers, the capital cost of collecting a few £1,000s here and there was not a small amount of money, and it was entirely his own first advance, and he did not think that there was a person who could do it. It's not like Afat they are long ago in the county and the city's hotels have contacts, this dried fish to get to the city also have to go to their own stalls to sell. And the dried fish collected less to go to a trip and not worth it at all, collected more of their own to bear the risk, really want to have this kind of people out. Chen Jingchuan also admire him, and his business is not focused on the dried fish above. Young Page Family Hotel to him is also a personal favor purchase order, no dried fish does not affect. After being sent all the way to the house by the enthusiastic uncles and aunts, they had not dispersed and kept standing at the door talking about this and that. It was only when Secretary Chen heard the news later that he rushed over to rescue Chen Jingchuan from his misery. You've attracted the attention of the entire village as soon as you came back. Secretary Chen sat in the hall and looked at Chen Jingchuan with a smile. Chen Jingchuan looked at Secretary Chen without a good look and didn't say anything, then took out $10 from his pocket and put it on the table. This is the money for my £50? Secretary Chen mentally converted it to 20 cents a pound. Right, first of all, I also earned a little. If you think it's too little you cannot find me to sell. Chen Jingchuan shrugged his shoulders, he actually didn't earn much, half and half. He was thinking of earning a dime a pound would be good, but that moment he didn't want to do that again. First give a minimum price, 20 cents a pound acquisition is also very good. The more Chen Jingchuan thought about it, the more he felt that it could be, only how he felt how he had gone on the road of a capitalist. This shouldn't be hanging from a streetlight. How could it be? I heard your mother say that she met a nobleman and wrapped it up. Secretary Chen cheerfully accepted the dried fish money, turned his head and began to ask Chen Jingchuan this time out of the harvest. Yes, you know the big cap who came to our village last time, don't you? I know, someone from the county. His hometown is the city, I saved him once last time, and this time he just happened to meet him and charged me. That's not bad. What about the seafood market price? The uniform selling price of the same kind of dried fish is 40 cents for good quality, 30 cents for poor, 20 cents for miscellaneous dried fish, and 1 or 2 cents for other shrimp, shellfish, etc. In that case, do you think this dried fish business has any chance? Secretary Chen thought for a moment and asked towards Chen Jingchuan. Chen Jingchuan nodded, can engage in, not to go through the city, and is equal to is to always have someone to guard there. Seafood market inside the facade also have stalls. Facade now have to sell more than 3,000 stalls are not for sale, every day with the speed of occupying a seat, a day of $2 for the stall fee. Basically, Chen Jingchuan told Secretary Chen everything he had seen and heard this time. Anyway, his harvest this time far exceeded the profits brought by the dried fish business. Let Secretary Chen eat a wave of dried fish dividends is not bad. As for the village, Chen Jingchuan want to control also cannot control. If some people see his success want to replicate a bit, he does not mind letting these people touch the wall. Do you have to sell it inside the seafood market? Not outside?
Hearing this, Chen Jingchuan froze. Maybe the previous thought limitations. He did not think about this aspect. In his opinion, to buy food to go to the market, seafood should not be in the seafood market?
As for the outside, he hadn't really noticed.
It was a time when there weren't so many rules and regulations, and places like the station were basically places to set up stalls. It's possible outside, but it's mostly sold piecemeal, and it's not protected outside. Chen Jingchuan deliberated for a moment and said what he had seen.
Unprotected? Secretary Chen chewed on the meaning of that. Someone will rob it?
Is so mean. I did not inquire outside, only seafood market inside. The boss said once someone in the train station to see others sold a lot of money, and then directly to the knife to rob immediately took the train to run away, and now have not caught people. Chen Jingchuan can only put himself heard of a thing said to the secretary to listen. As for true or false, he did not know, but Chen Jingchuan judged that the probability was true. The law and order at this time is not as good as in the latter days, coupled with the return of the former youths who went to the countryside. A bunch of young people who have nothing to do in the city basically do not do anything good. In addition to this, the main thing is that now the supervision is not as convenient as the later generations. Even if the probability of being caught after doing something bad is not great, basically a different place is very difficult to catch. This era of poor communication capabilities coupled with the cooperation between the various regions to capture the difficulty in big,
unless it is the kind of shocking cases committed, otherwise the police department will not deploy too much manpower to catch.
After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, Secretary Chen was also weighing the pros and cons.
At this time Chen Jingchuan also did not speak to disturb him, this kind of thing to do how to do or to Secretary Chen himself clap decision. As for the village committee, it's basically Secretary Chen who has the final say now, and some of the cadres, such as the village chief, haven't even been elected yet, so it's said that elections will begin before the Mid-Autumn Festival. What do you say? After thinking for a while, Secretary Chen shot his attention to Chen Jingchuan. Do you want to earn this money? Me?
Chen Jingchuan shook his head. It's okay to help sell it or collect a little for myself to occasionally take it to the city to sell it. You'd better find someone else for this village business.
There's money to be made? Secretary Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Jingchuan. This is not your style. Are you hiding something else from me?
Chen Jingchuan looked at Secretary Chen with surprise, not expecting him to have such a keen sense of smell, but this is something he had intended to talk to the secretary, and by the way, let him give an idea. So he simply said the two paths that Yang Hongjun gave himself. Of course some news he is hiding, seasoning and so on he did not say, just that there are so two opportunities. You're so lucky with your dog's luck, making me envious of you. No wonder you can't see this bit of dried fish business. After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, Secretary Chen also couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. It's not just talk, it's real envy. The company and the shares. How come such a good opportunity didn't fall on him? If he let him come, he immediately resigned as village secretary to go. This is all money for nothing. Of course, in the eyes of Secretary Chen, after all, Chen Jingchuan said when he exchanged the matter of seasoning for the favor of his rescue, the young family is to return his favor to give the choice. He did not pay anything, even the dried fish was sold because of this. Chapter 95 Educating Children. So this dried fish business is dispensable for me. You'd better pick someone out again, and then I can be responsible for helping to bring it to the city's seafood market. Wait a minute, according to you, you don't really have to give up the dried fish business. After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, Secretary Chen not only had no intention of replacing him, but instead valued Chen Jingchuan even more. In the words of Secretary Chen, wouldn't it be simpler for you to start a dried fish business along the way if you're this good? The village to choose another person to go over is also unfamiliar. By the time Chen Jingchuan, if you can get a firm foothold in the city, do the dried fish business will also be better. How do they say that there are people in the city, will not be pitched? So it is, you will tell everyone the situation clearly. My side will start collecting dried fish when things are finalized. Let everyone choose for themselves, whether to sell directly to me or what. Chen Jingchuan said towards Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen nodded after hearing this. It's also a solution. So when do you plan to start collecting and how much dried fish? Next time before going to the city, it should be decided just after the two things I said are finalized. Then I will bring 1,000 pounds over to try to sell in the seafood market. Chen Jingchuan thought for a moment and said, 500 pounds on the young family's hotel side, plus he wanted to try his hand at selling at the seafood market. Decide? This randomly chosen one is earned. What else do you want? Secretary Chen looked at Chen Jingchuan without understanding. What's there to get hung up on? Any one of these is a splash of riches falling on the head. Chen Jingchuan opened his mouth. It's not like he didn't pay for White Johns in here, but he didn't want to tell the secretary about the spices and could only shake his head. It's not that simple. How much trouble? I want to earn my money standing up. Standing? You sold your ass? Chen Jingchuan looked at Secretary Chen, who suddenly drove with a confused face. In that instant, he suddenly felt that he had hallucinated, and that it wasn't Secretary Chen who had said it at all. Only to see Secretary Chen smile if anything, Chen Jingchuan again felt that this guy is really old and immodest. Then Chen Jingchuan's previous series of images of Secretary Chen is serious, conscientious, responsible, and committed instantly collapsed and was replaced by a greasy middle-aged uncle who was old and immodest and liked to make yellow jokes.
Secretary Chen, why have you become so old-fashioned?
Ha, this is not a joke to liven up the atmosphere.
It's not funny. Well, come straight to me when you decide. Okay, don't send me.
You study this wave of splashy riches. After Secretary Chen left, the people gathered outside instantly began to gather around him again to ask about the dried fish. In their opinion, Chen Jingchuan might cheat and hide something towards himself, but he would definitely not hide it from Secretary Chen. If it is not just to see the real side of Secretary Chen, Chen Jingchuan has always thought so, only to see the real face of Secretary Chen.
Well, can't say defense, it feels a little bit closer to the relationship. They used to talk in a businesslike manner, occasionally joking, but not in this kind of way.
Everyone wait a moment, when I go back to study it and come up with a specific constitution tomorrow we'll meet to announce this dried fish business.
Secretary Chen couldn't help but say after listening to the chatter around him.
This if one by one to answer he must not talk until tomorrow. It is better to give a statement, than unified announcement. After hearing Secretary Chen's words, a group of villagers are still not satisfied. One by one, they all want to know first-hand news, but Secretary Chen directly on one hand to have a meeting slipped away, they can only focus their attention on the Chen Jingchuan family. To be precise, it was on Chen Jingchuan alone. Only Chen Jingchuan simply do not give them the opportunity to directly tired to rest behind closed doors. This made those people, although they were not happy in their hearts, but looking at the Chen family's several brothers as well as thinking of the Secretary Chen who had just left, if they dared to make trouble, they would definitely not have any good fruit to eat when the time came. Looking at the crowd that gradually left, Chen father, Chen mother and others were also relieved. Chen Jingchuan came back. They have not even talked to their son, but to cope with these people for a long time.
Chuanzi, what are you doing?
Father Chen had just planned to go in and chat with Chen Jingchuan for a while when he saw Chen Jingchuan dismantling something there.
Oh, just brought back instant noodles, making a meal of seafood noodles to eat today.
Chen Jingchuan was also craving for it. It was originally bought for the little ones at home, except that he also wanted to eat it. In his previous life, there was a time when he ate instant noodles and was about to vomit, but he couldn't help but try them after seeing them, especially at this time of the year. It just so happened that I had just bought a couple of large green crabs and lobsters from Offat by the way when I was at the pier, and with what little seafood I still had at home, it was just the right time to eat the whole seafood noodle dip.
Ha! Is this instant noodle?
Chen Jingchuan had just finished speaking, when a group of youngsters who followed him in the back brightened up, directly rushed towards Chen Jingchuan, or to be precise, the table in front of him, and looked to reach out and grab the instant noodles directly. Only when they had just grabbed the instant noodles, they were slapped on the back of the head by the sister-in-laws who followed them in from the side. Mother, this is the dry noodles that Uncle Six brought us, you hit me. Chen Yuanqing received another slap from his sister-in-law before he could finish speaking, and the surrounding children instantly retracted their outstretched palms when they saw it.
Whose is this? Did your sixth uncle say to give it to you? Do I usually lack you food and drink or do I starve you?
Each one of you is so uneducated, itchy skin, go back to your knees and I'll send you over to loosen your skin. Whoever just reached out, stand by the wall obediently by yourself, and one by one look at the food like a starving man. Watching his sister-in-law educate the children, Chen Jingchuan also did not interrupt. This time cannot and sister-in-law to raise the bar or give these little ones to plead for mercy or something. There can only be one voice when teaching children. They must be made to realize the seriousness of this matter. Even if the heartache of the child has to be time to comfort again, teach the child when the heartache of the guardian pops will only make the child feel that this matter is not important. Looking at the group of little guys who were being lectured, Chen Jingchuan smoothly took the noodle cake to the stovetop. Third brother burn the fire, cook a seafood-soaked noodle to eat today.
Seafood noodles? What's it got to do with seafood noodles?
It's just instant noodles with seafood, and later I'll fry up a plate of chili pepper stir-fry as a topping, so you guys can pick what you want to eat. Fried pork with chili peppers, it's okay, Chuanzi, you're really rich, you've bought so much food back.
What's this? Smells spicy and candy?
After hearing Chen mother's words, Chen Jingchuan glanced at his mother. Good guy, he just took out only the instant noodles, did not expect his mother to directly remove the entire bag. There is also some food and drink inside, all bought back in the city. Chen Jingchuan just finished saying that he saw the eyes of the little ones standing in the corner instantly light up. Looking at their pitiful appearance, Chen Jingchuan said towards them, Chen Yuanqing, take them and go and call your big aunts and younger brothers over to eat together. Chen Yuanqing's several children just wanted to take a step, but subconsciously looked at their own mother on the side again. It wasn't until the adults waved them off that they rushed off. After a group of small children left, Chen's father couldn't help but ask as he watched Chen Jingchuan start cutting meat again, Chuanzi, what happened to that dried fish? I wanted to ask when I saw Chen Jingchuan come back just now, only to be delayed until now. Dried fish is just that. Later on when big sister comes to talk about it together, I still have one more thing I want to ask you guys, to hear your opinions.
Chen Jingchuan nodded.
He was ready to collect the dried fish anyway, so he was sure to help out someone close to his family first.
Alright then, won't you cook this noodle first? Father Chen nodded after hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words. The three brothers on the side who still wanted to listen could only hold back their curiosity for now and turned their gaze to the food Chen Zhengchuan was cooking. Since the doubts are not answered, then let's focus on the food first. Seafood noodles, they are often eaten, only to eat some shrimp, abalone, and these rarely eat big lobster, green crab, and so on. Looking at the big green crabs and lobsters that Chen Zhengchuan brought back from the pier, each one of them was almost drooling, especially Chen Zhengchuan's fried pork with chili peppers. The pungent flavor made them even more excited, and if it wasn't for the fact that there was still instant noodles in the air, they were all ready to serve a bowl of rice and start eating. Chapter 96: Seafood Noodles with Soft Drinks. Come, the soup is ready, you can prepare the noodles. Chen Zhengchuan greeted after tidying up everything on the stovetop. At this moment, the family is in the courtyard to cool off. A group of little ones are playing games. After hearing Chen Zhengchuan's voice one by one, they all ran in. Line up, don't rush. Chen Zhengchuan stood by the stovetop with a spatula and scooped up the soup plus noodles one by one. The soup base was made from green crab with lobster. He didn't get much, one for each person was definitely not enough to share, so he simply cooked a pot of soup for everyone to taste. As for the green crabs and lobsters, it was definitely for the kids. After Chen Zhengchuan finished cooking, he felt that this instant noodle is not convenient at all. He is too laborious to do this, and it is more time consuming and laborious than usual to cook a meal. The good thing is that every single one of them, adults and children alike, ate with great satisfaction. Especially when he brought out the soda, it was sought after by a bunch of kids, one for each person, licking the cap after drinking it and filling the bottle with water to drink it again. It's a bit of a hassle, but in this day and age eating seafood-infused noodles with a soda is a treat. The main force of the soda is a few children. The adults do not understand, only with a cup poured a cup to taste, do not like to drink. The main thing is that those little guys' big eyes watching you, afraid that you pour more at once. They had long ago taken the soda as a gift brought to them by Uncle Six, and one by one they were precious. After having a glass of soda to taste, the men went off to get a drink. In their words, it was a shame not to have a couple of glasses of something so good. The women didn't ask for more after a couple of lessons from the kids. Shen Yuanqing, drink less. Your sixth uncle has said that if you drink too much, your stomach rises and you like to burp. You don't even eat instant noodles anymore, do you? Sister-in-law was furious when she saw that Chen Yuanqing had finished one bottle and was planning to open a second one. Shen Yuanqing shrank his neck at his mother's words and weakly said, "Don't worry, mother, I can finish the noodles. After all those sodas, what's the point of finishing a meal? If you don't eat, the noodles will all be lumped." Hearing that her son still dared to talk back to herself, her sister-in-law was about to look for a whip, frightening Chen Yuanqing to immediately put down the soda in his hand and hurriedly eat the noodles. "The soda is divided among you guys, save it and drink it, it'll be gone when you finish it." Chen Zhengchuan reminded when he saw that these few little guys were still glancing at the soda from time to time while eating the noodles. "Can't sixth uncle buy more?" After hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words, Chen Yuanxiong blinked his big dull eyes and asked. Chen Zhengchuan sucked a mouthful of shivering a whole mouthful of noodles after calmly said, "Can but you give me money You buy you some food once in a while, and you're still on my back, aren't you?" "But I don't have any money?" Chen Yuanxiong's little nose wrinkled, then looked at Chen Yuanhu on the side. "But big brother has money, can I make him buy it?" After hearing Chen Yuanxiong's words, a large group of people in the courtyard looked at Chen Yuanhu. "I didn't realize Tiger knew how to hide his personal money, Can so small already know to hide private money. In the future to find a wife is not afraid of no money to spend." Speaking of which, Starlet, have you hidden any personal money? Seeing that sixth son usually gives money generously, maybe he's hidden enough for his wife's capital. Hoshi will be soon too, won't he? A few more years and he'll have a wife. Shen Yuanqing and Shen Yuanhu, two cousins, were surrounded by a group of adults, said that the face followed the monkey but is red, but they do not know what to say. As for the private money, that can never be said. One said the back of the pocket money may not be given. "I'm not taking a wife." Being spoken to sharply by the adults, Shen Yuanqing instantly retorted. "You don't want a wife?" "Right, but also to share my money, but also to sleep together, to share my bed. I do not want a wife." Shen Yuanqing said with a face of rightfulness, "I'll just sleep with my siblings. Another wife can't even sleep in the bed." Chen Zhengchuan heard this. Almost a mouthful of noodles did not spray out. "Good guy, ruthless, are you ruthless?" Chen Yuanqing. "That's right, can't sleep anymore. Mother doesn't change the bed to a bigger one but also add people over." The oldest three, Chen Yuanri, heard immediately solidarity with his big brother. You kid, your big brother won't sleep with you guys when he has a wife." "That's fine, big brother sleeps with his wife and I'll sleep with my sister." "Positive fish, you two can start teaching them a little bit about this as well. It's okay, when you get to an age where you've seen a lot you'll naturally understand, don't you think so, Rocco?" Chen Zhengchuan looked at his big brother with a confused face. What did this have to do with him? "I didn't realize that your big brother's honest and simple side hides such a dark side. You sold your brother for your own son?" How does Kawako know?" "It's all in the family, speak up." Second sister Chen Zhenghong looked at Chen Zhengchuan with a curious face. Even big sister Chen Zhenglan chimed in from the sidelines. "Did you peek at the girls' bath?" Yes, it is the big brother who took me to see it. Chen Jingchuan had a face of who was afraid of who. The big deal is that he exposed himself together and took them all away. Only he underestimated the image of his elder brother in the heart of Chen's father and mother. He said Chen's father did not believe, "You're just talking nonsense, even if there must be your second brother to bring." Chen Zhengmin looked at his father with a helpless face. How did the fire get to him? Is this the image I have in your hearts? That said, Xiaochuan, Xiaojun is all seedy and ready to get married. What about you? After all was said and done, it finally started up again. As soon as we had an idle chat about marriage, the essential part of urging him to get married. I'm the youngest one, wait until the second sister gets married. Chen Zhengchuan also did not know how to say what to say. He had said before, now it can only take Chen Zhenghong as a shield. Chen Zhenghong glanced at Chen Zhengchuan without any good humor. What's it got to do with me? I've only just turned 20, it's not like I'm in a hurry. Nua, you see, second sister is not in a hurry. What am I in a hurry for? Chen Jingchuan looked at Chen's father. He only turned 19 at the time of the Mid-Autumn Festival. If this were in the later generations, he would still be in college, and he would not even be at the legal age for marriage. That's right, little aunt and little uncle aren't in a hurry. What am I in a hurry for? Chen Yuanqing's sentence directly gave dry silence to Chen mother, who still wanted to say something. She didn't expect the kid to take it seriously. As soon as Chen Yuanqing spoke, the people around him froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Then Chen Yuanqing was at a loss for words. He didn't know what he had said wrong. Obviously he was following his little uncle's words. How come they didn't laugh at his little uncle but instead laughed at themselves? Chen Zhengchuan also didn't expect Chen Yuanqing to be able to say these words at this time. You're still laughing, it's all because you're leading the good fight. Mother Chen glared at Chen Zhengchuan without any good humor. Ugh, it's so hard to be human. Chen Zhengchuan sighed in his heart. This front of the back do not say, just caught in the middle of him to say, right? After the noodles were finished, when the table was cleaned up, a large family sat around waiting for Chen Jingchuan to say things. Fish dry matter. I did find a stable sales channel, 500 pounds a week, temporarily. The next time to go, I intend to bring 1,000 pounds to go. Your family can keep. Want to earn more now? Can also buy some fished out tofu fish, toadfish. Those stay in the sun. Fish dry, miscellaneous fish dry, less sun. The kind of money earned, the same kind of dried fish in order to make money. Chen Jingchuan's first to make the matter of dried fish clear. He called his elder sister to come also, firstly to have a meal together, and secondly to pull her through the sale of dried fish. Now she's raising 2 kids on her own, her husband and father-in-law have gone in, and her mother-in-law can't do much to help her at home other than grow some vegetables to feed herself. Her in-laws have a large family, only the youngest oldest for a man, but have been separated. People do not help, you have no words. In that case, then how much do you charge for the dried fish? Chen Zhanglan hurriedly asked upon hearing this. She can only weave fishing nets and cages every day and sell them for $1, which can only sustain her life, and this is also the only way to earn so much by weaving all the time, and other times she can only rely on the help of a few brothers from her mother's family to help her with anything. As soon as she heard that the dried fish business would work, she couldn't help but ask first. The dried miscellaneous fish market sells for 10 cents a catty. As usual, Chen Jingchuan first said the selling price of the market and then began to say his own acquisition price. The dried miscellaneous fish is tentatively set at 7 cents a catty, and the other dried fish a catty I earn you 5 cents. Seeing his elder sister's intent look, Chen Jingchuan hurriedly instructed, don't let your mouth slip, this price is for you. Chuanzi, you don't charge other people this price? Father Chen's heart fluttered at his words. I paid 20 cents a pound for Secretary Chen's 50 pounds of tofu fish yesterday. Upon hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, not only Chen's father, but others around him were staggered. This is really ruthless. Chapter 97 Family Matters. Just Chen Jingchuan said the seafood market selling price is 40 cents a catty. He collected Chen secretaries only 20 cents a catty, directly half earned? And Secretary Chen also came out with dried fish, so if you do the math, Secretary Chen didn't make as much as Chen Jingchuan? Secretary Chen, those dried fish, although the same kind of, but that is the quality is not too good. The market price is also 30 cents a catty. In fact, I will earn him 10 cents, another 10 cents, or young page hard to give. Chen Jingchuan still explained. The things in here involve business and money, then it's better to say clearly, don't make a whole family unhappy because of a few cents and a few pennies. Don't let him give up a bunch of profit out of it and the family thinks he's making half. So what price do you charge other people's families? Chen's father asked after taking a drag on his cigarette. Make a profit of 10 cents. Chen Jingchuan nodded. The hotel side of the collection is just a path. He can't always grip young page their families will, their own ultimately have to earn a little bit. No income, who wants to do this? 10 cents, 5 cents. Father Chen nodded. It's something that could be had, the families earns more, Kawako won't suffer too much, and it's a good idea to pull the older daughters, too. Then if you're specializing in the dried fish business here, does the family boat still go out to sea? Seeing that they were chatting well, Chen's mother asked about the boat in passing. I may not have time to go out to sea, the boat, then rent out or father you to drive? Chen Jingchuan thought about it. The city can only be his own, please do not rest assured, a big few thousand pounds of dried fish, $300 or $400.
If the family, one of the biggest problems is the language barrier, none of the family will be Mandarin. To go to the city of communication is a problem. With his last in the seafood market to ask the uncle, the two people finally rely on hand gestures, did not figure out the last or uncle his son came to understand the exchanges. And since the family has never been to the city, and it's unfamiliar to go there, I'm afraid not many of them would be willing to go. So the dried fish business can only Chen Jingchuan himself. As for the boat, then it is much easier. His father and his brother can, our old fishermen, see fishing this thing to do familiar.
Rent what? I'll drive it. Chen's father said without a trace of anger.
Chen Jingchuan hemmed and hawed. He knew that his father couldn't afford to let someone else drive the boat. Then father, you and second brother will drive it. The income will be divided in half, but when I make a lot of money later on to buy more boats, then I still need to rent it out.
Make money to buy a boat? Father Chen gave Chen Jingchuan a disdainful look. How much dried fish do you have to sell to earn a boat back? Just rent it out to someone else to drive?
That can't be helped. Hire someone to drive is not assured, or share the good, the daily proceeds of half. I don't even need to go out to sea. On the shore we'll be able to collect the money, as long as when the time comes father you help me to pick up the boat on the line.
Yo, Chuanzi, you're planning to become a landlord. After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, Lao Er smiled.
He still cannot know Chen Jingchuan's idea is nothing more than to buy a few boats to rent to others, their own local lord on the shore everyday cozy living their own little life.
What kind of landowner is this? An ancient landowner would be 50-50 with the peasants.
Chen Jingchuan retorted after hearing his second brother's words, I'm at most a shipping company alright. That's right, you say less. If this is heard, a report letter goes up saying that there is a landlord in the village. That's not the end of it?
Chen's father also blared at Lao Er. What not to say has to be the landlord.
Although this time is not like a few years ago, a letter of reporting can give people to the family, but also to be taken away by the big cap to investigate, or else something will happen. When the time comes to investigate what's going on, it's still a matter of the big cap's word. The oldest two also came to their senses at this time. If this is really treated as a landlord that is to be fought to death. By the way, when will you probably finish collecting these 1,000 pounds of dried fish?
Do you want me to spread the news first? Chen father said towards Chen Jingchuan as if he had just remembered something.
No, there's no rush on this, let the village people take a chance first.
Chen Jingchuan shook his head.
Waiting for tomorrow, Secretary Chen announced to dried fish related things. Surely many people will be moved to want to do their own, and so they hit the wall after their own, then go to collect will be much better. Now go to collect, then maybe people will also taunt you want to make money, want to go crazy, a caddy of dried fish to earn them a penny. After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, Chen's father also nodded. Indeed, not let those people in the village know the difficulties here, they still think how easy it is for you to make money. You've already given them the information free of charge, just let them try it out for themselves. When the time comes they'll naturally know how to choose. Chen mother also felt that it was best to do so, lest the village people still think how much money their family had earned, or they had to go to the market to see for themselves. So much so that the family felt that there was no need to rush this and that it would be better to wait.
After things were said and done, everyone went back.
Chen Jingchuan took a bath himself and then went to the new house side to take a turn, saw the house just waiting for the beams to be put up and nodded with satisfaction, and the fence was already half up.
Should have the fence up in a couple days before the beams go up.
Seeing that his new home is about to land, the idea of moving to the city in Chen Jingchuan's heart is getting fainter and fainter. It was better to live comfortably in his little home by the sea, and the city couldn't impress him any better. As for the matter of cooperation in the city, Chen Jingchuan thought about some of it on the way back. He did not talk to his family for the time being, and then tell them when he was sure. In the next 2 days he was going to wait for the new house side of things to be finished, while looking at the situation of the dried fish business in the village, and then think about cooperation with Yang Hongjun. As for the sea, the 2 days on the beam home should not go out to sea, plus wait for the houses built and have to move and some other things. It should not be continuous sea, may be able to occasionally squeeze out a day to go out to sea. His boat has been handed over to his father and second brother, and when his elder brother and second brother settle the bill for Mafe tomorrow they can also count the money of these days. His elder brother and third brother drive the boat inside, there is also a share. In the past it was all out of the sea once a day to count the bill, but Chen Jingchuan is not at home, can only be counted once every few days. After wandering around for a while, Chen Jingchuan realized that there were still quite a few broken tiles clustered around, which were all broken when the new tiles were moved over. As soon as I saw these, Chen Jingchuan looked for baskets first or loaded up, and then find some glass slag, plus these broken tiles and other fences up mounted on the top, but also to prevent a thief, although the roll is not very big but it is also a deterrent. This is still Chen Jingchuan learned from the video made by one of his favorite garden bloggers in the past, and many of the things inside the new house he repaired this time were borrowed from some of the things in that blogger's video. Chen Jingchuan had just turned around and intended to go to Fatty and the others when he ended up being surrounded by the uncles and aunts on the side of the road.
Kawako, are you rested? What was that dried fish thing all about?
Yeah, you tell Auntie that, and I'll never tell anyone else.
Yeah, we're still related. Got any insider info for us?
Finally cannot help it, Chen Jingchuan directly roared. Tomorrow Secretary Chen will announce. You now ask what is the point? If what I say is different from Secretary Chen's, who do you believe?
Even if I said that the dried fish business is not doing well, will you believe me?
While the older men and women were frozen in their tracks, they rushed straight out of the crowd and quickly ran away. This village uncle and aunt gossip up the power is really extraordinary. The main thing is that Secretary Chen also did not support a letter with him, which what can say what cannot say. If he is now in advance to reveal the price in case and Secretary Chen announced tomorrow different is not an accident. It's his fault for being so responsible and keeping the village council in the dark at this point in time. After successfully shaking off those uncles and aunts, Chen Jingchuan didn't dare to stay outside. In case he was blocked again, it would be hard to get out. Especially now that he was like a fish surrounded by sniffing cats, but anytime he leaked a bit of breath he would be swarmed by cats who would surround him and partake of his food.
I say, you kid running so fast, is there someone behind you chasing you?
Fatty was sitting in the doorway taking a chill when he saw Chen Jingchuan running over like a gust of wind. He started to mock him.
98, naughty. No one is after me, but someone wants to eat me.
Chen Jingchuan directly sat on his butt next to the fat man and grabbed a melon seed from his hand in the process. This guy likes to get high and watch the action when he doesn't have much to do all day. The key is that this location of his home is on the edge of the pier, and his open pork stalls, more people so well informed, every time there is something Chen Jingchuan, Bamboo and Abe, the three of them know from the fat man here. But this time the village's big event Chen Jingchuan is the first-hand news.
Tell me, what's going on with your dried fish business?
Fatty see Chen Jingchuan from his hands to grab melon seeds is not annoyed, but instead smiling and pulled out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket and handed it to Chen Jingchuan.
Your family and do not do this, think what? Chen Jingchuan looked at the fat man. You sell this pork while waiting to inherit the family business does not smell good?
He is the only male child in Fatty's family, but the female child has two sisters. This one big property his father could only leave to him. So there is a reason why the fat man is so lazy. There is no brother in the family to share the family business with him, and the family is so big that he waits to take over his father's class later on, so he doesn't have to work hard at all.
Boring. It's not easy to have something lively in the village. The person involved in this is still my brother. Can I not inquire?
Fatty looked at Chen Jingchuan with a smile, just waiting for him to start sharing. Not only him, even Fatty's parents and the people around him were eagerly looking at Chen Jingchuan. Chen Jingchuan, or that set, don't make it difficult for me. You listen to the secretary's arrangement tomorrow is, if this is nonsense to break the arrangement of the village committee, it is unlikely that the secretary in the future will give me small shoes, understand, and so on. The secretary announced tomorrow. You want to listen to what the gossip can come to me. Anyway, all the things to the village committee, especially Secretary Chen's head is, and just came back in the afternoon when Secretary Chen did come to find him. He has a reason for this, other people have nothing to say.
Xiaochuan, don't worry about saying that Secretary Chen wouldn't dare to put small shoes on you.
That's right, dare to do this to the village people, respect him, call him a Secretary Chen,
dare to look around, I won't beat him. Yeah, according to seniority he still has to call me auntie, how dare he disobey me?
Chen Jingchuan looked at the pair of older uncles and aunts in front of him with a bitter smile. The village, especially their Chen family village, is still the village of the various clan societies, and it is not easy to move the generation to press people. And Secretary Chen is really no way to take this situation, really a bunch of 7 aunts and aunts to find the door to find him to make trouble. He really can only compromise. Only this kind of thing usually once happened, resulting in Secretary Chen's majesty swept to the ground. The back of these relatives basically do not want to get any benefits from Secretary Chen here.
I was ordered by Secretary Chen, unless you ask him to tell me that it's okay to talk.
Chen Jingchuan shrugged his shoulders, not letting up in the slightest. Besides, auntie, since you're his aunt, wouldn't you just ask Secretary Chen directly?
Why bother running to make things difficult for me?
The older woman smiled resentfully when she heard this, but she didn't say anything else. Chen Jingchuan saw the situation, also know that this aunt may just in Chen's secretary 8-pole hit to get a little relationship, definitely not the kind of very close relatives. Really, if Secretary Chen's relatives at this moment must also ask Secretary Chen to go, will not come to find him.
Xiaochuan, you have to have your own opinion, you can't just say whatever Secretary Chen says.
Yeah, you need to learn to fight back, besides it's not like it's a big deal to say a couple messages. See, there are people in that gibberish, Chen Jingchuan more and more do not want to say, he is such a character, the more you say the more I want to go against you, no reason why is to see you upset, a face of what?
Well then, how about you guys demonstrate how to resist? What more demonstration does this need?
You just punch your husband in revolt and show me, and I'll talk to you alone. The older woman's eyes widened when she heard this, but her eyes were darting to her man on the side. Her man glared at his wife, who had a bit of an idea, and then looked at Chen Jingchuan in a bad mood. Chen Jingchuan, what do you mean by this?
Trying to mess things up, huh? Aren't you me too? What did you with? You know yourself. What do I know?
I clearly told you, and you're still here with a bunch of stalkers? Looking at the confused uncle and the surrounding group of people looking at the uncle's skeptical gaze, Chen Jingchuan heart secretly funny, stirring up trouble in this area he cannot compare to the uncle and aunt at this time, but stirring up muddy water he is still no problem. Don't believe him, if I knew I would have said so, and what time do I have to know? In the end, it was the older man who managed to clear the suspicion on himself by saying something.
Then a bunch of people looked at Chen Jingchuan again. This time Chen Jingchuan did not wait for them to speak sentence first. Want to know the insider in advance, is it? Chen Jingchuan deliberately dragged a trailing tone, and then said in a group of people as expectant gaze, one person $1, you let me rebel against Secretary Chen, always have to give me some benefits. Tramp, Chen Jingchuan, you want money, want crazy is not it, see lousy not. A hot-tempered uncle was about to roll up his sleeves and hit someone, but after seeing Chen Jingchuan's wood knife in his hand at some point, he can only straighten his sleeves. In the end, when the group of people saw that there was still no way to get information from Chen Jingchuan, they could only return unhappy. Cow pie. Your mouth is even better than my mother's. Fatty saw a group of defeated uncles and aunts give a thumbs up towards Chen Jingchuan. It was the first time he had ever seen a group of older men and women who could talk their way out of a situation with their mouths. Although force was used as a deterrent in the end, none of that mattered. Where are Bamboo and Bay? I thought they'd come here to gather when they knew I was back. Only after a group of older uncles and aunts left did Chen Jingchuan look at Fatty, not wanting to talk about those older uncles and aunts at all. Mainly from back to now, in addition to get along with the family after basically all looking for him to ask this and that, he is also annoyed. Just now the emotions may have accumulated to a certain extent. He and those uncles and aunts fight. I told you we'd find out tomorrow and you're asking questions. Next time, he must ask Secretary Chen to compensate him for the mental damage. Although he understood the heart of the older man or woman who gossiped, and knew the heart of the people at this time of the year, he was just as gossipy, except that he was still a little offended when this kind of thing fell on him. The two of them are now sailing every day, and yesterday they caught a net of large yellowfin, and at this moment the two of them are probably planning to change to a larger boat. After hearing the fatty's words, Chen Jingchuan looked at him in surprise. Really? How can that be false? It's more than £1,000 in total, $500 or $600, and they were the two most discussed in the village before you came back. Tisk, together with their previous harvests following me on the deserted island as well as going out to sea and messing with the barrage nets in the back, so it seems that they are indeed able to change to a bigger ship. Chen Jingchuan totaled it up. He didn't expect that not only his own luck was good, but his two brothers weren't bad luck if they were serious about their work. This net goes down for thousands of pounds of yellowtail is a real bullseye. Later generations of the big yellowtail because of overfishing has been rare, but it is a pity that he did not see the scene of thousands of pounds of big yellowtail out of the water, which is also a bragging capital if you see it later. A major reason for the depletion of greater amberjack was later determined to be the introduction of the knockout operation in the 5th decade or so, which was very popular along the coast. Greater amberjack are not very intelligent, and the knockout was literally invented specifically for the purpose of catching greater amberjack. From the southern provinces to the north, the coast of the rhubarb fish basically did not escape, plus the rhubarb fish more and more rare, more and more valuable, people are more and more like to catch this kind of fish. To the later development of fishing boat technology, protection measures are not in place and so on. The reason, the rhubarb fish to the later generations will be so valuable. Of course the rhubarb fish itself has some value, or it wouldn't have created a cult following. Yeah, the two of them are planning on borrowing some money from their family for a bigger boat so they can go fishing far away as well. It's not a good idea to keep circling that deserted island you took them to. That's pretty good, save me a pig's foot for tomorrow. What, you got an old man coming to the door? Go, it's not an early celebration for them to get a bigger boat. Okay then, front and back? Hind legs, I guess. Chapter 99, I want it all. Home tomorrow to eat meat. Chen Jingchuan afternoon back when it has been bought. Tomorrow ride flat gang in the fat here to get a pig's feet to eat. It just so happened that he had fried a lot of sauce in the city, and brought back some. Stewing only pig's feet is suitable. After talking to Fatty for a while, Chen Jingchuan went back. This time he ran all the way back, and if he wasn't paying attention a little, he could be pulled by a roadside uncle or aunt and asked questions. When he returned home, Chen Jingchuan threw himself onto the bed. It's been a long day, obviously only 2 days and 1 night out, and already I can't help but feel a little homesick. Sixth son, you move a little less, just came back to the family bed to be whole across. Chen Jingchuan had just laid down on the bed when he heard his big brother's voice next door. Before Chen Jingchuan said anything, his second sister in the back room also spoke. Is this kid too energetic in the past 2 days without going to sea? Followed by his third brother, I feel the same way, gotta find him a date. Chen Jingchuan. If you guys can talk about this? Chen Jingchuan thought this was outrageous enough. I didn't realize the blow-up was still to come. His mother got involved when she heard, we'll go hire a matchmaker tomorrow after the village meeting. What's the difference between this muck and no soundproofing? When you move, you must move immediately. After the beam, he first moved the bed over to live. This if the middle of the night to talk in his sleep words will not be heard all the words? The soundproofing of this mud brick house is really bad, and you can still hear so clearly through 2 walls. After falling asleep at night, I slept straight through until early the next morning. When he got up the family was ready, although he already knew some inside information about the dried fish business from Chen Jingchuan here, they still planned to go to the village committee meeting.
Today's weather is good. The family, in addition to Chen Jingchuan outside, the men have basically gone out to sea. The village has a boat is almost the same. Anyway, this meeting did not let the original work stop. The family sent a representative to understand on the line. Mother, you guys are going so early? Chen Jingchuan rubbed his eyes and saw that he was already ready for Mother Chen. He just got up. Look at his mother. De Look is already cooking breakfast. May have eaten this or dressed ready to go to the meeting.
Are you at home by yourself or are you going to the village committee as well?
Chen mother was putting on her shoes. After seeing Chen Jingchuan come out, she fought to pull the heel of her shoes on and stomped her feet twice, then looked at Chen Jingchuan and asked, "Let's go and take a look together, and I'll explain clearly when something happens."
Chen Jingchuan nodded.
This matter will not need Secretary Chen to send someone to find him. His own direct point of self-consciousness over is.
Okay then, let's eat first, and then we'll go afterward. After breakfast, Chen Jingchuan headed to the village committee. When he arrived, Chen Jingchuan was still chattering with the village people when he was caught by Secretary Chen in the meeting room of the village committee. There was no need to say that he had really guessed. Secretary Chen had long planned to let him come, and his role was to testify and explain on the sidelines when the announcement was made later. This is the program that the village committee has worked out? Chen Jingchuan took a piece of paper handed over by Secretary Chen.
Some handwritten treatment options for the dried fish business above. Chen Jingchuan also thought that Secretary Chen would choose a representative or direct village committee responsible for the results. Did not expect that actually is to let freedom. Directly Chen Jingchuan brought back the news published.
Yeah, how about that?
It's going to be intended. You're planning to come out and clean up the mess after the villagers have bumped their heads all over the place. You want both money and prestige. Secretary Chen looked at Chen Jingchuan in surprise. I didn't expect your kid to see through it at a glance. Quite smart. What is difficult to think of? The village people obviously want to make money to get rich, but not a little frustration. Who knows that this money is not good to earn? At the beginning of the village people to let them in accordance with your will only let them heart resentment, not as good as the beginning of the liberalization, so that they touch the nail, you and then come out to clean up the mess. At that time they not only won't hate you, but also grateful to you. Chen Jingchuan directly one word to break the meaning of Secretary Chen above this paper. Secretary Chen this time is really surprised. He did not expect Chen Jingchuan is really look at a glance to understand the full meaning of this piece of paper. How did you think of it?
Because that's what I intend to do. Chen Jingchuan shrugged.
Secretary Chen froze, then laughed. You kid enough kana, so it seems that I do not need to instruct you. Later you improvise yourself.
No problem, when the time comes, I'll definitely tell the truth. Chen Jingchuan patted his chest.
Then the two laughed silently. At this time, when the village issued news or held meetings, there was a man riding a bicycle with a loudspeaker to tour the village. The radio that could notify the whole village had not been installed at this time, and the village did not even have a radio room yet. When there is any major news to be announced, basically, apart from the bicycle loudhailer combination mentioned above, then it is word of mouth or by the captains of the teams going door to door. Because yesterday Secretary Chen went to Chen Jingchuan's home was originally a lot of people saw, plus yesterday afternoon when the bicycle loudspeaker then the village back and forth 3 times, the whole village know about this matter. At this moment, the square in front of the village committee is full of people, not for a moment to see Chen Jingchuan and Secretary Chen and a few village committees out. One by one, they are consciously quiet, for fear of not being able to hear what Secretary Chen said later. Well, folks, today's meeting I will talk about one thing many people must also know, that is, our village's dried fish business. After Comrade Chen Jingchuan's hard work in the county, the city, and other places of research, has roughly mapped out the basic situation of the dried fish business in the seafood market. First of all, let's applaud Comrade Chen Jingchuan's hard work. Next I will first tell the basic situation, and then everyone who does not understand can cite directly to Comrade Chen Jingchuan asked. What followed was a big lecture on the dried fish business, and of course when it came to the price of dried fish, the villagers below inevitably erupted in huge cheers. They did not expect that usually not many people want a miscellaneous dried fish can be sold to the price of 10 cents a catty, as for the good quality of the same kind of dried fish can also be sold to 40 cents a catty. This moment they converted their own dried fish, one by one are eager to immediately take the dried fish to fly to the city. As for those who also ate dried fish last night are repenting and slapping their thighs, this is another few cents gone. Quiet everyone, you can ask questions now, anything you want to ask now, we won't be waiting after that time. Secretary Chen, I would like to ask how the village plans to do the dried fish business? After hearing Secretary Chen's look-alike words, an older woman at the front immediately raised her hand. Sure enough, come early to stand close or have the benefit of the back of the Chen Jingchuan or simply cannot hear what to say again, noisy like hundreds of flies, in front of it is not the same, as soon as you talk to here. You can go to the city by yourselves, or you can sell it to someone else, or a couple of people can partner up and so on. The village won't force you to do what you want to do, it's all voluntary. When Secretary Chen said this, the people underneath felt a bit unbelievable. They thought the village would take the lead, but they didn't expect to directly liberalize it. Does the secretary mean we decide for ourselves? Doesn't the village make rules? The village doesn't care about anything when we go off on our own? Secretary Chen took the loudspeaker and spoke twice more. Indeed, you can come as you wish, the village will not interfere with you too much.
So, Kawako, how do I get to the city? Yeah, where's the big seafood market? Can I just go and set up a stall, or is there anything else required?
After hearing Secretary Chen's words, the villagers were bursting with excitement, which was tantamount to the village directly handing over the methods and opportunities to make money to them. Originally, last night, they were worried that the village would not card their necks, but it turned out that the village not only did not card their necks but also thoughtfully helped them to organize their clothes. Hearing someone ask himself, Chen Jingchuan took over the loudspeaker in the secretary's hand and said in a loud voice, "It's very simple to go to the city. If you take a car, go to the county station. It's not far away. After arriving at the city station, ask for directions and ask for the past, or you can gang up on a few people and ask a tractor to go directly together." As for the matter of setting up stalls, Secretary Chen has just said it, so if you don't understand, look at what's posted on the notice board later.
Chapter 100. The newspaper arrives.
By the time Chen Jingchuan stood in front and finished explaining the villagers' doubts, his voice was going up in smoke. Some people, obviously the previous one has just asked the same question, Chen Jingchuan also answered, but still want to continue to ask, the back of the same, obviously a thing he has said many times, still want to ask. He was also asked if he would make up the difference if the fare on the way was more expensive.
Angry Chen Jingchuan wanted to pull out a gun and give him a shuttle. What kind of person is this?
There is a person in front of just asked, behind a person obviously listened together. The results also came to ask. Chen Jingchuan asked him to ask in front of the time did not hear or how. That person directly I want to hear you say, lest the back of the problem you are not responsible for.
To Chen Jingchuan whole speechless. Listen to me if you like, and I'll give you the responsibility? Laozi is not your father. Chen Jingchuan direct loudhailer throne, master does not serve. Chen Jingchuan, how can you be so irresponsible?
The man saw that Chen Jingchuan wanted to leave and immediately pulled him back.
What am I not responsible for anymore? Tell me.
Chen Jingchuan are still being angry music. If not hear more people, he just almost have to throw the horn in front and this person his face.
That's the one that had the nerve to pull him back and keep asking. You?
The man was stunned. He didn't really seem to be able to hold Chen Jingchuan's means. Chen Jingchuan is not a member of the village committee. People also gratuitously share the information of the dried fish business. It is reasonable to say that something is wrong even if you are looking for the village committee cannot find his head. Only he's pulling the strings here and doesn't feel like he's losing face again if he doesn't say something. Seeing that person froze, Chen Jingchuan directly drew out his arm, and the speaker directly slammed onto the table, then raised his hand and left. He did not care that Secretary Chen called him in the back. Things are actually so much, has long been clear, but some villagers have to find him to inquire whether there is any inside information.
Ugh, how did people leave before I could even ask? This kid doesn't have something good hidden away that he wants to keep for himself, does he? Why don't we go up to his house later and ask?
Isn't Secretary Chen still here? Ask him. Finally, Secretary Chen saw Chen Jingchuan ran away. The villagers are jumping at the chance to look at themselves. At once he did not want to say anything, directly handed over the work to the militia team, their own as a shirker. The beautiful name of the village committee still have things to deal with. In the face of the militia with guns, the attitude of the village people are all better, smilingly asked some irrelevant questions, and occasionally also complimented a couple of loose cigarettes. If Chen Jingchuan were here at this moment, he might regret why he didn't agree to be the militia leader in the first place.
This is the perfect time to take control of the village force. It's just a shame that it's hard to have the money to buy early knowledge, and a miss is a miss. When Chen Jingchuan came to the fat man's home, the road can still be heard on the discussion of the dried fish business. Some people have already begun to call friends ready to buy and sell dried fish in partnership, although he saw him will still greet and ask about dried fish, but it will not be as enthusiastic as it was last night. Why does it feel like you, the first to know, are the quietest instead? Something's not right. Fatty stroked his chin after seeing Chen Jingchuan and looked at him in doubt. What's wrong? My family's little family background, even if were to compete with others. Chen Jingchuan waved his hand, but also intentionally said very loudly so that the surrounding people hear.
After seeing Chen Jingchuan's actions, the fat man became more and more suspicious that Chen Jingchuan definitely had something fishy going on. According to his understanding of Chen Jingchuan, without something this kid is absolutely impossible to do so, just like the last time the block net fishing, in the time when everyone knows Chen Jingchuan has already earned a lot of money. Kawako, by the way, is this dried fish a good seller? Chen Jingchuan glanced at the ant who spoke before a bunch of people surrounded him. When one is asking the price, distance, and so on, no one has asked if the dried fish can be sold. In their view, Chen Jingchuan can be sold out, they must also have no problem. This was still the first one to ask if the dried fish was good for sale besides Secretary Chen as well as the people from the village committee. It's okay, retail depends on the market. When it's good to sell a few £100 easily, when it's not good to sell £100 or not sold out. Chen Jingchuan looked at the ant as quite polite on the seafood market retail situation said. In that case, why don't you collect dried fish then, Chuan? How about we do it in partnership? After hearing this, Chen Jingchuan looked at the older woman in surprise. Since the announcement, this is still the first to look for his partnership. Since the announcement in the village, everyone was basically excited in calling out their friends to prepare for the big event. No one noticed him at all. This older woman has a little something off.
I'm not going to take it for a while. What? The dried fish business is not doing well?
The older woman was instantly energized after hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words, feeling that she had explored some secret. Chen Zhengchuan glanced at the eyes like a copper bell ant, as well as around the villagers as if they were about to eat something amazing. Melon blandly said, "No, my family is not soon to be on the beam, plus the third brother is ready to get married, the boat, and to go to sea. A lot of things cannot get out of the way, intends to do some time to do the dried fish business again." This reason he had long thought of. If the village are all in the dried fish when he instead sat at the back and did not move, interested people will certainly see the clues. But having a legitimate reason was different, and he did have a lot on his plate these days anyway, and with a dried fish craze in the village, it wasn't so obvious that he wasn't moving around in there. In that case, then when you plan to go to the city, just say so, my families will go with you then. The older woman said towards Chen Zhengchuan even after hearing this. Okay. Chen Zhengchuan chatted for a while here at Fatty's, letting him leave a letter for Bamboo and Bay to eat together in the evening and went back. He had just learned from Secretary Chen that he had newspapers delivered to his home every day, and that the issue in which he had appeared in the newspaper had already come out, and at this moment he couldn't wait to go back and enjoy his appearance in the newspaper. When he came back yesterday because of the dried fish, not only him, even Secretary Chen and his family had forgotten about it. When he got home and got the newspapers, he finally saw his interview. Return of the prodigal son, hard-working and rich, Comrade Chen Zhengchuan, the inventor of fixed-pile interceptor net fishing.
Chen Zhengchuan couldn't help but read out the introduction below his avatar.
Should not say, although he wanted to be bored, but this kind of newspaper, in front of the villagers, in front of people to show sainthood, is still very cool. Especially when I heard those behind the back talking about what qualifications he had to be in the newspaper, it was even better. I Chen Zhengchuan just like to see you guys look at me upset but can't do anything about it.
Uncle Six, you're smiling so badly. It's like the big villain in The Old Wolf that the teacher was talking about. Why do I feel like Uncle Six is smiling a little stupidly?
When Chen Zhengchuan was secretly happy, he didn't know where a group of little brats ran out from, catching him in a burst of mockery. He didn't say anything, and looked at them lightly after putting away the newspaper. You guys have been very idle lately. Have you finished your summer vacation homework yet? School is about to start. Do you want to be beaten up then? Sixth uncle, you're so bad. You have to say this when you can't say anything good. Chen Yuanqing had a displeased look on his face. Hearing this, Chen Zhengchuan knew that this kid had definitely not finished, and probably had not moved a single word. When the time comes, it's another night with a pen straight through a summer's worth of homework.
You kid against skin, next time I go to the city will not bring you snacks.
Seeing Chen Yuanqing collapsed a batch face, Chen Zhengchuan added a knife, by the way, buy a few more books to write for you to do. As soon as Chen Yuanqing heard this, he immediately looked at Chen Zhengchuan with a pleasing face. Sixth uncle, I am your great nephew, how can you be so cruel to me?
Glancing at the instantly abashed Chen Yuanqing, Chen Zhengchuan laughed in his heart. You still can't be ruled? Then it depends on how you behave, if not, I'll add to your summer vacation homework.
Chen Zhengchuan had a look of you watch yourself. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqing immediately doggedly walked behind Chen Zhengchuan and began to pound his back. Lucky for Uncle Six. The other four small C big brother are gone and do not dare to run, can only also smile and walk to Chen Zhengchuan in front of, press the legs of the leg, press the shoulder of the shoulder. Not to mention a group of little guys in addition to Chen Yuan shown that milk doll, massage is also pressed quite comfortable.
Chapter 101, Goodbye Old Taoist.
A few little ones diligently massaged Chen Zhengchuan, but it didn't take long for the massage to come back with Chen mother and her group of 4 people. Seeing her son and daughter give Chen Zhengchuan a massage, sister-in-law's heart is a little bit uncomfortable. She raised these little brats so big have not yet pressed themselves. The second sister-in-law on one side of the room was almost as bad, almost about to break into a fit of rage. Chen Zhenghong is nothing to feel, although these on the little ones will usually small aunt called her, but generally will not be particularly close to her. There is a say one, the home most popular with the children or Chen Zhenchuan. Chen mother saw and looked at several little ones with a smile. Why are you still so understanding today that you know how to honor your sixth uncle? Uncle Six has worked hard. We have to cook a big meal for us today.
Yeah, I just saw all the pig's feet and lots of candy.
Chen Zhengchuan dismissed the few little ones around him when he saw his sister-in-law and second sister-in-law whose faces were getting darker and darker, a bunch of gluttons. Sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, you guys cook some rice and eat together today as well. After sending the little ones away, Chen Zhengchuan looked at his 2 sisters-in-law again.
After hearing Chen Zhengchuan's words, his sister-in-law looked at him curiously and asked, Chuanzi is making a lot of money? Why are you thinking of eating pig's feet today? You guys didn't see it yesterday? He bought it back yesterday.
Mother Chen bristled. He couldn't control this little son of his now. It was true that he had the ability to make money, but that was the ability to spend money wasn't weak either. Yesterday he would have thought that Chen Zhengchuan bought some noodles and sodas and candy back, the results after dinner to the bottom of the packet a takeout and a pig's feet.
That's a good feeling, let's cook.
Upon hearing that there were pig's trotters to eat, sister-in-law and second sister-in-law didn't bother to get upset and happily went to cook. During this period of time, because of the repair of the house, the three families basically eat and drink together. When the house is repaired, as a few families to eat their own, and later want to rub Chen Jingchuan's pig's trotters to eat will not be easy. These days Chen Jingchuan cooking and buying food can be generous, not to say that all the time with meat, but seafood is rare and all do very good. Your pig's feet are half done. When her elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law went in, Chen mother said towards Chen Jingchuan without any good humor. What's wrong? So many people and you're still afraid you won't be able to eat it all? We're going up tomorrow, why don't you leave some? You want to finish it all in one go, don't you? Chen Jingchuan heard his mother's words before reacting. Tomorrow will be on the beam. The Chen family village on the beam of this kind of thing is very delicate, no matter what kind of house repair, even if you just repair a pigsty on the beam are all very delicate. After lunch, Chen Jingchuan was sent out by his mother to invite people to go. Originally his father was already said, but the village people pay more attention to this ceremony, so the day before the beam to go to the door to ask the master, and ask the master on the beam to use what things. In fact, are doing cook things, on the beam to use what things are well known, but in the words of Chen's father is that the rules cannot be forgotten, have to follow the rules left behind by the ancestors. The step of hiring a master cannot be missed. Home Chen father and the other three brothers have gone out, so this matter fell on Chen Jingchuan, waited until his mother said the place. Chen Jingchuan accidentally found that this is still a familiar person. Hello, Taoist master. Chen Jingchuan smiled as he looked at the scruffy Taoist priest in front of him. This Taoist priest is not someone else, it is Chen Jingchuan just came to this world when he did that Taoist priest. At first Chen Jingchuan once thought that this Taoist priest is some kind of hermit, really have magic power, it is he who recruited himself to this world. But then he heard his mother say the deeds of this Taoist priest plus this world is indeed the original world, and there is no such thing as mana, so he was disappointed, and then because of his preoccupation with getting money, he also gradually forgot about this old Taoist priest. He didn't expect to meet this Taoist priest again because of the beams on his new house. Oh, it's Chuan Zia, what are you? The old Taoist priest was honestly still a little frightened after seeing Chen Jingchuan. After all, when Chen Jingchuan just sat up from the coffin in his own eyes, that scene is still fresh in his mind. The old Taoist, although a halfway wild Taoist, but for some gods and ghosts and weird things are still in awe. So even if he slowed down later, he didn't dare to look for Chen Jingchuan, he didn't even dare to meet him, and once there was a possibility of seeing Chen Jingchuan he would avoid it in advance. This was also the reason why Chen Jingchuan often went around the village but never met an old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest did kind of wimp out on Chen Jingchuan. The main thing was that he had obviously taken his pulse and probed his nose, and he was pretty sure that Chen Jingchuan was dead, but then he came back to life later. Although Secretary Chen and the village's old village doctor gave an explanation of some kind of shock and fake death, the old Taoist didn't believe it, and he insisted with all his heart that Chen Jingchuan had risen from the dead. Oh, my father should have told you about the beam up, I came to invite you. This well I know, I'll bring something with me at noon tomorrow. The old Taoist priest nodded in a hurry now. You brought it over? Didn't we prepare it? I'm here to take the strips. Chen Jingchuan looked at the old Taoist priest suspiciously. Is he that scary? Getting the old Taoist process all wrong, this is the living skill he eats. Well, your father said it last time, I forgot it at once. After hearing Chen Jingchuan's words, the old Taoist priest hurriedly turned around and went to the house to take a note out, handed it to Chen Jingchuan and then turned to close the door. Chen Jingchuan took the strip and looked helplessly at the door that was closed. He was even more slow to see that this old Taoist priest was quite afraid of him, only how come he didn't know that he was that scary on him? Or does the old Taoist monk see things that ordinary people can't? But Chen Jingchuan did not care much, even if the old Taoist priest is a fairy can see that his soul is not right, flesh can take him how? Even if he said it, so what? Whether or not other people will believe it is the main thing. And most of all, he didn't believe that the old Taoist priest was capable of this, and the old Taoist priest's reaction only proved, at best, that he had scared him when he first woke up from the crossing. After getting the note, Chen Jingchuan also did not go back, went directly to the town to buy all the things on the note, and came back to the carpenter's grandfather's house on the way to turn to see how his father ordered the 4 beams. The practice of this beam can be very delicate. The use of wood can only be cedar, first to peel in sand, sun exposure, and then oil, and then write the 4 words on the beam of good luck, on the day of the beam, then also to dress up a little bit. The red cloth with embroidered balls is the most basic. After looking at the beam, Chen Jingchuan went back and put all the things he bought at home before coming out, sitting in the dock office small squatters drinking tea and chatting while waiting for someone. I said that my business has been greatly affected by your kid's mess. Fa first gave Chen Jingchuan a wine when he saw him. Chen Jingchuan directly reached out and snatched a small bench over and put it under his butt. It's none of my business. If you have the ability to find the village committee, I'm a pawn. What pawn? If it wasn't for the news brought back by your general, could Secretary Chen have mobilized the village to start a dried fish business? And a great general, what great general do you see charging into battle by himself? I'm just a pawn who risked his life to spy. Chen Jingchuan looked at Ifa without any good humor. That said, just a little bit of miscellaneous fish that you don't accept and some worthless fish, you're heartbroken.
The real value of the fish village people do not want a son in to dried fish it, are sold to them to collect fish directly into cash in the hands of the money is not fragrant? What's worthless isn't money. Mosquito is also meat, okay. AFA after hearing Qin Jingchuan's words smoothly grabbed a handful of melon seeds out of his pocket and sat on the edge and knocked. Say how come I didn't hear the news about you collecting dried fish? I haven't had time in the past 2 days, busy with the beams, so let's wait until after this time. Up the beam? You went to the wild Taoist? How about he didn't piss himself at you? What do you mean? I'm not a green-faced evil spirit, so how did I scare the piss out of him? You do not know Before the wild Taoist priests like to sit at the pier and brag and criticize when they have nothing to do. Since you bought a boat to go out to see the old Taoist priests often just hide when they see you, didn't you find out? Well, it seems that the last time he did it to me it did scare him, and the door didn't even let me in when I went to get the strips just now. I guess it is. After sitting outside the small squatters and chatting for a little while he saw Bei and Zhuken paddling the small wooden boat back. Chapter 102 Going Up the Beam. After seeing Abe and Bamboo pull two people, Qin Jingchuan also do not get high melon seeds, put the hands of the melon seeds into the pocket and then go to help them move fish weighing. Good boy, you two, this little wooden boat is not even worse than a normal trawler. Looking at the boat full of fish, Qin Jingchuan smilingly joked towards the two. Abe rubbed his sore hand and punched towards Qin Jingchuan, but this is much more tiring than a trawler, still you kid is happy that you bought a motorized boat early. Bamboo Pole smiled in the same way towards Qin Jingchuan, but soon the two of us will be able to save up enough money to buy a motorized boat. It's fine, feel free to ask if there's a difference. Qin Jingchuan was genuinely happy for his two brothers. Can make money who wants to be a jerk, of course, does not exclude the kind of people counting on pie in the sky, only thinking of overnight wealth and not willing to move their fingers. Even if you were to go buy a lottery ticket you'd have better odds than just fantasizing at home, right? As long as they are willing to move, they are not the kind of people who count on their good brothers, their own parents and their wives to support them for the rest of their lives. Qin Jingchuan is willing to help them out. Don't worry, I'll definitely trouble you when it really comes to the dying breath. Abe smiled after hearing Qin Jingchuan's words. You don't have a lot of cash money you can get out of this house repair and dried fish business, do you? What the hell, you want to inquire about my family's wealth? I'm not afraid to tell you, your brother and I now have a family fortune that even a $10,000 household wouldn't put in their eyes. Blow it off you, and you don't even have $1 million household in your sights, you can become $1 million household first. The three of them carried the fish while bragging and criticizing, and in no time at all they had all the fish in the boat. After weighing the fish, the three agreed to get together at Fatty's house later in the evening after the two went back to take a shower first. The smell of this body does not take a shower for fear that they cannot eat in the meal. Qin Jingchuan, on the other hand, continued to wait in front of the small squatters for his family's two boats. In fact, it is reasonable to say that the small wooden boat will come back earlier, and the motorized boat will be a little later, but yesterday, Father Qin said that he would come back earlier today to prepare for the beam tomorrow. So Qin Jingchuan will wait a little longer, and when he helps the family to carry the fish, he will go directly to the fat man's house to prepare for cooking. As for home, at noon his mother had purposely left some pig's feet and seafood for the men at home, so he could still have a meal in the evening, so he wouldn't go back and bother with that little bit of rice and grain. For dinner the four brothers finished building a whole pig's trotter and half a pot of instant noodles at Fatty's house. I ended up eating so much that I almost scooped through the bottom of the pot. I have to say, the stir-fry he brought back from the city was just so good that a few people almost ate it off their tongues. After a meal and a drink, the guys parted ways and stuffed Clank headed back. The good thing is that all three live not far from each other and can walk back on their own after separating. Qin Jingchuan went back home and a bunch of people sitting in front of his house chatting. He did not expect no one to come during the day. At night there are a bunch of people to come, or the same as the first 2 days, to find him to inquire about the dried fish business. After all, today during the day after everyone heard the announcement of the village committee, the village has the intention to basically call friends intent to seize the market first. Only that Qin Jingchuan had not yet made a move to let the people in the right place notice it. After all, there were still quite a few people who fought to go with Qin Jingchuan to sell dried fish in the city. Qin Jingchuan threw a smell of alcohol directly pretend to be drunk to mix in, and then Qin mother with Qin Jingchuan daytime that set of rhetoric successfully let the surrounding neighbors did not pursue the question. Early the next morning, Qin Jingchuan just got up to see the family has been up and ready almost, and so Qin Jingchuan after dinner and the second brother together with a basket of things toward the new house over. From the time he left the house in the morning, Chen's father had told the four brothers about some of the rules that would be followed when they went up to the beam. Although Qin Jingchuan didn't know but was also badgered by Chen's father with a lot of knowledge. The old saying that the roof has a beam, the home has food, the roof without a beam, 6 animals are not prosperous. The ancients for the beam of the obsession can be more important than the modern people, the house, and then good beams are not good. Ancients cannot see the house. Along the way, what Chen father said Qin Jingchuan will honestly follow in doing, but in the heart is spitting this time. The rules are really many, also do not know what rules will be behind the marriage. By the time we got to the new house, the old Taoist priest was already there.
When he saw the Chen family's group coming, the old Taoist subconsciously glanced at Chen Jingchuan, just in time to see that Chen Jingchuan was also sizing himself up, and hurriedly retracted his gaze after exchanging glances. Chen Jingchuan also did not want to scare him. Today is the main event, which if he scared the old Taoist priest to effect the beam ceremony, his father will really take off the 42 yards of liberation shoes to whip his ass. Their side of the new house completed, the beam to choose a good day. Today is the old Taoist priests choose an auspicious day, easy to start the construction, the beam, avoiding the wedding and funeral. Good time is 12 o'clock noon, of course, this time at noon with the host family's birthday. To determine the most basic point is not to conflict with the host family's birthday. If the conflict, will have to choose another time. Chen Jingchuan's birthday conflicted with the noon hour, so the time for the beam was moved up to 10 in the morning.
That's why they came early in the morning.
Their side of the upper beam doesn't mean literally upper beam, which here consists of a total of 5 aspects. The first is to level the ground in front of the house and burn the Anya talisman. The second is to drain the water, mainly to ensure that the drains on the periphery of the main house are clear so that the water does not accumulate in the rain or even back up into the house. The third is to install the main entrance door of the hall. The fourth is to literally put on the beams, and the fifth is to clean up the new home after putting on the beams. This ceremony can be more lively than moving to a new home, and many people used to combine the ceremony with moving to a new home. The move was straight after the beams in the morning and then in the afternoon, and then someone thought this was too much of a rush to get the tiles on, so they scheduled the move for the next day. So that night also keep the beam, accompanied by the beam after the first night to let the beam to recognize who was the master of the house. Keep the beam also has the meaning of guarding the house. This can only be done by the owner of the new house, so that the new house first dip into the breath of the master's family.
The first day on the beam, the second day to move to the new home, the third day is the housewarming party.
These 3 days in a row can be said to be a rare lively, the beam to good wine and food to entertain the workers. After the beam also means the completion of the new house, this time is to eat a meal, the next day to move without saying, after cleaning the house after the first meal to eat some good, the third day banquet even more without saying. After the beam is to cover the tile, a bay 3 people also came to help, after all, is a good brother's new house, how to say also want to come to help a favor to contribute to the force. After the change a few people began to visit Chen Jingchuan's new house, the front of everything is okay, the fence, although looking at the redundant a little bit, but it is not unacceptable. In addition to the fence, the strangest thing is the bathroom and toilet. The 3 people like a curious baby who has never seen the world. If not for Chen Jingchuan pulling, they are going to go down inside the pit to take a look. Chuanzi, why do you still have a dog kennel that doesn't look like a dog kennel and a chicken coop that doesn't look like a chicken coop behind this new house? This thing can't house people either. Only after hearing the words of the bamboo stick did Chen Jingchuan explain in detail the purpose of the 2 rooms. Then the fat man immediately said he was going to give it a try when he heard it.
You got or you don't have, take a. You ing 3 perverts surrounded the outside old me just can't poop even if I have. Fatty pants up cursed and walked out of the toilet. Originally he did not feel, just heard that this is a new toilet, want to try, but how this environment is not like a toilet, mainly because the smell is not right, cannot pull out, and then there are 3 outside waiting to see you perverts, in addition to scurrying dilute who can pull out? That's it? You can't either. Looking at the fat man who was tying the waistband of his pants, Bamboo Pole had a look of contempt on his face. If you're good, you're on, let's see if you can pull it. After noisily looking at the restroom and then taking a look at the bathroom, which was empty and not much to look at, he left. Well, after recognizing the door, it will be convenient to drink in the future, and in the future, we will come directly to Chuanzi's house, without having to go to Fatty's house all the time to bother the aunt and uncle. Bei after looking at the new home of Chen Zhengchuan he smile. Indeed, change tomorrow's new home to fire the first meal, come and have a drink together?
Chen Jingchuan also nodded after hearing this. This is a good idea. When he organizes the kitchen properly to make a big meal, there is absolutely no problem.
Sure, when? Just for the night, when we come back from the sea. Sure, I can bring some ribs then too. Then say yes. Deal. Chapter 103, Decorating the New Home. After the new house was built, it was time to move, that is, the day after the beams were put on, to bring some of the stuff from the old house over. The oldest 2 are okay, long ago separated, things and everything, last time also bought once, but Chen Jingchuan and his third brother is not the same, like pots and pans and all these are to rely on the purchase. But the first thing to buy is a cauldron. Now the stovetop is still a big hole. The cauldron first to buy also has what the symbolism of peace and wealth, anyway, his mother is so said. Then there are pots and pans and knives, agricultural tools, and so on, chopsticks. Chen father can do it himself. To be honest, the first time he saw Chen father chopping bamboo to repair chopsticks, did not expect a small chopsticks and so much learning. Chopsticks clip vegetables at one end of the round, the hand to hold the place is square, which is in line with the sky is round, square. Anyway, the older ones have a saying, no matter what they do. Quilt words. Chen mother went to the town before to buy a carload of cotton to do quilt place to go. 2 days ago has been brought back. Bed sheet quilt cover. Chen mother also made a good. In addition to these, can do it by yourself, like soap towels and so on, can only go to the town to buy their own. Because it is after the separation of the family to add things to the new house, this first time it is better to go by yourself. So Chen Jingchuan and his third brother together push the crate and go to the town.
The village's supply house has been run by what looks like a director assigned by the village council since the village chief was arrested for smuggling, and there's not a lot of stuff and it's still expensive. So Chen Jingchuan and his third brother agreed to go directly to the town to buy all the things back at once. The things to buy Chen mother, afraid of two sons forget, also specially wrote a note to give them. When Chen Jingchuan came back again, he also stopped by the carpenter's grandfather's house. Chuanzi, what are these two small shelves of yours for? When going back, Chen Jingjun saw his little brother take two shelves from the carpenter's family to the crate, curiously asked. Oh, put it inside the toilet and bathroom. What's that shelf in there for? Toilet inside the good put paper, bathroom inside the put towels, soap and toiletries can be At this time there is no such thing as a washstand. Chen Jingchuan, looking for a carpenter grandfather, ordered two small shelves, can be said half a day before he understands. Toilet shelves smaller, not too high or too big, can put toilet paper on the line, and then squatting in the state of reaching out to get the height of the paper is best. Bathrooms higher and bigger, after all, put a lot of things in washes standing, do not have to bend down to get the best. As for the toilet paper, he hadn't seen any in town, so he'd wait until the next time he went to the city or county to look for it. I forgot about this when I went to the city last time, so maybe I can ask Uncle Yang and the others. Chen Zhengmin didn't know what this younger brother of his was thinking anyway. His mind would always come up with ideas that no one else had ever thought of or seen before. But he didn't care much. From the beginning of the fixed pile stop net fishing until now, because of Chen Jingchuan's whimsical ideas, their family's situation has changed a lot because of this. With a boat and also repaired a new house, their family's life now can be better than many people in the village. When all the things are taken home, Chen Jingchuan cannot wait to start to decorate their own home, the home bed and closet, or the original Chen Jingchuan in the old home, to live with those things. Originally, Chen Jingchuan also wanted to ask the carpenter grandfather to give him a new set of furniture, and then he was scolded by the mother of Chen. Chen Jingchuan also argued to come, and then Chen's father and mother of Chen on the battlefield to scold him before stopping, and in the end, they only agreed to wait for Chen Jingchuan to get married and then let him play the new furniture. Dad, will the accounts be settled after the first meal or after the banquet tomorrow? As soon as Chen Jingchuan came out after cleaning up the house, he saw his father cleaning up the yard and asked in passing. Let's count it all together tomorrow after the banquet, and then we'll just pay more out of less. Chen Jingchuan nodded after hearing this. That's fine. Later on the first meal in your new home, will you eat with me, or what do you say? I'll just make a meal on the side with your mother and second sister, and you and your third brother will eat alone. I'm not alone, my friend will be here later. As you wish, take out the hoe, I will give the handle. Chen father glanced at his youngest sons. In the past cannot control him, the separation of the family he even more cannot control. Let him not starve on the line. Chen Jingchuan hemmed and hawed. His father, this is in the heart, is not happy. By the way, the old house you and mother intend to deal with how? Just put it there or sell it. The old house thing Chen Jingchuan has not been asked, is not want to give parents interference. The old house, how they want to deal with, how to deal with. Keep it first, after all, that is also when I split the family your grandfather paid for the repair, when because of the poor, your mother married over when there is no new house, can only and everyone crowded together, and then that house is also I and your mother single-handedly built. Chen Jingchuan nodded. It doesn't matter if he sells it or not. If he doesn't sell it, his parents can still go back occasionally to look at it, clean it, and leave a thought. Anyway, his side of the new house, once up, parents want to live in a new house or nostalgia want to live in the old house can be. After his father loaded the hoe, Chen Jingchuan took the hoe and went to dig the land to open up the land. His mother went to the old family to turn the vegetable seeds, and when he dug the land and then burned the weeds, he could plant the land. Chuanzi is so diligent? Chen Jingchuan was digging just in time to see his big brother and second brother return. Their four walls are connected, but a few families next to each other inside the wall is not separated, for is used in a large fence. Originally Chen Jingchuan also thought of the middle of the wall is also built to separate, only to be scolded back by his father. The middle of the wall built in the future between the brothers string a door are not good to walk. Chen Jingchuan to give up. Anyway, his family at the very edge. It does not matter. So it's still as airy inside as it was. Chen Jingchuan nodded. You can't do it without working. When the time comes, the food won't even be available. Big brother heard Chen Jingchuan's words and nodded comfortably. After the separation of the sixth son looked really stable, is so reasonable. After the separation of the family will have to rely on their own. Tisk, sixth son is so diligent, then I must also hurry back to open up the land. Chen Zhengmin, the second oldest, heatedly smiled when he saw it. If mother comes later and sees that I'm slower than sixth son in opening up the land, I'm afraid she'll say something about me again. And you're afraid to say it? Ha, no more talk of going to work. It can be seen that after the completion of the new home everyone is quite happy. One by one are anxious to settle their new home. Even the group of little ones one by one are riveted to help the family clean up. Before the sister-in-law and sister-in-law cannot be so easy to make them move. Chen Jingchuan's side of the yard is not large, and most of the vegetable plots are in the back, not enclosed. However, Chen Jingchuan also intends to find time to cut a few bamboo to tie a fence to enclose the backyard as well. At first he also intended to use the entire wall around the back of his father vetoed. 1 is too spendy, 2 is for more than 2 acres of land, almost 3 acres of land, the whole surrounded by looking like an ancient landlord. Do not come to the house, wall is too big, like a landlord was reported to be more than worth the loss.
You're going to put up a fence around the vegetable garden? Father Chen frowned when he heard that Chen Zhengchuan was going to toss it again.
It's not easy to put up a fenced yard on their side of the fence, and the least they can do is to be able to withstand a typhoon. Especially Chen Zhengchuan home, this place cannot be small. To be all fenced up is not a small project, and to Chen Zhengchuan fence the other 3?
Right, I'll find some time to cut bamboo, you can just teach me then. Chen Zhengchuan nodded.
Since he started taking care of his new home, he wouldn't leave everything to his parents. If he had a vegetable garden from the old house, he probably wouldn't have even thought about this one, but with his new home he thought about doing everything right and doing it himself. Hearing that Chen Zhengchuan was planning to do it himself, Chen father also nodded, finally understanding, although in the end maybe this job is still in doing the big part, but Chen Zhengchuan can think of doing it himself is very good.
Chen father just nodded, then seemed to think of something toward Chen Zhengchuan said, I went to take a look at the tap water you said last time, and have already chosen the location. What are you going to do?
Tap water is ready? That's just as well, I'll get some hoses over next time, so we won't have to pick water to drink then. Hearing that the water problem is also solved, Chen Zhengchuan's mood is beautiful, which is much more important than the fence. It's up to you, it's best to talk to Mesa Fish and the others to see if it's all together.
Don't worry, father, there's no problem, we'll definitely discuss it before we move.
Chen Zhengchuan nodded, this kind of good thing think his brother will not refuse, as long as the tap water is connected to the home and the future will not have to pick water, will save a lot of things. The arrangement of the new home is in full swing, after all, it is a new house, one like it. Even Chen Zhenghong was also pulled over by Chen Zhengchuan to help clean up. This time it's really the whole family, young and old, men and women, who are working together to pack up the new house.
Chapter 104 Settling Accounts. Lunch was all on its own as it was the first firing in the new home.
Chen Zhengchuan's side originally intended to wait for the 3A bay to come at night and then fire, but there are many things, plus in addition to a bunch of things in the new home, but also to prepare for tomorrow's housewarming wine, so at noon to go through the ceremony first. After walking through the first ceremony, a large family gathered to discuss what was to follow. It's mostly just about the water source, the drinks, and the math. The water source is simple, it's all about what's good for everyone, and it's fine for a family to pay a little bit of money to buy the pipes back. It's going to be a lot easier to both eat and use in the future. Especially now that everyone knows that dried fish can be sold for money, every household basically kills fish to dry them, which is not a normal amount of water. Even if a few women in the family are frugal, they still want to understand what's going on here, so no one objected to this, and it was directly passed unanimously.
Father, when the time comes, should we still ask the master to chisel stones to build a water well? After it was finalized it was time for the concrete implementation, the boss looked at Chen's father and asked.
Father Chen nodded, when the time comes, we'll build a water well on the mountain, and then just use a water pipe to come next. Then when the time comes, let's measure how long a water pipe we need to use first, and I'll go buy it once we've measured it.
Chen Zhengchuan also said.
The wells on their side are not like the kind of wells that are drilled into the ground for pumping groundwater in some places, but they are drilled on the surface of the ground. First find a place where water bubbles up all year round without drying out, then just build a well around it with rocks and cement paste. Laying water wells is also very important, it is related to the water of a large family. Chen father is not assured that Chen Zhengchuan and their brothers to do, or their own personal. As for tomorrow's housewarming wine, Chen father and mother are not worried, the menu has long been written, meat and vegetables have long been ordered, firecrackers have been bought, the new home is also cleaned up, the preparations have been done, do not have to worry about. In the evening after the 4 buddies ate dinner, Chen Zhengchuan lay on the bed of his new home and began to fantasize about the future life. I have to say that this new house was built to live in. Chen Zhengchuan for the future of life is full of confidence and endless power. After the banquet is done it's time to settle the accounts, all the expenses of building a new house this time. The 4 brothers who hosted the banquet all set up a gift book for themselves, and they kept their own. Chen Zhengchuan and his third brother Chen Zhengjun are not yet a family, they hosted a banquet with only some brothers and friends to come, the account of the gift will not be a lot of money. That's the downside of having a banquet before you get married, and receiving one less gift from your future wife's mother's family. Only Chen Zhengchuan also of this does not care, less charge a few dollars does not matter. After the banquet is done it's time to settle the accounts, and all the expenses during this period have to be reconciled. Waiting for everyone to sit down, Chen Zhenghong took out his own small book, began to read the same too. This new house from construction to completion of a total of 2 months of time, there are a few days of rain in the middle of the work, counting the dry together with the 53 days, a total of 10 people, including a master mason masters, a master builder there are 8 workers, masters a day, 2 pieces of wages for the master, and $1 and $3 a day for the small laborers, and here is $763.02. No money was spent on the material stone, loam and gravel, all of which the workmen went to the mountains to quarry, and the wood was cut on the homestead hills. Only the sand, shingles, and the repair of the tile partitions cost money, and this portion of it amounted to $346. Meal seafood is the family's 2 boats hauled back. This did not spend money. Vegetables are from the family garden, even if rice, flour, grain and oil and meat in this area together spend $183.41. House foundations, you all went to the village before to buy your own share, and that's off the table. Yesterday's banquet cost you money out of your own pockets, and you saved the income, so you don't have to count that either. Chen Zhenghong nodded in the book, then turned to the last page. This time to repair the new house all the expenses are $1,292.61. These money are out of parents. Before the 6th son said his side of the larger plus he gave parents to repair the partial house is also counted in his side, so he out of the 2 shares of the money. This side of the big brother you guys give $258.52 to. The 6th child out of the $517.14. After saying that, Chen Zhenghong also put the book he had written in front of a few people for them to check. Shen Jingchuan is very curious about his sister is how to keep track of the accounts on the pick up and look at it. I did not expect her to really write more than 5 dozen pages each day to come to the people or which, how much wages, and then each page has a total, and finally the wages are added up. There was a long list of equations on the side, all adding up number by number. It's fine with me, I'll go get money for my parents. Shen Zhengchuan read it and handed the book to his big brother, then got up and went to the room to get the money. Several people swept in and then went to get their money. This didn't cost much, they had basically earned it all back by going out to sea these days. Even if they added the money for the foundation it was enough. Shen Zhengchuan naturally did not say anything. He is now on the body of the atmosphere, do not care about this small money. The other 3 brothers, including the 2 sisters-in-law, did not say anything. They have taken advantage of it. Cannot be, this money cannot be taken out. As for Chen Jingchuan, out of the double is also a long time ago. His side after all, repair a little bigger. The other 3 brothers are only repair 2, but Chen Jingchuan repair 3, plus he gave Chen father to repair the side room and the back of a bathroom plus toilet, also enough for 2 people. Of course if you build another 2-story house in the back it's your own responsibility. When it was time to go to bed at night, Chen Jingchuan had just finished a big one comfortably in his own toilet and washed his hands to prepare for bed when his mother walked in. "Mother, what's the matter?" It was a little depressing that his mother didn't like to knock before entering, but it was his mother, so what could he say? His mother didn't say anything, and pulled a bunch of money out of her pocket, the very same $500 or so he had given to his parents during the day. "What's this for? Isn't it for you? For you to take, your smallest spend money is not a number, earn some money is not easy, pretend what big money but also a person out of 2. Chen mother did not say anything else, first counted him, and then directly shoved the money into his arms. "Mother, not you take it and spend it, I do not lack this, I'm still young, the money is gone can still earn, you are this age have to keep some in hand." Chen Zhengchuan frowned and pushed the money back. He's not being modest about it, he really doesn't want to take the money. "I'm still better than you no matter how immobile I am." Chen mother blankly glanced at Chen Zhengchuan, put the money down and left. Nor did he give Chen Zhengchuan a chance to return it. Chen Zhengchuan looked at a pile of money in his hand and let out a bitter smile. His father and mother's love is a bit heavy. He nodded. Before he thought it was that he gave that more than $500 back, did not expect his parents also their own out of a bit of money to put together 600 whole to him. Before that, he also thought that his parents were different from ordinary people, and did not like the youngest child, only that he did not notice it. Judging from today's incident, his parents still love him very much, only that his previous behavior was so bad that his parents were so harsh on him because they hated him so much. After receiving the money into his carry-on space, Chen Zhengchuan lay down on his bed and began to think about the spice business. He hadn't had time to think about that in the past 2 days because of the dried fish business and some other things such as the beams going up on the new house and moving, and now it was time to think about this. He actually felt in his heart to open the company's own control is better, only he as a person is very difficult, want to borrow the strength of Yang Hongjun but people are also old fox, how can he easily let him borrow power? No matter when a person to open their own company is too difficult, if you open a store to engage in self-employment is quite simple, but then it will be difficult to go bigger and stronger. The main thing is still seasoning. This thing is too easy to imitate, even if it cannot be completely reproduced, but get a flavor almost have a 7 or 8 points like the still can. Regarding the current law as well as the market environment, he would not think that when the seasoning he launched received popularity in the market, no one would not be tempted to imitate his product. Difficult to get. Chen Zhengchuan sighed before plopping down on his bed and going to sleep. He was going to call tomorrow and ask for information first before he went ahead and made a decision. Chapter 105, Drawing the Sword. The next day Chen Jingchuan was ready to go to the village committee to make a phone call on the road but heard a lot of news about the dried fish, both good and bad. Some who hauled dried fish to the city did make money, but some returned empty-handed, and some were even carried back. Chen Zhengchuan initially thought it was an exaggeration by the village people, only when he went to the village committee he realized that something was really wrong. Inside the village committee gathered to complain, and the complaint, as for who sued, Chen Jingchuan with the butt think also know as him. After all, when these people saw him come to the village committee they would have already rushed up to beat him up if they hadn't been concerned about the people from the militia team watching from the sidelines. One by one, pointing to his nose is not a nose, eyes are not eyes, scolding, which language to be more difficult to listen to, how difficult to listen to, if this is put into the latter days of some live platform to go, minutes to be blocked. Even if it's broadcast, it's just a bunch of telegraphic sounds, or even no telegraphic sounds at all, it's just muffled. And then take your dirty finger pointing at me, believe it or not, night old man touched your house to you chopped. Our being pointed at the nose and scolded not to fight back is not Chen Zhenchuan's character, this time is not ruthless, will only be found your weakness, bully you bully more ruthless. This person he remembers, they were the ones who jumped the most when they came to him for information a few days ago, and now they're still here? And isn't it a bit much for these people to come after him when they haven't made any money from the dried fish business? If you hadn't lied to me, how could I have lost my money? You rotten-hearted, give us fake news. That person heard Chen Zhenchuan's words and then his chi stuttered for a moment, but after seeing the people around him he instantly had a bottom, still pointing at Chen Zhenchuan and cursing without relenting. What kind of fake news did I give you guys? Why didn't you say something when someone robbed you halfway across the street? Chen Zhenchuan thought it was because the dried fish didn't sell, and he wanted to hear about it, only he didn't expect it to be for this reason. How can he be blamed for this? So Chen Zhenchuan instantly went up in flames. He directly didn't bother to say anything, and with one kick, he gave the person in front of him a kick over, sprawled on the ground, and then took advantage of the person in front of him before his friends and family reacted, directly took out a knife from his bosom and put it on the neck of the person on the ground, and sat on his knees and his hands, and snapped towards the people around him, whoever moves I'll kill him. The change in the scene instantly short-circuited the brains of the people around, and each of them didn't know what to do. After shocking those people, Chen Zhenchuan looked at the man on the ground and patted his face with his knife. I didn't hear what you said just now with the wind? Say it again. The man on the ground, who could still vaguely see his own expression from the face of the knife, gulped and trembled. No. Nothing. Did I tell the others to rob you? No. Is not. Did I lie to you about selling dried fish? No. No lie. Sold out? Sold. Sold out. Making money? Earn it. Then why are you blaming me for this? The man felt the cold sensation coming from his neck. The person instantly sobered up. He just came back, just felt that he lost a lot of money, had to find someone to help him stop the loss, then a few partners, a combination of the aim of Chen Zhenchuan. Only they did not expect Chen Zhenchuan to be so ruthless, and dared to pull out a knife in the village committee in front of so many people. And those militia squads around them didn't react at all, as if they were staying out of it, coldly watching them make a mess. Chuanzi, what are you doing? Not a moment later, Secretary Chen came out to relieve himself. The man had never felt Secretary Chen's voice so kind after hearing it. Chen Zhenchuan not only didn't let go of the man when he heard Secretary Chen's words, he held the knife in his backhand and plunged it downward. The man's eyes went straight up and he tensed up, not even daring to look at the knife by his face. The hearts of the surrounding people lifted when they saw Chen Zhenchuan's actions, and then they were relieved to see that Chen Zhenchuan just stuck the knife into the ground. If this really kills someone, no one in the room will be able to get away with it. They were just trying to make a scene to get some compensation, so they wouldn't have to take a life in it. He again dared to say dog barking in front of the old man, next time we'll insert the head. Chen Zhenchuan got up and also kicked the man on the ground before looking at Secretary Chen. Something? No, you take it easy. Lao Zi is very calm, only these few bullies too much. A few days ago I put up with enough of him, has been pestering me to let me give information, gave the information and then ran to sell dried fish by himself halfway to be robbed and still blamed on me? Saying that, the fire in Chen Zhenchuan's heart rose again, and he wanted to rush up to kick 2 feet again. The one next to the man saw it and rushed to rip him up and pull him back into the crowd. The man who has just been beaten does not dare to look for trouble with Chen Zhenchuan. This is something he is not reasonable. If he really conflicts with Chen Zhenchuan, others will not be on his side. We must know that in addition to him, there are still many people in the village with Chen Zhenchuan to bring back the news to earn money. They are 3 brothers partnering to do, plus they did not call the cousin, at this moment they may be at home to see their good show it? Where will help them? Without Chen Zhenchuan called others, on their family of people are enough to pack them. You calm down first, everyone don't get excited. At this moment the village committee is already meeting to discuss this matter. Secretary Chen stepped in and first calmed down the people gathered at the village committee. Just now he was thinking about how to pacify these people, but he didn't expect Chen Zhenchuan to take care of it as soon as he came, although the means were a bit rough, but it was very useful. Discussion my ass, these people's brains are a pileup, this matter can't even think straight and still dare to make trouble. Chen Zhenchuan spat on the ground, then looked at the militia team on the side. Is that a burning stick in your hand? This is all revolting and still watching. If I want I'll just raid them directly. Militia, it doesn't seem like we're under your control either, does it? Looking at the people of the militia team with a speechless face, Chen Zhenchuan realized that he had made a big mistake. The militia team usually acts as a deterrent, and seldom really shoots at people. There's really going to be an injury thing going on, and it's definitely going to be investigated.
Okay, all calm down. Later the village committee sends the captain of each team down to each family and each household to understand the detailed information of the people who are doing the dried fish business in these few days. I hope that everyone will cooperate and truthfully say what they have experienced in these few days, so that it will be convenient for the village committee to help everyone to develop better. After Secretary Chen's standard bring a bunch of nonsense ending, he finally coaxed the group of people in the courtyard of the village committee back. Only after they had all left did Secretary Chen look at Chen Zhengchuan with a smile. Why is your brat getting more and more short-tempered? Drawing swords at the drop of a hat. It's not because of you guys? Chen Zhengchuan said in a bad mood, don't look for me for this kind of thing in the future. There is no benefit to the fart but also cause a fishy mess. What more favors do you need when you've got a wave of splashy riches falling on you? Was that from you or from the village? Wasn't that something I earned? What does it matter? If the village didn't let you go you could have met it? So it's still the village. Cut the crap, I'm here to make a phone call, so I'm not going to bully you. I was just so angry that I almost went up to Karma, but I'm glad I didn't forget what I came for. Call? To whom? To your big brother who splashed the sky with riches? When Secretary Chen heard this, he immediately became interested again. So what if I am? You want to hook up with him? Chen Zhengchuan snorted coldly. This old den would gripe about him, and always look like he was smiling and looking angry. How could that be? It's just that I'm a little curious to see a wave of riches as big as yours. Introduce you later? How is that a good idea? Secretary Chen smiled, turned his head, and started preparing to introduce himself. To Chen Zhengchuan looked at a stunned, this guy if you go to the future high and low is also a can be mixed in the network of the village secretary, but Chen Zhengchuan will not let him as he wanted, that or forget it, I'm afraid you sold me. In fact, Chen Zhengchuan is not afraid of Yang Hongjun and Secretary Chen to get on the line, and he does not have to hide anything. The basis of his cooperation with Yang Hongjun was the spices in his hands, and this kind of business was not something that could be destroyed with a few words from Secretary Chen. After a few words of mutual damage, Chen Zhengchuan went to make a phone call, while Secretary Chen went to prepare for the dried fish business. This time the first wave of the village has already taken a step forward, he also has to do the next thing in order not to let his previous preparations in vain. Chapter 106 Motorcycles entering the village. Chen Zhengchuan took out the note from the space and looked at the number on it and dialed it. This number was still written to him to make it easier to contact Yang Hongjun when he left. He would have thought that an open hotel would not be able to resist looking for him first after seeing his seasoning, but unfortunately, Yang Hongjun is too able to stay calm. He has been busy with all the things at home and has not yet seen a phone call over to him. Now it seems instead that he was the first to sulk. Hey, Uncle Yang, it's me, Chen Zhengchuan. Ah, Xiaochuan, just now your Uncle Yang went to pick you up. Chen Zhengchuan was dumbfounded as he listened to the woman's voice inside the phone, a voice that he knew was Yang Hongjuan's wife, Yang Peiche's mother, who he had seen last time at the hotel. Just what does come and get me mean? Hearing Chen Zhengchuan no voice, the phone that hastened to add, last time I only thought to leave a phone number for you, you did not leave a phone number. Yang Page also do not know the phone number of your village committee, only know the location of Qinjia village. A little thing want to ask you to do a favor, your Uncle Yang went to pick you up. Oh, it was my mistake to forget, so when will he arrive, Uncle Yang? I'll go pick him up. Chen Zhengchuan slapped his head. Feelings are like this, it's not that Uncle Yang is calm, but he forgot to leave the village committee's number. No, just get ready, he left in the mornings, he should be here soon, just come straight then. Chen Zhengchuan was a bit puzzled when he heard this. Auntie, what's so urgent? I was going to buy some vegetables to entertain Uncle Yang. It's a bit of a rush, we'll know when your Uncle Yang arrives, just bring a change of clothes, the rest we'll prepare on our side. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhengchuan walked back while thinking about what Yang Hongjun could have done to ask for his help. The only thing he can think of is seasoning. After all, other aspects of Yang Hongjun also beg not Chen Zhengchuan head to the Yang family can open so big a hotel in the city to see. General things only Chen Zhengchuan begged the possibility of others. You're going to the city again? Chen mother was surprised to hear Chen Zhengchuan's words when she was turning the ground at home. Chen Zhengchuan nodded. The Uncle Yang that I told you about last time has some things to look for me to help, and you've helped me keep an eye on things at home. Asking you for a favor? What could someone's big boss in the city possibly ask you for? Mother Chen had a look of disbelief on her face. Mother, can you have some faith in your son? Chen Zhengchuan said helplessly, you didn't believe in the dried fish last time either at first, what happened then? You still have the nerve to talk about dried fish, what do you think? The village is all scrambling to get into the dried fish business in the city, why haven't you made a move? Chen mother is also today heard from the city back to those who discuss their own how much they earn, some thank Chen Zhengchuan's help, there are also some yin and yang said Chen Zhengchuan little cute. The same way to say this money-making road, there are also said that if it is not the village secretary Chen shows Chen Zhengchuan to go to him to go can also work. Chen's mother also had a big fight with the people after she heard, in short, now the village said anything, the morning Chen Zhengchuan met in the village committee to scold him that person is also just one of them. Mother, if you believe me to wait for me to come back from the city to say, this time to go to the last bit of vulnerability to fill in on the line, after you wait to make money on the line. Chen Jingchuan patted his chest and said. He intends to buy 2 storefronts in the city's seafood market this time, and later engage in the wholesale business of dried seafood. By the time they do not guard on the large volume order goods, the target is mainly the city of those big hotels or the mainland to the dumpster. Of course, if he is in the seafood market, then retail is not impossible, but now look at him, cannot always stay there to see the store or wholesale reliable point when the time to leave a phone call on the line. Of course, wholesale in addition to dried seafood, when he talked to Uncle Yang, can also put the seasoning inside the wholesale store. Still waiting to make money on the line, you do not fool around so much that you have to rely on us 2 old things to feed on the line. Although Chen Jingchuan's words scoffed, but Chen mother still helped her son to pack clothes. Chen Jingchuan put the clothes after packing up directly to the village committee waiting. Yang Hongjun do not know Chen Jingchuan's residence. Come to Chinjia village will certainly have to come to the village committee to ask for directions, mainly to ask the other people in the village they do not understand the language. Generally, strangers into the village will also be stared at by the village people, mainly because these days there are many traffickers. The child is the lifeblood of the family. Strangers into the village, no matter what he is doing, will be strictly guarded. Good talk to take them to the village committee, not good talk to basically directly with a stick to beat out. After waiting for the village committee, Chen Jingchuan just wanted to find a place to sit for a while when he heard the sound of a motorcycle appearing outside. A motorcycle appeared in the village? Chen Jingchuan came out to see that it was indeed Yang Hongjun who had arrived. Yang Hongjun is his own motorcycle to drive. It is not Chen Jingchuan in the city to see the kind of side 3-wheeled motorcycle, but 2-wheeled. Not what beautiful handsome motorcycle, is a latter-day kind of thousands of dollars of motorcycles, the better tens of thousands of dollars. He remembers the time a lot of rural workers are riding this kind of motorcycle out of the house. The motorcycle looked new, except for the mud hanging off the tires and a bit of dust on the seat casing, which was scuffed and shiny. There are still a bunch of villagers standing around there pointing their fingers, all guessing what Yang Hongjun is doing, and by the way, enviously looking at the motorcycle he parked next to him, guessing how much this car. Xiao Chuan, good luck finding you at once. Yang Hongjun was instantly surprised to see Chen Jingchuan come out. Uncle Yang, I just got off the phone with my aunt. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Chen Jingchuan smilingly walked up towards Yang Hongjun and said. You called? Then how about coming back with me right now? There's no rush. Why don't you go sit at my place for a while and have a cup of tea while I get my things? It's okay. Looking at Chen Jingchuan, who was sitting on the motorcycle, the surrounding people only reacted to the fact that this big boss was here to find Chen Jingchuan. Yo, it's here to see Agawa. Boom, when did Chen Jingchuan become so powerful? When did Chen Jingchuan know the big boss who can ride such a beautiful motorcycle? Tisk, more and more I can't understand Chen Jingchuan. Isn't this kid staying in the village like us? What makes him the only one who can recognize the big boss? Ignoring the comments of the people around him, Chen Jingchuan gave Yang Hongjun the direction to go over towards his new home. Wait until after. Chen mother saw really boss riding a motorcycle back, suddenly all surprised to close their mouths. Just now she thought it was Chen Jingchuan lied to her, wanna go to the city to play the rhetoricate. Luckily, there are not many people in the family at this moment. The group of little ones have not known where to go to play. Sister-in-law and his second sister also went to stop the net to discuss the sea to go. If this is at home to see, the motorcycle will not be surrounded up. Now the family is basically a man to open the boat to the sea, the woman killed fish, dried fish, to the time of low tide to go to the position of their own net to see if there is no harvest, although busy but enjoy it, which can be profitable, can make money again. Busy and tired work is also worth it. Uncle Yang, this is my mother. Mother, this is the great nobleman I told you about, Uncle Yang. Hello there. After meeting and greeting each other, Chen mother went to make tea, and Chen Jingchuan sat and chatted with Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang, what is it that deserves you to personally come all this way? Chen Jingchuan was very curious, although he had somewhat guessed, but still wanted to get to the bottom of it. I'll make it short. You didn't leave some baked eel material last time. It happens to be a foreigner who ate it and thought that the baked eel you made with that seasoning was very tasty, and this person came to invest in our side. You know what I mean, right? Chen Jingchuan frowned after taking a sip of tea. Is it for me to go and make him roasted eel? This is just one aspect. The mayor wants to keep this friend's investment in the city, you understand? Yang Hongjun nodded. After hearing Yang Hongjun's words, Chen Jingchuan then understood why Yang Hongjun would personally come to him after he couldn't contact him. The feeling is that the mayor is also on the pressure. But Uncle Yang can know the mayor think the strength is not ordinary. Which country is this foreign friend from? What kind of investment does he intend to make? Chen Jingchuan thought about asking first. He had to figure out what was going on here first. It wasn't like he couldn't do the roasted eel, but he had to get more for himself, right? Chapter 107, Going to the City Again. It is an investor from the free countryside. His father is of Chinese descent, with half Chinese blood in his body. This time he was supposed to accompany his father back to pay homage to his ancestor, and then he saw that this side of the environment is good, plus it's his father's hometown, so he thought of making some investment. Yang Hongjun drank a mouthful of tea and said, the mayor heard about it and then invited him to a banquet. As for the location, you should know, it's at my place. It just so happens that Chef Yen is making roasted eel, and that foreign friend fell in love with roasted eel at once. Tisk, Uncle Yang is great, the mayor's treats are all at your place. Hey, now you know how strong your Uncle Yang is, right? When Chen Jingchuan and Yang Hongjun were chatting about foreign investment at home, many people around them heard that Chen Jingchuan had a motorcycle at home and wanted to come over to see it. Only because the fence blocked the view, they could only look outside the doorway toward his inside. Chuanzi, why don't you go find and buy some food? Otherwise we'll just have to eat seafood alone for lunch. After Mother Chen finished packing up the things Chen Jingchuan was going to use, she called out from the kitchen towards the outside. After hearing this, Chen Jingchuan hadn't said anything before seeing Yang Hongjun in front of him stand up. That Sister Gao, don't get the dishes, I'm not eating, this time it's rather tight, I'm still in a hurry to go back. Is it so urgent? Although Chen Jingchuan had heard his aunt say that she didn't have time to eat inside the phone before, he thought that it was a polite remark. Yang Hongjun let out a bitter smile. Tonight's meal. Chen Jingchuan heard immediately understood. No wonder Yang Hongjun this early in the morning set off directly riding a motorcycle. Feelings are so the evening meal is now noon, but also to rush back to the city, time is indeed relatively tight Then what is the benefit of me going to make this meal, Uncle Yang? Seeing that time is tight, Chen Jingchuan did not circle the wagons and directly opened the door. Since time is of the essence, let's keep it short. Yang Hongjun seems to have known that Chen Jingchuan will ask these, directly spoke, if you can do this roasted eel, so that foreign friends eat satisfied, determined to invest in the city, his investment I take you to mix a hand how? What investment? A factory that makes spare parts for large ships. Large ship spare parts? Is that something I'm qualified to be involved in? It won't affect you in any way, right? Chen Jingchuan frowned. He originally just wanted some favors, preferably for that seasoning company of his, but a large factory was likely to involve some secrets or the city's planning, so why would he be able to participate in it? Originally, he just thought to get some benefits from Yang Hongjun here on the line, or take this to promote their own open seasoning company things, did not expect him to directly get so big. Also, forget it then. You really listen to persuasion, but this is good. Chen Jingchuan has not thought of foreign friends to invest in the city to support their own projects can also play a part. My promise to you is as long as you help me get it right this time on the dinner thing, how about I help you with that seasoning company of yours? Yang Hongjun laughed, then made a real promise. Just that he just casually said, of course, also want to test Chen Jingchuan, the result is not bad, at least Chen Jingchuan know how to go in and out, know their own position, did not he said to rush to agree. No problem. After hearing Yang Hongjun's words, Chen Jingchuan directly agreed. He originally thought of this thing, since it has already achieved the purpose then you good and I good, we all get rich together. So what do we say now? Really not staying for dinner? No, it's better to go first, tonight is just the beginning, you might be in trouble for the next few days. It should. Chen Jingchuan nodded. Before the call when the aunt let him pack clothes on the expected, behind the Yang Hongjun also told him in detail, this time the investment is not simply fancy an address immediately sign a contract to hit the money, this trip may be several days, he has to follow all the time. That's why he had to ask first, this is not as simple as before, now the policy above is to vigorously engage in the economy, all the priority to engage in the economy, as long as the project that can bring about development, in the case of not violating the law are all the way to the green light. This time the foreign friends to invest, or in the sea-related shipbuilding project, it is their shortboard shipbuilding industry, the city is certainly attention. Didn't see Yang Hongjun rush over to find Chen Jingchuan. Chuanzi, how long are you going for this time? Seeing that Chen Jingchuan didn't reply to her words for a long time, Chen mother came out to take a look, just in time to hear that Chen Jingchuan and the others were going straight away, she immediately asked worriedly. I heard from those who came back from the village that it's not peaceful out there. Mother, don't worry, it shouldn't take many days, you can just help me keep an eye on the house at home, I'll leave first, when I come back I'll bring you delicious food. Chen Jingchuan said with a smile. Chen mother glanced at Yang Hongjun, then said towards Chen Jingchuan, I want you to bring delicious food? You take care of yourself, it's no better out there then. Again, the words were more or less the same as last time, but Chen Jingchuan listened without any impatience and waited for his mother to finish her words of instruction before he followed Yang Hongjun to leave. After getting in the car, he was still quite a sight in the village, and traveling slowly all the way still allowed him to gain a lot of envious gazes from the village people. The main thing is that the village road cannot afford to run the speed to the town after the road conditions have been better. Chen Jingchuan feel the speed of the motorcycle. This motorcycle walks on the road that is really able to harvest a wave of people's envious eyes. This makes Chen Jingchuan also a little envious, just do not know how much this kind of motorcycle, if he can also want to get a ride. In his last life he had only ridden a battery car, a car he had a license but hadn't bought one yet, and this kind of motorcycle he hadn't ridden. This time to buy a motorcycle to ride absolutely no worse than the latter by 100,000 cars, at least the latter car is already full of streets, but now the motorcycle cannot be popularized, can afford to buy are affluent families. When he arrived in the city and looked at the familiar place, Chen Jingchuan had to pat the dust on himself. Now driving such an open and uncovered car, even if this point is not good, his body including his hair looks like he went for a walk inside a cement factory without any protection. Xiaochuan is here. When they arrived, Chen Jingchuan saw his aunt already waiting.
Auntie, I'm sorry, the dust slapped onto you. Chen Jingchuan was shaking the dust from his body when he happened to see his aunt at the side, and was now waving her hand to drive away the dust that had drifted down to her side. It's fine, I already knew this would happen, the hot water is ready, you and your Uncle Yang go wash up and change your clothes. Chen Jingchuan didn't expect the clean clothes he brought with him to be changed so quickly. Only now after the bath also really need to change clothes, his clothes are full of dust, and then were the original clothes that bath is not in vain? When he was changed, his original one was simply taken away by one of the ants to be washed. In Yang Hongming's words, just tell us what you want this time, leave the rest to us, you come and just cook. Uncle Hongming is very happy today. Seeing Yang Hongming waiting for him there with a smile on his face, Chen Jingchuan couldn't help but snicker. Yang Hongming nodded, because of your roasted eel, my side was able to hook up with the mayor and foreign investors, so of course I'm happy. Yang Hongming is Yang Hongjun specially found to assist Chen Jingchuan. Anyway, what requirements are relayed through Yang Hongming? Chen Jingchuan cooking what needs can also be directly with Yang Hongming. That's a good feeling, I can't imagine that this thing I'm blindly tinkering with has this effect. Chen Jingchuan also said with a smile. Yang Hongming looked deeply at Chen Jingchuan, this kid hides quite deep, before that foreign friend gave him the evaluation but more delicious than he ate elsewhere, is the most delicious roasted eel he has ever eaten. However, he did not break down. Anyway, this kid on the evil and more than just cooking, now we have the same interests, there is no need to engage in those who have no. As long as this one succeeds, it's good for everyone, if something goes wrong then it's not just a basket case, even the mayor might have a bad impression of them. This was also why Yang Hongjun did not hesitate to agree to Chen Jingchuan's previous request, this time the matter was indeed too important to him. Chapter 108 A New Choice. Chen Jingchuan after the bath and Yang Hongming chat for a while and then went to the kitchen, this time because of the reception of foreign guests, even the kitchen inside a lot more formal, there are special chef clothes. The last time he'd been here the people in the back kitchen were all frying in aprons, one by one. Head chef Yen immediately gave up his seat when he saw Chen Jingchuan arrive, then looked at Chen Jingchuan with a smile, Master Chen is here to make grilled eel? Looks like you all got the news. Chen Jingchuan nodded. In fact, the grilled eel that the foreign friends ate before was Chef Yen himself imitating Chen Jingchuan's grilling ingredients, one copy of which he imitated and one copy of which was made with Chen Jingchuan's grilling ingredients. At that time, the foreign friends saw it and directly decided in one bite that Chen Jingchuan's baking ingredients made it better than his. Then Chef Yen could not figure out what was going on, and in the end he couldn't handle the foreigner anyway, so in the end he had to go to Chen Jingchuan to find him. Indeed, it's waiting for you to show off now. Chef Word smiled. He in front of other people can hold the teacher and head chef's frame, but in front of Chen Jingchuan will not, the person's age is small cooking skills are not worse than them. The others also looked at Chen Jingchuan curiously when they saw him arrive. Today, because the hotel is going to receive VIPs in the evening, so from noon onwards, it does not take customers, so the back kitchen is relatively idle. After seeing Chen Jingchuan to show cooking skills one by one also came over. There is still time at this moment, the material has also been sent to buy, you eat a meal first. Knowing that Chen Jingchuan hadn't eaten his lunch until now, Yang Hongming greeted him and let the people bring over the meal that was left in the back kitchen first. This was originally left for Chen Jingchuan and his big brother to eat together, but just now his big brother was called away by a phone call from the municipal government side, must have gone to inquire about things to go. Chen Jingchuan looked at the time, 2:30 in the afternoon, not too late. He was only responsible for that one grilled eel anyway and had plenty of time. It's just that Yang Hongming needs to coordinate other dishes and is a bit busy. In the afternoon, Chen Jingchuan, who had finished eating, planned to go around the seafood market again while he was still cooking. Before home he thought carefully, but also find family and friends they talked about, of course, Chen Jingchuan may not explicitly, but also roughly figure out an attitude, that is, Chen Jingchuan if you want to go to the city to develop, they are certainly supportive. Say, Uncle Hongming, I just came to the seafood market to take a look, you don't have to follow me every inch of the way, right? Chen Jingchuan stood at the entrance of the hotel with a helpless face as he looked at young Hongming who was following him. He's not a child, he's an adult with sound hands and feet, can he still be abducted? It's fine, I'm going to the seafood market to buy something to eat anyway, go together. Yang Hongming didn't care in the slightest what Chen Jingchuan said, he just wanted to follow. You have to go by yourself for this purchase? Where's the purchasing manager, Mr. Zhu? He's just too busy to do it, so I'll do him a favor. What about in the hotel? Uncle Yang has gone out, and who will prepare the evening's dinner if you go out here too? There's Chef Yin in the back kitchen, he's more professional than I am, and there's sister-in-law in the hotel, so he's just as capable of making decisions about anything. And you? What do you do? Keeping you in my sights at all times is the task Big Brother gave me. Alright, you win, I surrender. Chen Jingchuan had no choice but to pretend to surrender with both hands. Anyway, he was going to see the store to go, not thinking about breach of contract or anything, want to follow it. It was only this constant state of being watched that slightly irritated him. He also didn't know how Yang Hongming thought of following him, this kind of win-win thing he had no reason to sell out or run away in the middle of the reason.
When Chen Jingchuan arrived at the seafood market, he happened to see the facade listed for sale, so without hesitation, he walked up to ask the price. Yang Hongming saw it and thought Chen Jingchuan was here to ask again about the dried fish business. I did not think that it was actually the facade. It seems that his big brother and Chen Jingchuan cooperation plan can be changed. In particular, Chen Jingchuan asked for several facades in a row, and looked to be more interested in the 2 facades of that kind of joint row. What, fancy these facades? When Chen Jingchuan was ready to leave after looking at them, Yang Hongming looked at Chen Jingchuan smilingly. Chen Jingchuan did not hide, nodded graciously. I'm not thinking about high seafood dry goods wholesale. Wholesale? You kid is a bit ambitious. Yang Hongming looked at Chen Jingchuan with surprise. He originally thought that Chen Jingchuan would just focus on the seasoning company above, did not think that he actually intended to engage in wholesale. Ambition? I don't really think about it that much, but it's just that in the future I'm sure I'll need a place to put the dried fish I collect from the village, and I can't possibly stay in the city all the time on my own. It's still the least expensive to have no wholesale. That's right to think so, but you don't have to choose the frontage inside the seafood market if you want to do wholesale too. Oh? How? Hearing this, Chen Jingchuan knew that Yang Hongming was intentionally guiding him, and he wouldn't mind learning more about some of the things that were going on here. Although he had been here last time, he had only paid attention to some things about dried fish inside the market at that time, and it was Yang Page who accompanied him at that time. Yang Page didn't understand some things inside the seafood market at all. This time Yang Hongming followed to monitor him is not entirely a bad thing. At least inside the seafood market many things he does not understand Yang Hongming can help him answer. The frontage inside the market is more expensive than outside, and it's a small area that's more suitable for retail, and wholesale is usually best when you get a place that's big or close to a warehouse. Outside? Chen Jingchuan's heart stirred, listening to Yang Hongming's words. It seemed that there was a facade outside as well. And there are bigger and cheaper storefronts out there. Yeah, wanna go check it out? Could be. Chen Jingchuan nodded. Before coming he had been focusing on the inside facade and had indeed neglected the outside. The seafood market can not only be inside the stalls, outside so big place can also be. Nua, this is it, that row of places in front is basically the first floor is all storefronts. Yang Hongming led Chen Jingchuan around outside and then led him to a street. Here is not the direction to the hotel side? Chen Jingchuan surprised to find this street although it is in the back of the seafood market, but the location is really not bad at all. After walking past is the seafood market, to the other direction after walking the street across the road, and then walk 2 streets past is the location of the hotel. Yeah, that's why many people who come to the seafood market pass through here. Yang Hongming gave a you-know-what look. Go take a look. Chen Jingchuan nodded. The location really can't be beat, not as good as inside the seafood market, but it's really a great place to be if you're outside, and it's really quite a bit stronger than the ones in the other directions. Behind this street is the main road. They also walked the main road over so Chen Jingchuan did not notice this inside. I did not expect to go around the corner inside actually have a different day. After looking around down, Chen Jingchuan was indeed satisfied with the place. The townhouses are basically 2- and 3-story houses with large areas and their own storage. This warehouse is actually a large factory-like thing built by the people who live in it by expanding the open space from their house to the road behind them, which is perfect for a wholesale store. The first floor is the front, where the business is done, the back is the warehouse, and the upstairs is where you normally live. It's nice here, isn't it? Seeing Yang Hongming's expression that everything was under control, Chen Jingchuan wanted to refute him, but in his heart, he had to admit that the place he found for him was really good. It was indeed so much better than the ones inside the door seafood market he had asked for himself. It's a very nice place. Chen Jingchuan sighed. Are there any houses for sale here? Well said. What would you think if I said that what my big brother was planning to give you before was a house here? Yang Hongming laughed. Chen Jingchuan shrugged. Can time be turned back to that day? If I had known it was here maybe I would have agreed, and at this time the two of us wouldn't be standing here chatting, but standing in my new house inviting you to have a cup of tea. Ha, it's not too late. Chapter 109 Lemon Dolphin Fish. Yang Hongming smiled. In fact, before his big brother intended to send is not here at all. Here they do not have a house at all, but another set of smaller located in the suburbs of the house. The value of the set they sent is certainly not catch up with here, but since figure out what Chen Jingchuan wants to say something good first who will not. As for the house here, although he did not, but not to say that he really have a doorway to get a set. As for Chen Jingchuan wanted the house here, worth is not worth the cost of their own to take down, depending on the performance of the back of his performance. There's actually a ghost head swordfish here? Chen Jingchuan was planning to leave when he happened to see someone on the side with a stall selling something, only not sweeping a glance he saw a fish that delighted him. Ghost head swordfish is scientifically called dorado. The body of this fish is slender and laterally compressed, from the head to the tail gradually thinning. The back and abdomen is almost straight, the head has a bony bulge, and with the age of the increase in height, from a distance looks like a knife, so many people call him ghost head sword. Dolphinfish belong to warm-temperate pelagic migratory fish, often swim in groups to the outer sea, sometimes also appear in the offshore. Dolphinfish in the world of sea fishing enthusiasts and the popularity of the extremely high. Chen Jingchuan did not go to catch this kind of fish in the past.
He remembers that in later times this fish was very popular with farms, mainly because Dorado are in spawning season all year round, spawning 2 to 3 times a year, millions of eggs at a time, and they are very good to feed. Seeing this fish, he remembered a dish that was very suitable for entertaining foreigners.
Ghost head knife? You mean this fish?
Yang Hongming asked in surprise after seeing Chen Zhengchuan's gaze.
What? Isn't this the ghost head swordfish? After hearing Yang Hongming's words, Chen Zhengchuan asked suspiciously instead.
He was pretty sure he wouldn't be able to misrecognize this kind of fish, mainly because the external features of the fish, the ghost head knife, were so obvious.
This thing is not misnamed by anyone who comes to see it. We call him stick fish.
Yang Hongming handed Chen Zhengchuan a helpless look. Just now, after hearing Chen Zhengchuan call him ghost-headed blade, he also felt that ghost-headed blade's name was more appropriate, except that they were already used to calling stick fish.
Good lord, I feel like it's the same fish with a different name. Who called the stickleback fish first though? That name belongs to a different kind of mongrel fish in their neck of the woods. Two bosses, do you want to buy this swordfish?
When Chen Zhengchuan and Yang Hongming walked in, that fish vendor immediately greeted warmly when he saw it.
Chen Zhengchuan, how many names does this fish have?
But swordfish does sound better than stickleback. Yang Hongming heard the name of the swordfish also shrugged. This is the bad side of their seaside contact inconvenience. In addition to some of the more famous fish name up big difference, other fish basically out of the village is another name.
Boss, how do you sell this fish? Chen Zhengchuan didn't get too hung up on the name thing. As long as it was something he wanted, it didn't matter what it was called.
After the vendor saw Chen Zhengchuan squatting down to survey his fish, he smiled and removed the dangling cigarette from his mouth. 60 cents a caddy for retail, 50 cents a caddy if you want all of it. Chen Zhengchuan heard this and then looked at the fish inside the foam box. Are only left with this kind of fish, there are still a dozen or so. Heart calculation, he felt that the dish he made could not use so much fish. He just wanted to open his mouth to choose two when he heard his side of the young Hongming opened his mouth. All want, weigh it. Chen Zhengchuan see this also do not say anything more. The boss has money does not matter. Would have liked to help him save a little bit of since this is then forget it. After weighing the fish and paying the money, Chen Zhengchuan looked at the fish in his hand and felt that he should still help him save money just now.
Uncle Hongming, why do I have to carry more than half?
Chen Zhengchuan looked at young Hongming with a helpless face. This dog thief himself only carried 2 in one hand, the remaining 7 or 8 were all in his hands. At this time there is no plastic bag, these fish are vendor's own hand-rolled rope, through the gills and mouth of the fish in the hand, the 30 to 40 pounds of fish hanging in the hand-strangled fingers that call a pain. You're the one who wanted it, I paid for it, I've carried 4 of them for you, what more do you want? Seeing young Hongming's face with a quick thank you look, Chen Zhengchuan wanted to pick up the fish in his hand and drop it on his face. He realized that people at this time are really no distance when they are familiar. Secretary Chen is like this, and so are the two brothers Yang Hongjun and Yang Hongming. These are still his elders, and as a result, there is no appearance of elders at all.
But that's the only way to get along with a personality like that without stress. Then return it.
I've bought it all, and that vendor has already closed his stall and gone back, so who are you looking for a refund? Never mind, since the big boss has spent more than $10 on these fish, I'm sure he's not afraid to spend more, right?
What do you mean? Spend a few cents and call 2 rickshaws. It's only 2 blocks away, how golden are your feet? You call this a rickshaw?
Hearing that Chen Zhengchuan still wanted to call a rickshaw regarding this, Yang Hongming was almost speechless. He, the boss, hadn't even thought of calling a rickshaw, but it turned out that Chen Zhengchuan was trying to be lazy.
My feet aren't golden, but my hands hurt from strangulation.
Walk faster, 2 more steps are all we need to do with this talking. The two tossed and turned all the way to the hotel in no time. By the time they arrived, Yang Hongjun had also returned. Yang Hongjun looked at Chen Zhengchuan and his brother bought back a bunch of hammerhead fish, which is now rubbing his hands. Looks like a lot of crime.
You guys are thinking of eating stickleback fish?
Yang Hongjun looked at those fish that the people in the back kitchen had split a wave of people out to handle. Sticklebacks are delicious, but there's no need to buy so many back at once.
The dishes are almost ready for tonight, and so much stickleback fish left over for tomorrow won't be fresh. No, Xiaochuan wants to buy it. Yang Hongming directly pushed Chen Zhengchuan out.
Seeing Yang Hongming, who sold his teammates so quickly, Chen Zhengchuan despised him fiercely in his heart, then spoke, these ghost-head swordfish are very fresh, and this dish is best when eaten with grilled eel.
Oh? There's a combination dish for grilled eel?
As soon as he heard that it was paired with grilled eel, Yang Hongjun was instantly energized. As for the name of the fish, he automatically ignored it. Chen Zhengchuan nodded. Before, you guys didn't say that the grilled eel was a bit greasy. I thought of this dish, and it just so happened that when I went to the seafood market today, I met it and bought it back. That's good, but you have to make this dish first. I'll invite people to try it. In case the foreigners don't like it, you're drawing a blank.
Yang Hongjun nodded. No problem.
Chen Zhengchuan waved his hand, not the slightest worry that foreigners do not like to eat. This dish is the favorite food of foreigners. Is not right, cannot say foreigners, can only say that it is the favorite Chinese food of the people in the free country. Lemon mahi mahi, a dish that he used to see the most free state people ordering Chinese food. A bite of grilled eel with a bite of lemon mahi-mahi not only doesn't skewer the flavor, but it brings a whole other level of enjoyment. Especially now that it's summer, his lemon mahi-mahi is definitely a show-stopping dish, and definitely no match for grilled eel. What season to eat what dish? The Latter-day Hotel has been specialized in research. Lemon mahi-mahi is still easy to make. First clean the mahi-mahi, then cut it into pieces and marinate it in minced garlic, lemon juice, and crushed chili pepper for about 20 minutes, and depending on the situation some add a little bit of cumin powder as well. Heat the oil in a pan, put the marinated fish in it, salt it, and fry it to remove from the pan, and all that's left is to plate it. After Chen Zhengchuan sat down for the grilled eel, the two dishes were placed on the table, with two very different aromas, especially the lemon mahi-mahi was appetizing. Yo, that smells pretty good. Just as a group of people gathered around the table to taste, outside came in a person, a standard institutional dress, although talking with a smile, but the face is a serious look, looks in Young Hongjun in age. As soon as he opened his mouth, Young Hongjun and Young Homing, two people rushed to go over to greet him with a smile. Secretary Chen, you're here? I can't come if you, Boss Yang, have greeted me? Where's your chef? After Yang Hongjun brought that Secretary Chen to Chen Zhengchuan realized that this was the mayor's personal secretary, responsible for the dinner arrangements this time. Although Secretary Chen was surprised for a moment after seeing Chen Zhengchuan's age, on the surface he shook hands with Chen Zhengchuan without moving his face.